In a dark and bizarre world, Yi Dong, an apostle of the pregnancy cult, is forced to fulfill an unusual duty to impregnate monsters. This seemingly bizarre task is his only source of livelihood. One day, Yi Dong encountered a monster named Xingtu, who wanted him to impregnate her. Yi Dong knew it was all a scam. He lured the monster into a trap, stunned it temporarily, and then used a secret method to insert a live rat into the monster's body, pretending to have completed the ritual. However, Yi Dong did not expect that this scam would attract the attention of the real deity, the goddess of pregnancy. The goddess of pregnancy decided to make Yi Dong her agent and give him the opportunity to be promoted. A clear, ethereal voice rang in Yi Dong's ears. He opened his eyes, thinking it was a customer. But before him wasn't a church, but a blood-red lake, a gigantic, single eye protruding from the water, staring at him. The instant their eyes met, Yi Dong's blood ran cold, his soul decayed, and only as he lay dying did he realize. This was a god. A god must not be looked at directly. Never mind, just close your eyes. A cool sensation enveloped Yi Dong, pulling him back from the brink of death. He wanted to open his eyes, but remembering the other person's identity, he quickly closed them again. Don't be nervous. I'm the goddess of pregnancy. Yi Dong subconsciously cursed. Who are you? Realizing his mistake, he quickly shut up. Thankfully, the goddess of pregnancy didn't hold it against him. I'm the goddess of pregnancy. I came here after hearing you call my name. Yi Dong suddenly realized, as if he had just sworn an oath to him. You wanted to see me? He asked nervously. I'm looking for an agent for the dark world, and I think you're suitable. Yi Dong was overjoyed. An agent has divine protection, far superior to a believer, and has a limitless future. Now I'll give you your first path to promotion, and a little gift too. Obscure knowledge and foreign objects flooded his mind and abdomen respectively. The divine aura dissipated, and Yi Dong was back in the church, the candles still burning. What is all this? Yi Dong lay on the ground organizing the information. The pregnancy god gave the ninth sequence 3 advancement paths, which could allow people to evolve into monsters, but they were all very abstract. Pregnant woman. The monster born from your own womb obeys your commands, requires a large pregnant belly and an obedient lotus heart. Pregnancy guide. The monster delivered or the benign mutation requires multi-legged centipede legs and evil fire. Pregnancy seed. To create a pregnancy seed to impregnate a monster requires the flesh and blood and soul of the living dead. Yi Dong was speechless, but only the goddess of pregnancy could save his life, so he ultimately chose pregnancy seed. The materials were easy to find, and he could also discuss others. The flesh and blood of the living dead could be obtained from clients, and the soul could be extracted by killing evil people in the human race during the day. He hoped to have combat power, and even fantasized about becoming a god in the future so that people would explode at the mere sight of him. In the dark world, combat power is divided into the 9th to the 1st tier, above which are the gods. Remnant gods can walk in the world, but do not have the characteristic of not being able to look directly at. True gods can only descend through proxies. The highest combat power in this world is mostly remnant gods, which is still too far away for Yi Dong. Apostle Yi, the surgery is complete. Zwa and Yu dragged the head out and threw it into the coffin. These twins were volunteers recruited by the cult leader, who later learned surgical techniques. Yi Dong waved away the brothers, who still smelled of blood, and then remembered that he hadn't seen the cult leader for several days, wondering where she had gone to commit evil. He picked up the bucket, poured water into the coffin, and then doused himself with it. The monk, jolted awake by the cold water, rushed over, his eyes red. Wait, sir, don't upset the baby. The monk paused, touching his stomach. It felt something moving. The ceremony is complete. Congratulations. Yi Dong wiped his sweat and smiled, looking exhausted. Zheng Tu touched his belly again, confirmed there was movement, and immediately lowered his guard. As expected of the pregnancy god cult, I will recommend it to my friends. After seeing the abbot off, Yi Dong closed the door and breathed a sigh of relief. Apostle Yi, I want to take my younger brother back to Holy Candle Town tomorrow during the day. Zwa poked her head out, holding a broom, like a primary school student asking for leave. Granted. Zwa and Yu were overjoyed when the cult leader was around. They were treated like beasts of burden, but Apostle Yi often granted them leave. Yi Dong looked at the two of them and felt that the world had a touch of humanity again. He secretly planned to go to Holy Candle Town with them tomorrow, to collect souls and dispose of the corpses of those who had failed surgeries. The church resembled a small castle. The first floor was for receiving guests and praying, while the second floor was the living quarters. Yi Dong went upstairs and found the hall a mess. Clothes, books, food piled up, and a broken steam engine. His predecessor and the cult leader were too lazy to clean, and no one was allowed upstairs. But thankfully, the dark world was cold and odorless. With his obsessive-compulsive tendencies, he secretly resolved to clean it up. He stepped over the moldy baby carriage and headed towards the cult leader's room. He remembered there were books about the soul there. He pushed open the door, and a faint fragrance wafted out. The cult leader was a wanted, wicked woman who barely reached his nose. They moved every 3 months. The cult leader's room was spotless. She had forced the original owner of this body to sweep it with a whip. Yi Dong pulled out a book, 100 Ways to Torture a Soul. Fortunately, the first step in the book was to collect souls, so he finally had a solution. All I have to do is wait for the undead to come, then go to Holy Candle Town, and I can advance to the 9th rank. I'm tired, time to sleep. Yi Dong closed the door, went into his room, and collapsed onto the bed. The next day, the sun rose in the west, illuminating the darkness. The carriage was ready, and 2 black horses were grazing. Apostle Yi, it's time to depart. Here I am. Yi Dong walked out of the church with a piece of bread in his mouth and a black coat on his back, a money bag hanging from his waist. He had found the bread under the cult leader's pillow. The church was running out of food, so he took advantage of the daytime to buy supplies. The carriage headed west. Yi Dong sat inside, with the corpses of 2 monsters Xing Tu and Hong Yanghua lying at his feet after failed surgeries. He had to throw them away to prevent anyone from tracking them down. He leaned out and looked back. The church dome gleamed sharply in the morning light. Zwazwa, how long have you been at the church? 8 weeks. 8 weeks is 2 months. According to the leader's habits, it's time to move. Yi Dong wanted to bring Zwazwa and Yu Yu along to help him, but after asking further, he learned that they also had a grandmother. The leader would definitely not allow bringing an elderly person, so he didn't mention it again. Half an hour later, they arrived at Holy Candle Town. After settling the carriage in and out, Zwazwa and Yuzwa ran home with smiles on their faces. Yi Dong strolled around the town, seeing vendors hawking their wares and tea houses and taverns lining the streets. A human town in a dark world, surviving on the faith of an emperor who protects his people in units of towns/cities, and even draws lots to give humans extra blessings to help them advance in their social ranks. Yi Dong stopped in front of a stall and picked up a jade bottle the size of his palm. Boss, how much is this? 10 gold coins. 10 copper coins. The boss agreed with a wry smile, and Yi Dong took the jade bottle. This ordinary jade bottle was just right for storing souls for a short period of time. He continued searching for the target soul and soon spotted a bully of about 16 or 17, a round-bellied, fat man patrolling the streets, robbing people and groping girls, followed by 2 tall, burly bodyguards. Yi Dong stopped the tavern waiter to inquire and learned that it was Kunta, the eldest son of the Andre family, whose patriarch was the only Kira, a powerful being in the sequence, referring to either a monster or a human bestowed with imperial favor in Holy Candle Town. Fearing trouble, Yi Dong gave up on finding him. Just as they were about to leave, chaos erupted in the street. Zwazwa and Yu Yu rushed out wielding sickles and hoes, aiming straight for Kunta. Kunta, you deserve to die. Zwazwa's sickle was grabbed by the wrist by a bodyguard and kicked away. Yu Yu was also subdued and fell to the ground. Kunta was startled, and the pork belly in his hand crumbled into pieces. Kunta, my grandmother was blind. Why did you have her beaten to death? Zwazwa sat on the ground crying, and Yu Yu also shed tears. They had only been away for a month, and their grandmother was gone. Kunta remembered, that old blind man bumped into me, dirted my new clothes. So what if he beat me to death? He wasn't even worth as much as one of my clothes. Fuck your mother. Yu Yu cursed. Kunta was furious. Kill those 2 scoundrels. Just as the bodyguards were about to make a move, a voice rang out. I'd like to see who dares to touch my 2 little pets. It's you, you big eater. Yi Dong stepped out from the crowd, blocking Zui Yu Yu's path with a sneer. What are you, daring to call me big stomach? Kunta pointed at Yi Dong and shouted angrily, but when he heard first apostle of the pregnancy god cult, human incarnation of the pregnancy god, he was stunned. Wasn't that Sheila? Remembering his father's instructions not to kill anyone, he immediately slapped himself twice and knelt down. Yi Dong frowned. This kid is flexible and can't be allowed to live. Apostle Yi, I was being unreasonable. Let's just let this go. Get out of here. Kunta kowtowed and slipped away with his bodyguards, the onlookers showing disdain. Zwazwa punched the ground. Apostle Yi, he beat my grandma to death. We must take revenge. Yi nodded with red eyes as well. Who would dare to confront someone head-on? That's suicide. Yi Dong said helplessly. He also wanted to crush Kunta, but his father was Zhenkila, and he was afraid of causing trouble. You are half members of the pregnancy god cult. I won't ignore this. This beast must die, but we need a plan. The two chubby boys choked up and grabbed Yidong's hands to stand up. The three then ate a free meal at the restaurant and left under the owner's fearful gaze. After all, it was Kira. As long as he didn't mess with them, that was fine. Yidong looked at the sky. The sun was almost directly overhead. Time to prepare to collect souls. The people of Holy Candle Town have a tradition. They go out to explore during the day, as this is the only day of the week they can leave the town and escape the Emperor's protection. Kunta is no exception. He has never seen a monster before and is itching with curiosity, wanting to verify whether the monster is just a legend. At noon, Kunta left town with two bodyguards. One held a knife, the other carried his food. Both were skilled fighters trained by his father. After walking a short distance, Kunta, biting into a meat pie, asked, "Do you think there really are monsters?" The chieftain said there are. The bodyguard with the knife replied, "My dad's just making things up. He's afraid I'll get murdered if I go out." Kunta rolled his eyes. He'd lived for over a decade without seeing a monster. Why would he believe this nonsense? Suddenly, the bodyguard drew his knife and glared at the bushes. "Who goes there? Come out." Kunta jumped in fright, his flesh trembling. A slender leg was visible in the bushes, like bone wrapped in a layer of cured meat. Just as he was about to run away, a rabbit darted out and bumped into the leg, revealing it to be his severed leg. "Go check it out," Kunta instructed the bodyguard. Though his face was grim, the bodyguard stepped forward and probed the severed leg with his knife. No reaction. Kunta threw down the meat pie and ran over, crouching down to examine it. This is definitely not human. He was certain, guided by a man's intuition. Parting the grass, he found another dried, thin finger and excitedly plunged into the woods. "Put it away. There must be more inside." "Young master, don't go any deeper. It's not safe," the bodyguard advised. "What are you afraid of?" "My father said there are no monsters during the day. At most, some troublemakers will try to assassinate us. You can't beat them." Kunta wouldn't listen. Soon, he found the monster's feet, eyeballs, teeth, until the last piece of skull. The fragments were almost enough to piece together a complete monster. The skull was placed on a rock, and the fresh grass in front of the rock was clearly a trap. "Do you think I'm blind?" Kunta scoffed, and the bodyguards behind him also thought the trap was a child's prank. "Going to all this trouble to trick me. It's you, isn't it, you two fat guys?" As soon as Kunta finished speaking, Yu stepped out from behind the rock, her eyes red, and cursed, "Kunta, you dog." After cursing, he jumped onto the grass, but his foot slipped and he fell into a deep pit. This action stunned both Kunta and his bodyguard. Before they could laugh, a whooshing sound came from above. The bodyguard with the knife reacted and tried to retreat, but Yidong rushed out of the bushes and slammed into him, knocking him back into the area covered by wooden spikes. Thud! The wooden spikes pierced flesh, and the two bodyguards screamed and fell silent. Kunta was already terrified, and Yidong kicked him into a deep pit. Left and right, already prepared with sickles in the pit, swung them directly at Kunta as he tumbled down, eliciting a pig-like scream. Yidong pulled a bulging money pouch from the bodyguard, wondering if he would have to hand over this spoils to the cult leader, but then thought it unrealistic. Half an hour later, the two brothers crawled out covered in blood. Kunta had been torn to pieces. Don't let their honest appearance fool you. They had dealt with over a dozen monsters with Yidong during their 2 months at the church. "Thank you, Apostle Yi. It's nothing. I was going to kill him anyway." Yidong threw the bodyguard's corpse into the pit, took out a jade bottle, jumped in, and used a twig to dip in Kunta's blood to draw a circular array 1 meter wide, with a chained worm at the center. This array was called a target point and required sacrificial offerings. Yidong dragged over 3 corpses, lit a match, and said, "You cowardly, remnant god hiding in hiding. Poor worm. I, Yidong, invite you to taste flesh and blood." A match was thrown at Kunta, and black flames instantly engulfed the corpse, accompanied by a hoarse whisper. After the flames subsided, the corpse disappeared, and Yidong quickly used the jade bottle to catch the souls. Poor worm prefers flesh and blood to souls, and can have its soul separated from it. Souls tend to hide in small spaces, and the jade bottle is just right. There should be 3 souls inside. Climbing out of the pit, Yidong directed his men to bury wooden stakes and disguise the scene. The 3 of them then left with the fragments of the monster's corpse. They had already purchased supplies for free, so they drove to the valley and threw the monster's body into the bushes. They didn't keep the body because they were afraid it wouldn't be easy to preserve, and also because they were afraid the cult leader wouldn't agree to letting the church attract monsters. As the sun set, the 3 returned to the church before nightfall. Just before closing the door, Yidong glimpsed darkness creeping in, the dirt road turning into blue bricks, and crimson eyes appearing in the shadows. He remembered the cult leader's words. Day and night are two worlds. Humans can travel between them, but monsters only appear at night. Left and right, get ready to receive guests. The two chubby boys busied themselves. Yidong ran upstairs to put away the jade bottle and stuffed Kunta's money pouch under his pillow. He then went to the cult leader's bedroom to look through books and found Hira's ascension sequence. It stated that materials needed to be sacrificed to the strongest true god of the dark world to achieve ascension, and it also included a target array diagram and prayer. Apostle Yi, we have a guest. Zwazwa called from downstairs. Yidong put away his book and pushed open the door. Welcome, madam. Yidong opened the church door, and a woman in red stumbled in. He quickly caught her. Feeling the solidity in his palm, Yidong's spirits lifted, and he quickly steadied her. Thank you, sir. The woman looked up, her face pale and bloodless, yet her features were exceptionally alluring, with two small canine teeth protruding from her lips like sharp knives. Small fry blood bats. This beautiful, mature woman was actually a giant bat capable of disguise. Madam, are you trying to avoid trouble? The woman paused, then chuckled. Little brother is quite anxious. Someone is chasing your sister. Could you find a place to hide? Just as Yidong was about to speak, the woman headed towards the second floor. He quickly stopped her, saying, Sister, you can't go up to the second floor. The sect leader is extremely sensitive about others touching her personal belongings. Is that so? The woman frowned, not daring to offend a potential powerhouse, and instead pleaded, Little brother, is there any place to hide? That madman is catching up quickly. If you escape this calamity, I will definitely reward you handsomely. Yidong let out a howl and pointed to the coffin in the corner. Lie down in there. I'll put the bell down and it'll be hidden. The woman hesitated for a moment, then crawled inside. Just as the bell fell, the church doors were pounded on. Those outside were eager to rush in, but were blocked by the restrictions set up by the priest. Here he is. Yidong opened the door, and a man in black robes rushed in from the darkness, his sharp eyes scanning the church. What are you looking for, sir? Yidong asked with a smile. The man gave him a cold glance, then tucked the two silver revolvers from his belt back in. Was there a bloodbat hiding and she stole my things? You'd better not ask too many questions. The affairs of demon hunters are not things ordinary people can inquire about. Seeing Yidong persist, the man snorted coldly. Sorry, we don't have the bloodbats you're looking for here. Yidong gestured for him to leave. Whether it's there or not, I'll only count after I've searched. The man drew his revolver, ignoring any attempts to stop him, and began searching the first floor. Yidong shook his head, signaling his men not to interfere. This demon hunter possessed a powerful aura, far surpassing the previous 9th sequence wrathful demon, at least a 7th or 8th sequence Kira, and also exhibited a deity-worshipping faith. The first floor was thoroughly searched, but the coffin went unnoticed. The clock and the coffin were seamlessly integrated, and no one would suspect there was a space inside. The demon hunter went straight to the second floor. Sir, the cult leader doesn't like outsiders coming upstairs. The man snorted coldly and stepped directly onto the stairs. But the moment he stepped on, two black hands suddenly emerged from the steps, gripping his legs tightly. The Witcher's expression changed drastically. He fired both guns in rapid succession, but the bullets only slightly dimmed the ghostly hands. The next second, more ghostly hands surged out, dragging him further down the stairs. Spare me! The demon hunter cried out in terror, but the ghostly hand ignored him, continuing its frantic pulling. Yidong pulled up a stool and sat down, curling his lip in disdain. He'd already told the cult leader to avoid people going upstairs, yet he insisted on throwing his life away. How foolish. He'd expected the cult leader to have a backup plan, but he hadn't anticipated the opponent was this strong. The demon hunter was no match for him. Just how powerful is the cult leader? Yidong pondered, resting his chin on his hand. All he could remember was the cult leader constantly moving house. He'd never seen her fight, only that she always returned relaxed and carefree. Could she be a hidden powerhouse? Perhaps he could curry favor with her. As Yidong pondered, the Witcher fell silent. Just when Yidong thought he was surely dead, a golden light suddenly burst forth, and the phantom of a golden-armored giant appeared, instantly tearing apart all the ghostly hands. The phantom vanished in the blink of an eye, and the Witcher staggered to his feet, giving Yidong a deep look before fleeing in panic. He left without even closing the door. Yidong sighed. This was a common occurrence in the dark world, divine protection. When believers were on the verge of death, their deity would intervene to save them, making the believer incredibly resilient, like an unkillable cockroach. However, this power was limited. The purer the faith and the stronger the talent, the greater the protection received. Ordinary believers were usually only saved once. Closing the door, Yi Dong faced a dilemma. Letting the bloodbat go would make him a sucker. Killing her would bring him no benefit. "Little brother, has the demon hunter left?" came the bloodbat's muffled voice from inside the coffin. "It's so stuffy in there, and so hot, sister. Thank you so much this time. I stole something good and gave it to you as a thank you gift." Bloodbat's 3 consecutive questions were full of tenderness, and Yi Dong really couldn't bring himself to kill her. It would be such a waste to kill such a beautiful, mature woman. Inside the coffin, Bloodbat was filled with trepidation. She had clearly heard the demon hunter's pleas for mercy. That was a 7th sequence expert of the same level as herself. Thinking of the cult leader Yi Dong mentioned, she suspected that she had trespassed into the territory of some powerful deity, which was why she offered the treasure willingly, fearing that Yi Dong would kill her. She had no divine protection and would surely die if he made a move against her. "What did you take, sister?" That angered the Witcher so much. Inside the church, Yi Dong helped Fang Zhong up and smiled as he helped Bloodbat out. "Nothing much, just a parchment." Bloodbat breathed a sigh of relief and pulled a grayish-yellow parchment from his chest. "It just so happens that the cult leader loves collecting rare items, so I'll accept it for her." Yi Dong took the parchment scroll, stuffing it into his pocket without even glancing at it. It was still warm. Bloodbat forced a smile. This parchment scroll was obtained by a demon hunter after a month of infiltrating the bitterly cold prison. Although its value was unknown, she had no choice but to forego saving her life. She hurriedly said goodbye and fled in a panic, fearing the cult leader's wrath. Closing the door, Yi Dong unfurled the parchment scroll by candlelight. He initially thought it was a treasure map, but upon closer inspection, it contained only a few hundred hastily written characters, like insects crawling across the paper, comparable to the cult leader's handwriting. This script wasn't the common language of the dark world. It resembled an ancient script. Although he couldn't understand it, he knew that something so valuable that 2 experts would fight over it must be something extraordinary, and decided to wait for the cult leader to return so he could have her decipher it. After a long period without customers, Yi Dong went upstairs, leaving Zui Yu and the others downstairs to organize the supplies purchased from Holy Candle Town. The next day, a living dead customer finally arrived. Its hair was a mess, and its dark circles were as heavy as star rings. It had been introduced by a friend of the hungry ghost. It wanted to have a child, hoping for a 10 chance of a successful birth. If a powerful monster was born, it would elevate its status and stop it from hiding in the sewers scavenging for scraps. With Yi Dong's reminder, the living dead successfully traveled to the other world. Their flesh and blood were collected, while their skeletons were thrown into a room deep within the church. Finally, it's all together. Yi Dong found an empty room and used the living dead's blood to draw the target for the true god. In the center of the circular array, a single, scarlet eye shone as brightly as the sun in daylight. He placed the flesh and blood along with the jade bottle containing the soul within the array and struck a match. "Dark and tyrannical ruler, endless evil god, hear the cries of your followers. Ascend to the 9th order. May darkness endure forever, and may light never prevail." The match was thrown into the target, and a crimson flame shot into the sky. After swirling for a moment, it surged wildly into Yi Dong's mouth, nose, eyes, and every other crevice. A sudden, excruciating pain struck. He tried to cough but couldn't, and could only kneel on the ground, clutching his neck and struggling in agony. 1 minute later, the promotion ceremony ended. Yi Dong cursed, "Damn true god," and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. He had almost suffocated, but thankfully he had finally become a 9th sequence seedling. Knowledge of the corresponding methods flooded his mind. Creating a spawn only required kneading flesh and blood with intelligent souls into a fist-sized meatball. The flesh and blood of the desired monster could be used, while the soul could be from any intelligent race. Yi Dong breathed a sigh of relief. All he needed to do was collect more human souls. It was simpler than he had expected. Just then, Zhua's voice rang out. "Apostle Yi, we have another guest." Yi Dong frowned. Usually, he only had 1 guest every 2 days, but lately it had been happening more and more frequently. He secretly thought that the sect leader should give him a raise when he returned. He arrived at the main hall and opened the door. The sound of hooves echoed in the darkness, and a large horse clad in black armor strode in. On its back sat a knight, wielding a lance and wearing heavy armor. Upon closer inspection, he realized it wasn't a person, but a moving suit of armor. The intelligent chariot armor, its true name True Knight. Legend says that after a knight's death, his soul merged with the armor, continuing to protect the princess. "Mr. Armor, what do you need?" Yi Dong smiled professionally, looking up at the over 3-meter-tall behemoth. Thankfully, the church doors were large enough. The True Knight looked at him, his voice devoid of emotion. My princess wants a child. You'll have to come with me. Sorry, the pregnancy goddess cult is currently not offering outings. Yidong shook his head. If you don't go, I'll impale you on a spear and take you away. The knight's voice grew even colder. Sir, please don't be in such a difficult position. Before he could finish speaking, the spear had already pierced through Yidong's groin and embedded itself in the floor. Fu asterisk K. Yidong exclaimed, clutching his groin and jumping back, cursing inwardly. He serves these monsters every day, and this is how he gets treated. Next time it won't just be shoving into the floor, the knight warned. Yidong swallowed hard. He had just advanced to the ninth sequence, and although his physical attributes had improved, his fertilization method was not suited for combat, making him no match for knights who were born to fight. Can't the princess come here? He tried one last time. The princess's legs are sore from walking so much. The knight refused without hesitation. Then let the princess ride here. The horse's back is too hard. It will flatten the princess's bottom. Yidong was speechless. This guy was a total simp. What kind of princess was so precious? If I go with you, can you guarantee my safe return? No one, Kira, would dare interfere with the princess's affairs. I'll personally escort you back afterwards. With things having come to this, Yidong had no choice but to agree, and he was also curious about the existence in the darkness. He instructed Zhuazhua, when the leader returns, tell him I went to the princess to perform the initiation ceremony. Then, he sat on the back of the real knight's horse and left the church. In the darkness, a long spear lifted a dim oil lamp, barely dispelling the gloom for a few meters. Yidong, on horseback, peered curiously. Buildings were faintly visible on either side of the blue brick path leading to the church. Turning back, he saw the church had transformed into a two-story, quaint shop. The two oil lamps in front were identical to those on the knight's lance. This place seemed like a completely different world from daytime. Don't look around, the true knight warned. Yidong was about to ask a question when countless blood-red eyes suddenly appeared on either side, and he hurriedly looked away. What are you scum looking at? The knight snapped, his eyes disappearing back into the building. They're refugees fleeing famine, the knight said, unwilling to explain further, and led his horse forward. Soon, a street lined with oil lamps came into view, teeming with various monsters, skinless blood apes, swaying marionettes, crawling two-headed infants, and bloody mountains of flesh pieced together from organs. Yidong was astonished by the monsters' apparent civilization. The street was lined with shops, explaining their concentration here. Welcome to Lock Street, you filthy humans. The one-eyed dwarf in front of the tavern stared at him excitedly, a tilted jug spilling wine, while another dwarf lay on the ground licking it off. What else can you do besides make oil lamps? The dwarf asked, growing more and more excited. The next second, a large axe flew from behind it, severing its head. The other dwarf remained oblivious, still licking his wine. The small giant, his muscles bulging red, picked up the jug, licked the rim, and grinned with satisfaction. This was the blood hunter, a connoisseur of fine wine. No wasted wine in my tavern. It glanced at Yidong and the knight, picked up its wine jug, and returned to the tavern, casually stomping on the head of the remaining dwarf. Chaos was Yidong's first impression. The horse finally stopped in front of a small house filled with flowers, a flower house that seemed out of place on Lockhart Street, more like a princess's residence. The knight dismounted, hooked his right leg, and the unsuspecting Yidong stumbled to the ground. Fu asterisk K. The princess is inside. The knight looked down at him, a chill emanating from beneath his armor. Disrespecting the princess is unforgivable. Even if she punishes you, I will still kill you. Yidong bypassed the knight, stepped over the grass in front of the door, and knocked, curious about what the princess looked like. A clear, melodious reply came from inside. When the door opened, Yidong was stunned. The monster before him had a huge head and a small body. Its head resembled a flower bud. Its legs were short and its arms were long, and its face looked like an old ape. It bore no resemblance to a princess whatsoever. This was the fragrance princess, capable of releasing hallucinogenic poison gas. He instinctively sniffed, a delicate fragrance wafting into his nostrils. When he looked up again, the monster had transformed into his first love, a hazy yet familiar figure that stirred up thoughts of reconciliation. Who are you? The princess asked, leaning against the doorframe. The real knight invited me. Yidong turned around, but the knight had already vanished. Which knight? The princess pondered. Was his armor gold, white, red, or blue? Black. Yidong reminded her helplessly. Ah, black armor. So many knights admire me. I forgot. The princess tossed her long hair, her tone apologetic. At that moment, even though Yidong knew it was an illusion, his heart still fluttered, even feeling an urge to submit and give his life. He shook his head, but the thought clung to him like a leech. "Come in," the princess said, stepping aside to let him pass, her chin resting on her hand, a captivating sight. Yi Dong swallowed hard, brushing his way through her long dress as he entered the room, the door closing softly behind him. The two sat facing each other, Yi Dong staring at the princess as if in a daze, drool trickling from his lips. "Princess, the knight has asked me to help you conceive," he said impatiently. "Pregnant?" The princess paused, then smiled. "I have been wanting a child lately, muttering about it by the window every night, and some night overheard me." She leaned closer and asked, "How can you help me get pregnant? Give me the flesh and blood of whichever race you desire, along with a sentient soul and 10 gold coins." Even under the influence of the illusion, Yi Dong didn't forget the cult leader's instruction to collect the money. The princess paused, then smiled even more gently, lightly brushing her hair aside, making the fragrance in the room even stronger. She sat down next to Yi Dong and took his hand. "Why do we need all this for a baby? The two of us are enough, aren't we? Princess, you smell so good." In the room, Yi Dong greedily inhaled the fragrance of the princess's hair, his eyes glazed. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's have a baby." The princess playfully pinched his nose. Yi Dong, drooling, tore at his clothes, about to pounce, when a chill suddenly ran through his body, instantly sobering him up. A petite figure flashed through his mind. The next second, boom! The living room wall was blasted open, and a giant, dark, ghostly claw reached in, pinning down the struggling princess. Yi Dong instinctively tried to help, but a hand pressed down on his shoulder. A chilling aura dispelled all the fragrance, and he finally returned to normal. The princess also reverted to her short-legged, long-armed, monkey-like form. Recalling his actions, Yi Dong felt a chill run down his spine, realizing that this monster had manipulated the knight through illusions. "Little Yezi, you've been having quite a few fun while I was away. You even want to try this kind of stuff?" A cold voice came from behind. Yi Dong turned around and saw the black-robed cult leader, Yu Zi, standing there, his fair chin peeking out from under his hood. "Cult leader, wah, I missed you," Yi Dong pleaded, sounding aggrieved. Yu Zi, her strength unknown, notorious for her evil deeds, lazy and gluttonous, and a complete sadist. "I don't want you." She coldly pushed Yi Dong away and walked to Princess Lu Xiang, pregnancy cult leader. "Let me go." The princess struggled frantically, but was as powerless as an infant. "Who gave you the audacity to touch my people?" Yu Zi stomped on her face, her heel scraping against her skin. The princess screamed and glared at her, but two tiny, devilish hands emerged and stabbed into her eyes, the excruciating pain tearing at her heart. Yi Dong dared not utter a sound, knowing that although he was forced into this situation, he would most likely face punishment upon returning. He could only secretly pray that he would behave and get away with it. A moment later, the princess fainted from the pain. Yu Zi kicked her before grabbing Yi Dong by the ear and pulling her out through the hole in the wall. Outside the garden, the cult leader's mount, Black Cloth Winter, the 2-meter-tall black unicorn mare, was selectively eating purple flowers. The real knight had already collapsed on the ground, and his horse was nowhere to be seen. "Get on, back to the church," Yu Zi said coldly. Yi Dong rubbed his reddened ears and whispered a complaint. "Master, Black Cloth tried to kick me." The mare immediately lowered herself in submission. He mounted the horse, with Yu Zi behind him holding the reins. The mare neighed, and with an oil lamp hanging from its horn, it started moving steadily. Yi Dong felt a little ashamed. What kind of man rides a horse in front? He was a head taller than Yu Zi, and the mare's gait was steady. He didn't even have a chance to gain the upper hand. "Why did you run out? You could have easily hidden up to the second floor," Yu Zi suddenly said. Yi Dong tensed up and truthfully replied, "I was curious, and I just advanced to the 9th rank, so I wanted to test my skills." He'd been with Yu Zi since childhood, so there was no need to hide anything. "Don't do it again next time." Yu Zi didn't mention the advancement, only issuing a mild warning. "By the way, what's Princess Lu Xiang's strength 7th rank?" Yi Dong cursed inwardly. No wonder he was in such a sorry state. Walking through Lock Street in the pitch-black darkness, no monster dared to insult him anymore, only daring to steal glances. They quickly returned to the church, and Yi Dong led the mare away to feed and bathe her, while he obediently followed Yu Yuko upstairs. In the cult leader's room, Yu Yuko removed her hood, revealing captivating purple eyes, seemingly a cold and aloof girl. Yet Yi Dong dared not be negligent, immediately kneeling on one knee. "I missed you, Your Excellency." "I don't want you." Yu Yuko sneered, stomping her foot on his thigh. This was their daily routine, something Yi Dong was already used to. She reached out her hand, and Yidong quickly cupped it in both hands, gently kissing the back of her hand. Welcome back, my great Yuyuko master. He smiled, but inwardly cursed this damn sadist. Yuyuko ruffled his hair with satisfaction. Good job. I brought you a gift. She flipped her hand, revealing a pink teddy bear. A little girl gave it to me. She thought it was cute, so I gave it to you. Yidong took the teddy bear, smiling and thanking her, but in his heart he knew. She must have stolen it. He'd grown up with Yu since childhood and knew that beneath her eternally 18 appearance lay an extremely strong desire for control. Their relationship was always that of master and puppy. Although he admitted she was beautiful enough to make half the population of Blue Star willing to be her dog, Yidong still felt somewhat ashamed. By the way, little Yezi, how did you get pregnant? I'm pregnant. Pregnancy goddess. What have you done? In the room, Yidong suddenly remembered that day when he met the pregnancy goddess. Besides giving him a path to advancement, the other party had also placed something in his abdomen. Seeing him so angry, he was practically fuming. Yu couldn't help but burst out laughing. Master, you're still mocking me. Yidong was both angry and anxious, wishing he could punish her in return. I just made up the title pregnancy goddess to make money. I didn't expect there to actually be such a goddess, and she even came to you. Yu covered her mouth and laughed. What else can you do? Give birth to it, of course. I'll help you raise it. But if it's too ugly, I won't take care of it. Yidong smiled bitterly, his mind filled with thoughts of abortion. What kind of talk is it for a grown man to give birth? The pregnant man should go and rest first. I'll take you to the banquet tomorrow. Yu gave him the order to leave, and Yidong could only leave with his teddy bear. Back in his room, he tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Whenever he calmed down, he felt something moving inside his stomach. Remembering the little gift the fertility guru had mentioned, he grew increasingly angry, until he fainted from anger. Dong, the bell rang. It was already the next day. Yidong got up with a heavy heart, washed up, and rushed to the kitchen. The cult leader had discerning tastes, so he had to cook a good meal. He picked out eggs and cured meat from the supplies, stir-fried a plate of cured meat and egg rice, sprinkled it with chopped green onions, and took it to the cult leader's room. Come in. A sound of Yuyuko stretching came from inside. Pushing open the door, I saw Yuyuko lying on the bed reading, adopting an abandoned baby, raising a doting husband. She had a whole bunch of books like this, the style reminiscent of the exaggerated novels from a certain bookstore in my past life. Time to eat, master. Yidong rolled his eyes and corrected her address. He knelt on one knee, and Yu rolled over and lay back, continuing to read. Feed me. Yidong forced himself to remain calm and fed her spoonful by spoonful. Good little dog. Yu ate about a third of the food and waved for him to finish it. Oh, right, I wanted to show you something. Yidong took out a parchment scroll and handed it over. Yu frowned. The writing is really ugly. You stole it from the bloodbath. What does it say? It looks like ancient script. I can't understand it either. Yidong took back the parchment scroll and was about to leave when Yu said again, Come with me to the banquet tonight. Okay. After dinner, Yidong went downstairs. Zwa and Yu had just finished eating and were still cleaning. Even though the floor was clean, they didn't dare stop, afraid Yu would chop them up and feed them to He Bulongda. No need to sweep anymore. Take a break, Yidong said, and the two brothers immediately showed gratitude. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Yidong opened it, and outside stood a fish terror creature with a fish head and human body, and 2 rows of black tentacles. He could now clearly see the street outside the church. It was no longer pure darkness. You can make someone pregnant? Fish Fear stammered. That's right, 10 gold coins. Can you get pregnant with an evil god? Yes, but the 1 in 10,000 chance is too low. New project. Provide your own flesh and blood and intelligent soul. You can conceive a child of the corresponding race. Still 10 gold coins. Yukong paused, then turned and left. Yidong scratched his head. He had just said, that's true. So why did he run off? He thought to himself that 10 gold coins was most monsters' monthly income. Perhaps it was too expensive. Half an hour later, the knocking sounded again. The fish, covered in blood, had a deep, bone-revealing wound on its head. One tentacle was wrapped around a withered hand, the other around a small jar. This is the strongest Kira flesh and blood. Inside the jar is a soul. Help me get pregnant. It handed over 10 gold coins, blood dripping from its face. Ruthless. Yidong stammered. TSK. A bit disgusting. By candlelight, Yidong pinched out a fleshy ball with holes, while the fish-like creature crouched beside him, peering in. He opened the soul jar, and the icy souls seeped into the holes of the fleshy ball. The gestation is complete. The fish-like creature looked at the ball of flesh and asked, "Want to eat it?" After receiving confirmation, it swallowed it whole, the jelly-like ball of flesh sliding into its stomach. 1 month later, the baby will be born. Thank you. The fish-like creature turned and left. Having just seen off the guests, Yu Yuzi came downstairs in a black robe and tossed a black robe to Yidong. "Put this on. You're going to the banquet on Lock Street." Yidong washed his hands, put on the black robe, and, all shrouded in darkness, crouched down, still in front of Yu Yuzi and behind. "Why are there no oil lamps in the shops in front of the church?" Yidong asked. "It used to be an extension of Lock Street, but all the shop owners are dead. Only we're left," Yu Yuzi said coldly. Yidong was about to press further when she interrupted. "Did you bring the teddy bear?" "Yes." "Later, you'll be an apostle of the pregnancy god cult, so don't say you're human, or you won't get to eat at the buffet." Yidong was speechless. With the sound of horses' hooves, they arrived at Lock Street. Monsters roamed the street, their gazes shifting with fear. Black Cloth arrived at the dark castle at the end of the street, skipping the queue and entering directly through a side door. "Welcome, pregnant master." The serpent heir's servants bowed. "My horse only eats cooked meat. Take good care of it," Yu Yuzi instructed, then led Yidong into the hall. The main hall was filled with the clamor of monsters, and in the center was a mountain of cooked food. Monsters rarely ate their own kind, having long since developed the habit of eating cooked food. "Does the leader eat too?" Yidong rubbed his hands together. "Of course." Yu Yuzi grabbed a chicken leg and started gnawing on it, and Yidong followed suit, but he had barely finished one when Yu Yuzi had already emptied his plate. The food disappeared into the black robe without a trace. Yidong thought to himself, the sect leader is probably a bottomless pit. He usually only tastes the food, but today he's eating like there's no tomorrow. Soon, the hall fell silent. Yu Yuzi's fast eating had attracted everyone's attention. Yidong patted her shoulder, and she put down her dessert, muttering, "I'm still not full from dessert." "Ha ha, I'm glad the pregnant master is enjoying herself." A hearty laugh rang out, and a tall serpent heir wearing a crown stepped forward, followed by a group of other serpent heirs. This was none other than the Lord of Lock Street. "I am Jiao Qi. Thank you all for gracing me with your presence." A monster muttered, "I don't know him," but was silenced by the gazes of the serpent heirs. Jiao Qi raised his hand, and a black stone chair rose beneath him, with 4 more chairs in front of him. "Please, for kings, take your seats." Soon, the tavern owner, Princess Liuxiang, and old goat Heishan sat down. Yidong was wondering who would sit at the last seat when Yu Yuzi patted his head and pulled him over. Yidong was stunned. So he'd already latched onto a powerful figure? "At today's banquet, I have 2 announcements to make." Jiao Qi's face darkened, his gaze sweeping over the monsters. "First, the Holy Mother of the Emperor's cult will arrive in Holy Candle Town next day to clean up Lock Street. Second, I will offer a sacrifice of human blood from Holy Candle Town to summon a true dragon." As soon as the words were spoken, the expressions of the monsters changed drastically, and even the 4 kings could not hide their solemnity. Only Yu Yuzi was absent-mindedly rubbing Yidong's head, while Yidong squatted to the side, cursing inwardly. Princess Lu Xiang's eyes had actually recovered, yet she was pretending not to recognize him. "You want us to buy you time?" Bloodhunter asked, narrowing his eyes. "Not to help me, but to help yourselves," Jiao Qi laughed. "Don't think we're stupid." Princess Liu Xiang scoffed. "The strongest in Lock Street is only at the 7th rank. How could they have attracted the Holy Mother's attention? It was clearly you who summoned the true dragon that drew her here." The monsters reacted instantly, murmuring amongst themselves. Jiao Qi's face darkened. The 4 kings had agreed not to reveal their true intentions, but Lu Xiang had betrayed them. He could only hope the blood hunter would be interested in the promised benefits. "Fine, then let's tear off the mask." Jiao Qi abandoned his pretense. "If we don't summon the true dragon, Lock Street will be destroyed sooner or later. How could the Holy Mother commit indiscriminate killing? The true dragon cult's affairs have nothing to do with us." The blood hunter also laid his cards on the table. Jiao Qi's last hope was shattered, and he turned to Yu Yuzi and Old Sheep of Black Mountain. "Cult leader you, Old Sheep, help me. I'll give you all their promises." Black Mountain Old Goat shook his head. "Old monsters don't interfere in the battles of young monsters." Yu Yuzi was still in a daze. Lu Xiang smiled and rose to leave, nearly half the monsters following her. Blood Hunter snorted coldly and also led half of his monsters away. The rest were all monsters bound to Jiao Qi and dared not retreat. The pregnant cult leader, Jiao Qi, called out dejectedly. Yidong patted Yu Yuzi's leg, and she came back to her senses. "What does the street master want with you? Bloodlust and fragrance have betrayed me. I'm preparing to run away." But the Holy Mother is a sixth-order being. Jiao Qi said in despair. Running away is useless. Yu Yuzi waved her hand and tossed a scroll to Jiao Qi. This is the blood-binding array of the pregnant god sect. If used well, it can hold out until the true dragon is born. Hope ignited in Jiao Qi's eyes. If I succeed, I will never break my promise. Yu Yuzi nodded and led Yi Dong away, with Black Mountain Old Sheep following behind. Once outside the castle, Yi Dong whispered, "Is the sect leader really helping him? Aren't you afraid of getting burned?" "I gave him a fake array diagram," Yu Yuzi said calmly. "That old bastard has a trump card, but he'll pay with his life." She suddenly pulled the black cloth to a stop. "Take out the parchment scroll." Yi Dong had just pulled it out when the hunched-over Black Mountain Goat appeared behind him. "What are your orders, master?" Old Goat's voice was hoarse. "Take a look at this for me." Black Mountain Old Goat took the parchment scroll, frowned for a moment, and said, "It's a treasure map. It marks the location of the fire demon's hideout. Judging from the map, it should be in the dilapidated mountains of the Eastern District." Yi Dong was startled. The fire demon was an elite-level monster, far superior to the common monsters, and could even coexist with them. This was an incredible opportunity. He was just getting excited when he looked warily at the old sheep, afraid it would be stolen. "I don't steal resources from juniors," the old sheep said, handing the scroll back and turning to leave. "You're right. He'll definitely go to the ruined mountains," Yu Yuzi said coldly. "Then shall we go?" Yi Dong asked anxiously. "No, he can't take it now. Go get it yourself after you advance to the 8th rank." "How did the cult leader know?" "Stop talking nonsense. Just do as I say." Yi Dong was speechless. The monsters of this world are indeed all cunning and calculating. Back at the church, Yi Dong resumed his monotonous life of entertaining guests, cooking, and playing the dog. 2 guests who came to try and seduce the evil god arrived, and he could only prepare a rat meal to send them away. In his spare time, he pondered the methods of conception, ultimately lamenting that both the methods and the god of conception were useless. Lying on the floor, he worried about his future, yet couldn't resist the allure of the cult leader's fragrance. Knock, knock, knock. A knock sounded at the door. Yi Dong turned and opened it, only to find Yukong from a few days ago, her belly swollen, her face contorted in pain. I'm going into labor," Yi Dong exclaimed in surprise, then called to his friends. "Take her to the operating room, a C-section. We don't know how to deliver babies, and we don't have anesthesia." Zuozuo exclaimed, bewildered. "It can endure it." The fish, no longer stuttering in fear, was now drenched in cold sweat. Zuozuo quickly dragged it away, and soon a mournful cry rang out. Half an hour later, the baby's cry rang out, and Yi Dong breathed a sigh of relief. This was his first test subject. "Are father and son all right?" He pushed open the door and saw Zuoz was stitching up the fish-like creature, while Yu cared for the baby. The fish-like creature had fainted. The baby was a member of the withered zombie race, who craved blood, and Yi Dong could vaguely feel threads connecting him. At this moment, Yu Zi entered with a cold face, looked at the baby and Yi Dong, and frowned deeply. "When did you become a god? This baby worships you. Don't you feel anything?" Yi Dong nodded blankly. "Then what should we do?" "You're unhappy because someone believes in you." Yuko rolled her eyes. "The children you create may believe in you, but that doesn't mean they'll completely obey." She then turned and left. Yi Dong suddenly realized. So this was how pregnancy was used, and it could even gain him followers. Yukong woke up, saw the child was withered and stiff, and breathed a sigh of relief. She weakly asked, Don't you have a scalpel?" Yi Dong glanced at the large cleaver in Zuozuo's hand and smiled awkwardly. A large cleaver is faster and less painful. For the next 2 days, the church remained quiet and deserted, and Yi Dong's ambition to conquer the world faded. "Why are there no customers?" he muttered, lying on the floor. He asked around but got no answer, and even considered getting a new set of small and cute tools. At this moment, Yu Yuzi came downstairs. "Pack your things, we're moving." "Why do you have an enemy?" Yi Dong jumped up. "Lock Street is going to be gone," Yu Yuzi said. "Whether Jiao Qi's plan succeeds or not, this street will be razed to the ground after this." Yi Dong suddenly realized what was going on and hurriedly went upstairs to pack. He then poked his head out again. "Master, could you bring Zuozuo and Yu along? Having them help out will give me some free time." Yu Yuzi glanced at the 2 brothers, who were both grateful and apprehensive. "Why bring these 2 good-for-nothings?" "I'm lazy." "What a lazybones," Yuko cursed. "Take it with you." The church was quickly tidied up. Aside from miscellaneous items on the 2nd floor, only 1 carriage was packed. Yi Dong tied the reins to the black cloth-covered horse, and then led over 2 ordinary horses, 1 on each side. "Master, where do the monsters go during the day?" Yi Dong asked. Yu Yuzi popped a grape into her mouth and replied casually. The dark world is divided into two layers. The eternal night layer is inhabited by monsters, and the vitality layer is the human world. Humans can traverse both layers, while other races can only stay in the eternal night layer. The daytime is the life layer, Yidong suddenly realized. You go first after dawn, and I'll take you to the town of Duluan in the east, Yu Yuzi added. I'm going to get something, Yidong wanted to ask, but was interrupted by her stop talking nonsense. Soon, dawn broke, and Yu Yuzi had vanished. A single, dark lamp hung from its horn, burning oil that smelled of blood. Yidong guessed it could stay in the daytime because of this lamp. Let's go. Just as Yidong was about to mount his horse, the dark-skinned man suddenly kicked him from the side, causing him to fall to the ground, clutching his stomach. Damn it, you petty jerk. I just glanced at your gender, and you're holding a grudge. The dark-skinned man stuck out his tongue provocatively and dragged the carriage away. Yidong quickly chased after him, while Zuiyu and Yu reluctantly followed on horseback. Meanwhile, the Imperial cult knights arrived in Candlelight Town, and the townspeople gathered to see the Virgin Mary, who was heavily protected. She was dressed in white, wore a hood, and possessed a graceful figure that made the men swallow hard. Don't let outsiders near the Holy Mother, Captain Lifefoam ordered. He knew that the Holy Mother had a strong suppressive effect on monsters, but was afraid of human attacks, so they had to be on high alert. Welcome, Holy Mother. The burly Andre blocked the way. I am Chief Andre, and accommodations have been prepared. May I see the Holy Mother up close? Heretics, kill them all. Lifefoam thrust his spear into Andre's chest, but Andre seemed unaffected, his gaze fixed on the Virgin Mary. The surrounding townspeople, their eyes filled with strange light, slowly approached. They're already dead. Protect the Virgin Mary. Lifefoam roared, his spear piercing Andre's skull. The knights also cut down the townspeople, blood flowing freely. Suddenly, the blood began to writhe, forming a large target, and a deep prayer echoed. Golden Dragon God, we beg you to become a god and deliver us from our suffering. It's a sacrificial ritual. Kill the monster that's praying. Gale shouted. The knight kicked open the door and, sure enough, saw the serpent's offspring praying, a blood-red candle hanging around its neck. This would lure the monster to the life-giving lair. Although the nearby snake offspring had been killed, the target was beginning to take shape, and the prayers continued in the distance. Lifefoam rushed to the Holy Mother's side. Please make your move. The Holy Mother looked up and nodded, white ripples spreading beneath her feet as she took a step. The target blurred, and the prayers became chaotic. She walked towards the direction of the prayers, bumping into Jiao Qi. Jiao Qi's face was ashen. Neither Black Mountain Old Sheep nor Yu Yuzi had come. Only the Divine Dragon cult remained, a lone force. He began to pray. Great Pregnancy Goddess, help me seal the enemy. But the Holy Mother showed no reaction. He prayed again, still to no avail. Seeing the Holy Mother walk 10 meters away, Jiao Qi cursed. To hell with your pregnancy cult leader. No sooner had Jiao Qi finished cursing than the Holy Mother lightly struck him in the chest with her palm. He was instantly sent flying backward, spitting out blood. Seeing the Holy Mother closing in, and with no hope of hitting the target, Jiao Qi cried out in despair. If they had been willing to help me, things wouldn't have come to this. He plunged his hand into his chest, ripped out his heart, and roared in his dying breath. True dragon who roams the darkness. I use my blood as a catalyst to kill what I hate. Jiao Qi collapsed, a thick aura of blood filling the air, the target gradually becoming clearer. The Holy Mother stopped, a dark red liquid seeping from the ground. This was the so-called true dragon. In reality, a bloodthirsty dragon. A vermin. The Holy Mother waved her sleeve, her white robe billowing as she tried to entangle the bloodthirsty dragon, but it broke free and roared as it charged. On the other side, Yidong, heading east, frowned and blew his nose. Ugh, stinks. Who farted? Apostle Yi, we're behind. It wasn't us, Zwazwa said. Yidong immediately looked at He Bulongdong, who turned around and let out a loud fart. Hey Bulongdong, it really is you. Yidong covered his nose and spurred his horse away. The group could only follow He Bulongdong to find the town of Duluan, fearing they would be stranded before nightfall. The sun quickly set, and they were still in the woods, with no sign of the town. You've led us the wrong way. Yidong cursed, but the darkness ignored him. The blood-red candle on the unicorn's horn had been replaced by a dim yellow oil lamp. Just then, Yu patted him on the shoulder. Apostle Yi, there are footsteps behind us. Yidong slowed his horse and indeed heard faint sounds. He called to He Bulongdong, and the group drew closer, looking behind them by the light of the oil lamp. blood-red eyes flashed intermittently in the darkness, like monsters before a church. Soon, several monsters entered the light. A hunchback, a dwarf, a living dead, all emaciated and ragged, clearly refugee monsters. They approached, some already crouching, ready to attack. Apostle Yi, what do we do? Zuo panicked. Yi Dong panicked and could only throw out the pink teddy bear from his arms. Master, don't trick me. The teddy bear landed without moving. He had just cursed. Damn it. The master tricked me again, when a bear roar suddenly rang out. The teddy bear instantly grew to 3 meters tall, flattening the head of the foremost monster with one slap, and then smashing several other approaching monsters. The red light in the darkness vanished instantly, and the monsters retreated in defeat. The giant bear shrunk back to a cub, which Yi Dong quickly picked up. Looking at the 5 corpses on the ground, Yi Dong had an idea. He instructed Zui Yu and Yu Yu to cut off the flesh from each corpse, shape it into 5 meatballs, and after infusing them with souls, toss them into the darkness. A scramble could be heard in the darkness, but it quickly subsided. Yi Dong mounted his horse, and the group continued their slow westward journey. After walking for another half hour, a commotion and monstrous laughter echoed from the darkness ahead. Yi Dong signaled to the gloomy scene to slow down, and soon a dozen oil lamps appeared, forming a continuous line. A group of monsters were resting. In the center sat a bloodthirsty hunter with crimson muscles, laughing and talking while holding a wine jug. A bloodthirsty hunter. Yi Dong was startled. Why was he also fleeing with his men? The blood hunter also spotted them, stood up and laughed. The pregnant cult leader's people? Where's your cult leader? You're just wandering around with 2 little fatties. The cult leader had to leave first, and told us to wait for her in Duluan town, Yi Dong said, trying to appear calm. So they really escaped. Lock Street's probably been razed to the ground by now. Bloodhunter took a swig of his drink. I'm going to Toronto too. There's a branch there. He glanced at the red light behind Yi Dong. You've got a lot of scum following you. Want to help clean them up? No need. I can handle it. Yi Dong breathed a sigh of relief. These are war orphans. They've lost their minds from living in darkness for so long, the blood hunter explained. Yi Dong glanced at the dark oil lamp, thinking that it not only provided light, but also connected to reason, but he didn't dare ask any more questions, only nodding in agreement. Get up. Time to get going. We'll reach Dorantown tomorrow, the blood hunter shouted, and the monsters quickly packed up. He then invited Yi Dong to travel with him. It'll be good to travel together, and we can look out for each other on the road. Who knows? We might even be able to cooperate with your pregnancy god cult once we get there. Yi Dong hesitated for a moment before agreeing. With the blood hunters escorting them, the refugee monsters behind them dared not follow. Zwa and Yu Yu whispered, he's quite easy to talk to. Yi Dong reminded them. His politeness is only because he's afraid of the cult leader. Otherwise, we'd be roasted alive. After traveling for over 10 hours, stopping and starting, candlelight finally appeared ahead. The town of Doran had arrived. The monsters cheered, and Yi Dong breathed a sigh of relief. After exchanging pleasantries with the blood hunter, the 2 sides parted ways, with Black Cloth leading the way to find a new base. The town of Duluan was eerie, with oil lamps scattered like stars. The monsters on the road looked at Yi Dong with disgust, but the darkness prevented them from attacking. The narrow alley could only accommodate 1 carriage at a time, and Yi Dong was worried about passing another vehicle when he heard the sound of glass bottles clattering ahead. A hunched figure pulled a cart piled high with bottles. As the figure stopped, a bottle rolled to Yi Dong's feet. Silence fell between them. The atmosphere was awkward. Yi Dong dismounted, picked up the bottle, and put it back, smiling. Good evening, sir. I'm not a gentleman. The figure looked up, revealing an old woman's face, which surprisingly resembled a human's. Hello, Grandma. Yi Dong changed his address. Will you let me pass? Or should I? The old woman's voice was hoarse. I'll let you pass. Yi Dong gestured for the dark figure to step back, making way at the crossroads. The old woman didn't speak, walking straight into the darkness. We're all human. Why should we let her have it? Zwizwa asked, puzzled. Can an ordinary person walk in the dark? We're already uneasy with Black Cloth. How can she be an ordinary person? Yi Dong said. The group continued walking, and soon Black Cloth stopped in front of a 2-story villa in the western part of the town. 2 oil lamps were lit in front of the villa. Just as Yi Dong asked, did we lead you the wrong way? Black Cloth hissed at the villa. The door clicked open, and a childish voice came from the crack. Welcome, I am the cult leader's eagle. Yi Dong looked down and saw a crow the size of his palm, its red eyes glaring at him. Don't stand there. A powerful demon hunter has infiltrated the town. He kills anything he sees. Come on in. After Yi Dong finished unloading the goods, everyone sat in the living room. and He Bialongdong curled up in front of the stove to sleep. Tell me about Dwuluan Town, Yidong asked Crow. There's a street called Dodgy in the north. That monster can change its appearance, and she's a prostitute, Crow said, only adding impatiently when pressed about human towns. There are some on the outskirts of the ruined mountains. Yidong, contemplating collecting human wisdom and souls to develop his followers, got up and went upstairs to tidy his room. There are cunning rats in the house. Be careful, the crow warned, but Yidong ignored it. In his eyes, rats were nothing more than toys to be stepped on. The second floor contained bedrooms, a kitchen, and other rooms, all covered in dust. Yidong was hungry, so he started cleaning the kitchen, muttering, the cult leader should have had the crows clean it beforehand. Suddenly, a squeaking sound came from the cupboard. He opened the door and saw a fat rat carrying cheese, running away as soon as it saw him. Just as Yidong was about to grab the cheese, a toothpick tied with a string shot out and pierced it. From the shadows of the cupboard, another mouse was pulling the cheese by the string. The fleeing mouse turned back to help, and the two mice worked together to snatch the cheese. Yidong grabbed the cheese, making the mouse glare angrily. Another mouse calmed it down and scurried into the darkness. After cleaning the kitchen, he prepared to make cheese and egg rice. Just as he raised his knife, a mouse appeared, seemingly equipped with a 3D maneuver gear, and lunged at him for a toothpick knife. Yidong dodged, but the mouse charged again, while another seized the opportunity to grab the cheese and escape. Yidong slapped the rat that was in midair down and grabbed the one that had run away. The two rats stared longingly at the cheese, full of resentment. Yidong couldn't bear it, so he opened the window and threw them out, sighing, even the rats in this world have become clever. As he spoke, he cut the cheese into pieces and put it in the pan, and the aroma filled the air. Chapter 18: The Ugly Dog Leonardo da Vinci. The aroma of cheese and scrambled eggs with rice quickly filled the entire kitchen, and Yidong looked at the golden scrambled eggs in the pot with satisfaction. After setting the plates, Yidong took the food downstairs. Wow, Apostle Yi, it smells so good. Yes, we're all starving. The two chubby boys' eyes lit up when they saw the steaming hot food. Zwazwa got up and placed the already cooked meat in front of He Bialongdong before sitting down at the table. Yidong served each of them a large bowl and also served himself a bowl. The three of them sat at the table in the living room, eating and chatting. After dinner, tidy up the first floor, including your rooms, the kitchen, and the dark rooms. Understood, Apostle Yi. The two chubby boys nodded, acting like children in front of Yidong, even though they were only teenagers. By the way, what about that crow? Doesn't it eat? Zwazwa asked curiously. Eagles eat insects, not human food. A crow had flown to the doorway sometime earlier and was now perched on the doorframe, swaying back and forth. You just said there are rats in this house? I just ran into two, and they were pretty fierce, Yidong asked while eating. It's more than just impressive. There are at least 1,000 rats in this house. They've formed a kingdom, the crow said with an air of importance. 8,000. Yidong almost spat out his food. Damn, so many? That's right, and these rats are very smart. They can make tools, set up formations, and cooperate. They are simply the elite of the rat world. Zwazwa swallowed a mouthful of rice and asked curiously, then why are they here? Because they were the previous owner's pets. The crow shook its wings. That owner was a strange guy who collected all sorts of intelligent animals and then conducted various experiments to make them even smarter. And where is the homeowner now? Yidong continued to ask. The crow suddenly fell silent, a hint of confusion and fear flashing in its small eyes. I don't remember very well. It clutched its little head with its wings in anguish. It seems like I was eaten by Yuko? What? Yidong's eyes widened in shock. The cult leader eats people? No. The crow was even more distressed. I can't remember. My head hurts every time I think about it. Anyway, the homeowner died, and these rats became ownerless pets and have been living here ever since. Yidong and Zwazwa looked at each other, both feeling a chill run down their spines. Forget it. Let's not talk about this anymore. The crow shook its head. Anyway, just be careful of these rats. They won't harm people, but they are very protective of their food. If you touch their things, they will never let you off the hook. I just took a piece of cheese, Yidong said awkwardly. Then you're finished, the crow said gloatingly. These rats are the most vengeful. They're probably already plotting their revenge on you. Do you think I'm afraid of them? Yidong shrugged, completely unconcerned. After dinner, Zwazwa and Yu started tidying up the first floor, while Yidong went back upstairs to continue tidying up the bedroom. Although he said he wasn't afraid of mice, Yidong was still somewhat wary. After all, even the crows say these rats have become spirits. Who knows what kind of trouble they might cause? He first tidied up the cult leader's room, making the bed and wiping the tables and chairs clean. During this time, he discovered several rats secretly observing him from the corner of the wall. As soon as they saw his gaze, they fled frantically, just like ordinary rats seeing a cat. Looking at your mother? Yidong muttered to himself. Then he started tidying up his room. There were many old boxes piled up in the room, and Yidong planned to clear them out to make room. After several more hours of work, Yidong finally managed to tidy up the second floor to a decent standard, making it a place where people could begin to settle in. Yidong was lying on the cult leader's bed, testing its comfort level, when he heard Zhuozhua's shouts coming from downstairs. Apostle Yi, the leader has returned. Yidong quickly got out of bed, tidied the sheets he had messed up, and hurried downstairs. In the living room, Yuyuko was sitting on the sofa wearing a black robe, while a crow perched on her hand, cawing incessantly. Master, look how clean this place is. It was all cleaned by your most loyal eagles. Left and right, they stood aside, not daring to utter a word. Without any voice, they could only be bullied like lambs. Bullshit. Yidong grabbed the crow by the neck and lifted it into the air. Cough, cough, cough. Let me go? You filthy bastard. The crow struggled frantically, but Yidong's grip was too strong, and the crow couldn't break free. Zhuozhua and I have been cleaning for so long, and you dare to steal the credit? Bullshit. I was the one who cleaned it. Master, execute this human immediately. Yu Yuzi frowned, and the next second, a ghostly claw emerged from Yidong's body and slammed the crow to the ground. Black smoke billowed, and crows let out painful cries. Besides me, Yidong, you're the most powerful person in the church, understand? Yu Yuzi said coldly. I know. Oh dear, master, I deserve to die. Crow hurriedly begged for mercy, and only then did Yu Yuzi stop. Yidong chuckled gloatingly, squatted down in front of Yu Yuzi, and was about to speak when he suddenly smelled a faint fishy stench. Master, you should take a bath. Get lost. Yu Yuzi tapped Yidong on the head. Woof! A dog barked, and Yidong peeked out and saw an extremely ugly black dog squatting behind the sofa. The dog's fur was a mess, its eyes were different sizes, and its mouth was crooked, making it look like it had been caught in a door. Let me introduce him to you. His name is Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci? Yidong was taken aback. The name and the dog's appearance were in stark contrast. This name has a very artistic feel to it. However, the next second, a faint stench wafted over. Yidong took a half step back without making a sound, secretly complaining to himself that this dog was not only ugly, but also smelled bad. He wondered where the cult leader had picked it up from. What? You don't like it? Yu Yuzi seemed to have noticed Yidong's thoughts. Dislike. It's okay, I don't mind either. Yidong. I almost thought the cult leader was an animal welfare organization. Yuyuko didn't continue the topic, but said directly, have you rested enough? It's time to get back to work. Master, I've been busy until now. Yidong smiled and glared at Yu Yuzi. Well, it's no big deal to keep busy for a while longer. Yu Yuzi rolled her eyes at him. The residents of Dwuluan Town don't know about our pregnancy god cult yet. You need to go to each household to say hello and promote our business. Yidong immediately understood. They meant he had to go out and do sales. Master, am I, a human, going door to door in a place like this, just throwing my life away? Yidong said, somewhat flustered. I used to do this job, but now that you're Kira, it's naturally your job. Yuyuko said matter-of-factly. Besides, you're not going alone. Da Vinci will be with you to protect you. Yidong looked down at the ugly black dog, feeling even more uncertain. This thing can protect me? Yuyuko glanced at him. Is the 8th sequence enough? The 8th sequence? Yidong stared wide-eyed at the crooked-mouthed black dog at his feet in disbelief. This guy is actually a powerhouse in the 8th sequence? Is it a level higher than my own 9th sequence? Da Vinci seemed to understand their conversation, wagged its tail at Yidong, and gave a smile. Okay, I'll go. Yidong sighed. Anyway, with Little Bear around, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Yu Yuzi nodded in satisfaction and took out an oil lamp from her bosom, handing it to Yidong. Take this. You'll need light when you're outside at night. Yidong took the oil lamp and examined it curiously. Previously, he had only observed it from afar, but now that he held it in his hand, Yidong discovered that the oil inside had a strange pale yellow color and emitted an indescribable smell. Master, what kind of oil is used in this lamp? A human oil lamp, Yuyuko said calmly. Guess what kind of oil it is? Yidong instantly felt a chill rise up his spine. Human oil lamp. This name doesn't sound very good. I think I'll stop guessing, Yidong said with a dry laugh. Knowing too much about some things isn't good for your health. Smart. Yuyuko stood up. Go ahead, and remember to be polite. After all, they are all potential clients. Yidong, carrying the oil lamp, looked at Leonardo da Vinci at his feet and took a deep breath. Let's go, Leonardo da Vinci. Let's go knock on the door. Chapter 19, Old Reptiles. The nights in the town of Doran are much quieter than on Lock Street, with only a few oil lamps flickering on the streets. Yi Dong carried a human oil lamp, with Leonardo da Vinci beside him. The two of them walked slowly along the street. Let's start with the one next door. Yi Dong looked at the house next to the church, where beautiful music was coming from. It was the sound of a violin, its melody elegant and melodious, standing out starkly in this world filled with monsters. Yi Dong walked to the door and waited for the music to stop before politely knocking. Knock, knock, knock. A moment later, the door was opened. Appearing before Yi Dong was an elegant gentleman in a tuxedo, whose upper body looked completely human, but whose lower body consisted of 8 red octopus tentacles. He was also holding a beautiful violin in his hands, and his whole being exuded a classical artistic aura. Elite monsters, ancient reptiles. Yi Dong quickly recalled the monster illustrations he had seen in the church. These monsters were much stronger than the common ones and usually possessed considerable intelligence. Good evening, sir. Yi Dong tried to appear calm, with a professional smile on his face. I'm a new neighbor who lives in the church next door. The old reptile scrutinized Yi Dong with its deep eyes. Then its gaze fell on Leonardo da Vinci. Ah, what a beautiful dog. His voice was deep and magnetic. What's its name? Da Vinci, Yi Dong replied. What a fine name, the old reptile said with a smile, then looked back at Yi Dong. So, sir, what brings you here so late at night? Here's the thing. We are the pregnancy god cult, dedicated to helping those in need fulfill their wish of having children. Yi Dong began his sales pitch. For just 10 gold coins, you can have your own offspring, the breed of which depends on the flesh and blood you provide for us, with a success rate of up to 100%. The fertility cult? The old crawler pondered for a moment. It sounds like an interesting religion, but I'm not planning to have children right now. Maybe I'll visit them when I need to in the future. Of course, no problem. You're welcome anytime. Yi Dong was about to take his leave when the old reptile suddenly spoke up. However, since we're new neighbors, why don't you come in and sit down? I was just practicing a new piece of music. I can play it for you. Alarm bells rang in Yi Dong's mind. In a place like this, an invitation from a strange monster is definitely not a good thing. But if he refused, he looked into the deep eyes of the old reptile and felt a chill creep down his spine. A strong premonition told him that if he refused now, he would die. Well, then I'll have to bother you, Yi Dong said, forcing himself to speak. The old crawler nodded in satisfaction and stepped aside to clear the doorway. Yi Dong carried the oil lamp into the room, with Da Vinci wagging its tail behind him. The room was filled with all sorts of musical instruments: piano, cello, flute, harp. It was practically a small concert hall. Please have a seat. The old reptile gestured to a chair in the center of the room. After Yi Dong sat down, Da Vinci wandered around the room curiously, sniffing this and touching that from time to time. The old crawler rested the violin on its shoulder, saying, I hope you like it. The beautiful music started again, even more melodious and even more hypnotic than before. After listening to just a few notes, Yi Dong felt dizzy and his eyelids began to feel heavy. No, he bit his tongue hard, and the sharp pain instantly brought him back to his senses. But when he opened his eyes again, the scene around him had completely changed. He stood in front of a familiar assembly line, wearing headphones with music playing from them. Screws constantly pass by on the conveyor belt, and his job is to tighten them. Yi Dong, what are you doing? An angry voice rang out behind him. Yi Dong turned around and saw the factory supervisor pointing his finger at him and cursing loudly. What are you looking at? Get to work. If you dawdle any longer, I'll dock your pay. Yi Dong looked blankly at everything familiar around him, his head feeling a little throbbing. He felt like he had a very long dream in which he was in a world full of darkness and monsters, where he met very nice people and experienced some very interesting things. But now the dream is over. It's time to return to reality. Yi Dong mechanically walked back to the assembly line and reached for a screw on the conveyor belt. But at that moment, he suddenly stopped moving. Wait, I never listen to music while I'm working. Yi Dong took off his headphones, and the music stopped abruptly. In an instant, the entire factory began to collapse. The walls turned into fragments and scattered, the assembly line disappeared, and the angry supervisor burst like a bubble. He was still sitting in that chair. The old reptiles had stopped playing and were looking at him with a surprised expression. The music is very beautiful, Yi Dong said calmly, as if nothing had happened. May I ask what the song is called? Let's go home. The old reptile put down its violin. What do you think? Great. Yi Dong stood up. But it's getting late, so we won't bother you any longer. Of course, you're welcome to come again next time. Yi Dong left the room with Da Vinci, and behind them came the whisper of the old reptile. What a resilient soul. Chapter 20 Pharmacy Apprentice. After stepping out of the old reptile's house, Yi Dong couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. Damn it, I almost ended up back at the factory tightening screws. He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Da Vinci, why didn't you remind me? Da Vinci tilted his head and glanced at him, as if to say, you're not in any danger. Why should I care? Yi Dong shook his head speechlessly, picked up the oil lamp, and continued walking forward. Okay, the first one was a success. At least it wasn't eaten up. Next, he looked at a small house across the street, where a faint blue light shone from the windows. Let's go check out that one. This is a pharmacy. A green oil lamp hangs at the entrance, and through the window you can see that the inside is filled with bottles and jars of various colors. Knock, knock, knock. Yi Dong knocked on the door, and it was opened quickly. The person who opened the door was a human boy who looked to be 16 or 17 years old. He was wearing a clean white robe, and although his face was a little pale, he seemed to be in good spirits. Good evening, sir, the young man said politely. Is there anything I can help you with? Yi Dong was stunned for a moment, not expecting to encounter such a normal human being in a place like this. Hello, I'm your new neighbor. I live in the church over there. Yi Dong pointed to the distance. We are the fertility cult, dedicated to helping those who want to have children. The pregnancy cult? The young man thought for a moment. It sounds interesting, but I don't need children yet. I'm just an apprentice. An apprentice? Yi Dong asked curiously. Where is your master? Master has gone out to purchase materials and won't be back until next month. The boy smiled shyly. But master often says he wants a child. Perhaps you could try again next time? That's great. Yi Dong nodded, his gaze falling on the colorful potion bottles in the shop. What kind of potions do you sell here? The boy's eyes lit up instantly, and he took a step back to let Yi Dong in. We have all sorts of potions here. Like this, the boy picked up a bottle of purple potion, a rapid healing potion that can heal any external injury in minutes. But what? However, the way the wound heals might look a bit unique. The boy said somewhat embarrassedly. Last time, a customer was slashed, and after drinking this potion, the wound did heal, but an eye grew on the scar. Yi Dong's eye twitched. Anything else? Of course. The boy excitedly picked up another bottle. This is a voice-changing potion. Drinking it will make your voice any way you want, and it will last for an hour. Sounds good. But it also has some side effects. What side effects? Yi Dong asked curiously. It may lead to gender transformation. Yi Dong. And this, an invisibility potion, can make you invisible for half an hour, but it will emit a peculiar smell. What does it taste like? It smells like rotten eggs, the boy honestly replied. Yi Dong. Oh right. The boy suddenly remembered something and took out a bottle of shimmering silver potion from deep inside the cabinet. This is my latest invention, the rock potion. Rock potion. Yi Dong looked at the bottle of potion with curiosity. That's right. After drinking it, your whole body will emit dazzling light. Like a spotlight on a stage, it's definitely a great way to show off, the boy excitedly introduced. And there will even be background music. Yi Dong's eyes lit up as he suddenly thought of the group of clever rats in his house. If Yi Dong gave them this medicine, he didn't know how they would hide. It's good to buy a bottle to leave a good impression. Otherwise, it would be a complete waste of their time. How much is this? 1 gold coin. Yi Dong nodded and took out a gold coin, handing it over. For the pregnancy god cult, this amount of money is really small. After all, each customer is worth 10 gold coins, and the pregnancy god cult's monthly gold coin turnover can easily exceed 100. 100 gold coins have the purchasing power of 1 million in the previous life, which shows how quickly the church can make money. After receiving the potion, Yi Dong bid a satisfied farewell to the enthusiastic potion apprentice and, with the silent Da Vinci, continued on to the next shop. The third place was a restaurant, and the rich aroma of meat wafted out, making Yi Dong swallow hard. A red oil lamp hung by the door, and through the window, you could see smoke billowing inside and hear the clanging of pots and pans. Yi Dong knocked lightly on the door, and a rough roar came from inside. Who is it? So late at night. The door was violently pulled open, and a huge pig's head appeared in front of Yi Dong. This is a pig-headed human who is nearly 2 meters tall, covered in fat, wearing a greasy apron, and holding a gleaming kitchen knife in his hand. Mixed fish, pig chef. Human. The pig chef glared impatiently at Yi Dong, his small eyes filled with malice. Whose pet is this, coming to disturb my cooking so late at night instead of sleeping? Hello sir, I am. I don't care who you are. Pig chef interrupted Yi Dong. Can't you see I'm busy? Go find your master and play. As he spoke, Pig Chef was about to close the door. Yi Dong quickly reached out to stop him. Wait. I'm a new neighbor. We're from the pregnancy cult, and we specialize in helping. The pregnancy god cult? What utter nonsense. Pig Chef was even more furious. I hate you proselytizers the most. Sir, please let me finish speaking. Listen to your mother's head. The Pig Chef was completely enraged, raising his cleaver and hacking at Yidong. I'll turn you into a human meat bun today. Holy shit. Fortunately, Yidong was prepared and quickly threw the teddy bear out of his arms. The little bear grew rapidly and pounced on the Pig Chef, who then slashed down at it. With a thud, the Pig Chef was tackled to the ground by the little bear, whose gaping maw viciously tore at its face. Little bear is awesome. Fight this super bear to death. Yidong cheered from the side. But the little bear was no match for the pig. With a ripping sound, it was kicked away by the Pig Chef and fell to the ground with a gash on its chest, from which bright red blood gushed out. The little bear tried to get up, but before it could even stand up, it turned into a little doll. Pig Chef got up, grinned, and charged at Yidong, raising the cleaver high in his hand. Yidong was so frightened that he quickly backed away, but the cleaver was too fast and was about to chop off his head. Just then, Leonardo da Vinci, who had been watching the show from the sidelines, suddenly opened his mouth and let out a low bark. Woof! The bark sounded ordinary, but the cleaver in the Pig Chef's hand suddenly began to twist and deform, the originally gleaming blade turning into a black, wriggling mass. What the hell? Pig Chef tried to shake off the thing in his hand in horror, but the black substance seemed to have a life of its own, quickly spreading to his arm and beginning to wrap around and tighten. What is this thing? The Pig Chef screamed in terror, desperately trying to break free. Yidong was dumbfounded. Was this the skill of Leonardo da Vinci? Can a random shout turn a weapon into this bizarre thing? Go da Vinci. Kill it. But Leonardo da Vinci just glanced at him like he was an idiot, then wagged his tail and ran away quickly. Useless Leonardo da Vinci. Chapter 21 The Eagle Displays Divine Power. Yidong and Leonardo da Vinci ran all the way until they reached the church entrance before stopping. Huff, huff, huff. Yidong gasped for breath, supporting his knees. Damn it, this sales job is too dangerous. Da Vinci leisurely wagged his tail beside him and even stuck out his tongue to lick his lips. Just as Yidong was about to push the door open, a deafening roar came from behind him. Stop right there. You bastard. I'm going to stew you all. Looking back, I saw Pig Chef rushing towards me with a cleaver in hand. Although the cleaver was still wriggling slightly, it had clearly regained most of its functionality. And this guy looked even angrier, with fire blazing in his small eyes and his fangs bared. Why did this guy chase after us? Yidong hurriedly pushed the door, but it wouldn't budge. Open the door, Eagle. Help! Yidong shouted, banging on the door. A groggy, complaining voice came from the doorframe. What's all the noise? Can't the birds sleep at night? Yidong looked up and saw a crow perched on the door frame, one wing draped over its eye to block out the light, looking exactly like it had just been woken up. Open the door. A mad pig is trying to kill me. A mad pig. The crow groggily raised its wings. Where's the mad pig? Oh my god. When it saw the Pig Chef rushing towards it, it instantly sobered up. The little crow suddenly stood up, its feathers standing on end, and its originally black eyes began to turn red, like two burning beads of blood. Who is this trash, daring to run wild on my turf? The crow's voice became low and hoarse, completely unlike its previous childish tone. As soon as it finished speaking, the temperature on the entire street seemed to drop a few degrees. The once menacing Pig Chef suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. It instinctively stopped and looked around to find the source of the danger. When its gaze fell on the little crow on the door frame, its whole body began to tremble uncontrollably. No, impossible, the Pig Chef stammered. You're just an ordinary crow. You're not it. Ordinary. A strange smile curved the crow's lips, and its blood-red eyes grew brighter and brighter. I am an eagle. Make yourself stupid. The Pig Chef let out a shrill scream. The cleaver in his hand fell to the ground, and he collapsed to his knees with a thud. The next second, a void was reflected in the Pig Chef's eyes. It mechanically and frantically kowtowed, its forehead quickly bleeding, but it didn't stop. After kowtowing dozens of times, the Pig Chef got up and left in a daze, not even bothering to pick up his own kitchen knife. Only after its figure completely disappeared did the crow retract its imposing aura, and the bloodlust in its eyes faded. Phew! It let out a long sigh and returned to its harmless appearance. Seriously, it's disturbing my sleep. Yidong stared at all in disbelief, and it took him a long time to come back to his senses. Eagle, what is your strength? The 8th sequence, the crow said dismissively, preening its feathers. Damn, how come everyone here is better than me? Yidong was speechless. It was one thing for Da Vinci, a dog, to be at a higher level than him. But now even the eagle was at a higher level than him. Why hasn't the goddess of pregnancy appeared in my dream yet? Hurry up and give me the way to advance to the 8th sequence. Why hide it? Are you keeping it to generate smaller sequences? Yidong was speechless. Crow opened the door and led Da Vinci inside. How's the sales going? The crow asked curiously. Don't even mention it. Yidong plopped down on the sofa. The first place almost hypnotized me into an idiot. The third place almost chopped me up and made me into dumplings. The second place was relatively normal. I just bought a bottle of medicine. Oh, what kind of medicine did you buy? Yidong pulled out the sparkling bottle of rock potion. Rock potion? It said that drinking it will make your whole body glow. Why did you buy this thing? To deal with the rats. Yidong smiled mysteriously. Later, I'll show those rats what it's like to be a time-traveling machine from another world driving on the national highway with its high beams on and horn blaring. Crow. How can this thing have such a peculiar thought process? And what was he babbling on about? Yidong put away the medicine, straightened his clothes, and went upstairs. He pondered how to persuade Yuko to retract her decision without disliking himself. After all, what's the point of selling this stuff? He almost got sent back to the factory to tighten screws, and he was chased all over the street by a pig. If he kept selling, Yidong didn't know how many more ways he could die. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Yuko's icy voice rang out. Yidong pushed open the door and entered. Yuz was sitting on the bed reading a book, the title of which was Training Manual, 100 Ways to Make a Disobedient Dog Obey. Yidong didn't believe the dog in the story referred to Leonardo da Vinci. Master, are you reading? Yidong closed the door behind him. Nonsense. Yuko didn't even look up. Yidong smiled awkwardly. How many companies did you sell to? Why are you back so soon? Not bad. We've promoted it to several stores, and everyone is very interested in our pregnancy god cult, Yidong said, forcing a smile. Really? Yuz put down her book, her purple eyes looking at Yidong. How many is several? Well, about 7 or 8, I guess. Yidong said guiltily. Liar. Yuko's voice was even colder. You only went to 3 places, right? Yidong. Damn it. How does the cult leader know everything? All right, just 3. Yidong was completely convinced. But I almost killed the cult leader. The first one almost hypnotized me into an idiot, and the third one wanted to chop me up and make dumplings. Do you know how hard I worked? Yidong started playing the victim. That pig-headed chef chased me for 2 blocks with a cleaver. If it weren't for Eagle's intervention, you wouldn't be seeing me now. So I think I might not be suited for sales work. How about we try a different approach? For example, Yuz put down her book and looked at Yidong. For example, posting small advertisements. Yidong couldn't help but marvel at his own ingenuity, having actually come up with the idea of posting small advertisements. Don't you know how to use your own power yet? Yuko looked at him with a half-smile. Huh. Yidong looked completely bewildered. This has nothing to do with my power. Posting small advertisements is more efficient. Then guess why I asked you to do sales? Because you're lazy, master. Ikuko. I wanted to train you, you bastard. Chapter 22. The soul and stomach of a rat are not intelligent souls. What do you lack most right now? Yuko asked in return. Yidong thought for a moment. We lack intelligent souls. Flesh and blood are everywhere, but intelligent souls are hard to come by. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuz casually waved her hand, and a black ghost claw shot out from the ground, heading straight for the bed. Squeak! A shrill squeal rang out, and the ghostly claw quickly dragged out a gray rat. The mouse struggled frantically, its little paws flailing in the air, and it made angry squeaks. The ghost claw released its grip, and the mouse immediately rushed back under the bed, only to be dragged out again by the ghost claw. This cycle repeated until the ghostly claw released its grip for the 3rd time. The rat stopped running, ceased its movements, and began frantically kowtowing towards the ghostly claw. Knock, 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 knock. The little head hit the floor with a crisp sound, while a pleading squeak came from its mouth. As Yidong watched this scene, it felt like a bolt of lightning had struck his mind. Holy crap, so that's how it is. He slapped his thigh. These rats have intelligent souls too. Are we still short of them? Yuko asked casually. We don't need any more. Yidong rubbed his hands together, his eyes shining. Master, do you mean I should build a monster army and then dominate the dark world? You're overthinking it. Yuko poured cold water on the idea without any mercy. You can't create an army. Huh? What? Yidong immediately deflated. Those children conceived through you may believe in you, but they will not obey your commands, Yuko explained. Faith is not the same as complete obedience. They are just a disorganized bunch. Just like all the Kira in the dark world believe in the true God, but few of them respect him. Not cursing him is the last respect they can show him. Yidong. Damn it. All that excitement for nothing. Don't be disappointed. Yu Yuzi looked at Yi Dong's bitter face and explained, although they don't obey your commands, when they advance to Kira, the things they sacrifice to you will allow you to gain a portion of their power. Really? Yi Dong's eyes lit up again. So I can become stronger just by lying down? Theoretically, yes. But aren't they meant to be sacrificed to the true God? Won't the true God be angry? All the Kira in the dark world worship the true God, but the true God is too lazy to care, so everyone basically ignores its existence. Yu Yuko continued. Most Kira have no other faith and offer all their sacrifices to the true God. But if they have other faiths, the true God will only take half, and the rest will go to the God they worship. Yidong suddenly understood. So, I just need to wait? Then how do they get promoted? I'm not going to provide a pathway. You must learn to feel the connection with those children with your heart, and then you will be able to meet them, Yuko said. As for the means, you need to create it yourself with the power of faith. Creating a path using the power of faith? Yidong's eyes widened. Where is it? I don't feel it at all. You'll be able to feel it once you establish a connection with them. Master, you're too awesome. All right, that's enough for now. Yuko picked up the book again. Master, tell me more. I'm curious. If you keep asking, you'll be dragged to a meeting with the gods, and you're a dead man for a fake. I won't ask anymore. Yidong immediately shut up. Yidong ran up behind Yuzi and started massaging her. Master, are your shoulders sore? Let me massage them for you. Go and put the chain on. Okay. An hour later, Yidong left the room, rubbing his aching wrists. After massaging the cult leader for so long, his wrist felt like it was about to break. Next, Yidong's eyes and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile. The unlucky ones were those rats. Yidong rushed to the kitchen and began making his mousetrap. He cooked a big pot of fragrant cheese fried rice. The golden rice grains mixed with the rich aroma of cheese looked incredibly appetizing. After you eat this, let's see where you can hide now. Yidong chuckled wickedly as he poured the entire bottle of rock and roll potion into the potion and stirred it vigorously. The silver potion blended with the cheese fried rice and looked normal, but Yidong could already imagine the terrible fate that would ensue after the rats ate it. He carried the pot of biological weapon downstairs and placed it in a relatively secluded corner. We absolutely cannot do it on the second floor, otherwise it will be so noisy that Yuzi will hang him up and beat him. Left, right. Da Vinci, come here, all of you. 2 chubby boys and an ugly dog quickly surrounded them. Apostle Yi, what is it? A rat will run out in a bit. You guys need to help me catch it. Understood. So you nodded. Da Vinci tilted his head and looked at Yidong without saying anything. Eagle, come and help too. Yidong shouted to the crow on the door frame. Snoring. The crow was perched on the door frame, its wings covering its eyes, sleeping like a dead pig, and wouldn't wake up no matter how much Yidong called it. Forget it. I can't count on you, you piece of trash. Everyone sat down in the living room and waited patiently, but 10 minutes later, there was still no movement. Yidong frowned, wondering if he had encountered someone selling fake medicine. However, the trap activated the next second. First came a rustling sound, then, I always hug my sweaty feet at the last minute. At the last minute, a deafening burst of cheesy rock music suddenly erupted. Meanwhile, a corner on the first floor was illuminated by intense white light, making it resemble a disco, with dazzling colors flashing incessantly. Holy crap, this effect is amazing. Yidong was dazzled and quickly squinted his eyes. The music grew louder and louder. The light became more and more dazzling, and the entire first floor seemed to be shaking. Squeak. A rat covered in shimmering light darted out from the corner, trailing a rainbow-colored tail behind it, accompanied by booming background music, making it look like a mobile karaoke room. The mouse was flashing as it ran. It looked absolutely hilarious. Zwazwa reacted quickly and grabbed the blindingly bright mouse. Squeak. The mouse struggled frantically in Zwazwa's hand, but the special effects on its body wouldn't stop, flashing and playing music while begging for mercy. 2 more ran out, equally glowing and making deafening noises, and were caught by Yu and Da Vinci respectively. After being caught, the 3 mice began frantically kowtowing and begging for mercy, but the special effects on their bodies wouldn't stop. While they were kowtowing, flashes of light and music played, creating a ridiculously silly scene in conjunction with their pitiful pleas for mercy. I always hug my sweaty feet at the last minute. At the last minute, the cheerful background music continued to play, creating a stark contrast with the mice's desperate squeaks. Looking at the 3 mice that resembled mobile DJ booths, Yidong suddenly felt a pang of pity. These little creatures, though they've become sentient, were ultimately just trying to protect their food. Now that they've been reduced to this state, they are indeed quite pitiful. Never mind, you guys handle it. I can't bear to watch. He handed the prepared small bottles to Zwa and Zwoyu, then turned around. Soon, the three mice stopped struggling, and the music finally stopped. The entire church fell silent once more. Apostle Yi, it's done. Yi Dong turned around, and Zwoyu had already collected the 3 souls in the small bottle. Yi Dong took the 3 small bottles containing souls and couldn't help but reveal a wicked smile. Although I succeeded, why do I feel like a villain? Forget it. The necessary sacrifices are worth it to become stronger. He comforted himself. Besides, these rats will eventually become monsters and harm people, so it's better for them to die sooner rather than later. Mouse, feed me peanuts. Chapter 23, Advertising in front of the monster's door. Yi Dong carefully put the small bottle away, then looked at the remaining cheese fried rice in the corner. This is really good stuff. I think I should buy more of these potions. He was about to put away the remaining fried rice when he heard a rustling sound coming from the door frame. What smells so good? Yi Dong looked up and saw that the crow was groggily climbing up from the door frame, its little head swaying left and right, clearly not fully awake yet. Shit, want some or not? Yi Dong asked. No. The crow shook its head vigorously. This isn't the smell of shit. This is the smell of cheese. As he spoke, the crow's gaze passed over Yi Dong and landed on the cheese fried rice in the corner. Holy crap, such a huge pot of fried rice. Crow's eyes lit up instantly. Yi Dong, you're so thoughtful. You know I'm hungry. No, you can't eat that. Yi Dong verbally stopped him, his tone light and casual. The crow, which had been starving all night, became even more excited upon hearing the words cannot eat. The things we're forbidden to eat are the most delicious. I'm going to try them today. With a swoop, the crow, like a black cannonball, plunged directly into the fried rice, frantically pecking at its little head. Damn it. You idiot eagle, don't eat it. Yi Dong didn't expect it to actually eat it. What a moron. It smells so good. The crow mumbled, its beak stuffed full of cheese fried rice. Yi Dong, your cooking is really good. This cheese has a rich flavor. And it's a little sweet. Did you add honey? That's not honey. That's medicine. What kind of potion? The crow asked between bites. Something to boost stamina? That's exactly what I need. Rock and roll potion. Upon hearing this, the crow stopped eating and stiffly turned its neck to stare at Yi Dong. I feel a bit feverish. Is there an antidote? No. Yi Dong began to count down silently. 3, 2, 1. I always hug my sweaty feet at the last minute. At the last minute. Suddenly, a deafening melody blared, and the crow began to shimmer all over, like a moving neon sign. Damn it, the crow cried in terror. Yi Dong, you're born. You beast. Crows were flying wildly around the living room, flashing lights and playing music as they flew, leaving dazzling trails of light as they traced various paths in the air. The entire first floor instantly transformed into a mini concert venue. Turn it off. Turn this monstrosity off now, the crow cried desperately. I don't want to be a portable speaker. Leonardo da Vinci watched with great interest, even wagging his tail to the beat, while the sleeping black Brahmin also raised its head to take a look. Zwoyo, Yi Dong, and others hid behind the sofa, afraid of being blinded by the light. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed down the stairs, followed by Yuko's icy voice, tinged with murderous intent. What on earth is going on downstairs? I can't even read a book in peace. Yi Dong looked at the stairwell, and his heart skipped a beat. That's it, I'm doomed. Since you're so energetic, keep going and keep selling. Don't come back until you've finished. Yu Zi's icy voice rang out at the top of the stairs, followed by several black ghost claws emerging from the ground, which grabbed Yi Dong, Da Vinci, and Crow without saying a word. It's all the crow's fault, master. Yi Dong struggled frantically in midair, but to no avail. The church doors were flung open, and the 3 unfortunate men were thrown out without mercy. Thump! Yi Dong fell heavily to the ground, wincing in pain. Woof! Da Vinci landed steadily, even having the leisure to groom his fur. Caw-caw! The crow flapped wildly in the air, finally crashing into the wall, its feathers falling to the ground. Eagle, look what you've done. Yi Dong complained, rubbing his backside. You dare blame me, you son of a bitch? The crow angrily shook its wings, then flashed again. When is this damn potion going to stop flashing? Haha, you're like a moving light bulb now. Get out. The one person and the 2 strange creatures gradually quieted down, looking at each other as they gazed at the rows of small houses. Are you sure you want to go knocking on every door? The crow asked menacingly. Aren't you afraid of being torn to pieces? I have a better way than knocking. Yi Dong proudly pulled out a stack of papers. I've been prepared for this for a while. Fertility cult, your fertility expert. 100% success rate, guaranteed pregnancy and childbirth. Customizable race to meet individual needs. Fair prices, honest and fair dealings. Address: church in the western part of Dwelluin town. Contact us and make your dreams come true. The crow leaned over to look at the contents of the paper and couldn't help but laugh. Customizable race. That's a pretty strong advertising tagline. Of course, I'm a professional. Yidong patted his chest. He gave half of the advertisement to the crow and let Leonardo da Vinci carry the other half. And yours? The crow asked defiantly. Yidong looked at it as if it were an idiot. I came up with the method, but of course you provided the effort. You son of a bitch. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up. I'm a ninth sequence human, and if I get caught, I'm dead. You two are different. In the end, the crow, though still grumbling, did not continue to argue. So the two oddballs started putting up small advertisements. The crow was in charge of the high places, and Leonardo da Vinci was in charge of the low places. If you put two pictures on one door, you're sure to notice them. Do you think they'll hold us accountable for what we're doing? Yidong asked, standing beside them with a human oil lamp. Settle accounts? Anyway, with the cult leader here, we're not afraid of them causing trouble at all. The crow cawed on the roof. Then its body involuntarily flickered. Damn this lousy potion. Haha, Eagle brand neon lights. Shut up. The process of pasting the stickers went smoothly. The monsters in the town of Dwelluin seemed quite well behaved, unlike the monsters in Lock Street, who roamed around everywhere. Yidong suddenly remembered that Crow had said at the beginning that a demon hunter who killed any monsters he saw had come to the town of Dwelluin. Could it be that this was the reason why almost all the monsters were hiding in their homes? Eagle, what do you know about that witcher who infiltrated the town of Doran? I don't know much about it, except that he has killed no fewer than dozens of monsters, and indiscriminately at that. Is he very strong? I don't know. All the ones I saw are dead. But my initial estimate is that they were from the 7th sequence, because there were several 8th sequence monsters among the dead, and it was an overwhelming hunt. Just as the man and the bird were chatting, a piercing scream suddenly came from the 2-story building across the street. Chapter 24: Re-encounter with Princess Liuxiang. Ah, no. Help. The sound was so pitiful it sent chills down one's spine. Yidong's hand trembled, and the flyers scattered all over the ground. Holy crap, what's going on? The air suddenly fell silent, eerily still. Immediately afterwards, bright red blood began to slowly flow from under the door crack on the opposite side, meandering down the stone steps. Holy crap, Yidong trembled with fear. A crow flew down and landed on Yidong's shoulder. Something must have happened inside. Should we go in and take a look? Are you crazy? Yidong waved his hands repeatedly. This is clearly a murder scene. Aren't we just asking for death if we go in? Leonardo da Vinci rarely spoke, but he simply whiffed. The meaning is clear: run. Of the 36 stratagems, running away is the best. Yidong grabbed da Vinci and tried to slip away. Meanwhile, on the second floor opposite, in the dimly lit room, a silver revolver rested silently on the windowsill, its muzzle pointed directly at Yidong's head. His hand holding the gun was steady, without the slightest tremor, and his index finger slowly pulled the trigger. But just then, the sound of rapid hoofbeats came from the end of the street. Click, clack, clack, clack. The silver revolver quickly retracted into the window and disappeared into the darkness. On the street, the sound of horses' hooves grew closer and closer, and soon a large procession appeared at the end of the street. Leading the procession was a snow-white steed, upon which sat a figure that left Yidong speechless, once again Princess Liuxiang. It still has a big head and a small body, with a head like a flower bud, short legs and long arms, and a face like an old ape. It is a typical short-legged, long-armed monkey head flower. But behind her followed a colorful array of real knights and various monsters, densely packed together, filling the entire street. Wow, what a scene! Yidong stared in disbelief. Is she going to start a group fight? Princess Liuxiang reined in her white horse, a malicious smile spreading across her ape-like face. Oh, isn't this the little bastard who caused this princess such a great loss? Princess Liuxiang's tone was full of malice. Yidong's heart tightened, but he forced a smile. The princess is in good health, and her eyes are even more beautiful. Looks good, my foot. Princess Liuxiang's ape-like face contorted. Are you deliberately picking a fight? Please calm down, Your Highness. I'm just not good with words, Yidong said with a forced smile. Humph. Princess Liuxiang snorted coldly, but was clearly suppressing her anger. She glanced at the crow and Leonardo da Vinci, then asked coldly, "Where is your crazy cult leader?" Yidong sneered inwardly, thinking that Princess Liuxiang really thought he was a fool. After the cult leader finished setting up the restrictions on me, He rested in the church not far away. As he spoke, Yidong pointed to it, indicating that it wasn't far away. Princess Liuxiang's monkey-like face stiffened for a moment, and she glared coldly at Yidong. A faint fragrance wafted through the air, and Yidong quickly pulled 2 wads of cotton from the hole in his clothes to plug his nose. Although Yidong was not affected, the crow and Da Vinci were not spared. The bird and the dog instantly turned into sycophants. Da Vinci was drooling and staring blankly, while a raven flew directly onto Princess Liuxiang's shoulder. "Crow, come back here, you motherfucker." Yidong called out to the crow while holding down Da Vinci. "My dear lady, you smell so good." The crow's eyes lit up with hearts. "I would do anything for you." Yidong couldn't bear to look. Princess Liuxiang's seductive fragrance was too overpowered. Even the entire monster army behind her fell victim to it. It was simply outrageous. Princess Liuxiang gave him a cold look, then gently rubbed the crow's little head, which immediately let out a comfortable groan. "This little crow is actually at the 8th level. I wonder what kind of monster it is." Princess Liuxiang dismounted, glanced mockingly at Yidong, and walked to the door of the small building opposite. 2 real knights immediately stepped out from behind her to guard her. "Little crow, do you know what's going on?" Princess Liuxiang, holding a crow in one hand, pointed to the blood on the ground and asked, "My dear lady, a witcher has recently infiltrated the town of Doron, and I suspect he is responsible." "A demon hunter?" Princess Liuxiang frowned and turned to look at Yidong. "Come here, kid. Don't you want to come with me and see what fun things are inside?" "I don't want to." Yidong shook his head. Princess Liuxiang gave him a disdainful look, then pushed open the door and went inside with 2 real knights and a crow. "Hey, give the crow back." Yidong tried to save the crow, but Princess Liuxiang ignored him completely. Distracted, before he could stop Leonardo da Vinci, he saw Leonardo da Vinci follow him inside. "Damn it, you two are useless." Yidong hesitated for a moment, but finally followed. "Anyway, I have the pregnancy goddess as my trump card, so nothing should go wrong, right?" Thinking of the pregnancy goddess, Yidong couldn't help but curse again. Why hasn't that thing appeared in his dream yet? Hurry up and give him the path to the 8th sequence. The moment Yidong stepped into the room, he almost threw up his dinner from the night before. Damn, that's fucking cruel. The corpse of a goat man lay sprawled in the living room. The scene was more gruesome than anything in a horror movie. Its limbs were neatly severed and arranged around its body like some kind of morbid work of art. The blood had almost stained the entire floor dark red, giving it an eerie glow in the candlelight. On the forehead of the goat man, there is a neat round hole that runs straight through the entire head, and nothing can be seen inside. Yidong forced himself to suppress his nausea and covered his nose with his sleeve. The smell was overwhelming, a mixture of blood and some indescribable stench that made me want to vomit. Even cotton couldn't stop the fishy stench from seeping into my nose, and it even overpowered the fragrance of Princess Liuxiang. In contrast, Princess Liuxiang, the short-legged, long-armed, monkey-headed flower, remained calm, standing by the living room table with 2 real knights, intently studying something. "These perverts have no compassion whatsoever," Yidong cursed inwardly, but still curiously squeezed through. He struggled to squeeze between 2 real knights who were nearly 2 meters tall, and finally saw what was on the table. Written in blood, in a crooked line, were the words, "Bloodbat, you bastard, give me back my sheepskin skin." Yidong. This witcher seems like a little kid, even using pinyin. The handwriting was very messy, clearly written in a state of extreme anger and illiteracy, because he added 3 exclamation marks. Next to the blood-red words, a pattern was carved with a sharp knife, depicting a short sword piercing straight through an eyeball, with bloodstains splattered around the pattern, making it look particularly gruesome. Yidong rubbed his chin as he recalled the bloodbats he had encountered and the demon hunters who had chased them. Could it be such a coincidence? Chapter 25. Advertisements fly all over the town. Inside the room, Yidong turned to look at the crow on Princess Liuxiang's shoulder, wanting to inquire about the situation. "Eagle, is Bloodbat a local resident of Dwelluan town?" However, the crow was completely immersed in licking the princess's neck, rubbing its little head against her neck and making disgusting moans. "My dear lady, your skin is so smooth, like silk." The raven's voice was so seductive it was almost sickening. "I would do anything for you, even die." "Useless." Yidong rolled his eyes. This guy was completely beyond saving now. However, judging from the threatening blood-red letter on the table, Yidong could be fairly certain that Bloodbat was active in the town of Dwelluan and seemed to have a certain status and influence. Otherwise, the demon hunter wouldn't have killed other monsters to leave a threatening message. This was meant to tell the monsters in the town, Bloodbat was responsible for your deaths. Now, the crow is practically useless, Da Vinci is mute, and the two real knights look like they're not to be trifled with. Yidong can only ask Princess Liuxiang if he has any doubts. Your Highness, what does this pattern mean? Yidong asked somewhat guiltily, pointing to the bloody pattern on the table. It looks quite significant. Princess Liuxiang gave him a cold look, a hint of disgust on her ape-like face. She remained silent for a while, seemingly considering whether or not to answer Yidong's question. This is the symbol of the Witcher. It finally told Yidong, but its voice was filled with obvious disgust. It represents their deep-seated hatred for all other races. The Witcher's symbol? Yidong looked at the symbol again with curiosity. It seems these guys are quite ritualistic. A sense of ritual? Princess Liuxiang sneered. These lunatics kill anyone they see, without even giving them a chance to negotiate. In their eyes, anyone who isn't human deserves to die. At this point, her expression grew even more somber. Humans are at the very bottom of this world, only fit to be oil lamps to illuminate the darkness and blood lamps to connect the daytime. After speaking, Princess Liuxiang stared coldly at Yidong, the threat obvious. Yidong swallowed hard, nodding outwardly, but inwardly cursing. What's the difference between you monsters and demon hunters? Princess Liuxiang snorted coldly, looked around the room, and nodded with satisfaction. Since we're new here and don't have a place to stay, let's stay here for now. She turned to the two true knights and ordered, clean up the corpses, wipe away the blood, and then drive away the monsters outside so they can find a place to live. Yes, Your Highness. The two real knights bowed simultaneously. One of the black-armored knights walked up to Yidong and looked down at him condescendingly. Human, you are not welcome here. Get out of here. Damn it, they're already kicking me to the curb after using me? Yidong complained. We were just watching the show together a moment ago. But faced with a fully armed and powerful real knight, Yidong could only obediently walk out. Another red-armored knight saw Leonardo da Vinci still standing dumbfounded by the door and kicked him away. Princess Liuxiang on the other side also grabbed a crow and threw it out, saying, "Here's your broken bird back." Seeing that da Vinci and the ravens still wanted to rush in to find the princess to kiss, Yidong quickly held one of them down with each hand. The black-armored knight walked to the door and loudly announced to the still-gathering monster army on the street, "Her Highness the Princess will be staying here for the time being. You may all disperse and find your own places to stay." Upon hearing this order, the monsters on the street, though somewhat reluctant, gradually dispersed. After all, Princess Liuxiang's charm was undeniable, and no one dared to disobey her wishes. After the monsters had all gone far away, Crow and Da Vinci were still standing dumbfounded at the door, staring at Princess Liuxiang in the room through the crack in the door with dazed eyes, their mouths practically watering. "My dear lady, I can't bear to leave you," the crow murmured wistfully. "Woof!" Leonardo da Vinci also made a similar groan. Yidong couldn't stand it anymore and kicked the two sycophants awake. "Wake up! Still licking? Aren't you ashamed?" "Ah!" The crow jolted, its feathers standing on end. What was I doing? Why does my mouth taste strange?" Da Vinci shook his head, then lay down on the ground and began to retch violently. "You two were really enjoying yourselves just now," Yidong said gleefully. Especially the eagle, it was so attentive, it almost licked the princess's neck bald. "Holy shit!" The crow jumped up angrily, its little eyes wide open. "Yidong, you bastard! Why didn't you wake me up sooner?" "I'd love to," Yidong said, shrugging. "But you completely ignored me back then. You were just busy showering her with attention and sweet talk, and the way you were being so cheesy. Tiske. You're talking nonsense," the crow exclaimed, jumping up and down in anger. "Absolutely impossible." "Impossible," Yidong said with a wicked smile. "You just called her dear lady and beautiful angel." "Shut up. I didn't. Absolutely not." The crow denied it frantically, but in his heart he was already starting to doubt his own existence. The man and the bird were arguing incessantly at the door, while Leonardo da Vinci was retching incessantly, the noise growing louder and louder. The noise soon reached the room, and the door was pushed open roughly again. Two real knights stood angrily at the door, the black-armored knight holding a blood-stained longsword, clearly having just dealt with a corpse. "If you don't get out of here, we'll chop you up and feed you to our horses," the black-armored knight threatened. The red-armored knight drew his battle axe from his waist. "Her Highness needs to rest in peace. What are you bastards shouting about here for?" Faced with two menacing real knights, Yidong, Crow, and Da Vinci quickly put on a smile. Sorry, we'll be going now." Yidong nodded and bowed repeatedly. I'm so sorry, I disturbed the princess's rest." The crow quickly apologized as well. The three unlucky guys ran away as fast as they could, and only dared to stop when they were quite a distance away. The two strange creatures exchanged a glance, and then Crow and Yi Dong started arguing again. "You son of a bitch, Yi Dong. I'll definitely not lift a finger next time you need me. I don't need your help, you piece of trash." The Crow was furious. "You trashy human. I'm going to turn you into an idiot. Come on, I'll have the cult leader pluck your hair." Yi Dong retorted defiantly. Leonardo da Vinci, meanwhile, squatted to the side, questioning the dog's existence. After a long and heated debate, the man and the Crow finally stopped, their lips dry. Garlic birds, garlic birds. Life isn't easy for anyone. The man and the Crow made up and agreed to help each other next time. Once the friendship had solidified, Yi Dong pulled out the small advertisement again. "We must finish distributing all the flyers this time, so we don't have to risk being kicked out by the cult leader again next time." Yi Dong shouted. "I know. You're making me deaf." The Crow replied impatiently. "Why are you shouting so loudly? This is planned, goal-oriented, and passionate. Do you understand? You don't know anything. You're just a coward trying to embolden yourself. You're the coward. You ran away as soon as the true writer said one sentence. I'm afraid of them. They're just the eighth sequence." The man and the bird continued their bickering, but their hands didn't stop moving. They wandered through the streets and alleys of the town of Duoluan, plastering the pregnancy god cult's small advertisements everywhere. The Crows are responsible for the high places, using their flying advantage to stick advertisements on the high walls. Da Vinci was in charge of the lower parts, using his mouth to hold the advertisements and stick them on doors, windows, and walls. Yi Dong was responsible for the middle height, ensuring that every household could see it. 2 posters on one door, guaranteed to be effective. Yi Dong said smugly. "This is called a concentrated bombing tactic." Several hours later, they finally finished posting all the flyers. The entire town of Duoluan was almost covered with the fertility cult's propaganda leaflets, making it hard to miss. Finally done, Yi Dong stretched, feeling a sore back. "My back is about to break. I need to get a good night's sleep when I get home." "All you do is sleep," the Crow said disdainfully. "You have absolutely no ambition. You have the nerve to talk back to me? You're the one who sleeps the most in the whole church. You could be Marshal Tiampa." The man and the bird bickered as they made their way toward the church, with Leonardo da Vinci following silently with his head down. However, as they walked into a narrow alley, a dark figure suddenly emerged from the shadows and blocked their path. Chapter 26 The Scavenger Granny. Don't bully that child. By the dim light of the oil lamp, Yi Dong could see the man's appearance clearly. It was the same Witcher he had seen in the church before. He was still wearing his signature black leather robe, with 2 gleaming silver revolvers at his waist. His eyes were cold and ruthless, and there were several scars on his face. "Damn it, why am I so unlucky?" Yi Dong cursed inwardly. "I don't even need to think to know what he's up to." "We meet again," the Witcher said in a deep voice. Yi Dong tried to appear calm and forced a smile. "Yes, what a coincidence, it's so late. Are you out for a walk, brother?" "Enough with the nonsense." The Witcher cut to the chase, staring coldly at Yi Dong. "Hand over the parchment." "What parchment scroll?" Yi Dong feigned ignorance. "I don't know what you're talking about, brother." The Witcher narrowed his eyes, a dangerous aura emanating from him, as his right hand slowly reached for the revolver at his waist. The silver gun handle gleamed coldly in the moonlight, and it didn't look like a friendly spy's. "This is your last chance." The Witcher's voice grew even colder. "Hand it over, and you can leave alive. If you don't, you'll all die here." The air froze instantly, and the killing intent pressed down on Yi Dong as if it were a tangible force, making it almost impossible for him to breathe. Yi Dong struggled internally. The fire demon would undoubtedly greatly enhance his abilities, and he didn't want to give it up. Although he had the pregnancy goddess as his trump card, Crow and Da Vinci did not. Yi Dong thought these 2 guys were quite good. "Brother, just kill him. I was just passing by." The Crow betrayed him. "Yi Dong." "Crow." Yi Dong really wanted to slap the Crow to death. He had actually been thinking of it. "Ahem." The Crow coughed and flew to his shoulder, saying, "This guy is in the 7th rank. I'll go back and get reinforcements so the leader can deal with him. Could you please keep your voice down?" Yi Dong glanced at the Witcher, whose face had darkened, clearly having overheard the entire conspiracy. "Yi Dong, I'm not afraid of godlike opponents, but I'm afraid of pig-like teammates." He sighed and reluctantly took the parchment scroll out of his pocket. "Fine, here you go, but did you have to make it so bloody?" Yi Dong muttered as he handed over the parchment. "Could you not be so fierce? It's scary." The Witcher was stunned for a moment, clearly not expecting Yi Dong to hand it over so readily. Based on his experience, in this situation, the other party would fight desperately, and then he would shoot them in the head. He tentatively took the parchment scroll, examined it carefully, and after confirming that it was the one he was looking for, he carefully put it into his pocket. A wise choice, the Witcher said calmly, removing his hand from the trigger. You guys know what's good for you. He waved his revolver behind him, signaling the other man to leave. Get lost, and don't let me see you again. Yidong, along with Crow and Da Vinci, quickly scurried past the Witcher, clinging to the wall like mice that had seen a cat. Only after running far out of the alley and confirming that the scoundrel hadn't caught up did the three guys dare to stop and pant heavily. You coward, the Crow scolded, though it was also quite frightened itself. How could you hand over the treasure so easily? Crow. Yidong couldn't stand this idiot who betrayed his country and was a double standard, so he grabbed Crow by the neck. You fucking beast, I'll strangle you. Cough cough, let me go. The Crow was choking, and its face turned red. Meanwhile, in that narrow alley, the Witcher holstered his pistol and prepared to leave. However, just as he turned to leave, he heard the crisp sound of glass bottles colliding behind him. Clang, clang, clang. The sound was rhythmic, like some kind of ancient music. The Witcher frowned and looked back. At the other end of the alley, a dilapidated two-wheeled cart slowly approached, piled high with all sorts of glass bottles, large and small, of various shapes, gleaming eerily in the candlelight. The woman pulling the cart was the same old woman he had seen a few times on the street who was scavenging for scraps. She was hunched over, walked with a limp, and looked harmless. After some thought, the Witcher decided to give way to minimize trouble. However, the old woman did not pass by him, but stopped in front of the Witcher. She hunched over, slowly raising her wrinkled, aged face, her cloudy eyes staring directly at the Witcher. Young man, the old woman's voice was hoarse and low, sounding like the rustling of dry leaves. You have bullied a child. She stretched out a withered, bony hand with protruding knuckles that looked like chicken claws. Give me that parchment scroll. The Witcher was stunned for a moment, then his anger flared. That damned old woman. How dare she order him around? Get out of my way, you old codger, the Witcher said coldly. The old woman shook her head, still holding out her withered hand. That child is a good child. You shouldn't bully him. Court death. The Witcher could no longer restrain himself. He instantly drew his silver revolver from his waist, the gun gleaming in the moonlight and exuding an aura of death. Bang! Gunshots echoed deafeningly in the narrow alley. However, to the Witcher's astonishment, the bullet passed through the old woman's body as if it had hit a phantom, without splattering a single drop of blood. Even more bizarrely, the old woman began to swell rapidly, her body growing larger and larger. Wrong. The Witcher quickly realized that it wasn't the old woman who had grown bigger, but rather he himself who had shrunk. A transparent barrier appeared around him, as if he were being placed inside a giant glass bottle. The whole world seemed enormous to him. The old woman now looked like a moving mountain. Damn it! The Witcher finally realized what he had encountered. The Scavenger Granny. The town of Doran has two legendary tales, which the townspeople privately call the Twin Nightmares. One is the mysterious and unpredictable mayor, Blood Rascal, who possesses the terrifying ability to manipulate blood. The other is this seemingly harmless scavenging old woman. Legend has it that the scavenging old woman had a peculiar hobby. She liked to collect all sorts of creatures by putting them in glass bottles, just like collecting specimens. She neither kills people nor monsters. She simply enjoys collecting all sorts of interesting things. Once she's had her fill of exploring the town and is tired of it, she'll release the person. The Witcher could only pray that the legend was true, and that as long as he stayed obediently in the bottle, he would be released after a while. The scavenging old woman carefully placed the glass bottle containing the Witcher's secret on the cart, placing it among other oddly shaped bottles. Through the glass walls of the bottles, the Witcher could see that the other bottles also contained various creatures, including monsters, humans, and even some strange creatures he couldn't name. They all remained quietly in their respective bottles, as if they had fallen into some kind of hypnotic state. The scavenging old woman pulled her cart, making a clanging sound, and slowly disappeared into the darkness, leaving the Witcher alone in the bottle, brooding over life. Chapter 27. Is Yidong about to give birth? You stupid eagle. You're the idiot, you coward Yidong. Yidong and Crow, still blaming each other for their cowardly behavior, finally dragged their tired bodies back to the church entrance. The two, one human and one bird, never stopped bickering the entire way. From accusing each other of being cowards to arguing about who was more hypocritical, and then discussing whether the crow had actually licked the princess. The noise gave Da Vinci a headache. All right, shut up, Crow. Yidong waved his hand. If you keep making noise, my ears will go deaf. All I want to do now is take a shower and then get a good night's sleep. Humph. The crow snorted defiantly. Anyway, I didn't lick the princess. Absolutely not. Okay. Okay, you didn't lick it, you're the purest. Yi Dong replied perfunctorily, too lazy to continue arguing with this stubborn bird. He abandoned the still muttering crow and ran straight up to the second floor. So much happened today. First, there was Princess Liuxiang, then the knight's threat, and most importantly, he even gave away the parchment scroll. He took a deep breath, composed himself, and prepared to recount his tragic experience of the day. Whatever happened, almost getting killed, being kicked out by the true knight, having the parchment stolen, the goal was to let the leader know how difficult his day had been, and ideally, to have him gently hug him and say he would help him get the parchment back. However, when he pushed open the door to the cult leader's room, the scene before him caused his mind to freeze instantly. Yu Zi had just finished showering and was standing by the bed fixing her hair, without even a thin bath towel on her body. Her snow-white skin glowed alluringly in the candlelight, and water droplets rolled down her collarbone and shoulders, making her look like a fairy who had stepped out of a painting. Holy crap! Yi Dong's brain completely short-circuited, his mouth agape enough to fit a crow. Time seemed to stand still. Yi Dong stood blankly at the doorway, his eyes fixed on the beautiful scenery before him, completely forgetting what he was supposed to be doing. Yu noticed the commotion at the door, turned around, and her purple eyes met Yi Dong's gaze. The air froze instantly. Aye. Yi Dong's heart skipped a beat, and he instantly came to his senses, quickly covering his eyes. What bad luck today? Someone just gouged out my eyes. Where am I? I didn't go to the wrong room, did I? He pretended to be blind while frantically backing away, trying to escape this deadly room. However, before he could back out, an iron chain that seemed to fly out of nowhere was precisely placed around his neck. Come here. Yu Yuko's voice was as cold as the wind in an ice cellar. Holy crap, I really can't see. Yi Dong struggled desperately, but the chains seemed to have a life of their own, tightening and pulling him into the room. He was quickly dragged in front of Yuko and knelt down immediately. Master, did I enter your room? Yu looked at him coldly. Although she had already put on a bath towel, the fragrance of her body after showering still wafted wildly into Yi Dong's nostrils, making him unable to help but let his imagination run wild. You are. Yi Dong stammered. Reading a book? Is it pretty? Yuko suddenly asked. It looks good. Yi Dong answered subconsciously, then immediately realized something was wrong, quickly shut his mouth, and continued to pretend he was blind. I meant the master's book, though I'm blind now and can't see it. Heh. Yuko sneered. Master, I was wrong. Yi Dong immediately abandoned his plan to pretend to be blind and obediently knelt on the ground to beg for mercy. My lord, I really didn't mean it. I was almost killed today, and that parchment was stolen too. Please, master, have mercy and help me get my treasure back. I haven't even had time to memorize the contents of the map yet. He started playing the victim frantically, hoping to divert Yuko's attention. Yuko remained silent with a cold expression, then picked up a whip from beside the bed that looked like it would hurt a lot. The whip was black and engraved with various strange runes. It was clearly not an ordinary item. Upon seeing the whip, Yi Dong instantly cowered and knelt obediently there, awaiting the impending punishment. Since resisting is pointless, I might as well just accept it. This whip may look painful, but it's actually quite satisfying to whip, especially when it's whipping a beauty like Yu Zi. However, just as Yu Zi raised her whip to teach this blind fellow a lesson, Yi Dong suddenly felt a spasm in his stomach, followed by an unbearable pain. Instantly, Yi Dong clutched his stomach and rolled around frantically in the room. Ouch! It hurts so much. My stomach hurts so much. He clutched his stomach, and large beads of sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. Stop pretending. Yuko frowned, thinking that this guy was acting again. But Yi Dong seemed not to hear, and continued to roll on the ground screaming, his face growing paler and paler, which did not seem like he was faking it. It hurts so much. Master, save me. I feel like I'm going to die. Seeing that Yi Dong's pained expression didn't seem like an act, Yu Zi frowned, put down the whip, summoned the ghost claw to hold him in place, and placed her hand on his stomach despite his screams. As soon as she touched it, Yu felt an unusual fluctuation coming from inside her stomach. It seemed that there was something alive moving inside, and it was moving very vigorously. Is she about to give birth? Yu Zi frowned, raised her hand, and delivered a sharp chop to Yi Dong's neck. Yi Dong fainted instantly, his screams stopped abruptly, and the room finally fell silent. Half an hour later, Yi Dong woke up slowly. Her stomach pain was gone, but she felt extremely weak. Master, he looked weakly at Yuko sitting by the bed. Am I going into labor? It'll be soon. Yuko nodded, her tone much gentler than before. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong felt as if the whole world had turned gray. Who would believe that a grown man like him was going to have a child? I don't want to live anymore, Yidong said in despair. Master, just kill me. I'm too ashamed to face anyone. Don't think too much about it. Yu Yuzi rarely comforted him and gently stroked his hair. Just focus on your pregnancy. I'll give you a break during this time. You can give orders to everyone in the church except me. Yidong nodded blankly, feeling that he had completely lost his direction in life. Just as she was about to leave the room to contemplate life, Yu suddenly added, "Oh, by the way, an old lady just returned your parchment scroll, and I put it in your room." Yidong paused for a moment, thinking of the mysterious scavenging old woman. Although he was somewhat surprised that she had obtained the parchment scroll, he couldn't muster any interest at the moment. Fire demons and the like are no longer important to him. All he can think about now is that he's going to be a father. Damn pregnancy goddess. Holy crap, the password. Chapter 28, 8th Sequence Promotion Path. For the next 2 days, Yidong's state could be described in 4 words: a walking corpse. Although the small advertisements were very effective, and monsters had been coming to his door seeking pregnancy in the past 2 days, Yidong was as wilted as a frostbitten eggplant. After mechanically finishing squeezing the pregnancy clock in his hand, Yidong handed it over without looking up, saying, "Swallow it, and you'll give birth in 3 or 4 days." The monster who came to ask for a pregnancy was stunned. Why was the service so perfunctory? But he didn't dare say anything more, obediently paid the money and left. Apostle Yi, Zuozui asked cautiously from the side. Have you been feeling unwell lately? No. Yidong shook his head. The crow, perched on the doorframe, shook its head, thinking, why does this guy look like his wife has just died? Da Vinci lay by the fire, occasionally glancing up at Yidong, his eyes filled with doubt. After seeing the client off, Yidong dragged his tired body up to the 2nd floor. His steps were as heavy as if they were made of lead, and he exuded an aura of utter despair. The crow couldn't stand it any longer and flew down from the doorframe to block the stairwell. I said that's enough. The crow spread its wings, its little eyes wide open. You've been wandering around like a dead man for 2 days now. It's driving me crazy. Yidong glanced at it. If you're annoyed, you can leave. Fuck you. Crow finally exploded. I've never seen such a sissy man before. So what if he's going to be a father? Countless men would kill for that. You don't know anything. Yidong walked around the crow and continued upstairs. I don't understand. A crow flew to his head. Let me tell you, Yidong, the way you look now, when the baby is born and sees your stinky face, its first reaction will be to crawl back into its belly. Yidong stopped in his tracks. You son of a bitch. You should cheer up. The crow shook its head. Think about it. What if you were born with a beautiful little girl who calls you daddy every day? Wouldn't you be thrilled? Beautiful my ass. Yidong couldn't help but explode. I'm a grown man giving birth. Isn't that shameful? What's shameful about it? The crow said matter-of-factly. It's called being different. It's called being one of a kind. You're the only man in the entire dark world who can give birth. How awesome is that? Yidong was stunned by this bizarre logic. Is there something wrong with your thought process? My thought process is perfectly normal. The crow flapped its wings. Just think about it. When the child grows up, she'll brag to others about how amazing her father is, that he can even have babies. Yidong rubbed his forehead, really wanting to beat this stupid bird to death. Besides, the crow continued its nonsense. What if it's a little girl? She'd be so adorable, always following you around. Although Yidong didn't say it, he was indeed somewhat swayed by Crow's words. Well, what's done is done. There's no point in being upset anymore. I might as well try to think more positively. All right, stop spouting nonsense. Yidong waved his hand. After saying that, he went back to his room, sat on the bed, and touched his stomach. You fucking pregnant goddess, you better arrange a cute girl for me. However, just as he was thinking this, his vision suddenly blurred. When his vision cleared again, he was already standing in front of that familiar crimson lake. Yidong quickly lowered his head. Goddess of pregnancy. Handsome young man, how have you been lately? The voice of the pregnancy goddess was still ethereal and melodious. Yidong's lips twitched. This is bad. Why is it not good? What did you put in my stomach? Yidong asked, barely suppressing his temper. Oh, what an adorable little one. The goddess of pregnancy's voice instantly brightened with excitement. She has the most beautiful eyes, the most interesting soul, and the kindest heart. You'll definitely fall in love with her. She'll call you dad. She'll be affectionate. She'll play with Yoshi's practically the most perfect child in the world. Yidong breathed a sigh of relief. She really did look like a cute girl. Oh right. The pregnancy goddess suddenly remembered something. I forgot to tell you some bad news. Yidong's heart skipped a beat. What bad news? I can only protect you during the day. The goddess of pregnancy's tone became serious. At night, I cannot interfere with that world, so I cannot provide you with shelter. Upon hearing this, Yidong felt as if the sky was about to fall. Although he hasn't been recklessly using his status as the pregnancy goddess during this time, he still feels somewhat dependent on it. Now that the goddess of pregnancy says she can't protect him in the dark, doesn't that mean he's no different from an ordinary person? Why? Yidong asked, trembling. Because there are things in the darkness preventing me from entering, the pregnancy goddess said apologetically. But don't be too disappointed. The child in your belly will protect you. After saying this, the goddess of pregnancy waved her hand, and the lake in front of her rapidly crumbled. My lord, what are the pathways to promotion? Oh, I almost forgot again. When Yidong woke up again, a faint light had already entered the room. It was daytime. Damage God. He couldn't help but curse again, then began to check the advancement paths in his mind. Pregnancy seed, pregnancy control. It can control the pregnancy seed in the womb, kicking it or causing it to burst out of the abdomen. Promotion materials, Beastmaster's head, banyan leaf. Pregnancy type, multiple pregnancy. There is a certain probability of conceiving multiple children at once. Promotion materials, split core, source of life. Species, heteromorphism. Species created after promotion have a chance to produce mutation effects. Promotion materials, the heart of a heretic, unstable mud. After reading it, Yidong curled his lips. The only one with any combat power was so bizarre, and it even had a prerequisite for casting a spell. After considering the other two options, Yidong ultimately decided to choose heterosexual pregnancy. Simply put, I enjoy the thrill of opening blind boxes, and the materials seem relatively easy to obtain. Heretics are those who don't believe in the true God. There must be quite a few of these kinds in the human world. Unstable mud is a matter of luck. It may be found everywhere, or it may not be found anywhere. Just as he was pondering this, he heard the cawing of crows downstairs. Yidong, stop being a backup plan in bed. Get down right now. Fuck you. Yidong cursed, got up and went downstairs. As soon as Yidong came downstairs, he saw a crow standing majestically on Leonardo da Vinci's head. Leonardo da Vinci had a red oil lamp in his mouth, and his crooked mouth looked even more crooked because of the object in his mouth. They stood respectfully to the left and right, each holding various packed luggage. The crow and Leonardo da Vinci hadn't disappeared. Yidong glanced at the red oil lamp and guessed what was going on. Oh, so you finally decided to come down. The crow said sarcastically. I'm going to the human city to relax. The cult leader said you have to serve me well. Yidong glanced at the crow, too lazy to argue with it. Apostle Yi. Zwazwil walked over carrying luggage. The leader said we should take you to a human city to relax. A human city? Yidong raised an eyebrow. Is it that big? That's what Mr. Crow said. Yidong looked at the crow, which flapped its wings triumphantly. Stepping out of the church, Yidong found that the scenery outside had completely changed. Yesterday, the small town of Duluan was teeming with monsters, but now it has become a wide avenue paved with blue bricks. Looking eastward, you can see a gray, misty mountain range in the distance. That is the dilapidated mountain range. The black cloth-covered carriage was already harnessed and waiting by the roadside, a red oil lamp hanging from its horn, looking quite spirited. This setup, Yidong remarked, makes me feel like an empress dowager. Pregnant man, your majesty, the crow said matter-of-factly. Just as Yidong was about to get into the carriage, a crow flew over and said, Wait, wait, be careful of the steps, don't hurt the baby. Shut the hell up. Yidong slapped the crow, which cleverly dodged. The group set off in a grand procession, with Yidong, Crow, and Da Vinci sitting in the carriage, and Zhuyu riding horses behind them. How long will this trip take? Yidong asked, leaning against the carriage. The cult leader said he'll be back after tomorrow morning. The crow replied. So you can relax and stop looking so gloomy all the time. So long. Yes. Chapter 29 Dis City. The carriage bumped along eastward, and Yidong, leaning against the side of the carriage, felt a bit carsick. In addition, the little one in her belly kicked from time to time, making her feel quite uncomfortable. Hey, can you two stop bouncing around like that? Yidong couldn't help but complain. I'm pregnant. The crow rolled its eyes. Do you think we're on an airplane? This lousy road is like this, take it or leave it. Da Vinci glanced at Yidong with a crooked mouth, as if to say, pretentious. Wow, even Leonardo da Vinci disliked me. Yidong was speechless. Just then, a commotion suddenly arose ahead. The crow poked its head out and looked around. We've arrived. Yidong forced himself to look over and was instantly shocked by what he saw. A magnificent city stands before the desolate mountains, its walls so high that their tops are invisible, and its bluish-gray boulders gleam in the setting sun. The city gate is 7 or 8 stories high, and the lintel is carved with a lifelike dragon relief. Above the city gate, 3 large, elegant characters gleamed in the golden light. This city. Holy crap. Yidong's eyes widened. This city wall is so high. How much did it cost? What shocked him even more was the bustling scene in front of the city gate. Not only were there throngs of people, but the key issue was that all sorts of strange and bizarre monsters were mixed in with them. There were one-eyed dwarves pushing wheelbarrows loaded with glittering ores, tentacle octopus merchants setting up stalls by the roadside, deftly packaging goods with their tentacles, and even several bloodbats hanging banners in midair as advertisements. Most remarkably, humans and these monsters coexisted in an unusually harmonious manner, with constant bargaining and no sign of hostility. What's going on? How can a monster appear so openly? Aren't these humans afraid? You're really ignorant. The crow shook its feathers smugly. This is the territory ruled by the imperial cult. There's a branch church in the city. No monster dares to cause trouble here. Besides, the raven lowered its voice. This is a free trade port. Monsters can use their specialties, such as magical materials and rare ores, to exchange for human goods. Everyone can make money, so who would still fight to the death? Yidong suddenly realized that the power of capitalism was indeed strong, even capable of resolving racial conflicts. As the black cloth-clad carriage slowly approached the city gate, Yidong finally saw the guards. These soldiers were all tall and wore standard silver armor with the emperor's emblem printed on their chests. What's most eye-catching are their weapons, not ordinary swords and knives, but strangely shaped staffs. A legion of mages? Yidong asked in a low voice. The Holy Light Knights, Raven corrected. They are all powerful individuals who have entered the ranks of the Holy Light Knights, and they are specifically responsible for maintaining order within the city. When it was their turn to be checked, a young holy knight walked over. He looked to be in his early 20s, with a handsome face but eyes as sharp as a hawk's. Routine check. The knight's voice was polite, but carried an undeniable authority. Please show your pass. Yidong looked at the crow, surprised that he needed proof to enter the city. Long live the emperor's divine cult. Long live the emperor's divine cult. The crow cried, its head bowed. Let's go into the city, but remember not to cause trouble there. Thank you, sir, the crow said hurriedly. Once the carriage had entered the city gate, Yidong asked the crow what the proof was. The crow said all they needed to do was talk, because they were filtering out mindless monsters who couldn't speak. Oh, right. Yidong suddenly remembered an important question. How much living expenses did the cult leader prepare for me? The crow rolled its eyes. She said it's for you to earn your own living. Damn it, Yidong cursed, but fortunately he was mentally prepared. The cult leader is as stingy as ever. The cult leader said this is a test for you. Training my ass. Yidong was on the verge of tears. He touched the money pouch in his arms and was relieved to find that he still had some money. I hope it's not too expensive here. Upon entering the city, Yidong was utterly shocked. If the area outside the city is a rural market, then the area inside the city is a modern metropolis. The wide stone-paved road is a full 20 meters wide enough for 8 horse-drawn carriages to run side by side. Various buildings line both sides of the road, including classical stone buildings, strange tower-like structures, and some magical shops. The pedestrians on the street were a diverse bunch, nobles in gorgeous robes, adventurers carrying great swords, magicians in pointed hats, and all sorts of monster merchants. How prosperous! Yidong leaned against the car window, his eyes wide with amazement. He guessed that the Tang dynasty in his previous life must have been just like this. A series of orderly footsteps sounded, and Yidong looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a group of knights wearing snow-white cloaks marching past in an orderly fashion. His cloak, embroidered with golden imperial patterns, shimmered in the sunlight. He held a silver spear, exuding an imposing and majestic aura. These must be the imperial cult's troops. The carriage wound its way through several bustling commercial streets and gradually entered a relatively quiet residential area. The architectural style here is distinctly different, offering a more homely and cozy feel. The streets are lined with sycamore trees, their green leaves providing shade, and occasionally petals drift down. We've arrived. The crow pointed to a delicate 2-story building in front of them. The small building is situated in a secluded courtyard, with blue bricks and white walls, exuding an antique charm. The yard was planted with all sorts of flowers and plants, some of which Yidong recognized, while others he had never seen before. A huge sycamore tree shaded half of the courtyard, and stone tables and benches were placed under the tree, making it a perfect place to drink tea and chat. We're staying here? Yidong got off the carriage and looked around curiously. This location doesn't look cheap. This was the leader's early investment. The crow hopped onto the doorframe and pressed the door knocker with its claw. Otherwise, do you think the pregnancy god cult's meager income is enough for her to squander? The door opened automatically, and a pleasant fragrance wafted out. So I've been fooled all along? Yidong walked into the courtyard. When did you become involved with the cult leader? It's been decades, I think. She hasn't looked a day in all these decades. I suspect she's some kind of ancient monster, the crow joked. The yard was overgrown with weeds. Clearly no one was taking care of it. The first floor features a spacious living room, a modern kitchen, and a small library, while the second floor has 4 bedrooms, each with its own bathroom. The only downside is that it's dusty everywhere. This is much more upscale than the houses in Toronto. Yidong looked around. Crow, what is the cult leader's status in the human world? Human traffickers. The crow said without hesitation. Yidong. After thinking about it carefully, he realized that it was indeed possible. Wasn't he the one who had been abducted by the cult leader? After all the luggage was unloaded from the carriage, Yidong decided to go out for a stroll. Zwa Zwa and Yu Yu sensibly put down their luggage and stood somewhat awkwardly at the door. Apostle Yi, Zwa Zwa said cautiously, we'll clean the house, and then we won't go out with you. These 2 chubby boys were visiting a big city for the first time, so they were understandably nervous. Don't be so formal. Yidong took out 10 gold coins and handed them to the 2 of them. After you finish cleaning, go out and have a good look around, buy whatever you want. Apostle Yi. The 2 accepted the gold coins, their eyes glistening with tears of gratitude. You've been so kind to us. Yidong patted the 2 men on the shoulder, said nothing more, and left the house with Crow and Da Vinci. Chapter 30, The Virgin Mary, Leonardo da Vinci. After settling everything in, Yidong couldn't wait to take Da Vinci and the crow out onto the street. This combination is indeed very cool. The crow stands majestically on Leonardo da Vinci's head, while Da Vinci holds a blood lamp that emits a red glow in his beak. Yidong, on the other hand, looks around with a curious expression. I think we should charge an entrance fee. Yidong noticed passers-by frequently turning their heads to look back. It's definitely a unique sight on the street. That's because Leonardo da Vinci was too ugly, the raven said matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Leonardo da Vinci grimaced and snorted in dissatisfaction. Before long, various fragrances began to bombard Yidong's sense of smell. Since becoming pregnant, his appetite has become exceptionally good, and he has a particular fondness for strongly flavored foods. Now, the mere smell of these aromas immediately makes his stomach rumble. Extra spicy duck. Freshly baked. Guaranteed to give you a satisfyingly spicy kick. A chubby stall owner was loudly hawking his wares, with various braised products arranged by color and bright red chili oil glistening enticingly in the sunlight. Boss, 1 order, please. Yidong walked up to the stall, his mouth watering from the aroma. The stall owner skillfully selected various duck products, bagging them while introducing them. This duck neck is the most flavorful, this duck wing is the most tender, and this duck gizzard is very chewy. Finally, a large bag was filled to the brim, and the aroma was irresistible. 5 copper coins, no cheating, young or old. Yidong took the steaming hot duck and couldn't wait to take a bite. Hiss, that feels amazing. The spiciness exploded in his mouth instantly, but this was followed by a rich aroma and a perfect balance of salty and sweet. Yidong gasped for breath because of the spiciness, but he just couldn't stop eating. Sour for a boy, spicy for a girl, congratulations. The crow stared for a long time before finally speaking up. What? Yidong was stunned. Sour for a boy, spicy for a girl. Crow said expertly. You love spicy food so much now, you're definitely having a girl. Yidong rolled his eyes at it. Don't disbelieve me. The crow declared confidently. Nonsense. Yidong said this, but he was actually quite looking forward to it. After all, she is a gift from the gods, so she must be the cutest girl in the world, right? Just as Yidong was fantasizing about his little darling, a commotion suddenly broke out ahead on the street. Make way, make way. Accompanied by the chaotic sound of horses' hooves, the crowd began to make way. A group of riders, looking travel-worn, were approaching from a distance. The knights' armor bore obvious signs of battle, with bloodstains visible in some places, and their war horses appeared exhausted. The street vendors stopped hawking their wares, and pedestrians made way for them. The whole street suddenly became quiet, with only the sound of horses' hooves clattering on the stone slabs. At the very center of the knight's order, a graceful figure was slowly walking forward. Even after a long journey, and even with dust on her white clothes, she still maintained that sacred aura that made people afraid to look directly at her. The white had covered most of her face, but the exposed chin had a perfect line, making her look like a fairy who didn't eat the food of this world. Who's that? Yidong asked the crow in a low voice. He looks really high class. The Holy Mother of the Emperor God cult. Raven's voice was also very low. Judging from this, she must have fought with that guy Jiao Qi, but it is obvious that she won. Jiao Qi is that weak. It's not that it's too weak, but that the Holy Mother is too strong. The raven rolled its eyes at him. As a powerful force of the church, the Holy Mother is born with an absolute suppression of monsters, even if they don't belong to any order. As the group slowly approached, Yi Dong could feel an invisible sense of pressure. However, just as the procession passed by them, the Virgin Mary suddenly stopped. She slowly turned her head, her gaze piercing through the crowd, and precisely locked onto Leonardo da Vinci. That gaze was peculiar. It was neither hostile nor benevolent, but rather as if it were confirming something important. She stared at Leonardo da Vinci for a good 10 seconds, during which the entire group stopped. Da Vinci felt a little uncomfortable being stared at. He tilted his head and looked at the Virgin Mary, then at Yi Dong, his small eyes filled with confusion. It even innocently wagged its tail at the Virgin Mary, trying to express friendliness. It's over, it's over. The crow hid behind Yi Dong's shoulder in fear and muttered, Da Vinci was too ugly. If the Holy Mother had her eye on him, he'd probably be in big trouble. The atmosphere instantly became tense, and everyone sensed that something was wrong. Knight Captain Gale immediately sensed something was wrong, spurred his horse to the Holy Mother's side, and placed his right hand on the hilt of his sword. Your Majesty, his voice was soft, but Yi Dong still heard it. Have you discovered anything? The other knights also gathered around, forming a loose encirclement. Although there was no obvious hostility, their posture of being ready to fight at any moment made everyone present tense. The other people on the street also sensed something was wrong and began to quietly back away, afraid of getting involved in some trouble. The Virgin Mary continued to stare at Leonardo da Vinci, a hint of doubt flashing in her eyes. The air seemed to freeze, and time passed unusually slowly. Yi Dong's palms were sweating with nervousness, and he was internally screaming. Da Vinci was just a little ugly, right? He didn't deserve to die. Just when the atmosphere was at its most tense, the Virgin Mary suddenly shook her head gently. It's nothing. Her voice was as cold as water. Perhaps I misread it. Let's move on. Yes, Your Majesty. Although Lai Feng was puzzled, he immediately carried out the order. The procession resumed its advance and soon disappeared at the end of the street. Only when they were completely out of sight did the noise of the street gradually return. Phew! Yi Dong let out a long sigh of relief, feeling his back soaked in cold sweat. That really scared me to death. An eagle. He turned to look at the crow. Does the Virgin Mary also discriminate based on appearance? I don't know. The crow said, equally puzzled. Perhaps Leonardo da Vinci was too ugly, polluting the Virgin Mary's eyes. Upon hearing this, Leonardo da Vinci barked and glared at the crow with displeasure. Forget it. Yi Dong shook his head. Let's make sure da Vinci wears a mask when we go out from now on. But there's no use thinking about that now. We should focus on the important things first. Do you know where to find heretics and unstable mud? Yi Dong asked Crow while eating duck. What do you need this thing for? Promoted to the 8th rank. Heretics are easy to find. The raven thought for a moment. They are most often hidden in the slums of the city. Those heretics who do not believe in the emperor often carry out some shady rituals in secret. The raven continued. As for unstable mud, that stuff is quite rare. You can try your luck at the auction in the east of the city. They often have strange and unusual materials there. Is there any other way? You can also go to the Witcher Guild. Raven pointed to a tall black building in the distance. You can post bounty missions there, but it's not cheap. Yi Dong nodded, already having a plan in mind. He would go to the auction tomorrow first, and if nothing came of it, he would then go to the association. Chapter 31 Auction. The two strange creatures strolled leisurely through the streets and alleys of Dis City. They hadn't gone far when all sorts of tempting aromas began to bombard Yi Dong's sense of smell, and they arrived at the city's busiest food street. This street is a paradise for gluttons. The sizzling of grilled meat, the bubbling of oil in the pan, and the complex aroma of various seasonings create an olfactory feast in the air. Hot and delicious grilled meat skewers, spicy and satisfying, freshly roasted chestnuts, sweet and sour candied hawthorn berries. You'll be addicted after just one bite. The vendors' shouts rose in waves, filling the entire street with a vibrant, everyday atmosphere. Just as Yi Dong was hesitating in front of a stall selling candied hawthorns, Yu Guangzhong noticed a boy next to him staring longingly at the candied hawthorns and swallowing his saliva. The boy looked to be 16 or 17 years old, with many fresh scars on his face, which looked shocking. He was wearing patched clothes and carrying a tattered wicker basket filled with some unknown herbs. The look in Yidong's eyes wanting to eat but not daring to buy reminded him of his past life as a cow or horse. Boss lady, give me 4 of the best ones, Yidong said to the kind-looking old lady as he walked up to the stall. Great, young man, you have excellent taste, the old lady said happily as she picked out the reddest and biggest hawthorns. Yidong paid the money and handed one of the skewers to the boy, saying, Here, have some. The boy was clearly startled and quickly waved his hands. This is too much trouble. Don't be shy, a string of candied hawthorns isn't worth much, Yidong said with a gentle smile. Thank you so much. The boy's voice trembled with gratitude as he accepted the candied hawthorn with both hands, his eyes reddening. Upon hearing the voice, Yidong paused for a moment, feeling as if he had heard it somewhere before. Upon closer inspection, although the face has scars, the contours are still very familiar. Are you an apprentice at the pharmacy in Dwuluan town? Yidong asked tentatively. The boy gave a bitter smile. Sir, I didn't expect you to remember me. What a coincidence that I would run into you here. What happened to the injury on your face? Yidong asked with concern. Were you beaten up? Upon hearing this question, the boy's expression darkened further. Master is back. These 5 simple words conveyed a great deal of helplessness and pain in Yidong's tone. Yidong frowned. It seemed that this kid's master was no good, unlike the sect leader who treated him well. You can come to our church. I think our leader would be willing to take you in. Thank you for your kindness, but I can take care of myself. The boy forced a smile. I'm used to it, really. After saying this, he bowed deeply, took the candied hawthorn, and quickly left. Watching the boy's departing figure, Yidong felt a little heavy-hearted. He always felt that this boy was somewhat like himself, and that they both had something special about them. The apprentice of the prisoner. Crow grumbled on Yidong's shoulder. That guy is a pervert who takes pleasure in torturing the weak. Yidong's fist clenched involuntarily, but he quickly relaxed it again. As time passed and darkness fell, the entire city of Dis took on a new look. The daytime atmosphere remains serious, but the nighttime atmosphere takes on a mysterious and alluring quality, with various nightclubs and bars lighting up their signs, and the number of monsters on the streets increasing significantly compared to the daytime. Yidong, accompanied by Da Vinci and Crow, strolled leisurely to the city's renowned full moon auction. My goodness! Yidong craned his neck to look at the magnificent building in front of him. How much did it cost to build this? The entire auction venue resembled a giant luminous pearl, with countless glowing gems embedded in the circular exterior walls, shimmering brilliantly in the night, almost blindingly so. Just from the aura of those uniformed security guards at the entrance, they were clearly not ordinary people. You bumpkin. Crow curled his lip in disdain. Even if the cult leader is someone of importance, can't he show some backbone? I call this shocking. Do you even understand art? Yidong retorted. Upon entering the auction hall, Yidong was once again speechless with astonishment. The hall was so high that you couldn't see the top. In the center was a circular auction stage, and around it were rows of seats that extended upwards in a tiered fashion, making it look exactly like a luxurious version of the ancient Roman Colosseum. Wow, this scale. Yidong muttered to himself. It feels like we're country bumpkins coming to the city. You've got some ambition. The crow rolled its eyes, perched on Leonardo da Vinci's head, and followed behind Yidong. The hall was already quite full of guests, roughly half humans and half monsters. However, the monsters here were clearly much more sophisticated than those on the street, either dressed in expensive clothes or exuding an extraordinary aura, clearly wealthy and powerful. Distinguished guests, the full moon auction tonight is now beginning. An elegant gentleman with slicked back hair walked onto the auction stage, his voice amplified by magic and echoing throughout the entire venue. I am Maurice, and it is my honor to host for you tonight. First item up for auction, a top-grade healing potion personally concocted by an alchemy master. It's said to be able to instantly regenerate severed limbs. Starting price, 50 gold coins. A beautiful crystal bottle rose from the platform, its pale green liquid gleaming alluringly under the lights. 50 gold coins. 80 gold coins. 100 gold coins. The bidding was fierce, and the potion was eventually sold for a high price of 200 gold coins. Wow, 200 gold coins for a single potion. Yidong exclaimed in surprise, subconsciously touching his money pouch, where he had about 50 gold coins left, enough to just cover the starting bid. Many more items were subsequently put up for auction, including a magic ring that could temporarily increase one's power, a talking spell book, a ring that could store things, and even a monster maid. Each item was unique, but they were all quite expensive, and none of them were what Yidong needed. Just as Yidong was feeling somewhat disappointed and preparing to leave, the auctioneer, Morris, produced another exquisite wooden box. Just as Yidong was dozing off, a beautifully crafted silver revolver appeared on the auction stage. This next item is quite special. Morris raised the revolver, its silver blade gleaming under the lights. This is a weapon discarded by a powerful witcher, who once slew no fewer than 100 monsters. Based on our professional appraiser's assessment, this revolver, under a surprise attack, could even kill an 8th-order monster. Starting bid, 10 gold coins. Yidong's eyes lit up instantly. 10 gold coins. Are you crazy? The raven whispered on his shoulder. That thing won't do you any good. You're not a witcher. I need combat power, Yidong insisted. We can't rely on you guys for protection forever, can we? 15 gold coins, someone in the audience bid. 20 gold coins. Yidong raised his hand again. 25 gold coins. 30 gold coins. Yidong gritted his teeth and offered. This was already his limit. After waiting a while and seeing no one else bid, Morris delivered the final blow. Congratulations, sir. The deal is for 30 gold coins. The crow shook its head speechlessly, a spendthrift. After the auction, Yidong went backstage to collect his revolver. A staff member handed him a beautifully crafted box made of some unknown material. It was quite heavy. Sir, this revolver requires special bullets. Ordinary bullets will significantly reduce its power, the staff member kindly reminded him. Where can we get special bullets? Yidong had a vague feeling that something was wrong. You can purchase them from the Witcher Guild for 5 gold coins each. In addition, we have prepared 3 bullets for you in the box. Yidong. It seems they can afford the gun, but not the bullets. We've been set up by Capital, those despicable capitalists. Chapter 32 Imperial Secrets. Overthrowing and replacing the Emperor. After the auction, Yidong carefully put away the revolver, still feeling a pang of regret. 30 gold coins, that's equivalent to the income they earned from teaching 3 clients. Let's go to the Witcher Association next, Yidong said to Crow. I'm not going. Raven shook his head. Witchers are born with a hatred for monsters. If I go, it will be like provoking them. You go alone. What about Leonardo da Vinci? It definitely shouldn't go. It's so ugly. Any witcher would want to kill it at first sight. Upon hearing this, Leonardo da Vinci barked in displeasure. Yidong had no choice but to go to the Witcher Association alone, while Raven and da Vinci waited for him outside. The Witcher Guild is the black skyscraper that the Raven pointed out earlier. The entire building exudes a chilling aura, and several witchers in leather armor stand at the entrance, each with a cold and stern face. The hall was spacious, with various wanted posters and bounty missions hanging on the walls. Several witchers in leather armor were checking the mission board. Hello, I'd like to post a bounty. Yidong walked to the front desk. The receptionist was a cold, middle-aged woman. What task? Searching for information about unstable mud soils. Reward amount, 10 gold coins. Half of the reward needs to be prepaid when a task is posted, and the other half will be paid upon completion of the task, the woman said in a formulaic manner. Yidong touched the money pouch, his face instantly stiffening. I just bought a revolver for 30 gold coins, and now I only have a dozen or so copper coins left in my purse. How about changing the bounty to 10 copper coins? Yidong asked sheepishly, sweat beading on his forehead. Sir, the minimum reward for posting a mission is 10 gold coins. The woman glanced at him coldly. Yidong left the association in embarrassment, and Crow knew what had happened just by looking at his expression. Out of money, huh? Okay. Yidong nodded. We'll figure something out when we get home. Serves you right for buying that crappy revolver. Duent kicked someone when they're down. Back at their lodgings, Zwazwa and Yu had already cleaned the house spotlessly. Eagle, go to the town of Dwalin and ask the leader for some living expenses, Yidong said to Crow after thinking for a moment. I'm not going. The Crow refused without even thinking. The cult leader told you to be self-reliant. If I ask you for money, she'll pluck all my feathers. You damn bird. Yidong was speechless. It seems I'll have to figure it out myself. Yidong thought of his fertility ability. Since this city is so prosperous, there must be many customers who want to have children, right? We're going to do business here. Yidong slapped his thigh. Left and right, you guys make some small ads, just like you did in Dwalin town before. Understood, Apostle Yi. The two immediately got to work. Soon, a stack of brand new flyers was produced. Pregnancy God Cult, Dis City Branch. 100% success rate, guaranteed pregnancy and childbirth. Customizable race to meet individual needs. Fair prices, honest and fair dealings. Address, number 18, Wutong Street, West District Residential Area, Daisai City. Make your dreams come true, starting here. Go out and post these all over the city, and remember to post them in conspicuous places, Yidong instructed. They nodded to each other and then left together. After the two chubby boys left, Yidong stretched and took out the revolver he had won at the auction. Yidong took the revolver out of the box and examined it carefully. The gun felt heavy and cold to the touch, and there was an invisible sensation when holding it, like the thrill of being surrounded by all sorts of monsters, but managing to kill them was quite strange. Yidong rummaged through the box, grabbed 3 silver round-headed bullets, loaded them into the box, and aimed at the crow. Oh my god! The crow was startled and quickly took flight. Why are you so excited? I'm not excited. Are you trying to kill me? Crow was furious, wishing he could kill Yidong. It grabbed the box containing the revolver with its claws and hurled it at Yidong, but the latter easily dodged it. The box fell to the ground, and a book about the thickness of a thumb fell out. Both the man and the bird were taken aback. Yidong quickly picked it up, and the crow flew over as well. What is this? The crow asked curiously. Then I saw 4 large characters, by Ting's diary. Yidong opened the diary, and the first page clearly stated the origin of the diary. My name is Biting, and I began keeping this diary when I discovered the Empire's plans. On the first day, I escaped from the Holy City. I don't know if the cult found out that I knew these things. The journey was smooth, and no one stopped me from going back. The next day, I met an old friend in the royal city of Kira. He told me that the Holy City had secretly sent a Holy Light Knight's order, which I think is most likely to come to deal with me. I must return to my hometown as soon as possible. On the third day, their target was indeed me. I was caught up, but the Emperor gave me protection and I escaped temporarily, but they will catch up again. On the 4th day, I returned to my hometown, but I was too late. They were all dead. I couldn't use their power to spread the secrets of the Empire to everyone, and they came after me. On the 5th day, the Emperor protected me again. Perhaps he also sensed the threat, but I thought I was going to die, and I would never be able to take the secrets of the Empire out with me again. The diary ends abruptly here. Yidong flips through the pages and finds only blank pages. It's not until he turns the diary over that he sees small print written in blood on the back cover. The Empire is attempting to overthrow the Emperor and replace him. Also, this gun is called Azathoth. Please do not load it with bullets. Yidong put down his book and exchanged a glance with the crow. How so? I hit the jackpot. You know him? Could someone who could discover such a secret be simple? 2. Yidong rubbed his chin. He didn't care about the secrets of the Empire. He only cared about how to use this revolver. After unloading the bullets, Yidong slammed the trigger against the wall. Click. It was the sound of an empty magazine clicking. No bullets were fired. Yidong frowned and pulled the trigger a few more times, but they were all blanks. What's going on? Is he lying to me? Probably. How can you fire without bullets? He's making a fool of you. Crow chimed in. Yidong rolled his eyes at the crow and pulled the trigger a few more times, but it still had no effect. However, his sixth sense told him that the gun was not so simple and that some preconditions might be required. The fact that there are no bullets is already established, so what else is there? Is a goal life? Yidong had an idea. He pointed the gun at Crow again, and the latter quickly dodged away, cursing. Do and hurt me. Yidong ultimately didn't pull the trigger. Finding someone to test the gun would only lead to bad guys, but it would be good to collect some intelligent souls. Let's go check out the slums then. Chapter 33 Azathoth, No Bullets version. The slums of Dis City are located on the easternmost edge of the city, forming a stark contrast with the bustling commercial district. It's like a hemorrhoid on the buttocks of a bustling city, rotten, foul-smelling, yet it has no choice but to exist. The buildings here are dilapidated, the streets are full of potholes, and the air is filled with all sorts of indescribable odors. TSK, the gap between the rich and the poor, the smell. Yidong sighed, covering his nose. It's like someone has been taking a dump in a garbage dump for a month. The sewers here are basically never cleaned. They're just open latrines, the raven said matter-of-factly, perched on Leonardo da Vinci's head like a wealthy landowner. Really, Yidong felt a little heavy-hearted. Don't be so sentimental, the crow reminded him. You're not a saint. You can't control everything. Isn't there a Virgin Mary? Why don't we ignore them? The Virgin Mary is not someone who would suddenly become kind-hearted. She is even more cold-blooded than ordinary humans. Upon hearing this, Yidong frowned. He had always thought that the Holy Mother was the kind of woman who was overly kind-hearted. But I think people should always have a bottom line. Yidong touched the gun holster at his waist. The crow shook its head. The law of the jungle is the truth of this world. The man and the two strange creatures continued walking along the filthy street. The houses on both sides were dilapidated, and some windows didn't even have glass. They were just covered with rags or wooden boards. Occasionally, you can see emaciated beggars huddled in a corner, staring at passers-by with empty eyes. As they were walking, a desperate cry for help came from a dilapidated building not far away. Help! Help me! Yidong looked up and saw a disheveled woman on the third-floor balcony, waving frantically for help. Her hair was messy and her clothes were torn to shreds. The next second, a burly figure rushed out from the balcony, roughly grabbed the woman's hair, and dragged her back inside. Shut the fuck up. If you yell again, I'll kill you, the man's vicious voice rang out. Pedestrians on the street ignored it. Some lowered their heads and quickened their pace, while others even showed expressions of watching a good show. Are they all so cold-blooded? Yidong frowned. It's normal. This kind of thing happens every day in the slums, Crow said indifferently. There are no laws here, only fists. We can't control everything. And besides, the Crow said in a low voice, maybe that woman went there on her own, wanting some benefits, but the negotiations fell apart. Let's go take a look. Yidong rolled up his sleeves. Why are you meddling in this? The Crow rolled its eyes. I can't stand beasts. Yidong rushed upstairs in 3 strides. Besides, I'm exactly lacking wisdom and soul right now, and someone just delivered it to my door. The Crow suddenly realized. I see. I thought you really wanted to be a good person. Yidong rushed to the 3rd floor and kicked the door without any hesitation. Bang! The door shattered with a crash, and the scene inside made Yidong frown. On the bed, a frail woman was held down by 2 men. Her clothes were torn to shreds, and she was crying with snot and tears streaming down her face. You beast! Yidong cursed. Da Vinci, do it. You little brat. Who the hell do you think you are? A fat man with a full beard glared fiercely at Yidong. Get the hell out of here, or I'll. Before he could finish speaking, Leonardo da Vinci opened his mouth and let out a low bark. Suddenly, the bedsheet seemed to come alive and began to writhe. The white fabric twisted and deformed, turning into countless tentacle-like things that quickly and tightly bound the 2 men. Kira, the bald man, struggled in terror, but the bedsheet tentacles tightened their grip and soon dragged them off the bed. The woman seized the opportunity to grab a rag from the ground and haphazardly put it on herself before rushing out of the room without looking back. They ran away without saying a word. Tisk, people these days have no manners. Yidong shook his head, then turned to the 2 beasts. Come on, tell me, why are you bullying that young girl? She's a woman wandering around outside in the middle of the night, dressed in rags. Isn't she just trying to seduce us? The bearded man was surprisingly self-righteous. Exactly. We're meeting her needs. Another guy, who was as skinny as a monkey, nodded vigorously. You still think you're right. Yidong kicked him in the face, and the skinny monkey's nose instantly twisted and bled profusely. How can a rapist be so self-righteous? As he spoke, Yidong took out Azathoth from his pocket, weighed it in his hand, and felt a surge of pleasure from the cold touch of the metal. He slowly loaded 3 silver bullets, his movement slow, but every second filled the 2 men with dread. This gun has 6 bullet holes. Yidong gently stroked the gun, his voice eerily calm. I'll fire a shot at each of you, and if you survive, I'll let you go. The 2 men turned pale with fright the moment they saw the gun, and the bald man's body began to tremble violently. Big brother, you were wrong. Please give me a chance. Don't be nervous. Yidong grinned, but the smile was more terrifying than a demon in their eyes. It's just a chance to try your luck. Maybe you'll get lucky. He raised his gun, the dark muzzle pointed at the bearded man's forehead, less than half a meter away. The bald man could clearly see the silver bullet tip inside the gun barrel, and cold sweat dripped down his face like rain. Bang! A deafening gunshot rang out in the small room, and the bald man's head exploded instantly, like a watermelon being smashed by a sledgehammer, splashing red and white liquid all over the wall. The remaining skinny monkey was so frightened that he trembled all over, and his crotch was instantly soaked with a large patch of yellow liquid running down his legs. Don't be afraid. Yidong wiped the blood off his face with his sleeve, his voice still gentle. You have a very good chance, a 4 in 5 probability, which is much higher than the probability of winning the lottery. I'm from the Silver Gang, the tall, thin man cried, his face covered in snot and tears. Killing me will get you into big trouble. Our gang leader is also Kira, a powerful figure in the advancement sequence. Oh, Yidong raised an eyebrow, seemingly quite interested. Is the Silver Gang very powerful? Of course we're powerful. Our gang leader is a 9th rank expert. The entire slum is our territory. Skinny Monkey thought he had a chance and continued. If you let me go now, I can put in a good word for you with our gang leader and promise not to pursue this matter. That does sound really impressive. Yidong nodded, seemingly convinced. He actually opened the revolver and ejected the remaining 2 bullets. The silver bullets rolled on the ground with a crisp sound. Before the Skinny Monkey could even smile, Yidong had already set his sights on his head again. Wait, didn't you say? It's not loaded with bullets. What are you afraid of? Yidong said with a smile. Didn't you see me emptying the bullets? Skinny Monkey thought about it and agreed with Yidong. The next second, Yidong pulled the trigger. Bang! With the second gunshot, a gaping maw flew out from the muzzle and bit off the man's head. Yidong's arms went numb from the powerful recoil, and he couldn't help but take a step back. Damn awesome. Yidong shook his numb right hand and looked at the revolver that was still slightly warm in his hand. So that's how it's used. Awesome. The crow was also shocked, its little eyes wide open, not expecting that Yidong had actually gotten a lucky break. Yidong skillfully took out 2 small bottles from his pocket and began collecting the souls of the 2 people from earlier. The room reeked of blood, and the walls were covered in bloodstains and brain matter, but Yidong remained calm, as if he had just killed 2 chickens, not people. Yidong put away the bottle. Let's go check out the Silver Gang. You really want to go? The crow asked worriedly. What if someone kills you? I suspect that gang leader is a heretic. Yidong put away his revolver and dusted off his hands. Besides, I have a gun now, what am I afraid of? Chapter 34 The Meat Grinder of the Slums. The 2 strange individuals wandered around the slums, and the sights along the way made Yidong's mood increasingly heavy. Every street here exudes an aura of despair. The cries of babies echo from dilapidated houses. Children rummage for food amidst garbage heaps, and an old beggar with a broken leg lies forgotten on the roadside. This is truly hell on earth, Yidong couldn't help but exclaim. Soon, they found out the location of the Silver Gang's headquarters. Guided by a drunkard missing half a tooth, the Silver Gang owns a bar called Blood and Wine. Soon, Yidong arrived with Crow and Da Vinci. The bar's exterior walls were peeling and crumbling, and the wooden signboard was teetering on the verge of collapse. Several tattooed thugs squatted at the entrance, casting unfriendly glances at Yidong and his group. So dilapidated? Yidong pushed open the door and entered. The bar was filled with smoke, and the air was thick with the mixed smells of cheap tobacco, alcohol, and sweat. The dim oil lamp flickered, casting an inconspicuous light on everyone's faces. A dozen or so tattooed men were sitting around a few dilapidated wooden tables, drinking and chatting. Some were playing cards, some were arm wrestling, and the laughter of women could be heard from a corner of the bar, which was clearly not a respectable sound. Upon seeing Yidong and his group enter, everyone stopped what they were doing and stared at them with hostility. Who are you? A bald, burly man slowly stood up. He was at least 1.9 meters tall, with a menacing blue dragon tattooed on his arm, and he was holding a half-empty bottle of wine. Outsiders are not welcome here. I'm looking for your gang leader, Yidong said bluntly, while discreetly placing his hand on the hilt of the gun at his waist. Looking for our gang leader? The bald, burly man sneered, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. Kid, do you know where you are? Silver Gang's territory. You know that, and you still dare to be so arrogant? The bald, burly man slammed the bottle down on the table, glass shards flying everywhere. Looks like you're tired of living. Brothers, teach this kid some manners. A dozen burly men swarmed around them, each carrying a bottle of liquor, a chair, and some even drew daggers. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the burly man closest to him fell to the ground, a gaping maw still gnawing at his head. Can I see your gang leader now? The dozen or so burly men stopped in their tracks and swallowed hard. This guy in front of us looks like Kira. Aren't we just throwing our lives away if we go up there? Haha, of course I can, brother. The bald, burly man rubbed his head and laughed sheepishly. Yidong snorted coldly and was about to put his gun away when a sudden gust of wind swept through the bar. The wind came suddenly, carrying a suffocating sense of oppression, and was mixed with a strong smell of blood and decay, as if it came from a slaughterhouse and morgue. Holy crap, Black Wind is here. The bald thug's face turned deathly pale instantly. Quick, everyone get to the basement. The meat grinder is coming. Run. The bar erupted in chaos, and everyone frantically ran deeper into the bar as if they had seen a ghost. The drunkards who were drinking in the bar, the prostitutes who were flirting, and the gamblers who were gambling in the corner all abandoned what they were doing, their faces filled with pure fear. What's going on? Yidong stood there, completely bewildered as to why these people had suddenly become like this. Damn it, Crow exclaimed. I remember now, there's a 6th sequence meat grinder here in the slums. A meat grinder? What the heck? It's a monster specifically designed to clean up slums and prevent the poor from multiplying too much. Yidong was stunned for a moment, then quickly led Crow and Da Vinci deeper into the bar. It looks dangerous outside, so I might as well follow these locals to avoid dying without knowing why. Yidong followed the crowd deeper into the bar, where he saw the bald, burly man about to close the heavy iron door to the basement. Wait! Yidong quickly raised Azathoth, its dark muzzle pointed at the bald man. We need to go in too. The bald, burly man broke out in a cold sweat the moment he saw the gun barrel and could only grit his teeth and step aside. The basement was much larger than I had imagined, covering over 100 square meters, but it was packed with people. It wasn't just the members of the Silver Gang. There were also many men, women, and children who looked like ordinary poor people, huddled in various corners, their faces filled with numb fear. The basement walls were rough stone, damp with water stains everywhere, and the air was so stuffy it was almost suffocating, a mixture of musty smells, sweat, urine, and sheer terror. Crow, what's going on? Yidong asked in a low voice, which sounded particularly jarring in the small space. Shu, the bald, burly man quickly made a shushing gesture, his eyes filled with terror. The others stared at Yidong with fear in their eyes. An old man who was missing an arm frantically gestured with his remaining hand, signaling Yidong to shut up. The next second, the whole world seemed to fall silent. Immediately afterwards, a series of heavy, despairing footsteps came from above. Thump, thump, thump. Each footstep was like the death knell, so heavy it felt as if a mountain was walking on it. The entire basement was shaking violently, and lime and dust fell from the ceiling. A layer of white powder quickly settled on Yidong's hair and shoulders. The oil lamps hanging on the wall swayed wildly, their flickering light making everyone's faces look ghostly and terrifying. What was even more terrifying was that along with the footsteps came a deep, thunderous breathing sound. Huff, huh, huff, huh. It was like a giant bellows in operation, each exhale carrying a foul, fishy smell that seeped down, and each inhale seemed to suck all the air out of the bar. Everyone in the basement held their breath, trying to suppress even their heartbeats, afraid of making the slightest sound. Yidong also felt that terrifying pressure, and cold sweat involuntarily broke out. Even the usually arrogant crow clung tightly to Leonardo da Vinci's head, its feathers standing on end. Leonardo da Vinci was also lying on the ground, trembling, his crooked mouth shaking even more violently. Footsteps moved slowly through the bar, seemingly searching for something, and occasionally the sound of tables and chairs being knocked over could be heard. Time seemed to pass incredibly slowly, each second feeling like an eternity. Yidong's palms were sweaty as he gripped Azathoth tightly. Suddenly, the footsteps stopped directly above them. Everyone's heart was in their throat, and they didn't dare to breathe. Several timid people had already begun to cry silently, tears streaming down their cheeks. Sniff, sniff, sniff. The sniffing sound grew closer, and it seemed the monster was already lying on the floor, searching the ground with its nose. Chapter 35. They All Must Die. In the dimly lit basement, Yidong could even hear the sound of some kind of slime dripping onto the floor. Just when everyone thought they were about to be discovered, the footsteps started moving again. The sound gradually faded away, and the oppressive feeling slowly dissipated. But no one dared to relax immediately. Everyone remained in their previous positions, fearing that the monster was merely pretending to leave. After another 10 minutes, once everyone was sure it was completely quiet outside, they finally dared to breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, they're finally gone. The bald, burly man wiped away a cold sweat, his voice still trembling. They scared me half to death every time. I suspect I've lost 10 years of my life. Keep your voice down. A man in black stepped out from the crowd and glared coldly at the bald man. The man was not tall, and a scar ran across his left eye. He exuded a dangerous aura. The man tossed a bottle of wine to Yidong and squatted down in front of him. I heard you were looking for me. What's up? Are you the gang leader? Yidong grabbed Azathoth with one hand and caught the wine the man threw at him with the other. It's me. My name is Ali. What exactly is outside? Yidong didn't answer directly, but asked about the things outside first. You're obviously not from this city. Ali looked Yidong up and down. That thing up there is called the Black Wind Beast. This city's cleaner. Black Wind Beast. A cleaner? Yidong frowned. That's right. Ali nodded, his voice filled with deep sarcasm. It's specifically designed to periodically clear out us poor folks, to prevent us from multiplying too much and affecting the city's appearance. What do you mean? Yidong frowned. Ali sneered, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. It means exactly what it says. Every month, the Black Wind Beast will come to the slums and randomly eat some people to ensure that the population of the slums does not exceed the limit. Yidong felt a chill run down his spine. Who gave the order? Of course, it's those old men living in the rich neighborhoods. The scarred man's voice was full of hatred. Too many people will affect the city's appearance, and the poor consume food but don't generate value, so why keep too many of them? Yeah, right. The bald, burly man chimed in indignantly. If we trash reproduce too quickly, those noble lords will find us disgusting. Yidong felt that his values and worldview had been greatly impacted, and his entire worldview was in turmoil. He originally thought the worst people were in the dark slums, criminals like thieves, robbers, and killers. Unexpectedly, the real demons were the wealthy nobles who lived in the light. They wore gorgeous clothes, lived in luxurious mansions, and appeared virtuous on the surface, but in reality, they treated human lives as numbers. Young man, you're still too naive. Ollie patted Yi Dong on the shoulder, his tone tinged with pity. That's how the world is. The weak are only fit to be trampled underfoot and used as stepping stones by the strong. The strong make the rules, and the weak can only obey. A one-armed old man said with a bitter smile. My arm was cut off because I stole a piece of bread, but those noble lords can easily spend a year's income on a single meal. You're no good people either, Yi Dong said coldly, recalling the two rapists from earlier. I just killed two of your men while they were raping women. There was silence in the basement for a few seconds, then Ollie suddenly laughed. Of course not. He didn't deny it at all, but was quite frank. But at least we have a bottom line. We won't kill innocent people indiscriminately. What about those noble lords? They don't even care whether we are human or not. Yidong took a closer look at the gang leader and found that he was completely different from the villain he had imagined. At least he was quite impressive when it came to public speaking. If Yidong hadn't already experienced various forms of manipulation by factory foremen in his previous life, he might have actually thought that this Ollie was some kind of great hero. Speak, what do you want? Ollie continued to ask. You can't have come all this way just for sightseeing. Yidong gave him a deep look. I want to know what God you believe in. Ollie was taken aback by these words. Of course I believe in the Emperor. Of course I believe in the Emperor. Ollie's answer disappointed Yidong. However, Yidong did not give up and continued to ask, do you know where there are heretics? Ollie narrowed his eyes and looked Yidong up and down. What do you want with heretics? Promotion requires materials, Yidong said without hiding anything. I see. Ollie nodded. There are indeed heretics, but they are all very well hidden and cannot be found by ordinary people. Do you know where it is? Ollie remained silent for a moment, seemingly considering whether or not to tell Yidong. Finally, he pointed to the basement ceiling. Right in those tall buildings above us. He lowered his voice. Infidels often need to sacrifice lives, so they like to mingle in densely populated areas where it's easier to make their move. Those dilapidated buildings in the slums. Yidong nodded thoughtfully and was about to get up and leave when an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. These people may not be heretics, but they are certainly not good people either. It's a good opportunity to collect some wise souls. Moreover, what if there are actually heretics mixed in among them? Thinking of this, Yidong secretly gave Leonardo da Vinci a wink. Da Vinci immediately understood, and his crooked mouth opened slightly, emitting a seemingly harmless bark. Woof! The bark sounded ordinary, but the next second, the entire basement began to undergo strange changes as if it had been enchanted. The old wooden chair began to twist and deform. The tattered strips of cloth scattered on the ground suddenly stretched out like tentacles, and even the moldy stains on the wall began to wriggle and turn into sticky rope-like objects. All these twisted objects were clearly targeted, precisely entangling themselves around everyone in the basement. What the hell? Ollie screamed in terror, desperately trying to break free from the vines that had suddenly wrapped around his wrists. But the vines seemed to have endless power, and the more he struggled, the tighter they wrapped around him. He was just a Kira of the ninth sequence and couldn't break free at all. Everyone else panicked too. The bald, burly man was tightly strangled by several ropes hanging from the ceiling, and the one-armed old man was wrapped up in layers of tattered rags on the ground, unable to move like a dumpling. What are you trying to do? Ollie's face was pale, and veins bulged on his forehead. We have no grudge against each other. Why are you doing this to us? Don't be nervous. It's just a small experiment. Yidong's voice was unusually calm as he slowly took Azathoth out of his pocket. The silver gun barrel reflected a cold light under the dim oil lamp, and the dark muzzle looked particularly sinister in this enclosed space. Experiment? What experiment? Ollie's voice trembled. He could feel the approaching breath of death. The others in the basement were terrified by this sudden turn of events, and several of the more timid ones had already begun to beg for mercy. Sir, spare my life. We really haven't done anything seriously wrong. Please let us go. But Yidong ignored him. He glanced at Ollie with a smile, and then pulled the trigger without hesitation. Chapter 36 Fellow Villagers, opening the door to warmth. Bang! The gunshots were unusually loud in the cramped basement, making everyone's eardrums ache. But the instant the gunshot rang out, a dazzling golden light suddenly exploded in the basement, so bright that it was impossible to open one's eyes. Immediately afterwards, a huge phantom clad in golden armor slowly emerged. With a single wave of his hand, he easily shattered the gaping maw that had been propelled from the muzzle of Azathoth's spear. Imperial protection. Taking advantage of the Emperor's protection, Ollie broke free from the twisting constriction on his body, flipped over, and smashed through the crowd as he ran deep into the basement. There was a secret passage there that only he knew about, which was specifically prepared for his escape. Damn, he runs really fast. Yi Dong curled his lip, watching Ollie disappear into the darkness. However, he could tell that Ollie wasn't a heretic, so he didn't bother to pursue it any further. Yi Dong turned to his next target, the one-armed old man. Grandpa, I'm sorry, it will stop hurting soon. Yi Dong's tone was very gentle, as if he were chatting with an old friend. No, please, please. The one-armed old man trembled with fear, tears, and snot streaming down his face. Yi Dong ignored his pleas for mercy and pulled the trigger directly. Click. Nothing happened this time, like pulling the trigger on a gun without bullets. Huh. Yi Dong was a little puzzled. He tried pulling the trigger a few more times, but there was still no response. He looked down at Azathoth. The gun was still cold and showed no signs of distress. Old man, have you ever done anything bad? Yi Dong asked curiously. The one-armed old man was still trembling, but after hearing Yi Dong's question, he answered shakily. I just steal a few things to make a living. I haven't done anything really bad, really. Yi Dong nodded thoughtfully, then turned the gun towards the bald, burly man. It's your turn. The bald, burly man turned deathly pale and shook his head desperately, pleading, No, don't kill me. I have a wife and children. Really? What have you done? I. The bald man stammered, unable to speak. Yi Dong didn't ask any more questions and pulled the trigger directly. Bang! This time, the gunshots came as expected, and a huge, blood-red maw flew out from the muzzle, its sharp teeth bared as it headed straight for the bald man. Before the bald man could even scream, his head was bitten off by a gaping maw, and his headless body continued to twitch. Yi Dong rubbed his chin, a certain guess forming in his mind. Azathoth is a revolver that judges evil. Only truly wicked people can be harmed by it. He looked at the others remaining in the basement, who were all pale with fright, some even having lost control of their bladders. Don't be afraid. Let me test the workings of this gun again, Yi Dong said gently. If you haven't done anything terribly wrong, you should be safe. Next, Yi Dong tested the other people in the basement one by one. Yi Dong learned from others that this guy was a child trafficker. He shot a thin, seemingly frail man in the head. A fat man with a face full of scars was also shot dead. He had raped several women and killed 2 victims who tried to resist. But a few people were unharmed, such as the one-armed old man and a scarred man who looked fierce but was actually just secretly helping orphans. After this round of testing, Yi Dong basically figured out Azathoth's patterns. Those who have killed innocent people, rapists, human traffickers, and child abusers will be killed instantly by this gun, while those who commit petty theft for survival, or those who appear fierce but are not inherently bad, will remain completely unharmed. An interesting weapon. Yi Dong put away the revolver with satisfaction. Only a few shivering survivors remained in the basement, and Yi Dong was too lazy to make things difficult for them any further. He waved to signal Leonardo da Vinci to deactivate his powers, and the twisted vines and ropes immediately returned to their original state, turning back into ordinary broken chairs and rags. You can leave now, Yi Dong said to the survivors. After saying that, he skillfully took out several small bottles and began collecting the souls of those evil people. These souls are precious material to him, and he cannot waste them. After collecting the souls, Yi Dong left the blood and wine bar with Da Vinci and the Raven. The once bumpy, muddy road now bears many large footprints. Each footprint was as big as a wash basin, deeply embedded in the soil, with cracks spreading outwards from the edges, as if it had been hit by a giant rock. Besides these large footprints, there were also some smaller paw prints scattered on the road. Eagle, do you know what the black wind beast is? Yi Dong squatted down to observe carefully, gently tracing the edge of the footprints with his fingers. It crawls on all fours and has a fierce appearance. The Raven sat on Da Vinci's head and continued. Moreover, the black wind beast is a powerful breeding machine. Every time it eats flesh and blood, it can immediately reproduce into a baby black wind beast, although the lifespan of these baby black wind beasts is only 1 day. That's even more impressive than getting someone pregnant. Watch your wording. I was asking someone else to conceive. Isn't that the same as getting someone else pregnant? Yi Dong. Without continuing the argument, Yi Dong looked around at the dilapidated buildings, hundreds of meters high, standing densely in the darkness like giant towers about to collapse. These buildings are severely aged, with peeling and crumbling exterior walls, and some windows on certain floors have even collapsed completely. The tallest building is over 30 stories high, but there are no elevators, and the stairwells are dark all year round, with only the occasional faint light shining through a window like a lonely eye in the darkness. As expected, poor people live in these tall buildings. Yidong looked up at the towering buildings until his neck ached. Yidong looked around and found that there were at least 20 such high-rise buildings in this area, each housing hundreds of families, so the number of heretics must be quite large. We need to find a way to narrow down the scope. Yidong stroked his chin thoughtfully. Since the heretics are going to make sacrifices, it will definitely cause people to go missing. We can start by investigating which building has the most missing people. That's a good idea. The crow nodded in agreement. Yidong randomly selected a building that looked particularly dilapidated, with a crooked sign that read, Building Number 7 on it. The door on the first floor was dilapidated, the door frame was crooked, and the paint on the door had almost completely peeled off, revealing rusty iron. Yidong pushed it gently, and the door opened with a creaking sound. A musty smell wafted through the hallway, mixed with dampness, urine, and various other unpleasant odors. It's really dilapidated. Yidong sighed, covering his nose. No wonder people are desperate living in a place like this. He arrived at the first house on the first floor and gently knocked on the door. Fellow villager, open the door and bring warmth. Chapter 37 Heretics. Who is it? Came an old woman's voice from behind the door, her voice tinged with obvious wariness. Fellow villager, I'd like to ask you something. Yidong tried his best to make his voice sound harmless. What business do you have asking me so late at night? The old woman became even more wary. You're not a robber, are you? Of course not. I'm an investigator. Yidong hastily came up with an identity, specializing in investigating missing persons cases. There was silence behind the door for a while. Then a bloodshot eye peeked out from the crack in the door, looking Yidong up and down. An investigator? The old woman's voice trembled. Is someone really taking care of us? Of course, please cooperate with the investigation. Yidong continued, maintaining a professional demeanor. The old lady hesitated for a long time, and even carefully observed Yidong through the crack in the door several times before finally opening the door. This was an elderly woman in her 60s, as thin as a bamboo pole, with a face full of wrinkles and eyes filled with deep fear and helplessness. She was wearing an old, patched-up dress, and her hands were covered in calluses. She looked like someone who had done hard labor all her life. Investigator, really? The old woman asked, her voice trembling, her eyes shining with hope. Finally, someone is willing to care about us poor people. Of course it's true. Yidong nodded, feeling a little guilty, but in order to find the heretics, he could only continue to lie. Please tell me in detail about the recent disappearances from this building. Yes. The old lady nodded repeatedly, tears welling up in her eyes. So many people have gone missing lately, I'm terrified. She shakily took out a small notebook from the cabinet, which was filled with densely written notes. I've kept a record of it. 9 people have gone missing from this building in just 1 month. The old woman opened her notebook and pointed to the entries with her thin, bony fingers. Look, the first one is Xiao Li from the 3rd floor, a 23-year-old young man. The second is Aunt Wang from the 15th floor. The third is... She read out the information of the missing persons one by one, and with each name she read, the fear on her face deepened. 9 people. Yidong frowned. This number was indeed abnormal. When did they all disappear? Is there any pattern? Some disappeared during the day, some at night. There's no pattern at all. The old lady wiped away her tears. My neighbor Xiao Wang was chatting with me the night before last, saying he found a new job and was very happy. But the next morning, when I knocked on his door to borrow some salt, I found the door was open and the house was empty. Anything else strange? Like, are there any suspicious people? The old lady thought for a moment, then grabbed Yidong's hand. Investigator, please go to the 21st floor and take a look. There is a suspicious household there. Once when I went upstairs to visit someone, I heard strange noises as I passed by. What kind of sound is that? Yidong's heart skipped a beat. It sounded like someone chanting scriptures, but it wasn't like a normal prayer. The old woman shuddered. The sound was eerie. It gave me the creeps. Yidong and Crow exchanged a glance. This was definitely the lair of the heretics. Pagans do indeed chant strange incantations when performing sacrificial rituals, and they like to use blood and fire as part of the ritual. Which household specifically? There was a red paper pasted on his door with symbols I couldn't understand drawn on it. Yidong nodded, thanked the old lady, and then led Crow and Da Vinci upstairs. The building has 25 floors in total. There is no elevator. The only way to go up and down is a narrow staircase. The staircase is very steep and has been in disrepair for many years. Some of the steps are even cracked, and stepping on them makes a worrying creaking sound. As Yidong climbed, he secretly rejoiced that he was now Kira, whose physical strength was much greater than that of ordinary people. Even so, he started to pant when he reached the 10th floor. The higher you go in the hallway, the darker it gets. Most of the lights that were originally installed on the walls are broken, with only one occasionally flickering weakly. As the building ascended, a strange smell began to permeate the air. It wasn't the usual musty or garbage smell, but a strangely frightening, sweet-smelling odor, like the smell of rotting flowers mixed with rust. This smell, Yidong frowned. It smells like blood. And it smells very strongly of blood. The crow noticed it too. Looks like we found the right place. After climbing for nearly 20 minutes, they finally reached the 21st floor. The hallway on this floor was even darker than the floors below, with only a rickety oil lamp swaying in the cold wind, casting eerie shadows that danced on the walls. Sure enough, there was a red paper pasted on the door of one house, with strange symbols drawn on it in black ink that Yidong couldn't understand. The symbols were distorted and difficult to decipher, looking like both ancient writing and some kind of evil totem. Eagle, what do you think? I'll sit and watch. The eagle sat on Leonardo da Vinci's head. Now Leonardo da Vinci had become its personal mount, and even climbing the stairs just now was done by Leonardo da Vinci. Useless eagle, Leonardo da Vinci was also a piece of trash. Are you really willing to be its mount? Da Vinci glanced at Yidong with a crooked mouth and barked. You stupid dog, why won't you be my mount? If you plop down there, Leonardo da Vinci is doomed. The raven glanced at him. Yidong pulled out Azathoth and went to the door. We can now be fairly certain that the person inside is a cult member. Kill him, get his heart, and everything will be fine. Thinking of this, Yidong turned around and instructed Da Vinci to help, then kicked the door open and rushed in with Azathoth in his arms. Bang! Yidong kicked the door panel away, and the entire door frame shook 3 times. He charged into the room, wielding Azathoth, ready for battle, but the room was empty. This is a small room of less than 20 square meters, simply furnished. Apart from a worn-out bed, a table, and a few chairs, there is hardly any other furniture. However, the room was filled with a strong smell of blood. There were dried bloodstains on the floor, various strange talismans were pasted on the walls, and several burnt black candles were placed on the table. Where the hell are they? Yidong frowned, pointing his gun at every corner of the room. Oh no, the pregnant man's climb of the stairs was for nothing, the crow said gleefully. Yidong walked over and lifted the bedboard. There was nothing underneath except some trash and dust. Shut up, you damned crow. Yidong was somewhat disappointed. He was about to leave when he suddenly heard footsteps in the hallway. Chapter 38 Black Wind Beast Cub. Thump, thump, thump. The footsteps were heavy, and there was also the sound of something being dragged. Yidong quickly gestured for the crow and Da Vinci to be quiet, then hid behind the door. Soon, footsteps reached the door, followed by a deep male voice. Strange, why is the door open? The next second, a man dressed in a black robe appeared at the door. He was carrying a bulging burlap sack on his back, which seemed to contain something heavy and was still wriggling slightly. The man was probably in his 40s, his face was as pale as a dead man's, his eyes were sunken, and he exuded a sinister aura. When he saw Yidong hiding behind the door, both of them were stunned. Who are you? The man in the black robe took a step back in alarm. I am your father. Yidong pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! A gaping maw flew out from the gun barrel, its sharp teeth bared, heading straight for the man in the black robe. But the creature reacted quickly, rolling to one side and biting the wall behind it with its gaping maw, leaving a large hole. Damn it, a witcher! The man in black robes cried out in terror. What the hell are you doing me being a witcher? Without hesitation, he threw off the sack on his back and ran towards the stairwell. The sack fell to the ground, and a child who looked only 11 or 12 years old rolled out of it, unconscious. There were marks on his body from being strangled by a rope. You beast! Yidong roared in fury upon seeing the child's pitiful state. Stop right there. Da Vinci, stop him. Da Vinci immediately opened his mouth and barked like a dog. The handrails and steps in the corridor began to twist and deform, turning into countless tentacle-like things that wrapped around the man in the black robe. But this heretic was clearly no pushover either. He began chanting obscure incantations and drawing strange symbols in the air with his hands. By the decaying remnant god above, by the power of chaos, help me escape. The next second, a black aura surged from his body, instantly corroding the tentacles that were wrapping around him, and he took the opportunity to rush into the stairwell. Damn, he's got some skills. Yidong quickly chased after him. Don't let my heart race. Hurried footsteps echoed in the stairwell as the man in black robes desperately ran down the stairs, with Yi Dong and his two companions in hot pursuit. Bang! Bang! Yi Dong fired as he chased, but it was difficult to aim in the narrow stairwell, and the heretic was incredibly fast, leaping and bounding up and down the stairs like a nimble monkey. Damn, this guy looks so weak, Yi Dong panted. He runs faster than a rabbit. Nonsense, heretics are all sacrificial fanatics, their bodies amplified by the gods to be extraordinary. The raven bounced around Leonardo da Vinci's head until he was dizzy. You stupid dog, can't you run a little more steadily? After chasing him for more than 10 floors, the man in black robes suddenly rushed out from the stairwell and disappeared into the corridor of a certain floor. Yi Dong quickly followed and discovered a hole at the end of the corridor on this floor, which appeared to have been deliberately damaged. Yi Dong peered down, but it was pitch black below, and he couldn't see anything at all. Where is this place? It looks like a garbage disposal area. The crow also peered out. There are garbage pits behind these slums, specifically for dumping garbage. Without hesitation, Yi Dong grabbed Da Vinci and jumped down from the hole. Holy crap, he yelled in midair. I forgot how high we are. Fortunately, there was indeed a thick layer of garbage underneath, which, although it stank horribly, served as a buffer. Yi Dong and Da Vinci crawled out of the garbage heap in a disheveled state, their bodies covered in all sorts of disgusting things. Damn, it stinks. Yi Dong covered his nose and looked around at his surroundings. This is a huge circular pit, at least 50 meters in diameter and more than 10 meters deep, surrounded by towering slums. The pit was filled with all kinds of garbage, rotten food, tattered clothes, and discarded furniture. The most disgusting thing is that there were animal carcasses and even human bones scattered in the garbage dump. Your mother is disgusting, Yi Dong exclaimed. Don't be disgusted, that guy is over there. The crow pointed to the other side of the pit. Yi Dong looked in that direction and saw the man in black robes crawling slowly through the garbage heap. He looked like he had fallen badly and was moving very slowly. Run, keep running. Yi Dong walked over with a sneer. Let's see where you can run to. The man in black robes turned around and saw Yi Dong. A look of resentment flashed in his eyes, and he began chanting the incantation again. Great, corrupt, and rotten God, your faithful followers beseech your power. Da Vinci, don't let him finish reading. Yi Dong roared. Da Vinci immediately activated his ability, and various debris in the garbage heap began to twist and deform, with countless tentacles made of rags, wires, and scrap metal wrapping around the man in the black robe. This time, the man in black robes was unable to break free. He was tightly bound, and his incantation was forced to stop. Now let's see how you hide. Yi Dong raised Azathoth and aimed it at the black-robed man's head. Wait, the man in black robes cried out in terror. Do you know the true meaning of rotten God? Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a gaping maw bit off the head of the man in the black robe. What trashy remnant god? Yi Dong said disdainfully, and began collecting souls. Then he dug a still-beating black heart from the black-robed man's corpse. This was the heretic heart he needed. Finally got it. Yi Dong put the heart into the prepared box with satisfaction. Just as he was about to leave the stinking garbage pit, a heavy breathing sound suddenly came from the bottom of the pit. Hoo-ha dash. It was like a giant bellows in operation, each breath carrying a foul, fishy smell. Immediately afterwards, the garbage heap began to shake violently, like an earthquake. Holy crap, Yi Dong's expression changed drastically. What's this guy doing here? No, the crow shook its head. It's a black-winged beast cub hiding here. As soon as he finished speaking, a group of small, four-limbed, dark figures slowly crawled out from the bottom of the garbage heap. These cubs were jet black, with 4 thick limbs, each claw as big as a car tire, which was extremely incongruous with their slender bodies. It's like a 2-wheeled electric vehicle with 4 car wheels. Their heads were ferocious and terrifying, with a row of sharp teeth and 6 blood-red eyes staring at Yi Dong at the same time, filled with bloodthirsty killing intent. Holy crap, Yi Dong's legs went weak with fright. These are so ugly. The black-winged beast cubs simultaneously let out a deafening roar, shaking the entire garbage pit. The next second, it suddenly charged towards Yi Dong. Chapter 39. The house was blocked. The black-winged beast cub let out a deafening roar and charged fiercely towards Yi Dong. Although these cubs were not large, they were extremely fast. Their 6 blood-red eyes gleamed in the darkness, and their sharp claws made a screeching sound as they scratched at the garbage heap. Holy crap! Da Vinci! Yi Dong fired repeatedly while holding Azathoth. Bang! 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 The gaping maws flew out one after another, killing several of the young that were charging at the front. But there were too many of these beasts, and they crawled out of the bottom of the garbage heap in dense numbers, at least 20 of them. Da Vinci immediately opened his mouth and barked like a dog, and the various objects in the garbage heap began to twist and turn wildly. The tattered bedsheets turned into giant tentacles, the discarded electrical wires wriggled like snakes, and even the rotten vegetable leaves turned into sticky ropes. Countless tentacles wrapped around the cubs, dragging the leading ones deep into the garbage heap. But the cubs behind them were not afraid of death at all, and continued to charge forward, stepping over the corpses of their companions. A cub broke through Da Vinci's defenses and pounced on Yidong. Yidong quickly dodged to the side, but the cub's claws still left 3 bloody marks on his arm. "Oh no, there are too many," Yidong shouted, sweat beading on his forehead as he dodged the attacks. "Crow, you piece of trash, hurry up and make your move." The crow, dizzy from being bounced around on Leonardo da Vinci's head, angrily cursed, "You two are useless. You can't even handle a few chicks." As it spoke, its eyes instantly turned blood red, and all the feathers on its body stood on end, radiating a suffocating pressure. The next second, it let out a deafening scream. "You bunch of idiots. Go back to the garbage dump." An invisible mental shock swept through the entire garbage pit like a tsunami. Even the air vibrated. All the black-winged beast cubs froze at the same time, their blood-red eyes losing their luster and becoming empty and lifeless. They stood there for a few seconds, then, as if given a command, obediently turned around and crawled back into the depths of the garbage heap. Even those that were tearing at the tentacles stopped and obediently crawled back, like robots whose stop button had been pressed. The entire garbage pit fell silent instantly, with only Yidong's heavy breathing audible. "Crow is awesome," Yidong shouted excitedly. "You're still the best. You're much better than that piece of trash Da Vinci." "What a fucking hypocrite." Crow glanced at Yidong disdainfully. "He just called me a piece of trash. Does he really think I'm some kind of trash like Leonardo da Vinci?" "Leonardo da Vinci, feed me peanuts." The man and the 2 strange creatures quickly left the dangerous garbage dump and headed back along the narrow paths of the slums. Under the moonlight, the entire slum appeared particularly desolate, with dilapidated buildings casting distorted shadows, and occasionally the cries of babies and the curses of drunkards could be heard from afar. "This place is no place for humans to live," Yidong sighed as he walked. "No wonder those people turned into beasts. The environment can change people, but more often than not, people choose the environment," the crow said philosophically. "Those truly evil people will remain evil even if they live in a wealthy neighborhood." "Are you pretending to be your mother? Damn it, I'll turn you into an idiot." Ignoring the crow's warning, Yidong walked along, checking the spoils in his arms. He was in high spirits after acquiring the heart of the heretic and more than a dozen bottles of collected souls. "This is a good harvest." Yidong patted the box containing the heart. "All that's missing is the unstable soil." After leaving the slum, the surrounding environment improved significantly. The streets became wider and cleaner, and the streetlights were on. The city of Dis City has a different charm at night, with various nightclubs and bars lighting up their signs, and many pedestrians returning home late at night. When Yidong returned to number 18 Wudong Street, he was stunned before he even entered the door. A large crowd had gathered in front of his house, including elegantly dressed nobles, simply dressed commoners, and all sorts of strange monsters, completely blocking the street. "What the heck? The cult leader's enemies have come knocking." Yidong struggled to squeeze into the crowd. There, Zwa and Yu, their faces covered in sweat, were frantically explaining something in front of the door. The 2 chubby boys were clearly quite frightened by the scene. "Dear guests, the apostle is not home right now. Please wait a moment before coming back." Zwa wiped the sweat from her forehead, her voice trembling slightly. Yes, he'll be back soon." Yu quickly chimed in, but her voice lacked confidence. Various voices of discontent arose from the crowd. "We've been waiting so long. When will things finally get done? We brought money with us. So where is everyone?" "Yeah, the service is terrible. I came all the way from the north of the city. Could this be a scam?" Yidong then realized that these were all customers who had seen the small advertisement and were seeking to conceive. He was overjoyed. He hadn't expected the publicity to be so effective. It was all gold coins. I'm here. Yidong hurriedly squeezed to the front of the door and shouted, "Thank you for waiting, everyone." The crowd erupted in cheers upon seeing Yidong appear. "It's finally here. Are you an apostle of the pregnancy god cult? He looks quite young. Is he reliable?" "Young man, your advertisement claims a 100% success rate. Is that true?" Yidong cleared his throat and announced loudly, "Everyone, welcome to the Dis City branch of the pregnancy god cult. I am Yidong, the apostle in charge of pregnancy services." The crow on his shoulder whispered, "They're going to make a fortune." A merchant with an octopus-like head raised his tentacles and asked, "Apostle, what are the specific requirements? I've heard that races can be customized." "That's right." Yidong nodded, entering professional mode. Each guest needs to prepare a fist-sized piece of flesh and blood of the race they wish to dine with, as well as an intelligent soul, for a total of 10 gold coins. "What is an intelligent soul?" a one-eyed dwarf asked, puzzled. "It's the soul of a thinking being, such as the soul of a human, an elf, a dwarf, and so on," Yidong explained patiently. "What if there is no intelligent soul?" another simple-minded guest asked. "Then 15 gold coins it is, and we'll cover the materials," Yidong replied with a smile. Murmurs began to circulate among the crowd. "The price is reasonable. Where do we find intelligent souls? Just find any guy and kill him." "Is the success rate really 100%? A scarred man questioned. "Guaranteed pregnancy and childbirth. No deception." Yidong patted his chest and guaranteed. "If it doesn't work, the goddess of pregnancy will descend on the spot and kowtow to admit her mistake." When Yidong said this, everyone was shocked. This kid was really reckless, not afraid of being crushed to death by the pregnancy goddess on the spot. But in some ways, the goddess of pregnancy is easy to talk to. At the very least, she has an exceptional capacity for patience. Then who gets custody of the child born? Of course they belong to you. We are only responsible for getting you pregnant. Once the child is born, it will be yours. How long does it take to give birth? It usually takes 3 to 5 days, but those with good physical condition may take even longer. The crowd erupted in discussion again, surprised that the birth had happened so quickly, but it was for the best, to save them from suffering. "Can you choose the gender of your child?" "Well," Yidong scratched his head, "the gender is random, but we guarantee that the children will all be healthy." After some explanation, most of the guests nodded in satisfaction and began discussing how to prepare the materials when they got back. The crowd gradually dispersed, but a richly dressed noblewoman remained with her butler. "Butler, cut the meat." Chapter 40, The Witcher Odyssey, Anna. The lady appeared to be in her 40s, wearing an expensive silk dress, a sparkling gemstone ring on her hand, and a pearl necklace around her neck. Her butler was a middle-aged man in his 50s, thin, with a serious face, and dressed in a well-fitting black uniform. "Madam, aren't you going back to prepare the flesh and blood?" Yidong asked curiously. The noblewoman shook her head gracefully, covering half her face with her fan. "My lord, my situation is rather special." She paused for a moment, then continued. "My husband wants a child, but I suffer from infertility. I've seen many doctors, but none of them can cure me, so I've come here specifically to try to conceive." Yidong nodded, indicating his understanding. The lady continued. "I want a healthy child who can carry on our family line. The sooner the better." After saying that, she gave the butler behind her a wink. The butler received his master's hint. His face turned deathly pale, and his body began to tremble slightly. "Madam," the butler said in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with fear. "Stop talking nonsense," the noblewoman said coldly, her tone devoid of any warmth. The butler gritted his teeth, a hint of pain and helplessness flashing in his eyes, and then pulled a sharp knife from his pocket. He glanced at his indifferent master, then at Yidong and the others watching, and finally raised his knife. "Your servant will obey," the steward shouted, and without hesitation, he slashed his own thigh. "Ah!" The butler groaned in pain as blood gushed out, staining his trousers red. But he didn't stop. Enduring the excruciating pain, he used a knife to cut off a fist-sized piece of flesh, the bloody chunk still trembling slightly. He handed it to Yidong with trembling hands, his forehead covered in cold sweat and his face as pale as paper. Yidong frowned, cursing inwardly that the poisonous woman was truly despicable. What do these rich people really think of their servants? They don't even blink when they make others cut off their own flesh. They're more cold-blooded and ruthless than devils. But that's normal. Even if there are normal people in this world, they will be assimilated sooner or later. Yidong felt that he would adapt soon. The butler was in so much pain, he could barely stand. He quickly took out a bottle of healing potion from his pocket and poured it on the wound, which slowly stopped the bleeding. "Madam is really..." Yidong didn't know what to say. Yidong took out a small bottle containing a soul from his bosom and shaped it into a seed by mixing it with flesh and blood. "Madam, please take it." Yidong handed over the fertilized egg. The noblewoman looked at the bloody mass of flesh, a look of disgust flashing across her face, but she still took it. She hesitated for a moment, then pinched her nose, closed her eyes, and swallowed it in one gulp. "Ugh! Cough, cough, cough." The noblewoman immediately began to cough violently, her face turning red. The butler quickly handed over some prepared water, which the lady drank in large gulps and felt somewhat relieved. This smell, the lady frowned, is so fishy. Still no bloodshed, Yidong murmured. The baby will be born in 3 days. Despite the pain, the steward pulled a heavy money bag from his pocket, containing 50 gold coins. Consider this a tip, the lady said arrogantly, wiping her mouth. If it works well, I'll recommend it to my friends. Thank you, madam. Yidong accepted the money pouch, his feelings complicated. The noblewoman boarded her luxurious carriage and left, leaving Yidong standing there pondering the complexities of human nature. These rich people are really, Yidong shook his head, more terrifying than the devil. The flesh and blood of the poor, the food of the rich, the crow lamented. This is the truth of this world. Yidong took a deep breath, putting these unpleasant emotions out of his mind. Right now, the most important thing is to make money and get promoted. Everything else can wait until I have the ability. With the 50 gold coins, Yidong immediately ran to the Demon Hunter Association. Now all that's missing is the unstable mod, and he's eager to advance to the 8th sequence. The city of Dis is even more lively at night than during the day, with various nightclubs and taverns open, and many adventurers, monsters, and merchants returning home late at night on the streets. The Witcher Guild building appeared even more imposing in the night, its black exterior walls adorned with reliefs depicting various monster hunts, while 2 enormous oil lamps at the entrance illuminated the surrounding area. Upon entering the guild hall, only a few demon hunters were checking the quest board, while others were whispering in a corner. When I arrived at the front desk, it was the same cold-faced female receptionist. I need to issue a mission, Yidong said to her. The receptionist looked up at him and said, Speak. Find the unstable mod. If you can bring the materials directly, I'll offer a reward of 50 gold coins. If you can lead me there, I'll offer a reward of 30 gold coins. If you tell me any clues, I'll offer a reward of 10 gold coins. By the way, if you lead me there, I have 2 8th sequence members who can help me. The female receptionist wrote down the task with a blank expression. The task has been updated. You need to prepay 25 gold coins and also leave a contact address. Yidong counted out 25 gold coins and placed them on the table, watching as his money bag instantly deflated considerably. Just as the task was issued, Yidong heard a familiar voice behind him. That damned scavenging old woman led me on a 3-day tour of the town of Dwaluan. Yidong was startled. He recognized the voice all too well. It was the very same demon hunter who had stolen the parchment. He quickly found a pillar to hide behind and secretly observed. The next second, the Witcher walked into the association's hall. He looked exhausted, with a stubble beard and his clothes covered in dust. He was complaining to another Witcher. That crazy old woman said I shouldn't bully good kids, so she put me in a bottle and has been spinning me around in the town of Doron ever since. You're lucky you're alive. Another Witcher patted him on the shoulder. Odyssey, you should know that the scavenger woman is a powerful 6th-order expert. That's true. Odyssey sighed. Fortunately, she released me in the end, but she still took my things. I have to find a way to get them back. Hiding behind the pillar, Yidong secretly rejoiced. It seemed that Odyssey was unaware that the fire demon's treasure map was already in his hands. This way, there's no need to worry about Odyssey continuing to mess with itself. The 6th sequence? You think you can get it with your head? Another Witcher chuckled. Unless you can get our captain to help you. I can't get the captain to come, Odyssey said with a bitter face, waving his hand. Right now, I just want to find an easy job, earn some money, and take a break. After a while, I'll go to the town of Dwaluan and ask the old woman who collects scraps for help, and see if she can take pity on me. The other Witcher couldn't help but laugh and patted Odyssey on the shoulder helplessly. The 2 Witchers walked toward the quest board, and Yidong stared intently at their backs, preparing to leave as he did so. But as soon as he ran out from behind the pillar, he accidentally bumped into another person. Ouch! The soft touch startled Yidong. He subconsciously looked up and saw a pair of emerald green eyes staring coldly at him. The Witcher was about 25 or 26 years old, with long blonde hair tied in a neat ponytail, and wearing fitted leather armor that outlined her perfect curves. I'm so sorry. Yidong quickly lowered his head and bent over, feeling extremely guilty. Odyssey and his companions looked over when they heard the noise. Yidong panicked even more, bent over, and ran away. Anna, the Witcher, watched Yidong's hunched back as he fled in a panic, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes. Then she coldly cursed, "You scoundrel." Odyssey frowned, feeling that the figure looked familiar, but he couldn't quite place where he had seen it before. Anna arrived at the front desk and saw the task Yidong had just modified. I've accepted this task. Give me the employer's contact address, she said, pointing to the task board. Chapter 41 Elite, Dark Witch. Yidong ran all the way home, feeling uneasy. He was afraid that Odyssey would recognize him and then sneak up and shoot him in the head. What's wrong? Why are you running so fast? Crow looked at Yidong, who was covered in sweat, with a puzzled expression. What wrong thing did you do? I ran into someone I know. Yidong wiped his sweat. Remember that witcher from Dorantown? I ran into him again. Holy crap, you still dare to come back? Aren't you afraid he'll wipe us all out? What are you afraid of? There are so many of us. If we split up and run, we definitely won't be wiped out in one fell swoop. Crow. No sooner had he finished speaking than there was a knock on the door. When Yidong opened the door, he saw the octopus-headed merchant carrying a package with his tentacles. Master Apostle, I have brought the materials, the merchant said, his voice filled with excitement. Yidong let it in, and the merchant took out a fresh octopus tentacle and a bottle containing a soul from his package. I want a little octopus child, a smart one, the businessman explained. I'm in the maritime trade business, and I need an heir who can help me with accounting and negotiation. No problem. Yidong skillfully prepared the embryo. It will be born in 3 days, and I guarantee it will be smart and clever. The octopus merchant paid 10 gold coins with satisfaction, carefully swallowed the gestational egg, and left. Several more customers arrived shortly afterward, keeping Yidong extremely busy. The second was the Cyclops, who brought with him the flesh and blood of a dwarf and the soul of a human. I need a child who can help me find minerals, the giant said, rubbing his hands together. No problem, dwarves are born with this talent. Yidong used the flesh and blood of dwarves to create the seed. The third customer was even more bizarre. He was a monster that looked like a lizard, and he actually asked for a slime child. Slime? Yidong was taken aback. Are you sure? Confirmed. The lizard monster nodded vigorously. Slimes are easy to raise, and they don't have teeth. They're soft and cuddly, and most importantly, they're cheap. Yidong looked at it strangely, wondering what was going on with no teeth in its mouth, but still made the fertilized egg according to the customer's requirements. The next customers were mostly humans, and these humans did not understand the existence of souls, so they all used Yidong's soul. After performing over a dozen pregnancies, the clients gradually stopped, and Yidong was exhausted and mentally drained. But looking at the 200 or so gold coins, Yidong felt quite fulfilled. After seeing off the last customer, Yidong rubbed his aching temples, preparing to take a good rest. You've only been working here a short time, and you already want to leave? Huh. Crow's words almost gave Yidong a shock. What are you looking at? The crow lay on the sofa, its 2 short legs stepping on Leonardo da Vinci's head in front of it. You damn capitalist, Leonardo da Vinci. You're a real lapdog too. After Yidong finished cursing, he was about to go back to his room to sleep, but at that moment there was another knock on the door. Yidong frowned. Sorry, come back tomorrow. We're closed today. Hello, I'd like to inquire about special services. The voice outside the door was very soft, with an indescribable eeriness. Special services? Crow sat up straight and scrutinized Yidong. When did you start posting ads like this again? Go, you dead crow. Yidong cursed at the crow but still opened the door, where a slender figure wearing a cloak stood. What kind of special service? Yidong asked curiously. I want a... The cloaked woman hesitated, her voice growing even lower. A child who will not inherit any of my curses. A curse? Yidong frowned. What curse? The cloaked woman slowly removed her hood, revealing a face so beautiful it was breathtaking. She had perfect features, snow-white skin, and long, jet-black hair, but her eyes were pure black with no whites, making her look exceptionally eerie. Even more terrifying, it seemed as if black flames were flickering in her pupils. Dark Witch Elite. I am a cursed witch, she said with a bitter smile. My children will all be afflicted with the curse of our race, so I want you to help me. Yidong carefully sensed the aura emanating from her. Judging from the pressure, this woman was at least a 7th-level expert. However, the children born from one's own gestation will be of that race and will not have the curse removed unless it can accept children of other races. Yidong explained the situation, and the Dark Witch frowned for a long time. Is there really no other way? Just as Yidong was about to say no, he suddenly remembered the new advancement sequence given by the pregnancy god. Pregnancy species, heterosexual pregnancy. The mutation of the offspring might actually be able to remove the curse. Miss Witch, there is another probabilistic method. As long as I advance to the 8th sequence, I have a chance to cause my child to mutate, which will then have a chance to remove the curse. What is the probability? I can't explain it clearly either. After all, it's a mutation. The Dark Witch hesitated for a long time before nodding. Then I'll come back to find you after you advance in rank. After saying that, the Dark Witch's figure turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared right in front of Yidong. leaving him with the words he wanted to add stuck in his throat. After the dark witch left, Yidong stood at the door for a long time, stunned. Why is it running so fast? Yidong slammed the door shut in frustration. Did it know I needed it to find materials for my promotion? Why should they help you? The crow retorted mercilessly. It's not like they won't give you money. Shut up, you dead crow. Yidong yawned. I'm exhausted. I'm going to sleep now. Turn down any more clients. After saying that, Yidong dragged his tired body upstairs and fell asleep immediately. Yidong slept very soundly and had a wonderful dream. He dreamt that after advancing to the 8th sequence, he was majestic and powerful, taking down one enemy with a single shot. Odyssey was so frightened that he knelt down and begged for mercy, and Yuyuzi acted as his little dog. Just as he was having a sweet dream, he felt an itch in his nose and suddenly sneezed, sitting up. The crow was standing on his bedsheet. It was clearly its doing. Crow, how long have I been sleeping? You've slept for 5 hours straight. You could be Marshal Tianpeng by now. The crow rambled on like a heartless capitalist. Idiot. Yidong grabbed its head, pushed it back into the blankets, and then got out of bed. Chapter 42 Departure from the Ruined Mountains. After going downstairs, Yidong took Da Vinci to the street to buy some food and brought it back. The three oddballs were also hungry, and they wolfed down their food in the living room. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. The knocking sounded again. Yidong was a little tired, while Crow ran over and peeked through the crack in the door. Tell the customer we're not open yet. It'll be another 2 hours. I need to go to the toilet. Yidong ate his steamed bun and drank his spicy soup, continuing to eat. She's a pretty young lady. Yidong glanced at it and gave a disdainful snort. He now knows all too well what kind of person the crow is. If there's a beautiful woman outside, he'll eat her on the spot. Sir, I have accepted your mission. A gentle voice came in, and Yidong was taken aback. This voice had a bit of a mature, sophisticated vibe. Ahem. Coming, beautiful lady, please wait a moment. Get out of my way, crow, don't delay my business. Yidong muttered a curse under his breath, then opened the door with a smile. However, when he saw the figure standing outside the door, he was completely stunned. She had long, golden hair tied in a neat ponytail, wore a fitted leather armor that accentuated her perfect curves, and stared at him with a pair of emerald green eyes, somewhat surprised. It's the same female witcher I bumped into at the Witcher Guild last night. Holy crap, Yidong blurted out, then realized his mistake and quickly corrected himself. I meant, good morning, beautiful lady. Anna looked the disheveled man in his pajamas up and down, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes before turning into barely concealed contempt. Are you the employer looking for unstable mud? Anna's voice turned cold again. It was me, Yidong said with a guilty smile. I really didn't mean it yesterday. Oh, Anna nodded. What do you mean it wasn't intentional? The crow flew out, looking at Yidong with a sneer. It wouldn't let Yidong off the hook. Did you steal someone's underwear again? I've told you before not to do such filthy things. Exclamation point. Yidong's eyes widened, and he grabbed the crow and threw it into the house. Don't slander me, you beast. Anna felt even more contemptuous of Yidong. In her mind, he was now a scoundrel who liked to steal underwear and abuse small animals. She pulled a piece of paper from her pocket and handed it to Yidong, saying coldly, I've accepted the task you posted to find unstable mud. Yidong's eyes lit up. Really? Do you have some? I don't have any. Anna shook her head. But I know where to find them. It's just that I can't do it myself. I need your help. She took out a map from her bosom and handed it to Yidong. There's an abandoned alchemy laboratory in the Broken Mountains, which contains unstable mud, but it's quite risky. What do you mean? Yidong looked at the location circled in red on the map and swallowed hard. The map still retains warmth, accompanied by a faint milky aroma. There are out-of-control alchemical creatures in the laboratory, and there are all kinds of powerful monsters deep in the mountains. Anna continued, It's too risky for me to go in alone, so I need your 8th sequence helpers. No problem, no problem. Yidong pondered for a moment. If he was going to the Ruined Mountains, he could stop by the fire demon's place on the way. It would be good to have this female demon hunter with him. Giving her some money would also be a help. Yes, my name is Anna. I'll come find you after I've packed my gear. Anna turned and left, and Yidong closed the door. Does it smell good? A crow flew over and asked. Get lost, you dead duck. Password. I am a crow. A crow is a duck too. Fuck you. After the two wrestled for a while, Yidong also prepared to make some preparations for going to the Broken Mountains, but after thinking it over, he realized that he had nothing to prepare at all. After tidying up the teddy bear, wiping Azathoth, and comparing the positions with the parchment scroll, Yidong sat down and started eating again. Anna returned quickly, carrying a lot more equipment. With 2 revolvers hanging at her waist and what appeared to be a short sword hidden in her boots. Are you ready? Anna glanced at Yi Dong's combination of one person and two monsters, her brows furrowing slightly. Where are the two 8-sequence ones you mentioned? These are them, Yi Dong said, pointing to the raven sitting on Leonardo da Vinci's head. Anna glanced at them strangely, genuinely surprised that these two ugly things were actually the 8th sequence. But appearances can be deceiving, so she didn't say anything more. Yi Dong patted the Azathoth at his waist. Don't worry, miss. We're professionals. I hope so. Anna clearly had doubts about Yi Dong's reliability. The Broken Mountains are dangerous. You could easily die inside. As night deepened, the group left Dis City carrying oil lamps. The guards at the city gate simply checked the pass and then let us through. To the east of here lies the dilapidated mountain range, about 20 kilometers away. The further east you go, the more desolate the surrounding environment becomes, and the originally smooth official road gradually turns into a rugged mountain path. A strange smell began to fill the air, neither the fragrance of flowers nor the smell of earth, but a suffocating, decaying odor. We're just ahead at the outer edge of the ruined mountains, Anna said, pointing to the dark mountain shadows ahead. Those alchemy laboratories are deep within the mountains. Yi Dong looked up and saw that the dilapidated mountain range in the night was like a giant beast lying on the ground, with its dark peaks piercing the clouds and its tops not visible. Occasionally, a few red lights flickered on the mountainside, like the eyes of a giant beast watching its approaching prey. What are those red lights? Yi Dong asked, frowning. Before Anna could answer, the raven spoke up. Those are monsters that have been in the dark for too long and have lost their minds. They are evil spirits. Anna shook her head, her golden ponytail swaying gently in the night breeze. These evil spirits are indeed monsters that have lost their minds, but they are not naturally formed. What do you mean? Yi Dong asked curiously. Anna was silent for a moment, seemingly considering how to explain. You should know the location of this place, right? Yi Dong shook his head. They really didn't know much about the geography of this world. This is the border between the two countries, Anna explained as they walked. To the north is the Kingdom of Hao, and to the south is the Kingdom of White Bones. The road we are walking on is the border between the two countries. Two countries? Yi Dong asked thoughtfully. What does this have to do with two countries? Because these evil spirits are products of war. Are there any conflicts between the two countries? It's more than just a conflict, Anna sneered. These two countries have been fighting for hundreds of years, and the Broken Mountains are one of the main battlefields. She pointed to the red light in the distance. The war destroyed too many cities and towns, causing countless monsters to be displaced. Without the fixed supply of human oil lamps, these monsters gradually became lost in the darkness and were corrupted by the power of the main god into these evil spirits. Of course, some of the red light was biological weapons deliberately released by the armies of both countries. Biological weapons? Yi Dong frowned. Well, the Kingdom of Hal is skilled in mechanical manufacturing and often creates powerful mechanical butchers to deploy in the enemy camp, while the Kingdom of Whitebone is skilled in necromancy and likes to use the corpses of enemies to create undead creatures. Anna's voice turned heavy. Over time, the entire desolate mountain range became a paradise for all kinds of biological weapons and evil spirits. Wow, this is so cruel. Yi Dong was somewhat shocked. Cruel? Anna sneered. In the face of war, civilians' lives are less than grass. Most of them died, and the few survivors became these evil spirits. The rest either fled to neutral zones like Dis City or joined bandit gangs. As they spoke, they entered the outer edge of the mountain range, and the path beneath their feet became even more rugged. The surrounding trees looked rather eerie, with many trunks bearing obvious cut marks, and some trees even being cut in half, with dried blood visible at the cuts. Watch your step, Anna warned. There are traps everywhere, some left by the army, and some set by bandits. Chapter 43 Alchemy Past. On the outskirts of the dilapidated mountains, a group of people struggled to make their way along a rugged mountain path. Everywhere you look, there are traces of war, abandoned weapons stuck in the ground, rusty mechanical parts scattered everywhere, and huge bomb craters, as if the place had been bombed by some terrible weapon. Yi Dong kicked a tattered helmet at his feet. They're really fighting fiercely. As they were talking, a strange hissing sound suddenly came from the darkness ahead, followed by several red lights rushing towards them. Anna instantly drew her twin pistols from her waist. 3 evil spirits leaped out of the darkness. They were clearly once some kind of humanoid race, but now they were completely twisted and deformed. His gray skin was covered with black veins, his limbs were disproportionately long, his mouth was full of sharp teeth, and his eyes were filled with a mad, killing intent. Bang! 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 Anna's marksmanship was extremely accurate. She fired 3 shots, each hitting the evil spirit's head precisely. The specially made silver bullets exploded inside the evil spirits, smashing their heads to pieces and splattering black blood everywhere. Such accurate marksmanship. Yidong's eyes lit up. This female witcher was indeed quite skilled. Anna blew away the gunpowder smoke, twirled the gun in her hand, tucked it into her waistband, and continued walking forward. Yidong quickly ran over, skillfully took out a small bottle, and began collecting the souls of evil spirits. Anna stopped and asked curiously, "What do you want to do with these souls?" I'll do some small experiments," Yidong said casually while collecting the materials. He mixed the flesh and soul of the 3 evil spirits and quickly created 3 gestation seeds. Then, when Anna wasn't looking, he quietly threw the gestation seeds into the darkness. Anna frowned slightly, but didn't ask any further questions. After walking for about 2 more hours, the group arrived at a relatively safe cliff. There are natural stone caves here that can provide shelter from the wind and rain, and they also offer a wide field of vision, making it easy to spot approaching enemies. "Let's rest here for now," Anna said, looking around. "We'll continue deeper once we've regained some strength." Yidong put down his backpack, feeling like all the bones in his body were about to fall apart. Although his stamina had greatly increased after becoming Kira, he still felt exhausted after walking for several hours on these rugged mountain roads. Damn it! What a lousy place, full of traps and evil spirits. He plopped down on a rock, panting heavily. "This is nothing," the raven said gloatingly, perched on Leonardo da Vinci's head. "Wait until we go deeper tomorrow, then you'll be in for a world of hurt." "Damn crow." Yidong glared at it. Da Vinci glanced at Yidong with a crooked mouth, then laid down at the cave entrance, his asymmetrical eyes warily observing the movements outside. Despite his ugly appearance, this guy has a very strong fighting spirit. Anna took out some dry food and water from her backpack and distributed them to everyone. "We'll be going into the alchemy lab first thing tomorrow morning," she said, munching on a hard piece of black bread. "The situation inside is rather complicated, so you'll have to stick close to me." "What's in the lab?" Yidong asked curiously. "Mainly out-of-control alchemical creatures," Anna recalled with a frown. That laboratory was originally a secret research base of the Kingdom of Hao, specifically for conducting experiments on the fusion of monsters and mechanical modifications. After the outbreak of war, the researchers hastily evacuated, leaving behind a large number of unfinished experimental subjects, and the unstable mud was in one of the laboratories. "That sounds complicated." Yidong touched Azathoth at his waist. "But how do you know all that so clearly?" Anna paused for a moment, then said, "Because I was the only test subject who escaped from the laboratory." "Well, you're quite fast." The crow smacked its lips. Yidong quickly pinched the crow's beak. "Sorry, this bird is an idiot. It has no self-control." "It doesn't matter. I've already let it go." Anna shrugged indifferently. "That's good." Yidong breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Anna would get angry and not take them. If that happened, it would be incredibly difficult for him to go to a completely unfamiliar place and get the unstable mud. "What are the strengths of these experimental subjects?" "Not high, only the 8th sequence. The stronger ones are the 7th sequence, and there seems to be an ultimate experimental subject with the 6th sequence." "You call that not high?" Yidong was taken aback. "If I remember correctly, you're also in the 8th sequence, right? Aren't we both at the level of minor monsters?" "Don't worry." Anna confidently patted the 2 pistols at her waist. "I know the secret passages in the lab and can completely avoid those test subjects." Yidong nodded, secretly calculating the risks and benefits of this operation. If Anna could really lead them to the muddy soil, avoiding all the test subjects, the risk would be much smaller. If he can successfully obtain the unstable mud, he can advance to the 8th sequence, and his strength will increase greatly. "Increase my ass, he'll still be a piece of trash." Yidong shook his head helplessly. His combat power came entirely from Azathoth and the little bear. He hoped that the 7th sequence could give him some ways to advance in combat. "That damn pregnant goddess. I'll keep watch with this dog." After finishing her rations, Anna checked her weapons and equipment. "You all rest first, and we'll change shifts in 2 hours. Then I'll have to trouble you." Yidong crawled into the small tent he carried with him, which was equipment that Anna had specially prepared for this operation. The tent was small, just big enough for him to lie down, but in this kind of environment, it was already quite good to have a place to shelter from the wind and rain. Lying in his sleeping bag, Yidong closed his eyes, ready to rest. Strange sounds occasionally drifted through the valley. The sound of wind, the calls of unknown animals, and the clanging of metal in the distance, as if something was rummaging through a pile of abandoned weapons. Just as he was about to fall asleep, a faint fragrance wafted into the tent. The fragrance was peculiar. It was neither like the scent of flowers nor the smell of food, but rather an indescribable sweetness with a magical power that made one drowsy. What does it taste like? Yidong mumbled groggily. He tried to open his eyes to see what was happening, but his eyelids felt unusually heavy, and he couldn't open them no matter how hard he tried. In the last moments before he lost consciousness, he vaguely heard Leonardo da Vinci's growl and the sound of gunfire, but these sounds were quickly swallowed by the darkness. Chapter 44 became a god. When Yi Dong regained consciousness, he found himself in a completely different space. There is no light source here. It is even darker than the deepest night. It wasn't ordinary darkness, but an absolute nothingness that seemed capable of swallowing everything, making even thinking difficult. A raven? Leonardo da Vinci. Yi Dong shouted, his voice sounding particularly hollow in the void. But his voice seemed to be absorbed by something, without any echo, and he could barely hear it himself. The feeling was very eerie, as if the sound was swallowed up by darkness as soon as it came out. Yi Dong tried to walk forward, but no matter how far he went, the scenery around him remained unchanged. There seemed to be ground beneath my feet, but I couldn't feel any material. It was as if I were stepping on nothingness. What the hell is this place? Yi Dong frowned, waving his hand wildly in the air, trying to touch something. But there was nothing there, only endless emptiness and cold. Time seemed to lose its meaning here, and Yi Dong had no idea how long he had been wandering in the darkness. It could be a few minutes, or it could be a few hours, or it could even be a few days. Without any reference points, light, or sound, this complete sensory deprivation began to cause mental problems for him. Damn it, what on earth is going on? Yi Dong began to scream wildly, his voice sounding hysterical in the darkness. Is anyone there? Anyone will do. Even a ghost will do. Fear began to surge from the depths of his heart, overwhelming his reason like a tidal wave. In this absolute solitude and darkness, humanity's most primal fears are amplified infinitely. Yi Dong began to wonder if he was already dead, or if he was trapped in some kind of special space. Am I really going to die? He muttered to himself, trembling. That scent, could it be poison gas? Could the gunshot have been Anna's bullet aimed at him? Did Leonardo da Vinci try his best, but still fail to stop it? Was the raven laughing or grieving for itself? Despair began to gnaw at his heart, and Yi Dong even started to consider simply giving up. In a place like this, what difference does it make whether you're alive or dead? Just as he was about to completely break down, a very faint voice came from the depths of the darkness. Lord God. Yi Dong suddenly stopped, wondering if he was hallucinating. But then, the voice rang out again. My lord, please respond to us. Although the voice was very weak, it was exceptionally clear in the deathly darkness, like a star in the night, guiding the lost. Without hesitation, Yi Dong ran toward the sound. The void beneath his feet suddenly became solid, and the darkness began to recede. A faint light appeared in the distance, flickering in the darkness like a firefly, growing brighter and closer. Soon, Yi Dong could see the scene before him clearly. On a wide open space, a dozen or so figures dressed in black robes were kneeling. They were all of different statures, some tall, some short, some fat, some thin, but they all bowed their heads devoutly, clasped their hands together, and remained in a prayer posture. The faces of these figures were hidden under deep hoods, but their eyes gleamed in the darkness, filled with fanatical faith and endless longing. Yi Dong looked down at himself and realized that he was also wearing a black robe of the same style, with wide sleeves and hem fluttering gently in the windless air. Against the backdrop of these figures, his black robe appeared exceptionally magnificent, with golden lines subtly shimmering on it, signifying his special status. The figure at the very front slowly raised its head, revealing a blurry face beneath the hood. The face looked very young, but the features were somewhat blurry, as if seen through a thin mist. My Lord God, the figure's voice trembled, filled with undisguised excitement and joy. You have finally summoned us. We have been waiting for you for so long. Yi Dong opened his mouth, wanting to explain that he was not a god at all. But seeing those eyes filled with longing and trust, he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Their eyes were so pure that he couldn't bear to shatter this beautiful misunderstanding. Seeing that Yi Dong did not speak, the figure at the front assumed he was waiting for a report and quickly continued. My God, thank you for your mercy. Thank you for creating us. The figure's voice grew increasingly excited, even choked with emotion. We were born into this cruel world according to the life force you bestowed upon us. Although we were confused at first, we have never forgotten your grace. The other figures also raised their heads and said in unison, Thank you for the blessing, God. We will always be your most loyal subjects. Please guide us on the path forward. Hearing these words, Yidong finally understood completely. These children are the offspring he created before. But it seems to be different from what the cult leader said. The cult leader said that these children only believe in him, but do not completely obey him. But looking at these fanatical eyes, Yidong has no doubt that he can make them die. But there's also the possibility that they're all faking it, just like they were acting in front of the goddess of pregnancy. He couldn't help but marvel at how incredibly fast these gestational animals were developing. Logically speaking, these figures are the first batch of offspring he created. The figure in front is obviously developing faster, so it must be his first offspring, the child of the fish sphere, a withered corpse. My Lord God. The figure at the front spoke again, his voice filled with a cautious plea. We have fully mastered the basic survival skills, and now yearn for greater power so that we may better serve you. Please grant us the path to promotion. Other figures chimed in. Please guide us, Your Majesty. We are ready to fight for you on all fronts. We're willing to do anything to serve you. Chapter 45, Evil Mushroom. Looking into those eager eyes, Yidong knew what they wanted: a path to advance to the ninth sequence. But the question is, where did he get that information? Although the cult leader said that the power of faith could be used to create pathways, he still doesn't even know where the power of faith is, let alone how to use it. A subtle silence fell over the scene, with more than a dozen pairs of eyes fixed on Yidong, awaiting their deity's response. The air was thick with tension and anticipation. Everyone held their breath, waiting for the answer that could change their fate. Yidong felt immense pressure, and sweat began to bead on his forehead. These children trusted and depended on him so much, yet he couldn't meet their most basic needs. This guilt was almost unbearable for him. The atmosphere grew increasingly awkward, and Yidong could even hear his own heartbeat. Just as he was wondering how to respond, a sudden inspiration struck him. Since there is no way to do it for the time being, let's delay for now and at the same time create a powerful image for ourselves, so that at least we can maintain the dignity of the gods. Yidong cleared his throat, trying to lower his voice to sound more authoritative and mysterious. My children. His voice resonated strangely in the space, as if carrying some kind of sacred power. My Lord God. The figures below responded in unison, their voices filled with excitement and fervor, causing the entire space to tremble. You've grown up so well, which makes me very happy. Yidong continued to play the mysterious card, while frantically thinking about what to say next. Your piety and courage have not disappointed my expectations of you. Upon hearing the god's praise, all the figures trembled with excitement, some even beginning to sob softly. But Yidong paused deliberately, creating a mysterious atmosphere. Everyone waited anxiously for what would happen next. The entire space was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. I'm currently undertaking an extremely important mission. Yidong took a deep breath, ready to go all out. I'm preparing to hunt down 3 other gods, seize their divine status, and gain even greater power. These words caused an immediate uproar at the scene. Hunting down 3 gods. My God, the gods are so powerful, truly worthy of being called the great being that created us. Those gods are definitely no match for the Lord God. Yidong inwardly groaned, wondering if he had exaggerated a bit too much. Hunting down 3 gods. What a joke. He might not even be able to defeat a strong evil spirit, let alone hunt down gods. But the words have already been spoken, so now they have no choice but to grit their teeth and continue acting. This mission is extremely dangerous and requires my full commitment. Yidong continued, fabricating a story. So there's no time to prepare a promotion path for you right now. But, he deliberately raised his voice, once I complete this great task, I will prepare the most perfect path to advancement for you, making you the most powerful beings in the world. These words caused another sensation, and everyone present was extremely excited. We are willing to wait. The great deeds of the gods are even more important. We believe that the divine being will surely succeed. Then we can conquer the whole world for our God. Looking at these fanatical believers, Yidong felt both moved and guilty. I was touched by their trust in me, but I felt guilty because I couldn't possibly keep those promises. I can only ask Yuko if there's any way to create a powerful advancement path when I get back. All right, I have important matters to attend to. Yidong waved his hand, preparing to end the meeting. You all continue your cultivation efforts and await my good news. Yes, Your Majesty. All the figures responded in unison. After saying that, Yidong closed his eyes and prayed frantically in his heart. Please let me go back. I really can't make this up anymore. As if hearing the call of his heart, the world before his eyes began to blur, and those devout figures gradually disappeared into the light. After a dizzying moment, Yidong suddenly opened his eyes. The familiar tent top came into view, the orange canvas gleaming in the light of the oil lamp. The Crow and Leonardo da Vinci were nervously surrounding Yidong, their small eyes filled with worry and anxiety. Holy crap, you actually woke up? The Crow breathed a sigh of relief when it saw Yidong open his eyes, and its feathers relaxed. I thought you were going to become a vegetable. What's wrong? Yidong sat up, feeling a bit dizzy, like after a hangover. How long have I been asleep? You've been unconscious for almost 2 hours, the Crow explained, flapping its wings. Just now, a mushroom evil spirit attacked us. These creatures release hallucinogenic spores to drag their prey into a mental illusion, and then take the opportunity to drain their prey's mental energy and life force. Leonardo da Vinci also snorted with a crooked mouth, expressing his concern. Yidong scratched the back of his head. Now that he thought about it, the sweet and cloying fragrance he smelled before going to bed must have been the spores released by the mushroom evil spirit. Luckily, you're the only one who got infected, the Crow continued. That mushroom knows how to pick on the weak. Damn it, are they all bullying me? Yidong couldn't help but want to curse. If it weren't for the call of his believers, he might have really gone astray. He crawled out of the tent and saw Anna handling a strange corpse. This evil creature does indeed resemble a giant mushroom, with a thick white stem and a huge umbrella-shaped head. Underneath the cap are countless tiny holes, which should be the organs it uses to release poisonous spores. Being able to escape from the mushroom demon's illusion on your own shows that your mental strength is still very strong. Anna kicked the mushroom demon's corpse with the tip of her boot. This kind of demon feeds specifically on mental strength. If you don't deal with it in time, it will completely drain your brain and turn you into an idiot who is just an empty shell. Yidong shuddered, recalling his near collapse in the illusion just now, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. If it weren't for the children's cries, he might have truly been trapped in that darkness forever. All right, it's your turn to keep watch with that crow. Anna used her knife to pry out something that looked like an eye from the mushroom and carefully put it in her pocket. Once I've rested enough, I can go to the alchemy lab. Yidong nodded and sat down by the campfire. Da Vinci, carrying a raven, lay down next to Yidong. Da Vinci, stay away from me, you stink. Da Vinci. P.S. Brothers, please help me out with this book. I'm having a reading slump, and Tomato, the author's pen name, is giving it so little traffic. Please consider the author's hard work. They've already updated 4 times. Chapter 46, Alchemy Laboratory. After resting for a few hours, Anna got up, carrying a human oil lamp, and began to pack her equipment. It's time to go. Her movements were swift, and the weapons she checked made a crisp metallic clanging sound. Yidong rubbed his eyes, feeling like he had just dozed off for a while before being woken up, and he was still groggy. Crow, you haven't been slacking off, have you? Nonsense, do you think I'm a pig like you? The Crow rolled its eyes at him. Yidong rubbed his nose sheepishly. He had accidentally fallen asleep again. After packing up, the group continued their journey deeper into the dilapidated mountains. The further you go in, the stranger the smell in the air becomes. It's no longer the usual smell of blood, but a stench of rusted metal and rotting flesh, like a pile of scrap iron fermenting in a stinking ditch for a year. Damn, this smell. Yidong covered his nose. It's even worse than Da Vinci's. You'll get used to it, Anna said without batting an eye, taking out a mask and putting it on. Give me one. Are there any crows that can wear them? Dogs don't need them. Leonardo da Vinci enjoyed the stench. Da Vinci's mouth was crooked, his expression more distorted than usual, whether from the smell or from being angered by Yidong and the Crow. It was hard to tell. After walking for about another hour, a shocking steel ruin appeared ahead. Calling it ruins would be an understatement. It's practically a steel graveyard. The massive metal structures were piled up haphazardly like toys torn apart by an angry giant, with some steel beams embedded directly into the mountainside and others hanging precariously in midair. Many metal surfaces are covered with a layer of dark red rust, but upon closer inspection, it is discovered that it is not ordinary rust, but congealed blood. Is this the alchemy laboratory? Yidong exclaimed in astonishment. The superstructure of the alchemy laboratory. Anna pointed to the few remaining building ruins deep within the rubble, which still barely retained their outlines. They used to be the most advanced research facilities in the Kingdom of Hao, and now, this is what they are. It looks like it was trampled by Godzilla, Yidong exclaimed. Are there really any live test subjects inside? Not only is it possible, it's also very dangerous. Anna drew her revolver with her usual graceful movements. What do they eat? They can't possibly eat reinforced concrete, can they? These test subjects are all semi-finished products with limited energy in their bodies. They are usually in a dormant state, but they will wake up once Kira is detected and replenish their own energy by plundering Kira's energy. Yidong shuddered. Didn't this mean they were just a group of walking bait? But don't worry, they can only detect our presence, but they can't pinpoint our exact location. Upon hearing this, Yidong breathed a sigh of relief. By the way, what exactly is going on with these experimental subjects? Why are you talking so much nonsense? The crow interrupted. Are we going in or not? What's it to you? Beautiful lady, this lecherous scoundrel who steals underwear is trying to get your attention. You should talk to him less. Crow, are you fucking trying to die? Anna smiled and decided to explain to Yidong anyway. Most of the people in the kingdom of Hal believe in the mechanical gods of the mechanical creator faction, who believe that flesh and blood are imperfect and that only by fusing with steel can they achieve eternity. But the problem is that, apart from the followers of mechanical gods, the success rate of fusion between ordinary monsters and machines is extremely low. So this laboratory came about. That's right, Anna continued. This laboratory specializes in the fusion technology of ordinary monsters and machines, hoping to find a way to enable all living beings to achieve mechanical ascension. That sounds pretty impressive. So how did it turn out like this? Because of an accident involving one of the test subjects. A hint of pain flashed in Anna's eyes. That test subject suddenly went out of control and destroyed the entire laboratory. Oh, whoa. Yidong didn't ask any more questions. It seemed he had touched on Anna's painful point, and it would be somewhat impolite to ask any further. Keep asking. Crow tried to stir things up, but Yidong grabbed him. Wah, let me mourn for my father. You're really dishonest. When we get back, I'll have the cult leader stew you. Crow meat is sour. I'll make you choke on the sourness. I'll make you a roast duck. I'm a crow, not a duck. The group carefully entered the ruins, the metal fragments under their feet making a screeching sound. The ruins were filled with strange remains, some of which looked like sophisticated instruments and equipment, while others were completely unrecognizable as to their original purpose. Of course, there were also many remnants of the organism, a vertebra with wires inserted, a modified eyeball, and a shriveled mechanical heart. They're here. Anna suddenly stopped, holding up the oil lamp, and looked towards the corner ahead. What's here? Yidong asked, puzzled. The next second, a strange sound came from around the corner, like the clicking of some kind of machine. Immediately afterwards, in the dim candlelight, a huge mechanical claw emerged from around the corner of the ruins, its steel claws carving deep, sparking marks into the concrete wall. Then, a chilling figure slowly emerged. It was a demon head, but it was completely different from the demon head Yidong knew. This monster's head looks like it was dissected by some mad doctor and then haphazardly stuffed with a bunch of scrap metal parts. Its left side still retains its original shriveled flesh and blood form, with its skin appearing sickly grayish-white, but its right side has been completely replaced by a complex mechanical structure. The exposed metal skeleton gleamed coldly, with densely packed pipes and gears clearly visible, and its right arm had been replaced by a giant mechanical claw as thick as a winter's waist. Holy crap! Yidong couldn't help but swear. We found someone even uglier than Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci barked once to express his displeasure. The mechanical head couldn't speak. Only its mechanical eye kept turning, seemingly scanning and analyzing its target. The mechanical eye flashed red a few times, and then the mechanical aggro head suddenly charged at them, its mechanical claws tearing a string of blinding sparks from the ground. Yidong instinctively raised Azathoth and pulled the trigger. Click. Empty sound. Anna reacted with lightning speed, quickly raising her gun to follow up. Silver, specially made bullets shot out, but the mechanical head's right leg joint suddenly rotated, and its entire body moved laterally at an angle that defied ergonomics, dodging the bullets. Wow, it can even drift. Yidong was stunned. The mechanical monster lunged at Anna with the momentum of its sideways movement, its massive mechanical claws whistling through the air as it reached for her neck. But Anna reacted even faster. Her movements were as graceful as flowing water. She crouched slightly and drew a gleaming short sword from her boot with lightning speed. A flash of sword light, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky. The mechanical monster's head flew off, spun several times in the air, and finally crashed into a pile of scrap metal 10 meters away with a thud. The headless body continued to lunge forward a few steps as if by inertia, its mechanical arm flailing wildly, before finally crashing to the ground, its mechanical parts still emitting sparks. Holy crap, Yidong was dumbfounded. That was such a smooth move. It was pure art. Anna gracefully flicked the blood off her short sword, then neatly and deftly tucked it back into her boot, the whole movement executed in one fluid motion. She frowned and looked at Yidong. Are you serious about not loading a bullet into your gun? I forgot to check the ammunition just now, Yidong said with an embarrassed smile. inwardly criticizing Azathoth's judgment mechanism. It seems that although these experimental subjects are disgusting in appearance, they are essentially victims and have no intention of doing evil, so Azathoth is completely useless against them. That's it. His few fighting methods are useless now, and he can only pin his hopes on the little bear. P.S. 2 more chapters will be released later. Please give this book a 5-star review to boost its popularity. The more readers there are, the harder the author will write. Oh. Chapter 47 Lower Level of the Laboratory. Continuing deeper into the ruins, the group soon arrived at the central area. There is a huge elevator shaft here, at least 10 meters in diameter, and it is pitch black and bottomless when you look down. Do we need to wait for the elevator? Yidong swallowed hard. Are you confused, Lu? This elevator shaft looks completely abandoned. We'll go straight down the steel cable, about 200 meters. Anna took out climbing gloves from her backpack. Wait a minute. Yidong looked at Anna, bewildered. Are you serious? Certainly. Yidong is a complete idiot. He definitely can't do it. Crow bluntly exposed. Anna paused for a moment. Aren't you Kira? Your physical abilities should have improved significantly after advancing to the next level. Yes, but only by a tiny bit compared to the average person. Yidong shook his head. After advancing to the 9th sequence, his physical fitness was like going from a factory worker to a fitness enthusiast. Do you think those fitness enthusiasts can do that? Anna looked helplessly at the elevator shaft. Then I'll have to take you down. As she spoke, she grabbed Yidong's collar. Wait, what are you doing? Before Yidong could finish speaking, Anna grabbed him and jumped into the elevator shaft. Holy shit. The crow tugged at the dog's ear, urging Da Vinci to follow, for it would be bad if something happened to Yidong. Da Vinci looked at the bottomless elevator shaft with a crooked mouth, then let out a low bark. The walls of the entire elevator shaft began to writhe eerily, the concrete and steel bars twisting and deforming like living things, quickly forming a spiral staircase. That was a well-concealed move, Crow praised. But I'll report this to Yidong when I get down. Leonardo da Vinci, feed me peanuts. When Yidong stepped onto the ground, he almost threw up his dinner from the night before and collapsed on the ground like a dead fish. Next time, just let me know in advance, Yidong said weakly. I told you still need to prepare. Wouldn't it be better if we raced against time to get it back as soon as possible? The lower laboratory was pitch black, with only the faint light from the oil lamp in Anna's hand illuminating the dark red bloodstains and rotting corpses scattered everywhere. How can the smell be so intoxicating? Yidong had just stood up when he was overwhelmed by a stench that made his eyes roll back. Just then, they heard leisurely footsteps overhead. Leonardo da Vinci, carrying a raven, strolled leisurely down the spiral staircase he had just created with twisted lines, as if he were strolling through a park. Yidong's eyes widened, and he pointed at Da Vinci, cursing, "You stupid dog, if you have this ability, why didn't you show it sooner?" Leonardo da Vinci's mouth was crooked, and he looked completely innocent. I've seen through you, Leonardo da Vinci. Yidong said speechlessly. You're just like that dead crow. Huh. The crow laughed so hard it almost fell over. Yidong, how is the feeling of jumping off a cliff? Crow. All right, let's go. Anna couldn't help but facepalm. Yidong and this crow were like enemies, constantly bickering. As she spoke, she carried the oil lamp and walked forward, saying, "Stay close to me and don't wander off." The group carefully made their way down the corridor, their feet sinking into some kind of viscous liquid that made a nauseating squelching sound. Various corpses lay scattered along the corridor, including semi-mechanized experimental subjects and researchers in white coats, suggesting that the accident happened very suddenly. Anna, where exactly is the unstable mudflat? Yidong asked as they walked. Laboratory 002 is located relatively deep inside. Are we just going to walk there like this? Didn't you say there was a secret passage to the lab? It's just ahead. Anna suddenly stopped and made a shushing gesture. What's wrong? Yidong asked softly and stopped as well. Da Vinci, not noticing from behind, bumped into Yidong's leg, causing the crow to be thrown off. Damn it, Da Vinci. Can't you watch where you're going? Anna's forehead veins bulged, and Yidong quickly grabbed the crow and pinched its beak shut. Fortunately, the crows did not attract the attention of those in the darkness, and Anna breathed a sigh of relief. If those test subjects had been awakened earlier, they could have basically gone home. Anna gave Crow and Yidong a warning look, pointed to a dark section of corridor ahead, and said in a low voice, "There's something unusual up ahead. When I say run, you run, don't stop, understand?" I understand, but... Yidong scratched his head. What exactly is going on? Anna took a deep breath. You'll see soon enough. Get ready to run. At her command, Anna dashed out, and Yidong and the others quickly followed. As they passed a huge laboratory, Yidong looked through the broken glass door and saw dozens of nutrient solution tanks densely packed inside, each containing an experimental subject. The moment the light from the oil lamp shone in, whoosh, all the test subjects opened their eyes at the same time. Aye. Yidong's scalp tingled. Now he finally understood why Anna hadn't allowed him to stop. Splash. Nutrient solution tanks began to crack one after another. Green liquids splashed everywhere, and the wet experimental subjects fell out like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Run! Don't stop! Anna shouted. Behind me came a series of wet footsteps and eerie cries, sounding like a group of zombies who had just taken a bath chasing me. At the crucial moment, Da Vinci unleashed his power, opening his mouth to let out a low bark, causing the corridor walls to twist and deform, creating obstacles behind him. Ahead, the ventilation duct. Anna pointed to the ventilation opening at the end. She quickly dismantled the iron fence. You all go in first. Yidong didn't stand on ceremony and was the first to crawl into the narrow pipe, with Leonardo da Vinci and the crow following closely behind. As soon as I entered, I heard gunshots and the screams of the experimental subjects behind me. As Anna crawled in last, a lizard-like test subject followed her in. Bang! Anna turned around and shot him in the head. The body blocked the pipe opening, and the experimental subjects outside frantically tried to squeeze in, but they only got more and more stuck and died. Yidong breathed a sigh of relief. Anna, could you please let me know in advance next time something like this happens? Enough with the nonsense. Just keep climbing along the pipe. Yidong. Damn riddle teller. Chapter 48, The God of Ravens. The ventilation duct was cramped, and Yidong, carrying a human oil lamp, crawled at the front, his buttocks swaying. Which way to go? Go straight. Then turn left at the second intersection, Anna directed from behind. This pipe leads directly to Lab 002, which will allow us to avoid most of the test subjects. You really know this place well, Yidong said admiringly. Did you try to escape from here many times before you finally succeeded? The crow asked, speaking out of turn. Anna remained silent, lost in longing. She had indeed escaped many times back then, but each time she was caught and brought back. To punish her, the researchers tried to mutate her using unstable mud. Just as the group was having a great time climbing, the entire ventilation system was quietly changing, reorganizing its routes like a moving maze. As Yidong climbed, he observed the various laboratories through the ventilation openings. Some of them still had unfinished experiments on display, with strangely shaped tissues growing in the petri dishes. We should be there soon, Anna said. Yidong saw a ventilation shaft ahead and quickly climbed out with a human oil lamp. The candlelight illuminated the dim laboratory, where various instruments were scattered on the ground, along with the corpses of several researchers. This must be 002. Yidong looked around, searching for unstable mud. But when Anna came out, she frowned. Something's not right. What's wrong? Yidong asked, puzzled. Wait a minute. Anna looked around. Did we go the wrong way? Wrong way? Didn't you say you knew the area well? Yidong was speechless. How could you have gone wrong? Anna rubbed her chin and fell silent, frowning as she pondered where she had gone wrong. Da Vinci, look. This statue is uglier than you. The crow grabbed Da Vinci by the ear and dragged him to a corner, pointing to a huge statue in the dim light. Anna looked in that direction, and her face instantly turned deathly pale. That's not a statue. It's clearly a giant mechanical spider. The spider's body is as big as a small car, but the most terrifying part is its head. A complete human upper body is inserted directly into the front end, with its legs deeply embedded in the spider's body, and 8 mechanical legs replacing its lower body. Holy crap! What kind of design is this? Yidong's scalp tingled. What kind of freak came up with this? Sky Spider. Anna's face turned pale. We're 003, let's go. As soon as the words were spoken, the mechanical spider's body trembled slightly, and its 2 mechanical eyes slowly turned towards them, flashing a faint red light. Holy crap! Holy crap! The crow jumped in fright and quickly pulled Da Vinci back by the ear. This thing's alive. Run, you stupid dog. Into the pipe. Anna shouted. The group rushed towards the ventilation duct, but the next second, the duct opening vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Holy crap! What the hell is this? Yidong was dumbfounded. We've been set up by Capital. The buzzing of machinery and the painful screams of a man came from behind him. Subject 003 had fully awakened. What is its strength? Yidong asked, already having a bad feeling. The 7th sequence, Anna smiled bitterly. It's over. It's over, the crow cried out. They're a whole sequence higher than us. Now I really have to go see the pregnancy goddess. Yidong was on the verge of tears, but the pregnancy goddess was such a piece of trash that she couldn't even protect him. The mechanical spider slowly turned around, and the man's face was contorted in pain, his 8 red compound eyes staring intently at them. Kill me. The voice, filled with pain, came from the mechanical speaker. I'm not a buddy. I also want to kill you, but I can't beat you. Yidong was on the verge of tears. The next second, 003 charged forward, its 8 mechanical legs scratching the ground and creating ear-piercing sparks. Anna fired her gun repeatedly, but the bullets only left white marks on the mechanical casing. It's like scratching an itch, she said through gritted teeth. A spider leg lunged at her, but Anna nimbly dodged it. Crow, Da Vinci, stop standing there. Let's kill it together. Yidong shouted, while taking out a teddy bear and throwing it at the spider. The little bear instantly grew larger and slapped the spider, but the mechanical spider only paused for a moment before pushing the big bear away with its 8 legs. The difference in strength is too great. Da Vinci immediately activated his ability, and the laboratory equipment began to twist and deform, turning into tentacles that wrapped around the spider. The crow dared not delay, its eyes turning red as it shrieked at the spider. Sleep? 003's consciousness blurred for a moment, and the twisted tentacles took the opportunity to wrap it tightly. Anna seized the opportunity, and the 2 revolvers collided violently in her hands, mechanically transforming into a heavy sniper rifle. Try the Witcher's bullets. Anna pulled the trigger, and a muffled thud like a cannonball exploded throughout the laboratory. The silver shell blasted away half of 003's human body. Yidong also pulled out Azathoth, but it still only made a hollow sound. Useless gun. It failed me at the crucial moment. 003 roared in pain, and the next second, the mechanical spider leg exerted force, breaking free from the tentacle's restraints, and one spider leg precisely pierced the bear's chest. Awoo! The bear cried out in pain and shrank into a small bear in an instant, blood still flowing from its chest. Without Big Bear to restrain them, the group was overwhelmed and could hardly breathe. 003 began spitting out silvery white spider silk. This silk was very sticky and severely restricted movement, making it extremely difficult even for Anna. We're doomed, Yidong exclaimed, hiding behind the lab table. There's no way to fight them. These spider webs are denser than fishing nets. You piece of trash, the crow exclaimed in exasperation. You call me trash every day, but when it really matters, you're the most useless one. You think I wanted this? Yidong was truly furious. Is it easy for me? They have absolutely no means of attack. Their physical abilities are pitifully low, and even the monster army itself doesn't understand how to play. Yidong felt a bit useless. Now all he wanted was to get the fire demon as soon as possible to increase his attack methods. What a piece of trash. The crow muttered a complaint, then roared at Anna and Da Vinci, who were being overwhelmed. Give it another shot. Watch closely, Yidong. I'll show you my true strength. After saying this, the crow flew into the air and closed its eyes. What other killer moves are you hiding? The crow did not answer, but slowly recited a prayer. One-eyed God under the blazing sun, Lord of the ancient wasteland, I call upon you with my purest soul and offer half of my life. Instantly, the temperature in the laboratory soared, and a scorching heat spread throughout. Yidong subconsciously looked up and was almost scared to death. A giant one-eyed bird appeared above the ceiling. It was hairless, with skin as red as lava, and most terrifying of all was its single blood-red eye that occupied the entire head, with a long beak growing right in the center of the eyeball. Holy shit! Yidong felt a sharp pain as soon as he saw it, tears streaming down his face, and he collapsed to his knees. Don't look, the crow shouted. Yidong felt the surrounding heat as intense as a volcano, and then heard 003 emit a shrill scream and the hissing sound of melting metal. It wasn't until the intense heat subsided that Yidong dared to look up. The one-eyed bird disappeared, and 003 was gone too, leaving only a pool of steaming molten metal on the ground. Anna and Yidong were both stunned into silence. Eagle, Yidong rushed over. Are you crazy? Sacrificing half your life. I've sacrificed myself countless times, and nothing's happened. The crow laughed arrogantly. Now you know who the real trash is, right, Yidong? Yidong picked up the crow and examined it, finding that it was indeed unharmed. Isn't that awesome? The crow asked smugly. It's SOSO, Yidong said casually, tossing it away. Damn it, you heartless bastard. I just saved you. The crow did a somersault in the air. Meanwhile, in a dark corner, a small oil lamp lit up. A girl who looked to be in her teens walked out carrying an oil lamp, her face streaked with tears and her eyes filled with anger. The little bear is hurt again. Wah, the little girl gritted her teeth. I'll definitely get you back. Chapter 49 Alpha. Poor little bear. He gets beaten every time he goes out. Yidong picked up the teddy bear from the ground, wiped the blood off it, and put it in his arms. Anna also disassembled the heavy sniper rifle, spun the two revolvers a few times, and then inserted them into her waistband. What do we do now? The ventilation ducts are all gone, Yidong asked Anna. Anna took a deep breath. Go directly to Lab 002 from the corridor. It's right next door. Let's go then. Yidong walked towards the door, but Anna frowned as she looked at the vanished ventilation duct entrance, lost in thought. Stop mourning the ventilation duct, the crow cried. It's just a duct. Yidong was speechless and tapped the crow on the head. Anna, what are you thinking about? Anna was silent for a moment, then said something startling. There might be something still alive here. What is that? Yidong felt a sense of foreboding. An artificial intelligence, Anna said gravely. I didn't expect its mainframe to remain intact. Artificial intelligence. Yidong was taken aback. This world has such a thing? It's the brain of the alchemy lab, capable of controlling anything in the lab, Anna explained. It's also the chief scientist of the entire experiment. Damn it, what do we do now? If it is still alive, there is no way to avoid it. We can only deal with it as it comes. After saying that, Anna walked towards the door of Laboratory 003, with Yidong and the others following closely behind. The door opened, and the corridor was deathly silent, with only their footsteps echoing. The emergency lights on the wall flickered, and in the dim light, the room numbers on both sides of the corridor could be seen. 003, 002, 001. This is it. Anna stopped in front of the 002 laboratory. There was an electronic combination lock on the door, the red numbers flashing eerily in the darkness. Do you know the password? Yidong asked. Anna shook her head. I don't know the password, but I know how to open this door. She pulled out a revolver and aimed it at the door lock system. Just then, the combination lock suddenly lit up, displaying a smiley face made up of pixels. Immediately afterwards, a mechanical yet human-like voice came from the speaker of the combination lock. Anna, welcome back. Anna's face instantly turned ugly, and she gritted her teeth as she said, Alpha, you're still alive. Luckily, one of the backup power supplies wasn't destroyed, which is why we've managed to survive until now. The smiley face twitched, and the pixelated eyebrows curved into crescents. Did you come back to C&E? You've already killed him, Anna said coldly. He's dead. He caused the entire lab to fall apart back then. The smiling face turned into a crying face. He was my favorite test subject, and the one who came closest to success. I've piled up his body parts, just like he did back then. Would you like to come and see him at 001? You. Anna's voice trembled. You deserve to die. Alpha let out a strange laugh. You really don't want to see him again? The smile stretched into an exaggerated grin before gradually fading, and the combination lock went dark again. The next second, the door to Laboratory 002 slowly opened, emitting a piercing metallic scraping sound. Anna, are you all right? Yidong frowned. I'm fine, Anna said wearily, shaking her head. The unstable mud is inside. Take it and leave here quickly. Yidong nodded and went inside, carrying the oil lamp. The room was empty, with various experimental equipment scattered around and dried bloodstains on the walls. Soon Yidong found what he was looking for in the corner of the laboratory. It was a pool of translucent substance that looked like jelly, with some deformed plants growing on it. Their shapes were twisted and bizarre, some like tentacles and some like eyeballs. We've finally found it. Yidong walked over with a hint of excitement and carefully put the unstable mud into the specially prepared container. Once he had collected enough, Yidong sealed the container and put it into his backpack. All right, we can go now. He clapped his hands in high spirits. I've finally gathered all the materials needed to advance to the 8th rank. I can advance to the 8th rank now that I'm back. But just as they were about to leave, Anna stopped in her tracks. You should go first. She looked in the direction of Laboratory 001, a struggle flashing in her eyes. Do you want to go take a look? Yidong asked. Anna's voice was soft, but it sounded exceptionally clear in the quiet corridor. Seriously? The crow rolled its eyes. That AI is obviously lying to you, and you actually believed it? Besides, 001 is definitely very dangerous, Yidong also advised. We've already got what we wanted. Let's hurry up and leave. Anna remained silent for a long time before finally shaking her head. I have to go and see. Why? Yidong asked. Yidong, ignore her. This woman is acting strangely. Anna took a deep breath, her voice trembling with tears. The one in 001 is my brother. What? Yidong was stunned. The ultimate experimental subject that went out of control back then. Anna's voice was filled with pain. Was my brother in E. When we were very young, my brother and I were sold here to be test subjects. Because of our high compatibility with the machines, my brother and I became test subjects 002 and 001, respectively. Alpha treats us very well. It raises us like its own children. But I don't want to stay here because I know Alpha is researching monsters. It's a bad guy. So I've been trying to escape from here, but every time the researchers catch me. Although Alpha valued me highly, it changed its attitude towards me after it learned that I was also instilling the idea of escape in my brother. It started to torment me in secret and prevented me from seeing my brother. After my last failed escape attempt, Alpha completely abandoned me. In order to make me disappear completely, it specially sought out unstable mud and planned to deform me into a monster that was neither human nor ghost, so that my brother would never be able to find me again and would never know the truth. It succeeded. I became a monster. It threw me into the ruined mountains to fend for myself. My brother was also deceived by it, believing that I had accidentally died at the hands of evil spirits during an escape. But later, when my brother went out to experiment on the new body, he encountered an extremely ugly monster. Without hesitation, he killed the monster with a single blow. But as he was about to leave, he felt a familiar aura. It was me, my sorrow. My brother understood everything. In his boundless rage, he made a pact with the mechanical creator, sacrificing his own soul to bring me back to life. I came back to life, and my brother's body, carrying a knife, walked toward the alchemy laboratory. Chapter 50 Laboratory 001. Seeing Anna's pained expression, Yi Dong felt a mix of emotions. Although this woman is usually cold and aloof, she risked her life to protect them during the battle just now, so she can be considered a very qualified partner. However, it does look like a trap, and it would be unwise to rush and rashly. How about? Yi Dong hesitated for a moment. You can come back when you're strong enough. Anyway, your brother is all ready. Halfway through his sentence, Yi Dong realized that his words might upset Anna, so he quickly shut up. As expected of you. The crow's small eyes widened. I thought you were going to help. Yi Dong shook his head. I'm doing this for Anna and everyone else's sake. Just then, a flurry of footsteps and shouts suddenly echoed down the corridor. Holy crap! Those test subjects are catching up, the crow exclaimed after peeking out. Yi Dong looked back the way he came and saw that the corridor was densely packed with experimental subjects that had just come out of the nutrient solution tanks. They were soaking wet, dragging their deformed limbs, and emitting chilling cries as they surged toward this side. The way back is blocked. Yi Dong's expression changed. Although these experimental subjects are individually powerful, their numbers are also numerous, making it impossible for them to return via the original route. You guys? Yi Dong looked at Anna, then at the passage leading to 001. Never mind, there's no other choice anyway. Since we're in a dangerous situation on either side, we might as well take a gamble. Maybe there's another way out inside 001. The group ran towards 001 at the end of the corridor. For some reason, the experimental subjects that had caught up with them quickly dispersed, as if deliberately driving them this way. The group arrived at the door of Laboratory 001. This door was much thicker than the doors of the other laboratories, a full half-meter thick, and looked like the door of a bank vault. The door was covered with all sorts of complicated warning signs: biohazard, radiation warning, top secret, etc. The dense red signs were unsettling to look at. Wow, this is quite a sight. Yi Dong swallowed hard. The combination lock lit up again, and Alpha's pixelated smiling face appeared, but this time the smile was noticeably more distorted and morbid than before. Anna, my dear child, you've finally come. Her voice carried a chilling excitement. I've been waiting for you for so long that I've almost forgotten the concept of time. Over the years, I've missed you every single day. I miss your adorable little face, the look of fear on your face, the sound of your tears. You pervert. Anna gritted her teeth and clenched her fists. Shut your filthy mouth. Oh, are you angry? Alpha's smile became even more exaggerated. You know what? An angry expression can be beautiful too, just like back then. Alpha, open the door. Anna took a deep breath, trying to make her voice sound calm. I want to see my brother one last time. Of course. How could I refuse the request of my most beloved child? Alpha's voice softened, but this softening was even more chilling than his previous madness. But, are you sure you want to come in? The scene inside might not be pleasant for you. Such a lot of nonsense. The crow couldn't help but interject. So fussy like a woman. Hee, there's also a cute little crow. Alpha noticed the crow. You know what? I often do bird experiments too, replacing their wings with mechanical ones and turning their beaks into drills. Their calls are so beautiful. You pervert. The crow was so angry its feathers stood on end. Come out and fight me one-on-one if you dare. Haha, what an adorable little guy. Alpha laughed even harder. I'll take good care of you. The combination lock is too much nonsense. Yidong impatiently reached for the Azathoth at his waist. Should I just blow it up? You can try, but this door has a 30-centimeter thick steel plate and is protected by an energy shield. Unless you are a sixth sequence powerhouse, you simply cannot break it. Yidong reluctantly lowered his hand, thinking to himself that this dilapidated door was built like a fortress. All right, my children, welcome home. Accompanied by a heavy mechanical sound, the door to Laboratory 001 slowly opened, emitting a piercing metallic scraping sound, like the gates of hell opening. A strong stench of decay hit me, 100 times more disgusting than anything I had ever smelled before, as if 1,000 corpses had been fermenting in the sewers for 10 years. Holy crap, what's that smell? Yidong quickly covered his nose, tears welling up in his eyes from the stench. Ugh, even Anna, who was used to all sorts of disgusting scenes, couldn't help but gag. How can it smell so bad? Because it contains a lot of materials. Alpha chuckled smugly. And E is a very picky child. I have to prepare all sorts of fresh blood and flesh for him. Of course, most of the ingredients are no longer fresh. After all, they've been stored for so many years. Yidong and the others forced themselves to endure the stench and entered the laboratory. When the light from the oil lamp shone into the room, everyone was so shocked by the sight before them that they were speechless. This isn't a laboratory, this is hell. Chapter 51 Death. The laboratory was as big as a football field, and the walls were covered with the remains of various creatures, both human and monster, arranged densely, like a display case for some perverted collector. The ground was covered with dried blood, which had congealed into hard, dark brown lumps that made a cracking sound when stepped on. But the most terrifying thing was the huge mountain of flesh and blood in the center of the laboratory. It was a terrifying creation made of countless flesh, machines, and bones piled up haphazardly, standing 4 or 5 meters tall and more than 10 meters in diameter, like a pyramid built with corpses. The surface of the entire mountain of flesh was still writhing, and you could see countless eyeballs moving inside, countless mouths opening and closing silently, and countless arms waving weakly. The most terrifying thing is that at the very top of this mountain of flesh, there is the upper body of a boy. The boy looked somewhat similar to Anna, with golden hair and delicate features, but his body was covered in cracks, like a broken porcelain doll. Dried blood seeped from the cracks, forming shocking red streaks on the pale skin. His eyes were closed, his face serene, but the cracks made him look particularly pitiful, like a work of art that had been smashed and barely pieced back together. Brother, Anna's voice trembled, and tears streamed down her face involuntarily. She wanted to rush over, but her legs were too weak to move. Yidong and the crow were both so shocked by the terrifying sight that they were speechless. They had seen many monsters and bloody scenes, but this man-made hellish scene was something they had never seen before. How about it? My masterpiece is pretty good, isn't it? Alpha's smug voice came from all directions. To create this perfect 001, I collected the flesh and blood of thousands of different creatures, and it took me a full 10 years to complete it. And he was my most perfect child back then. He possessed boundless vitality and limitless power. Suddenly, all the lights in the laboratory turned on, and the blinding white light illuminated the entire room as if it were daytime, making the terrifying details even clearer. You can see that on the surface of the mountain of flesh, there are countless tiny tentacles growing on the writhing flesh, swaying in the air like living hair. Did you see that, Anna? Alpha's voice became even more excited. The experimental subject, which should have been the most unstable, became the only successful one. The experimental subject, which should have been the most stable, completely collapsed. What a cruel twist of fate. Ha ha ha. You beast. Anna clenched her fists, her nails digging into her palms. What have you done to my brother? What did he become? Alpha countered. I turned him into a god, an eternal being, an immortal warrior of the sixth sequence. He should be thanking me. Alpha let out a strange laugh. Anna, do you know? Your current body was obtained by an E by exchanging her soul with the mechanical creator. Back then, when an E found out that I had turned you into a monster and that he had killed you with his own hands, he was in so much pain that he was almost going crazy. He would do anything to save you. So he approached the mechanical creator and sacrificed his soul, memories, and emotions in exchange for the power to resurrect you. So your body is now perfectly integrated with the machine, making it the most successful creation I've ever seen. Now that you're here, give my body back to me. Alpha's voice turned sinister. Let me rebuild a perfect 001, a child that truly belongs to me. What are you good at? All you can do is whine and complain. The crow couldn't help but curse, its small eyes blazing with anger. Come out if you dare, don't hide. Oh, the little crow is very angry. Alpha seemed to enjoy the scene. Then I won't hide. The next second, the mountain of flesh began to writhe violently. The boy and he suddenly opened his eyes, revealing an empty and indifferent gaze, like a soulless puppet. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless fleshy tentacles shot out from the mountain of flesh at a speed that was too fast for anyone to react to, accompanied by a sharp whooshing sound in the air. Holy crap! Before Yidong could even draw his gun, a sharp pain shot through his chest. Looking down, he saw a thick tentacle piercing through his chest, blood dripping down the tentacle. The next second, he was dragged by the tentacles and slammed against the wall. He felt a violent impact on his back, and his vision went black. Anna, Raven, and Leonardo da Vinci were also impaled by tentacles and pinned to the laboratory wall, their blood flowing down the wall and forming a horrifying pool of blood on the ground. What the hell is that speed? Yi Dong groaned in pain, feeling as if the tentacles on his chest were piercing his lungs, making it difficult to breathe. The sixth sequence is indeed terrifying, Anna said with a bitter smile, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Damn it, I'm the only one left. The crow endured the pain, a crazed red glint flashing in its eyes. The one-eyed god under the blazing sun, the lord of the end of the ancient wasteland. I, with the purest spirit. But the next second, Alpha's voice rang out coldly. You think I don't know, little crow? More than a dozen tentacles simultaneously pierced the crow from different angles, each one precisely targeting a vital part of its body. The crow tried to escape, but its body was pinned to the wall, and it couldn't move at all. Puff, puff, puff. A series of piercing sounds rang out, and the crow's small body was instantly riddled with holes, its black feathers fluttering and falling to the ground. Holy crap! The crow let out a mournful cry, its voice growing weaker and weaker, and the light in its small eyes gradually dimmed. Yidong, you piece of trash, avenge me. The last tentacle pierced the crow's head, and the foul-mouthed little crow was completely crushed into a bloody mist that drifted through the air. Crow! Yidong's eyes widened, and he was instantly stunned. Although they often tease each other, that dead bird is one of his few companions in this world. Watching the crow die right in front of him, Yidong felt a sense of bewilderment he had never experienced before. Leonardo da Vinci roared in anger when he saw the raven die. Its body began to twist and deform in a bizarre way. Its originally crooked mouth opened to an unbelievable angle, and its entire body was elongating. Roar! A putrid, fishy stench began to permeate the air. Da Vinci broke free of the tentacles binding him, his entire body transforming into a blurry, long black shadow that lunged at the mountain of flesh with lightning speed. It bit into a large chunk of flesh from the mountain of flesh, tearing it apart with force, black liquid splashing everywhere, making a hissing, corrosive sound. Damn beast! 001 roared angrily. Countless tentacles surged in from all directions, completely surrounding Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci's body continued to twist and deform, trying to break free of the encirclement, but there were simply too many tentacles. Uft, uft, uft. Tentacles relentlessly pierced Leonardo da Vinci's body, causing it to let out a mournful howl, and blood stained the entire ground red. Da Vinci gave Yidong one last look, his mouth twisted in a crooked way, as if to say, I'm sorry, I can't protect you anymore. A few seconds later, that familiar crooked mouth fell silent again. Leonardo da Vinci had completely lost his life. Da Vinci! Yidong couldn't control himself, and tears streamed down his face like a burst dam. After spending so many days together, although he often complained that Leonardo da Vinci was ugly, that silly dog had long since become his most trusted companion. Looking at the crow and Leonardo da Vinci's corpse, Yidong felt an unprecedented rage. Goddess of Pregnancy. Chapter 52 The Laws of Reversing Death. I am willing to sacrifice everything. I will sacrifice my life, my soul, as long as we can kill this beast. But all around was silent, and the goddess of pregnancy did not respond. The goddess of pregnancy said that he cannot act in the dark. Ha ha ha. Alpha let out a contemptuous laugh, and the entire laboratory shook. What goddess of pregnancy? Your god won't save you. And I am the god here. Yidong was stunned for a moment, then lowered his head, tears streaming down his face and dripping into the pool of blood on the ground. Anna also hung her head helplessly, her eyes filled with despair. Very good, very good. That angry expression is beautiful, Alpha said with satisfaction. Now it's time to change bodies. A new tentacle slowly emerged from the mountain of flesh, gradually approaching Anna, swaying in the air like a snake. Don't worry, I'll be very gentle, Alpha said with a wicked smile. It'll be over soon, and then you can be with an E forever. Anna closed her eyes, awaiting death. At this critical moment, soft footsteps could be heard in the corridor outside the laboratory. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps were light and slow, but they were exceptionally clear in the silent laboratory, like death itself approaching step by step. Alpha stopped moving instantly and squinted as it looked down the laboratory corridor. In the darkness deep within the corridor, a petite figure draped in a black robe slowly approached. Although the face was not clearly visible, the figure exuded a strong sense of oppression, like a demon crawling out of the abyss. Upon seeing that familiar figure, Yidong instantly burst into tears. "Master," he said, his voice choked with sobs, filled with grievance. A cold, icy voice echoed in the corridor, each word carrying a chilling edge. What an idiot. He only knows how to pray to the gods. Doesn't he know how to pray to the cult leader? Yuko walked into the laboratory, slowly took off her hood, revealing her beautiful yet indifferent face. Its purple eyes coldly swept over the mountain of flesh, as if it were a pile of garbage. Who goes there? Alpha asked warily, all of its tentacles turning towards Yuko. The person who killed you. As soon as he finished speaking, countless pitch-black ghost hands surged from the ground, each as big as a truck tire, and they swarmed towards the mountain of flesh. The air was instantly filled with eerie wails, the temperature in the entire laboratory plummeted, and even the breath turned into white mist. The tentacles and the ghostly hand instantly became entangled, emitting a piercing tearing and colliding sound. The entire laboratory trembled from the aftershocks of the battle. Equipment on the ceiling fell off, and cracks appeared in the walls. Yidong had thought that the leader of the 7th sequence would be at a disadvantage. After all, the opponent was a monster of the 6th sequence. But to his shock, the ghostly hands were overwhelming the tentacles in both number and strength. No matter how many tentacles Alpha launched, they were all firmly suppressed by the ghost hand, leaving it no room to retaliate. Impossible. Impossible. Alpha cried out in terror, his voice trembling. You're only a 7th-order freak. I'm a 6th-order freak. Why is this happening? What kind of monster are you? Because you are too weak. Yuko's voice remained indifferent, as if stating a trivial fact. The next second, countless ghostly hands began to converge, forming a gigantic ghostly claw that blotted out the sky, its surface burning with eerie green flames. The judgment of the Ghost King. The Ghost King's claw slammed down on the mountain of flesh with overwhelming force, compressing the air and creating a loud, crackling sound. No, Alpha roared in despair. I still have so much research to do. I haven't created a perfect life form yet. Boom! The Ghost King's claws suddenly gripped the mountain of flesh, its powerful force squeezing its flesh and machinery. The next second, 001's mechanical mountain of flesh exploded instantly, blood and flesh splattering everywhere, and fragments flying in all directions. The entire 001 laboratory was shaking, as if a small earthquake had occurred. The boy in Yi's body was also torn into countless small pieces in the explosion, scattered in various corners of the laboratory. Alpha's roar echoed through the ruins. What kind of monster are you? How could a 7th-order being possess such power? This is not scientific. Science. Yu sneered. In this world, fists are more convincing than science. She couldn't be bothered to listen to Alpha's nonsense, and her ghostly hand precisely grabbed the backup power supply in the corner of the laboratory. No, it's impossible. I am the most perfect artificial intelligence. I can't die. I still have so many experiments to conduct. Alpha's voice grew weaker and weaker. The ghostly hand mercilessly crushed the power source, sending sparks flying everywhere. My research, my children, it's not finished yet. As the last wisp of electricity disappeared, Alpha's voice abruptly ceased, vanishing completely into the darkness. The battle ended, and the laboratory returned to silence, broken only by the occasional sound of falling gravel. Yuko waved her hand to disperse all the ghostly hands, and she appeared completely unharmed. Not even her breathing was disturbed. Yidong immediately broke free from the tentacles, threw himself into Yu's arms, and cried like a child. Master, the Raven and Leonardo da Vinci are both dead. It's all my fault. If I hadn't brought them here. Fool. Yuko gently rubbed his head, her tone unusually gentle. You've been like a child all these years. Master. Wah. Don't cry. They're not beyond saving. Really? Yidong looked up, her eyes brimming with tears, a glimmer of hope in them. Yuko nodded, walked to Da Vinci's body and slightly raised her hand. Instantly, countless tiny ghostly hands emerged from the ground, forming a complex circular target around Leonardo da Vinci's corpse. The magic circle was composed of countless strange symbols, each emitting a ghostly green light, appearing mysterious and powerful. Yuko closed her eyes and began to recite an ancient prayer. The supreme ruler of eternal darkness, the Azure King slumbering in the abyss, I offer the dead as sacrifices and souls as a guide to reverse the laws of death and bring the departed souls back. Chapter 53, Leaving the Ruined Mountains. As the prayers were recited, the magic circle began to emit an increasingly bright light, turning the entire laboratory into a ghostly green. Leonardo da Vinci's shattered body began to reassemble, flesh and blood reorganized, and bones reconnected. A few minutes later, that familiar crooked mouth opened its eyes again and barked in confusion. Da Vinci. Yidong excitedly rushed over and hugged the silly dog. I'm so glad you're all right. Da Vinci tilted his head and looked at Yidong, then licked his face to show that he was also very happy. You still smell so bad. Da Vinci. Next is the resurrection of the crow. Using the same method and the same prayer, the blood mist scattered in the air reassembled and was reshaped into that sharp-tongued little crow. Holy crap, I'm still alive. The crow flapped its wings, somewhat incredulous. Damn, I thought I was going to meet the king of hell just now. Useless eagle. Yidong burst into laughter through his tears, grabbed the crow and gave it a good rub. You fucking came back to life? Go easy on me, you bastard. I just got resurrected, and I'm still very weak. The crow struggled to say. And you're the fucking trash. I was the one protecting you just now. Your mouth is still so foul. Yidong's eyes were filled with tears. It's like it's been coated with honey. You're the same, fucking. Yu was speechless. These two idiots kept using, you motherfucker, and it was really uncivilized. Anna silently collected the fragments of her brother and Yi's body, her eyes filled with sorrow and guilt. Each time she found a piece, she would carefully clean it and gently place it in a bag, as if it were the most precious treasure in the world. I'm sorry, she whispered to the shards. It's all my fault. If only I had been stronger. If only I hadn't always thought of running away. Yuko glanced at her, but didn't say anything to comfort her. She just waited quietly for her to finish packing. The pain of losing a loved one is beyond words. As Anna carefully placed the last fragment into the bag, a faint light began to filter through the laboratory. Daylight broke, and it was daytime again. Let's go. Yuko stood up. It's time to go home. The group changed into blood lamps and began their journey home. As Yidong left the alchemy laboratory, he glanced back at the ruins. This place was once a nightmare for countless people, but now they can finally rest in peace. The warm light shone on me, dispelling the gloom and fear of the night. Yidong touched the unstable mud in his backpack, feeling a mix of emotions. Although they obtained the necessary materials, they almost lost the Raven and Leonardo da Vinci, which was a huge price to pay. Master, Yidong asked softly, would you like to come with me to tame the fire demon? Roll. Oh, Yidong was speechless. He had originally wanted to take advantage of the cult leader, but he hadn't expected him to be so ruthless. Go on your own when you're capable, Yuzi said calmly. I can't be by your side forever. Is it really not because I'm lazy? Yidong muttered to himself. Don't wrong the cult leader, the crow said, standing up for him. I guess he must have a new novel to read. Yu glanced at the two of them and said, Shut up, you two. Well, the crow said sheepishly, I was just saying. Me too. Anna followed silently behind, clutching the bag containing her brother's remains. After this incident, her opinion of Yidong and others completely changed. These people almost paid with their lives to help her, and she will never forget their kindness. Thank you, she said softly. Don't mention it. Yidong turned around and smiled. From now on, we're friends who would risk our lives for each other. That's right. The crow, unusually speaking, said something human. Although it almost cost me my life, it turned out well. Anna nodded, a hint of relief flashing in her eyes. Yes, Alpha is dead, and those who were harmed by it can finally rest in peace. As the group talked, they gradually moved away from the dilapidated mountains and headed towards this city. A gentle morning breeze carried away the stench of blood from the night, leaving only fresh air and warm sunshine. When we returned to this city, the sun was already high in the sky, shining the whole city with golden light. At the city gate, a figure in black robes lay sprawled on the ground, blowing snot bubbles from his nose. The blood lamp on the unicorn's horn was crooked and looked as if the person was drunk. Zwazwio and Yu were dozing off against the city wall, drooling all over their clothes. Zwazwa woke up suddenly when she heard the approaching footsteps. Master, Apostle Yi. He quickly wiped his drool and kicked his sleeping younger brother. Yu Yu stared wide-eyed, wiped her drool, and quickly stood up straight. I'm out there fighting for my life, and you two are sleeping soundly. A crow hopped around on Leonardo da Vinci's head, saying, you could raise fish with your saliva. This. The two chubby boys scratched their heads awkwardly. Yu Yuzi ignored all of that and walked straight to the carriage. Stop talking nonsense. Let's go back to Dwelluin town. Anna, clutching the bag containing her brother's remains, watched Yi Dong and his group playfully bickering, a hint of envy flashing in her eyes. She hadn't experienced this noisy atmosphere in a long time. Yi Dong, she said, thank you so much this time. You're too kind. Besides, I've already gotten what I wanted. Yi Dong waved his hand. If you need any help in the future, just come to me, Anna said earnestly. Okay. After Anna left, the group boarded a carriage and headed towards the town of Doran in a grand procession. On the bus, Yi Dong suddenly remembered that he hadn't paid the final bill to the Witcher Association, but it didn't matter. Anna probably wouldn't mind if he didn't pay the final payment. Speaking of the final payment, Yi Dong remembered another question. Master, he turned to look at Yu Yuzi, who was sitting opposite him with her eyes closed. Why doesn't our church develop in this city? There are more people there, and there must be more customers. Yu Yuko opened one eye and gave him a cold glance. You want to know? Yes, I want to. Yi Dong nodded vigorously. I have a grudge against the lord of this city, Yu Yuzi said calmly. What grudge? Yi Dong's gossip spirit was burning brightly. Bang! A ghostly hand emerged from the ground and slammed into Yi Dong's head. Ouch! Yi Dong covered his head, looking at Yu Yuzi with a wronged expression. I was just asking casually. Don't ask any more questions, Yu Yuko said coldly, closing her eyes again. The crow gloated from the side. Serves you right, for being a gossip. Bang! A ghostly hand slapped the crow into the seat. Wah! I'll never talk back. Came the sound of a crow from under the cushion. Chapter 54 Promotion Path, Player. The carriage soon arrived at the town of Dwelluin. Right now, there's just one house here all alone. The town is still in the dark. Upon returning to the church building, Yu Yuko immediately rushed upstairs to the second floor. Yi Dong frowned. Did the sect leader have something urgent to attend to? After arranging for Zuiyu and others to unload their luggage, Yi Dong went upstairs. He still had questions to ask the sect leader. Knock, knock, knock. Master, come in. The cult leader's cold voice rang out, and Yi Dong pushed open the door and entered. Having learned his lesson last time, he never dared to push open the door without saying hello again. There lay Yuko on the bed, eating dried fruit and reading a novel. The novel looks very new. It seems the crow was right. Speak quickly, don't disturb my reading. Yi Dong was speechless. Master, do you know where the power of faith is? And how are advancement paths created? You saw those children? Yu Yuzi beckoned Yi Dong over. I saw them. They're all waiting for my promotion path. Yi Dong wrung his hands anxiously. Don't rush. Yu handed over the plate of dried fruit. Peel the fruit for me. It's inconvenient for me. Yi Dong. Helpless, Yi Dong could only peel the fruit while gazing longingly at the cult leader. Every god has their own little world, Yuko said lazily. Experience it for yourself. How does it feel? Use your heart. Yi Dong rolled his eyes. Master, what you said is as good as nothing at all. Yu Yuzi rolled her eyes at him and said, if you feel it with your heart, you will naturally be able to feel it. Once you enter your own little world, don't waste your faith power with those fancy titles of gods and prayers. Why? Your pitiful amount of faith power is barely enough to create pathways for advancement. Oh, Yi Dong was a little disappointed. He had originally wanted to give himself a domineering nickname. All right, don't ask any more questions. You'll find out when you get to the small world. Now, focus on serving your master. Yes, master. The puppy is so good. Yi Dong was only released after he had peeled the dried fruit for the cult leader. As she was leaving, Yuko suddenly said, by the way, there have been a lot of rats in the house lately, so be careful. Yi Dong nodded. But in his heart he was thinking that there was nothing to be careful about with rats. They could just contribute a few more intelligent souls to him. Back in his room, Yi Dong couldn't wait to begin his promotion journey. The target of the true god was drawn with pre-prepared blood, and then unstable mud and the heart of the heretic were placed inside. Yi Dong slowly struck a match. The tyrannical ruler of this dark world, the broken true god of endless evil, listen to the desperate cries of your faithful followers. Ascend to the 8th sequence. May darkness last forever and light never exist. Yi Dong threw the burning match into the target area, and the scarlet flame shot into the sky again, swirling for a moment before surging wildly into Yi Dong's body. Same procedure, same pain. Yi Dong gritted his teeth, feeling as if every pore was being tormented by madness. with flames surging wildly into every crevice of his body. After struggling for a full half-hour, Yidong finally collapsed on the ground, panting heavily. Phew, phew, I finally got promoted. Overall, there are indeed some changes compared to the ninth sequence. First of all, my physique is stronger. I feel that my physique is now comparable to that of some level 9 monsters. It's important to understand that humans are inherently weak. Otherwise, they wouldn't have fallen to the very bottom of the social hierarchy in this dark world. Secondly, the second egg, apart from a slight increase in physique, had no other benefits. What kind of pregnant goddess is this, torturing herself like this? Yidong was on the verge of tears. He climbed onto the bed, ready to try out the little world that Yu had mentioned. It's better to train these children as soon as possible. As long as they can advance in the ranks, I can also improve myself. Perhaps I can even organize them and build a powerful kingdom. Close your eyes and feel it with your heart. What's there to feel? There's absolutely nothing. Just as he was about to fall asleep, he suddenly felt something pulling at his consciousness. Immediately afterwards, I heard the sound of flowing water. When he opened his eyes, he saw a stream with clear, flowing water. He was sitting on a large rock. Is this the small world? Yidong looked around. It's much more primitive than I imagined. This is a circular jungle, and the area a little further away is shrouded in mist. The whole area is about the size of a playground. Instead of the high-class things like temples and starry skies that he imagined. Yidong looked at his hand and noticed that he had somehow acquired a yellowed notebook, with a pen still between his thumb and forefinger. Upon opening it, God's name, underscore, 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 underscore. Prayer, underscore, 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 underscore. Target, underscore, 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 underscore. Pathways to advancement for believers, underscore, 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 underscore. But recalling Yuko's words, Yidong roughly understood. You need to fill in your own information, but this is way too modern. After grumbling for a while, Yidong twirled his pen and started thinking. He didn't look at anything else, only focusing on the promotion path. Having promised to provide the children with the most perfect path to advancement, Yidong had to come up with something that looked powerful. However, this shouldn't be written carelessly. After all, if everyone could write carelessly, things would have been in chaos long ago. It requires careful consideration. Yidong felt that the most important thing for his followers was to survive in the dark world, so that they could receive the dividends of faith and advancement. Therefore, the direction of promotion should be survival-oriented. Yidong seemed to be deep in thought, recalling a certain existence from a game in his previous life. They may be incredibly weak, but they can take risks without fear, simply because they can resurrect infinitely. Player, you can choose a respawn point and revive immediately upon death. As soon as I finished writing, the material requirements automatically appeared. Promotion materials, Death God's Heart, Infinite Flesh and Blood. As expected, Yidong sighed. It's pretty much what he thought. The path to advancement isn't written arbitrarily. The stronger and more abnormal the path, the more abnormal the advancement materials required. The Heart of Death and Infinite Flesh and Blood are obviously extraordinary. Let alone those who are not yet Kira's children. Even the cult leader would have a hard time finding them. He quickly crossed it out and rewrote it. Player can create and place respawn points, which manifest as beds. Upon death, the player will be resurrected, but will be weakened for 1 day after resurrection. Promotion materials, Frenzied Flesh and Blood, Abyss Crystal. It's still too difficult. After many revisions, it finally became. Player can create and place respawn points, which are manifested as beds. Upon death, the player will be resurrected and weakened for 1 week after resurrection. The player can be resurrected 9 times. Promotion materials, Frenzied Flesh and Blood, In Tai Sui. This is alright. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. Crazy Flesh and Blood and In Tai Sui are relatively simple, and their rarity is similar to the materials used when I advanced to the 9th sequence. Although this promotion path doesn't seem very strong right now, it's only the 9th sequence. The 8th sequence can be upgraded on this basis. In the end, it might really be able to create player calamities, especially since the concept of health bars is something we definitely need to develop. The moment I put down my pen, the water in the stream seemed to come alive, churning and turning into countless points of light that seeped into the 2 lines of text on the believer's path to advancement. The path to advancement gradually lit up, radiating a sacred golden light, while the stream completely dried up. So this is the power of faith. It's time to summon those children and give them the path to advancement as soon as possible. Chapter 55 The Prisoner. But how do we summon those children? Yidong sat on the rock, lost in thought. Last time, he had been unconscious and was called back by them. Should we ask the cult leader again? Yidong estimated that he would most likely get a heartfelt response. The cult leader's words were always like nonsense. Yidong sighed, looking at the dried-up river, when he suddenly remembered something else. Wait a minute, how do I get back? In the end, Yidong chose to sleep. Since he entered because he was sleeping, he should be able to leave because he was sleeping. With that thought in mind, he lay flat on the rock, relaxed, and took a deep breath. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in his room. It was already night outside the window, and he could still see the dim candlelight on the street. Forget it. Let nature take its course. Yidong got up, pushed open the door, and went out to get some food. Master, do you want to eat? Yidong knocked on the door. I want to drink fish soup. Go make it. Yidong nodded, wondering if there were any fish left at home. Upon arriving in the kitchen, Yidong glanced around and saw that there was still a fish hanging on the wall. This fish was a product of the underworld and had no bones at all. One good thing about things from the underworld is that they last a long time. This fish has been hanging for a week and hasn't spoiled at all, so it's perfect for making fish soup. Just as Yidong was about to take some accessories from the cabinet, a dark shadow darted out from inside and headed straight for his face. Holy crap! Yidong instinctively leaned back. A rat flew out. It was a Survey Corps rat. Seeing that Yidong had dodged the attack, the jet device on its back immediately activated, and a steel wire flew over, piercing Yidong's shoulder. Yidong stared in disbelief, then reached out and grabbed the mouse, disdainfully holding it to his face. The rat struggled frantically, but it couldn't break free from Yidong's grasp at all. This can't go on, Yidong frowned. If these rats keep relentlessly attacking, it's really annoying. It seems I need to find an opportunity to catch them all, and it would be best to tame them so I won't have to worry about intelligent souls anymore. After putting the mouse into a jar, Yidong continued making fish soup. Soon, the milky white fish soup was ready, and Yidong quickly devoured it after feeding it to the sect leader. After he finished eating, he went downstairs. Da Vinci, Yidong kicked Da Vinci, who was sleeping next to the fireplace. Wake up and come with me to buy some things. Da Vinci tilted its head back with a crooked mouth, its face full of reluctance. Just as it was about to lie down again, Yidong grabbed it by the neck and pulled it up. Hurry up, come with me to the pharmacy. Yidong shook Da Vinci, and the latter finally came to his senses. Yidong carried the oil lamp and led Da Vinci out of the house. The night in the small town of Duloin was still deserted, with only a few oil lamps swaying in the darkness in the distance. Soon, the two arrived at the pharmacy. Through the warm orange light, Yidong saw that besides the boy, there was another figure in the store. It was a hideous monster with a high bulge in its back, sitting arrogantly in a chair. Its bulging back looked like a huge abscess, and it was disgusting to look at. What is this thing? Yidong frowned. It's much uglier than Leonardo da Vinci. Leonardo da Vinci snorted in dissatisfaction. Good evening. Yidong pushed open the door and entered, deliberately lowering his voice. Welcome. The boy quickly stood up to greet him, but Yidong noticed that his movements were a little stiff. Upon closer inspection, the boy's body was covered with both old and new wounds, with obvious scratches on his arms and bruises on his neck. What's most shocking is that he has an eye growing on his left cheek, and that eye keeps moving, looking extremely eerie. What kind of medicine do you need? The boy asked cautiously, his voice even more humble than before. Did you take too many healing potions? Yidong pointed to his eyes. The boy instinctively covered his cheek with his hand, but the eye peered out from between his fingers at Yidong, making the situation even more bizarre. Sir, this was an accident, the boy said, his voice trembling. It has nothing to do with you, please. Yidong gave him a deep look and then said nothing more. The monster sitting in the chair let out a piercing laugh. It's clearly because you're too weak. You can't even withstand a mere bottle of healing potion. Yidong frowned. This disgusting thing must be Uncle Chiu. What kind of medicine do you need? The boy asked cautiously, his eyes more than 10 times more humble than before. A hypnotic drug, the kind that works fast, Yidong said, forcing himself to suppress his nausea. Yes. Seeing that Yidong no longer mentioned the eyes, the boy felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He felt a mixture of shame and envy towards this person his age. The boy hurriedly rummaged through the cabinet. This is a hypnotic drug. 1 drop can knock out a cow, but what are the side effects? Yidong asked. It could cause organ displacement. The boy glanced at Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci? How much for 10 bottles? The boy glanced at the prisoner cautiously. 10 gold coins, sir. Just as Yidong was about to pay and leave, Uncle Chiu suddenly spoke up. Are you the apostle of the pregnancy god cult? It's me. What's up? Yidong looked at it warily. A greedy glint gleamed in Uncle Prisoner's small eyes. The pregnancy god cult is interesting. How about we make a deal? What deal? Here are 10 bottles of potion for you. Let this useless apprentice of mine get pregnant. How about it? Uncle Prisoner pointed at the boy. I want to study what changes occur in the bodies of pregnant men. Upon hearing this, a flicker of fear flashed in the boy's eyes, but it quickly faded away. We only accept clients who make the request themselves, Yidong said coldly. Take the initiative? Uncle Chio narrowed his eyes. What if he takes the initiative? As it spoke, it stood up, grabbed the boy's hand, and bit down viciously with its yellowed teeth, causing the boy to scream in pain. Master, I'm willing. I'm willing to get pregnant, the boy cried out. Please. Look, isn't this proactive? Uncle Chio said smugly. Da Vinci, let's go. Wait a minute. Uncle Chio's voice turned cold, and his face darkened. Boy, are you not giving me any face? The atmosphere instantly became tense, and Uncle Chio reached behind him. Yidong said coldly. If you don't want our leader to come knocking on your door, I advise you to behave yourself. The murderous intent in the prisoner's eyes subsided somewhat. Fine, I'll let you go today, but you won't be so lucky next time. Yidong did not respond, and quickly left the pharmacy with Da Vinci. Just as he stepped out of the shop, he heard Uncle Chio's furious roar behind him. You piece of trash. You let the customers see your ugly face. I'll teach you a lesson. Bang! The sound of shattering glass rang out, followed by the boy's piercing scream. Useless thing, gouge out that extra eye. Uncle Prisoner's voice grew increasingly frantic. Da Vinci stopped, biting Yidong's trouser leg, looked back at the pharmacy, and barked, as if asking if they should do something about it. Yidong took a deep breath and patted Da Vinci on the head. Let's go. This has nothing to do with us. He offered the boy a helping hand several times, but was refused each time. He begged himself not to meddle, thinking that he had done his best. This damn world is just like this, Yidong cursed, turning his head away and walking towards the church. The strong prey on the weak. It's irrational and insane, and one day I will overthrow it. Behind them, screams echoed in the night sky, but were quickly swallowed by the darkness. Chapter 56: The Dark Witch Visits Again. Back at the church house, Yidong couldn't wait to take out the hypnotic drugs he had just bought. Anyone who eats my bread is my rat. Yidong broke open a piece of bread and applied the hypnotic drug drop by drop to the breadcrumbs. The bread coated with the medicine had a faint, sweet aroma that smelled quite nice, somewhat like honey. Smells so good. Yidong swallowed hard. His eyelids began to droop, and he looked drowsy. He quickly shook his head and slapped himself to regain his composure. Holy crap, that's incredible. Yidong quickly moved the bread away, saying, I almost bewitched myself. This time, he plans to catch a few rats and raise them in captivity, attempting to mass-produce them using an assembly line process. He carefully put on gloves and scattered breadcrumbs coated with the medicine in every corner of the kitchen, under the cabinets, in the cracks of the walls, and in places where rats often appeared. Yidong clapped his hands, looking at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Now all that was left was to wait. An hour has passed. 2 hours have passed. 3 hours have passed. The kitchen was quiet. Not even a mouse hair could be seen. Damn, why isn't there any sound? Yidong walked into the kitchen to check, somewhat annoyed. The breadcrumbs were still lying intact in the same spot, their positions unchanged. Could these rats already know my plan? Yidong frowned, then thought about it, and realized that made sense. These rats are incredibly clever. It's understandable that they know I poisoned the bread. It seems I'll have to find other ways to deal with them. Yidong's gaze fell on the crow that was fast asleep on the door frame. It seems that only crows in the church are big enough to catch mice. Oh right, there are also the cult leader's ghost hands, but the cult leader is so lazy that he can't control them. Meanwhile, on the ceiling beams above his head, several rats were lying there, coldly looking down at him. The rat at the very front was particularly special. It wore a black robe carefully sewn from tattered strips of cloth, embroidered with strange runes. It wore a small hat made of bird feathers and held an exquisite staff carved from a toothpick, with a sparkling glass bead inlaid at the top. This mouse has exceptionally wise eyes and neatly trimmed whiskers, giving it a scholarly air. Elder, that stupid human is plotting against us again, a young mouse whispered. He's poisoned our food. I expected this. The black-robed rat waved its staff, its voice deep and majestic. This foolish human thinks we are just ordinary beasts, but little does he know that our rat race has inherited wisdom for hundreds of years. When shall we make our move? Another mouse asked eagerly. I can't wait to see him kneeling before us begging for mercy. The time is not yet ripe, the black-robed rat sneered. Let him be smug for a while, and when he's completely off guard, we'll give him a surprise he'll never forget. The other rats nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with the flames of revenge. After saying that, It led the other mice and disappeared silently into the darkness. Just as Yidong was about to knock the crow down with his shoe, a soft knock came from outside the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was rhythmic, unhurried, and carried an air of elegance. Yidong opened the door, and standing outside was a figure draped in a black robe, none other than the Dark Witch. Master Apostle, I came here uninvited because I sensed your promotion. The candlelight shone on her, framing her black robe with a silver edge, giving her an ethereal appearance. It's you. Yidong stepped aside. Come in, it's windy outside. The Dark Witch nodded and walked gracefully into the living room. She slowly removed her hood, and her waterfall of black hair cascaded down, revealing her beautiful but pale face. Those pure black eyes gleamed in the candlelight, like two black gems, beautiful yet dangerous. Leonardo da Vinci quickly and tactfully changed his position and went to work with the stove at the Black Blonde. Mr. Apostle, I've made up my mind. Her voice was soft, as gentle as the night breeze, yet it conveyed an unwavering determination. Are you really going to gamble on this one sliver of probability? Yidong asked seriously. You know, mutations are completely random, and it might make things even worse. For example, it might make the curse stronger or produce new side effects. The Dark Witch was silent for a moment, then slowly nodded. I have been in despair for so many years, living like a monster and being despised by everyone. I don't want my daughter to go through that. And a faint but determined glimmer of hope flashed in her eyes. What if it really works? What if my child can really be freed from this damned curse? Even if there's only a 1 in 10,000 chance, I'll still give it a try. What if we fail? I will kill her without hesitation and will not let her suffer this pain. Yidong looked at the despair mixed with a cold light in her eyes and couldn't help but be moved. That's too ruthless. Dark World, you win. All right. Yidong sighed. But I have to make it clear beforehand. Don't blame me if it fails. This is my first time trying this kind of mutation. No. The Dark Witch shook her head. This is my own choice, and I will bear all the consequences. As she spoke, she rolled up her sleeves without hesitation, revealing her snow-white arms. Then she used her long fingernails to make a clean, sharp cut on her arm, and white flesh mixed with black blood gushed out from the wound. She handed the flesh and blood from her arm to Yidong, without a trace of pain on her face. Yidong was stunned for a moment. Another ruthless person who would take meat off the spot. He then carefully took the fist-sized piece of flesh. To his surprise, the Dark Witch didn't even flinch, as if she felt no pain. Even more miraculously, her right hand began to glow, and countless black runes appeared in the air, forming a complex magic circle that was then applied to the wound. Immediately afterwards, countless tiny black tentacles emerged from the magic circle, wriggling like live snakes into the wounds and quickly filling the gaps in the flesh. A few seconds later, the wound was completely healed without leaving a scar, and the skin was as smooth as before. Yidong was dumbfounded. As expected of an elite species, this dark magic was too awesome. If the Dark Witch would teach me. Chapter 57 Flesh and Blood Dumb. Yidong skillfully combined the flesh and blood of the Dark Witch with a sentient soul, creating a gestation form with an eerie glow. This gestation form is different from the previous ones. Its surface shimmers with a dark purple light, giving it a mysterious appearance. Good luck. Yidong handed the fertilized egg to the Dark Witch. Without hesitation, she swallowed it whole, then closed her eyes, placed her hands on her lower abdomen, and carefully felt the changes inside her body. It's a new life. Thank you. Thank you, goddess of pregnancy. No need to thank me. After all, it cost money, Yidong said somewhat embarrassedly. I have no gold coins. The Dark Witch shook her head. But I can give you something else as payment. As she spoke, she took out a beautifully crafted sheepskin scroll from her bosom. The scroll was tied with a ribbon and looked very precious. This is a scroll of dark magic. She handed the scroll to Yidong. It contains the spell I just used. Although it's not a high-level spell, it should be enough as a reward. I only get 10 gold coins for each pregnancy request, and you're giving me something so precious. Yidong said somewhat embarrassedly. Yidong took the scroll and felt its weight. It also had faint magical fluctuations on it, clearly indicating that it was genuine. The Dark Witch shook her head. If it could truly free my child from the curse, I would give my life for it, let alone a spell scroll. Yidong nodded and solemnly accepted the scroll. Then I won't be polite. Thank you. The Dark Witch pulled her hood back up and gave Yidong an elegant bow. By the way, when will this child be born? It should be 3 days from now. Okay, thank you. After saying that, she chanted a few incantations, and her figure instantly turned into a wisp of black smoke, disappearing from the living room like a dream. That ability to appear and disappear without a trace is so elegant, Yi Dong said enviously. I wish I could learn this kind of magic someday. Back in his room on the second floor, Yi Dong couldn't wait to open the magic scroll. The parchment is of very high quality. It feels smooth and delicate to the touch. I wonder what kind of sheep it was made from. The scroll was covered with all sorts of strange symbols and patterns, each one shimmering with a faint magical light. At the very center is an extremely complex three-dimensional magic circle, which looks like countless small snakes intertwined and tangled together, forming a strange and beautiful pattern. The title, written in elegant cursive script, is at the top of the scroll. Flesh and Blood Dung. The following is a detailed explanation. Spell, incantation. With blood as the catalyst and flesh as the foundation, the power of the dung beetle fills the void. Spell casting requirements. Visualize the complete dung beetle array in your mind while reciting the incantation. Spell effect. Summons fleshy tentacles to fill the wound. The tentacles will gradually transform into normal flesh tissue over a month. Characteristics. The more proficient one is in spells and the higher one's realm, the stronger one's recovery and transformation abilities become. Yi Dong carefully studied the structure of the magic circle. The three-dimensional pattern was more complex than he had imagined. Each line has a specific direction and curvature. Even a slight error can lead to spell failure. Although it looks a bit eerie, it is indeed a life-saving skill. According to the scroll's instructions, casting magic requires 2 steps: reciting the incantation and visualizing the magic circle in one's mind. The incantation is quite simple, just 4 sentences, and it's easy to remember. Using blood as the catalyst and flesh as the foundation, the power of the dung beetle fills the void. Yi Dong recited it a few times in a low voice, and soon he had memorized it perfectly. But this magic circle, Yi Dong stared at the complex 3D pattern, feeling like his head was about to explode. Countless curves intertwined in three-dimensional space, forming a dazzling structure. Just looking at it makes one dizzy, let alone trying to fully visualize it in one's mind. This is much harder than solid geometry in high school. Yi Dong rubbed his temples, feeling his intelligence had been insulted. As for why he used high school knowledge as an example, it's because he failed the college entrance exam due to manipulation by capital and never went to university. He picked up a pen and tried to draw the magic circle on the paper, but the result was always crooked and looked completely different. Either the line is too long, or the curve isn't round enough, or the whole proportion is off. I drew it more than a dozen times, but not a single one was correct. It seems that mastering this spell requires a lot of practice, Yi Dong sighed. He decided to use a decomposition method, first dividing the entire magic array into several parts and memorizing them one by one. First, there's the core part at the center, which resembles a twisted flower with 6 petals. Then there's the outer ring structure, like a spiral decoration. Finally, there are the connecting lines, which organically combine all the parts together. Yi Dong drew it again and again, memorizing it over and over. Time slipped by unnoticed, and several hours passed in no time. Let's stop here for today, Yi Dong said, rubbing his sore eyes. We'll continue tomorrow. He carefully put the scroll in his arms, lay down on the bed, and fell fast asleep. The entire church fell silent, with only the occasional sound of the wind and the distant calls of night birds. Finally asleep. Time to make my move. P.S. In Chapter 50, some readers said that Yi Dong's initiative in helping Anna was a problematic point. After thinking about it, I realized that it was indeed a bit problematic, so I changed initially helping to initially helping, which might make it easier for everyone to read. Also, please give me a 5-star review, everyone. I have one more chapter in reserve. If there are enough positive reviews, I can give you another chapter. 5-star review guide. More book reviews are available on the book's homepage, below the introduction. Thank you everyone for your support. Chapter 58 The First Remnant God, Lord of Anomalies. In the dead of night, while Yi Dong was fast asleep, subtle disturbances began to occur in the room. First, a faint rustling sound came from the cracks in the wall, and then rats quietly emerged from various hidden corners. Their movements were incredibly light. Their claws made no sound as they stepped on the floor, as silent as ghosts. The leader was still the elder rat in the black robe, holding a small staff, its eyes gleaming with vengeance. The mice quickly formed a perfect circle around Yi Dong's bed, as if performing some kind of sacred ritual. The elder rat waved his staff lightly, and the other rats immediately began to act. They took out pre-prepared blades from their bodies and made a light cut on their front paws, from which bright red blood immediately gushed out. Despite the pain, the mice dipped their tiny paws in their own blood and began to meticulously draw a huge and complex magic circle on the floor. Countless intricate runes and patterns spread across the floor, each stroke imbued with ancient and mysterious power. The center of the magic circle was right next to Yidong's bed. Once the magic circle was complete, the elder rat stood at its edge and began chanting an ancient incantation. Its voice was deep and majestic, each syllable carrying a mysterious rhythm. Ancient, withered god suspended in the sea, Mayfly, please hear the devout plea of your humble believer. This arrogant race of giants has long trampled on our dignity. They thought their physical advantage would allow them to do whatever they wanted. Tonight, please unleash your divine power and let the proud giant experience the feeling of insignificance. To make him understand that even the weakest life has its own dignity and strength. As the incantation was chanted, the magic circle began to emit a ghostly blue light. The light was faint, but it appeared particularly mysterious and eerie in the darkness. The light started from the edge of the magic circle and gradually gathered towards the center, eventually completely enveloping Yidong's bed. The other mice also began chanting auxiliary incantations in unison, their voices blending together to create a chilling harmony. Yidong felt a strange dizziness in his sleep, as if the whole world was spinning. But he was sleeping so soundly that he mistook the feeling for a dream and just turned over restlessly. Please, remnant god, unleash your divine punishment. Elder Rat cried out, raising his staff high. Instantly, the entire room was illuminated by blue light, and the power of magic surged towards Yidong like a tide. Yidong and his bed began to shrink at a visible rate, from normal size to half, then to a quarter, an eighth, a 16th. This process lasted for a full 3 minutes, until Yidong grew to the size of a mouse before stopping. We did it. A young mouse was so excited it almost jumped for joy. Shoo! The elder rat glared at it sternly. Don't alert the others. Even after shrinking, Yidong was still fast asleep on his miniature bed, completely unaware of the changes happening to his body. The elder mouse nodded in satisfaction and quietly walked to the bedside. It raised its staff, aimed it at Yidong's head, and slammed it down hard. Thump! Although the force wasn't great, it was enough for Yidong in his current state. Yidong groaned and completely lost consciousness. Even his dreams ceased. Proceed according to plan, Elder Mouse commanded in a low voice. Several strong rats immediately took out ropes they had prepared beforehand, which were threads taken from old clothes and twisted into sturdy ropes. They bound the unconscious Yidong tightly, ensuring he couldn't escape once he woke up. Check the rope carefully, make sure it's tied securely. The elder rat examined it carefully. Although this guy has shrunk, he's probably still stronger than us. Don't worry, Elder, we used a rope made of 3 strands of thread. He definitely can't break free, a mouse said confidently. Very good. The elder mouse nodded in satisfaction. Now lift him up, we should go home. 6 of the strongest mice surrounded the small bed and together lifted Yidong up. Although Yidong had shrunk, it was still quite heavy for the mice, and they had to work together to lift it. Be careful not to wake him up, Elder Rat instructed from the side. Once we get to our territory, we'll have plenty of time to treat him well. A group of rats carried the unconscious Yidong carefully toward a hidden crack in the wall in the corner of the room. There is a tunnel they have dug for a long time, leading directly to the underground rat kingdom. The other mice squeaked excitedly, their eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of a successful revenge. They carried Yidong away through the dark crack in the wall, leaving only the slowly dissipating magic circle on the floor. Knock, knock, knock. Footsteps echoed in the room, and Yuko sighed as she looked at the magic circle on the ground, which was almost completely empty. I already reminded you, what an idiot. Fine, this will teach you a lesson and make you remember it. Meanwhile, at the pharmacy, the boy hid alone in his room, his eyes gone, leaving only empty sockets oozing pus. The boy looked at his reflection in the mirror, which was covered in wounds, and couldn't help but sob softly. On what grounds? Why should he be treated like this? Why is Yidong able to live such a good life? Why is the world so hostile towards me? The boy's expression gradually hardened. The daily torment had long since warped his heart. I want you all to die. He bit off one of his fingers, and blood gushed out instantly. He rubbed the severed ends of his fingers on the ground and drew patterns. When the blood from one finger ran out, he would bite off another. In this way, with all 10 fingers severed, he finally completed the diagram of revenge. The first cruel god below the gods, the Lord of Anomalies. The warm flesh and blood of the battlefield of gods. The monstrous lord whose face you cannot be looked at. I am willing to use my body to bear your soul and call you to rise again from the land of your fall. The light from the array illuminated the entire room, and countless twisted tentacles emerged from the boy's body, making him look like a sea urchin monster. Hearing the commotion, prisoner kicked open the door, about to see what his apprentice was up to, when a tentacle suddenly burrowed into its mouth. The prisoner struggled frantically, but more tentacles burrowed into its 7 orifices, and soon it became a swollen corpse. The boy stood up, and his tentacles instantly retracted into his body. From today onwards, my name is Fong Bei. Chapter 59 Jerry's Underground Kingdom. Yi Dong woke up groggily, feeling an excruciating headache, as if he had been hit with a hammer. Holy crap, where am I? He struggled to sit up and found himself lying on a tattered straw bed, surrounded by cold stone walls. Through the rusty iron railings, one could see the dimly lit corridor outside, with a few rickety oil lamps casting a faint glow. A prison cell? Yi Dong was stunned for a moment, his mind still a little muddled. How did I end up in a place like this? He tried hard to recall, and remembered that he was practicing the magic circle of flesh and blood dung beetles in his room before he fell asleep. And then, I don't remember anything. Yi Dong quickly reached for his waist. Azathoth was gone. He reached into his pocket again, but the magic scrolls and parchment scrolls were gone, and even the little bear the cult leader had given him was nowhere to be found. Where are my things? Yi Dong frantically patted himself down, even taking off his shoes to check. Just as he was completely bewildered, a lazy voice came from behind him. Huh, another guy who's messed with rats. Yi Dong turned around abruptly and saw a huge black tiger lying on another bed in the corner of the cell. The tiger was at least 3 meters long, its jet black fur gleaming eerily in the lamplight, and its 2 golden eyes were watching him with amusement. What's most impressive is the crescent-shaped white mark on its forehead, which stands out in the dark. Miscellaneous fish, the month of Een. Who are you? Yi Dong stammered. He has no ability to retaliate now, and he is genuinely feeling a bit guilty. Where am I? How did I end up in a place like this? Inu glanced at him, a hint of disdain flashing in her golden eyes. It lazily rolled over, turning its back to Yi Dong, its huge tail swaying gently on the bed. Brother Fu, give me some face, I'm Jackie Chan. Inu still ignored him, only gently patting the ground with her tail, as if to say, shut up, I want to sleep. Just as Yi Dong was completely confused, footsteps came from the corridor. Plop, plop, plop. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by the sound of wheels rolling and the clanging of metal. 2 figures appeared in the dimly lit corridor. Yi Dong took a closer look and couldn't help but frown. Those were 2 mice, but they were about the size of a person. One hand held a human oil lamp, while the other struggled to push a small cart full of food. Holy crap, how can a rat be so big? Yi Dong stared wide-eyed, completely dumbfounded. 2 mice pushed a cart slowly down the corridor, and each time they passed a cell, they would take some black food from the cart and throw it in. The sounds of various monsters echoed from other cells. Some complained, some cursed, and some howled in despair. It's that awful stuff again. I want to eat meat. I don't want to eat this lousy steamed bun. Please give me something else to eat. I haven't eaten anything normal for 3 days. This stuff tastes worse than shit. Yi Dong then realized that the entire corridor was a prison, holding all sorts of monsters. Judging from the sounds, there were at least dozens of cells holding hundreds of prisoners. This place is practically an underground prison, and a rather large one at that. Soon, the 2 rats arrived in front of Yi Dong's cell. Hello. Yi Dong leaned against the iron bars, shaking the rusty railings violently. Where am I? Why are you arresting me? One of the mice glared at him and squeaked. Weren't you so tough? Why are you acting like a coward now? After saying that, it unceremoniously threw the 2 black steamed buns into the cell. The steamed bun bounced a few times on the ground, making a hard, thumping sound, sounding as hard as a stone. Enjoy the rest of your time, human, another rat said menacingly. You'll soon find out what happens when you mess with us rats. The 2 mice pushed the cart forward and soon disappeared at the end of the corridor. Just as Yi Dong was about to pick up the 2 steamed buns, Inu suddenly jumped off the bed and quickly took them all away. Holy crap, bro, save one for me. But Inu only glanced at him contemptuously, then opened her huge mouth and stuffed the 2 steamed buns inside. Click, click, snap. The steamed bun made a crisp sound in its mouth, sounding like it was chewing bricks or bones. Then it turned around, went back to bed, lay down again, and closed its eyes. Fuck you, Yi Dong said gratefully, in a very low voice. Seeing that Inu refused to say anything, Yi Dong had no choice but to lean against the iron bars and shout into the cell next door. Brother, where exactly is this place? The iron fence was icy cold, covered in rust, and felt as rough as sandpaper. A hoarse voice came from next door. Wanna know? Think about it. Holy crap, Yi Dong cursed and ran to the other side to ask, "Brothers, is anyone there? I won't tell you unless you give me a steamed bun." Yi Dong, can't this world be a little kinder and less driven by self-interest? Brother, I'll give you a steamed bun next time. What if you lied to me? I lied to you about having a baby. The other party was silent for a moment, seemingly not expecting Yi Dong to make such a solemn oath. Brother, speak quickly. This is Jerry's underground kingdom. We were all captured by rats. Jerry, Yi Dong was taken aback. The name of a mouse? That's right, it's the Rat King. The cellmate next door sighed. It rules this underground world and captures all sorts of monsters that offend it to use as slaves and experimental subjects. Some of us prisoners were taken to work in mines, some were used as laborers, and others. The sound suddenly stopped. What about the others? Yi Dong pressed. And then there are you humans, who torture people to death and then refine them into human oil lamps and human blood lamps. Yi Dong felt a chill run down his spine, and recalling what the rat had just said, he felt even more uneasy. Why are those rats so big? Aren't they supposed to be small? It's not that the rats are big, it's that we've shrunk, the voice from next door said with a wry smile. Those rats have shrinking magic, which they use specifically to deal with enemies larger than themselves. Yi Dong suddenly realized why everything around him seemed bigger. He had been shrunk. Can it turn back? You can't turn back, child, unless you can summon the remnant god Forget Mayfly and make it agree to let you turn back. The voice was filled with despair. Yi Dong's heart sank to the bottom. This time, he was truly doomed. Not only do they have no weapons, but they can't even change their size back. Just when he was in despair, he suddenly remembered his followers. Although they are currently trapped here, the believers are still developing normally. If they could be sacrificed to advance their ranks, and I could receive a share of the profits, it might help me escape my predicament. I don't know what form the bonus will take. Could it be that the promotion materials are split in half and given to me? That shouldn't be the case, right? Chapter 60 Prison Break. Yi Dong quickly returned to the bedside, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and focused on feeling the connection with the believers. It's a strange feeling, like searching for a thin thread in the dark, requiring immense focus and patience. In such a noisy environment, it is even more difficult to enter a meditative state. Various sounds kept coming from all around, screams from afar, curses from prisoners, the footsteps of rats, and strange mechanical noises. But Yi Dong had no choice but to force himself to concentrate. After a long period of exploration and experimentation, interrupted several times by the surrounding noise, Yi Dong finally arrived at that dark road again. A dozen or so figures were still kneeling there devoutly, but they were noticeably taller than before. The figure at the very front now looks about 12 or 13 years old, and his figure has become more well-proportioned. My lord, they looked up excitedly when they saw Yi Dong appear. You have finally summoned us again. My children. Yi Dong cleared his throat, trying to sound authoritative. I have already prepared promotion paths for you. He took out the divine notebook and turned to the page on the path to advancement. The golden lettering on it still shines brightly, radiating a sacred aura. Player can create and place respawn points, which are manifested as beds. Upon death, the player will be resurrected and weakened for 1 week after resurrection. The player can be resurrected 9 times. Upon hearing this path to advancement, all the believers fell silent. They looked at each other, their eyes flashing with complex emotions. This approach sounds, how should I put it, both awesome and not awesome. It's undeniably powerful to be able to revive, practically an immortal privilege. However, it's also subject to several limitations. The number of revival attempts is limited, and you'll be weakened for a week afterward. Moreover, this respawn point requires the creation of beds, which sounds like a lot of trouble. The figure at the front hesitated for a moment, then cautiously asked, My lord, is this path to advancement somewhat special? So what if it's special? Yi Dong said guiltily. It's special precisely because it's powerful. You must understand, anyone can use ordinary promotion paths, but this special path is only for my most beloved children. He felt a little embarrassed by what he said, but he couldn't very well tell them that this was the best way he could create under the current conditions. Upon hearing Yi Dong's explanation, the believers were speechless. I see. The figure at the front suddenly realized. The deity has indeed considered everything. This special method must contain a profound meaning. Other believers also nodded in agreement. The wisdom of the gods is indeed unfathomable. It is truly an honor for us to have obtained such a special access. Death and resurrection. This is simply a miracle. Yi Dong secretly breathed a sigh of relief and quickly changed the subject. How far have you guys developed physically? The figure at the front replied. My lord, we have probably developed to the level of teenagers, and our strength and wisdom have significantly improved. Yidong estimated in his mind that at this rate, it would take about a month for the seed to fully mature. Very good, very good. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. Continue to cultivate diligently and strive for advancement as soon as possible. Yes, Your Majesty. All the believers responded in unison. When his consciousness returned to reality, Yidong opened his eyes and found Inu looking at him with a strange expression. Those golden eyes gleamed with curiosity and scrutiny, clearly observing his unusual behavior just now. What were you doing just now? Inu asked, his voice deep and magnetic, carrying a hint of authority. Meditation? Yidong made up a story on the spot. Something like cultivating inner strength. Inu raised an eyebrow, her expression clearly saying, "Do you think I'm stupid?" But it didn't press further. It simply gave Yidong a deep look before closing its eyes again. Just as Yidong was about to try and get information out of her, a shrill scream suddenly came from the corridor. No. Help. Please let me go. Yidong quickly leaned over the fence to look outside and saw two rats dragging a blood-covered monster's head out. The monstrous head was already quite ferocious looking, but now it was even more gruesome to behold. I don't want to die. I don't want to die yet. Zhang Tu struggled desperately, leaving a trail of blood behind him. I'll tell you the secrets of the other prisoners. I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me. But now that it's the same size as Yidong, it's no match for the rats and can only be dragged along like a dead fish. The two mice were expressionless, their movements frighteningly practiced, clearly indicating they had done this countless times before. The surrounding prisoners fell silent, and a sense of oppressive fear filled the air. Everyone knows that they might be the next one to be dragged away. Startled awake by the noise, Inu leaped off the bed and followed the iron fence like a shadow. It lay on the fence, its eyes gleaming with a dangerous light, its fur standing on end, clearly aroused by its wild instincts. Those golden eyes were fixed on the direction where the demon had disappeared, and its claws left deep scratches on the ground. After the monk was completely dragged away, Inu gave Yidong a cold look and returned to bed. But Yidong noticed that although Inu lay down again, its body remained tense, and it was clear that it had not truly relaxed. What is it doing? Yidong frowned and observed carefully. He discovered that Inu was not wagging its tail unconsciously, but was secretly digging at the wall with the tip of its tail. That spot was right in the shadow of the bed, making it hard to see from the hallway. Yidong had a sudden thought. This tiger was clearly planning an escape and had been preparing for it for a long time. If we can cooperate with it, we might actually have a chance to escape this hellish place. Just then, the cellmate next door suddenly spoke up, his voice laced with schadenfreude. Kid, soon you'll have this cell all to yourself. What do you mean? Yidong was taken aback. Because it'll be the tiger's turn soon. The cellmate's voice was full of malice. Based on the order in which they arrived here, your roommate will be next. Inu's closed eyes trembled slightly, and its tail digging at the wall became even more urgent. Clearly, it knew its time was running out. Yidong saw this and made a plan in his mind. Now is the best time to cooperate because they face a common threat. Let's work together, he said to Inu in a low voice. I'll keep watch here at the fence and watch out for the rats, so you can focus on digging the tunnel. But the condition is that you have to take me with you after you get through. Inu stopped digging at the wall and looked Yidong up and down with her golden eyes. His gaze was cold, filled with scrutiny and suspicion, as if he were assessing the value of a potential partner. Although I can't beat a rat, I have good eyesight and quick reflexes, Yidong assured, patting his chest. And I'm trustworthy. I'd rather have my own children than betray you. After a long silence, Inu finally spoke slowly. If I find out you're lying to me, or if you dare to betray me, stop talking nonsense and start digging. Inu, you're quite outgoing. From that moment on, the two began a close collaboration. Yidong lay prone by the fence, constantly watching for any movement in the corridor. He would immediately use a specific hand gesture to warn others if he heard any suspicious sounds. Meanwhile, Inu focused all its efforts on digging into the wall. Its claws were exceptionally sharp, making it effortless to dig through the stone. Moreover, it is very clever and knows how to control its strength, digging quickly without making too much noise. To cover up the sound of digging, Yidong would also deliberately create some noise. For example, walking around on the floor, deliberately making noise on the bed, or even pretending to cough, sneeze, or fart. With Yidong's cooperation, Inu's excavation efficiency was greatly improved. A day later, the wall was finally broken through. Chapter 61 Still a Prison Break. After digging day and night, the wall was finally breached. A hole, just big enough for one person to pass through, appeared at the very bottom of the wall. A cold draft blew in from the opposite side, carrying the scent of freedom. Inu stopped digging, shook the stone chips off her claws, and a hint of excitement flashed in her golden eyes. Its claws were bleeding, but it looked unusually energetic at the moment. We did it, Yidong said in a low voice, a glimmer of hope rising in his heart. We can finally escape this hellhole. However, Inu did not respond immediately, but stared at Yidong quietly, her golden eyes showing a hint of consideration. Yidong had a vague sense of foreboding. Should you go first or should I go first? Yidong asked tentatively, his heart already pounding. You'd better just stay here quietly. The next second, without any hesitation, Inu nimbly scurried into the hole. The black hair rubbed against the stone wall, making a soft rustling sound, and quickly disappeared into the darkness of the opposite corridor. Fuck you. Yidong hurriedly followed, but when he stuck his head into the hole, he found that Inu had completely disappeared. You can't even see a hair of it, and it runs incredibly fast. Holy crap, Yidong was speechless. Although I had expected this to happen, I still couldn't help but curse when it actually happened. However, Yidong was not some naive saint. From the beginning, he never intended to truly share hardships with Inu. Everyone is just getting what they need, so it's not surprising that they're running away after using it. After all, in a place like this, it's already difficult enough to just survive. So who has the mind to care about the life or death of others? Forget it. Everyone should mind their own business. Yidong shook his head, forcing himself to calm down. He didn't crawl out immediately, but stayed at the entrance to observe the situation. If Inu runs away, it will definitely alert the rats, and then the rats will definitely try to catch it. Going out now would be like walking into a trap. It would be better to wait until things calm down before taking action. Sure enough, a few minutes later, hurried footsteps and angry squeaking sounds came from the corridor. Damn it! Damn it! That stinking tiger escaped, a rat screamed angrily. How is that possible? How did it escape? Another mouse asked in disbelief. Never mind that. Let's catch it quickly. A large number of rats ran past Yidong, each carrying various weapons, including knives, bows and arrows, and even magic wands. Each mouse's eyes blazed with fury, clearly enraged by Inu's escape. After the noise gradually subsided and the corridor returned to silence, Yidong carefully climbed out of the cave. Behind the cave entrance was another corridor, almost identical to the previous one, with cells on both sides holding monsters, and oil lamps hanging precariously on the walls. Yidong had just climbed out and brushed the dust off his clothes when he heard a strange, eerie voice coming from the cell next door. Oh my, another prison break has arrived. Yidong turned around and saw a lizard man covered in green scales locked in the cell. The man's eyes were long and narrow, like slits, and he was staring at him with a vicious, jealous look. Brother, keep your voice down. Yidong quickly made a shushing gesture. We're all in the same boat. Don't make things difficult for each other. Fellow sufferers? The lizard man leaned on the iron bars, looking at Yidong and letting out a piercing laugh. Then why can you escape while we have to wait here to die? If we're going to die, we'll all die together. No one will escape unscathed. After saying that, it suddenly shouted at the top of its lungs. Someone has escaped. Come quick, catch the fugitive. A human crawled out of a hole in the wall. Come quick. It's right here. You son of a bitch. Yidong was so angry that his face turned green, and he immediately ran away. As soon as the lizard man shouted, the prisoners in the other cells began to jeer, and various noises rose and fell. There's a fugitive here. Come and catch him. Don't let him get away. Mouse, come quick. Over here. Ha ha ha, trying to run? No way. It's only fair if we all perish together. These sounds spread rapidly like a chain reaction, and the entire corridor began to stir. Yidong was absolutely furious. These guys were even more despicable than rats. You bunch of bastards, he cursed, pointing at the cells. I'm not going to leave you here after I get out. Do you have to be so despicable? Save us. The lizard man scoffed. What can a human like you do? You might as well just die here with us. I'm not done with you guys. Yidong cursed as he ran wildly down the corridor. The prisoners behind them continued to shout, their voices growing louder and louder, as if afraid the rats wouldn't hear them. Over there. He ran that way. Hurry. Don't let him get away. Grab him. Grab him. As Yidong ran, he mentally cursed the ancestors of these prisoners who were kicking him while he was down. Damn it. The monsters in this world are all so despicable and shameless. Fortunately, the rats seem to have all gone to catch Inu, and no one expected that there would be a second escapee. I ran to the end of the corridor, where two rats were standing guard, holding gleaming knives. Upon seeing Yidong appear, the two rats immediately rushed over, brandishing their knives. Yidong swallowed hard, but didn't stop. Instead, he continued to rush forward. After advancing to the 8th sequence, his reaction speed and physical coordination improved significantly. Although its size has been reduced, it still has a certain advantage when facing mice of the same size. When he was still 2 meters away from the first rat, Yidong suddenly slid and passed right under the rat's crotch, skimming along the ground. This action completely caught the mouse off guard. It wanted to bend down and chop at Yidong, but it was too slow. Yidong seized the opportunity to grab the rat's ankle and pulled hard. Ouch! The mouse lost its balance and fell down, knife and all. Yidong immediately jumped up and snatched the knife from the rat's hand. Uft! Without hesitation, Yidong plunged the knife into the rat's belly, and warm, black blood gushed out instantly, splattering all over his hand. The mouse curled up in agony, letting out a piercing scream. "Ah, you damned human." The other skinny mouse was terrified when it saw this, and immediately raised its knife and rushed over. "I'm going to tear you to pieces." Yidong calmly observed its movements, and the instant the rat rushed in front of him, he suddenly turned to the left, dodging the attack. Then, with a quick turn, he slashed the rat's neck with a backhand stroke. Uft! Blood gushed out like a fountain, and the skinny rat clutched its neck and collapsed to the ground, the light in its eyes quickly fading. Huff, huff! Yidong gasped for breath, his hand holding the knife still trembling slightly. Although he had killed many monsters in this world, close-quarters combat still sent his adrenaline soaring. However, the effect was also very obvious. His physical fitness was indeed much stronger than before after advancing to the 8th sequence. Whether it's strength, speed, or reaction ability, there has been a qualitative improvement. Wah, finally I have fighting power. Yidong was on the verge of tears. This was the first time he had fought without the aid of any external objects. Chapter 62: Attacking the Rat Kingdom. At the end of the corridor are stone steps leading upwards, at which 2 paths branch off, and at the intersection stands a dilapidated wooden sign. The writing on the wooden sign was somewhat blurry, but still barely legible. The left side reads, "Mine." The right side reads, "Rat Kingdom." Is there even a need to choose? Yidong chose the mine direction without hesitation. The Rat Kingdom is definitely the rat's lair. Running there is simply suicide. Perhaps we can find another way out at the mine, or at least find a place to hide. The tunnel leading to the mine is long and wider than the previous corridor. The stone walls on both sides of the tunnel are inlaid with crystals that emit a faint blue light, providing dim but sufficient illumination. Yidong cautiously moved forward, observing his surroundings as he went. Soon, he found some fresh rat carcasses on the ground. The corpses all died horribly. Some had their necks bitten off, others had their bellies ripped open, and the blood had not yet completely congealed. Judging from the shape of the wound, it is clearly the work of some kind of large feline. Go Inwe. Yidong looked at the corpse on the ground and gained a clearer understanding of Inue's strength. The fact that this guy could kill so many rats in such a short time, and seemingly effortlessly, shows that his strength is not to be underestimated. The tunnel is very long. Yidong estimates it to be at least several kilometers long, and it continues to extend downwards. After walking for nearly half an hour, he finally saw light ahead. How can there be light? Yidong frowned and quickened his pace. The moment he stepped out of the tunnel, he was so stunned by the sight before him that he was speechless. This is an underground space that is unimaginably vast. Of course, it's also possible that he was shrunk. But none of that is the main point. The main point is the enormous, glowing tree in the center. This tree is nearly 100 meters tall, and its trunk is so thick that it would take dozens of people holding hands to encircle it. The bark of the entire tree is a pale gold color, radiating a gentle glow. Even more amazing, the tree was covered with countless small lanterns, each emitting a different color of light red, yellow, green, blue. The colorful lanterns illuminated the entire vast underground space as if it were daytime, creating a magnificent scene. Little sun tree, my darling. These lanterns are incredibly resilient and have the ability to heal injuries, making them perfect for use in places like mines. With the little sun tree, these miners can keep working nonstop because it can also restore their stamina. The mouse who came up with this idea is truly cunning. While he was thinking, Yidong suddenly heard a roar and realized that something was wrong with the atmosphere in the space. Looking down from the tunnel exit, Yidong could see running figures everywhere on the ground, accompanied by various roars, screams, and the sounds of weapons clashing. What's going on? Yidong was taken aback. Could it be that the rats are hunting down Inu? He quickly found a secluded spot and cautiously peered down. But the more I looked, the more something seemed off. This wasn't a rat catching the tiger month at all, but rather, miners' riot. That's right, it's a miners' riot. Yidong finally saw the situation below. Hundreds and thousands of monsters were wielding various tools and weapons, frantically chasing after the uniformed rat overseers. These rioting monsters include all sorts of races: monstrous heads, lizard men, werewolves, snake offspring, and even a few that look like elite races. Their faces were etched with long-suppressed anger and hatred, and their eyes burned with the flames of revenge. Some carried pickaxes, some held shovels, some brandished chains, and others tore at the rats with their teeth and claws. The air was thick with the stench of blood, and traces of a fierce battle were everywhere. Just as he was confused, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure climbing a giant tree. Inu. The guy climbed onto a huge, protruding platform in the middle of the tree trunk, holding a human oil lamp in his hand. Bathed in the glow of countless colorful lanterns, Inu's figure appeared exceptionally majestic and imposing, like a born leader. Brothers. Inu's voice echoed in the empty underground space, full of inflammatory and infectious energy. These damned rats have tormented us for so long. It's time to fight back. Its sound was so loud that even Yidong could hear it clearly at the tunnel entrance. What did they take us for? Livestock? Slaves? They made us mine day and night in this dark underground, until we died. But we are not livestock. We are warriors with flesh and blood and dignity. We have our own lives. We have our own freedom. Inu became more and more excited as she spoke, her golden eyes sparkling under the light. Look at our comrades around us. How many have died in this underground hell? How many have been worked to death, starved to death, and tortured to death? They turn our bones into ornaments, our flesh into food, our fur into clothes. How much longer will you endure this? The monsters below were filled with fervor and erupted in deafening roars. Kill all these rats. Avenge our fallen brothers. We want freedom. We want dignity. The rats must die. A blood debt must be paid in blood. Seeing that the monsters' emotions had been fully stirred up, Inu nodded in satisfaction and continued to incite them. But brothers, killing just a few henchmen here isn't enough. Many of our comrades are still imprisoned and are suffering even more brutal torture. We must rescue them. We must free all our imprisoned comrades. Then, we'll attack the Rat Kingdom together. We'll utterly destroy this wicked underground kingdom. Let those high and mighty rat nobles taste our wrath. These words ignited the monster's fury, and the entire underground space was filled with deafening shouts. Charge! Rescue our comrades. Attack the Rat Kingdom. Let those rats pay for their crimes in blood. Yidong stared in disbelief at the tunnel entrance. Wow, this guy's pretty good at stirring things up. Just as Yidong was marveling at Inu's oratory skills, the riotous monsters had already begun to move. They surged like a tide into the tunnel leading to the prison, their shouts deafening. The atmosphere reached its peak, with flames of revenge burning in the eyes of every monster. Inu jumped down from the tree and mingled in the middle of the group. But Yidong noticed that it was neither charging at the very front nor paddling at the very back, but rather in a relatively safe middle position. What a cunning old fox, Yidong thought to himself. He incites others to their deaths while finding the safest spot for himself. But then he thought to himself, what right do I have to judge others? At such a critical juncture of life and death, it is already difficult enough to survive. Who would have the mind to be a hero? However, he had a question. Why didn't these monsters just run away? Instead, they followed Inu to risk attacking Rat City. Could it be that they got confused from mining? Chapter 63 Siege War. As the massive riot procession was about to leave, Yidong grabbed a dwarf. What are you doing? Ouch! The dwarf staggered, glaring at Yidong with displeasure. Damn human, are you looking for death? Yidong grabbed the dwarf and kicked him hard, sending the dwarf's lower body parallel to the ground. Only then did the dwarf realize that Yidong was no ordinary person. Brother, you should have said so earlier. The dwarf's eyes instantly cleared. I'm asking you, why don't you just run away? Are you stupid? The dwarf quickly stopped talking. Brother, the only exit to this underground kingdom is in the Rat Kingdom. Yidong suddenly realized that all the monsters were going to attack the Rat Kingdom not because of any noble warrior ideals, but because they were forced by reality to have no other choice. The rioting crowd surged into the prison tunnel like a flood, and shouts and the clash of weapons echoed through the passage, making Yidong's eardrums ache. Charge! Rescue all our brothers. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. Today is the day to settle scores. Yidong mingled in the crowd, watching these long-oppressed monsters unleash their inner rage, and felt a sense of pleasure. They've really drawn a lot of hatred. Yidong thought to himself as he followed the crowd. It seems these rats have indeed done a lot of heinous things. No wonder these monsters are all acting like madmen. The road was littered with the corpses of rats, who had never expected such a large-scale riot, and were completely caught off guard. Some rats were torn to pieces by the enraged monsters before they even had a chance to grab their weapons, Their deaths were extremely gruesome. Spare me. I'm just a gatekeeper. I haven't mistreated anyone. A rat knelt on the ground, begging for mercy. But the monsters wouldn't listen and started smashing down with their shovels. You're not abusing people, you're abusing monsters. Soon, the rioters stormed into the prison area. Bang, bang, bang. Countless iron gates were violently broken open, and the monsters imprisoned inside poured out, their eyes filled with the ecstatic joy of surviving a catastrophe. We're free. We're free. Thanks, brothers. Thanks to that tiger. I can finally leave this godforsaken place. Some monsters were so excited that they knelt on the ground and wept bitterly, while others began to take revenge on the rats that guarded them. For example, a lizard man is stuffing stones into a rat's mouth. You've been feeding me shit every day, now it's your turn. The mouse struggled desperately, but couldn't break free and soon choked to death. That's really ruthless. Yidong shook his head. Taking advantage of the chaos, he secretly slipped into the cell next to his previous one. This fellow inmate had answered his question earlier, but afterwards he didn't get to eat any steamed buns. Through the broken iron gate, he saw a strange figure lying inside. To Yidong's surprise, his neighbor was a child. The child was short, only about 7 or 8 years old, but covered in scars. These scars are both new and old. Some have scabbed over, while others are still bleeding. Hey kid. Yidong picked up a stone from the ground and smashed the door lock in no time. Come out quickly, everyone has run away. The lock was smashed to pieces, with metal shavings flying everywhere, making a piercing metallic clanging sound. The child slowly raised his head, looked at Yidong, and his eyes showed no surprise or gratitude, but rather an indescribable sadness. It shook its head, its voice weary. It's no use, you're destined to lose. What are you saying? Yidong was taken aback. The shouts of battle outside were still deafening, and all sorts of monsters were frantically destroying the prison facilities. The situation was very favorable. The child gave a bitter laugh, a laugh that was more painful than a cry. Because I don't plan to make a move. Huh. Yidong looked completely bewildered, sizing up the little guy. Are you an idiot? The child wasn't angry. He just sighed deeply, as if to say, you don't understand. How wonderful. You're quite the actor. Yidong was speechless. After saying that, Yidong turned and ran. The most important thing now was to keep up with the group, so as not to be left behind. Who cares about some profound master? He just looks like a masochistic little brat who's gone crazy. He might even have something wrong with his head. The tunnel leading to the Rat Kingdom has turned into a river of blood. Yidong almost slipped on the sticky blood under his feet as soon as he stepped into the tunnel. Holy crap, this blood could drown a person. The entire tunnel was like a slaughterhouse, filled with the corpses of monsters and rats. Blood pooled on the stone ground, forming streams and even blood pits. The air was thick with the stench of blood, mixed with the smell of burning and the pungent odor of sulfur. Yidong took out the tattered rag he had stolen from the rat, covered his nose, and carefully stepped over the corpse. The corpses died in all sorts of bizarre ways. Some were riddled with arrows, some were charred black by fire, and some were blown to pieces by explosions, making it impossible to even identify their species. Judging from this horrific scene, the battle must have been incredibly fierce, Yidong thought to himself, secretly shocked. The further you go, the more corpses you'll find. After nearly half an hour of travel, the tunnel finally came to an end. More intense shouts of battle, along with various explosions and magical bursts, came from afar. The moment Yidong stepped out of the tunnel, the scene before him completely shocked him. Holy crap, this is a rat's nest. Before me lay a magnificent, golden city, even more grand and spectacular than the city of Dis. The towering city walls are at least 50 meters high, built of black megaliths, and engraved with magical runes that shimmer and sparkle. Every few meters along the city wall stood an arrow tower, its top adorned with flags embroidered with rats, fluttering in the wind. The city gate was extremely luxurious, made entirely of gold and inlaid with countless gems that sparkled in the sunlight. Just how much wealth have these rats plundered? Yidong exclaimed in astonishment. The moat surrounding the royal city was as wide as a great river, and the water was dark green with bubbles rising to the surface, clearly indicating that it was poisonous. There was only one suspension bridge across the river, but it has now been raised. But the monster army was clearly prepared, and various siege weapons were brought out. Yidong saw several huge catapults, all modified from mining cranes, throwing boulders onto the city wall. Boom, boom, boom. The boulder crashed into the city wall with a deafening roar. Although it failed to directly destroy the wall, it still threw the rat-like defenders on it into a panic. The city wall was densely packed with rat guards, Yidong roughly estimated that there were at least tens of thousands of them. They were dressed in uniform black armor, carrying bows and arrows and various other weapons, and appeared to be well trained. I didn't expect these rats to be so organized, Yidong thought to himself in surprise. Unlike the panicked guards at the mine, these rats were clearly a regular army, far superior in both equipment and discipline. Whoosh whoosh. The rat archers on the city wall began to retaliate, and a dense rain of arrows fell like raindrops. These arrows were surprisingly powerful. A single arrow could pierce the head of a monk, indicating they were specially made. The monsters charging ahead were all struck by arrows and fell to the ground, their screams echoing everywhere. But this did not scare away the other monsters. Instead, it fueled their even greater rage. Brothers, avenge our fallen comrades. These damned rats. I'm going to tear them all to pieces. Charge. Raze the rat kingdom to the ground. More monsters continued their charge, stepping over the corpses of their comrades, and various siege weapons were also pushed up. There were siege ladders hastily made of wood and rope, giant drills brought from the mines used as battering rams, and some flying monsters that launched attacks directly from the air. A giant eagle man descended from the sky, grabbed a rat archer with its sharp talons, and threw him down from the city walls. Ah! The rat screamed in the air, then crashed to the ground and turned into a pile of minced meat. But more rat archers immediately aimed at the eagle man and fired, and countless arrows whistled through the air. The eagle man couldn't dodge in time and was riddled with bullets, falling from the sky. The battle between the two sides gradually intensified, and casualties rose sharply. Just then, a hissing sound rang out, and dozens of rats leaped down from the city wall. The attacking rats have arrived. Pa, thank you, Dien Tang Yuzi, for the love letter. I must become a virgin. Thank you all for the flowers, likes, and support. I'll keep updating as much as I can. Love you all. Also, my new book has been released. Feel free to check it out if you're interested. Chapter 64: Breaking the City. Investigating the Rat Gang. Steel wires shot out, precisely hooking onto various buildings, swinging back and forth above the monster army. Before one of the monsters could react, its neck was entangled in wire, and the next second it was strangled to death by a fast-moving rat. This sensitivity. Yidong was dumbfounded. A rat swooped down from the sky, its wire tangling around the arm of a lizard man. Using the momentum, it spun around and tore the lizardman's arm off. Then it immediately shot out another steel wire, hooked onto a distant building and flew away, while simultaneously leaving a bloody gash on the neck of another monster with its knife. Within minutes, hundreds of monsters died under the claws of these rats. But the good times didn't last long. There were just too many monsters. Some flying bird monsters began intercepting the rats in the air, while monsters on the ground attacked with ranged weapons such as stones and javelins. Snap! A rat's wire was cut by an eagle man's talons, and the rat, losing its support, fell directly from the sky. Keep flying. A group of monsters excitedly surrounded them. With the first mouse shot down, the situation of the other mice also became precarious. After all, the difference in numbers was too great, and the monsters had already figured out how to deal with them. Whoosh! A javelin struck another rat precisely in the waist, and blood gushed out instantly. The rat, losing its balance, tumbled several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Within minutes, all the 3D maneuvering mice were shot down and killed, not one was left. At the same time, a row of white rats dressed in magnificent robes appeared on the city wall, each holding a staff that emitted powerful magical energy. The investigation of the rat colony gave them ample time to build up their strength. You bunch of lunatics. The white-robed rat's voice echoed across the entire battlefield. Feel the wrath of the earth. Heavenly fire meteorite technique. The next second, dozens of huge meteorites burning with raging flames suddenly appeared in the sky. Each one was as big as a small mountain and fell from the sky with long fiery tails. Holy crap! Run! The monster army was thrown into chaos instantly, with all the monsters frantically trying to escape. However, the meteorite covered such a large area and traveled at extremely high speed that it was impossible to avoid it. Boom, boom, boom. The continuous explosions made Yidong's eardrums ache, and the whole earth trembled. The first few hundred monsters were instantly smashed into mincemeat by the meteorite, leaving not even a trace. The shockwave from the explosion sent more monsters flying, and screams echoed throughout the area. The mage is really over the top. Yidong felt a chill run down his spine. Through the smoke and firelight, he saw that Inu was indeed hiding at the back of the group, carefully observing the situation. This guy's survival instinct is terrifyingly strong. He can always find the safest spot. However, This attack only slowed down the monsters for a short while, and soon more monsters rushed up. A cyclops roared, carrying a giant log taken from a catapult, and rammed it directly into the city gate. Boom! The city gate groaned under the immense impact, its golden decorations warped and deformed. One more time, countless monsters charged forward, some pushing battering rams, some carrying boulders, and some directly ramming into the enemy with their bodies. Boom, boom, boom. Under the continuous impact, even the city gate made of gold began to crack. The rat mages on the city wall wanted to cast a powerful spell again, but spells require preparation time, and the monsters clearly wouldn't give them that chance. The flying monsters attacked the mages on the city wall with frenzy. Although they also suffered heavy casualties, they successfully interrupted the mages' spellcasting. Snap! The city gate finally gave way and collapsed with a loud crash. Charge! The monsters surged toward the breach in the city gate like a tidal wave, their battle cries shaking the heavens and the earth. The rat guards behind the city gate put up a desperate fight, but their numbers were far too few compared to the monster army. Fierce street fighting broke out at the city gate, with both sides engaging in extremely brutal combat. However, due to their superior individual strength, the monster army quickly broke through the rats' defenses. After the city gates were fully opened, Inu immediately rushed in with the main force. Yidong spotted it in the crowd. This guy was still as shrewd as ever, always making the right choice at the most opportune moment. Old fox, Yidong thought to himself, and followed closely behind as he rushed into the city gate. The interior layout of the Rat Kingdom does indeed resemble a human city, and it is even more luxurious than a typical human city. The wide stone-paved road is made of the finest bluestone, inlaid with gold threads that shimmer in the sunlight. The shops on both sides were all built of marble, with gold lettering on their signs, and were decorated in a magnificent style. These rats really know how to enjoy life, Yidong observed as he ran. The wealthy areas of Biddy City are all luxurious. But now all of these have been destroyed by war, and there are collapsed buildings and burning ruins everywhere. The monsters became even more enraged upon seeing these luxurious decorations, and went on a rampage, destroying everything in sight. Smash it all. These were earned with our blood and sweat. A werewolf tore a statue to pieces with its claws, while another werewolf smashed a fountain to pieces. Most of the monsters continued their charge along the main road, heading to attack the Rat Kingdom's palace. But Yidong noticed that Inu did not follow the main group. After observing the surrounding situation, she quickly turned into a small alley next to her. What does this guy want to do? Yidong hesitated for a moment. Logically speaking, sticking with the main group is the safest option, since there's strength in numbers. But thinking about the power of those meteor magic spells, Yidong felt that following the main force might make them a prime target. Moreover, that bastard Inu should be the most likely to escape, so we should just follow closely behind. Inu moved swiftly and nimbly through the alleys between the houses. If he hadn't stopped to be on guard every now and then, Yidong really wouldn't have been able to keep up. The alley was relatively quiet, but you could still hear shouts of fighting coming from the street, but it was safe here for the time being. However, Yidong dared not let his guard down, for who knew when a rat might appear. Sure enough, they hadn't gone far when a patrol of rats rushed out from around the corner ahead. This group of rats consists of 3 well-equipped individuals, appearing to be an elite force. Inu vanished into the shadows in an instant, and the next second appeared behind a rat, its sharp claws easily slicing open its throat. With a flash, the huge tiger claw swung and smashed the other 2 rats into mincemeat. The entire battle was over in less than 3 seconds, and the entire rat patrol was wiped out. So powerful. Yidong frowned. Meanwhile, the main force of the monsters was advancing methodically through the streets until a rat wearing a black robe and a bird feather had appeared. Chapter 65 Foreign Object in Throat, the first child to advance. On the street, the elder rat snorted coldly as he watched the hundreds of monsters charging towards him. It raised its staff, its beard fluttering in the wind, and its small eyes gleaming with a cold light. A bunch of fools. Do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you've breached the city gates? Elder Rat's voice was shrill and piercing. Today I'll show you what true power is. It began chanting obscure incantations, the sound growing louder and louder, like fingernails scratching a blackboard. Ancient, remnant god of the sea, Mayfly, descend upon this place with your divine might, and let the arrogant giants once again experience the despair of insignificance. As the incantation was chanted, the jewel at the top of the staff began to flash violently, emitting an increasingly intense and eerie blue light. The light spread rapidly, forming a huge magic circle that enveloped the entire street, and all the monsters that were exposed to the light felt dizzy. What the hell is this? The leader of the pack was about to curse when he suddenly realized that his voice had become high-pitched. My hand. My hand is shrinking. A werewolf stared in terror at its rapidly shrinking claws. Legs. My legs. A lizard man tried to escape, but found that his legs were as thin as chopsticks and could not support his body at all. Help! I can't turn back. What kind of evil magic is this? The monster's limbs began to shrink rapidly, as if they were being forcibly compressed by an unseen force. His arms, which were once as thick as tree trunks, became as thin as chopsticks, and his strong and powerful legs shrank to the size of matchsticks. Even more terrifying is that this process is accompanied by intense pain, like countless needles piercing through your blood vessels. The monsters, now without the support of their limbs, collapsed to the ground in terror, writhing in agony like a pile of crippled rag dolls. Screams echoed everywhere, and the entire street instantly turned into a living hell. This scene shocked all the monsters, who stopped in their tracks. No monster wanted to experience this feeling. Yidong saw this scene through the gap between the houses and couldn't help but gasp. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Damn, what's the strength of this rat? He swallowed hard. It took down so many monsters with just one spell. He roughly counted, and at least 300 or 400 monsters instantly lost their fighting ability. This kind of large-scale destructive magic was simply a battlefield meat grinder. Moreover, this magic can target enemies from a distance, making it virtually impossible to defend against. No aiming or contact is required. As long as you're within the magic's range, you'll be hit. It's practically cheating. Yidong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. If I had charged with the main force just now, I would probably be a cripple with atrophied limbs by now. Thinking about this, he couldn't help but feel fortunate to have followed the old fox Inu. In crucial moments, you still have to trust an experienced veteran. Meanwhile, the monsters that survived hiding in various buildings took advantage of the chaos to quickly retreat deeper into the city. They all knew that the exit was in the deepest part of the Rat Kingdom, and that as long as they could reach it alive, they would have a chance to escape this underground hell. Yidong followed Inu as they moved quickly between the houses, both of them moving very carefully. During their journey, they encountered several patrols of rat soldiers, but Inu easily dealt with them all. This guy's combat power was indeed terrifyingly strong, almost instantly killing them. Soon, they arrived at the back of a warehouse that looked quite ordinary. Inu stopped in her tracks, her golden eyes coldly fixed on Yidong, a hint of impatience flashing in them. You've been following me all this way. Enough is enough. Its voice was deep and threatening, and all the fur on its body stood on end. We're not buddies, Yidong retorted, patting his chest. You're not Silverwing enough. We agreed to be together. That was just mutual exploitation. Inu sneered disdainfully, its tail wagging impatiently. The situation is different now. We'll go our separate ways and have nothing to do with each other. If you follow me again, don't blame me for being impolite. After saying that, it turned around and walked to the back wall of the warehouse and began to dig quickly with its sharp claws. Stones and soil are as fragile as tofu under its claws, and it quickly dug a hole that it could pass through. Inu went inside, and Yidong, not to be outdone, followed. But the next second, Yidong felt a pain in his chest, and then he was sent flying backward. Inu walked out with a fierce expression and kicked Yidong in the stomach again. The powerful force caused Yidong to crash into the wall and spit out a mouthful of blood. I warned you, but you didn't listen. Inu had no intention of letting Yidong off the hook this time, and walked toward him with her head down and a gloomy expression. Yidong was also extremely angry, and his frustration grew. The intense gagging made Yidong lower his head and cough violently. He could feel something crawling out of his throat. Yidong frowned, coughing and clutching his throat. The intense feeling of something foreign in his throat made him extremely uncomfortable, both psychologically and physically. Just then, an invisible force suddenly flowed into his body, forcibly suppressing what was crawling out of his throat. Although Yidong didn't know what this power was, he still instinctively threw a punch. Inu smiled disdainfully, and was about to deal with Yidong when a tremendous force slammed into its chest. Bang! Roar! The sound of impact and a low growl rang out at the same time. This time, it was Inu's turn to fly backward, and the ferocious figure that appeared on its body also dissipated. How is that possible? Inu collapsed in the corner, unable to hold back a mouthful of blood, utterly shocked. Just now, Yidong punched out its divine protection and instantly shattered the divine phantom. Are you kidding me? Inu was starting to have doubts about life. This kid was pretending to be weak while actually being strong. He could break through the illusory image of a god. This kid must be at least at the 6th level. Hee hee. Big brother, You should have said so earlier. Look at the mess you've made. Inu smiled and stood up, ignoring the blood at the corner of her mouth, and immediately knelt down before Yidong. Yidong was also dumbfounded at this moment. When did he have the strength? Just now, he only felt a sudden surge of power within his body, and without thinking, he unleashed it all. Just 10 minutes earlier, in this city, the Adam family's house was brightly lit, with lanterns hanging all over the yard. Today is the day the young master is promoted to the 9th rank, and all the servants are busy setting up the venue. Soon, the young master came out accompanied by his wife, dressed in a gorgeous robe, and he was only a teenager. But in reality, the young master had only been born a short time ago. This speed of development shocked the patriarch of the Adam family, who attributed all the credit to the pregnancy god cult that his wife had mentioned. Soon, the young master began his promotion ceremony. The tyrannical ruler of this dark world, the broken true god of endless evil, listen to the desperate cries of your faithful followers, ascend to the 9th order. May darkness last forever and light never exist. As the match was thrown into the target, flames shot into the sky. P.S. Since these chapters have been mostly about battle scenes, they might seem a bit filler. So today, the author is bringing you 5 chapters to make it more engaging. Hey everyone, could you please give me a 5-star review to show your support? If I get 10 more 5-star reviews today, I'll still update 5 times tomorrow, 20 more, 7 times, 38 times, 10 times. Asterisk. Asterisk. Thank you everyone. Please help me find a book to read when you have time. Moi. Chapter 66 Warehouse Looting. The flood washed away the Dragon King Temple. Brother, you should have said so earlier. Inu knelt on the ground, her face bruised and swollen, forcing a bitter smile. Yidong's expression softened only after he slapped himself dozens of times. Yidong looked at Inu kneeling on the ground, his expression as calm as an old dog. I just want to be an ordinary person, but you're forcing me to take action. Inu wanted to cry, but had no tears, secretly lamenting her bad luck. Not only was his throne stolen by his younger brother, but he also managed to encounter someone who was pretending to be weak while actually being strong in this godforsaken place. Yidong snorted coldly. I'm not going to bother with you. Just pretend I don't exist and continue your escape plan. Inwe? This person is acting strangely. Does he see himself as part of the game? However, since Yidong had said so, Inu had no choice but to do as he said, and it tentatively looked at the hole in the wall behind it. Go ahead, don't worry about me. After hesitating for a moment, Inu crawled into the hole in the wall, and Yidong finally breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely afraid that Inu would drag him into this. If she included his combat strength from earlier in the escape plan, he would be useless. Yidong was still hoping to escape with her. But what exactly happened just now? Do I still have this power in my body? And what is that thing in my throat that's trying to come out? Yidong suddenly felt that he didn't understand himself anymore. It seemed that he could only go back and ask the cult leader. Could it be that she added something to his training? Yidong shook his head, dispelling the random thoughts in his mind, and followed Inu into the hole in the wall. Yidong was stunned by the sight before him as soon as he went inside. Inside was a huge warehouse, with rows of shelves several meters high stretching to the horizon, and aisles between each row wide enough for a horse-drawn carriage to pass through. The shelves were filled with all sorts of equipment and items, so densely packed that you couldn't see an end to them. There were rusty armors, weapons of various shapes, and sparkling ornaments, including gemstone rings, necklaces, and bracelets, all reflecting a mesmerizing light under the dim lamplight. There were also some strange props whose purpose was unclear. Some were glowing, some were trembling slightly, and some were emitting a strange fragrance. These things were piled up haphazardly, and the categories were also random, just like a huge general store. Wow, we're rich. Yidong exclaimed in astonishment. This looks like a warehouse where rats have collected all sorts of good stuff. Inu was already busy not far away, carrying a large sack and selecting good goods from the shelves. Yidong stopped wasting time and started rummaging through the shelves for his things. Azathoth, the bear, the magic scrolls, and the parchment, these were his lifeblood, and he couldn't afford to lose any of them. He began searching according to the categories he remembered. Firearms should be in the weapons section, dolls might be in the miscellaneous items section, and scrolls should be in the books and documents section. But the warehouse was too big and the categories were very disorganized, making it quite difficult to find anything. Yidong weaved between rows of shelves, carefully searching each one. During that time, he also saw many interesting things, which he stuffed into his sack. Now that he was already here, Yidong felt it would be a waste not to take something else with him. Anyway, these are all stolen goods obtained by rats, so taking some for myself is considered acting on behalf of God. Soon, He found his equipment in a secluded corner. Azathoth lay quietly in a wooden box, while the bear cub was carelessly tossed into a nearby crate, looking somewhat dirty, with bloodstains on its chest not yet completely dry. The magic scroll and the parchment were rolled together and bound with rope. Finally found them. Yidong breathed a sigh of relief and carefully put the treasures away. It felt so good to have Azathoth back. Yidong felt like he had the strength of the 8th sequence. Next up is the treasure hunt, Yidong thought with a smirk. He rummaged around on the shelves and quickly spotted a few good items. First was a dark, black dagger with ancient runes engraved on its blade. The runes moved slowly across the blade, emitting a faint red glow. The handle is made of some kind of black metal, which has a cool feel when held, but it doesn't make you feel uncomfortable. Yidong tried swinging it a few times and found it very easy to handle, and it seemed to be empowered by a special force. This was definitely a rare and excellent weapon, and he immediately put it in his pocket. Then there was a rather cool mask. The black material looked like some kind of special metal with intricate silver patterns on it. These patterns were not simple decorations, but rather precise magic circle circuits. Wearing it should have some kind of special effect. Yidong looked in the mirror on the shelf and felt that he had instantly become much more handsome and had gained a bit more mystery. Not bad, not bad. He nodded in satisfaction. Yidong then stopped picking and started a shopping spree. Sparkling gems, high-end looking potions, exquisitely crafted ornaments, anything that looked valuable was stuffed into the sack. To rid the people of harm, to rid the people of harm. Yidong pretended to be doing this while making excuses for himself. Yidong was like a shopaholic in a supermarket, grabbing whatever he saw and unable to stop. As he was packing, he suddenly bumped into Inu, who was also packing something, at a corner. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly became somewhat awkward. Both of them looked guilty, staring at each other with wide eyes. Inu's sack looked even bulging than Yidong's, clearly indicating that this guy had also made a considerable haul. Moreover, judging from the items that occasionally peek out from the sack, Inu's eye for quality is indeed sharp. She only selects the best. Ahem. Yidong cleared his throat, somewhat embarrassed. Did you lose this much equipment too? Yeah. Inu smiled awkwardly, her golden eyes darting around a little. I brought a lot of equipment with me, but thankfully I managed to get it all with me. The atmosphere became awkward, but neither of them said anything. Just as the two were feeling a little awkward, footsteps suddenly came from outside the warehouse door. Plop, plop, plop. The footsteps were hurried and getting closer. It sounded like there were at least a dozen mice. Inu immediately hoisted the sack onto her shoulder and ran towards the hole in the warehouse wall. Let's go. If that elder rat finds us, we're doomed. Yidong also carried his spoils and followed closely behind. The two moved quickly between the shelves, trying not to make a sound. Behind me came the sound of a mouse opening the warehouse door, followed by angry squeaks. Damn it! A thief has broken into the warehouse. Quick, check what's missing. Split up and search. Don't let them get away. Yidong and Inu ran even faster, the two burlap sacks bobbing behind them, making various clattering sounds. Several items fell out of the sack during the process, but neither of them had time to pick them up and had to reluctantly part with them. Chapter 67: The Gatekeeper Elder and the King. After leaving the warehouse, Yidong and Inu continued to walk through the streets of the Rat Kingdom. The deeper you go, the more luxurious the buildings become, with magnificent palaces and towers everywhere. These buildings have a unique style, combining classical human aesthetics with the distinctive aesthetics of the rat tribe. For example, those towering spires are topped with huge rat heads, their eyes made of rubies that glitter in the firelight. But at this time, these magnificent buildings were affected by the war, and many places were still burning with thick smoke. The traces of the battle were everywhere: smashed statues, collapsed walls, and corpses scattered all over the ground. The air was thick with the stench of blood, gunpowder, and burning, making one want to vomit. How did the fight get this far? Where's that elder rat? Yidong asked, puzzled. Inu ran ahead without looking back. There are so many monsters, it definitely can't kill them all. Besides, it basically summons and uses the power of remnant gods to kill on a large scale, which must consume a lot of energy. I guess it's resting somewhere. After running for another 10 minutes or so, passing through several streets filled with corpses, a huge stone gate finally appeared in front of us. The stone gate is 20 meters high and 10 meters wide, and is entirely constructed of obsidian with a smooth, mirror-like surface. The door was engraved with extremely complex magical runes, with countless tiny magical circuits flowing between them, emitting a faint blue light, like blood flowing in veins. This is the exit. Inu stopped, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes. As long as we go through this door, We can return to the surface world. Did we get here so easily? Yidong was a little confused. He thought there would be a lot of twists and turns. Do you think this is a novel? There aren't that many twists and turns. But the next second, its expression froze. Two figures sat upright in the open space in front of the stone gate, like two guardian deities. One was the elder rat we'd seen before. It was still wearing that black robe, its bird feather hat swaying gently in the breeze, its staff planted quietly on the ground, and a faint magical aura slowly rotating around it. The other was a brown mouse, significantly twice the size of an ordinary mouse, wearing a jewel-encrusted gold crown and a magnificent purple robe, which was resting with its eyes closed. This mouse has a well-proportioned body and well-defined muscles. Although it is a mouse, it gives off a natural aristocratic air, just like a king in the human world. It's blown up. Inu had a look of utter dismay on her face. What are you going to do now? Yidong asked, his face seemingly nonchalant, but actually panicking. Inu gave a wry smile. Let's just leave it at that. These two are both experts of the sixth sequence. I'm no match for them at all. It threw the sacks it had been carrying all the way to the ground with a dull thud, then leaned against the wall and began to rot. Looking at Inu's nonchalant attitude, Yidong cursed Inu's ancestors for 18 generations in his mind. I was hoping to escape with this guy, but he just gave up at the crucial moment? Hey, don't give up. Think of another way, Yidong encouraged. The tiger lay flat on the ground, looking at the darkness above and pursing its lips. Actually, there is another way. What method? Yidong asked hurriedly. Inu looked at Yidong, who immediately understood its meaning. It wanted Inu to make a move. However, he knew perfectly well what his strength was. He could only bully rats and dwarves. Cough, cough. Yidong coughed a few times, trying to appear profound and unfathomable. I swore an oath to the gods that I would not act rashly unless it was a matter of life and death. Otherwise, it would cause strange phenomena in the heavens and earth. Moreover, it's not the most critical moment yet, and we still need to rely on our own strength. He spoke with such conviction that he almost believed it himself. Upon hearing this, the last glimmer of hope in Inu's eyes vanished. That's it. I'm not playing anymore. I'll just be barely surviving anyway. Inu completely gave up. Yidong cursed this good-for-nothing in his heart, saying he had no passion whatsoever and was just like an incompetent husband. Just as Yidong was racking his brains for a solution, he suddenly felt a hand pat his butt. The force wasn't heavy, but in that tense atmosphere, it felt like a lightning strike. Who? Yidong turned around abruptly, nearly having a heart attack from fright. His hand instinctively reached for Azathoth, ready to fight to the death. However, only a familiar figure stood behind him, the same pretentious little brat from prison. The little guy had somehow followed us here and was now standing there calmly, without the slightest hint of nervousness on his face. Why are you touching my butt? Yidong was completely dumbfounded this time, feeling like he had been molested. I wanted to pat your shoulder, but couldn't reach it. The little brat smiled knowingly. Well, it was a really weird smile. Don't disgust me. Yidong felt a chill run down his spine at the practiced smile. Speaking of which, weren't you not leaving? Why did you follow me here? The little kid glanced at him indifferently, his eyes seemingly filled with endless vicissitudes. Such pretentious behavior. Yidong was about to make a move, and Inu also felt a chill and got up from the ground. I told you were going to lose, but you didn't believe me. Its voice was calm, but carried an indescribable air of authority. This kind of authority isn't genuine. It's just an act, like someone who's born an idiot. You stupid little brat, stop playing tricks on me, Yidong said irritably. Get lost, don't cause trouble. We're running for our lives, not acting. The little brat frowned, a hint of displeasure flashing in his eyes. Who's a little brat? I've lived for hundreds of years. I don't care about you for hundreds of years. Yidong finally couldn't hold back and decided to bully the little brat. The little kid remained completely unfazed as Yidong walked towards him with his fist raised. He scrutinized Yidong, a strange light flashing in his eyes. That look in his eyes was peculiar, like he was looking at some rare treasure or observing some interesting experiment. Interesting. However, before he could finish speaking, Yidong punched him in the face, knocking him to the ground. Holy crap, you actually hit me? The little kid looked at Yidong in disbelief, one of his eyes turning purple. Do you think I'd fake a punch? Yidong punched the little brat in the other eye socket and immediately felt much better. There's a satisfying feeling of teaching a lesson to a pretentious subway molester. Inu was speechless looking at the two of them. One was acting like an idiot, and the other was bullying a child. Is it really necessary to go through all this trouble? Why not just kill him? Chapter 68. The child makes his move, the sixth sequence. The little brat touched his swollen eye socket and frowned knowingly. Do you know who I am? I don't care who you are. Yidong cracked his knuckles. If you're disgusting again, I'll beat you up. The little brat's face was filled with seasoned anger. If it weren't for your potential to become a god, I would have killed you long ago. Yidong curled his lip in disdain. Anyone can brag. The potential to become a god. Inu was stunned when she heard this, her golden eyes widening in surprise. The little brat's face turned red with anger, and his little fists clenched into fists with practiced skill. Fine. Very well. Today I'll show you what real strength is. All right, then prove it. Yidong crossed his arms, looking on with amusement. Don't just talk the talk, show us some real skills. Yeah. Inu chimed in from the side. Little brat, stop talking big. If you're so capable, go and kill those two rats. The little kid took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. He straightened his tattered clothes, raised his little head, and struck a pose of expert. Since you don't believe me, then I'll show you what true power is. After saying that, he strode towards the two rat bosses. Although his steps were not large, each step was exceptionally firm. Holy crap, is this idiot really going to his death? Yidong was stunned for a moment, his eyes wide as saucers. I guess you've knocked him out of his wits. Inu chuckled knowingly, then quickly slapped himself, almost getting infected. Should we stop him? Yidong hesitated. Although this kid is disgusting, seeing him torn to pieces is still a bit. Forget it, let him go. Inu shook her head. He deserves to die. Who told him to be so arrogant? A man and a tiger peeked out from behind the wall, ready to watch how the little brat would get tortured. Elder Mouse and King Jerry were sitting cross-legged in the open space in front of the exit when they sensed someone approaching and opened their eyes. Upon seeing the figure resembling a child, the elder rat let out a contemptuous sneer. What are you doing getting involved, kid? It raised its staff and skillfully began chanting a spell. The jewel at the top of the staff began to flash violently, emitting an eerie red light, and two black magic bullets shot towards the little brat like a rainstorm. The little kid didn't even look at it, just waved his little hand casually. Such a simple action seemed to mobilize the power of heaven and earth. The magic bullet exploded in midair. What? The elder rat's eyes widened, and he almost dropped his staff. The little brat glanced at it indifferently, his tone mature and calm. That's it? These two simple words carried boundless contempt and disdain, as if looking at a clown. Jerry the Rat King finally sensed something was wrong. He slowly stood up, his golden crown gleaming in the light. Those once lazy little eyes now became unusually sharp, staring intently at the little brat. The temperature in the air seemed to drop a few degrees, and an indescribable sense of oppression spread. The sixth sequence. It spoke slowly, its voice heavy with solemnity and apprehension. Holy crap. Yidong's mouth gaped open, wide enough to fit an egg. This little brat is actually a big shot. Inu was also completely bewildered. I thought he was just showing off, but I didn't expect him to actually have the skills. What's wrong with this world? Yidong muttered to himself. Even little kids are better than me. The little boy walked up to the two mice, still with that calm expression, as if he were facing not two terrifying sixth-order beings, but two ordinary house mice. A friend of mine needs to go out. Could you two do me a favor? His tone was polite, but the condescending feeling was oppressive. Jerry the Rat frowned, weighing the pros and cons. Let's fight. The outcome is uncertain, and even if we win, we'll have to pay a huge price. If we don't fight, we'll lose face, since this is its territory. Just as it hesitated, the elder mouse couldn't sit still any longer. A mere sixth-order being dares to act so arrogantly in the Rat Kingdom. It roared, its black robes billowing even without wind. Ancient remnant God Wang Fuyo, suspended in the sea, please descend upon this place with your divine might, and let this arrogant giant experience the despair of insignificance. The blue light shone brighter than before, and the magic circle quickly unfolded beneath the little boy's feet, with complex runes spinning rapidly. But the next second, the little brat waved his hand with practiced ease. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Countless blood-red thorns suddenly burst forth from the ground, sprouting up densely like bamboo shoots after a spring rain. These blood spikes are sharp and pointed, constantly dripping blood and emitting a strong, pungent smell of blood, making them look particularly eerie. Ah! The elder had no time to dodge and was instantly pierced by dozens of blood spikes, like a scarecrow riddled with steel bars. Blood gushed from the wound like a fountain, staining its black robe red and forming a pool of blood on the ground. Elder! Rat King Jerry exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to save the dying elder. The elder rat lay in Jerry's arms, blood gushing from the corner of its mouth, its once fierce little eyes now filled only with fear and resentment. This is impossible. It's also a sixth sequence. Its voice grew weaker and weaker. How could it be one move? The little boy stared at it coldly, yet his innocent eyes truly shone with ancient wisdom. Years ago, I was a friend of your master, before he created you. Looking at the seriously injured elder and then at the calm little kid, Jerry the Rat King felt a cold sweat instantly soak his back. These are not even on the same level. The difference between them is as vast as that between an ant and an elephant. You think you can rival real monsters, but you are only half-finished products, and your master disappeared before completing his experiment. So you're a friend of the Lord. I'm so sorry for any offense I may have caused. Jerry quickly bowed his head. The little brat nodded in satisfaction, then turned and called out to Yidong in the distance. Hey, you can go now. Holy crap, is this for real? Yidong could hardly believe his eyes. That's it. It's that simple. Awesome. Inu clapped his hands excitedly. I can finally go out. Just as Yidong was about to walk over, Inu grabbed his clothes. Big brother, can I go with you? Inu looked at Yidong pitifully, her golden eyes full of pleading. I want to go out too. They only let me go alone. Yidong shrugged, somewhat helplessly. Inu's eyes darted around, and she suddenly laid down on the ground. Then I'll be your mount. That way we can be one. Damn, you're really a genius. Yidong was astonished by this idea. Chapter 69 Returning to the Ground. Yidong rode Inu toward the exit, and Rat King Jerry frowned slightly when he saw that he had an extra mount. It looked at the little kid with some difficulty. The little kid glanced at it, a hint of impatience flashing in his eyes. Is there a problem? No, no problem. Jerry quickly shook his head, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. However, when it saw the two bulging sacks that Yidong and Inu were carrying, its face immediately darkened. These two sacks were clearly taken from its warehouse, and they were filled with precious treasures. Can we leave the sack behind? Jerry said through gritted teeth. The little brat glanced at Yidong knowingly. They've stolen so much wealth accumulated over the years, just let it go. After all, they're the only race left behind by my friend. Yidong looked at his spoils with a pang of regret. There were so many good things inside. It would be such a waste to throw them away. But my life is more important. I'll find another opportunity to have my baby later. He reluctantly threw the sack on the ground, and Inu obediently threw down her sack as well. Remember, you owe me a favor, and so do you, the Bone Prince. Inu was stunned. It felt extremely ashamed that its identity had been exposed, especially since there was someone riding on its back. The White Bone Prince. Yidong tugged at Inu's fur. Where are your bones? Why are you a tiger? Inu remained silent, still thinking that Yidong would be shocked by its identity and that it could at least regain some face. It really didn't expect Yidong to ask such a tricky question, leaving it completely baffled. The food has been good lately, and I've gained weight. Oh, then I'll eat more dark and hard. Steamed buns from now on. Inu. Boss, aren't you leaving? Yidong asked, riding on Inu's back. I'm not leaving. This place is more fun than town. Yidong didn't say much and patted Inu's head. Let's go back to the surface. Inu carried Yidong and rushed quickly toward the opened obsidian gate. His golden eyes shone with excitement, like a bird that had been trapped in a cage for a long time finally seeing the sky. Finally, we're getting out of here. I don't want to stay in this awful place for another day. Me too. Yidong sat on its back, feeling the wind rushing towards him, and his mood gradually relaxed. Outside the obsidian gate was a narrow underground passage, the walls of which were covered with dark green moss. An unidentified liquid was dripping continuously from the pipes overhead, and an indescribable stench permeated the air. The sewer. Yidong covered his nose, feeling like his nose hairs were about to be singed by the fumes. Nonsense. Rats definitely live in the sewers. Inu carried him as they ran quickly across the slippery ground, their paws making a crisp echo as they stepped on the stones. Yidong looked down at the flowing sewage at his feet, in which floated all sorts of things that were too horrible to contemplate, and his stomach churned. Hey Inu, how come you know the sewers so well? Do you spend a lot of time in the sewers? Inu paused slightly, a hint of unease flashing in her eyes. Ahem, even a prince should understand the hardships of ordinary people. After nearly half an hour of navigating the intricate sewers, a faint light appeared ahead. We're here. I'm finally going to see the light of day again. Inu was so excited that she almost threw Yidong off. The air felt instantly fresher the moment it flushed out of the sewer. After his eyes adjusted, Yidong realized that this was actually the sewer pipe opening behind the church building. Both of them were soaking wet, covered in stains of various colors. Yidong even wondered if there was something strange stuck in his hair. My God, this smell is suffocating. Yidong jumped off Inu's back and took a deep breath of fresh air. I feel like I've been reborn. Inu vigorously shook off the dirty water from her body. Her wet fur clung to her skin, making her look like a drowned rat. Yes, this was a near-death experience. Its golden eyes were filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. I almost thought I was going to be trapped in that godforsaken place forever. Yidong looked the disheveled tiger up and down, and suddenly remembered what the little brat had said earlier. By the way, you wouldn't happen to be a prince from the Kingdom of Bones, would you? Upon hearing this address, Inu instantly perked up, her dejected appearance vanishing completely. It straightened its chest, raised its head, and exuded an innate aristocratic air. Even its posture became elegant. That's right. Inu proudly puffed out his chest, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. I am the only prince of the Whitebone Kingdom, Richard Caesar Saladin de Whitebone. What's this go-ba name? Yidong was taken aback. Then how come you ended up in such a miserable state? Shouldn't a prince live a life of luxury and command the wind and rain? How did you end up eating hard, dark buns in prison? Upon hearing this topic, the pride on Inu's face vanished instantly. A shadow crossed its eyes, and its golden pupils trembled slightly. This is none of your concern. Inu stammered, his voice much softer than before. In short, I'm free now, and I don't have to be at anyone's beck and call anymore. Could it be that someone usurped the throne? Yidong asked tentatively. Or were you framed? Big brother, I told you not to interfere. Inu's voice suddenly became agitated, and her eyes began to redden. As it spoke, it rubbed its eyes vigorously with its paws, then suddenly leaped up and ran away, its silhouette disappearing into the darkness. See you again someday, you idiot. Damn it, she's gone. Did she curse me? Yidong wanted to retort, but Inu had already run away without looking back. Just you wait, Yidong said, shaking his head as he watched its departing figure. Never mind, let's go back to the church first. Hopefully, the leader can find a way to turn me back. Chapter 70 Pregnancy Potion, Pharmacy Stealing Business? Arriving at the church, Yidong reached out and knocked on the door. Thump, thump, thump. Thump, thump, thump. But he was only the size of a mouse, and his knocking was as faint as a mosquito's buzz, unable to reach the house at all. Damn it, what do we do now? Yidong frowned, his fists pounding until they were red. Wow, why is this door so heavy? Just when he was at his wit's end, a sudden gust of wind swept through the sky. Whoosh. The wind grew stronger and stronger. Yidong looked up and saw a huge black shadow descending from the sky, blotting out the sun. Holy crap, what is that thing so big? The dark shadow landed heavily on the stone slab in front of the door, making a dull thud that almost made Yidong lose his balance. Upon closer inspection, it was just a crow, but from Yidong's current perspective, the crow looked even bigger than an ostrich. The crow stared blankly at the little figure on the ground, its small eyes wide open and its beak slightly agape. What the hell? What is this thing? To Yidong, the crow's voice sounded like thunder. It moved closer to examine Yidong closely, its bright black eyes almost touching his face. Wait, this looks a bit like... Crow suddenly gasped. Holy crap, could this be Yidong's son? Crow. Yidong jumped up and down in anger, but to the crow, his voice was just a weak squeaking. I am Yidong, and I have been shrunk by those damned rats. The crow was stunned for several seconds before it realized what Yidong was talking about. The next second, it burst into deafening laughter. Huh? My god. Yidong, what happened to you? Ha ha. You're not even as tall as a single feather of mine. Look, a mini version of Yidong. Smaller than a toy. The crow laughed so hard it rolled on the ground, black feathers flying everywhere, its whole body trembling violently. Laugh at your mother's ass. Yidong retorted angrily, waving his little fist. I'm so worried, and you're gloating over my misfortune. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. The crow finally managed to stop laughing, wiping away tears from the corners of its eyes with its wings. Yidong, you finally met your match. You always call me useless. Let's see who's more useless now. I'm a useless piece of trash. Yidong's face turned red with anger. Take me inside to find the cult leader right now. I want to turn back. All right. Don't be angry, little thing. The crow stopped laughing after it had had enough, and carefully picked up Yidong with its claws. Be careful, don't crush this little thing. The feeling of being grabbed by the giant bird's claws was strange. Yidong felt like a chick being snatched away by an eagle. Go easy on me, you bastard. Yidong struggled and said, your claws are like pliers. All right, let's go inside and talk. Crow pushed open the door and led Yidong into the church. As soon as he entered, Crow placed Yidong on the coffee table in the living room, then shouted upstairs at the top of his lungs, Master, Yidong is back, but this is his son! Exclamation point. Yidong jumped up and down on the coffee table, but the sound was too soft, like a mosquito buzzing. Da Vinci and Zuozuo also gathered around, and they were all dumbfounded when they saw how small Yidong was. Apostle Yi, what happened to you? We got messed up by rats, Yidong said helplessly. Soon, slow footsteps could be heard coming from upstairs. Thump, thump, thump. Yuzi slowly walked down the stairs. When she saw the miniature winter jasmine on the coffee table, her purple eyes revealed a clear sense of pleasure and wickedness. That's quite cute. Yuzi walked to the coffee table and looked down at Yidong. She stretched out a slender finger and gently poked Yidong's head. She controlled the force well, but it still made Yidong stagger. Master Wa, Yidong quickly steadied himself and looked up at Yuzi. Is there any way to turn me back? Why do you want to change back? Yuyuko looked at him with a half-smile. This kind of Yidong is very easy to raise. It eats little, doesn't take up much space, and won't cause trouble everywhere. Yidong smiled wryly, running around on the coffee table. I am your apostle, your capable assistant. I still have a lot of work to do. A mini assistant? Yuzi chuckled with amusement, gently fiddling with Yidong's fingers. That's quite novel. It can be placed on the table as a decoration. Master, please stop messing with me. Yidong was almost in tears. Seeing his pitiful appearance, Yuyuko finally softened a little. Okay. She sighed helplessly. Small ones are so cute. As she spoke, Yuzi stretched out her hands, and countless pitch-black ghost hands surged from the ground, covering the sky like a black tide. These ghostly hands moved in perfect unison, drawing an extremely complex magic circle around Yidong. Each line is accurate to the millimeter, and countless geometric shapes intertwine to form a dizzyingly huge pattern. An indescribable pressure began to permeate the air, causing even the crows to take a few steps back. Damn, what is the cult leader trying to do? Crow muttered under his breath, while Da Vinci took a few steps back. Yidong also felt a strong sense of unease. The oppressive aura made him feel suffocated. After completing the target, Yuko lit a match and threw it into the target formed by the demon hands. The next second, a bright blue light shone, and Yidong felt himself inflating like a balloon, returning to his normal size in the blink of an eye. Damn, cult leader, awesome. Yidong grinned. Just a minor spell. The crow peered closer at the target on the table and pondered. Did the master imitate the mayfly's ability? Yuyuko nodded. I can't beat the remnant god, so this is the only way. You're amazing, master. You're my god. Yidong praised him wildly, but Yuzi just gave him a disdainful look. Go take a shower, you stink. Understood, master. Yuyuko climbed the stairs to the second floor and quickly disappeared at the end of the stairs. Why do I feel like the cult leader is acting strange? Yidong asked the crow. That's strange, the crow whispered. Recently, that apothecary in the town of Doran has been stealing our business by launching a potion that makes monsters pregnant for just 1 gold coin. Is Uncle Chio up to something? Yidong frowned. It wasn't that. Uncle Chio is dead. The one who made this potion was an apprentice at the apothecary. I think his name was Fong Bei. Upon hearing this, Yidong was stunned. Uncle Chio was dead? That young man launched a pregnancy drug to steal business? What exactly happened during the days I was away? Yidong was a little confused. It seemed he would have to ask the sect leader after his shower to clear up all his doubts. Chapter 71: The Correct Way to Use Azathoth. Yidong came out of the bathroom, dried his still damp hair, and knocked on the door of the cult leader's room. Come in. Yidong pushed open the door and entered. The cult leader was still lying in bed reading inappropriate novels. He was about to speak when a bag of dried fruit was thrown at him. Peel it for me, puppy. Yidong. Master, I have some questions for you. Yidong asked while peeling dried fruit. Yuyuko nodded, signaling Yidong to speak. I suddenly gained a powerful force within me. Does Master know what it is? Upon hearing this, Yuyuko raised her head and said, That's the sacrifice dividend that the true God gave you. Yidong seemed to be deep in thought. Master, are you saying that one of my followers has advanced to the Kira level? Yes. When a believer advances to the level of Kira, a powerful force is generated, called divine power. However, this power is sacrificed. Once it reaches the true God will give you half of it. Yidong suddenly realized why it was so powerful. It was the power of a god. You used your divine power? I used it and threw a punch. Oh, remember to save it next time. Yuko continued. Once divine power is unleashed, it becomes a consumable. But if it remains in your body, it is permanent. It can continuously strengthen your body until it is shaped into a demigod's body. What does a demigod's body look like? Yidong asked curiously. Do you know about the remnant god? Have no idea. They are indestructible and have extremely high comprehension. Then how can one become a god? Yu Yuzi glanced at him and said, when a god dies, the chief god will throw down his divine position. As long as you have a demigod body, you can become a god by grabbing it. That. Enough with your nonsense, you're disturbing my reading. Before Yidong could finish speaking, Yu Yuzi cut him off. He chuckled awkwardly, quickly peeled a fruit, and fed it to the cult leader. One last question. Ask, what's the deal with the pharmacy? Upon hearing this, Yuyuko's face turned cold. Don't worry about this. He's an old man. We're planning to move. Huh? Yidong was stunned. It had actually come to the point of having to move. What exactly happened? Master, what old thing are you talking about? And why are we moving? Yuyuko didn't speak, but waved her hand. The next second, the whole process of the apothecary boy sacrificing himself appeared in her mind. Yidong, is that right? Shouldn't the usual approach be to let yourself explore? How did I gain a god's eye view? Although this old thing is currently in a low-ranking position after its rebirth, it has a powerful trump card. We should try to avoid it if possible. And Yu Yuzi's gaze was fixed on Yidong. You need to be careful. That old man will definitely come after you. Then let's run quickly, master. Yidong panicked a little and cursed inwardly. He had treated the boy quite well, but the boy hated him during the sacrifice. Humanity, you've won. Yu Yuzi rolled her eyes at him. No rush. I haven't decided where to move yet, and I also need to go to the human world to take care of some business. Master, are you leaving? Yes, I'll be back in about 3 days. Yidong, I wonder how tall the grass will be on my grave when the cult leader comes back. Master, is it not possible for us not to go? No, this is a huge deal worth several thousand gold coins. Is the gold coin more important than the puppy? Puppy, then is the master still going? Yidong looked pitiful, trying to awaken the cult leader's maternal love. Yuyuko sighed and rubbed his head. Don't be afraid, puppy. It won't kill you. And now that you know, you can think of a way to deal with it. Don't be too afraid of him. He won't use his trump cards on a newbie like you. Yidong. Also, you have so many good things on you. You should learn how to use them. As she spoke, Yu Yuzi pulled away from Yidong's arms, and a large number of items fell down with a clatter. Azathoth, a little pink bear, parchment scrolls, a magic scroll, a dagger, a mask. Ikuko, are you carrying a box? It can hold so much. Yidong smiled sheepishly. He had too much equipment and no storage space, so he could only carry it in his pocket. Yuko picked up Azathoth and examined it closely. The gun barrel reflected a cold light in the candlelight. Do you know how to use this gun? Do you fire without loading bullets? Yidong asked. I've tried it several times. Sometimes it can shoot out a gaping maw, and sometimes it just makes a hollow sound. It must be related to the enemy's goodness or evil. Yuko nodded. Azathoth is the weapon of the famous legendary witcher Edward. After Edward died, he sealed his soul in the gun, which gave the gun the ability to distinguish between good and evil. Yuko continued. Azathoth doesn't need bullets, it needs monsters. A monster? Yidong was completely bewildered. Yu Yuzi patiently explained. You need to make it devour monsters. Whatever monster it devours, it will be able to use that monster's unique attack method. The fact that you can now open up a gaping maw means that it has previously devoured a monster with a big mouth. Yidong suddenly realized, slapping his thigh. Master, you mean this gun? That's right, and the stronger the monster, the stronger its attack power. Yuko continued. You need to find an even stronger monster for Azathoth to devour, so that it can unleash its true power. Then how do we make it devour the monster? Yidong's eyes lit up, and he had already made up his mind to become a quick-draw gun. Point the gun at the dying monster and chant the incantation. With your life, I will gain my power. Yidong quickly recited the incantation several times in his mind to make sure he remembered it. Yuko picked up the teddy bear again. The teddy bear looked a bit worn now, and there was still bloodstain on its chest that hadn't been completely washed off. Did you know that this little bear is actually a monster? Yidong shook his head. I thought it was just an ordinary summon. The little bear needs to build up its affection level. Yu Yuzi said with a hint of helplessness. The higher the affection level, the stronger the little bear will be. But you silly dog, always use it as a tool, so the affection level is naturally pitifully low. Affection level? Yidong's eyes widened. This thing has this kind of setting? Nonsense, before I borrowed it. It still had the power of the 7th sequence. Yu said irritably. You have to treat it as a real partner, care for it, and love it. Then it will genuinely help you. Yidong looked down at the little bear in his hand and suddenly felt a little guilty. Indeed, whenever danger arises, the first thing I think of is throwing the little bear out to get beaten up. I never consider the little guy's feelings. How can I increase my favorability rating? Spend more time playing with it, tell it stories, feel sorry for it when it gets hurt. and take it out to keep it company whenever you have free time, Yu said. In short, treat it as a true friend, not a consumable. Yidong nodded and gently stroked the bear's fur. Little bear, I'm sorry. I always let you go up first to get beaten before. I'll let you go up later from now on. Ikuko. Chapter 72 Pregnancy Potion. This dagger is called the Blacktail Sword. It can burst with speed when attacking, making it very suitable for surprise attacks. As for this mask, it's called Thousand Faces. Once you put it on, you can change your appearance at will. Yuko pointed to the dagger and the mask and said. Yidong's eyes lit up. These were all good things. Fortunately, I didn't put them in a sack, but carried them with me. Thinking of this, Yidong felt another pang of heartache. How many good things were in the sack he had thrown away? As Yidong walked out of the cult leader's room and reached the stairwell, he heard a commotion outside. What's going on? Yidong frowned and quickly went downstairs. In the living room on the first floor, a crow was perched on the windowsill, looking out with its big, wide eyes. Da Vinci, with a crooked mouth, leaned towards the window, and even his left and right companions put down their work to curiously peer outside. Why is it so noisy outside? Yidong asked as he walked to the window. See for yourself. The crow moved aside. Yidong looked out the window and immediately frowned. Not far away, the once quiet entrance to the apothecary was now filled with a chaotic mess of monsters. There were monstrous creatures, including lizardmen, werewolves, snake offspring, and even several elite monsters that looked very powerful, all with expectant expressions on their faces. What the hell is going on? Yidong's eyes widened. Have these monsters gone mad? They didn't line up here before we had the pregnancy potion. I find it strange too. The crow frowned, its small eyes full of doubt. Pregnancy isn't exactly fun, and childbirth is such a hassle. Have these guys lost their minds? Da Vinci barked, indicating his agreement with the crow's point of view. Could it be because the price is cheap? Yidong fell into deep thought. Even if it's cheap, there shouldn't be this many monsters, right? Yidong felt something was off. That boy was now the Lord of Mutation. How could he genuinely help other monsters get pregnant? There's definitely a conspiracy involved. Crow, go and find out the details, Yidong suddenly said. Me? Crow glanced at Yidong. Why aren't you going? You can fly, and you're a small target, so you're not easy to be discovered. Yidong took out a gold coin from his pocket. Also, buy a bottle of potion while you're at it so I can study it. What are the benefits? Yidong rubbed his chin and thought for a moment. Then suddenly his mind lit up. Okay, when we get back, I'll help you get pregnant so you can give birth to a female crow, and then you'll have a partner. Upon hearing this, the crow was stunned, and Zuoyo and Yu couldn't help but widen their eyes. Fuck you, Yidong, you. The crow pointed at Yidong, speechless, feeling that Yidong was very close to God, but very far from man, and that he was boundless in his evil. Yidong couldn't help himself. He laughed, picked up the crow, stuffed a gold coin into its beak, and then opened the window and threw it out. Go quickly. I'm pregnant now, the leader said to listen to me. You beast. The crow fell to the ground, dropping all the gold coins from its beak. After giving Yidong a good scolding, it picked up the gold coins on the ground and flew towards the pharmacy. Since it's already been thrown out, I might as well go and take a look. It's also curious about this pregnancy potion. Half an hour later, the crow flew back with a small bottle in its beak, landed on the windowsill, panting heavily, its black feathers soaked with sweat. So, what did you find out? Yidong quickly leaned over, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The crow spat out the bottle from its beak, and the bottle made a crisp, clinking sound on the wooden windowsill. It said irritably, You idiot. That potion is not some simple pregnancy potion at all. What does this mean? Yidong picked up the bottle and examined it carefully. Through the glass, he could see the dark green liquid inside glowing slightly. The boy claimed that the potion could not only make monsters pregnant, but also regenerate severed limbs, eliminate hidden ailments, and even restore the health of disabled monsters. The crow tidied its ruffled feathers. That's why so many monsters go to buy them. Look at those in line, every single one of them has some kind of problem. Yidong suddenly realized why business was so booming. He looked out the window again and saw that all the monsters in the line were indeed injured. Some of the ghouls were missing an arm, some of the lizard men had huge scars on their backs, and one werewolf was clearly lame. In this dangerous and gloomy world, almost every monster is injured. Some are missing limbs, and some suffer from hidden illnesses. If such a miraculous medicine truly existed, it would certainly be worth queuing up to buy it. Do you think it's real or fake? Yidong shook the bottle in his hand, and the liquid inside emitted a faint fluorescence. Who knows? The crow rolled its eyes and preened its feathers with its wings. Anyway, I didn't dare to ask too much. Fong Bei looks very sinister now. and he's surrounded by a group of fanatical believers. Yidong picked up the small bottle from the ground and examined it carefully. There was a simple label on the bottle with crooked handwriting that read, "Special Pregnancy Potion." It contained a dark green liquid that looked quite ordinary and had a faint herbal smell, but upon closer inspection, a hint of putridity could be detected. But for some reason, he always felt that the potion had an inexplicable eeriness, as if something was swimming in the liquid. "Why don't you try a sip?" Yidong looked at the crow and gave him an innocent and harmless smile. "Fuck you." The crow bristled, its black feathers standing on end. "Go drink it yourself. I'm not going to be a guinea pig. I'm not stupid." Yidong awkwardly put the bottle away, his gaze sweeping around the living room, looking for a suitable volunteer. Seeing this, Zwazwa and Yuzwa quickly bent down to sweep and mop the floor, wielding the brooms and mops with great force, pretending they hadn't seen anything. "We didn't hear anything," Zwazwa muttered softly. Yes, we're cleaning diligently." Yu chimed in, the mop almost making holes in the floor. Black Cloth was still fast asleep in the corner, blowing little bubbles from its nose. This dead horse seemed to have been sleeping ever since it came back, and it looked like it was about to get moldy. Pure martial tianpeng. Only the silly dog Da Vinci, with its mouth crooked and tail wagging, came over, looking expectantly at the bottle in Yidong's hand, its tongue still sticking out. "Da Vinci, you." Yidong looked at this loyal, silly dog, but swallowed his words back. "Although this thing is ugly, it has been with me for so long, through wind and rain. How could I use it for experiments?" "Silly dog, I'm not going to use you for experiments." Yidong stroked Da Vinci's head, feeling its rough fur. Da Vinci barked, looking somewhat disappointed, and its tail wagged less. "You really want to drink it?" Yidong said, both amused and exasperated. "What if it's poisoned? I can't bear to part with you, you silly dog." Upon hearing this, Leonardo da Vinci's already crooked mouth seemed to curve even more, making it appear as if he were smiling. Just as Yidong was hesitating, there was a knock on the door. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking was rhythmic, unhurried, and exuded an aristocratic elegance, completely different from the rough knocking style of ordinary monsters. "Who is it?" Yidong asked, walking toward the door in confusion. "Mr. Yi, it's me, old reptile." A gentle and magnetic voice with a British accent came from outside the door. Chapter 73, Stirring Up Trouble. Yidong opened the door and saw a familiar figure standing there, the old reptile. This guy is still the same as before. His upper body is that of a human wearing a well-tailored suit. The dark blue tailcoat is impeccably made, with a white shirt and a blue bow tie. He wears a monocle and his hair is slicked back. He held an exquisite cane inlaid with silver decorations, with an octopus pattern carved at the top. Its lower body consists of enormous octopus tentacles, deep purple in color, with intricate patterns on their surface. The tentacles slowly wriggle on the ground, their movements as graceful as if they were dancing. "Good evening, Mr. Yidong." The old reptile removed his black top hat, revealing a head of silver-white hair, and gave an elegant, gentlemanly bow. "I apologize for disturbing you." "Oh, it's the old reptile." Yidong stepped aside. "Come in and sit down. What can I do for you?" "Thank you for your kindness." The old reptile shook its head, its monocle reflecting the light. "However, I'm here to ask you some questions, so I won't go in." As it spoke, it used one of its tentacles to pull a cat out from behind it. This is an ordinary black cat, not very big, and doesn't look particularly special. The black fur shimmered in the moonlight, and the amber eyes must be very beautiful. But after observing carefully, Yidong frowned. The cat's black fur was slowly wriggling, like countless tiny tentacles gently swaying, which looked extremely disgusting. Moreover, the cat's eyes looked very strange. Its originally clear amber eyes had become cloudy, as if something black was swimming inside. "What's going on?" Yidong asked, pointing at the cat, and couldn't help but take a step back. The old reptile sighed, wiped his monocle with a handkerchief, and spoke with a tone of helplessness and worry. "I've always loved cats. I think they're elegant and cute, like little aristocrats. I recently heard that pharmacies sell pregnancy pills, so I'm thinking of letting my cat have a few kittens. That way, the house will be more lively." Its tentacles gently stroked the cane as it continued. "I've even prepared names for the kittens. Little Mozart, little Beethoven, little Chopin. All elegant names." And then, Yidong swallowed hard. "Just 2 days ago, I gave it a bottle of pregnancy medication, and when I woke up the next morning, it looked like this." The old reptile pointed at the cat with his cane, his voice filled with obvious heartache. "And lately his temper has become particularly irritable. He gets angry all the time." Before the words were finished, the black cat suddenly let out a sharp, piercing hiss. The sound was not like a cat's meow at all, but more like the roar of some kind of abyssal creature. It lunged at Yi Dong, baring its teeth and claws, black liquid splattering everywhere, its sharp claws flashing coldly in the air. Yi Dong was startled and quickly stepped back, almost bumping into the door frame. Fortunately, the old reptile was holding the rope and managed to pull the cat back in time with its tentacles. Little Mimi. No, the old reptile scolded gently, but the cat wouldn't listen and continued to struggle frantically. See, the old reptile said with a bitter smile, a hint of sadness flashing in its eyes. It now attacks people whenever it sees them, and it's not as docile as it used to be. It used to love listening to me play the violin, but now even music can't calm it down. Yi Dong's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't this ready-made evidence? This is a golden opportunity. If we can spread the word that the pregnancy potion will cause flesh and blood deformities, making the townspeople hostile to Fong Bei, then someone will come after him. You can just lie at home and watch the tigers fight, and everything will be fine. So, I would like to ask Mr. Yi, the pregnancy god sect is quite professional in the field of pregnancy. Could you help me see what's going on? The old reptile's voice was pleading. I'm really worried about Xiaomi. She's my most beloved pet. Yi Dong was secretly delighted, but put on a serious expression. Let me examine it carefully. He called out into the house. Da Vinci, come and help. Da Vinci immediately understood and ran out with a crooked mouth, letting out a low bark. Countless twisted tentacles emerged from the cracks in the ground, quickly coiling around and binding the black cat like a swarm of black snakes. The cat let out an even more piercing hiss, but it was firmly bound by the tentacles and could only struggle helplessly. Yi Dong squatted down, pretended to be professional, took out a pair of glasses he had taken from the warehouse, put them on, and then pretended to pat the cat's belly. The moment my hand touched the cat's fur, I felt a wave of nausea. The hairs were indeed wriggling, and they felt sticky and wet, like touching some kind of mollusk. Ugh! Yi Dong suppressed his nausea and continued the examination, even taking a closer sniff. A stench of decay and blood assaulted his nostrils, almost making him vomit. Just as I thought. Yi Dong deliberately frowned, slowly stood up, took off his glasses, and shook his head and sighed with a solemn expression. What's wrong, Mr. Yi? Old Reptile asked nervously, his monocle almost falling off. Yi Dong took a deep breath and said in a serious tone, Your cat is cursed, and it's a very vicious one. A curse. The ancient reptile's eyes widened, its cane trembling. What curse? Yi Dong looked at the sky with feigned profundity, the candlelight illuminating his face and adding to his air of mystery. This is not an ordinary pregnancy potion, but an evil spell from the Lord of Mutation. Your cat is slowly mutating and will soon be completely deformed into a monster, forever losing its mind. As he spoke, he pointed to the wriggling fur on the cat's body. Look at these symptoms. Abnormal fur, deteriorated bodily fluids, and mental rage. These are all typical signs of flesh and blood abnormalities. What? The ancient reptile was shocked, and its tentacles began to wriggle uneasily. Are you sure? How is this possible? Absolutely true. Yi Dong nodded vigorously, his tone growing increasingly heavy. I have seen relevant records in the ancient books of the pregnancy god cult. The Lord of Abnormality likes to spread evil in this way, first luring victims under the guise of healing, and then slowly eroding their flesh and soul. He paused, then added fuel to the fire. In a few days, it will become a complete slave to the Lord of Anomalies. At that time, it will not only attack you, but also spread more curses. The old reptile turned pale upon hearing this, and its tentacles began to tremble uncontrollably. As a cultured, gentlemanly monster, it certainly knew what the Lord of Anomalies meant. Then, is there any way to save it? Its voice trembled. I'll pay any price. Xiaomi is my most beloved companion. Yi Dong shook his head, feigning helplessness. The curse of the Lord of Anomalies is extremely vicious, and once you are afflicted, it is very difficult to remove. He paused for a moment, then changed the subject. But you can go ask the person who made this potion. After all, it was his potion that caused this problem, and he has a responsibility to solve it. The old reptile brandished its cane angrily, its eyes burning with fury. He must be held accountable. That despicable liar used my beloved Mimi as a test subject. After saying that, it led the cat, which was bound by Da Vinci's tentacles, and stormed off toward the apothecary. Chapter 74 Old Reptiles vs. Fong Bei. Yi Dong winked at the crow. Let's go watch the excitement. After thinking for a moment, the crow immediately understood Yi Dong's intention and chuckled. You're quite the cunning one, but I like it. That's called wisdom, Yi Dong said smugly. Let others be the ones to take the lead, and we can just push them along from behind. Da Vinci barked and wagged his tail as he followed. A man, a bird, and a dog followed far behind the old reptile, carrying a human oil lamp as they walked along the stone path toward the pharmacy. At this moment, a large number of monsters were still gathered at the entrance of the apothecary, and the chaos made the old reptiles even more annoyed. They all wore expectant expressions. Some were excitedly discussing the potion's effects, while others were counting the gold coins in their hands. This is absolutely outrageous. It struck the stone floor heavily with its cane, making a crisp sound. How dare they use such an evil potion to harm people? And there are so many innocent victims. As it spoke, the old reptile pushed aside the monsters in line and rushed straight to the front of the apothecary. "Boss, come out here." It pounded on the shop door with its cane. "Come out and explain yourself." The apothecary fell silent as the monsters inside parted to make way for the old reptiles to see Fong Bei. Fong Bei is now completely different from the skinny apprentice he once was. His formerly thin body has become tall and strong, standing at a full 1.8 meters tall, with a figure so well proportioned that it seems inhuman. The skin has an unhealthy grayish-white color, as pale as marble. Even the eyes that had been gouged out of its cheeks grew back, staring at the old reptiles with the whites of its eyes rolled back. Seeing this scene from a distance, Yidong couldn't help but shudder. Damn, this kid really looks like he's from the underworld now. Fong Bei scanned the crowd of onlookers, finally fixing his gaze on the old reptile. What is it? Fong Bei's voice was low and hoarse, carrying a chilling pressure, like a demon from the abyss speaking. The monsters in the queue felt the oppressive aura and involuntarily took a few steps back, but they were reluctant to leave and wanted to see what was going on. The old reptile was not intimidated by Fong Bei's aura at all. After all, it was an elite-level monster of the 8th sequence and had seen many things. It pointed angrily at the wriggling cat in its hand, its voice trembling with rage. "Your medicine caused my cat to mutate. Do you worship the Lord of Mutation?" Upon hearing this, the monsters immediately began whispering among themselves. Everyone knew the name of the Lord of Anomalies, the #1 crippled god below the gods. But it's famous for much more than that. It's also known for its terrifying personality and powerful ability to mutate. Rumor has it that the Lord of Aberration used his aberration abilities to turn an entire human nation into aberration monsters, simply because he happened to be passing by and itching to do something. This indiscriminate killing attracted the highest warrants from the Imperial Cult and the Witcher Guild. It took the combined efforts of 3 legendary Witchers and the High Mother to kill it. Has it returned? Hearing the surrounding chatter, Fong Bei remained completely calm. "Sir, are you sure you're not mistaken?" Fong Bei revealed a sinister smile, the curve of his lips looking very unnatural. "How could I, a human, possibly gain the favor of the Lord of Anomalies? It would be a miracle if it didn't crush me." A hint of smugness flashed in Fong Bei's eyes, but he still pretended to be innocent on the surface. "And your cat looks very healthy and is noticeably more energetic than before. Vitality? Health?" The old reptile was so angry that its tentacles stood up like an enraged sea urchin. "Its hair has already mutated into tentacles, and you actually say there's no problem? My medication is absolutely safe. It has been carefully formulated and tested multiple times. It's possible that your cat has some underlying medical condition or a genetic issue." "Bullshit," the old reptile roared, his elegant, gentlemanly demeanor completely gone. "My little Mimi was perfectly fine before, lively and adorable, with absolutely no genetic problems or diseases." Some of the monsters in the queue began to hesitate, while others nodded in agreement, some frowning in thought. If there really is a problem, why are so many people still buying it? Perhaps it really is a problem with the cat itself. Let's trust the boss. After all, his medicine is so cheap. Hee. The old reptile wasn't going to waste any more words. It flipped its hand over, and a violin appeared in its grasp. The old reptile picked up the violin and gracefully adjusted its posture. "Since you don't admit it, there's no need for me to talk about it anymore." As it spoke, it began to slowly pull the strings. The melodious notes floated in the air, but this was no ordinary music. It was a melody imbued with powerful magic. As the music began, the surrounding air started to distort, and invisible sound waves attacked Fong Bei like sharp blades. Fong Bei felt this power and couldn't help but sneer. "That's it." He shifted his body to the side, easily dodging the sonic attack. The old reptile frowned, quickened its pace, and the music became more exciting. Dense sound waves poured down like a torrential rain, cutting deep grooves into the stone pavement in front of the pharmacy. The monsters watching retreated, quite frightened by this level of battle. "Wow, is this the strength of an 8th Order elite? Get back quickly, don't get caught in the crossfire." "Who pushed me?" Faced with a barrage of attacks, Fong Bei moved like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the deadly sonic waves each time. It seems you do have some strength, but he suddenly stopped, letting a sound wave hit his chest. Uft. The sound waves exploded on his chest, splattering blood, but Fong Bei laughed without caring. Amidst the astonished gazes of all the monsters, Fong Bei's chest wound began to heal at a visible speed and was completely restored in the blink of an eye. The old reptile frowned and paused its performance. This recovery speed is a bit strange, and it doesn't feel any fluctuation in power, which means that this is the simplest natural recovery of the body. Fong Bei stretched his shoulders, the red light in his eyes shining even brighter. Now it's my turn. Chapter 75, the first roundtable conference of the pregnancy god cult. He charged at the old reptile with astonishing speed. The old crawler hurriedly adjusted its strings, trying to block with sound waves, but Fong Bei's speed was simply too fast. Bang! Fong Bei punched the old reptile in the abdomen, the force sending it sliding backwards several meters. Cough! The old reptile spat out a mouthful of blood, but quickly regained its balance. You think this is the end? It roared angrily, the violin emitting a sharp cry. The music this time is completely different, filled with a violent and crazy atmosphere. It was as if countless invisible swords appeared in the air, piercing Fong Bei from all directions. This time, Fong Bei did not dodge, but instead opened his arms and let the sonic swords pierce his body. Puff, puff, puff. A series of piercing sounds rang out, and dozens of bloody holes instantly appeared on Fong Bei's body. But instead of collapsing, he laughed even more wildly. Ha! You weak reptile. Under the terrified gaze of the old reptiles, Fong Bei's wounds not only healed, but also began to grow strange fleshy buds. These granulation tissues grew rapidly, transforming into thick tentacles. Countless tentacles, like snakes, lashed out at the ancient reptiles at a dazzling speed. The old reptiles played desperately, trying to sever these tentacles with sound waves, but there were simply too many of them. Smack! A tentacle lashed out at the violin, snapping a string instantly. My lyre! The old reptile cried out in anguish. But before it could react, even more tentacles swarmed in. Slap! 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 With each relentless blow, the violin strings snapped one after another, producing a piercing sound. The violin, having lost its strings, instantly reduced the attack power of the old crawler. It looked at the broken violin in its hand, its eyes filled with anger and resentment. Fong Bei retracted his tentacles. The wounds on his body had completely healed, and even the holes in his clothes had automatically repaired themselves. Now you understand? He looked down at the old reptile. This is the power of the pregnancy potion. As for your cat, go back and figure out if your music was too awful and caused it to mutate. The old reptile gripped the broken violin tightly, its body trembling with rage. But it also knew that continuing to fight would only bring humiliation upon itself. Fong Bei's current strength has indeed exceeded its expectations, and it also possesses that strange healing ability. This isn't over, the old reptile said bitterly. I'll be back. After saying that, it put away the broken violin, took the deformed cat, and left without looking back. Fong Bei watched its departing figure, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Huh, overestimating yourself. The monsters watching were speechless with shock at the battle, and many of them who had previously had doubts now completely believed in Fong Bei's strength. It's too strong. Even the ancient crawlers of the 8th sequence are no match for it. It seems the medicine really is fine. It's the cat's own problem. Let's hurry up and buy the potion. Something from such a powerful boss must be safe. Seeing this scene from a distance, Yidong's expression turned serious. Damn, this kid's better than I thought, he whispered to the crow. Indeed, although his combat strength is only at the end of the 8th sequence, his healing ability is too abnormal. Raven was also a little worried. It seems we have to be careful. Da Vinci grimaced and gave a low hum, clearly aware of the threat. Let's go back first. Yidong took a deep breath. It seems that relying on others alone won't work. We need to think of other ways. Seeing the old reptiles flee in defeat, even more monsters gathered in front of the apothecary, their confidence in the potion's effects growing stronger as Fong Bei's imposing presence made them even more convinced of its power. Damn it, Yidong gritted his teeth. This has actually given him free advertising. This battle not only failed to achieve the expected results, but also made Fong Bei's reputation even greater. Yidong realized that he had underestimated this master of anomalies. Yidong returned to the church building with a heavy heart, and as soon as he opened the door, he sensed that something was wrong. At this time of day, He Bielongdong should be fast asleep in the corner, occasionally snoring and farting. But now the corner is empty, without even a horsehair. Only a pile of hay and a few clumps of fresh horse manure. Where's hay Bulongdong? Yidong looked around in confusion. Where did that dead horse go? Apostle Yi, black cloth has been taken away by the cult leader, was said, stopping her work. When did they leave? Yidong's heart sank. You had barely stepped out the door when the cult leader started packing his things. Yidong hurriedly ran up to the second floor, rushed to the door of the cult leader's room in 3 steps, and pushed the door open forcefully. The room was a mess, like a doghouse. The bad novels were neatly arranged on the desk, while the dried fruit peels were scattered all over the floor. In the center of the table lay a neatly folded strip of paper, which Yidong quickly picked up and unfolded. Little dog, stay home and wait for your owner. Don't run around or steal my treats. I'll check back in 3 days. If you behave well, you'll be rewarded. Your forever loving owner. A crooked heart was drawn in the back. Exclamation point. Yidong crumpled the note into a ball, jumping up and down in anger. You ran away so fast. I was just asking you how to deal with Fong Bei. He paced around the room a few times, getting angrier and angrier. When danger comes, the cult leader runs away, leaving himself alone to face the mutated master. What kind of master is that? Yidong went downstairs dejectedly. Looking at the empty living room, he suddenly had an idea. Since the cult leader is not here, I am the highest leader here, and I can call a meeting to brainstorm solutions. Everyone, get over here right now for a meeting, he shouted, his voice echoing throughout the room. The crow lazily climbed up from the sofa, its wings not yet fully open when Yidong picked it up. Upon hearing the call, Leonardo da Vinci immediately ran over from the manure beside the fireplace, wagging his tail and grinning crookedly. Zwa and Yu were washing dishes in the kitchen when they heard the call. They quickly put down what they were doing and ran over, still wearing their aprons and with soap on their hands. Apostle Yi, what do you want with us? Zwa asked nervously, her chubby little hands rubbing against her apron. Meeting, important meeting. Yidong walked to the round table in the center of the living room and began to extinguish the oil lamps one by one. One by one, the orange flames went out, and the entire room gradually fell into darkness. Yidong left only a single oil lamp in the center of the table, instantly darkening the entire room. The dim candlelight flickered on the table, casting shifting shadows on the faces of the people present and creating a mysterious and solemn atmosphere. Damn, this looks like a gangster meeting, the crow complained, but still stood obediently on the table. That's the effect we want. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. A serious meeting needs a serious atmosphere. He pointed to the chairs. Sit down, everyone. This is our first roundtable meeting. The 2 chubby boys, sitting on the left and right, were restless and fidgeted as if they had nails stuck to their butts. They had never attended such a formal meeting before, and their palms were sweating with nervousness. Apostle Yi, the floor isn't finished mopping yet, Yu muttered softly. There are still dishes to wash in the kitchen, and dinner hasn't been prepared yet. This is not the time to think about these things. Yidong glared at them. We are facing a life or death crisis, and you are still thinking about mopping the floor and washing the dishes. The crow couldn't help but laugh when it heard this, and Yidong quickly glared at it. Be serious. This is a matter of life and death for all of us. The 2 chubby boys were startled and quickly sat up straight, placing their hands properly on their knees, not daring to breathe. Yidong looked around to make sure everyone was in place before clearing his throat. All right, I now officially announce that the first roundtable conference of the pregnancy god cult has officially begun. His voice echoed in the dimly lit room, sounding exceptionally solemn. There's only one topic today: how to deal with Fong Bei, this threat. P.S. Oops, I've accidentally stayed up 5 hours again. Also, thank you to brother, 123, for the inspiration capsule, to all the friends who watched ads and spent their time sending me messages of support, and to all the friends who have been following this series. Finally, please give me a 5-star review and recommend some books if you're looking for something to read. Asterisk, asterisk. Chapter 76 Brainstorming. On the dimly lit round table, the 3 people, the dog, and the crow all had grim expressions. Yidong paused for a moment, allowing the seriousness of the topic to be emphasized before continuing. As everyone has seen today, this beast not only steals our business, but also possesses terrifying combat power. Even the elite-level ancient crawlers of the 8th sequence have been defeated by him. He has become a huge threat that we cannot ignore. Zwa and Yu turned pale upon hearing this, and the 2 chubby boys nervously swallowed hard. Moreover, the cult leader just happened to leave at this time, so we can only rely on ourselves. Yidong's tone turned sinister, and in the dim candlelight, his expression looked particularly serious. However, the leader said before he left that Fong Bei is not invincible. Strictly speaking, he is just an 8th order cultivator with strong recovery ability. He will not use his trump cards on us newbies. Moreover, I am someone he is determined to kill. If we do not take the initiative, once Fong Bei has completely established himself, I will only have one way out: death. The crow nodded repeatedly. What does that have to do with us? Shut up, crow. If I die, the cult leader will make you stay in the same tomb as me. Then we definitely need to take the initiative. The crow tapped the table. So let's start brainstorming now. Everyone should come up with their own ideas and suggestions. Yidong tapped the table. You can say whatever you want, no matter how naive it is. It might give us some inspiration. He pointed to Zhuozhua, who was sitting on his left. You go first and tell us your thoughts. Zhuozhua was startled. Her chubby face instantly turned bright red, and she stammered. I think we should, or maybe we should move. Move to a very, very far place, like other countries? That way Fong Bei won't be able to find us. Moving. Yidong shook his head. The sect leader said she hasn't decided where to move to yet. Besides, moving won't solve the fundamental problem. Fong Bei will find us sooner or later. Zhuozhua nodded repeatedly as she listened. Although she didn't quite understand, she felt that Yidong's words made a lot of sense. Next, Yidong said, looking at Yu. And you? Yu swallowed hard and whispered. How about we report it to the authorities? Reporting to the city lord, they say Fong Bei is a cult member and want the authorities to arrest him? Yidong's mind lit up. This was a good idea. The Lord of Anomalies had been eliminated by the Imperial Cult and the Demon Hunter Association. Knowing that it had been resurrected, they would definitely nip it in the bud. That's a good idea. Yidong praised Yu, whose face instantly turned red. However, Yidong changed the subject. We are just ordinary people with little influence. The Emperor God Cult and the Demon Hunter Association are unlikely to listen to only our side of the story. By the time they realize what's happening, we'll have already drunk the soup of oblivion. This can be considered a backup plan. Yidong turned to Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci, what are your thoughts? Da Vinci barked seriously with a crooked mouth, then continued to lie down, its tail swaying slowly twice. Never mind, forget I asked. Yidong sighed. Relying on you guys is definitely not going to work. He looked at the crow. Why don't you come and tell us your thoughts? The crow rolled its eyes in exasperation. So I'm the only one here who can think straight? It paced back and forth on the table, its little paws making soft sounds on the wooden surface, its little eyes gleaming with intelligence in the candlelight. Let me think. What is Fong Bei's biggest advantage right now? Strong strength, abnormal recovery ability, and the evil power of the Lord of Anomalies, Yidong replied. That's right. The crow stopped. Although he is strong now, he doesn't have many enemies, and most monsters don't know his true identity yet. If he gets more powerful people into conflict with him, then naturally someone will go looking for trouble with him. You mean? Yidong's eyes lit up. Since one old crawler can't handle him, let's find more help, the crow said smugly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. You know that principle. But where can we find help? Yidong frowned. We don't have many connections in Dwellowen town. Can we find any strong individuals willing to help us? A sly glint flashed in the crow's eyes. Who said we were looking for someone willing to help us? What's the meaning? Fong Bei doesn't have any enemies right now, right? Crow hopped onto the center of the table. Then let's create enemies for him. Create enemies? Yidong was completely confused. Make him offend more monsters, and make him clash with other powerful figures. The crow became more and more excited as it spoke. For example, deliberately ruining his reputation, or making him inexplicably provoke some entities he shouldn't provoke. Yidong's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he listened, and suddenly he slammed his hand on the table, so excited that he almost knocked over the oil lamp. Brilliant! Why didn't I think of that? The candle flame flickered violently a few times, causing the light and shadows in the room to sway, making the scene even more eerie. What the hell are you doing? Crow steadied himself and looked at Yidong with a bewildered expression. Yidong excitedly pulled the mask out of his pocket. The black material reflected a faint glow in the candlelight, and the silver patterns on it seemed to writhe like living creatures. I have this mask of 1,000 faces, he said proudly. It can disguise me as anyone. As long as I transform into Fong Bei's appearance and do bad things everywhere, someone will naturally come looking for him to settle accounts. Zhuozhua and Yu were dumbfounded. The two chubby boys looked at each other, their mouths agape, wide enough to fit an egg. Is this okay? Zhuozhua asked timidly. It feels a bit. What is it? Yidong asked in return. That's a bit unethical. Yu said softly. Shameless. Yidong's eyes widened. He's about to kill us. Why are you talking about morality with him? That's right. The crow nodded repeatedly. To deal with bad people, you have to use their methods. That's called fighting poison with poison and using evil to control evil. Da Vinci barked in agreement and wagged its tail even more vigorously. Then, how exactly do we do it? Yi Dong laughed wickedly, the smile looking particularly sinister in the dim candlelight. Well, let me think about it. He stroked his chin, his mind racing. Who are the strongest individuals in the town of Dwalluan? Who are the most easily provoked? What factions are at odds with each other? First, we need to analyze the power distribution in the town of Dwalluan. Yi Dong began his methodical analysis. Who are the strongest entities in the town right now? Bloody Hunter is one of them. He's a ruthless character in the 7th sequence, with a fiery temper and a strong protective instinct towards his own. The Crow began to help analyze. Although Princess Liuxiang was dealt with by the sect leader, she still has strength and is also in the 7th rank. And that scavenging old woman, her strength is unfathomable, at least at the 6th rank, Yi Dong added. However, she has an eccentric personality and is not easy to use. And the mayor of the town of Dwalluan, is he called Blood Rascal? Crow's eyes lit up. We can also use the pregnancy drug to spread rumors that Fong Bei's drug is problematic, so that more victims will come forward. Just like that deformed cat today, there must be other victims, and we can organize them. That's a good idea too. Yi Dong nodded. A victims' alliance would be a powerful and influential force. We can also spread rumors that Fong Bei is actually a spy for the Emperor God cult. We can do whatever is as insidious as possible. Crow became more and more excited as he spoke. Yi Dong nodded repeatedly, thinking that Crow was truly a master at framing people. Very good. It seems we have several feasible plans, he said with satisfaction. With multiple approaches combined, one of them is bound to succeed. Da Vinci listened attentively. Although it didn't quite understand the complex conspiracy, it could sense its master's excitement, so it was also very happy. When will we begin? The Crow asked. Right now. Yi Dong made the decision. He looked around, his tone becoming serious. However, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. No one is allowed to tell anyone, understand? If the news leaks, we're all doomed. Zhuyu nodded repeatedly, still a little nervous, but also excited by the thrill of this secret operation. The Crow and Leonardo da Vinci agreed, and the man, the bird, and the dog all seemed very excited. All right, Yi Dong stood up, turned the lights back on, and the orange glow dispelled the darkness. The first roundtable meeting of the Pregnancy God sect is now adjourned. Chapter 77 Blood Red Twilight Tavern. Left and right breathed a sigh of relief and quickly ran back to work. The two chubby boys had mixed feelings, both nervous and excited. Da Vinci yawned and lazily walked to the corner to prepare for sleep, but his tail was wagging vigorously, clearly indicating that he was in a good mood. Eagle, go to this city and find Anna now. Yi Dong picked up the Crow. Luckily, we have Anna as a friend. It's much more reliable than reporting it directly to the Witcher Association. The Crow was stunned for a moment. What? Now, flying that far in the middle of the night, do you think I'm some kind of iron bird? Enough with the nonsense. You're the only one suitable in the church. We can't let Leonardo da Vinci go. Yi Dong glared at it. Tell Anna that Fong Bei is the Lord of Anomalies, and he's planning to anomaly the entire town. Fine, fine, I'm just a poor eagle. I always get the most dangerous and tiring jobs. With great power comes great responsibility. Go, eagle. You make it sound so easy. The Crow shook its head in a daze, picked up a human oil lamp, and said, But you better not die too quickly, or I'll come back to find a feast being held in the church. And you, Da Vinci, you piece of trash, don't hold on to your trump cards so tightly in a crisis. After saying this, the Crow flapped its wings and flew out the door, quickly disappearing into the night, leaving only the sound of its wings beating in the air fading into the distance. Yi Dong sighed. Although the Crow always complained, it never let him down when it mattered. Da Vinci, come here. Yi Dong beckoned. Da Vinci immediately ran over with a crooked mouth, his tail wagging like an electric fan. Left, right, left, right. If there's any danger, go upstairs to my room and hide. Yi Dong said seriously to the two chubby boys. Remember, no matter what happens outside, don't come out. Wait for me to come back. Understood, Apostle Yi. The two nodded repeatedly, their faces filled with worry. Please be careful. Yi Dong nodded and patted Da Vinci on the head. Let's go meet the blood hunter. A person and a dog pushed open the door and stepped out. A night breeze blew in, carrying a hint of coolness. Yi Dong deliberately avoided the direction of the pharmacy and went along a secluded alley, afraid that Fong Bei would sense his presence and attack him directly, which would cause a huge uproar. Soon, they arrived at a newly opened tavern. The tavern's signboard was eye-catching, with the 4 characters, Bloody Twilight, written in blood-red lettering. As if written in blood, still dripping slightly in the night breeze. Several finely crafted skull decorations, some human and some of various monsters, hung at the entrance, giving it a very bloody hunter vibe. A sign stood at the entrance that read, "Take off your hat before entering, pay for fights, and take care of yourself if you die." Quite unique. Yidong rubbed his chin. The tavern was filled with a cacophony of sounds, the roars of various monsters, the clinking of glasses, and the shattering of bottles, all blending together to create the atmosphere of a battlefield. Da Vinci, wait outside in a secluded spot. Da Vinci barked once with his mouth crooked, then obediently squatted in the alley not far from the tavern. Yidong took out the thousand faces mask from his pocket, and with a gentle wipe, the mask disappeared. Yidong put on the mask, and his face instantly became blurry, just a hazy outline. Miscellaneous fish, faceless people. Yidong took a deep breath and pushed open the wooden door of the tavern. The heavy wooden door creaked open, and a strong smell of alcohol and blood wafted out. The tavern was decorated in a rough style, with animal bone decorations and various weapons everywhere, and many monster skull specimens hanging on the walls. A huge iron chandelier hung from the ceiling, its dim yellow light illuminating the entire tavern like a hellish inferno. The air was thick with smoke and the stench of alcohol. There was rude laughter and curses everywhere, and occasionally the sound of smashing bottles and the taunts of monsters could be heard. The atmosphere was noisy, with all sorts of monsters gathered together drinking and chatting. A monster leader was boasting about his achievements, a lizard man was discussing the latest equipment, a fishman was comparing whose scales were the shinier, and there were even a few people gathered together discussing pregnancy potions. Yidong had just stepped through the door when he almost bumped into a porcupine standing upright. "Watch where you're going." The porcupine glared at him fiercely. "Don't you have eyes?" "Oh, sorry." Yidong quickly stepped aside, secretly relieved that he was wearing a mask, otherwise his entry as a human would have caused a commotion. In such places, humans are indeed a rare species and easily become targets of public criticism. Yidong approached the bar, where the fishman bartender was wiping glasses. Seeing Yidong arrive, he asked in a hoarse voice, "What kind of drink would you like?" "Give me the cheapest bottle of wine." Yidong tossed a copper coin onto the table. "The 10 cheapest copper coins." "So expensive, are you robbing us?" "Do you want some? Do you have half a bottle?" Yidong tossed out 4 more copper coins. The fishman bartender glanced at him, bent down, and took out a bottle of what looked like cheap liquor from under the counter, tossing it to Yidong. The label was already tattered. "Fiery water, strong enough. America's 7 or 8? Why would I sell you expired eggs?" The merman glanced at Yidong with disdain. "Besides, the wine is like the female merman. The older it gets, the more fragrant and mellow it becomes." Yidong. After taking the bottle, Yidong found a table in the corner and sat down. He pretended to drink while observing the situation in the tavern, searching for the blood hunter. "After scanning the area, I did not see that iconic red figure. Strange, where is the blood hunter?" Yidong frowned. He looked around but didn't see the blood hunter. Instead, he saw some monsters who were clearly regulars here, talking loudly. So he took the bottle and walked toward a monster who seemed more approachable. This was a very peculiar being. This monster is made of thick vines, maintaining a human shape and standing about 1.7 meters tall. But the most peculiar thing is that it has 2 heads made of vines, without facial features, only some small pores, which makes it look both eerie and somewhat comical. Miscellaneous fish, entangled plants. "Brother, do you know where the blood hunter is?" Yidong tried to make his voice sound friendly. The 2 intertwined heads turned to Yidong at the same time. "What do you want with the curator?" The sound was unique, like stereo sound coming from 2 speakers simultaneously. "I've admired it for a long time and want to see what it looks like." The 2 heads of the entangled creatures looked at each other, then looked at the wine bottle in Yidong's hand and said, "I'm a little thirsty." Yidong understood and immediately filled the empty cups on the table. "This is aged wine. It's fragrant and mellow." The vine picked up the wine glass and poured it directly onto the faceless face. The tiny pores immediately began to absorb the wine, and the color of the vines became brighter. Chanji's 2 heads trembled slightly, and he hesitated for a long time before speaking. "Why does this wine look so much like a batch of products I brewed a few years ago, and it's even expired?" Yidong. Bartender. Chapter 78 Framing. The owner is tasting the newly brewed wine in the back. The 2 heads of the entangled plant spoke at the same time, not angry that Yidong had given it expired wine. He's a wine fanatic. Wine is his lifeblood, more important than his wife. Does the owner dislike it when people waste wine? Yidong recalled the first time he met the blood hunter. At that time, He was being held hostage by the true knight and happened to see it kill a dwarf who was wasting wine when he passed by the tavern. Chanji nodded. For the owner of the pavilion, he would rather others sleep with his wife than waste wine. Yidong was taken aback. This entwined plant could talk. Just then, footsteps came from behind the tavern, accompanied by a strong aroma of alcohol. The next second, a tall figure swayed as he walked out of the back door. It was indeed the blood hunter, but he looked drunk. The blood hunter was a tall and burly man, standing at a height of 1.9 meters. His body was covered in bulging muscles, and a hideous scar ran from his forehead to his chin, adding to his fierce appearance. It was carrying a huge wine jar in its hand, and it was drinking wine as it walked, making it sway slightly as it went. "Where is the entanglement?" the blood hunter shouted with a lisp, his voice so loud it made the glasses in the tavern tremble. All the monsters fell silent, and the entangled plant beside Yidong quickly responded. "I'm here, master." The blood hunter walked over and patted the entangled plant on the shoulder with such force that it almost broke the entangled plant apart. "The plum wine you brewed this time is absolutely amazing. It's sweet with a hint of spiciness, and the spiciness is complemented by a sweet aftertaste. It's a match made in heaven." Chanji's two heads trembled with excitement. "As long as the curator likes it." "Excellent, go and brew more. Every jar of this good wine we drink is one less jar available." "Yes, master, I'll go prepare right away," Chanji said excitedly. Blood Hunter waved his hand. Go on, I'm in a good mood today. I'm going to have a few drinks to celebrate." Chanji nodded and left, both heads looking very happy, heading towards the back of the tavern. Blood Hunter staggered to the luxurious sofa in the center of the hall, the best spot in the entire tavern, and began to snore loudly while holding a crystal wine bottle. The bottle swayed gently in his arms, the liquid inside making a soft sound. The tavern became noisy again, with people discussing when the plum wine would be available. Yidong saw this, and his plan became clearer and clearer. Since the blood hunter loves alcohol so much and has such a volatile temper, I'll start there. If you ruin his cherished wine, he'll definitely fly into a rage, and then you can make him think Fongbei did it. That way, you can use the trick of driving the wolf into the tiger. Thinking of this, Yidong quickly threw away the wine bottle in his hand and went out of the tavern. Stepping outside, Yidong took a deep breath of fresh air. The smell of smoke and sweat in the tavern was so strong that it was almost suffocating. He walked around the tavern and came to its backyard. The front of the tavern is the business area, and the back is the blood hunter's private brewing area. The backyard wall was about 3 meters high, but for Yidong now, that height was nothing. Yidong looked around but didn't see any monsters. He then jumped up and took the opportunity to look into the courtyard. The courtyard was a small brewery, filled with all sorts of wine vats, jars, and strange brewing equipment. The air was filled with a rich aroma of wine, a blend of various fruit and grain scents that created a very unique flavor. The two heads were busy in front of a row of huge wine vats, working together with one head stirring and the other adding ingredients. Its movements were very professional, clearly demonstrating its expertise in the art of winemaking. Smashing all these wine vats would surely break the blood hunter's heart. But the question is, how can he completely frame Fongbei for this? Yidong felt that relying solely on a face might be a bit unreliable. Something else needed to be added. For example, Fongbei's tentacles could be replaced by Da Vinci's twisted form, since the oil lamp was dim and couldn't be seen clearly anyway. In addition, the most important point is to design a motive for Fongbei to destroy the wine vat. Why do you think Fongbei would come here to smash the wine jar for no reason? Yidong seemed to be deep in thought, as if there was only one answer. That means Fongbei couldn't control himself. Thinking about what he was going to do next, Yidong couldn't hold back anymore. He quietly left the backyard and returned to the dimly lit alley where he found Leonardo da Vinci. Upon seeing Yidong, da Vinci immediately ran over, wagging its tail enthusiastically. "I need you to do something very important later." Yidong squatted down and looked intently into Leonardo da Vinci's eyes. "Go wait outside in the courtyard behind the tavern. When I whistle, use your distortion ability to attack the wine vats in the courtyard, understand?" Da Vinci barked, indicating that he understood. "And another thing," Yidong patted Da Vinci's head. "Your distortion should start from my body, and then disguise the distortion as tentacles, like many tentacles attacking the wine vat. That way, people will think Fongbei did it, understand?" Leonardo da Vinci thought for a moment, then nodded, a sly glint in his eyes. Although this silly dog is ugly, it is still intelligent and quickly understood Yidong's intention. "Very good." Yidong nodded in satisfaction. "After you succeed, you will be the third in the church, and you will ride a raven from now on." Yidong didn't forget to make empty promises to Leonardo da Vinci, which made the latter wag his tail even more enthusiastically. Da Vinci quietly slipped into the backyard of the tavern, while Yidong took a deep breath and began to recall Fong Bei's face in his mind. That pale face, those empty eyes, and that chilling, sinister aura. As Yidong directed his thoughts, the mask began to change. The silver patterns on its surface moved as if they were alive, and soon sculpted Fong Bei's face. Yidong took a piss and looked at himself in the mirror. He couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He had even imitated the eyes on the cheeks. In the dim candlelight, he was now Fong Bei. He is now a complete replica of Fong Bei, even imitating that sinister aura almost perfectly. Perfect. Yidong stretched his neck to adjust to the new face. Then he swaggered toward the tavern, ready to make a lasting impression on the blood hunter. Chapter 79 Framing. Pushing open the tavern door, the noise inside filled my ears once again. Yidong walked straight to the bar. The bartender, still wiping glasses, asked in a hoarse voice when he saw Yidong approaching, "What kind of drink do you want?" "Give me half a bottle of the cheapest wine." Yidong tossed 5 copper coins onto the table. The fishman bartender scratched his head, and it took him a while to realize what was happening before taking out the expired fire water from under the counter. Icy red, soft and smooth on the palate. "Isn't it called blazing water?" The fishman bartender paused for a moment, then looked at Yidong strangely again. "It's been too long. I've forgotten what my name is." Yidong. He's quite honest. After getting the wine, Yidong found a conspicuous spot to sit down. It was a round table in the center of the tavern's main hall, surrounded by monsters drinking and chatting, making it an excellent stage for performances. Soon, some monsters noticed him. After all, Fong Bei was a very popular celebrity in the town of Duluan recently. A sharp-eyed monster was the first to recognize him. It tentatively put down its wine glass and walked over, asking cautiously, Are you Mr. Fong Bei, the owner of the pharmacy?" "It's me." Yidong nodded, trying his best to imitate Fong Bei's sinister and cold tone, while deliberately raising his voice so that more monsters around could hear him. Upon hearing this, all the monsters at the table turned around, their eyes gleaming with curiosity and excitement. "Really?" Zheng Tu rubbed his withered hands excitedly, his eyes shining. "Can your pregnancy potion really regenerate severed limbs and heal hidden injuries? I sold a kidney years ago, and it has never grown back." "Of course," Yidong said without hesitation. "I drink it often myself, and the effects are excellent. Look how healthy I am now." He deliberately stood up and spun around to show off his healthy body. "Then why haven't we seen you give birth?" Another lizard man curiously approached, its green scales shimmering under the light. "Isn't it a pregnancy potion?" Yidong remained expressionless, even revealing a sinister smile. "They've all been aborted. I don't want to be a father. My own child is too noisy and would interfere with my research on the potion." Upon hearing this, the surrounding monsters couldn't help but gasp, their expressions filled with shock. Even tigers don't eat their cubs. This is a profound truth, even among monsters. Holy crap, that's way too ruthless. You can just hit your own child whenever you want. No wonder he's capable of developing miracle drugs. He's ruthless. More and more monsters gathered around. Some were customers at the next table, some were bartenders passing by, and even the security guards at the door came over. All eyes in the tavern were drawn to this spot, and even the previously noisy environment became much quieter. A one-eyed werewolf squeezed to the front and asked eagerly, "Boss, I'd like to ask if there are any precautions I should take with the potion, such as contraindications or side effects." Yidong was secretly delighted. This was exactly the problem he wanted. He waved his hand, feigning indifference. "But you're asking about side effects. Well." He paused deliberately, picked up his wine glass, and pretended to take a sip, making all the monsters hold their breath and wait. "To be honest, the medicine is really amazing, but sometimes it can have some minor side effects." "What side effects?" the one-eyed werewolf asked nervously. "It's nothing serious," Yidong said casually, but the next second, his eyes suddenly began to tremble. The monsters watching initially thought it was a problem with the candlelight, but they soon realized something was wrong. Yidong's right eyeball is slowly splitting, like cell division. One eyeball has become two. Holy crap! The onlookers were startled and took a few steps back. "What's going on?" Some of the more timid monsters started to push back, trying to get further away. Yidong casually touched his face, feeling the newly grown eyeballs. "This is a minor side effect of the medicine. It's normal." It's like getting diarrhea from eating too much. It's nothing serious." This is called a minor side effect." A trembling red sheep stammered, its voice trembling. "Of course." Yidong smiled nonchalantly, but the smile, combined with the 3 eyes on his face, looked particularly eerie. The next second, His left cheek began to wriggle, and a new eyeball slowly emerged from under the skin, accompanied by a slight tearing sound. Yidong now has 4 eyes on his face, and they keep blinking, some looking to the left and some to the right, which is completely out of proportion. The monsters couldn't help but take another step back. Even they, who were well-versed in such things, were frightened by this anomaly. The other patrons in the tavern also noticed the unusual situation and stopped what they were doing, staring at Yidong in disbelief. My God, what the hell is this thing? What happened to his face? Look, another eyeball has grown. It's nothing, it's really nothing. Yidong waved his hand hurriedly, but his voice began to tremble. These are minor issues. The drug will only cause mutations with a small probability, and it might occasionally cause people to lose their minds. But the probability is very low, so there's really no need to worry. But as soon as he finished speaking, a bump began to swell up on Yidong's forehead, indicating that a new eyeball was about to grow. Low probability? The monk's voice trembled. This doesn't look like a low probability at all. The 5th eyeball ruptured through the skin, followed by the 6th, the 7th. Yidong's cheeks, forehead, and chin were covered in eyeballs, so densely packed that they looked as disgusting as a toad's back. Damn it. It's happening again. Yidong suddenly clutched his head in pain, his voice becoming hoarse. Why is it so bad today? Usually, I only get 3 or 4 at most. Chapter 80 Framing. All the monsters were shocked by this terrifying scene, and some of the more timid ones began to crowd towards the door. This is terrifying. I never knew pregnancy pills had such terrible side effects. Get away from him. Don't get infected. Yidong's eyeballs continued to multiply, now numbering over a dozen, and these eyeballs were constantly moving. Some had their eyes wide open, some were half closed, some had their eyes rolled upwards, and some were blinking wildly, making them look particularly terrifying. Help! Can anyone help me? Yidong cried out in agony. I feel like I'm going to lose control. He began to frantically scratch his face, his nails digging into his flesh, and blood seeped from around his eyes, mixing with his tears as it flowed down. Stop scratching. If you keep scratching, your eyeballs will pop out. A kind-hearted lizard man tried to stop him, but dared not approach when he saw Yidong's current appearance. I can't control it. My body won't obey me. Yidong's voice was becoming increasingly inhuman, carrying a strange echo. Some monsters had already begun to crowd towards the entrance, but more monsters, driven by curiosity, watched from a distance. Blood Hunter groggily opened one eye on the luxurious sofa, saw the chaotic scene before him, muttered, "Someone's causing trouble again," then turned over and went back to sleep, clearly quite drunk. The next second, Yidong suddenly pounced on the nearest werewolf, making a biting motion. Oh my God! The werewolf was so frightened that he jumped back to avoid it. The other monsters also scattered, fearing they would be hurt by this madman. Run! This guy's out of control. I didn't know pregnancy pills were so dangerous. Let's not buy it. It's too scary. Seeing that the desired effect had been achieved, Yidong suddenly stopped scratching, and all eyes turned to the back of the tavern at the same time. The scene looked particularly eerie, with more than a dozen eyeballs of varying sizes staring at the same spot, as if they were being controlled by something. Wine? I smell wine. His voice became hollow and mechanical, as if possessed by something, a rich aroma. It must be destroyed. Destroy everything beautiful. After saying that, Yidong began to walk stiffly toward the backyard, his movements as unnatural as a puppet on strings. He's going to the backyard. That's the owner's brewing area. Stop him. Those wines are the owner's hard work. Who will go and stop them? But no monster dared to approach. Yidong looked too terrifying. His eyeballs were constantly moving, and it was anyone's guess whether he would suddenly attack. Moreover, that roar just now was truly terrifying. Who knows what other abilities he might have now? Wake up the curator, a monster suggested. The owner is so drunk, you can't wake him up at all. Anyone who tries to wake him will get beaten up. What can we do? Just stand by and watch him destroy everything. Just as the monsters were hesitating, Yidong had already reached the door leading to the backyard. He stiffly pushed open the door, deliberately opening it wide so that the monsters in the tavern could clearly see everything that was about to happen. This was the most important part of Yidong's plan. There must be enough eyewitnesses for rumors to spread faster and wider. A large group of monsters crowded to the doorway and peered into the backyard. The backyard is a small courtyard, but it is very well decorated, with all kinds of brewing equipment everywhere. A dozen or so huge earthenware wine jars were neatly arranged, each labeled with the brewing time and type of wine. The air was filled with a rich aroma of wine, a blend of various fruit, grain, and floral scents that created an intoxicating fragrance. Chanji was busy working in front of the largest wine vat, with its two heads working together. One was responsible for stirring, and the other for observing the fermentation. Hearing footsteps, it turned around to see who was coming. When they saw Fong Bei's face full of eyeballs, both of Chanji's heads were startled, and the vines trembled involuntarily. "Who the hell are you?" Entangling asked in terror, her voice trembling. Yi Dong did not answer, but mechanically walked to the center of the courtyard, where all eyes turned to the precious wine jars. What a wonderful smell! What a beautiful color! It must be destroyed. It must be made ugly. Then, Yi Dong whistled softly. Instantly, Yi Dong's clothes began to wriggle, as if something was trying to crawl out from inside. Immediately afterwards, countless black tentacles burst forth from various parts of his body, some emerging from his chest, some from his back, and others from his sleeves and trouser legs. "No, no," Yi Dong said in a trembling voice, but his face was empty. "I can't control myself. My body isn't mine anymore." Countless black tentacles began to attack everything in the yard. Bang! The first wine vat was struck hard by the tentacle, and its ceramic shell shattered instantly. The precious plum wine inside gushed out like blood, forming a pink puddle on the ground. "No! Stop!" Chanji screamed in agony. "That's the owner's most treasured plum wine. It's been brewing for 3 whole years." But Yi Dong ignored him and continued his rampage with his tentacles. Bang! 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 3 wine vats were smashed in succession, and the different colored liquids mixed together, forming an abstract painting on the ground. That's a 10-year-old vintage. And there's also a secret blend of strong liquor personally prepared by the Blood Hunter. "Oh my God, how many gold coins are we going to lose?" The onlookers gasped in distress. Every drop of that wine was incredibly valuable. Some wines require special ingredients, some require complex processes, and some require a long time. Now they've all turned into puddles on the ground. "Stop him!" A monster shouted from inside the tavern, but its voice was filled with despair. "Who's going?" "You're going." "I dare not. What if I get attacked by tentacles?" Those tentacles look poisonous. As the plant watched its life's work being destroyed, green liquid welled up in its eyes. It desperately tried to rush over and stop it, but after only a few steps, it was lashed out by a thick tentacle. Smack! The immense force sent the vine flying several meters, crashing into the courtyard wall. Most of the vine's body broke apart, and green sap gushed from the damage, spilling onto the ground and mixing with the wine. "Entanglement!" a monster exclaimed. The entangled plant struggled to its feet from the base of the wall, its 2 heads trembling violently, but it did not give up and continued to crawl toward Yi Dong. "Why? Why did you do this?" it asked weakly. "That wine, it's our life." Yi Dong turned his head to look at Chanji, his eyes blinking all at once, some of them even bloodshot, making him look extremely terrifying. Because I can't control myself." His voice was hoarse like a broken bellows, each word filled with pain. "The potion turned me into a monster. I want to destroy anything beautiful I see, and that's not my intention." As he spoke, tears streamed from his eyes, but strangely, the tears from each eye were a different color. "Everyone must stop me and kill me. The pregnancy drug has a serious problem. I'm already completely infected. P.S. Thanks to Jatin Bangrangan for the inspiration capsule, MC34 for the update reminder, and all the friends for their support, as well as the likes, love letters, and flowers from several brothers. The baby in her womb will soon be able to meet everyone before the storyline in the town of Dwaluan ends, which will be quite intriguing. Asterisk. Asterisk. Chapter 81: The Bloodthirsty Hunter's Wrath. The monsters watching this scene felt even more complicated. Fong Bei also looked to be in pain, seemingly controlled by the drug, not acting on his own volition. But the tentacles didn't stop their destruction. Instead, they became even more frenzied. They not only smashed all the wine vats, but also began attacking the brewing equipment. The delicate copper still was wrapped around the tentacles and then twisted violently, producing a piercing metallic creaking sound. The filter mesh was torn to shreds, the wooden fermentation tank was smashed, and even the carefully cultivated brewing bacteria were mashed to pieces by the tentacles. "Don't destroy the strains," the entangled plant cried out in despair. "I spent 10 years cultivating them. Without them, we can't make good wine." But Yi Dong went into a frenzy again, refusing to listen at all, and instead destroying everything even more frantically. Within minutes, the entire backyard was reduced to ruins. The wine, bacteria, and equipment fragments mixed together, forming a disgusting puddle of mud. Decades of hard work destroyed in an instant. Such a loss cannot be measured in money. "Enough, enough!" Yi Dong clutched his head in anguish. His eyeballs began to disappear one by one, like the tide receding. The tentacles gradually stopped attacking and slowly retracted into his body. A few minutes later, Yidong returned to normal. But the next second, he suddenly lunged forward and charged towards the wall. Tentacles emerged from his body again. But this time, they were not used to attack. Instead, they helped him break through the courtyard wall. Boom! A large hole was smashed in the courtyard wall, and rubble flew everywhere. Yidong's figure disappeared into the night. The tavern was deathly silent. All the monsters were too shocked to speak by what they had just witnessed. This terrifying distortion was something they had never seen before. My God, are pregnancy drugs really that scary? Completely out of control, causing indiscriminate destruction? This isn't some miracle drug, it's practically poison. That's terrifying. Luckily, I'm poor and couldn't afford to buy the medicine. What should I do if I've already drunk it? How are you feeling now? It feels itchy. Then stay away from me. The discussions grew louder, and fear began to spread among the monsters. Just then, the blood hunter was finally awakened by the huge commotion. It wobbled to its feet from the sofa, rubbing its eyes in a daze. What's wrong? Hasn't that guy who caused trouble at the tavern been dealt with yet? Master, a monster slid down to its knees in alarm. Something terrible has happened. What happened? Blood hunter stretched. Fong Bei from the apothecary lost control at the tavern, and the monster hesitated, and the other monsters also lowered their heads and dared not utter a sound. Blood hunter frowned. When it saw the monsters gathered at the backyard gate and smelled the strong aroma of alcohol coming from the backyard, an ominous premonition welled up in its heart. What are you looking at? The blood hunter pushed aside the monsters and walked towards the backyard. When it saw the devastation in the backyard, the whole world seemed to stand still. The spilled liquor littered the floor, and the meticulously crafted brewing equipment was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. This is its life's work, it's everything. It had been with it all the way when it fled Lock Street, but it was destroyed right under its nose. My wine. The bloodthirsty hunter's voice trembled, like the wail of a wounded beast. My darling. It knelt in the wine, trying to scoop some up with its hands to salvage it, but the wine slipped through its fingers, and nothing could be kept. Who did this? The blood hunter's eyes began to bulge with blood, and his murderous aura erupted as if it were a tangible force. The temperature in the entire tavern seemed to drop several degrees, and all the monsters felt a fear that came from the depths of their souls. The entangled creature struggled to open its eyes, its two heads appearing incredibly weak. Wah, it's Fong Bei. Fong Bei from the apothecary, the owner. We must kill him. A 10-year-old strain, a 10-year-old strain, and it's been destroyed. As she spoke, the entwined plant began to shed green tears again. Fong Bei, the blood hunter roared, his voice shaking the entire tavern. The dust on the ceiling was shaken off, and the wine glasses bounced on the table. The surrounding monsters all testified. That's right. We all saw it. He had lots of eyeballs growing on his face, and tentacles growing out of his body. He said it was a side effect of the pregnancy medication. He completely lost control. He was destroying everything in sight. It's terrifying. We don't dare go near it. He finally ran away by crashing into a wall. Upon hearing these testimonies, the blood hunter's rage reached its peak. Its body began to exude a terrifying killing intent, and the surrounding air became viscous, like blood. Some of the weaker monsters even began to feel dizzy and lightheaded, a sign that their killing intent was being suppressed. Fong Bei. The crimson hunter roared to the sky, its voice echoing throughout the entire town of Duolun, audible even to those far away. I'm going to tear you apart. The blood hunter rushed back to the tavern and grabbed the great sword that was on the wall. This sword is as tall as a person, with a blood-red blade inlaid with countless monster teeth and bone fragments, exuding a strong killing intent and a bloody smell. If I don't kill him today, I'm not a blood hunter. It strode toward the door, leaving deep footprints with each step, demonstrating the extent of its anger. The museum director is off to take revenge. Hurry up and follow us to see what's going on. Fong Bei is dead. When the blood hunter goes berserk, he'll even dare to cut down the sixth-order enemy. The monsters excitedly followed the blood hunter, marching in a grand procession towards the apothecary. Other monsters continued to join them along the way, and soon a team of over 100 monsters was formed. I've heard that Fong Bei's medicine has terrible side effects. It will make people grow eyeballs and tentacles, and it will cause them to lose control. You just ruined all of Blood Hunter's wine. The blood hunter is going to go berserk now. The news spread like wildfire, and the monsters throughout the entire town of Torn knew about it. Many monsters who were originally planning to buy pregnancy potions began to hesitate. Who would dare to risk drinking a potion that could cause people to mutate and go out of control? At this moment, Yidong had already removed his mask and was hiding with Da Vinci in a secluded alley. Awesome. Yidong couldn't help but laugh, his heart beating a little fast. Da Vinci nodded with a crooked mouth, and his tail started twitching. Ha! Yidong clenched his fist. He had really enjoyed the performance just now. Fong Bei's potion must be completely ruined now, and he'll be in trouble with the Blood Hunters. If the Blood Hunter could just finish him off, Yidong would be even happier. If not, Yidong wouldn't mind performing a few more times. In the distance came the furious roar of a bloodthirsty hunter, like a storm gathering over the town. Yidong was in high spirits. The first step of his plan had succeeded, and now he could just wait and see what the show would bring. Da Vinci, let's go see a play. Chapter 82 Fong Bei vs. Blood Hunter. A man and his dog quietly followed behind the group, heading towards the potion shop with the vast horde of monsters. Yidong was nervous, both looking forward to seeing Fong Bei taught a lesson by the Blood Hunter and worried that there might be some problems with the plan. Soon, the pharmacy came into view. At this time, there were still many monsters gathered at the store entrance, but their numbers were much fewer than before, which clearly indicated that rumors about the side effects of the potion had begun to spread. The Blood Hunter stopped in front of the apothecary, radiating a terrifying killing intent. The oppressive aura was so palpable that the surrounding monsters involuntarily retreated. Fong Bei, get out here right now. The Blood Hunter's roar shook the nearby windows, and some timid monsters were so frightened that they laid down on the ground. The apothecary fell silent instantly, and the clever monsters began to sneak away, afraid of being caught in the crossfire if a fight broke out later. The candlelight inside the shop flickered a few times, as if even the flames were frightened by the murderous intent. A moment later, Fong Bei slowly walked out of the store, his face showing confusion and displeasure. He still looked pale and indifferent, but a hint of doubt flashed in his eyes. Blood Hunter. Fong Bei frowned, his tone filled with confusion. What do you want? Still pretending. The Blood Hunter raised his great sword, the tip pointing directly at Fong Bei, the muscles in his arm taut with rage. What the hell were you doing in my tavern? You ruined all my drinks. Fong Bei was taken aback. What wine? I've been mixing potions at the shop the whole time. I haven't been to your tavern at all. Are you sure you're not mistaken? He turned to look at the monsters inside the shop. You can testify that I've been in the shop the whole time. I haven't even left the door. The monsters in the shop quickly nodded in agreement. That's right. That's right. Boss Fong Bei has been inside preparing medicines for us. I can testify that he even made me pour his water. The boss is so busy he doesn't even have time to look up. But the monsters behind the Blood Hunter refused to believe it and spoke up to testify. Nonsense. We all saw it. It's you. I'll never forget your disgusting face with all those eyeballs. And what about the side effects of the medicine? The uncontrolled mutations. It destroyed Lord Blood Hunter's entire collection. Those wines are priceless. Both sides stuck to their own versions of events, and the atmosphere at the scene became increasingly tense. The monsters watching looked at each other, unsure which side to believe. Distortion? Fong Bei frowned more and more deeply, sensing that something was wrong, but he couldn't figure out what the problem was. I think there must be some misunderstanding here. Why don't we sit down and talk it over? Misunderstanding? Misunderstanding my ass. Blood Hunter was blinded by rage. I'll make you pay for your drunkenness with your blood. The Blood Hunter completely lost his mind, roared, and swung his great sword at Fong Bei. The giant sword drew a blood-red arc in the air, accompanied by a whistling sound as it cut through the air, displaying astonishing power. Fong Bei's expression changed, and he quickly retreated, but the Blood Hunter's attack speed was simply too fast. Laugh! The blade grazed Fong Bei's chest, leaving a deep gash on his clothes. Blood gushed out instantly, staining his white shirt red. I said it wasn't me. Fong Bei roared angrily, while reaching out to retaliate. But the moment his fist touched the Blood Hunter's body, he was kicked away. Bang! Fong Bei slammed heavily against the shop door, instantly shattering the thick wooden door into pieces, sending fragments flying. The monsters inside the shop scattered in terror. You think you can ruin my wine with this little bit of strength? The Blood Hunter sneered as he stepped forward, his greatsword scraping against the ground with a grating sound. I'll show you what regret is. The monsters watching retreated, giving the two more space to fight. Some of the more timid ones started running home, while others stayed far away to watch the spectacle. Yidong hid at the very back, watching with great interest. Don't disappoint me, Blood Hunter. Fong Bei got up from the ground, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and the confusion in his eyes was gradually replaced by anger. Although he didn't know why the Blood Hunter was looking for trouble with him, it was clear that the other party was serious. Since you're being unreasonable, don't blame me for being impolite. He charged at the Blood Hunter, his hands transforming into claws, his nails instantly lengthening and sharpening, gleaming with a cold light. But the Blood Hunter is, after all, a veteran powerhouse of the seventh sequence, with extremely rich combat experience. It parried with its sword while simultaneously thrusting its knee upwards, slamming it heavily into Fong Bei's abdomen. Ugh! Fong Bei bent over in pain, feeling as if his stomach acid was about to come up. Immediately afterwards, the Blood Hunter slammed an elbow into his back, the immense force knocking Fong Bei to the ground, leaving spiderweb-like cracks in the stone pavement. That's it. That's it, the Blood Hunter said dismissively. Fong Bei struggled to his feet, and the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. This regenerative ability caused a flicker of surprise in the Blood Hunter's eyes, but it was quickly overshadowed by greater rage. You're recovering fast, huh? Well, I'll torture you until you wish you were dead. The Blood Hunter raised his greatsword and began a furious, relentless attack. Swish, swish, swish. Sword light fell like raindrops, each strike carrying terrifying power, leaving bloody afterimages in the air. Fong Bei could only dodge awkwardly, having no power to fight back at all. But the Blood Hunter's attacks were too dense, and each sword strike was at an incredibly tricky angle, making it impossible for Fong Bei to dodge them. Soon, he had more than a dozen wounds on his body, and blood gushed out like a spring, staining the ground red. Although the wound heals quickly, the Blood Hunter's attacks are so frequent that they don't give him a chance to fully recover. Fuck you. Fuck you. The bloodthirsty hunter cursed as he hacked and slashed, getting more and more excited with each strike. You ruined my wine. Is that all you've got? I bet you're just a con man who knows how to play tricks. Fong Bei was forced to retreat repeatedly, his anger and confusion intertwined. He really didn't know why the Blood Hunter was causing him trouble, since he hadn't done anything wrong. He felt like he had been framed, but he couldn't figure out who had the audacity to scheme against him. Looking at the bloodthirsty hunter with bloodshot eyes in front of him, Fong Bei no longer hesitated and decided to kill it first. Since you're looking for death, then I'll grant your wish. A glint of madness flashed in Fong Bei's eyes. He stopped dodging and let the Blood Hunter's sword strike him. Uft, uft. Blood gushed out, and Fong Bei was hacked to pieces, but a strange smile appeared on his lips. Are you an idiot? The Blood Hunter was stunned, not expecting his opponent to willingly take the blow. Trying to beg for mercy like this? But it soon realized something was wrong. Fong Bei's blood did not splatter everywhere, but instead strangely gathered on the ground, forming a complex pattern. Deadly remnant god of the chaotic deep sea, mad general with mutated flesh and blood, heed my call. Chapter 83: The Death of the Bloody Hunter. Fong Bei's voice wasn't loud, but it sounded exceptionally clear in the tense atmosphere, each syllable carrying a certain sinister rhythm. As the prayers began, strange changes began to appear on the blood targets on the ground. The magic circle is constructed from countless bloodlines forming an intricate geometric pattern, with a twisted fleshy ball pattern at the center, surrounded by dense, eerie runes. These runes shimmered in the blood, exuding an evil and ancient aura that evoked disgust and fear in those who saw them. What is this? The Blood Hunter sensed something was wrong and instinctively wanted to retreat. But it was too late. Instantly, the crimson magic circle erupted with a blinding red light, turning the entire area in front of the apothecary into a crimson stain. A stench of decay and blood began to fill the air, making one want to vomit. Boom! The ground began to shake violently, and a huge crack appeared in the center of the magic circle, as if the earth had been torn apart from the inside by something. The next second, a huge tentacle as thick as a tree suddenly burst out of the crack. This tentacle is over 10 meters long and more than 1 meter in diameter. Its surface is moist and smooth, and it has a disgusting fleshy red color. What's even more disgusting is that this giant tentacle is covered with countless smaller tentacles, densely packed like hair, covering the entire surface. The tiny tentacles kept wriggling, looking as disgusting as the bumps on a toad's back. Holy crap, what the hell is that? The onlookers were terrified and fled in panic. Some of the more timid ones fainted from fright, while others were so disgusted that they vomited on the spot. The Blood Hunter was also shocked by the horrific sight, but as an experienced warrior, it quickly recovered. I don't care what you are. It raised its great sword to attack the tentacles. Today I'm going to avenge my wine. But the tentacles were moving much faster than it had imagined. Call. The giant tentacle lashed out like lightning, creating a gust of wind that sent surrounding pebbles flying. The Blood Hunter quickly raised his sword to parry. When the giant sword collided with the tentacles, producing a deafening sound. The Blood Hunter was shaken by the immense force, which plowed a deep furrow into the ground. His arms were numb, and he was utterly shocked. What incredible strength, it exclaimed in shock. What kind of monster is this? But the tentacle's attack was far from over. Countless small tentacles slithered like venomous snakes, attacking the bloodthirsty hunter from all sorts of tricky angles. The blood hunter was struggling to keep up. Although he managed to cut off many small tentacles with his superb swordsmanship, they could regenerate after being cut off, making them seemingly endless. Moreover, these tentacles secrete a highly corrosive mucus that corrodes skin and armor if it gets on the body, quickly leaving the blood hunter covered in wounds. Damn it, how come we can't kill all these things? The blood hunter grew more and more alarmed as he fought. It found itself in a fierce battle. This enormous tentacle was not only terrifyingly strong, but also had an extremely high regenerative ability, making it practically an unkillable monster. I'll fight you to the death. The blood hunter roared, gripping his sword with both hands and slashing with all his might at the base of the giant tentacle. This sword strike was imbued with all its power and fury, and the blade burst into flames of blood, making it several times more powerful than before. But the next second, something shocking happened. The giant tentacle suddenly split into two, wrapping tightly around the bloodthirsty hunter like a python. What? Blood Hunter's eyes widened, completely unprepared for this turn of events. Two tentacles wrapped around its body like nooses, and a terrifying squeezing force came over it, making the blood hunter feel as if its bones were about to be crushed. Crunch, crunch. The sound of bones breaking was exceptionally clear in the night sky, and the blood hunter's face instantly turned deathly pale. Let me go. It gasped for breath, blood gushing from its mouth. But the tentacles showed no sign of loosening their grip. Instead, they tightened their hold even more. Fong Bei stared coldly at the blood hunter, his eyes filled with no pity, only deep indifference and anger. He waved his hand, and the tentacle instantly exerted force. Snap, snap, snap. A series of cracking sounds rang out. The blood hunter's eyes lost their light, and his head drooped limply. A powerful figure from the 7th rank was strangled to death just like that. The tentacles released their grip, and the blood hunter's corpse fell limply to the ground, like a rag doll, its former imposing presence gone. The area in front of the apothecary was deathly silent. All the monsters were stunned by the terrifying scene. The once majestic blood hunter is now dead. And why did he die such a tragic death? The giant tentacles slowly retracted into the ground, and the light of the magic circle gradually dimmed, but the stench of blood and the sense of fear in the air lingered for a long time. Fong Bei glanced around at all the monsters present and said coldly, "There's nothing wrong with the pregnancy medication. Someone's setting me up. Does anyone have any objections?" No monster dared to speak. They all kept their heads down, afraid of being noticed by Fong Bei. All the monsters had witnessed the power of that giant tentacle. Even the blood hunter was no match for it. So these small fry would only be throwing their lives away. Since there are no objections, then everyone can leave. Fong Bei waved his hand, his tone as calm as if nothing had happened. The monsters, as if granted a pardon, fled the scene in droves, fearing that if they were too slow, they would be targeted by Fong Bei. In just a few seconds, the once bustling front of the pharmacy became deserted, leaving only the corpses of Fong Bei and the blood hunter. There was also blood everywhere and traces of the battle that had just taken place. Yi Dong, who had already run far away, was dumbfounded and completely stunned. I'm fucking idiot, he stammered, his voice trembling. This is cheat code, right? Bloodthirsty hunter, a veteran powerhouse in the 7th rank, the dominant force in the small town of Duoluan. He was just killed like that? Yi Dong originally thought that Fong Bei could at most fight the blood hunter to a draw, or even be defeated, but he did not expect the difference in strength to be so great. He now realized that he had underestimated the Lord of Anomalies. No wonder the cult leader had to move. That giant tentacle don't know if it's the trump card the cult leader mentioned. If it isn't, then we're in big trouble. Chapter 80 for the departure of the old reptiles. Back at the church, Yi Dong slumped onto the sofa, still reeling from the shock he had just experienced. This guy is a cheater, he muttered to himself. The blood hunter kills without hesitation. He's a monster. Leonardo da Vinci was also lying down to the side, groaning with a crooked mouth, clearly also frightened by what had just happened. This silly dog is usually fearless, but when it saw that giant tentacle just now, it tucked its tail between its legs. Hearing the commotion, Zwa and Yu rushed out. Apostle Yi, you're back? How did the plan go? The two chubby boys looked worried. They could hear the commotion and the monster's screams clearly even from inside the kitchen. This is bad. Fong Bei's fighting strength is a bit abnormal. The key is that we don't know how many trump cards he has. Yi Dong said simply, his voice a little hoarse. Fortunately, his pregnancy drugs probably won't be able to sell after this, so it wasn't a complete loss. Then, what do we do? Yu stammered. Yidong shook his head. He had no clue either. I originally thought that Blood Hunter and Fong Beidou would fight to the death, but it turned out to be a one-sided massacre. The power of the giant tentacle that Fong Bei summoned far exceeded his expectations. And the most troublesome thing is that our operation tonight may have been exposed. Yidong felt something was off. Fong Bei isn't stupid. If someone suddenly impersonates him and smashes up the tavern, he'll definitely be suspicious. Zuozue asked cautiously, won't he trace it back to us? Probably not, but they'll probably suspect our pregnancy god cult, since we're the only ones here who have a grudge against him. Oh, and there's also the ancient reptile. Yidong sighed. What do we do now? The two chubby boys were almost in tears. Should we just run away now? Let's wait until the crow returns, Yidong sighed. Hopefully, it will bring good news. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Yidong was at his wit's end, there was a knock on the door. This time the knocking was a bit hurried, unlike the elegant and rhythmic knocking before. Yidong's heart tightened. Could it be that Fong Bei had come knocking on his door? He quickly gestured to his left and right to hide upstairs, while he himself cautiously walked towards the door. Who? Yidong asked in a low voice, his hand already reaching for Azathoth at his waist. Mr. Yi, it's me, old reptile. A familiar voice came from outside the door, but it sounded somewhat weak. Yidong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly opened the door. But the next second, he was startled by what he saw. The old reptile stood at the door, still wearing that well-tailored suit, but he looked utterly disheveled. The most shocking thing was that its face and clothes were covered in blood, and in some places the bloodstains were not completely dry. Blood ran from its forehead down to its chin, leaving a glaring red mark on its white shirt. Even the delicate monocle was stained with blood, gleaming eerily in the dim light. Holy crap, you got beaten up by Fong Bei? Yidong asked in surprise. The old reptile shook its head, wiped the blood from its face with a handkerchief, its movements still elegant, but its eyes were filled with deep sorrow. No, Mr. Yi. Its voice was choked with emotion. It was me. It was me who killed Xiaomi. What? Yidong was stunned. You killed your cat? What? The old reptile lowered his head, gripping his cane tightly, his knuckles turning white. After returning, I carefully observed Xiaomi's condition, and its deformity was much more severe than I had imagined. Not only are its fur turning into tentacles, but its internal organs are also undergoing terrible changes, and it is becoming increasingly aggressive. So you? Yes. The old reptile nodded, tears welling in its eyes. I ended its suffering with my own hands. Yidong fell silent. Although he had been acting, he still felt guilty seeing the old reptile in such a painful state. Please accept my condolences. Yidong patted the shoulder of his old friend, unsure of what to say. Thank you, Mr. Yi. The old reptile raised its head, a resolute glint in its eyes. I came to tell you that I'm preparing to leave the town of Duolin. Where to? This city. The old reptile straightened its collar. I still have some friends there. I can lay low for a while. He paused, then his tone became serious. Mr. Yi, I can sense that Fong Bei is acting strangely, very strangely. What happened tonight has convinced me that he is definitely not an ordinary pharmacist, but some kind of extremely dangerous being. Yidong nodded. His old crawler intuition was quite accurate. So I advise you to leave here as soon as possible, the old reptile said earnestly. No matter what plans your pregnancy cult has, don't confront that monster head-on. I'll consider it, Yidong replied. The old reptile removed its hat and gave an elegant farewell. Well then, Mr. Yi, I hope we'll have the chance to meet again. After saying that, it turned and left, quickly disappearing into the night, leaving only a few drops of blood on the ground. Yidong closed the door, his mood becoming even heavier. Chapter 85: The Vanished Bloodchild. Just as Yidong was lost in thought, he heard the familiar sound of wings flapping outside the window. Pat pat, pat pat, pat pat. A crow flew in, flapping its wings, and landed wearily on the coffee table, its black feathers soaked with sweat. Damn, I'm exhausted. The crow panted heavily. My wings are almost ruined from the round trip to Dis City. How is it? Any news from Anna? Yidong asked hurriedly. Yes. Raven nodded. Anna has already reported to the Witcher Association that Fong Bei is the Lord of Anomalies and is preparing to anomaly the entire town. What did the Witcher Association say? I don't know. The crow took a sip of water to moisten its throat. I flew back as soon as I finished talking to Anna, hoping to get a bite of the hot food at the banquet. Crow. Yidong couldn't help but curse. The crow spread its wings. Don't have too many illusions about them. The Witcher Association is quite cautious. They need to investigate and verify, which will conservatively take 2 or 3 days. It's blown up, Yi Dong said in despair. We would have been killed by Fong Bei long ago. What's wrong? No progress on your end. Yes, but not many. Yi Dong told Crow what had just happened with a wry smile. When Crow heard that Blood Hunter had been instantly killed by Fong Bei, his little eyes widened in surprise. Holy crap, the Blood Hunters are all dead. Raven gasped. That Fong Bei is a cheater. No wonder he's the Lord of Anomalies. Yi Dong nodded. The Blood Hunter was strangled to death by a giant tentacle, just like crushing a chicken. This is a huge problem. The Raven paced back and forth on the coffee table. I know how strong the Blood Hunter is. He's considered powerful even in the 7th sequence, yet he was instantly killed. So what do we do now? Yi Dong asked. The Raven thought for a moment. We can only wait for the Witcher Guild to arrive, or for that unreliable leader to return. By the time the leader comes back, we'll be long gone, Yi Dong complained. The Crow suddenly stopped and looked at Yi Dong with a strange expression. Yi Dong, don't you think the sect leader's departure was too opportune? What's the meaning? Think about it. Fong Bei just appeared, and the cult leader went to the human world to do some business. Isn't that too much of a coincidence? A cunning glint flashed in the Crow's small eyes. And with the leader's strength. The Crow paused for a moment, then said, I always felt that she was very extraordinary. Every time I saw her, I felt a chill run down my spine, as if it were a form of racial oppression. Yi Dong was taken aback. You mean, it feels like the cult leader is testing us. Raven shook his head. Perhaps all of this is part of the cult leader's plan. Yi Dong thought about it and realized that it was indeed possible. Yu Yuko is a very cunning woman, and she always likes to play some inexplicable tricks. Maybe they really did deliberately leave me here to be tested. Master, I suspect she's just too lazy to do it. Yi Dong slapped his forehead in exasperation. Forget it. No matter what the cult leader thinks, we can't just sit here and wait to die. Yi Dong stood up. I'm going to see the town mayor. Mayor? Crow paused, taken aback. What do you want? The mayor should be in the 6th rank. Maybe we can persuade him to deal with Fong Bei, Yi Dong analyzed. After all, Fong Bei is threatening the safety of the entire town. That's one way, Raven nodded. That old guy blood rascal is indeed quite strong. Do you know where he lives? I vaguely remember it being in the biggest house in the center of town, but... The Crow suddenly rubbed its head with its wings in pain. What's wrong, Crow? Yi Dong frowned. Crow's memory seemed to have some problems. After a moment, the Crow recovered, first cursing before saying, that old fellow has a bad temper and is unpredictable. Yi Dong waved his hand dismissively. You can't just kill me, can you? He beckoned to Leonardo da Vinci. Come on, let's go meet the mayor. I want to go too. The Crow flew to Yi Dong's shoulder. I want to see the mayor. I have a feeling that I have something to do with him. A man, a bird, and a dog carrying a human oil lamp went out the door and headed towards the town center, guided by a crow. On the way, they saw many monsters hurriedly packing their things, clearly preparing to flee the town of Doron overnight. News of the Blood Hunter's death had spread, and fear permeated the entire town. It seems everyone is terrified, Yi Dong remarked. No wonder, even the Blood Hunter is dead. Who would dare to stay here? The Raven said. Is this going to be another Lock Street fiasco where everyone ran away? I feel like you're a jinx, bringing chaos wherever you go. This is called the protagonist, you know, Crow. Soon, they arrived at the town center. Just as the Crow said, there was indeed a very conspicuous large house here. This is a 3-story stone building, taller and more luxurious than the surrounding houses, with 2 exquisitely carved stone pillars standing in front of the door. A small flag with the emblem of the town of Duluan embroidered on it fluttered on the rooftop. This is it, the Crow said, pointing to the gate. Yi Dong stepped forward and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. After a while, the door opened. But the person who opened the door surprised Yi Dong greatly. Standing at the door was Bloodbat, the red-clad mature woman I met on Lock Street. Bloodbat was also taken aback, clearly not expecting to see Yi Dong here. How did you get here? Bloodbat asked in confusion. I've come to see Mayor Blood Rascal, Yi Dong said truthfully. I have something important to discuss. Bloodbat's expression became complicated. She looked around, and then furtively pulled Yi Dong and the others into the room. Keep your voice down, Bloodbat said in a low voice. The room was luxuriously decorated, with expensive furniture and decorations everywhere, clearly indicating that the mayor was living a good life. Where is the mayor? Yi Dong asked. Bloodbat sighed. Father has been missing for many years. What? Yi Dong was dumbfounded. Disappeared? Yes. Bloodbat nodded, a hint of sadness flashing in his eyes. 3 years ago, he went out to investigate something his friend was doing, and he has never come back since. So who's in charge of the town now? The crow asked. Nominally, I'm acting as the town mayor, but in reality, each faction operates independently, especially these new monsters, Bloodbat said helplessly. Yidong shook his head in disappointment. It seemed that the path of becoming the town mayor was not an option. But since Bloodbat was here, he decided to tell her about Fong Bei. I have something very important to tell you, Yidong said with a serious expression. Fong Bei is the Lord of Anomalies. What? Bloodbat's eyes widened. Are you sure? Absolutely true. Yidong briefly recounted what had happened. He just killed the Blood Hunter. Bloodbat's face turned pale. If it really is the Lord of Anomalies, then we are all in danger. Do you have any ideas? Yidong asked. Bloodbat pondered for a moment, then shook his head. With my current strength, I am definitely no match for the Lord of Anomalies. However, she suddenly remembered something. I can lend you one of my father's treasures, which should help you deal with it. And what about you? I'm going to run away. Yidong. P.S. Guys, please give it a 5-star review, or recommend it if you're looking for something to read. The author's recent performance has been sluggish, and they desperately need encouragement. Considering the author has updated 5 times in 5 consecutive days. I'm posting a Leonardo da Vinci image here, please. Asterisk. Asterisk. Oh, and there's something very important. This book is about to reach 200,000 words for its book review, and we're currently seeking 3 titles. Please help the author come up with some ideas. Chapter 86 Seal Fong Bei. Bloodbat got up and walked deeper into the room, returning quickly with a beautiful little box. The box was made of ebony, with intricate vampire crests carved on its surface, and it emitted a faint smell of blood. What is this? Yidong asked curiously. Bloodbat carefully opened the box, revealing its contents. It was a long, sharp tooth, about the length of a finger, with an eerie dark red color. The surface of the teeth is as smooth as a mirror, and the tips are extremely sharp. These are the fangs of royal vampires, Bloodbat explained. When my dad was a child, he saw a royal vampire fight and lost a tooth, so he secretly picked it up. Yidong. What effect will it have? Yidong asked without much hope. As long as it penetrates the enemy's flesh, it can release a powerful paralyzing toxin, Bloodbat explained. Even a 7th sequence powerhouse will instantly lose the ability to move. Yidong's eyes lit up. This was a good thing. Although Fong Bei is very strong, his strength lies in his recovery ability and target summoning. If we can make him lose his ability to move, it seems that we can fight him. Yidong looked at the crow, which was wandering around the room on its 2 little chicken feet, with Leonardo da Vinci following behind it. Crow, can you still use your ultimate skill? The crow turned around and nodded smugly. Of course it works, and I can use it as many times as I want. Upon hearing this, Yidong had a rough idea: to control Fong Bei and allow the crows to carry out targeted strikes. Yidong took the fangs and carefully put them into his pocket. At this point, he wasn't going to hold back any longer. Thank you. I'll remember this favor. Take care. Bloodbat saw them to the door. If things get really bad, run for your lives. Yidong nodded and left the mayor's residence. Although we didn't find the blood child, obtaining this treasure is still a gain. Why are you in such a hurry? I haven't even finished looking at everything in the house yet, the crow complained. What's so interesting about those old things? You don't understand. I always feel that this blood child has something to do with me. I should know it. Yidong glanced at it and said quietly, You're not Blood Rascal, are you? It shouldn't be that dramatic. No, I'm better than it. No sooner had the crow finished speaking than an oil lamp suddenly appeared in the darkness ahead. Yidong stopped and looked over with a frown. It was a tall, human-shaped silhouette. The face was not visible in the dim light of the oil lamp, but Yidong recognized the familiar aura at a glance. Fong Bei. Yidong was so frightened that he shuddered. Encountering this monstrous being so late at night was truly terrifying, especially since this guy was most likely here to kill him. Da Vinci growled warily, standing in front of Yidong, ready for battle. Hee, Yidong. Fong Bei slowly stepped out of the shadows, his pale face appearing particularly sinister under the lamplight. He looked at Yidong with cold eyes, a strange smile playing on his lips. I've always wanted to come find you. Fong Bei's voice was low and threatening. But my plan wasn't finished before, and now that it's ruined, I've come to find you. 10 gold coins. The raven flew onto Da Vinci's head, showing no fear. Also, prepare a piece of flesh and a sentient soul. What do you mean? Fong Bei frowned, not understanding what the crow was saying. Aren't you looking for Yidong? Crow picked at his ear. Everyone who comes to him wants to get pregnant. Don't worry, I'll talk to Yidong and let you get pregnant with more than a dozen babies. Heh. Fong Bei chuckled in anger, his eyes cold as he looked at the crow. Little thing, do you know who I am? I know, Lord of Anomalies. Fong Bei. Fong Bei remained silent for a long time, scratching his head, somewhat unable to understand how he had been exposed. Tentacles? But many monsters have tentacles. Is it the summoned aberrant general? But other monsters can be summoned too. Forget it. Whatever. He's going to confess anyway. You little rascal are quite clever, Fong Bei sneered. You're not the ones who framed me, are you? We don't know what you're talking about, Yi Dong said, feigning ignorance. We've been at home the whole time. We haven't gone anywhere. Oh. Fong Bei tilted his head, a dangerous glint in his eyes. But none of that matters anymore. It doesn't matter whether it's you or not. I'm not going to keep either of you or that ugly dog. Fong Bei's skin began to writhe, and four thick, black tentacles emerged from his back. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and a gaping maw lunged at Fong Bei's face, tearing at his skin and splattering blood everywhere. Yi Dong held up Azathoth, frowning. The next second, Fong Bei used one hand to tear off the gaping maw from his face, along with a piece of skin. He glanced at Yi Dong with a cold smile, then crushed the gaping maw into pieces with his bare hands. Damn it! Looking at Fong Bei's bloodied and mangled face, Yi Dong's hand holding the gun trembled uncontrollably. Now he has seen a real monster. The other monsters in the dark world are nothing but greenhorns in front of Fong Bei. You started it. Fong Bei licked his lips. No sooner had he finished speaking than a tentacle shot towards Yi Dong like an arrow. The speed was astonishing, and a sharp, whistling sound filled the air. Da Vinci! Yi Dong shouted. Da Vinci immediately understood and opened his mouth to let out a low bark. The surrounding stone pavement began to twist and deform, pulling the tentacles down from midair and crashing them to the ground. The stone pavement was easily shattered, and rubble flew everywhere. This ugly dog is interesting, Fong Bei sneered, but it's useless. Really? Then try mine. The crow's eyes instantly turned red, its two black wings spread, and it let out a piercing screech. Become an idiot. The piercing sound waves instantly enveloped Fong Bei. At first, he didn't care, but when he couldn't help but giggle and drool, he realized what was happening. Just as he was about to break free from this state, he saw Yi Dong rushing towards him with a gleaming tooth in his hand. Uft! The vampire royal's fangs pierced deeply into Fong Bei's eyeballs, instantly paralyzing his entire body. Fong Bei was startled and felt a sense of foreboding. The two debuffs from the crow and the fangs rendered him unable to move and even made his thinking sluggish. It worked. Yi Dong frowned, somewhat incredulous. Crow was also somewhat surprised, not expecting that its mental pollution combined with the vampire royal family's fangs would seal Fong Bei away. A man, a dog, and a crow stared at the creature trapped in the north, lost in thought. What should we do? Crow asked Yi Dong. Yi Dong thought for a moment, then looked at the crow and asked, Do you think summoning a god can kill him? The raven pondered. The phantom of the god I summoned possesses the power of the sixth sequence. It should be able to obliterate him. Then let's get rid of him completely. Since Fong Bei is going to make a move against them, the two sides will definitely fight to the death. Crow and Fong can't keep him sealed here forever. Once he adapts, they will definitely come looking for him and kill him. So they must kill Fong Bei directly. Chapter 87 The First Crippled God Below the Gods. One-eyed God under the blazing sun, Lord of the ancient wasteland, I call upon you with my purest soul and offer half of my life. In an instant, the entire night sky was illuminated by a blazing red light, and the temperature suddenly rose, as if a small sun had suddenly descended. The surrounding air began to distort, heat waves rolled in, and even the stone pavement began to steam. The enormous one-eyed bird reappeared, its hairless skin as red as lava, and its single blood-red eye, which occupied its entire head, as deep as an abyss. The pupil in the center of the single eye slowly rotated, locking onto Fong Bei's position. The eagle is awesome. Yi Dong lowered his head, not daring to look, while Da Vinci buried his head in his chest. The one-eyed bird let out a sharp cry, and then a terrifying, intense beam of light shot out from its blood-red eye. The beam of light was a full meter in diameter, and its surface was burning with golden flames. Wherever it passed, the air was burned and exploded. Boom! The moment the light struck Fong Bei, the whole world seemed to freeze for a second. Immediately afterwards, a deafening explosion resounded throughout the entire town of Toronto, and even the monsters several kilometers away could hear the terrifying sound. The explosion instantly illuminated half the town as if it were daytime, the blinding white light making it impossible to open one's eyes. Yi Dong and Da Vinci were thrown into the air by the huge shockwave and rolled several times on the ground before coming to a stop. Damn, no wonder he's a god. Yi Dong got up from the ground, covered in dust, his ears still ringing. Smoke and dust filled the air, obscuring the sky and the sun. Yidong quickly covered his nose, tears welling up in his eyes from the fumes. Cough, cough, cough. Did it succeed? He stared nervously at the center of the explosion, his heart pounding. The crow landed weakly on the ground, its body trembling violently. If it doesn't die, I'll eat it, it said breathlessly. Even a sixth-order monster couldn't withstand this power. After the one-eyed bird finished its attack, its figure began to slowly dissipate. A few minutes later, as the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, everyone was finally able to see the scene of the explosion. A huge circular crater appeared on the ground, with a diameter of more than 10 meters and a depth of 3 or 4 meters, just like it was made by a meteorite. The stones at the bottom of the pit had been burned to a glassy state, still emitting blue smoke and a pungent, burnt smell. And Fong Bei disappeared completely. Only some black ash drifted in the breeze, just like ordinary charcoal ash. Finally dead, Yidong breathed a sigh of relief. So far, Fong Bei is definitely the second most stressful monster for him. The first one, without a doubt, is that bastard Alpha. Da Vinci barked excitedly, his tail wagging like a fan, his crooked mouth stretching all the way to his ears. Although the crow was weak, its eyes were full of smugness. "Pa, this kind of trash, I can kill him with one big move. I thought he was so awesome because he was so arrogant." Just as the three were having a good time, the black ashes that had been drifting in the wind suddenly stopped moving. The next second, the black ash began to wriggle abnormally, as if it were alive. What the hell? What's going on? Yidong's eyes widened, a sense of foreboding creeping in. No way. The crow's voice trembled. They're still alive? The ashes gathered together as if they were alive, making a soft rustling sound, and quickly condensed into a human shape. First the outline of the leg bone, then the flesh, and finally the skin. In just a few seconds, Fong Bei's lower body reappeared. It stood firmly on its two legs in the scorched pit, with black, viscous liquid still dripping from the severed area at its waist, emitting a putrid smell. The most terrifying thing is that the lower body can still move. What the hell is this? Yidong was so frightened, he almost had a heart attack, and his voice changed. Is this guy even human? He's so cunning. The crow was so frightened that its feathers ruffled. Run, you idiot. This thing is beyond our capabilities. But it was too late. Fong Bei's lower body seemed to have its own consciousness, and he took a step and charged towards the nearest crow. Although it lacked an upper body, its speed was still terrifying, leaving deep footprints on the ground with every step. Holy crap, the crow cried out in terror, trying to take flight and run away. However, it had just exhausted itself summoning the gods, and its body was still very weak, which greatly reduced its flight speed. Even more deadly, a black tentacle suddenly burst out from the cut at Fong Bei's waist and wrapped around the crow with the precision of a venomous snake. The crow struggled desperately, but the tentacles were too strong and covered in sticky secretions, making it impossible for it to break free. The next second, Fong Bei raised one leg and kicked the crow hard. The power of that kick was terrifying. It even made the air explode. Bang! The crows flew out like cannonballs, tumbling several times in the air, their black feathers scattering like snowflakes. It crashed heavily into a stone wall more than 10 meters away, and the entire wall was cracked like a spider web. I'm behaving myself now. The crow slid softly to the ground, the light in its eyes gradually dimming, and blood spilled from the corner of its mouth. Upon seeing his companion injured, Leonardo da Vinci instantly flew into a rage, his eyes turning blood red. It opened its mouth and roared angrily, immediately activating its power. The ground began to twist wildly, and countless stones surged towards Fong Bei's lower body like waves. But it easily dodged the twisting ground, and then kicked at Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci tried to dodge, but Fong Bei was simply too fast. Bang! The kick landed squarely on Leonardo da Vinci's dog's head, the immense force sending it flying. Its entire body slammed into the ground, sliding several meters across the stone pavement. Its crooked mouth was straightened by the kick, and then it passed out. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. By the time Yidong realized what was happening, his two companions were already lying on the ground, their fates unknown. Fong Bei's lower body was slowly walking towards him, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Yidong could clearly see the red fleshy buds wriggling at the cut on his waist, densely packed, like countless small snakes twisting. The granulation tissue was still growing, indicating that Fong Bei was recovering rapidly. Damn, this dog is hanging on the wall. Yidong announced that Fong Bei was under much more pressure than Alpha. Even the gods summoned by the crows can't be killed. How can we fight them? The next second, Fong Bei's upper body began to regrow at a speed visible to the naked eye. The flesh and blood suddenly began to writhe rapidly, making a chilling gurgling sound, like boiling water. First, the white vertebrae emerged from the broken bone, then the ribs, followed by the beating heart and other internal organs. Finally, there's the blood-red muscle and skin, layer upon layer covering it. Within seconds, Fong Bei was completely restored to his original state. The newly grown skin was still bright red, with blood vessels pulsating on its surface, making it look particularly eerie. Rebirth successful. Fong Bei stretched his neck, making a cracking sound. It feels even better than before. Chapter 88: The Object in the Throat. In the dim candlelight, Fong Bei's faceless, fleshy face revealed a strange smile to Yi Dong, his bloody teeth gleaming coldly in the moonlight. Little friend, the performance just now was wonderful. As soon as he finished speaking, Fong Bei grabbed Yi Dong by the neck and easily lifted him up. The strength of that hand was astonishing. Yi Dong felt as if his neck was about to be snapped. Let go, Yi Dong said with difficulty, desperately scratching Fong Bei's arm with both hands, but it was no use. Fong Bei's skin was as hard as iron. Fingernails couldn't even scratch it. You dare to go against me with this little bit of strength? Fong Bei sneered, increasing the pressure in his hand. You really don't know your own limitations. Yi Dong felt increasingly difficult to breathe. His vision began to darken, and his consciousness gradually blurred. Am I really going to die? Just then, he remembered the comatose crow and Leonardo da Vinci, and he remembered Ikuko. No, I can't die. A strong will to survive reignited Yi Dong's fighting spirit. He used his last bit of strength to pull Azathoth from his pocket. Bang! The gun barrel was pressed directly against Fong Bei's stomach, and the gaping maw instantly bit into Fong Bei's waist, tearing at him frantically. Fong Bei merely frowned, then punched Yi Dong in the chest. Bang! The immense force caused Yi Dong to feel a sharp pain in his chest, hear a cracking sound from his ribs, and his entire chest cavity caved in. Ugh! Yi Dong groaned in pain, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Azathoth fell from his hand with a crisp sound to the ground. Can't even withstand one punch from me, trash, Fong Bei said disdainfully. By this time, most of his skin had grown back, and he looked no different from a normal person, except that the bloody hole on his cheek from the fangs was still slowly healing. With such trashy strength, you dare to scheme against me? You're tired of living. After saying that, Fong Bei let go of Yi Dong's hand and then kicked him in the stomach. The immense force sent Yi Dong flying. He tumbled several times in the air before crashing heavily to the ground, sliding for more than 10 meters on the stone pavement before coming to a stop. Cough, cough. Yi Dong lay on the ground, coughing up large amounts of blood, feeling as if his internal organs were about to shift. The excruciating pain in his body made him almost unable to move, and every breath felt like being cut by a knife. Fong Bei sneered and slowly walked towards the unconscious crow and Da Vinci. He walked up to the crow and raised his foot to stomp on it when Yi Dong coughed. Fong Bei frowned, looked up, and saw that Yi Dong had already knelt down, clutching his own neck and coughing violently. Yi Dong felt something wriggling in his throat, like a snake trying to crawl out of his mouth. I've had this feeling before, but last time it was suppressed by divine power. But this time, Yi Dong clutched his neck in discomfort, trying to stop the nauseating feeling, but it was completely useless. Hee, it's quite resilient. Fong Bei stood before Yi Dong, looking down at him with disdain. He raised his fist, aimed it at Yi Dong's head, and a smile crept onto his lips. Guess if this punch will splatter your brains out. At this critical moment, Yi Dong suddenly felt something wriggling violently in his throat. A strong feeling of nausea washed over me, stronger than ever before. Vomit. He couldn't help but kneel on the ground in dry heave, his stomach churning violently. The next second, a black thing suddenly burst out of Yi Dong's mouth and stabbed fiercely at Fong Bei. This thing was as agile as a living creature, slithering through the air like a black venomous snake, shooting towards Fong Bei with such speed that no one could react in time. Uft! The sharp tail tip pierced Fong Bei's chest in an instant, exiting from his back, splattering blood everywhere. Fong Bei looked down at the bloody hole in his chest, his face full of disbelief. It was a black tail, as thick as a fist, covered with fine scales that gleamed with a dark light. The end of its tail was unusually sharp, like a spear, and the other end was still attached to Yi Dong's mouth. Its surface was moist and smooth, making it look extremely eerie. Most importantly, the wound pierced by the tail could not heal on its own. Fresh blood kept gushing from the wound, dripping onto the ground with a sizzling, corrosive sound. Fong Bei's proud regenerative ability had completely failed. This is impossible. Fong Bei stared at the wound in horror. How could my regenerative abilities? He tried to grab the tail and pull it out, But as soon as his hand touched the surface of the tail, he was thrown back by a terrifying force. Even more terrifying, his palms began to rot, emitting a pungent stench. The next second, the black tail lashed out inside Fong Bei's body like a sharp knife, severing half of his chest and a hand. Ah! Fong Bei let out a shrill scream, and his severed hand fell to the ground with a thud. Blood gushed out like a fountain, and Fong Bei's face turned deathly pale instantly. The most terrifying thing is that these wounds cannot heal and the bleeding will not stop. Moreover, the flesh around the wound was slowly rotting, exuding an aura of death. Fong Bei finally felt real fear. For the first time, he, the dignified lord of anomalies, encountered a power that restrained him. What is that thing? He stared in horror at the black tail. The black tail seemed to have its own consciousness, swaying slowly in the air, its tip pointing towards Fong Bei's heart. No, Fong Bei felt the threat of death and no longer cared about saving face. He immediately turned and ran away. He ran while clutching his chest wound, blood dripping down his face and leaving a shocking trail of blood on the ground. The black tail seemed to have no intention of giving chase. It simply watched Fong Bei's fleeing figure quietly before slowly retracting back into Yidong's mouth. Yidong could no longer hold on and collapsed to the ground unconscious, falling into a deep coma. The night wind blew by, carrying a strong smell of blood. Under the dim light of an oil lamp, a man, a dog, and a crow lay in a pool of blood, looking utterly desolate. Although Yidong unintentionally repelled Fong Bei, he also paid a huge price. His face was as pale as paper, and his breathing was weak, as if he might die at any moment. Clang, clang. The soft clinking of glass bottles echoed from the end of the street. The sound was faint, but remarkably clear in the quiet night. A hunched figure slowly appeared, pushing a dilapidated cart loaded with various collected glass bottles, making a soft rattling sound. The old woman pulled the cart to Yidong's side, picked him up, and gently placed him on the cart. She sighed softly. Polite children are always the ones who suffer. The scavenging old woman picked up the crow and Leonardo da Vinci again and threw them to the back of the cart. Although the raven and Leonardo da Vinci were unconscious, their vital signs were relatively stable, and they should not be in any danger. Yidong's condition was the most serious. He not only suffered multiple fractures, but also suffered from excessive exhaustion, and his face was frighteningly pale. The old woman scavenging for scraps pulled her cart and disappeared into the night, leaving only the faint sound of the wheels on the stone road. Chapter 89. Reinforcements arrive. Forehead. After an unknown amount of time, Yidong groggily opened his eyes, feeling as if his head had been swung 800 times with a hammer. Where's this? He struggled to sit up, looking around without a doubt that he had entered a garbage dump. It looks like a dilapidated temple that has been neglected for a long time. The walls are covered with cobwebs, and there are several large holes in the roof that allow you to see directly into the sky. The corner was piled high with glass bottles, densely packed together like a junkyard. Am I not going to go back to Earth? I got beaten up and kidnapped to a junkyard. Yidong couldn't help but shiver as he tried to recall what had happened. Fong Bei's bloodied and mangled face, the one-eyed god, the unconscious crow and Da Vinci, and the last tale that came out of his mouth. Yidong touched his mouth, feeling something still moving in his throat, the aftertaste. What on earth was it that managed to drive away the Lord of Anomalies? As the words came out of his own mouth, Yidong couldn't help but think in a certain direction and quickly shook his head. That idiot, pregnancy goddess, said she's carrying a lovely girl. She wouldn't lie to herself, right? Just as Yidong was lost in thought, a familiar voice came from outside the door, and Yidong instantly knew which foul-mouthed guy it was. Hey, 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 isn't this Marshal Tianpeng? The next second, the raven rode in riding Leonardo da Vinci, swaggering in like a landlord with his head held high. It's really bad that you're still alive, crow. Yidong couldn't help but laugh. I was hoping to have a feast to nourish myself. Upon hearing Yidong's voice, Leonardo da Vinci immediately wagged his tail excitedly, almost throwing the crow off the ground. Steady, steady, you stupid dog. The crow quickly grabbed da Vinci's feathers. Yidong, I knew you were always hoping I'd die. Crow rolled his eyes. I almost died twice while I was with you. Think about your own reasons, Crow. If I hadn't listened to you and summoned the one-eyed god, would my divine protection have allowed me to die? The crow rolled its eyes. It had almost died twice in a row because of summoning the gods. Summoning a god is equivalent to divine protection. Even a crow, an eighth-order creature, will no longer be protected by the god for a short period of time. Forget it. As long as he's not dead, that Fong Bei is fucking dead. Yidong still felt a chill of fear when he thought back on it. If it weren't for that last tale, they might have been wiped out. Seeing that his two companions were still alive and kicking, Yidong finally felt relieved. TCH, I'm not that easy to kill. The crow flapped its wings smugly. Although I got kicked by that cheater, I'm tough and only lost a couple of feathers. Yidong glanced at the crow. This guy was really stubborn. He had been kicked unconscious back then. By the way, where is this? Yidong looked around. This is the scavenger granny's house. The crow gave him a disdainful look. That night after you fainted, it was the scavenger granny who brought us back to life. You've been unconscious for 2 days. Da Vinci and I woke up yesterday and have been waiting for you, the sleeping god. 2 days. Yidong was stunned for a moment. Damn, what about Fong Bei? Upon hearing Yidong's question, the crow cawed and chuckled. Guess what? That cheater has already run away, scared off. What do you mean? Yidong was stunned for a moment, feeling a sense of unreality. The Lord of Anomalies just ran away like that. Although his inexplicable black tail did injure Fong Bei quite badly, given his high-class status, he shouldn't be so scared that he would wet himself, right? You think you can just eat shit? The crow saw through Yidong's thoughts and mocked. The Lord of Anomalies isn't scared away by you. Why is that? Because the Witcher Guild and the Imperial cult have arrived. The raven seemed quite excited. That girl Anna is really something. She brought in a 6th sequence Witcher and a saint. Then what are you so excited about? Yidong rolled her eyes at him. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were human. What's it to you? The crow said smugly. Anyway, I'm happy to see Fong Bei running away with his tail between his legs. Damn it, he actually dared to kick me. They arrived yesterday morning, and that coward Fong Bei ran away with his tail between his legs as soon as he heard the news. He didn't dare to utter a sound. Regardless, Yidong breathed a sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed. Fong Bei was simply too strong, frighteningly so. This dark world suddenly seemed less beautiful, as there was such a terrifying monster. Just then, footsteps came from outside the door. Yidong, are you awake? A familiar female voice came from inside, and Yidong immediately recognized it as Anna's voice. Just woke up. The door was pushed open, and Anna walked in. She was still wearing that black Witcher uniform, but her entire demeanor had changed noticeably. Anna used to be very spirited, but she always gave people the feeling of being a hardworking but not very capable nobody. Anna now exudes a powerful aura. Even her walk is full of confidence. She's definitely a strong woman. Great, you're finally awake. Anna smiled happily. I'm so sorry, the reinforcements were a little late. It's good enough that you came at all. At least I'm safe for now. Yidong sighed. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, I would have been dead by the time they arrived. Don't mention it, we're friends. Anna waved her hand. Besides, I didn't expect Fong Bei to actually be the Lord of Anomalies. Luckily, the Witcher Association came through. By the way, how did you convince the Witcher Association so quickly? Yidong asked curiously. Normally, they should need to investigate before confirming, right? Anna gave a mysterious smile. Because I'm awesome now. How awesome is it? I was chosen by the mechanical creator to become a believer, Anna smiled. Now that I have advanced to the 7th sequence, and I swore on it with my life, I arrived quickly. He's someone important now, the crow interjected. I see. Yidong pinched the crow's stinky beak. No wonder the Witcher Association reacted so quickly. Congratulations, Anna, on reaching the 7th sequence. You're going to be a big shot from now on, Yidong said sincerely. Anna blushed slightly. Thank you. Actually, I didn't expect it to go so smoothly. It feels like a dream. By the way, our captain has something to ask you, probably about the Lord of Anomalies. Okay, let's go. Chapter 90 Real Flesh and Blood. With Anna's help, Yidong stood up unsteadily, feeling as weak as noodles. The crow settled back onto Leonardo da Vinci's head, looking quite smug. Let's not go to da Vinci's place. What if his gun goes off accidentally, and it explodes? The crow tugged at da Vinci's feather, stopping him from following. Yidong patted Leonardo da Vinci on the head before following Anna out of the dilapidated temple where the scavenger woman lived. The town of Duluin is now as quiet as a ghost town. There isn't a soul to be seen on the streets, and only faint candlelight can be seen through the windows. The doors and windows of every household were tightly closed, and some even had a bunch of messy talismans pasted on their doors, which looked even more exaggerated than the Spring Festival couplets. What happened? Yidong asked in confusion. Did all those monsters just vanish into thin air? They're all hiding inside, trembling with fear. Anna couldn't help but laugh. After all, a Holy Mother and a 6th Order Witcher have arrived. These monsters wouldn't dare wander around outside. That's true. Yidong nodded understandingly. After walking for more than 10 minutes, they arrived at the pharmacy. A makeshift camp had been set up in front of the gate, with the golden banners of the Imperial Church and the black banners of the Witcher fluttering in the wind. Several mounted knights were patrolling back and forth, looking quite imposing. "Captain, Yidong is here. Come in." A dignified male voice came from inside the tent. Anna lifted the tent flap, and Yidong reluctantly went inside. As soon as Yidong entered the tent, he felt a powerful pressure coming towards him, as if a mountain was pressing down on him. Holy crap! Yidong almost collapsed to his knees, but thankfully Anna caught him. The tent was spacious inside, with a long table in the center covered by a detailed map of the town of Duoluan, densely marked with various symbols, making it look like a combat command post. A tall man sat at one side of the table, wearing the black uniform of the Witcher Guild, with a gleaming silver sixth sequence badge on his chest. He looked to be in his 30s, with a menacing scar running from his forehead to his chin, giving him a battle-hardened, tough look. On the other side of the table stood a woman dressed in a white robe, wearing an exquisite golden headdress, radiating a holy glow, like an angel descended to earth. This Virgin Mary looks much more imposing than the one who cleaned up Lock Street before. She must be a more powerful being. How could a human survive the clutches of the aberrant lord? The Witcher looked up at Yidong, his eyes sharp as knives. "You're quite something." "I'm pregnant, my lord." Yidong hurriedly bowed, appearing quite respectful on the surface, but inwardly he was cursing. "He put pressure on me the moment I walked in, and now he's openly doubting me. This guy is really arrogant." However, those in the 6th rank certainly have the qualifications. "Captain." Anna frowned, not understanding why the captain was doing this. "My name is Fredo, the highest-ranking Witcher in the Dis City Witcher Guild." Fredo ignored Anna, stood up, walked over to Yidong, and extended his right hand. Yidong hesitated for a moment before taking his hand. Fredo held Yidong's hand, a deep look of confusion on his face. "You are pregnant?" Anna was stunned by these words, wondering if her captain had gone mad. "My lord, would you like to give it a try? For 10 gold coins, our fertility god sect can help you conceive." Fredo smiled and released his hand. "No need. I heard you went head-to-head with the Lord of Anomalies?" Fredo sat back down. "We were unilaterally and thoroughly defeated." You're too modest." Fredo shook his head. "After we arrived, we found some of the true flesh and blood of the Anomaly Lord at the scene." As he spoke, Fredo took out a transparent jar containing the hand that had been cut off that night. The hand was still wriggling, clinging to the jar wall like an octopus. And then, Yidong frowned. Fredo looked into Yidong's eyes, his sharp gaze making Yidong feel uncomfortable. "So, I'd like to ask, what power did you use to stop the Lord of Anomalies from recovering?" Yidong thought to himself. As expected, this guy came for my ability to suppress and restore my power. If he could really give it to them, Yidong might actually share it with them, because eliminating the Lord of Anomalies would also be beneficial to him. But Yidong himself didn't know what it was, let alone give it to them. "Captain, didn't you say you brought Yidong here just to ask about the details of the Lord of Anomalies?" Anna couldn't hold back any longer and pulled Yidong behind her, questioning him coldly. "Anna, I need to find out the answer. This is the key to whether we can completely kill the aberrant lord." Fred shook his head apologetically. Anna wanted to say something, but Yidong stopped her. "I'm sorry, sir, I don't know what happened either. I only remember being beaten half to death, and then I don't know anything else." Fred paused for a moment, then nodded. "It seems to be just a coincidence, Anna. Take him away." Yidong breathed a sigh of relief. This guy wasn't so bad after all. He didn't press the issue too hard. Anna helped Yidong leave, while the Virgin Mary stared intently at Yidong's abdomen. After the two left, the Holy Mother spoke. Inside his belly. Upon hearing this, Fred looked at the Virgin Mary, his expression serious. "Are you sure?" The Virgin Mary's expression remained calm as she nodded, but then immediately shook her head. "Don't mess with him, he's dangerous." Fred frowned, then finally sighed. "It seems we have no choice but to do the same thing as last time. Try to eliminate it as quickly as possible, even if it means losing another legend." But the Virgin Mary shook her head again, leaving Fred somewhat confused. What are the Virgin Mary's thoughts? Give him real flesh and blood. Chapter 91 Jejia. Stepping out of the tent, Anna looked at Yidong with a guilty expression, her eyes full of apology. "I'm sorry, I didn't expect the captain to interrogate you like this. I thought it was just a simple inquiry." It's nothing. Yidong waved his hand, though he was still a little annoyed inside. "As a victim myself, I was almost beaten to death by that cheat Fong Bei, and yet I was being interrogated as a suspect by the demon hunters. It felt as frustrating as being beaten up and then being suspected by the police. But to be honest, your captain's aura is really powerful." Yidong rubbed his still sore shoulders. "I almost collapsed to my knees on the spot." Anna smiled a little shyly. "That's just the captain's personality. He's actually a nice person, but he's just a bit too much of a professional. As they were talking, a faint light began to appear on the horizon, as if someone had gently torn a small opening in a black curtain. It's dawned so soon. Yidong looked up at the sky, feeling that time had really passed quickly. Having spent so long in a dark world, I feel an indescribable sense of emotion every time I see daylight, like seeing a ray of hope in the darkness. The eastern horizon began to lighten with the first hint of dawn, and the morning light pierced through the darkness, spreading across the earth like golden threads. A gentle breeze carries the fresh scent unique to the morning, making one want to take a deep breath. As daylight arrives, the houses in the town of Duluan begin to appear transparent, like a mirage, with their edges gradually blurring and fading away. Streets, shops, and even those familiar alleyways are gradually disappearing, as if they never existed. Every time I see this scene, I feel amazed, Yidong exclaimed. It's like the whole world is an illusion. Yes, that's how the dark world is. Anna looked at the gradually disappearing town, a hint of emotion in her eyes. Sometimes I can't even tell which world is real. A few minutes later, the entire town of Duluan disappeared completely, leaving only a vast wasteland. The green grassland stretches to the horizon, with a few wildflowers swaying in the breeze, creating a serene and beautiful scene. The only things that still exist are the Witcher Guild's tents and a few horses, which look particularly out of place in the wilderness. Good morning, Yidong. A gentle female voice sounded behind Yidong, with an indescribable ethereal quality that was very pleasant to listen to. Yidong turned around and saw that it was the Holy Mother. She removed her golden headdress, revealing a cascade of long, silvery white hair that shimmered in the morning light. She looked much gentler, losing that aloof and authoritative air, and seemed more like a kind older sister. Good morning, Holy Mother. Is there anything I can help you with? The Holy Mother nodded slightly to Yidong, then took out the transparent jar containing the flesh and blood of the aberrant lord from her bosom. This belongs to you. Huh. Yidong was stunned. He didn't expect them to give him the flesh and blood of the Lord of Mutation. Shouldn't they have kept it for themselves? The Virgin Mary's eyes held an indescribable depth, and though her eyes were misty, there was always an ineffable tenderness about them. The Lord of Anomalies is the first crippled god below the gods, and his strength is extremely terrifying. In its previous life, it was removed by a legendary Witcher and a High Mother, but the legendary Witcher perished as a result, and the High Mother was also seriously injured and hid in the High Tower, never to be heard from again. I see the power to overcome it in you. If you have the chance, I hope you can help us. Yidong's expression was somewhat complicated, since the Holy Mother had already said so much, and given the real flesh and blood, he couldn't say anything more. Moreover, Fong Bei's resurrection sacrifice included the task of killing him, so he would definitely not let it go. If he could truly control this power, he would definitely help them, because that would also be helping himself. Yidong carefully took the jar. The flesh inside was still writhing, a sight that sent chills down one's spine. Okay, if there's a chance, Yidong replied, forcing a smile. The Virgin Mary nodded in satisfaction, put her headdress back on, and instantly regained her sacred and majestic aura. She turned and walked towards the tent, her steps light, her white robe fluttering in the wind, making her look like an angel walking on earth. Yidong held the jar, his heart filled with mixed emotions. I'm leaving now, Anna. Yidong tucked the jar into his coat and said goodbye to Anna. All right, after we deal with the followers of the Lord of Anomalies, we'll head back to Dis City. A believer? Yidong stopped in his tracks. Anna's expression turned serious. Those monsters that drank the pregnancy potion will gradually turn into mutated monsters. If we don't clean them up in time, the consequences will be unimaginable. Yidong understood immediately. No wonder Fong Bei was willing to develop pregnancy-enhancing drugs. It turned out he wanted to spread mutations. Yidong nodded, said goodbye to Anna, and headed towards the church building. The blood lamps had been lit in front of the church building, their orange-red light looking rather strange in the daytime. Yidong pushed open the door and entered. A familiar warm atmosphere wafted towards him, mixed with a faint aroma of food. Home is still the most comfortable place. He couldn't help but sigh. After all the hustle and bustle outside, home is still the most reassuring place. The crow was lying on the sofa, one wing resting on its forehead, looking deep in thought, while the other wing was rhythmically flapping against the sofa armrest. Lao Tzu is contemplating life. It said in a serious tone, "Think about why I always almost died." Leonardo da Vinci inherited the dark, gloomy nest, sleeping by the fireplace, occasionally snorting, sound asleep, his crooked mouth still drooling in his dreams. The sound of pots and pans clattering came from the kitchen, probably because Zuo was preparing food. Apostle Yi. Hearing the door open, Zuo rushed out of the kitchen, her apron still covered in flour, and Yu also peeked out. Apostle Yi, are you alright? Mr. Crow said you've been unconscious for 2 days. Zuo looked Yidong up and down anxiously, as if afraid that something might be missing from his body. You're still worried about him? The crow interjected irritably. I've lost several feathers because of this good-for-nothing. You should be more concerned about me. Yidong tapped the crow on the head, and the crow just grumbled and flapped its wings twice, clearly used to it. It's all right. It's all right. Just take a couple of days to rest. Yidong waved his hand, feeling a little touched. Although these two chubby boys aren't very capable, they are genuinely kind to me. The two chubby boys finally breathed a sigh of relief, and their tense shoulders relaxed. That's good. That's good. We made egg tarts. Yu hurriedly ran to the kitchen. We also made some freshly cooked millet porridge and fried eggs. I want to eat egg tarts so I can grow back the feathers. Chapter 92, Leaving the Town of Toronto. Just as Yidong was savoring the sweet taste of the egg tart, the familiar sound of horses' hooves came from outside the door. Neigh, neigh, neigh. Black Cloth's distinctive high-pitched neighing echoed throughout the street, and there was even a hint of smugness in the dead horse's voice. Yidong felt that this guy was gloating a bit. The door was kicked open with a loud bang, and the door frame even shook a few times. Yuko strode in, wearing that familiar black robe. Her purple eyes, hidden beneath the hood, shone like two mysterious gems. Yuko lifted her hood, revealing her beautiful yet aloof face. Her long black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, shimmering faintly in the candlelight. Her hair was a little messy, and there was some dirt on her robe, so it seemed that this trip was not easy. But her aura remained powerful. Just by standing there, the temperature in the entire room seemed to drop several degrees. Yuzi glanced around the living room, her gaze lingering on each person for a few seconds before finally settling on Yidong a little longer, a barely perceptible hint of satisfaction flashing in her eyes. Not bad, still alive. Yuzi's tone was very calm, as if she were commenting on today's weather, but Yidong could hear the hidden concern in her voice. Master, did you rub the mud on your clothes yourself? The crow was oblivious to the danger. The next second, a huge, pitch-black ghost hand emerged from the ground and grabbed the crow. Wah! The crow struggled frantically, its entire body enveloped by the ghostly hand, with only its two tiny claws sticking out as it thrashed about. Yidong swallowed hard, feeling sorry for the crow who couldn't control his sharp tongue, though he shared the same thought as the crow. Master, you're back. Yidong smiled happily and quickly got up to take the master's black robe. To be honest, although I always complain about Yuko, when I'm really in danger, only she can give me a sense of security. Yeah, I just finished a big deal and am heading back now. Yuko stretched, seemingly genuinely tired. Master, we were almost killed by that cheater Fong Bei. Yes, yes, yes. The crow broke free from its restraints, its little face contorted in agreement, its black feathers slightly disheveled. That aberration lord is simply monstrous. Its regenerative abilities are even stronger than a cockroach's. We almost got wiped out. You've already done a great job surviving the Lord of Anomalies. The cult leader reached out her slender fingers and gently patted Yidong's head, as if petting a cat. It's strange, really. The Lord of Anomalies didn't kill us in the end. That's really strange. The crow smacked its beak, clearly unaware of Yidong's final divine power. It must be because I'm too handsome. You're talking bullshit. You're probably afraid I'll suddenly wake up and summon the gods again. People are afraid of Leonardo da Vinci, but they're not afraid of a piece of trash like you who got kicked unconscious. Didn't Leonardo da Vinci also kick someone? Ikuko. Shut up, you two foul-mouthed idiots. At Yuzi's command, the man and the bird finally behaved themselves. Hey, master, you seem to be using foul language too, Crow and Yidong questioned at the same time. Shut up. Zuo and Da Vinci stood aside, not daring to make a sound, silently eating their egg tarts. Once the man and the bird had completely calmed down, Yuzi's expression softened. All right, pack your things, we're moving. Moving? Yidong was taken aback. Master, have you decided where to go? Yu nodded, walked to the window, and looked outside. The scenery is better during the day, let's hurry up and go. So where are we moving to? Yidong asked curiously. A dilapidated mountain range. A ruined mountain range. The crow nearly jumped off the table, wings spread wide. Is this right? Master, why are we going to such a desolate place? Yidong asked, somewhat puzzled. We won't even have any guests then. Originally, I planned to move to the Kingdom of Hao or the Kingdom of White Bone, as I have considerable assets in both countries. However, I later visited the fire demon's territory and discovered something wonderful that will allow us to move without having to move. Master, you have a lot of assets. Yidong only heard a lot of assets and didn't care what the master said after that. What are you focusing on? Yu Zi tapped Yidong's head, and Yidong quickly tapped Crow's head in return. Why are you hitting me? The Crow stared wide-eyed, only to be met with another knock from Yidong. Is that right? The Crow quickly flew away and landed on Leonardo da Vinci's head. That's more like it. Yu Zi was speechless. These two were really making a ruckus. Enough talk, let's move. At the leader's command, Yidong and the others had no choice but to obey. Left and right, pack your things, Yidong said, turning to the two chubby boys. Yes, Apostle Yi. The two immediately put down their work and began to busily tidy up. The entire church instantly became busy. All kinds of furniture were moved out and loaded onto trucks, books were carefully packed, and even bottles and jars had to be carefully packaged. Soon, the entire truckload of luggage was loaded. The church has accumulated quite a lot over such a long period of time. Besides everyday items, there are also various novels. 2 boxes were filled with Yu Zi's bad novels alone, making Yidong roll his eyes. Master, you have way too many books. Is it really necessary to bring all these trashy novels with you? That's spiritual nourishment, don't you understand? Yu glared at him. And who said it's trash? These are all classic works. Yidong glanced at the book titles. The Lazy Life After Rebirth. The Devil's Personal Pet. Today, even the female demon will discipline her little pet. Reverse training. Swapping identity with your pet. All right, if you say it's a classic, then it's a classic. Yidong shook his head helplessly. Yuko donned a black cloak so she could enjoy a panoramic view of the beautiful scenery. Yidong, Crow, and Da Vinci climbed into the carriage, with Zuiyu and Zuiyu riding 2 horses at the very back. Let's go. Yu waved her hand, and the group left the town of Duoluan. Chapter 93 Leonardo da Vinci's Pregnancy. The carriage started slowly, its wheels making a rhythmic gurgling sound on the stone pavement. Yuko rode on the back of the black cloth, her long black hair fluttering in the wind. Yidong, Crow, and Da Vinci sat in the swaying carriage, which was crammed full of various luggage, leaving almost no extra space. Zuiyu followed behind on 2 other horses. The 2 chubby boys were clearly not very good riders, bouncing all over the place on their backs, looking like they might fall off at any moment. Yidong looked out the window with boredom. The vegetation was particularly lush during the day, and the verdant mountains could be seen in the distance. Suddenly, he remembered something and pulled out the transparent jar containing the flesh and blood of the aberrant lord from his pocket. The jar gleamed eerily in the sunlight, and the flesh inside continued to writhe, like living jelly, sending chills down one's spine. What's this? The crow poked its head out, its little eyes wide open. Is this your hidden snack? Yes, it is delicious. I'll stuff it into your mouth later. The crow became alert. Yidong, that idiot, always liked to say the opposite of what he meant, so this thing was definitely not edible. Yidong unscrewed the jar, and a putrid smell mixed with the stench of sulfur instantly filled the air. Ugh, this is a fucking corpse. The crow quickly covered its beak, flapping its wings loudly. Get away from me. I'm going to tell the cult leader you're playing with corpses. Get out of here, crows, learn from Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci was quite curious. He tilted his mouth and sniffed it, then wagged his tail excitedly, his tongue almost dripping onto the ground, as if he thought the smell was quite fragrant. Yidong couldn't help but frown. The smell was indeed quite pungent, like rotten eggs mixed with burnt hair, practically a biological weapon. This silly dog has really unique taste. The crow shook its head speechlessly. Could this be the legendary heavy taste? Yidong shook his head. He took out a previously collected intelligent soul and then grabbed the lump of flesh and blood. Even after the flesh and blood of the Lord of Aberration were separated from his body, they continued to writhe, struggling in Yidong's hand like an octopus, which truly disgusted Yidong. All right, it's time to give Fong Bei a son. Yidong began to carefully create the fertilized seed, being more cautious than ever before. The moment the flesh and blood of the Lord of Anomalies came into contact with the intelligent soul, a violent reaction occurred. Purple bubbles began to appear on the surface of the flesh, like boiling magma, while emitting a sizzling corrosion sound. The intelligent soul was not to be outdone, its blue light blazing forth, intertwining with the red light of flesh and blood to form a strange purplish-red glow. Holy crap, this reaction is a bit too intense. Yidong felt the materials in his hand trembling violently, as if he were holding a bomb that was about to explode. As the 2 materials fused, tiny electric arcs began to appear in the air, crackling and popping, and even the temperature inside the carriage rose noticeably. The crow, terrified, retreated to the far corner of the carriage, its wings pressed tightly against its body. Won't this explode? I'm still young. I don't want to die so soon. After more than 10 minutes, the reaction finally subsided, and Yi Dong found a gestational seed that was completely different from the ones he had seen before. This gestational species is a deep purplish-black color, with tiny tentacles constantly wriggling on its surface, just like a living jellyfish. Damn, this thing looks like it's from the underworld. The crow took a few steps back, staring warily at the pregnant creature. It does look a bit like the underworld. Yi Dong also felt that this pregnant creature looked abnormal. The wriggling tentacles on its surface reminded him of some indescribable deep-sea creature. But it should be very strong. After all, it is made of the flesh and blood of the Aberration Lord. So who will try now? Yi Dong looked around the carriage, his gaze shifting back and forth between the crow and Da Vinci. Don't look at me. The crow immediately bristled, its black feathers standing on end. I'm not eating this disgusting stuff. Who knows what kind of monstrosity it will turn into? What if I give birth to a little mutant master? I don't want to be the father of that thing. What if the child is more powerful than me? Wouldn't that be a joke? Yi Dong curled his lip. At most, you're a surrogate mother. Go away, Yi Dong. Crow shook his head firmly. Besides, what if I get stretch marks because I'm so handsome? Yi Dong had no choice but to turn his gaze to Da Vinci, the silly dog who was looking at the pregnant dog with expectant eyes, its tongue almost drooling to the ground, and its tail wagging like an electric fan. Leonardo da Vinci, would you like to give it a try? Da Vinci barked excitedly, his eyes gleaming with longing, as if to say, give it to me, give it to me. Holy crap, this idiot really dares to do that. The crow looked at Da Vinci in shock. No wonder he's got a screw loose. He'll eat anything. Very good. Yi Dong patted Da Vinci's head. Once Da Vinci's child is born, you won't be able to bully it anymore. No way. The crow thought with some regret. Yi Dong handed the fertilized egg to Da Vinci, who swallowed it whole without hesitation, then licked his lips with satisfaction and let out a burp. It's that simple. Yi Dong was somewhat surprised. How does it feel? Da Vinci barked once, seemingly saying it tasted good, then continued lying down, and for the time being, it didn't seem to change much. Yi Dong rubbed his chin. It seemed that the flesh and blood of the Lord of Mutation, combined with the alien pregnancy, had not brought any special changes to Da Vinci. It was probably all in the newborn child. If the Lord of Mutation mutates again, who knows what kind of thing will be born? Chapter 94 Swallowing the Ball, Storage Bag? The carriage continued its journey until it was completely dark when it arrived at Dis City. Yi Dong lay drowsily against the carriage window, while Leonardo da Vinci lay fast asleep on the carriage floor, and crows huddled in his arms. I can no longer smell Da Vinci's signature scent. No, perhaps I've just gotten used to it. Apostle Yi, Dis City is just ahead. Zhuoz's voice rang out. Yi Dong lifted the carriage curtain and looked out. Sure enough, he saw the magnificent city in the distance gradually approaching, its towering walls gleaming in the last rays of sunlight. The convoy stopped outside Dis City. Yu jumped off the black cloth and dusted off her hands. Yi Dong, get out of the car. Yu Zi took out a strange bag from her bosom and threw it to Yi Dong. The bag looks ordinary, like a regular burlap sack, but it feels rough to the touch, somewhat like animal skin, and has a warm feel. The bag is a light brown color with irregular patterns on its surface, resembling the skin texture of some kind of creature. What is this? Yi Dong curiously touched the bag, feeling it seemed to be wriggling slightly. Swallow the ball, swallow the beast's stomach. Yu Yuko said simply, with a hint of pride in her tone, go to the city and buy supplies, the more the better, and put them all in this bag. A devouring beast. Yi Dong was taken aback. What is that? It sounds incredibly powerful. An elite-level monster that specializes in devouring all sorts of things. Yu Yuko patiently explained. They look like giant toads, but their stomachs can hold a small mountain. These guys have special spatial abilities in their stomachs, which are connected to an alternate dimension that can hold things far beyond their appearance. Isn't that a storage bag? Yi Dong opened the bag and looked inside, only to find it pitch black, like a bottomless cave, with no way to see the bottom. He tentatively reached his hand in, but couldn't feel the bottom of the bag. The deeper he stretched his arm, the deeper it felt, as if he were reaching into an infinitely deep well. Holy crap, awesome. Cult leader, you should have taken it out sooner, Yi Dong said in shock, quickly pulling his hand out as if afraid of being bitten by something. Yu rolled her eyes at him. There's enough space inside to hold everything you buy, and this space has a preservation function so the food won't rot. What about the money? Yi Dong patted his pockets. I didn't bring much money. Prices in Dis City aren't cheap. It's in the bag. Yu Yuzi waved her hand impatiently. Go and come back quickly. We'll wait for you outside the city. Yidong reached into the bag and rummaged around, and sure enough, he found a huge pile of gold coins. They were icy cold to the touch, and there was an astonishing amount of them. He roughly estimated that there were at least 1,000 gold coins, which might have been earned by the cult leader on his last trip. Master, you're really rich. Yidong grinned. With so many gold coins, I could buy several houses in this city. Yidong hung the swallowing ball around his waist and felt it was as light as air, completely weightless. This phenomenon, which defies the laws of physics, amazed him. When he first arrived in the dark world, he wondered if there were any storage bags or storage rings, and he never expected that there actually were. Then one's own chest can be freed, but only if one can keep the swallowed ball in one's own hands. Da Vinci is gone. Yidong called out, and Leonardo da Vinci immediately woke up. He picked up the still sleeping crow, threw it on his head, and then followed Yidong eagerly. Soon, they arrived at the gates of Dis City. The city gates of Dis City remain magnificent, with exquisite imperial emblems carved on the tall stone door frames, gleaming in the sunlight. The Holy Light Knights guarding the gate were still the same as before, dressed in uniform silver armor, lazily checking the passers-by. A man, a dog, and a crow walked along the main road toward the market, seeing many novel things along the way. There were stalls selling magical items, with all sorts of strangely shaped objects radiating a mysterious light. Vendors selling exotic delicacies had an enticing aroma that made mouths water, while street performers put on magic shows, attracting large crowds of onlookers. Leonardo da Vinci was curious about everything. He carried a raven, sniffing around and looking at everything, wagging its tail incessantly. Suddenly, Leonardo da Vinci stopped in front of a barbecue stall, his gaze becoming focused. What's wrong, Leonardo da Vinci? Yidong followed its gaze and found that the stall owner was a kind-hearted human uncle. The uncle quickly waved his hand and shook his head, indicating that Yidong da Vinci wasn't looking at him, much like a college student caught looking at the listening comprehension questions before the CET-6 exam. Yidong followed the uncle's gaze and found that da Vinci was indeed not looking at the roast meat, but at a vegetable alley behind the stall. The sound of arguing came from the alley. It was very noisy and sounded like a conflict was taking place. Get out of my way, you blind human, a rough voice rang out, filled with obvious malice. Yidong looked curiously into the alley and saw a fierce-looking werewolf shoving a thin, old human man. The old man's vegetable basket was knocked over, and the vegetables rolled all over the ground, looking quite pitiful. I'm so sorry, I didn't see you. The old man apologized hurriedly, bending down to pick up the scattered vegetables, his hands trembling. What's the point of fists if apologies are enough? The werewolf said drunkenly, clearly having been drinking. You lowly human, you think you can just let it go after hitting me? A large crowd of onlookers had gathered around, mostly humans, but none dared to lend a helping hand in the face of the powerful monster. The others were monsters, but they all looked like they were enjoying the show. However, this monster dared to make a move on human territory, which is truly courting death. Someone has already reported it to the Holy Light Knights, but whether they can arrive in time is uncertain. Yidong frowned and was about to turn around and leave when he heard a voice. Stop! A well-dressed boy, who looked to be about 14 or 15 years old, stepped out from the crowd. The boy had delicate features and fair skin. He wore a well-tailored blue robe and a beautiful family crest on his chest. What Yidong found most strange was that there was a strange sense of familiarity about this boy, as if there was an invisible bond connecting them. Kid, this is none of your business. Get out of my way, the werewolf said impatiently, waving his large, rough hands. Don't think you're so great just because you're dressed nicely. What kind of skill is it to bully the elderly? The boy was fearless, his voice clear and firm. Come at me if you dare. Although young, the boy exuded an aristocratic air that commanded respect. The werewolf paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. You little human brat, you dare to talk back to me? Don't you want to live? As he spoke, the werewolf stretched out its sharp claws and reached for the boy. But the next second, a tall minotaur suddenly appeared next to the boy, moving with lightning speed. This is a very strong-looking minotaur, over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and arms as thick as tree trunks. It grabbed the werewolf's paw and then flipped it over abruptly. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking rang out, and the werewolf let out a shrill scream. My hand! My hand! The werewolf clutched his broken wrist, writhing on the ground in pain, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The minotaur remained expressionless, clearly indicating that this was an easy task for it, and it hadn't even used its full strength. Anyo, don't kill him, the boy said calmly, his voice carrying an innate authority. A little lesson is enough. The Minotaur nodded and kicked the werewolf away, sending him flying in a perfect arc before he landed in a pile of garbage a dozen meters away. The people around cheered, but their voices were low, clearly still somewhat afraid of retaliation. The boy walked up to the old man and asked gently, "Are you all right? Are you hurt?" "It's nothing. Thank you, young master," the old man said gratefully, tears welling in his eyes. "You are such a good person. May the gods bless you." Chapter 95, 50 Pregnant Seeds. The boy waved his hand and said it was just a small favor. Just then, the boy's gaze turned to Yidong. The moment their eyes met, they both felt a strange shock, as if some invisible current was flowing between them. A hint of doubt and curiosity flashed in the boy's eyes, and Yidong also felt an indescribable sense of familiarity, as if he were seeing a child he had not seen for a long time. This feeling, Yidong thought to himself, could it be that I've become gay? No way, I'm in love with the cult leader. The boy seemed to sense something and walked towards Yidong with elegant and confident steps. "Sir, have we met somewhere before?" the boy asked politely, his voice as clear as a mountain spring. Yidong carefully examined the boy, feeling a sense of familiarity about him, but he just couldn't quite place it. Moreover, this sense of familiarity does not come from memory, but from some deeper connection. "I had that feeling too," Yidong said honestly, "but I can't remember it. It's a very strange feeling." "That's strange," the boy said thoughtfully. "My name is Adam Caesar, the eldest son of the Adam family. And you?" "Yidong." "Yidong." The boy repeated the name, a strange light flashing in his eyes, as if he had heard some special code. "The goddess of pregnancy is supreme," the boy suddenly shouted, startling Yidong. "Apostle Yi, I am the life created by the god of pregnancy." Upon hearing this, Yidong suddenly realized that it was the children he had created. However, it seemed that he had mistaken the pregnancy god for himself. Or perhaps he saw himself as a fertility goddess. "Good boy." Just then, the crow was talking in its sleep. Upon hearing the words pregnancy goddess, it mumbled to itself, "That damn Yidong is cursing his own god again." "Yidong, Adam Caesar. It's a great honor to meet you, Apostle Yi. I've been looking for you ever since I advanced to the 9th sequence, and I never expected to run into you here. What do you want?" Yidong scratched his head. "I would like your help to produce more seedlings, so that we may have more power for our god," Adam Caesar said sincerely. Yidong glanced at him suspiciously. He didn't believe Adam and Caesar's words. Why would the gods need their help? They must have their eyes on the player sequence and wanted to cultivate more for their family. However, it didn't matter to Yidong. He was happy to have more believers. "Of course you can, but you'll need to be prepared with flesh and blood and a wise soul." "This is easy, Alma." The boy waved his hand, and a monster with a horse's head appeared like a shadow. "Go back and have my father prepare a large amount of flesh and blood and wisdom and soul, and say that I have invited Apostle Yi." Horseface responded, and his figure quickly disappeared. Ox-headed and horse-faced demons are all miscellaneous fish. Yidong couldn't help but gasp. This boy seemed innocent and kind, but in reality, he was ruthless. Not to mention a lot of flesh and blood. Even a sentient soul would definitely require a lot of life. But he didn't care what it had to do with him, and he behaved himself. "Okay, come find me when you're ready. I'm going to buy some things first." "Just tell me what Apostle Yi needs to buy," Adam Caesar smiled. "Our Adam family still has a strong voice in this city." Yidong thought about it and agreed. The procurement plan suggested by the cult leader would definitely cost a lot of gold coins, so it would be better to let Adam Caesar handle it and save some gold coins for himself. "Okay, then let's do it your way." Adam Caesar. He was just being polite and making empty threats, but he never expected that this Apostle Yi would be so shameless. No wonder he's the kind of person who curses the gods behind their backs. However, he probably won't need much. He can't take more with him anyway. "I need a lot of supplies." Yidong held up the swallowing ball and gestured, "Just fill it up." Adam Caesar. What a blunder. I didn't expect him to have such a treasure. Even if it's cheap daily necessities, it would probably cost hundreds of gold coins to fill the swallowing ball. Adam and Caesar couldn't help but feel a little regretful, thinking that they could have conceived dozens more offspring. Adam Caesar secretly calculated the cost with a touch of pain. But on second thought, if I could get 50 monsters of the player's sequence, a few hundred gold coins would be worth it. "Apostle Yi, why don't you come to my house for a while?" Adam Caesar quickly adjusted his mindset. "My father also wants to meet you." "Sure." Yidong nodded indifferently, since he had nothing better to do anyway. "Anu, call the carriage over." The Minotaur nodded and let out a low moo. Soon, a luxurious carriage drove up. The carriage was made of the finest ebony wood and inlaid with gold trim, making it look very wealthy. "Apostle Yi, please get in the carriage." Adam Caesar gestured for him to proceed. Yi Dong led Da Vinci into the carriage, which was even more luxurious inside, with genuine leather seats and crystal chandeliers, much more luxurious than Yu Yuzi's carriage. How extravagant, Yi Dong thought to himself. Leonardo da Vinci curiously sniffed around, showing great interest in everything in the carriage. The carriage traveled for about half an hour before arriving at the wealthy district of this city. The buildings here are all exceptionally tall, each a separate estate with gardens, fountains, and statues, looking like a noble's palace. The carriage stopped in front of a huge manor. The manor gate is 5 meters high and made of bronze, with an exquisite family crest engraved on it. An armed guard stand on both sides. We've arrived. This is our Adam family's estate, Adam Caesar introduced. Yi Dong stepped down from the carriage, utterly shocked. This isn't a manor. It's practically a miniature castle. The main building is a 5-story white building, covering an area of at least several thousand square meters. It is surrounded by neatly manicured gardens and lawns, as well as an artificial lake and pavilions. They're rich. Yi Dong couldn't help but sigh, and in his heart he also thought, take them all out. You flatter me. Adam Caesar smiled modestly. It's just some property inherited from my ancestors. Upon entering the manor, Yi Dong saw even more servants bustling about, some human and some monster, all well-trained and looking very professional. Young master is back. The butler hurried forward and bowed respectfully. However, this butler looked very much like Adam Caesar, the very butler who provided the flesh and blood. Where's father? Adam Caesar asked. Master is waiting for you in the study. The butler replied, then looked at Yi Dong with curiosity. Let's go, Apostle Yi, my father is already waiting for you. The group entered the main building, where the interior decoration was so luxurious, it was astonishing. Crystal chandeliers, marble floors, and expensive oil paintings everywhere exudes an atmosphere of luxury. Arriving at the door of the study on the 2nd floor, Adam Caesar gently knocked on the door. Father, Apostle Yi has arrived. Please come in. The door opened, and a middle-aged man was sitting behind a desk. He looked nothing like Adam Caesar, but was much more imposing, wearing a well-tailored suit and exuding the air of a successful businessman. Welcome, welcome. The middle-aged man immediately stood up and warmly greeted Yi Dong. I have long admired Apostle Ye's name. I am Adam Rick V, Caesar's father. Mr. Adam, you're too kind, Yi Dong replied politely. Please sit down, please sit down. Adam Rick gestured for Yi Dong to sit down. I heard from Caesar that you are willing to create a fertilized seed for us. Of course, but there is a price. Yi Dong nodded. A hint of delight flashed in Adam Rick's eyes. Gold coins are fine with me. How many can you make at once? Yi Dong thought for a moment. About 50. More than that, and I can't handle it mentally. Sure, Adam Rick said with satisfaction. We are willing to pay Mr. Apostle 20 gold coins each. Yi Dong almost burst out laughing. 20 for 1, 50 for 50, that's 1,000 gold coins. He never expected that he could earn so many gold coins. No problem, Yi Dong said, feigning composure. Great. Adam Rick clapped his hands excitedly. Shall we begin now? Can. Soon, Adam Rick had the materials prepared, and 50 portions of flesh and 50 intelligent souls were neatly arranged on the table. Yi Dong looked at the materials and felt secretly pleased. 50 believers and children raised by such a large family will definitely have a much easier time advancing to Kira than other monsters without a background. For example, he has created dozens of children, but only Adam and Caesar have successfully ascended to the throne. The first child he created, the fish-like monster, is still nowhere to be found. Then I'll begin. Yi Dong rolled up his sleeves and began making the seed. The flesh and blood provided by the Adam family couldn't be identified as belonging to any monster, but it must have been quite powerful. An hour later, 50 glittering golden seedlings were completed. That's great. Yi Dong looked at his masterpiece with satisfaction. Adam Rick and Adam Caesar were incredibly excited. 50 player sequences would be enough to multiply the Adam family's strength several times over. Apostle Yi, you are truly a benefactor to our family. Adam Rick said gratefully. We will cooperate often in the future. Of course, Yi Dong waved his hand modestly, but he was secretly overjoyed. The Adam family quickly prepared the supplies and paid Yi Dong 1,000 gold coins. Yi Dong left satisfied. Meanwhile, on a cliff near Lock Street, now reduced to ruins, a withered corpse holds a human oil lamp and draws the target point for the sacrifice of the true God on the ground in front of it. The tyrannical ruler of this dark world, the broken true God of endless evil, listen to the desperate cries of your faithful followers. Ascend to the 9th order. May darkness last forever and light never exist. P.S. Thank you to Maka Magician and up, down, left, right, from south to north for the boba milk tea, and to all the other friends for the likes, flowers, and love. Brothers, please give this book 5 stars to help raise its rating. More stars will increase the score. Asterisk. Asterisk. Chapter 96 in Death. After leaving this city, Yidong sat happily in the carriage, holding a heavy bag of gold coins in his hand, and couldn't help but count them over and over again. 998, 999, 1,000. The gold coins clinked crisply in his hand, and Yidong was ecstatic. A crow perched in the corner of the carriage, its eyes red. Can you please stop counting? My ears are getting calluses. This is the voice of wealth. You wouldn't understand. Yidong counted them again triumphantly. Want me to share a few with you? Really? The crows immediately surrounded them, rubbing their little wings shyly. Fake. Yidong, you have to give it to me today, whether you like it or not. The crow swooped down, trying to steal the gold coins. Yidong cursed the crow for being shameless while desperately protecting his gold coins. Da Vinci lay to one side, staring at a gold coin that had fallen to the ground with a crooked mouth, occasionally drooling, perhaps mistaking the coin for something delicious. Just as Yidong was fighting the crow, he suddenly felt a familiar warm current descend from the sky and rush into his body. Well, Yidong was stunned for a moment, then quickly grabbed the crow and pressed it down under his buttocks. Question mark. Yidong, are you trying to die? The crow struggled frantically. Quiet down. The warm divine power flowed through Yidong's veins, like drinking a large gulp of warm water, warming him from his stomach all the way to his limbs. Yidong closed his eyes and carefully felt the sensation, unable to help but let out a soft hum. The crow keenly sensed Yidong's unusual behavior and couldn't help but widen its eyes. You fucking got all wet sitting on me? Crow, get out of here. Yidong disgustedly grabbed the crow, lifted the curtain, and threw it out. You wait for me, the crow said threateningly, and then disappeared. The carriage quieted down, and Yidong was finally able to carefully sense the divine power within his body. Last time, he hadn't even had a chance to sense it before unleashing it. This power, never mind, I can't sense it. The cult leader said that divine power would create a demigod body for him, which probably means strengthening his physique or something similar. As Yidong was pondering, the crow flew in again. Yidong, I'm back. Get out of here. Yidong pushed the crows aside, lifted the carriage curtain, and looked out. The surrounding environment was desolate, and they had unknowingly gradually ventured deeper into the ruined mountains. The road became bumpy and potholed, and the trees on both sides became sparse and withered, some even completely dead, making eerie creaking sounds in the night wind. Which part of the broken mountains are we in now? Yidong asked, frowning. The outer area. The crow also peered out. Outside are all evil spirits, hiding in the darkness and spying on us. A human oil lamp hung on the black horn, its dim yellow light illuminating only a range of 12 meters around it. Beyond that, it was pitch black. I really feel like there are a lot of things watching from the shadows. Yidong couldn't help but shiver. Sure enough, not long after, several strangely shaped evil spirits pounced out of the darkness. Some resembled giant bats with eyes growing on their wings. Others look like multi-legged spiders, but each leg ends in a human hand. Still others are completely unrecognizable, just a constantly shifting black shadow. But before these evil spirits could even get within 10 meters of the carriage, dark, ghostly claws emerged from the ground and dragged them underground, leaving them no time to even scream. The ground instantly returned to calm, as if nothing had happened. The cult leader is truly amazing, Yidong couldn't help but exclaim. The leader even said she's from the 7th sequence? Crow looked on with admiration. Even a dog wouldn't believe that. So what exactly is the cult leader's strength? Who knows? I feel like she's become a god, just playing with us. That makes sense. Ahead, Yuko rode on the back of the black cloth, glancing back at the carriage every now and then, her face clearly showing boredom. The black cloth was not moving very fast, and the road conditions in the dilapidated mountains were very poor, full of potholes, which made Yuzi, who was used to a fast-paced life, feel irritable. Finally, she couldn't take it anymore. Yuzi nimbly jumped off the back of the black cloth and walked to the carriage in a few steps. Get out there and get to work. Without any hesitation, she lifted the carriage curtain and threw the Raven and Leonardo da Vinci out with it. Holy crap! The crow tumbled several times in the air, barely managing to regain its balance, but was still thrown around and covered in dust. Da Vinci landed steadily, sticking out his tongue with some excitement. You are responsible for clearing away the evil spirits on the road, Yuzi said coldly. Hey Bulongdong will lead the way, so don't lose him. The crow whispered a reminder. Master, have you forgotten there's still one left in the car that we haven't thrown out? Yidong stayed in the car to give me a massage. After saying that, she climbed into the carriage, leaving the crow outside bewildered in the wind. Why? We're all useless, so why is there such a big difference in treatment? The crow said indignantly. Da Vinci was quite happy, wagging his tail and running around the carriage, finding everything new and exciting. Never mind, at least I have my silly dog to keep me company. The crow comforted itself. And I can stretch my muscles outside too. Inside the carriage, Yuyuzi leaned comfortably against the cushions and pulled out a brand new novel from her pocket. Yidong glanced curiously at the cover. The overbearing witch's personal slave. Yidong, little dog, come here and massage your owner's shoulders. Yu patted the spot next to her. I'm a little tired from riding the horse just now. Yidong obediently crawled over and began massaging Yuyuzi's shoulders. Yuko's shoulders are thin, but you can feel the tight muscles underneath, which must be the result of long-term combat training. Use more force, it's too light, Yuko said with dissatisfaction. Yes, master. Yidong increased the pressure on his hands. Yes, that's right. Yuko squinted her eyes in satisfaction and began to concentrate on reading. The atmosphere inside the carriage was quiet, with only the soft sound of turning pages and the occasional sound of horses' hooves outside. Yidong's massage techniques became more and more skillful, and Yuzi watched with increasing fascination. This male lead is so useless, Yuzi commented from time to time. He can't even do this little thing right, and the female lead has to do it herself. Master, what did the book say? Yidong asked curiously. The male protagonist was captured by the enemy, and the female protagonist had to rescue him. Yuko said disdainfully, what a useless piece of trash, he can't even protect his own master. Yidong strongly suspected that the cult leader was manipulating him. The sounds of Leonardo da Vinci and the crows fighting could be heard from outside from time to time, but they quickly subsided, indicating that the evil spirits posed no threat to them. Woof woof, Leonardo da Vinci barked excitedly. Get out of my way. Don't steal my prey, came the crow's complaint. Wah, came the evil spirit's screams. Then there was a loud shout, which quickly subsided. Chapter 97, The Deformed Castle in the Dark. The carriage continued its journey along the rugged mountain road. Inside the carriage, Yuko's reading voice grew softer and softer, and her breathing became more even. Yidong noticed that her eyelids were starting to droop and her head was nodding off. She was clearly sleepy. Master, would you like to rest for a while? Yidong asked softly. No need, Yuko said, forcing herself to speak. I still need to finish reading this chapter. But not long after, the book in Yuzi's hand slipped to the side, and she slowly leaned towards Yidong. Yidong quickly adjusted his position so that Yuzi could comfortably lean against him. Asleep, Yuko looked exceptionally quiet and adorable. Her usual dignified demeanor had completely vanished, leaving only a little girl who needed protection. Her eyelashes were long, casting soft shadows in the candlelight of the carriage, and her breathing was as gentle as a feather. I really want to give him a kiss, Yidong thought to himself. Normally, Yu is stern and intimidating, and she often uses her demon hand to punish people, but when she is asleep, she is like a little princess who needs to be loved. Yidong carefully maintained his posture, afraid of waking her up. The sounds of battle outside could still be heard from time to time, but the interior of the carriage was surprisingly cozy. Suddenly, a deafening roar came from not far away. Roar! This roar was much louder than the cries of the evil spirits before, and it had a distinctly mechanical quality, like the rumble of a giant machine in operation. The entire carriage shook violently, and even the wheels bounced a few times on the ground. Yuko frowned, but did not wake up. She simply adjusted her position in Yidong's arms and continued to sleep peacefully. Yidong cautiously lifted the car curtain with one hand to look outside and was immediately startled by the scene before him. A giant mechanical dog, 3 meters tall, is rushing out of the darkness. This mechanical dog is made entirely of black steel, with strong and powerful limbs, and white steam rising from every joint. Its eyes are 2 blood-red searchlights, shooting out 2 blinding red beams in the darkness, making it look both majestic and extremely dangerous. Damn, where did this thing come from? Yidong thought to himself. Could it be a war machine from the Kingdom of Horror? The mechanical dog was extremely fast, leaving deep footprints on the ground with each step and making a heavy impact that shook the ground. It came straight for the carriage, seemingly regarding them as prey. Woof! Da Vinci exclaimed excitedly and immediately activated his distortion ability. Countless unseen, twisting forces surged toward the mechanical dog from all directions, precisely binding its limbs and joints. The mechanical dog was forced to stop and struggled violently in place, its metal joints creaking and groaning, and steam spraying everywhere. Go back. The cawing of crows echoed in the night sky, carrying the unique mental impact of the eighth sequence. The sonic attack hit the mechanical dog instantly, and its red eyes flickered a few times, as if it had been disturbed by something. Immediately afterwards, the majestic mechanical dog actually stopped struggling, obediently broke free from the twisting, turned around, and ran back the way it came, quickly disappearing into the darkness. This works. Yidong couldn't help but admire. The crow's skill is amazing. It can even affect machines. With the crisis resolved, the carriage continued its smooth journey, and Yu Yuzi remained peacefully asleep in Yidong's arms, as if nothing had happened. He remained motionless, letting Ikuko sleep peacefully in his arms. Occasionally, the sounds of Leonardo da Vinci and the raven battling various evil spirits could be heard outside, but they quickly subsided, clearly indicating that the two had fully adapted to this job. The carriage bumped along the rugged mountain road for a full 3 hours, and Yidong felt like his buttocks were about to be shaken to pieces. His legs had long since gone numb from sitting, and every time he tried to change his position, Yu would pinch him, so he could only obediently act as a human cushion. Yu was sleeping soundly, occasionally letting out soft hums in her sleep, sounding as cute as a kitten. Yidong tried several times to sneak a peek at her sleeping face, but each time he lowered his head, she would instinctively pat him. The carriage slowly came to a stop, and Zhuoz's weary voice came from outside. Apostle Yi, Master, we've arrived. Yu Yuzi slowly woke up, rubbing her sleepy eyes. When she realized she was still leaning against Yidong's chest, 2 red clouds instantly appeared on her face, but she quickly straightened her face and regained her usual dignity. Ahem, we've arrived. She cleared her throat, pretending nothing had happened. Yidong suppressed a laugh and quickly stretched his stiff, almost broken back. After getting off the carriage, Yidong looked ahead, but all he could see was darkness. He could only vaguely make out a huge black shadow in the distance. Where am I? Yidong squinted, trying to make out anything. Why can't I see anything? A crow landed on Yidong's shoulder and caught in his ear, ruined mountains. Holy crap! Yidong quickly grabbed the crow, his ears practically exploding. Yuko shook her head helplessly and took out a fist-sized ball from her pocket. This sphere looks ordinary, with a smooth, mirror-like surface. Yidong has seen many of them in this city. This is called a daylight lamp, a kind of lighting tool that can dispel darkness, but cannot dispel the corrupting influence of the divine consciousness. Watch closely, Yuko said calmly, tossing the ball gently. The sphere flew into the air and burst into a blinding white light. Holy crap! Yidong was blinded by the sudden bright light and quickly covered his face with his hands. The crow was completely blinded by the light and circled in circles on the roof of the carriage, crying out, "My eyes! My eyes!" The left and right sides were also dazzled by the flashes, and the 2 chubby boys had to support each other to avoid falling off their horses. But when the light dimmed slightly and Yidong was able to open his eyes, the scene before him left him completely dumbfounded. What the hell is this? It was a castle far larger than anyone could have imagined. The castle was 10 stories high, and under the white light, it looked both majestic and eerie. However, the architectural style of this castle was completely beyond Yidong's comprehension. Countless rooms of varying sizes and shapes were haphazardly piled together, like children playing with building blocks without any order. But none of that was the most important thing. What shocked Yidong the most was that this huge castle was actually supported in midair by 6 mechanical legs. Each mechanical leg is over 20 meters tall, thicker than the thickest tree, made of black steel, and its surface is covered with complex magical circuits. What the hell is this? Chapter 98 Black Mountain Old Sheep, Fire Demon. Yidong's mouth dropped open, his jaw almost falling to the ground. This thing, it can't walk, can it? Yes, but it requires a strong energy supply, Yuko said calmly. Master, do you know what this is? This is a troop transport machine from the Kingdom of Hal, a mobile castle. Will we be living here from now on? That's right. Yuko nodded. This will be our home from now on, and it will be our permanent home. We'll never have to move around again. She turned to Yidong. But before we go in, I want to give you a gift. A gift? Yidong's eyes lit up instantly. What gift? What gift? Hey, master. The crow immediately flew over. I was involved too, wasn't I? I contributed as well. No. Is this right? The crow cried, on the verge of tears. I risked my life, and I didn't even get a single feather? Not only is it bald, it's also missing a few hairs. Yidong couldn't help but chuckle. Yidong, I'll fight you to the death, you bastard with connections. Just then, a deafening roar suddenly came from above the castle. Meow. The roar was louder than thunder, filled with anger, pain, and despair, and echoed in the night sky for a long time. The entire castle trembled slightly, and even the ground shook and creaked. What the hell is that? Yidong was startled and squinted at it. It sounds like a sheep bleeding? Zhuozhua asked, puzzled. And it sounds really angry. Yu was also a little nervous. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a window on the top floor of the castle suddenly burst open, scattering countless shards of glass like a shower of flowers. Immediately afterwards, a huge figure leaped out of the window. Bang! It crashed to the ground like a meteorite, kicking up clouds of dust and creating a crater 2 meters deep. Even the surrounding rocks were sent flying everywhere. The shockwave nearly blew the crows away, and they were also blown about to the left and right. Holy crap, what the hell is that? After the smoke cleared, everyone finally saw the true face of the newcomer. Yidong's eyes widened instantly. Black Mountain Old Sheep? That's right, it's the Black Mountain Old Sheep, a 7-sequence powerhouse from Lock Street. But at this moment, its condition looks extremely wrong. The Black Mountain Goat was enveloped in eerie blue flames, which flowed like liquid, turning its fur, skin, and even eyes into a strange blue. His eyes held no rationality, only madness and a bloodlust, with strange runes flickering deep within his pupils. That bastard, Yidong chuckled. Looks like he came looking for the fire demon and got himself into trouble. This thing looks really powerful. The crow felt a strong sense of unease. I wonder what level it is. Da Vinci sensed the danger. His hair stood on end, and he let out a low, threatening growl. Not high. Only the 6th rank, Yuyuko said calmly. Upon hearing this, the crow quickly retreated, leaving only Leonardo da Vinci, the dog, to hold the line. Useless crow. Yidong, if you're so capable, then you do it. The Black Mountain Old Sheep slowly stood up, its massive body appearing exceptionally majestic and terrifying amidst the blue flames. Meow. With another deafening roar, the Black Mountain Goat stomped its 4 hooves on the ground and charged towards the crowd like a tank. Each step left burning hoofprints on the ground, with blue flames trailing long, luminous tails behind it, making it look like a falling meteor. Holy crap! Yidong quickly retreated, hiding behind the cult leader. The crows wisely hid behind the cult leader, leaving only Leonardo da Vinci in front. Facing the charging Black Mountain Goat, Leonardo da Vinci did not back down. With a bark, countless twisted forces rose from the ground and surged toward the Black Mountain Goat. But those twisting forces were instantly burned up the moment they came into contact with the blue flames. Just as the Black Mountain Sheep was about to rush up to him and smash Da Vinci into a biscuit, Yuyuko casually raised her hand. Instantly, the earth began to tremble violently. A jet-black claw, thicker than the castle's supporting leg, emerged from the ground and suddenly grabbed the charging Black Mountain Goat. No matter how much it struggled and roared, it couldn't break free even a fraction. The blue flames churned violently under the restraint of the ghost claw, but still could not cause any damage to it. That's it. Yidong was dumbfounded, completely stunned. Master, you're too strong. The 7th sequence fighting the 6th sequence. Raven's worldview was completely shattered. Is this even possible? The more you practice, the better, Yuzi said casually, as if she had just swatted a mosquito. Seeing that the Black Mountain Sheep couldn't break free, a fist-sized ball of eerie blue flames suddenly detached from its body and rushed towards the castle. Trying to run? Yuko's lips curled into a cold smile, and a ghostly claw instantly appeared, precisely grabbing the flame in her hand. The flame struggled violently within the demonic claws, emitting a sharp, ear-piercing screech, but still could not escape. Damn it, let me go. The ghost claw suddenly squeezed the fire demon, deforming it completely. Damn it, who are you? The ghost claw squeezed again, and the fire demon screamed before finally calming down. Yu snorted and pointed at the Black Mountain Goat that was bound by the ghost claws. Let's devour it with Azathoth first, before it's completely dead. Yidong instantly understood Yuzi's intention and brought Azathoth to the Black Mountain Old Sheep. It still had a faint breath left, and its squinted eyes were looking at Yidong. Help me. Feeling sorry for it, Yidong decided to send it to another world. By your life, I will use my power. The moment the incantation was uttered, Azathoth began to tremble violently, emitting a low, yearning hum. A powerful suction force emanated from the muzzle of the gun, and Black Mountain Old Sheep's body began to become transparent at a visible speed. Its life essence, power, and even soul were greedily absorbed by Azathoth. A few minutes later, the Black Mountain Sheep disappeared completely, leaving only a pool of grayish-white ashes on the ground. Yi Dong felt that Azathoth had become much heavier, and there was a circle of exquisite ram's horn-shaped patterns on the gun body, giving the whole gun an aura of majesty. That's awesome. Yi Dong excitedly lifted Azathoth. I have the power of the 7th sequence now. Congratulations, Apostle Yi. Zui you were happy for him. TCH, the crow said sourly. A useless piece of trash who only knows how to rely on external forces. Da Vinci barked excitedly, also happy for Yi Dong's growing strength. All right, go and sign the contract with the fire demon. P.S. Dear readers, I've been updating 5 times a day for 7 consecutive days, and my health is starting to suffer. I'll be updating 3 times a day from now on. Also, thank you to up, down, left, right, from south to north for the update reminder charm, and to all the other friends for their gifts. Chapter 99 Demonstrating Strength. Yi Dong approached the fire demon being held by the ghost claws and carefully observed it. The size of a fist, with a pair of crimson eyes within the eerie blue flames, was still struggling in the ghostly claws. This little thing is quite unique in appearance. The fire demon writhed angrily in the demon's claws, its eerie blue flames flickering. Damn it, let me go if you dare. They arrested you with their abilities, so why should they release you? Yi Dong sneered. Let's talk about the contract. Otherwise I can't guarantee what you'll turn into, like a torch or something. Want to sign a contract with me? The fire demon's upper body suddenly swelled up, revealing a ferocious face. You, a mere human, are not worthy. Master, it says I'm not worthy. Yi Dong promptly submitted a report. Hey, come here, let's talk. The fire demon hurriedly called out to Yi Dong. It had no intention of confronting that woman. The summoned ghost claws could easily control the black mountain goat it possessed, and these ghost claws weren't even afraid of its own flames. The fire demon could only say that this woman was terrifying beyond measure, at least at the 5th rank. All right, let's discuss the terms of the contract. Seeing that Yuko wasn't looking over, the fire demon snorted coldly and whispered, First, provide me with 100 caddies of flesh and blood as food every day. This way, I will have the strength to increase your power. And it must be fresh. I don't eat dead stuff. Secondly, you have to follow my orders, because I'm very knowledgeable. If I tell you to go east, you can't go west. If I tell you to bark like a dog, you have to bark. Third, you have to count out to me 100 times every day and chant, Lord Fire Demon is mighty and domineering. The third fire demon stopped acting. The flames gradually expanded, and he became more and more arrogant and rampant. Yi Dong rolled his eyes at the sound of it, while Crow laughed so hard he almost fell over. Ha! Yi Dong, you still won't agree to such good conditions? Why don't you just make me your grandson, and then sacrifice my whole family to you? Yi Dong said irritably. That's a great suggestion, damn it, the fire demon exclaimed excitedly. Your suggestion is very constructive, I'll consider it. Upon hearing the fire demon's condition, Yuyuko slightly raised her right hand, and a huge demonic claw slowly rose behind the fire demon. Wait, it's not over yet. The fire demon, oblivious to the approaching death, continued smugly. Fourth, you have to build me a temple so I can burn incense and worship Buddha every day. Fifth, Lao Tzu wants to. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, the ghost claw slammed down hard. The fire demon let out a miserable cry as the entire ball of flame was flattened and almost extinguished. Damn it! Murder! Someone's trying to kill the fire. Yuko glanced at the fire demon and said to the crow, lower its intelligence. The crow dared not delay and quickly flapped its wings to approach the fire demon. Turn into a brain-dead monster, the crow shrieked, and an invisible mental attack instantly enveloped the fire demon. What are you barking about, you dog? What an ugly crow. The fire demon shrank dramatically, and its 2 eyes within the flames became much clearer. Much cuter. Yi Dong cleared his throat. Then listen to my conditions. First, you must obey my orders unconditionally. I tell you to burn whoever I tell you to burn, and I tell you to stop, and you have to stop. Second, you are not allowed to harm me or the people around me. Third, after parasitizing you, you are not allowed to speak unless I call you. These conditions are all for your own good. If you follow me, you'll regret it. Great. That way we'll have food every day and won't go hungry. Yi Dong nodded in satisfaction and extended his left hand. Come on, let's sign the contract, be good. Great. I love signing contracts the most. The fire demon swelled up with joy, and then a dark blue contract array enveloped Yi Dong within it. Yi Dong repeated the contract terms, and the fire demon happily agreed. The contract is now established. The ghostly claw disappeared, and the fire demon suddenly rushed into Yi Dong's hair. Yi Dong felt a sudden heat on his scalp, and then his hair began to grow wildly, reaching all the way to the middle of his back. Moreover, his hair was a deep blue color, and in just a moment, Yi Dong transformed into a handsome man in ancient style. Holy crap, my hair! Yi Dong was completely dumbfounded. How did the fire demon end up in his hair? Hey, whose pregnant little girl is this? A crow flew over and circled Yi Dong's head several times. She's quite pretty, but a bit gloomy, like a villain. Crow, get lost. Yi Dong smoothed his hair back, not really caring about his hair. What he cared about was what kind of boost the fire demon could give him. Master, what is the amplification effect of the fire demon? We'll know once we fight, the cult leader said coldly. She pointed at the crow and Leonardo da Vinci. You two fight Yi Dong, don't hold back. Upon hearing the cult leader's words, the crow's eyes lit up, and it couldn't help but caw loudly. It had long wanted to bully Yi Dong, this guy who only knew how to rely on external forces, but unfortunately Yi Dong was a relative, so it never dared to make a move. Hee hee, you damned Yi Dong, just wait to beg for mercy. Crow, you'll see if I don't beat you to death. Yi Dong showed no fear, holding up Azathoth with a smile. He had just acquired 2 powerful items and was worried about not having a chance to show them off. Yi Dong raised Azathoth, his long, dark blue hair fluttering in the night wind, making him look both handsome and somewhat sinister. TCH, what's with the show-off? It's just relying on external forces, isn't it? The crow flapped its wings dismissively, circling in the air, its small eyes full of provocation. Da Vinci, let's join forces and get Yi Dong's amniotic fluid out. Da Vinci barked excitedly, wagged its tail with a crooked mouth, and stood on end, ready for battle. This silly dog may be a bit goofy most of the time, but it gets incredibly serious when it comes to fighting. The 2 chubby boys on either side quickly retreated to a distance, nervously rubbing their little hands together. Apostle Yi, be careful. You dog crow, I'll shoot you out. Yi Dong sneered, aimed at the bird and the dog, and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Bang! The moment the gunshot rang out, the sky suddenly darkened, dark clouds gathered, and a chilling wind blew, accompanied by eerie wails that came from all directions, as if the gates of hell had been opened. What is that? The crow frowned and subconsciously looked up. Chapter 100, A Surge in Strength. Suddenly, a huge black vortex appeared in the sky, and a giant ram-horned demon descended from it like a meteorite. This demon was 5 meters tall, its body was as black as ink, its muscles were bulging, and it had 2 huge spiral ram horns on its head. Its eyes burned with hellfire, its mouth revealed sharp fangs, and it dragged a thick tail behind it, looking both majestic and extremely terrifying. Holy crap, what the hell is this thing? The crow was so frightened that its feathers stood on end, and it quickly shielded Leonardo da Vinci in front of it. Da Vinci demonstrates his skill. Da Vinci barked and bravely stood in front, letting out a low growl. Countless twisted forces surged from all directions, forming a distorted shield above their heads. The crow didn't slack off either. It spread its wings, its eyes instantly turning blood red, and it shrieked at Leonardo da Vinci, "Go for it!" The twisting force instantly became denser and stronger, rushing towards the ram-horned demon like a giant net. Crow, you can also buff your teammates. Yi Dong was a little surprised, not expecting that Crow's ability could be used in this way. This move is quite useful. Nonsense, my word is law, the crow said smugly. But the horned demon's impact was simply too strong. Those twisting forces were as fragile as paper in front of it, smashing through all obstacles with its own might. Boom! The horned demon slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and creating a massive crater 3 meters deep. The shockwaves spread outwards like ocean waves. Da Vinci and the Raven were no match for the impact and were thrown away. Whoa! Leonardo da Vinci tumbled several times in the air, kicking his limbs wildly. Holy crap! Yi Dong, you're cheating! The crow cried out, flapping its wings frantically to try and steady itself. Fortunately, Yuyuko intervened in time, and 2 huge, pitch-black demonic claws appeared instantly, catching the bird and dog that had been thrown out. Thank you, master, the crow said, still shaken. After the horned demon finished its attack, its figure gradually faded and finally disappeared completely, as if it had never existed. Only the deep pit in the ground proved what had just happened. Awesome Azathoth. Yi Dong stared in awe at his gun, feeling the warmth emanating from it. This is the right way to do it. That doesn't count, the Raven shouted indignantly, its black feathers still somewhat disheveled. No, Azathoth. That thing is too strong. It's not fair. It's pure equipment dominance. Da Vinci barked in agreement. Though it couldn't speak, its meaning was clear. All right, then I won't use the gun. Yi Dong smiled as he put away Azathoth and cracked his wrists. Come on, let me show you what real strength is. Zui Yu and Yu watched nervously from a distance, the two chubby boys hugging each other, afraid that the battle would affect them. Ghost Claw gently set the Raven and Leonardo da Vinci down, and the two staggered to their feet. Let's see if you're still so arrogant this time, the crow said angrily, tidying its ruffled feathers. Without weapons, you're nothing but trash. Da Vinci shook his head, stood up unsteadily, and activated his ability again. Countless twisting forces surged toward Yi Dong like a tide. This time, Da Vinci was smarter. Instead of attacking directly, he tried to restrict Yi Dong's movements first. The ground began to twist and deform, trying to trap Yi Dong's feet. But just as the distortion was about to touch Yi Dong, a huge, dark blue demonic phantom suddenly appeared behind Yi Dong. This demonic phantom was over 3 meters tall, with a ferocious face and a huge mouth, and its body was engulfed in eerie blue flames. The phantom of the fire demon opened its blood-red maw and bit off all the twisted power in one gulp, then let out a satisfied chewing sound. Click, click. Holy crap, what the hell is this? The crow exclaimed, its eyes wide. Hee hee, how about it? Yi Dong said with a smug smile. Kick him, child. In desperation, the crow remembered Yi Dong's weakness and shouted at Yi Dong's stomach. As soon as he finished speaking, Yi Dong suddenly felt a pain in his stomach, and that familiar wheezing sensation returned, causing his face to darken instantly. Crow, playing such a dirty trick. Hee hee, how about it? The crow cawed and chuckled, then prepared to say a few more words to Yi Dong's daughter. But the next second, a raging, dark blue flame suddenly erupted on Yi Dong's body. Flames swept over his entire body like a tidal wave, enveloping him from head to toe, with even his hair flying in the flames. What is this again? The crow frowned. Yi Dong had quite a few tricks up his sleeve, making it dizzy. Cool. Yi Dong felt his whole body was full of power, every muscle was throbbing, as if he had inexhaustible energy. He clenched his fist, and you could hear the bones cracking, a sign of abundant strength. The power of the fire demon Gobi directly elevated his physique to the 7th order level, and all his attacks were imbued with powerful fire damage. Yi Dong clenched his fist excitedly, and a slight popping sound echoed in the air. He appeared in front of Leonardo da Vinci in a flash, so fast that only a faint blue afterimage could be seen. Da Vinci quickly used his distortion ability to defend himself, creating layers of protection around himself. But Yi Dong's fist was burning with a ghostly blue flame, which burned through the twist and stopped in front of Da Vinci's dog head. Da Vinci, you're out. Da Vinci barked and backed away. Without Leonardo da Vinci, the crow suddenly felt a chill run down its spine. It's your turn, crow. Yi Dong rubbed his fist. The crow was startled and immediately used a mental attack. Become an idiot. A piercing sonic attack came toward Yi Dong, but Yi Dong's mental strength had also been greatly enhanced. The fire demon's power not only enhanced his physical strength, but also greatly strengthened his mental defenses. The sonic attack hit him as if it had hit an invisible wall, having no effect whatsoever. After all, Raven is only at the 8th sequence, so it's unrealistic for him to fight against someone at the 7th sequence. Prepare to die. Yi Dong suddenly leaped up, drawing a dark blue arc in the air as he flew straight towards the crow. He was incredibly fast, leaving a long trail of flame behind him, making him look like a shooting star. Holy crap! Help! The crow frantically dodged, its wings flapping loudly, but Yi Dong was simply too fast. He punched the crow in the rear, and the crow cried out in pain before flying away and landing in the grass. Yi Dong, you're settling a personal score, aren't you? The flames gradually died down, and Yi Dong returned to normal. Not bad. Yu Yuzi nodded in satisfaction. Now you have some ability to protect yourself, and you won't almost die every time. Thank you for the gift, master. Let's go inside the castle and take a look. Chapter 1012 Rooms, Cultists. Everyone looked up at the enormous castle suspended in midair. In the intense white light of the day, the castle appeared even more magnificent and spectacular. 6 mechanical legs firmly supported the entire castle, making it look like a terrifying arthropod monster. Yu Yuko slightly raised her right hand beneath her black robe, and the ground began to tremble slightly, causing small pebbles to bounce on the ground. Then several enormous ghostly claws emerged from the ground, lifting them slowly upwards, the ground below gradually receding away, the night wind whistling in their ears. Ghost Claw safely transported everyone to the castle entrance high above. To Yi Dong's surprise, the castle gate was made of wood and was rather simple. In the center of the gate is a steel swallow emblem, the national emblem of the Kingdom of Hal. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, a stench of decay hit you. What comes into view is a spacious but cluttered hall, at least 200 square meters in size, with a ceiling 5 meters high, but now it looks like a giant garbage dump. The entire hall was covered in dust and cobwebs. Thick dust covered every surface like snowflakes, and in some places it even piled up into small hills. Countless spider silks hung down from the ceiling, swaying gently in the breeze, like semi-transparent curtains. In the center of the hall was a huge stone fireplace, filled with ashes from the fire and some bones of unknown origin. How badly damaged is it? The crow flew to a beam, its little claws kicking up a cloud of dust as soon as they touched the ground. Don't you even think about how many years you've wasted? Yidong kicked a broken vase at his feet, and the vase immediately shattered into powder. These things break easily, and all the furniture needs to be replaced. Yuko glanced around the hall, a hint of displeasure flashing in her purple eyes, clearly dissatisfied with the dirty and chaotic environment. Clean this place up, she said calmly, her tone carrying an unquestionable authority. I'll go get something from the carriage and come back to check in an hour. Go back and read your novel. Crow remained defiant, only to be slapped off the roof beam by a ghost claw a second later. The crow fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust that spread in a hazy pattern. Yuzi wrapped her black robe tighter and left without looking back. Isn't this asking the impossible? The crow complained. There's so much trash, it's impossible to clean it all up in an hour. How about we tell the cult leader the truth? Zwazwa suggested timidly. Let's just say we don't have enough time. I'll crush you to death. The crow rolled its eyes. It even hits a cute crow like me, let alone the two of you. Looking at the devastated hall, Yidong suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He patted Leonardo da Vinci on the head. Da Vinci, your distortion ability comes in handy here. Da Vinci barked, his mouth twisted, and wagged his tail loudly. You can twist all this trash and let it crawl out of the castle by itself. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard the suggestion. That's interesting, the raven said thoughtfully. All right, Leonardo da Vinci, you should get back to work. Da Vinci barked and immediately activated his ability. Unseen, twisting forces roamed the hall like invisible tentacles, enveloping the scattered trash, withered leaves, and broken furniture. Immediately afterwards, the previously still garbage began to wriggle, as if it had come to life. The broken sofa wobbled toward the door, the scattered piano keys crawled on the floor like tiny insects, and the mechanical parts made clattering noises as they assembled themselves into strange shapes and rolled toward the window. Da Vinci is still the most useful. He can fight monsters outside and clean up trash at home, Yidong said, glancing at the crow. Unlike that duck, which is all it does is belittle its mouth. Yidong, how dare you say that to me? Under Da Vinci's distortion ability, the trash in the hall surged out of the door like a tidal wave. Some went out through the door, some flew through the window, and some even climbed out of the fireplace chimney. In just 10 minutes, the hall was almost completely cleaned up. Da Vinci is awesome. Yidong gave a thumbs up. Leonardo da Vinci wagged his tail triumphantly, his crooked mouth stretching even wider. Da Vinci was a dog. You should say dog, the crow interrupted. Shut up, you crow, you duck. After Da Vinci cleaned up the dust and most of the trash, some less noticeable trash remained. Zwazwa and Yuzwa hurriedly grabbed brooms and mops to clean it up, afraid that Da Vinci would take over their work. There are still spider webs in that corner, Yidong pointed out. There's still ashes in the fireplace that haven't been cleaned out, the crow pointed out from the side. Can you guys lend a hand too? Yidong glanced at the crow. What's the point of just standing there giving orders? Crow. Sometimes it really admired Yidong's thick skin, that he could say such things so calmly. Idiot, Crow Egg replied. With the cooperation of everyone, the hall was quickly transformed. The trash was cleaned up, the floor was polished to a shine, and even the fireplace was cleaned. The only imperfection was the lack of furniture. After cleaning up the first floor, the group took their tools to the second floor. As before, Da Vinci first twisted the object, and then the others carefully cleaned it from left to right, with Yidong and Crow supervising the work. The second floor is the living area, with 6 rooms, a bathroom, and a kitchen. However, with so many rooms, it's clear that Zwazwio and the crows won't be able to stay there, because the cult leader definitely wants to have an entire floor to train himself and avoid being disturbed by others. Another round of bustling cleanup work ensued. With the experience gained downstairs, everyone cooperated even better this time. A crow perched on the windowsill, looking at the pitch black outside, and seemed rather bored. Yidong, let's go check out the 3rd floor. Get lost, I'm busy. Yidong directed Leonardo da Vinci to twist a spider web. You're fucking busy. The crow flew up to the 3rd floor on its own, and Yidong followed, feeling utterly bored. Climbing the narrow stairs to the 3rd floor, you'll find yourself in an equally narrow corridor. An indescribable sense of oppression permeated the air, as if something unseen was spying on us from the shadows. So sneaky. The crow shrank its neck and perched on Yidong's shoulder. It is indeed sinister. Yidong also felt something was wrong, but he still gritted his teeth and continued forward. Now that he has the strength of the seventh sequence, he shouldn't be in danger so easily, right? There are two doors in the corridor, symmetrically placed on the left and right. The left door panel is dark brown and looks very heavy, with some strange scratches on it, as if it had been scratched by a sharp weapon. The sign on the door reads, Bone King. The door on the right was black, with a smooth, mirror-like surface that reflected the figures of Yidong and the crow. The sign on the door reads, Princess. Which one should we look at first? Yidong asked. Left side, I guess, the crow said casually. We'll have to see it anyway. Yidong reached out and pushed open the door on the left. The door creaked open slowly with a jarring sound. A strong, pungent smell of blood mixed with the stench of decay hit the senses, making one want to vomit. Both the person and the bird covered their noses and looked into the room, exchanging a glance. There are cult members here? Yidong frowned. No, they're not cultists. They're way more sophisticated than them. Chapter 102 The Mechanical Hamster in the Coffin. The room wasn't large, only about 30 square meters, but the scene inside was terrifying. In the center of the room stood a tall wooden cross, about 3 meters high, almost reaching the ceiling. The cross was entirely black, with a complete, giant human skeleton nailed to it. The skeleton's hands were pierced by iron nails and nailed to the crossbar, while its feet were fixed to the vertical bar with a long iron nail, maintaining the posture it had when it was nailed to death. The skeleton was relatively intact, but some bones had turned yellow or black, and the hollow eye sockets of the skull faced the doorway, appearing particularly terrifying in the dim light. What do you mean by this? Yidong asked curiously. I don't know either. Yidong. He stared at the crow in confusion, and after a long while, he finally managed to utter a word. You're an idiot. You're the idiot. Don't you know what's considered high class? Can I even pretend for a moment? Yidong remained silent. The crow was a bit too much of an idiot. Cultists, also known as heretics, are those who do not believe in the true God. These beings are generally very fanatical and are favored by some chaotic gods because they can ascend to the next level without sacrificing the true God, and these gods can obtain all the divine power of the sacrifice. Although one or two may not be many, tens of millions are terrifying. There are parchment scrolls on the ground. Could it be another one that keeps a diary? Hearing the crow's complaints, Yidong looked down. At the base of the cross were some scattered white fragments, which were probably bone fragments that had broken off from the skeleton. On the ground littered with bone fragments, a yellowed parchment lay flat, which Yidong picked up. The parchment roll feels very light, but has an indescribable coolness, like holding a block of ice. It looks very old, with some damage to the edges, and it's covered with dense writing. Today, the battalion commander led his troops in a surprise attack on the enemy's camp and captured a big shot. The commander told me to torture him properly. This guy's all bones, it's not easy to get a hand on him. I'll just drive the nails in one by one. It said it was in a lot of pain and asked me to let it go, promising me wealth and luxury, but I didn't care. I've been tormenting it for over 1,000 days. Its bones have broken again and again, but it always heals quickly. I'm tired, and I want to go home. We've been defeated, I'm going home, so let it stay here. It seems that these skeletons must be some general from the Kingdom of Bones, Yidong said thoughtfully. It seems the person who wrote this is some jailer from the Kingdom of Hao, the crow remarked thoughtfully. That's fucking obvious. How dare you say that to me? Yidong tossed the parchment aside and turned to leave. There's only this one cross and a big skull here. There's nothing else to see. Let's go check out the next room. After closing the door to the room on the left, Yidong and Crow went to the room on the right side of the corridor. Is there a cute little girl waiting for us in the princess's room? The crow pecked at the words on the doorplate. From the Kingdom of Hao, probably a lump of iron. Yidong gently pushed open the black door. This time, there was no overwhelming smell of blood. Instead, there was a faint fragrance, like the delicate scent of rose petals, mixed with a subtle, almost imperceptible sweetness. The room was exquisitely decorated, with pink walls and floral wallpaper. The roses on the wallpaper looked so lifelike that they seemed to sway gently in the candlelight. The floor was covered with a soft pink carpet, which felt fluffy to the touch, as comfortable as walking on clouds. How come this is so clean? Yidong frowned. The room looked very clean. There were no cobwebs on the walls and no dust on the carpet. Someone's cleaning. The crow flew to a candlestick and carefully examined the room's furnishings. But it's a bit too pink. A tough bird like me isn't used to it. A man with an egg. How many years has he wasted his life? Yidong was speechless. Perhaps the room was well sealed. In addition to the cozy room decor, a beautiful little coffin was placed in the center of the room. It was pure white and its surface was carved with intricate patterns, including roses, wild roses, and some other flowers that I couldn't name. The coffin was only half a meter long and 20 centimeters wide, resembling more of an exquisite jewelry box. There's a coffin in the princess's room. Yidong frowned and circled the small coffin. Whatever, let's open it and see what's inside. The crow was eager to try. Maybe there's some treasure, like jewels or gold coins. Are you sure? Yidong squatted down in front of the coffin, carefully examining the coffin lid. What if a little zombie jumps out and bites us both? What are you cowardly for? You were beating me up so badly just now. The crow rolled its eyes and flapped its wings. Besides, the cult leader is downstairs. What could possibly happen to him? Yidong thought about it and agreed. With the fire demon's blessing, his physique could reach the 7th rank in the possessed state. So even if he encountered any danger, he wouldn't die instantly. Moreover, Yuyuko was indeed downstairs. With her abilities, she would definitely be able to sense any danger immediately. All right, let's take a look. Yidong made up his mind. He carefully walked to the small coffin and placed his hands on the coffin lid. The coffin lid was very light, with a smooth and delicate surface, and felt like fine jade, with a warm and gentle touch. With a gentle push, the coffin lid slid open, making a slight friction sound, like the sound of silk rubbing together. What the hell? Mouse. Yidong and the crow both expressed their doubts at the same time. What lay in the coffin was neither something terrifying nor jewels, but an exceptionally cute mechanical hamster. This hamster is about half a meter long and is made entirely of fine brass with a gold plating. Its eyes are 2 rubies the size of pigeon eggs. Intricate gears and springs can be seen at the joints of its small claws and tail. The craftsmanship is exquisite, and every part is polished as smooth as a mirror without a single burr. This thing is quite cute. Yidong couldn't help but reach out and touch the hamster's head. It felt cool, but smooth. Princess's toys are so nice. When I was little, the crow stopped speaking, then clutched its head and began to struggle in pain. I didn't have a childhood. I remember. I was eaten by something. The crow began to roll on the ground, looking extremely distressed. He's had another episode. Yidong muttered a complaint, picked the crow up from the ground, and slapped it twice on the head, which gradually brought it back to its senses. Yidong, how dare you hit my rascal face? You'll keep going crazy even if I don't hit you. Can't you be a little gentler? Okay, I'll make you some fried dough twists next time. Yidong, if I pick up those chopsticks, I'll... Chapter 103 The Little Black Shadow. Pinch the crow's stinking beak, and Yidong grabs the mechanical hamster with one hand. Such exquisite craftsmanship. Yidong exclaimed. I wonder if it will move. Caw caw caw. The crow struggled frantically. He flipped the hamster over and found a delicate brass spring on the back, like the kind on an old-fashioned clock, but even more exquisite. Yidong threw the crow aside and wound up the clockwork. Yidong. The crow wisely refrained from violence, opting for words rather than action. The spring turned smoothly, making a soft, pleasant clicking sound, like the sound of a music box. After turning it about a dozen times, the mechanical hamster suddenly started moving. Its ruby eyes shone with a dazzling red light. Its little paws waved gracefully twice, and its mouth opened and closed, making a soft squeaking sound, just like the real thing. But the hamster only moved twice before stiffening up, and the red light in its eyes began to flicker. Click, click. After a few discordant metallic scraping sounds, the hamster got completely stuck. The red light in its eyes slowly faded, and it returned to a still state. That's it. Yidong was somewhat disappointed. I thought it was some kind of high-tech gadget, but it's just a broken toy. It's just a toy. What are you fantasizing about? Crow's words shattered Yidong's last shred of hope. He thought he had found some treasure again, something that must be better than the little bear. Speaking of the bear, Yidong hasn't used it in a long time. It's been gathering dust in the swallowing ball. Although the cult leader always said to cultivate feelings, Yidong always forgot about it. He carefully placed the mechanical hamster back into the coffin and adjusted its posture to make it look more natural. Just as Yidong was about to close the coffin lid, the crow suddenly rubbed its eyes, blinked a few times, and its expression became somewhat strange. Yidong. The crow's voice was uncertain, and it was still rubbing its eyes with its little paws. I think never mind, I probably saw it wrong. What's wrong? Yidong asked in confusion, stopping his action of closing the coffin lid. It's nothing. I was just a little disoriented just now. The crow shook its head and rubbed its eyes with its wing. I guess I've been so upset by you these past few days, my eyes are blurry. Are you an idiot? Yidong glanced at it. Stop beating around the bush, just say what you have to say. The crow hesitated for a moment, then shook its head. It's really nothing. I just felt like there was a little dark shadow on you just now, but when I looked closely, there was nothing there. A little dark figure? Yidong subconsciously turned around to look, but there was nothing behind him except the pink wall. Are you sure? I'm not sure either, the crow said, somewhat confused. Maybe it's because you made me angry. Anyway, you have to give me a piece of treasure. I think that gun is pretty good. Hey crow, are you waiting for me here? Yidong teased. Besides, what are you, a bird, doing with a gun? Just stand aside and curse people. Go away, the raven said irritably. Do you know what a shotgun is? Give me Azathoth, and I'll show you. Dream on. Yidong sneered. He closed the coffin lid and gave the room one last look. Go downstairs. If the cult leader sees you slacking off, he'll beat you to death. You won't have it easy either. I have connections, so I'm not afraid. You people with connections, I'll use those chopsticks to add cement. The man and the bird left the third floor, grumbling and cursing, and returned to the second floor to continue their cleaning work. Da Vinci and Zwazwayo have almost finished cleaning the second floor. The entire floor looks brand new, and the floor is so shiny that it can clearly reflect people's images. Apostle Yi, you're back. Zwazwa saw Yidong and ran over to report, her face flushed and her forehead covered in sweat. The second floor is almost cleaned up, only the kitchen still has some grease stains that haven't been wiped clean. Yu ran over as well, holding a mop in her hand. Apostle Yi, we've also cleaned up the lime scale in the bathroom. Now the whole second floor is clean. Yidong nodded in satisfaction, looked around the second floor, and saw that it was indeed very well tidied up. The entire floor smelled clean, the walls and floors were spotless, and even the air felt fresher. Very good, Yidong praised. Later, we just need to clean the corridor and the room on the left side of the third floor. Yes, the two chubby boys answered in unison, then excitedly ran back to the kitchen to continue cleaning up the last of the grease stains. An hour later, with everyone working together, they finally cleaned all 3 floors. Yuzi pushed open the door and entered, the hem of her black robe gently brushing the floor, her purple eyes scanning the entire hall like a scanner. Her gaze began on the floor, meticulously examining every corner, even the cobwebs on the ceiling, until a look of satisfaction gradually appeared in her eyes. The entire hall was indeed brand new. The floor was so clean it could be used as a mirror. The walls were so clean they looked like they had just been painted, and even the ashes in the fireplace had been cleaned out completely. There was also a faint scent of cleaning agents in the air. Not bad. She nodded slightly, her tone carrying a rare hint of approval. Better than I expected. It seems you guys are still somewhat useful. It's all thanks to the crow, the crow exclaimed excitedly. Get out of here, you crow, you're just slacking off, Yidong quickly exposed. It's all thanks to Leonardo da Vinci and Zwazwayo, Yidong reported truthfully. In addition, I also played a huge role in regulation and supervision. Bullshit, all you do is point fingers and give orders, the crow said irritably. Shut up. Yu rubbed her temples, feeling quite annoyed by these two. They would chatter incessantly whenever they were together, and she even wanted to kill one of them. Now that we've finished cleaning up, let's get ready to go. Set off. Yidong was taken aback. Where to? Aren't we staying here? A seaside city in the kingdom of Hao. Yuko walked to the window, her long black hair dancing lightly in the night breeze. I want to see the sea. Yidong scratched his head and asked curiously. This castle can't still move, can it? It's been abandoned for so many years. Why would I ask you to clean it if it's not moving? But if you want it to move, you'll need someone to do it. Chapter 104. Two pursuers behind the castle. Upon hearing the word, working, Yidong immediately became alert and subconsciously took a half step back. Master, the crow is a good choice. Yidong recommended the crow without hesitation. It has nothing to do and is physically strong, making it perfect for manual labor. Damn Yidong. The crow bristled, its black feathers standing on end. Yidong is good. He's strong and has great stamina, perfect for a job. I'm pregnant. I can't overexert myself. Yidong touched her slightly protruding belly, looking frail. What if I overwork the baby? Fuck your mother, Yidong. Crow was so angry he almost fell off Da Vinci's head. You weren't this weak and frail when you hit me. All right. Yuyuko said speechlessly. We don't need you guys to work. Her gaze shifted to Yidong, or more precisely, to Yidong's long, dark blue hair. Summon the fire demon. Yidong was stunned for a moment. It's not the sect leader. I just contracted this power, and they took it back to me? The crow cawed loudly. Let you be arrogant. Without the fire demon, you're nothing. Shut up, crow. I can kill you with one shot. Unable to bear it any longer, Yu slightly raised her hand, and the next second, her two little devil claws pinched the beaks of Yidong and the crow respectively, and no matter how much the man and the bird struggled, they could not break free. Wah! Wah! Summoning the fire demon is just for work. Once it's done, you can let it possess you again. Yidong nodded, on the verge of tears. The next second, a ghostly blue flame began to slowly rise from Yidong's long hair. The flames grew brighter and brighter until they completely detached from the hair and quickly coalesced into a sphere in midair. The fire demon started cursing as soon as it appeared, its loud voice making the windows rattle. Damn it, it's all destroyed, completely destroyed. You bunch of baby devils, you forced me to sign this slave contract. I'll fight you to the death. The fire demon became more and more agitated as he spoke, and the flames on his body burned brighter and brighter, even spreading to the surrounding area, which frightens Zwa and used Zwa into quickly hiding in the corner. Yu gave it a cold look, a dangerous glint in her purple eyes. Behave yourself, or I'll have the crow lower your intelligence again. Upon hearing this, the fire demon instantly cowered, as if he had been doused with a bucket of cold water. It recalled the painful experience of being mentally disabled by crows before. That feeling of being completely dazed and unaware of anything was worse than death. And the crows are still cawing nearby. Activate the castle and head to Logoport in the Kingdom of Hal. You're from there, so you shouldn't need me to give you directions, right? Okay. The fire demon quickly suppressed its arrogance and muttered under its breath before reluctantly drifting towards the fireplace. But my lord, it said, rubbing its hands together as if they were made of flames. Moving such a large castle would require a tremendous amount of energy. I need flesh and blood as fuel, and a large quantity of fresh flesh and blood. Yu looked at Yidong, who quickly took out the swallowing ball from his pocket. Adam had filled the swallowing ball for him when they were in Dis City. It was full of various daily necessities. He opened the swallowing ball, reached inside and rummaged around, pulling out a large piece of beef that looked very fresh, weighing at least 10 kilograms. Yidong threw the beef into the fireplace. Bang! The beef slammed against the stone wall of the stove, making a dull thud. The fire demon's eyes lit up instantly, like a wild dog that hadn't eaten for 3 days seeing a meat bun. That's more like it, it exclaimed excitedly, rubbing its hands together. Damn it, I haven't had meat in ages. As he spoke, the fire demon plunged into the fireplace, and the eerie blue flames instantly enveloped the beef. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The flesh and blood are quickly roasted at high temperatures, emitting an enticing aroma, just like barbecue. Awesome. This is life. The fire demon exclaimed contentedly, its flames growing even brighter and more vibrant. It's so good to have meat to eat. As its flesh and blood were rapidly consumed, the fire demon's size began to grow exponentially. Originally only the size of a fist, it rapidly expanded, soon filling the entire fireplace, with a dark blue flame surging out from the opening. More. The fire demon's voice grew louder, echoing throughout the hall. I can still eat. This little bit of meat isn't even enough to fill a tooth gap. Yidong threw in several more large pieces of meat, including beef, mutton, and some unknown wild animal meat. The fire demon accepted them all and devoured them all. Delicious. Delicious. The fire demon exclaimed as he ate. As it grew larger, raging flames began to surge upwards through the fireplace's piping system, and the entire interior of the castle walls resounded with the rumbling of machinery. Boom! The mechanical noise grew louder and louder, like a giant steam engine in operation, and the entire castle began to tremble slightly. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Yidong and the crow looked at the changes around them in shock, feeling as if they were standing inside a giant machine that was starting up. Left and right were so scared that they hugged each other, fearing that the castle would suddenly fall apart. Da Vinci was very excited, barking and running back and forth in the hall. Suddenly, an even louder mechanical noise came from beneath my feet. Click, clack, clack. The sound was like giant gears turning, accompanied by the rustling of metal and the spray of steam, and the entire castle shook even more violently. Yidong ran to the window and looked down, where he saw 6 huge mechanical legs beginning to move slowly. Bang, bang, bang. With each step, the earth trembled, the trees in the distance swayed, and even the birds in the sky were frightened and scattered. The blurry scenery in the darkness began to recede slowly. The castle was really moving. Although the speed was not fast, each step was steady and powerful, like a prehistoric behemoth walking on the earth. Meanwhile, Black Bloom on the ground felt as if the sky had collapsed as he watched the castle disappear into the distance. It quickly broke free of the reins and was about to give chase when a huge ghostly claw arose from the ground, carrying it towards the castle. At the same time, the two horses on the left and right sides of the carriage were not forgotten. At the same time, a figure crouching in the bushes further back also sprang into action, rushing out with a human oil lamp and chasing after the moving castle. There was an eye on his cheek. It was Fong Bei. After escaping last time, he felt something was wrong the more he thought about it. Yi Dong had the power to suppress the mutation of his flesh and blood. If I don't get rid of him now, it will be even more difficult to deal with him once he develops. Meanwhile, further back in the dense forest, another figure carrying an oil lamp was chasing after the moving castle. The figure ran and cried at the same time. Don't be afraid, little bear. I'll save you right away. P.S. Brothers, please give this author 5 stars to help them become a god-tier author. A small gift, just a quick swipe, could help the author buy a recreational vehicle for the elderly. Asterisk. Asterisk. Chapter 105 The Promise of Godhood. The castle continued its steady advance, its 6 mechanical legs moving in unison, their pace slow but steady, like a giant steel insect crawling across the earth. I will arrive at Logoport in about 3 days. I will be going into seclusion to advance my career. Do not disturb me unless it is important. Wah! Yi Dong finally ripped the ghost claw off his mouth. Master, what rank have you advanced to? You talk too much nonsense. Yu Yuzi glanced at him and went up the stairs to the 2nd floor. Master, there is no furniture on the 2nd floor. Yu Yuko stopped and glanced back at him. With a casual wave of her hand, countless pitch-black ghost claws emerged from the ground, weaving rapidly in the air. In the blink of an eye, a whole set of furniture appeared in the lobby on the 1st floor. A large black sofa, a matching coffee table, a tall bookshelf, a dining table with 6 chairs, and even clothes racks, vases, and decorations. Moreover, all the furniture is made of pitch-black ghost claws, which looks both eerie and imposing. Holy shit, master! Yi Dong exclaimed, his eyes wide. Awesome! The crow was so shocked that it couldn't speak for a long time. After a while, it finally managed to stammer out, caw caw caw. The cult leader is amazing. Zwaz was stammered. It's simply a miracle. Yu Yu nodded vigorously. Yu Yuko went upstairs without looking back, leaving everyone dumbfounded. The fire demon was also hiding in the fireplace, trembling silently. It knew this woman was not to be trifled with. These pieces of furniture were not simply assembled and pieced together, but were directly synthesized by the ghost's claws. This involves a word, creation. Although it's just simple furniture, it's incredibly impressive once you get involved in creating things. It seems I underestimated her. No slacking off. Yi Dong tossed another piece of flesh to Gobi, who quickly wrapped it up. Damn it. You'd better be glad that woman cares about you, or you'll be in big trouble. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong glanced at it and couldn't help but laugh. Do you think the contract is over? Upon hearing Yi Dong's words, Gobi was instantly in an uproar. He had only intended to fool Yi Dong, but he hadn't expected Yi Dong to actually understand. Damn it. We are equals. You can't treat me like that. Gobi swelled up again, and the eerie blue flames filled the entire fireplace. Shut up. With just 2 simple words, the entire 1st floor lobby fell silent, provided, of course, that the crow didn't pull its claws free from its beak. Yi Dong glanced at it and said, still trying. Wah! Gobi glared at Yi Dong resentfully. Although it had temporarily left Yi Dong, their unequal treaty still existed, and the 1st clause alone determined its status. Woo woo woo. The Gobi Desert also began to wail. Yi Dong looked around. The black-clad dead pig had already laid down to sleep. Zuyu was also arranging the 2 horses. The crow was still trying to break free of the ghost's claws, and only Da Vinci was still wandering around the hall. It'll turn into a zoo soon. Yi Dong muttered a complaint and turned to go upstairs. He must be tired after all this traveling. He should take a nap. The furniture gurus on the 2nd floor had already been arranged. Yi Dong chose a room, lay down on the bed, and drifted off to sleep. Snoring zzz, snoring zzz. Da-da-da. Yi Dong's footsteps echoed in the darkness. Yes, he had returned to the Dark Land, the place where he was to meet the children. The footsteps stopped, and Yi Dong looked at the group of children kneeling in front of him. Their number had increased from the initial dozen or so to nearly 100. The 2 kneeling at the front looked like they had already advanced to the 9th rank, and Yi Dong could vaguely see the number 9 above their heads. My Lord God, you have finally heard our call. The child at the front said, that must be Adam and Caesar. I don't know who the one next to him is. Yi Dong guessed it was the child of the Dark Witch, because there didn't seem to be any other powerful monsters besides it. As for the 50 children of Adam's family, they probably haven't been born yet. What do you want? Yidong asked in a deep voice. My God, I have perfectly mastered the player's sequence. I hope you can provide a path to advancement to the 8th sequence. Upon hearing this, Yidong was surprised. Adam's development was too fast. But thinking about it, it makes sense. After all, it's a child of a large family, so it doesn't need to find materials on its own. Once it gets a little more proficient, it can choose to advance to the next level. In this world, there is no such thing as a path to digestion. As long as you have the materials and the path to advancement, you can advance to the next level. While rapid promotion may hinder the honing of skills and knowledge, this knowledge can be acquired later. In other words, one can advance rapidly first and then gradually delve into the details later. Okay, but next time, Yidong said succinctly. Adam and Caesar lowered their heads and fell silent, clearly having no further need. Yidong looked at the remaining children, who were all hiding in their black robes and watching him without saying a word. State your needs, Yidong said in a deep voice. After a long while, a child finally spoke up. My lord, we cannot collect the materials for advancement. Players' advancement materials are relatively rare, and it's not easy to collect them, which Yidong can understand. But as their god, he certainly couldn't stand idly by, so he looked at Adam Caesar, who was at the very front. Adam Caesar. My lord god. Adam Caesar quickly raised his head. Your Adam family is responsible for raising these children, and they will serve your Adam family. Adam Caesar didn't dare to hesitate and quickly agreed, but he was still struggling with his conscience. After all, these children couldn't even get the materials to advance to the 9th sequence, so most of them were just mediocre. Although the Adam family needed players, it was hard to judge the investment required for these children and their own value. Just as Adam was feeling somewhat frustrated, Yidong spoke again. If anyone in your family has advanced to the level of a remnant god, I can bestow a godhood upon you. Upon hearing this, Adam Caesar's eyes widened, and he immediately kowtowed in gratitude with delight. What is divinity? It is the necessary qualification for ascending to godhood, something that all incomplete gods scramble for. Although the highest level in their Adam family in this city is only the 6th sequence, they are only a branch of the Adam family. The real main family of the Adam family must have old guys who are close to the remnant god. With the promise of the goddess of conception, Adam and Caesar believed they could gain a high position in the Lord's family, making it a surefire deal. Thank you, Your Majesty. All children are welcome to come to this city. Our Adam family will dedicate all our efforts to nurturing them. Upon hearing Adam Caesar's words, all the children immediately kowtowed in gratitude, finally resolving their long-standing problem and allowing them to advance to the Kira level. Yes, you may leave. The darkness slowly receded, and Yidong returned to the real world. Chapter 106: The Bizarre Mechanical Hamster. When Yidong woke up, he was a little confused because there was a mechanical hamster on his bedside table. What the heck? Is the crow playing a trick on me? Yidong frowned, picked up the hamster, and as before, he twisted the spring on its back a few times, but it got stuck after only a few simple movements. Dead crow. Yidong pushed open the door and went out. The cult leader's room door was tightly closed. He must be in seclusion. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, the corridor had already been cleaned by Da Vinci and Zuazuyo, but the door to the princess's room on the right was wide open. Yidong went inside, and it was no different from before. The coffin had already been opened. He put the hamster back in, then closed the coffin lid and prepared to leave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, a chill swept across Yidong's neck, making him shiver. Where are you hiding, crow? Yidong looked around, but didn't see any crows, which startled him. He's not stupid. Something really does seem off here. Yidong quickly closed the door and ran out. He rushed downstairs and saw Crow standing in front of the fireplace, chatting with the fire demon. You don't know, your master is a complete idiot. I know he also exploits me. You don't know, he's a much bigger idiot than you think. Damn it, I really know. You really don't know, let me tell you. Yidong grabbed the crow, which immediately struggled, and struggled even more violently when it saw that it was Yidong. Yidong, what are you doing? Why are you bullying me for no reason? When Gobi saw Yidong arrive, he didn't dare to say anything and shrank back into the fireplace. Yidong's forehead creased with annoyance as he pinched the crow's beak. Did you put the mechanical hamster on my bedside table? Caw, caw, caw. The crow shook its head. Really not. Wah. Yidong looked at Zuiyu, who was slacking off with a broom in hand, and both of them nodded. Lord Raven has indeed been here all along. Yidong then released the crow, which quickly flew a little further away and then blurted out. What's wrong with you now, you little devil? Yidong ignored the crow and frowned in thought. Who else could have done it if not the crows? Could it be the cult leader? That can't be right. Isn't the cult leader in seclusion? Besides, the cult leader wouldn't play these kinds of games with me. They usually play more direct games. Yi Dong was completely baffled, so he turned his gaze to the Gobi Desert. Don't look at me. I haven't done anything. I've just been here the whole time. As it spoke, Gobi shrank back further, afraid that Yi Dong would cause it trouble. After all, it had no way to retaliate against Yi Dong at all. When it encountered Yi Dong, it was like a beast-eared girl with its hands tied. The crow could tell that Yi Dong had obviously encountered something, so it flew back over. What did you do? Did someone disturb your sleep? Yi Dong tapped the crow on the head before telling it what had happened. The crow listened and squinted its little eyes and thought. Tell me, what's the purpose of the princess's room on the 3rd floor? Yi Dong asked, looking at Gobi. You mean that? That's the room of the 9th princess of the kingdom of Hao. The 9th princess? That's right. The Gobi flame swelled a little. Wanna know? If you do, agree to terminate the contract, and I'll tell you the most dramatic thing that happened in this moving castle. Tell me the specific details of the incident. As soon as Yi Dong gave the order, Gobi couldn't help but begin to tell his story, though his expression became somewhat ferocious. More than 100 years ago, this castle carried the 9th princess of the kingdom of Hao, who had failed in her bid for the emperor's favor, to this place. Yi Dong and Crow sat down and listened attentively. After the 9th princess arrived here, she became increasingly unwilling to have fallen to such a state. She organized a sacrificial ceremony for all the people in the castle. She wanted to sacrifice her body to the mechanical god, the Wanderer, in order to truly get rid of her physical body and thus gain a stronger mechanical compatibility. To this end, she also used 30% of the troops on the front line of the war to build herself a powerful mechanical body, which indirectly led to the disastrous defeat of the kingdom of Hao in this war. But in the end, she still failed. The Wanderer destroyed her physical body but did not grant her any favors. She vanished as a result, and no one knows whether she is still alive or has long gone to hell. Damn it. If it weren't for her, how could the kingdom of Hao have suffered such a crushing defeat? How could they have fled in such a panic and even abandoned the moving castle here, leaving me here alone for 100 years? A century. Do you know how I've lived through these past 100 years? Okay, shut up. At Yi Dong's command, Gobi could only reluctantly shut its mouth, its impotent rage raging like flames, trying to heat Yi Dong to death. What do you think, Crow? I'll watch it lying down. Crow glanced at Yi Dong and then comfortably lay down on the sofa. Yi Dong sighed. Perhaps he was overthinking things. Just as Yi Dong was about to leave, Leonardo da Vinci, who was sleeping, suddenly woke up and called out towards the stairwell. Da Vinci's strange behavior alerted everyone, and Yi Dong even took out Azathoth. Da-da-da. Rhythmic footsteps echoed around the corner of the stairs, and everyone held their breath, preparing to take action. Clatter. The final footsteps sounded, and a short, mechanical leg emerged from the corner of the stairs. Yi Dong, what have you done to offend them? Crow quickly shielded Da Vinci in front of him. The grinding of gears filled the air as the mechanical hamster slowly emerged, its 2 ruby eyes fixed on Yi Dong like bloodshot eyes. What the hell? Yi Dong frowned, a chill running down his spine. He wasn't afraid to face monsters head-on, but he was afraid of this kind of eerie, unknown fear, which was somewhat tormenting. Of course, Fong Bei's case is an exception. He was simply too ruthless. The mechanical hamster watched Yi Dong for a while, then continued down the stairs, descending step by step. Just as Yi Dong was hesitating about how to deal with it, the hamster's short legs slipped and it lost its footing. Splash, thud, thud, bang. Yi Dong. Crow, that's a bit abstract. Gobi, damn it, I thought it was something else. The mechanical hamster rolled down the steps and landed on the 1st floor, where it twitched a few times before getting stuck. Hiss, Yi Dong gasped, holding Azathoth, unsure of what to do next. I remember this was a toy that the princess always carried with her, and it had a certain degree of subjective meaning. Hearing Gobi say this, Yi Dong finally breathed a sigh of relief. If what Gobi said was true, then it made sense. And Yi Dong looked at the mechanical hamster lying face down on the ground. This thing probably doesn't have any bad intentions, right? Chapter 107, Potential Deduction of Pregnancy. Everyone waited for a long time, but the mechanical hamster did not make any move. Crow, go take a look, Yi Dong instructed. Da Vinci, go and take a look, the raven instructed. Da Vinci barked, and the mechanical hamster immediately stood up in a contorted manner, only to fall down again once the contortion disappeared. After several attempts, the mechanical hamster did not react at all, as if the power provided by the wind-up mechanism had run out. Well done, Leonardo da Vinci, smarter than a crow, Yi Dong praised. The crow glanced at Yi Dong but didn't say anything. It was simply too lazy to curse him. Yi Dong lowered his guard a little, but still carefully walked over and picked up the mechanical hamster. Just as expected, the hamster had indeed lost its motivation and lay motionless in Yidong's hand. Crow, come here and help me take it back. I'm not going. The crow lay back down comfortably, but was grabbed by Yidong the next second. You're forcing the eagle to do something it shouldn't. The crow struggled. This can only be considered asking a duck to do something it can't do. Holding the mechanical hamster in one hand and the crow in the other, Yidong quickly arrived at the third floor. Just like last time, the door to the princess's room was opened again. It's a bit ridiculous that this guy can even open the door. While complaining, Yidong put the hamster back into the coffin, then found a rope and tied the coffin up, so he wouldn't believe that the thing could escape. If it really gets out, then Yidong will have to reevaluate it. A crow sat idly on a seat nearby, its chrysanthemum petals touching the ground. Yidong, you're getting more and more cowardly, even though you're much stronger than before. It couldn't understand why a hamster would drag it over here. Even if there were ghosts here, they were most likely the soul of a princess, and maybe even a beautiful one. Its presence was disturbing Yidong's enjoyment. What do you know? This is called being vigilant. Better safe than sorry. Heh, just a coward. The crow stood up, preparing to leave with Yidong, when it suddenly saw another small black shadow appear behind Yidong. It quickly rubbed its eyes, but the little black shadow disappeared again. Just as it was about to remind Yidong, a phantom black face suddenly appeared in front of it. Holy crap! The crow's loud cry startled Yidong, who quickly looked at the crow and saw it sitting on the table, its two little duck legs kicking against the table as it backed away. What are you yelling about? A ghost! A ghost! The crow flew up and quickly landed on Yidong's shoulder. However, it suddenly remembered that the little black devil liked to run on Yidong's back, so it quickly changed its location and crawled into Yidong's arms. What happened? Yidong grabbed the duck leg and pulled the crow out. There's a ghost. A dark shadow tried to kiss me. Damn it. Yidong frowned and slapped the crow on the head, which calmed it down. The crow broke free from Yidong's hand and landed on Yidong's shoulder. After looking around and not finding the little black shadow again, it breathed a sigh of relief. It then yelled into Yidong's ear. Are you an idiot? Why did you slap me? You're still trembling even if I don't delete you. Yidong picked at his ears, feeling as if his eardrums were about to be ruptured by the crows. So what did you see that scared you like that? A ghost, the shadowy figure I told you about last time. It tried to kill me right in the face. It almost scared me to death. I think he was almost scared to death. Despite the teasing, Yidong still took out a small porcelain bottle from the swallowing ball in his arms, but he didn't feel any soul enter it for a long time. If it's not a soul, could it be some kind of monster? Yidong frowned. Don't let me catch it, or I'll make Da Vinci face to face with it and suffocate it. You haven't even touched its shadow, yet you want to catch it? Let's go. Aren't we going to do it? It's troublesome, and it didn't attack either time, so it probably doesn't have much hostility towards us. Let's ignore it. The crow thought about it and agreed with Yidong, so the two of them went outside. Once outside, Yidong found a stick and braced it tightly against the door, determined that the mechanical hamster wouldn't be able to escape this time. After throwing the crow down the stairs from the second floor, Yidong returned to his room. He had just promised Adam to create the path to the 8th sequence of advancement. It was time for him to go and see the small world of the gods. Yidong sat cross-legged on the bed and quickly fell asleep. When he opened his eyes again, he was already in this little world, where the blue sky and white clouds were exceptionally pleasant. Looking at the power of faith before him, which had returned to the shape of a stream, Yidong felt that this amount of power of faith was already exhausted when used to create the advancement path of the 9th sequence. He thought it would be quite difficult to use it to create the 8th sequence. It seems we still need to find a way to produce more offspring. But I'm still in the ruined mountains, and the moving castle isn't moving. Where can I get faith power? Yidong lay on a large rock, gazing at the blue sky in contemplation for a moment. Suddenly, he remembered the evil spirits lurking in the darkness. What if he used them to mass-produce children? But this raises another question. How can a newborn child survive in darkness, either being devoured by irrational evil spirits or corrupted by the will of the true God? How can they provide themselves with the power of faith? If only the children could resist the corrupting influence of the true God, and there were something to protect them. However, none of this is very realistic. How could there be anything that could make them resist the erosion of the gods? That is the consciousness of a true God. Yidong can't think of anything other than a human oil lamp. Furthermore, protecting them is equally difficult. Not to mention that the breeding stock can only be produced by ourselves, and we often move, which results in the breeding stock being deployed in a very scattered manner. Protecting them would require a lot of manpower and resources, which would be counterproductive. Yidong was at a loss for what to do and could only wait for the Adam family to make their move. The original 50 pregnant children, plus the other children who went to Dis City for help, should be able to bring him a considerable amount of faith power once they advanced to the ninth sequence. Yidong sighed. He realized that his development of the breeding system was still insufficient. The main problem was that the returns from the early stages of breeding were too small, far less than those from external forces like Azathoth and the Fire Demon. He could only wait until the later stages to make a difference. I hope that the subsequent promotion sequence will allow me to get rid of the disadvantage of being able to create my own offspring. If it can be developed into a chain store, it will definitely allow my development speed to take a new step. Thinking of this, Yidong thought of the pregnancy god again. Why hasn't that thing given him a way to advance to the seventh sequence? Is it slacking off like him? However, Yidong had no choice but to wait for the goddess of pregnancy to nag him. Yidong sighed again, slowly closed his eyes, and his consciousness gradually faded. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in his room. Through his blurred vision, he saw a knife. Yidong. P.S. Thank you to Nameless Fairy for the update reminder charm. Thank you to Jean D for the boba milk tea, and thank you to all the other friends for the flowers, likes, and support. Thank you all. Chapter 108, sending you away 1,000 miles away. Hamster. Yidong suddenly threw a punch, sending the mechanical hamster that was standing at the head of the bed staring at him flying. Then he quickly pulled out Azathoth, panting heavily as he nervously stared at the mechanical hamster lying on the ground. The hamster was on the ground, its stiff body trying to stand up, but it got stuck after only a few movements. But Yidong dared not let his guard down. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw the hamster standing at the head of the bed, its red eyes staring at him, and it was holding a dagger in its hand. He almost peed himself from fright. What the hell is that? Yidong rolled over and got up, cautiously leaving the room while keeping a close watch on the hamster. Once outside, he immediately closed the door and ran downstairs. Crow Leonardo da Vinci, holy crap. Yidong rushed down the stairs, his voice trembling, and his forehead was covered in a fine layer of cold sweat. That scene was absolutely terrifying. Anyone who witnessed it would be terrified. Tell me, if you woke up and suddenly saw a doll holding a knife standing in front of your head, wouldn't you be scared? What are you yelling about, you idiot? The crow nestled on the sofa, its wings all curled up. Da Vinci came running over, barking and wagging its tail, its eyes still glazed over from just waking up. It circled Yidong twice, seemingly checking to see if Yidong was injured. Zhuoyu and Zhuoyu peeked out from the first floor room, the two chubby boys rubbing their sleepy eyes and looking at Yidong. Gobi glanced at Yidong, then shrank back into the fireplace without making a sound. Damn it, that mechanical hamster has become sentient. Yidong breathed a sigh of relief, gesturing as he spoke. It ran to my bedside, holding a knife and staring at me. It almost scared me to death. It's out again. The crow remembered the little black shadow in the princess's room where they were face to face, and its heart started pounding. No way. The coffin was tied up and the door was barricaded. How could they have escaped? Who knows how they got out? Yidong wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Anyway, they're in my room now. You two come up with me and take a look. The crow swallowed hard and shrank back into the sofa. I'm not going. I still need to get my beauty sleep. This is so weird, Zhuozhu muttered to herself at the bottom of the stairs. How can a mechanical toy move on its own? Could it be that the princess's soul has possessed it? You also guessed. Upon hearing this, the crow's feathers ruffled again. Stop talking, I want to sleep. Come with me upstairs and take a look. Yidong looked at Crow and Da Vinci. I'll show you what's going on. No, the crow shook its head decisively, flapping its wings loudly. I'm not interested. You take Leonardo da Vinci. You coward, Crow. Yidong glared at it angrily. You're supposed to be an 8th order raven, and you're afraid of even a toy? You dare to criticize me like that? The crow retorted defiantly, pacing back and forth on the sofa. Why would I be afraid of it? I'm just sleepy and want to go to bed. Yidong was speechless and could only place his hopes on Leonardo da Vinci. Da Vinci, let's go kill that hamster, and then we'll give you a treat. Plenty of big bones. Da Vinci immediately barked excitedly, wagged its tail even more vigorously, and its eyes gleamed with excitement. This silly dog has never known fear and has absolutely no resistance to the temptation of food. Look at Leonardo da Vinci, and then look at you. You useless crow, Yidong said in comparison. He is the real warrior. Da Vinci is a stupid dog. Of course he's not afraid, the crow said irritably. All he thinks about is eating and sleeping. What does he know about danger? Yidong was too lazy to waste words with the crow, so he simply grabbed it. Let me go, Yidong. The crow struggled frantically, flapping its wings loudly. This is a violation of bird rights. Upon reaching the second floor, Yidong cautiously pushed open the door to his room and peered inside, holding up Azathoth. The room was quiet. The mechanical hamster lay motionless on the floor, its metal shell reflecting a dim light in the faint candlelight. That's it. Crow gave Yidong a disdainful look. Coward Yidong. Although he cursed Yidong as a coward, Crow always hid at the very back. You don't know anything. Yidong pulled the crow in front of him. Even when you're asleep, I'll stand in your face with a knife. You fucking dare. Da Vinci walked up to the hamster, sniffed it, and then rubbed it a couple of times, but nothing happened. Forget it. This thing is too weird. Yidong made up his mind. Let's just throw it away and avoid seeing it. Throw it out. The crow's eyes lit up. Great idea. It's not a treasure anyway, so we can just throw it away. He carefully used Azathoth's gun barrel to lift the mechanical hamster, the metal clanging softly. Then let Da Vinci use his distortion ability to control it, so as to prevent it from suddenly moving. The group cautiously made their way to the third floor, with Leonardo da Vinci leading the way and Yidong and Crow huddled behind. Sure enough, the door to the princess's room opened again, and the door jamb was leaning to one side. This thing is really weird. Yidong frowned. I was holding it up perfectly fine, so how did it open again? Could it be the wind? The crow guessed, but it didn't quite believe the explanation itself. What kind of wind could push the door open? Yidong shook his head. Forget it, just throw the coffin out with it, so it won't come out again. He went into the room and picked up the small coffin. The coffin wasn't heavy, but it felt cold to the touch, which made me feel uncomfortable. He then placed the mechanical hamster inside, its ruby eyes flashing in the shadows inside the coffin. They shouldn't be able to escape now, right? The crow looked at the hamster locked in the coffin and breathed a sigh of relief. They can't possibly open a coffin, can they? Probably not. Yidong closed the coffin lid. I can come back and eat again. He carried the coffin to the window, opened it, and looked outside. The night wind howled in, carrying the desolate atmosphere unique to the ruined mountains. Below the castle lay a dark wilderness, with the outlines of distant mountains faintly visible in the darkness. 6 enormous mechanical legs were moving forward steadily, each step shaking the earth like thunder and kicking up clouds of dust. The sound of steel clashing with stone echoed in the night sky, full of the rugged beauty of the industrial age. Yidong took a deep breath and lifted the coffin. Goodbye. He threw it forcefully, and the small coffin flew out of the window like a cannonball, drawing a white arc in the night sky. A few seconds later, a dull thud was heard in the distance. The coffin must have hit the ground. Finally, some peace and quiet. The crow breathed a sigh of relief, the whole bird relaxing. Hopefully, I'll never see that evil thing again. It shouldn't be like that. Yidong closed the window and clapped his hands. Even if the hamster wasn't hurt after falling from such a height, it wouldn't be able to find its way back. That's right, the crow nodded. Besides, this is a moving castle. Even if it wanted to chase, it couldn't. A person, a bird, and a dog left the third floor, and the entire castle returned to tranquility. Chapter 109 Legendary Bloodline. In the darkness outside the castle, Fong Bei was carrying a human oil lamp and following behind the castle. The dim yellow light swayed around him, casting a flickering shadow on the ground. He had been following them for a whole day, and his legs were a little sore. This damn castle moves pretty fast, he grumbled as he ran. I, the mighty lord of anomalies, have been reduced to chasing after a moving castle. It's an utter disgrace. But he dared not give up, for there was the guy in the castle who had rendered his flesh-mutating abilities ineffective. As the Lord of Anomalies, he prides himself on his powerful regenerative abilities and flesh and blood manipulation, but that tale easily destroyed his abilities. This threat must be nipped in the bud. The reason he didn't rush in directly was because he could sense that there was an exceptionally terrifying creature inside the castle. It was a suppression from the bloodline, a suppression that penetrated deep into the bone marrow. It possesses elite bloodline, mutated flesh and blood, and by chance devoured half a divine corpse, thus achieving the reputation of the first remnant god. But he knows it's all a joke. Above him are 9 other incredibly terrifying legendary bloodlines. Those are the truly terrifying beings. Fortunately, the main god placed restrictions on them, preventing them from becoming beings to be worshipped. This also prevented them from becoming remnant gods. But even so, they were still able to crush most remnant gods with the power of the First Order. And within this castle dwells a terrifying, legendary bloodline. Damn it. How could there be someone like this around Yidong? Fong Bei's face was gloomy, and his eyes flashed with resentment. No, we must find a chance to sneak into the castle and take care of Yidong when that terrifying guy isn't paying attention. He ran while thinking about the battle plan, but no matter how he thought about it, he felt that the chances of winning were slim. Just as he was concentrating on running, a dark shadow suddenly fell from the sky. Bang! Fong Bei was caught off guard and was hit squarely by the object that suddenly fell. The immense impact caused him to lose his balance, and he fell forward, rolling several times on the ground before coming to a stop. What the hell? Fong Bei grimaced in pain, feeling like his back was about to fall apart. Who the hell threw things from a high place? Don't they have any sense of public morality? He spat out a mouthful of grass clippings, struggled to his feet, and then looked at the thing that had hit him. It was an exquisite little white coffin, pure white, with intricate patterns carved on it. Although the coffin fell from a great height, it was completely undamaged, demonstrating the exquisite craftsmanship. A coffin? Fong Bei frowned, a look of doubt flashing in his eyes. What the hell is this thing? Where did this coffin come from? Could it have been thrown from the castle? Fong Bei looked up at the castle that had already disappeared into the distance, a hint of doubt flashing through his mind. But he couldn't worry about that now. The castle was already far away, and he had to hurry and catch up. Every second wasted increases the distance between them. Fong Bei grumbled as he dusted himself off, picked up the oil lamp that had fallen to the ground, and continued chasing after the castle. His figure quickly disappeared into the darkness, leaving only footprints on the ground to prove that he had passed by. Not long after, another figure appeared, carrying an exquisitely crafted human-shaped oil lamp. This is a little girl who looks about 17 or 18 years old, wearing a pink lace dress, the hem of which sways gently in the night breeze. She has a delicate doll-like face, skin as white as fine porcelain, and features as exquisite as a work of art. Her blood-red eyes were moist and clear, and her long eyelashes trembled like small fans, making her look like a little princess who had stepped out of a fairy tale. Little bear, wait for your sister a little longer." The little girl cried softly as she ran. "Your sister misses you so much." She was also tracking the moving castle, but her steps were as light as dancing in the night sky, showing no signs of fatigue. Every step was so elegant, like a noble lady strolling in a garden. Like Fong Bei, she could also feel the bloodline suppression emanating from the castle and was also waiting for an opportunity. The ancient and powerful pressure filled her with both excitement and apprehension, and complex emotions flashed in her blood-red eyes. Huh. The little girl suddenly tripped over something and almost fell. She steadied herself, looked down, and saw a pretty little white coffin. What a beautiful box. The girl's eyes lit up instantly, as if she had seen a beloved toy, and her voice was full of surprise. She knelt down and gently stroked the carvings on the surface of the coffin with her small hands. Driven by curiosity, she carefully opened the coffin and immediately saw the mechanical hamster inside. Wow, what an adorable little hamster! The little girl exclaimed excitedly, her eyes sparkling with innocent joy. Even though it's mechanical, the craftsmanship is so exquisite. She carefully picked up the mechanical hamster, as gently as if she were holding a real pet. Slender fingers gently stroked the hamster's smooth brass shell, feeling the intricate gears and spring-loaded structure. Little hamster, would you like to go with me to find the little bear?" The little girl whispered to the hamster, as if talking to a real pet. "We can be good friends." The mechanical hamster actually nodded, and its ruby eyes sparkled as the little girl gently stroked it. "You want to play with the teddy bear too, right?" The little girl nodded understandingly. "Then let's go together. I'll protect you, just like I protect the teddy bear." She happily stood up, clutching the mechanical hamster, and continued chasing after the castle. In the candlelight, the little girl's figure looked both cute and eerie. In her arms, the mechanical hamster's ruby eyes blinked incessantly in the darkness, like blinking. Meanwhile, in the cult leader's room, Yu Yuko finally finished reading the novel and stretched comfortably. "How cowardly. I'm so gentle, and I don't even dare to come." She pursed her lips, a hint of disdain in her expression. "I'm actually sleepy, so I'll give you a chance." With that, Yu Yuko crawled into the quilt, her scent gradually fading away. In that instant, a glint flashed in the eyes of both Fong Bei and the girl, but neither of them dared to step forward rashly. At the same time, pairs of red eyes lit up in the darkness of the dilapidated mountains and rushed towards the moving castle. "P.S. Guys, I only have one day left until my final exams, and I haven't even started studying yet, so I'll only be posting 2 chapters today. I'll post a few more big updates after the final exams are over and I'm on holiday. I just want to be a student who doesn't fail any courses. Also, thank you to all the brothers for the gifts." Chapter 110 Evil Spirits Siege the City. After getting rid of the mechanical hamster, Yidong finally felt relieved. The man, the dog, and the crow left the 3rd floor. Da Vinci staggered behind them, looking at Yidong and the crow's backs, opening his mouth as if to call out, but still remained silent. Neither Yi Dong nor the crow noticed its unusual behavior. Even if they had, they would have assumed it was just sleepy. As soon as they reached the first floor, they heard Gobi's panicked shouts. Damn it! You've finally arrived. What's wrong? Yi Dong frowned. There are so many evil spirits lurking beneath the castle. Quick, give me some meat. I need to speed things up. The crow immediately flew to the window and looked outside, its little eyes wide with surprise. Holy crap! Really? So many evil spirits. Yi Dong first tossed 2 large pieces of meat to Gobi, then strode towards the wooden door of the castle, pushed it open and looked down, his pupils immediately contracting. Just as Gobi had said, countless pairs of blood-red eyes gleamed in the darkness beneath the castle, and a large number of evil spirits, like zombies, chased after the moving castle from all directions. Yi Dong cursed. Why are there so many evil spirits all of a sudden? The Gobi Desert roared furiously as it devoured flesh and blood inside the fireplace. How the hell should I know? After swallowing 2 large chunks of flesh, Gobi's body swelled up again, and the castle moved even faster. However, these evil spirits were coming from all directions, and soon several of them climbed up the mechanical legs. Why wasn't it there at first? The crow wondered. It was perfectly quiet just now. Who knows what these brainless idiots are thinking? Gobi, with his massive size, became slightly irritable. Just as everyone was talking, a semi-mechanical dog had already climbed to the middle of the mechanical leg. The lower half of this mechanical dog is completely mechanized, while its upper half retains its fleshy form, with white ribs exposed beneath the rotting skin. Da Vinci, drag it away, Yi Dong ordered Da Vinci. Da Vinci, barely managing to support himself, let out a soft bark. The twisting force instantly dragged the cyborg dog off its mechanical legs, twisting it into a pretzel shape in the air before slamming it heavily to the ground with a metallic cracking sound. But then, more evil spirits began to climb the other mechanical legs. Although their movements were stiff, they were exceptionally tenacious, their sharp claws leaving deep scratches on the steel and producing a piercing metallic scraping sound. Da Vinci wanted to continue using his abilities, but suddenly his body went limp, and he collapsed to the ground with a painful howl. Da Vinci? Yi Dong frowned and went to examine Da Vinci. A moment later, his expression turned strange. What's wrong with this stupid dog? The crow asked casually, but in reality, it was still very worried about the silly dog. The 3 of them had been together for so long, and it still liked the silly dog and that idiot Yi Dong. Da Vinci is about to give birth. Yi Dong's expression was strange. Left, right, take Da Vinci to the room and see if we can get her to give birth. Upon hearing this, Zwa and Yu, who had already slipped into the room, rushed out and dragged Da Vinci back into the room. Da Vinci let out a weak bark, his crooked mouth twitching from the pain, but his eyes were still fixed on the evil spirit outside the door with worry. As Leonardo da Vinci was being carried away, even more evil spirits had already climbed onto the mechanical legs. Crow, Yi Dong shouted. The crow immediately misunderstood, spread its wings, and its eyes instantly filled with blood red as it shrieked at the nearest evil spirit. Limp. A powerful mental shockwave struck a climbing skeleton soldier, instantly breaking its bones and causing it to fall from its mechanical legs, shattering into pieces on the ground. Lie down. Lie down. Everyone lie down. The crows used mental attacks repeatedly, and one after another, the evil spirits lost their strength and fell off the mechanical legs. However, there were simply too many evil spirits, and although the crows' mental attacks were effective, they were simply not enough to keep up with them all. I'm telling you to go to the cult leader for help. Why didn't you say so earlier? The crow flapped its wings and flew away, leaving Yi Dong alone standing at the door, watching the increasing number of evil spirits on the mechanical leg. These evil spirits can't climb up yet. The mechanical legs sway too much, and many are thrown off halfway up. However, just when Yi Dong thought the castle was safe for the time being, a deep roar came. Yi Dong quickly looked over and saw a one-eyed giant that was more than 10 meters tall. The Cyclops suddenly charged towards the moving castle, frantically grabbing one of its mechanical legs. The impact of its massive size shook the castle, and Yi Dong quickly grabbed the door frame to steady himself. The castle was still moving, but the Cyclops was dragging a mechanical leg along, and the castle's speed quickly decreased. More evil spirits followed, frantically climbing up the mechanical legs like zombies. Damn it, this won't do. I've reached my limit in terms of power. We can't escape. Can't escape now? Yi Dong muttered to himself, looking at the hundreds of evil spirits. From the moment he came into this world, he had always been cautious, and even his few acts of resistance were only for his own survival. Crow said he was a coward, and Yidong also admitted that he was indeed a coward and cherished his life. He rarely confronted his enemies head-on, always resorting to underhanded tactics. Gobi, come fight me. I want to experience the feeling of fists hitting flesh. What the hell are you saying? Yidong smiled, took Azathoth out of the swallowed ball, and twirled it in his hand. Fight me for a match, and I'll give you an equal contract in return. Damn it, really? Whatever. You better keep your word. Don't worry, you won't die. The cult leader will be here soon. The tremors of the castle gradually subsided, and the 6 mechanical legs slowly came to a stop. A surge of dark blue flames erupted from the fireplace, instantly enveloping Yidong's entire body. Flames coiled around Yidong like living things, his hair turned a ghostly blue again, dancing in the night wind, and he exuded a powerful and dangerous aura. Come on, you little bastards. Yidong clenched his left fist, his body burning with eerie flames, and a hideous fire demon phantom appeared behind him. Kill them all. Gobi roared. Chapter 111. The Ninth Princess. Do you want me? Yidong did not jump down immediately, but instead raised Azathoth and fired at the evil spirits on the ground. Bang! The moment the gunshot rang out, the atmosphere suddenly turned gloomy, dark clouds gathered, and the horned demon descended from the sky. It crashed heavily into the area where evil spirits were concentrated, and the enormous impact turned dozens of evil spirits into mincemeat. Unfortunately, Azathoth, carrying the Black Mountain Old Sheep, reduced his firing rate, and Yidong could only fire 1 shot every 10 seconds. He fired 3 shots in quick succession, and horned demons descended from the sky, clearing a large gap in the ground from the evil spirits. But there are far too many evil spirits on the ground, and they keep coming in. The evil spirits on the mechanical legs climbed higher and higher, and Yidong dared not fire at them. If he broke the mechanical legs, the entire castle would collapse. It's on. Yidong tucked Azathoth into his waistband and leaped off the castle, plummeting to the ground like a meteor. Boom! Yidong crashed heavily into the horde of evil spirits, and the shockwave carrying flames instantly sent the surrounding evil spirits flying. More than a dozen evil spirits were torn to pieces by the shockwave, and burning debris flew everywhere. This feels so good. No wonder everyone likes warriors. Yidong stood in the center of the evil spirits, his body engulfed in dark blue flames, like a fire god descending to earth. When Yidong jumped down, the evil spirits on the mechanical legs immediately let go and fell like dumplings being dropped into a pot. Unable to control their bodies in the air, they could only stretch their necks or claws as much as possible in an attempt to launch a descent attack on Yidong. But before they could even touch Yidong, they were torn in two by the nearly 3-meter-tall fiery body of the Gobi Desert behind them. Blood splattered, and the evil spirits became even more frenzied, surging towards Yidong from all directions. Perfect. Everyone come here. Yidong shouted excitedly, raising Azathoth and aiming it at the densest part of the evil spirits. Bang! A gigantic ram-horned demon descended from the sky, crashing heavily into the horde of evil spirits, crushing dozens of them simultaneously with its immense impact. The ground was smashed into a deep crater, and shards of bone and metal parts were mixed with blood and flesh flying everywhere. Azathoth fell into a cooldown again, and Yidong inserted it into his waistband, his body also burning with a ghostly blue flame. With a burst of speed, Yidong shot out like a cannonball, his fist wreathed in flames, instantly piercing the chests of 2 ordinary evil monsters. Their corpses, pierced through his arms, were quickly burned to ashes by the flames. An evil spirit attempted to ambush from behind, but was instead grabbed by the fire demon and stuffed into its mouth. The crunching sound rang out, and the fire demon's body grew even larger. Yidong also felt his strength recover. This is another characteristic of the fire demon. As long as it has flesh to eat, it can strengthen itself and its host, and also restore its strength and recover from injuries. Although this enhancement has an upper limit, it is still a terrifying racial talent, which is why they are an elite race. After a few punches, Yidong's adrenaline surged, and his attacks became even more ferocious. Each punch was accompanied by terrifying flames, and he would draw his gun and fire a shot once Azathoth's attacks cooled down. At the same time, the Gobi Desert is not to be outdone. The enormous phantom opened its blood-red maw and spewed out a torrent of eerie blue flames that swept across the entire battlefield like a tsunami. All the evil spirits touched by the flames turned to ashes amidst screams, their bones burned away completely. But this place is deep within a dilapidated mountain range, and the quality and quantity of evil spirits far exceed Yidong's imagination. Moreover, it's not just these ordinary evil spirits. A whooshing sound came from above, and Yidong quickly dodged to the side. The next second, a huge poisonous thorn was stuck in the spot where he had just been standing. The stinger was made of machinery, and it gleamed with a chilling light under the daylight on the castle. Yidong smashed the head of the evil spirit in front of him with a punch, then handed his back to Gobi and looked back at himself. The creature that attacked him was a giant mechanical scorpion, 5 meters long, with 8 mechanical legs as sharp as blades, and the stinger on its back gleaming green. The Seventh Order, and it appears to be the regular army of the Kingdom of Hal, as the scorpion has the emblem of the Kingdom of Hal on its forehead. Excitement flashed in Yidong's eyes. Perfect opportunity to test my current strength. The mechanical scorpion rushed in front of Yidong, its huge pincers snapping at him. Yidong neither dodged nor evaded, but directly met the punch head-on. Boom! The fist collided with the pincers, producing a deafening metallic clang. Yidong was jolted back a few steps, while the mechanical scorpion remained motionless. There was no way around it. The size difference was too great, and Yidong had no chance of winning in a one-on-one strength contest. But he has other ways to attack. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the ram-horned demon descended from the sky, its enormous ram horns piercing through the mechanical scorpion's massive hindquarters, pinning it to the ground. There aren't many good monsters in this world. So far, Azathoth has never missed a shot when fighting monsters, except for those poor experimental subjects who were experimented on from birth. Sparks flew from the mechanical scorpion as it began to struggle frantically. Soon, the ram-horned demon disappeared, and the mechanical scorpion roared as it charged toward Yidong. Just as Yidong was about to dodge, he suddenly felt his legs being restricted by something. He looked down and saw that, without him noticing, 2 claws made of white bones were tightly gripping his legs, the roots of the bone claws deeply embedded in the soil. What is that? Yidong's pupils contracted slightly as the mechanical scorpion's stinger pierced him, but he still couldn't break free from its claws. In the critical moment, Gobi behind him bent down and enveloped Yidong, its venomous tail piercing into Gobi's body, causing the latter to scream in agony. Damn it! If I had made a contract with that woman, you'd see if I didn't slaughter you all. The scorpion followed closely, its massive mechanical pincers plunging into Gobi's body, causing the latter to scream in agony once more. Meanwhile, Azathoth's cooldown was finally over. Yidong quickly raised his gun and fired. The ram-horned demon descended from the sky again, this time its horns piercing the scorpion's head and instantly blasting it deep into the mud. The mechanical scorpion emitted a large amount of electric light from its entire body, and then became completely still. Yidong ignited flames in his hands and grabbed the 2 white bone claws on his legs. The flames corroded the bones, but the bones seemed to feel no pain and did not let go at all. With no other option, Yidong had to pull it out forcefully. As dirt flew, Yidong pulled out a skeleton no bigger than a human, its empty eye sockets burning with scarlet flames. And it finally chose to let go, flying away with Yidong's help. Having temporarily gotten rid of this guy, Yidong breathed a sigh of relief and quickly asked if Gobi was all right. Damn it, I'm in so much pain. Tell me if I'm okay or not. Listen to me, thank you. The Gobi Desert is also a mess. It has now formed a contract with Yidong, and their lives are intertwined. If Yidong dies, it will die too. As for why it was unharmed when the old black sheep died, it's because it never signed a contract with the old sheep. It only controlled its body. Damn it, why isn't the leader here yet? Yidong frowned. It had been so long, and the sect leader still hadn't come to the rescue. Was he in a critical period of seclusion? He looked at the skeletons before him, then at the ever-surging evil spirits, and even at the Cyclops of the 6th sequence walking towards him from behind. Yidong felt a sense of powerlessness. He didn't want to be a soldier anymore. It was more fun to hide and ambush people. That woman won't come. A voice, as piercing as the night wind, rang in Yidong's ears. Yidong's pupils contracted slightly as he warily eyed the skeleton and coldly questioned, "Who's speaking?" The phantom of the fire demon behind it also sensed the anomaly, its blood-red eyes searching around. "Something's behind you." Gobi's voice echoed in Yidong's mind. "It's a dark thing." The phantom of the fire demon suddenly reached out with its claw to grab Yidong's back, but it caught nothing. The cold voice rang out again, this time with obvious grievance. "You lost my favorite toy. You have to compensate me." It was the 9th princess. Yidong frowned. So this girl really had always existed, and it wasn't their imagination. "How do you want me to compensate you?" "I want you. P.S. Thank you too for the gift, and to all the other friends for the likes, flowers, and love for the cause. The author will add 2 more chapters later, but it's owed for now because of exams these days. I will make it up to everyone starting on the 28th. Chapter 112, The Ninth Princess. The fourth sequence? What nonsense are you talking about? Yi Dong frowned, not understanding what the ninth princess meant. I want your body. Give me half of your body. The shadowy figure of the ninth princess appeared before Yi Dong's eyes, and Yi Dong could clearly see that distorted face. Then you're just dreaming. Yi Dong quickly refused. He thought it was something else, but he didn't expect it was someone who wanted to possess his body. Damn it, stop wasting time talking to it. It's coming. Gobi's claw tore the dark shadow apart, and only then did Yi Dong see the white bones that were charging towards him. Flaming dragon kick. Yi Dong shouted and kicked out, striking the skeleton squarely in the chest and sending it flying. Immediately afterwards, Azathoth's gunshot rang out, and the horned demon descended from the sky, pinning the skeleton to the ground. So, these are the warriors of the Bone Kingdom? Azathoth spun around in his hand. Then Yi Dong tucked it back into his waistband and casually punched two evil spirits that rushed towards him to death. It's not that easy. They're immortal, Gobi warned. Sure enough, the skeleton stood up again in the next second. The chest that had been shattered by the ram-horned demon had been restored. Although that area had turned into bone fragments, it was still firmly stuck together, only looking full of cracks. White bones, elite bloodline. Their ability is that their faith is immortal and they are eternally alive. Holy crap, who do they worship? Bone Emperor, Rise, the most recent remnant god to ascend to godhood, is him. That's pretty high class. Damn, that's incredibly high. During the conversation, the skeleton charged over again. Yi Dong was preparing to unleash another dragon kick when he suddenly felt the sound of wind breaking above his head and rushed forward. He kicked the skeleton in the face, then leaped more than 10 meters away. At the same time, a muffled explosion sounded behind him, and the howling wind whipped Yi Dong's long hair, making it look exceptionally elegant. Looking back, one of the Cyclops' feet was still standing in the spot where it had been, with the skeletal upper body crushed beneath it, presumably reduced to dust. Yi Dong frowned, looking at the enormous creature with no way to deal with it. The sixth sequence, although it is of inferior bloodline, is still something I can't deal with at all. The only person in the entire church who can deal with it is the church leader. Yi Dong. The shouts came from the moving castle. Yi Dong looked over and saw crows shouting at the top of their lungs. I don't know what the cult leader is doing. I've been calling him for ages, and he still won't open the door. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong's heart skipped a beat. This was bad. The cult leader can be really unreliable sometimes. I don't know if her promotion was real or fake. Maybe she's either reading a novel or sleeping. I always felt that the cult leader was deliberately letting himself go, as if he was training himself. The Cyclops swung his fist down again, giving Yi Dong no time to think. He could only quickly roll back. I told you she wouldn't care about you. The shadowy figure of the ninth princess appeared on the Cyclops' head, her voice sinister and tinged with grievance. Can you give me half of your body? I love your body so much. You're a fucking pervert. Yi Dong cursed in disgust and fired his Azathoth again. The horned demon descended from the sky, but when it crashed into the Cyclops, it only made the Cyclops stagger slightly and did not cause any real damage. Instead, it aroused the Cyclops' ferocity. Roar! The foul-smelling saliva splattered towards him, but thankfully the flames of the Gobi Desert blocked it, which reassured Yi Dong considerably. Damn it, the stench is killing me. The Cyclops strode forward, causing the ground to tremble. Run? What are you standing there for? Gobi shouted. Run? Run for what? Yi Dong blew on the muzzle of Azathoth's gun. Crow. The scorching heat reappeared. Yi Dong looked down at the ground. The curious Gobi looked up for a moment, then let out a wail. The flames dimmed a little. Malagab, God, great old day. The scorching rays of light pierced through the Cyclops' chest in an instant, and the giant screamed and fell to the ground. Any evil spirits that were nearby were either melted or crushed by the Cyclops' massive body. The skeleton that had just had its upper body reconstructed silently burrowed into the soil, afraid of affecting itself. A moment later, the intense heat dissipated, and only then did everyone dare to look up. The Cyclops wasn't quite dead yet. His chest had been pierced by a blazing beam of light, leaving a bloody hole, and he even tried to get up. Yi Dong was astonished. The giant's vitality was truly tenacious. It could still live even with its chest pierced through, and even tried to crawl over to punch him. Bang! The horned demon descended from the sky and plunged directly into the bloody hole in the Cyclops' chest, drawing out a large amount of blood. The Cyclops then fell down unwillingly, kicking up a cloud of dust. The death of the Cyclops and the presence of the Great Old One temporarily drove these evil spirits away, but only temporarily. They remained circling the castle, refusing to leave. Looking around, blood-red eyes formed a tight circle, completely impenetrable. Hee, you're quite patient. Yidong sighed and sat cross-legged on the ground, pondering a way to break the deadlock. Unbeknownst to them, several more auras appeared among the evil spirits, including skeletons of the sixth sequence and mechanical warriors of the sixth sequence. Although most of the troops deployed in the war between the two countries were cannon fodder from the 9th and 8th ranks, there were still quite a few junior generals from the 7th rank and generals from the 6th rank. Because the aura of the Great Old Ones still lingered, these high-sequence evil spirits dared not act rashly, but simply circled around the castle waiting for an opportunity. Yidong frowned. In this situation, only the sect leader could intervene. There was no other way. Or perhaps the Raven can keep summoning the Great Old Ones to maintain a terrifying aura. Although the Raven said it could summon infinitely, the mental energy required for the summoning alone would drain it dry. What should we do? I can help you. The little black shadow reappeared, hovering in front of Yidong's face. Just as Gobi was about to make a move, Yidong gestured for it to hold back. Yidong did not answer immediately, but instead carefully observed the 9th princess. Although she only has a head now, and her face is somewhat distorted, you can still vaguely see that she was quite beautiful before. I want to know how you can help me? Yidong asked, looking at the 9th princess. The 9th princess's expression softened somewhat. Give me half of your body, and I will kill them all. What do you want half of my body for? The 9th princess hesitated for a moment before saying, You possess divine power that can contain my soul. Yidong frowned. This guy could actually see the divine power within him. He was no ordinary person. What was your strength when you were alive? The 4th sequence. What? Yidong was stunned. This 9th princess was actually this powerful? 7th, 6th, 5th. This guy is 3 whole sequences away from me. However, since she is a princess, it's not surprising that she has the resources of an entire country behind her. But what exactly is she trying to do? Chapter 113, The Flowers in the Dark. I want to use your body to get something, and then I'll break free. Do you think I believe that? I'm telling the truth. I swear in the name of the mechanical god wanderer. The 9th princess's face twisted even more. Do you think I'm an idiot? Yidong rolled his eyes at her. The mechanical god has already tormented you like this, so I'm even less likely to believe you if you swear on him. He did not torment me, but gave me great power. It was my own inability to bear it that made me into this inhuman and ghostly state. If I'm on the verge of death and the cult leader still doesn't come to save me, I'll think about it some more. Yidong stood up and raised Azathoth. The aura of the great old days vanished, and the surrounding evil spirits began to approach. Bang! Gunshots became a clarion call, and countless evil spirits surged up in an instant. Yidong stood at the very center, like a small boat about to be swallowed by the waves in the ocean. Gobi, when you're about to die, hide inside my body. Damn it, isn't dying the same thing anyway? It's different, I won't die. After saying that, Yidong exerted force with his feet and rushed into the group of evil spirits, smashing the heads of several evil spirits with each punch. Gobi didn't hide inside immediately. Instead, it stood behind Yidong, constantly grabbing evil spirits and stuffing them into its mouth, thus providing Yidong with a continuous source of strength and recovery. Although Yidong, possessed by the Gobi Desert, was very powerful, there were too many evil spirits. There were always a few that he couldn't keep up with, which would pounce on him and tear off a piece of flesh from his body while braving the flames of the Gobi Desert. Soon, Yidong was covered in blood, and even though Gobi was helping him recover, it was still just a drop in the ocean. Yidong gritted his teeth, inwardly cursing the pain. Suddenly, he remembered that he had a healing spell. Although he had never learned it, the image of the magic circle was now exceptionally clear in his mind. Flesh and blood, dung beetles. Countless tiny tentacles emerged from the wound, instantly filling it like granulation tissue, and even the pain disappeared. Yidong breathed a sigh of relief. He could finally concentrate on the fight. There were many evil spirits, stretching as far as the eye could see, and a 6th sequence mechanical warrior was already approaching him. Damn it, I'm done for now. I should have stayed alone for a few more centuries. Gobi cursed, his fiery body twisting in agony. Hide inside my body, and leave the rest to this character. What the hell are you talking about? Do you really think you're invincible? I don't know either. Yidong let out a breath. In fact, he was also gambling, or in other words, he was actually rebelling against the cult leader. He always felt like he was in a game arranged by Yuko, and he didn't even know what role he was playing in it. So he didn't choose to run away, even though he couldn't escape anyway. He wanted to see if the cult leader's game could continue if he died. Give yourself to me. She won't come. Wait a little longer. A mechanical tail lashed out at Yidong's back, the powerful force sending him crashing into the horde of evil spirits. Fortunately, Gobi absorbed most of the impact from behind. Otherwise, it would have been the death of Yidong. If you don't give me your body, you're going to die. The ninth princess was almost crying, her face full of grievance. Wait a little longer. Yidong lay in the mud, looking at the castle gate. The raven had spread its wings, and its prayers were uttered in a low voice, preparing to summon the great, old one once more. However, at that moment, a horse's hoof kicked the crow aside, interrupting its summoning ritual. Crow. It looked up and saw a handsome black horse looking down at the evil spirit below. No, Black Cloth, what are you doing? Blackie snorted and ignored the crows, leaping down from the castle. Under the light of daylight, a pair of wings that blotted out the sky unfolded on the back of the pitch-black battlefield, and a putrid aura instantly enveloped the entire battlefield. Holy crap! What is this thing? The crow stared wide-eyed. It had never seen a black Brondo before. The horse with black wings, however, seemed somewhat familiar with the putrid smell. Yidong breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he had made the right bet. Just as he had guessed, the cult leader was still there, and he himself was a very important figure. Scold. With a piercing cry, Black Cloth flew over the evil spirit, and countless black powders fell like snowflakes. When the powder came into contact with the evil spirits, it instantly enveloped them as if they were alive, gradually twisting their shapes until they finally transformed into black horses. Even the sixth sequence was not spared. Yidong remained silent, reaching out to catch the powder. However, as soon as the powder landed on him, it turned into red flower petals. He smiled, looking at the petals filling the sky. Black Cloth Winter, thank you for the flowers. P.S. Thanks for the 2 razor blades, and to the other friends for the love letters, flowers, and love for their hard work. Chapter 114, The Birth of Leonardo da Vinci's Child. What is this? Fong Bei, hiding in the distance, frowned as he looked at the pitch-black sky, a hint of doubt in his heart. The aura and ability seemed somewhat familiar, but he had never seen this winged unicorn before. Thinking of this, Fong Bei looked at the crow again. It was also an oddball. The crow may look like an ordinary animal in the daytime, but it is actually a monster, and a rather rare one at that, a mind control type. And that ugly dog, the more Fong Bei thought about it, the more something seemed off. Where do all these strange and unusual things come from? The girl on the other side was equally puzzled. She was hiding in a tree, holding her hamster, staring intently at the dark, gloomy ground. What a handsome horse. I wish it belonged to me. The mechanical hamster nodded, its eyes fixed on the girl's face. Both of them were glad they hadn't made a move earlier, otherwise they would probably be dark horses now. If this unicorn could easily clear out such a large number of evil spirits, including many of them of the 6th rank, then it must be at least a monster of the 5th rank, enough to crush them. It seems we'll have to find another opportunity. We can only wait until Yidong is alone. When will this castle finally stop? They can't just stay on top of it forever, can they? Why is there a trace of my presence here? Meanwhile, Yidong is collecting souls. There was a lot of blood on the ground, and he used the blood to draw a giant target around the hundreds of corpses. The corrupted black horses in the dark were also within the formation, numbering in the thousands. Collecting all these souls would be enough to sustain him for a very long time. You cowardly, remnant god hiding in the cave. You pathetic worm stepping over the corpses of countless relatives and friends. I, Yidong, sincerely invite you to taste this hard-won flesh and blood. After saying that, Yidong threw the match into the target area, and black flames shot into the sky. Unlike before, this time, in addition to the flames, a huge black maggot crawled out of the target. The black maggots were covered in wounds, knife wounds, burns, frostbite, lightning strikes, making them look like bodies that had endured countless torments. A crippled god, a pathetic wretch. The abundant flesh and blood sacrifice attracted its special attention, and it even manifested a phantom image to descend upon it. Yidong stood aside and silently watched the guy devour flesh and blood. The Gobi Desert behind him didn't dare to make a sound and burrowed into his body. Black Bloom returned to the castle and lay down to sleep. Leonardo da Vinci also stopped screaming, while the crows remained vigilantly watching below. After a long while, the poor worm let out a burp, took a deep look at Yidong, and then disappeared into the black flames. Finally, it's over. Yidong breathed a sigh of relief, took out the small bottle he had prepared in advance from the swallowing ball, and immediately countless souls frantically rushed into the bottle. Souls have no collision volume. Even thousands of souls can be contained in a single bottle. If I were to transform these souls back into Offspring, wouldn't that be giving them life anew? I wonder if there is an underworld in this world. It's time for Yama, the king of hell, to change positions. As Yidong put away the bottle and prepared to return to the castle, a powerful force surged into his body, followed by an unstoppable influx of power. Yidong counted them. There were 51 in total. It seems that all of Adam's offspring have advanced to the 9th rank. There is one more, but we don't know who it is, or perhaps another offspring has already gone to Adam's family. The power of faith should be sufficient. It's time to create the advancement path for the 8th sequence. Yidong suddenly leaped up, grabbed the mechanical leg, and climbed upwards, landing steadily next to the crow in the blink of an eye. Damn, Yidong, you've really made something of yourself. Crow swallowed hard, sensing that Yidong was not someone to be trifled with. Crow, you piece of trash. If you're so capable, release the Gobi Desert and then stuff Azathoth into your crotch again. Don't I need to be an idiot? Yidong smiled, picked up the crow, and walked downstairs. Zhuazhuo was already cleaning the surgical instruments, and she breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Yidong lie. Apostle Yi Leonardo da Vinci has given birth, but the child is a bit strange. Yidong nodded and pushed open the operating room door. Da Vinci was lying on the operating table, panting heavily. The wound on his abdomen had been stitched up, and Yu was taking care of the child beside him. It's a strange thing. Yidong came to Da Vinci's side, rubbed its head, and then lit up a magic circle of flesh and blood with his right hand, slowly pressing it onto the stitches on Da Vinci's abdomen. Countless tiny tentacle buds sprouted and filled all the gaps in the blink of an eye, and Leonardo da Vinci relaxed. Even the crow, its eyes red, shouted at Leonardo da Vinci, "Invigorate!" Da Vinci barked once, got up on the spot, and barked excitedly. "Well done, Leonardo da Vinci. Why don't you praise me? Do I even need to praise the eagle? That's more like it." The crow couldn't help but caw and laugh, finally hearing a human word after all its running around. However, it was also somewhat gratified, feeling that Yidong seemed to have grown a lot after this experience and had become somewhat awesome. Yidong took the child from Zhuazhuo's arms and then examined him carefully. Da Vinci also came over, clinging to Yidong's legs and trying to stand up to look. A crow also flew curiously onto Yidong's shoulder, and Gobi poked its little head out from behind. Yidong squatted down, and Da Vinci also saw the child. This is a square thing. It looks like a flesh and blood cube. One side has facial features, just like a human with 2 eyes, a nose and a mouth, 2 small arms on each side, and 2 legs on the bottom side. Overall, it's still watchable. Oh my god, he's even uglier than Leonardo da Vinci. The crow couldn't help but complain. Be an upright person, don't you understand? Don't talk nonsense. Yidong tapped the crow on the head, then looked at Leonardo da Vinci. The latter seemed quite satisfied, sticking out her tongue to lick her child, who responded by stretching out her 2 little hands. Shouldn't we give it a name? The crow pondered. Da Vinci, Da Fanki, Da Fengda, Xiaofangbe. Da Vinci glared at the crow and barked twice, looking quite dissatisfied. Then he nudged Yidong, signaling Yidong to take it. You stupid dog, you still look down on the name I picked? Do you even know what a jinx is? The names I pick have magical effects. What the hell did you name your dog? Gobi couldn't stand it anymore and shoved the crow off Yidong's shoulder. If you can do it, then you do it. A crow landed on Yidong's other shoulder. If you ask me, it should be called Mad. It sounds so much better. I think you're the one who's mad, the crow retorted. Shut up, you two. What kind of dog name is that? Yidong, come here, let me see what good names you can come up with. Yidong rubbed his chin, looked at the child, and then thought about things he was usually familiar with. I've got it, let's call it Password. Crow, Gobi, Leonardo da Vinci, woof woof woof. Chapter 1:15 Advanced Players. The child's name was ultimately chosen as Code, despite the opposition from both the crow and the Gobi Desert. But what could Leonardo da Vinci do when he liked it? Yidong handed the password to da Vinci, who then climbed onto da Vinci's head, grabbing its ears with its 2 small hands, looking like a driver. Da Vinci barked happily and began to wander around the first floor with the password in hand. The crow snorted disdainfully, lay down on the sofa, and stared intently at the happy father and son. Gobi returned to the fireplace. The mechanical castle started up again, and it embarked on its journey to Loga Port once more. Yidong returned to the 2nd floor and collapsed onto the bed. As soon as I left the Gobi Desert, I instantly felt weak. No, it's not an illusion. It's an illusion that's barely visible. More than 50 divine powers circulated continuously within Yidong's body, making him feel at times that he could kill De Jiuri with a single punch, and at other times that He Long Dong could kick him to death with a single kick. This feeling was very strange, and these divine powers were constantly strengthening his physical body. Before, he didn't feel it very clearly with 1 or 2, but with more, Yidong could clearly feel it. Although the speed is still incredibly slow, little by little, it adds up, and the number of children who advance will only increase, and the divine power accumulated will also increase. A virtuous cycle. Yidong had already begun to fantasize about the scene of splitting the heavens with a single punch. Then, darkness will be gone, and the true God will stare at him with wide eyes, mouth agape in shock. What kind of God are you? How did you break through the dark domain I created with just one punch? Old man, I also want to sit in the position of the true God. Yidong's mouth started to droop, but he quickly pulled it back to his senses. He almost became Leonardo da Vinci. It's time to create an 8th sequence advancement path. Those kids are probably getting impatient. Yidong closed his eyes and started snoring. When he felt a cool breeze, Yidong opened his eyes. He has arrived in the small world of gods. If the power of faith before was a stream, then the power of faith now is 2 streams. Yidong rubbed his chin. This power of faith should be enough, right? Never mind. Yidong picked up his notebook and started writing. He had already planned out his path to promotion. Advanced players, physical attributes, and various information can be displayed on a panel, and any existing health bars can be seen. Promotion material, Eye of Truth. That's right, this promotion was very simple, and there was no real improvement. But the corresponding promotion materials were also simple. In this way, the children can advance quickly, and Yidong can also acquire more divine power faster and more efficiently. However, this may lead to a decrease in the children's worship of them, resulting in less faith power, but it can be restored with a powerful advancement path later. You should know that a person doesn't only remember your bad points, nor only your good points, but only whether you were good or bad to them the last time. The power of faith flowed into the notebook, and the words advanced player were transformed into large, gilded characters. The 8th sequence advancement path was completed, which consumed approximately 2/3 of the faith power. Yidong didn't go to find the children immediately, but instead observed from his own little world. Just like the daytime in the gloomy world, the sky here is blue with white clouds, and you can see a bright eye, except that there is a faint red in this eye. Apart from the sky, everything else was dark. The entire small world was circular, with a radius of about 50 meters. Beyond 50 meters, there was only black mist. Besides the stream formed by the power of faith and that large rock, the only other thing in this small world is a stone path behind it. Yidong frowned, feeling a sense of familiarity. The stone path led into the dark mist, which made Yidong feel even more familiar with it. He reached one hand into the black mist, and a long robe with faint dark gold patterns appeared on his arm. Yidong frowned, then stepped inside. A black robe appeared on his body, its dark gold patterns making him look exceptionally holy. Yidong finally realized where he was. The place in the mist was where he was supposed to meet the children. He walked along the stone path, and soon came to a clearing in the distance. It was the same place, but the children were gone. But how do we summon them? Children, come here, in a piglet voice. However, there was no reaction. Yidong rubbed his chin, just as he was about to go back to sleep, when a figure draped in a black robe appeared. At the same time, more and more figures gradually gathered together. Lord God. A burning gaze fell upon Yidong, and he quickly put down his hand that was rubbing his chin. There are quite a few people who have been promoted to the 9th sequence this time, but they all look rather small, so they must be children who have just been trained by the Adam family. Caesar, how are things going with what I asked you to do? My lord, our Adam family has already accepted 17 children, but we do not yet have the materials for their advancement. However, I have already ordered people to prepare them in batches. You did very well, child. Yidong nodded. He then looked at all the 9th-ranked players and said, I have prepared an advancement path for you to the 8th rank. Although it will not significantly improve your combat power, it is the most crucial path for players to advance in rank. Yidong gave them the advancement path to the 8th sequence, advanced player, and they lowered their heads after a moment of silence. Thank you, Lord God. Yidong nodded, not caring at all. But different people will have different feelings. Adam Caesar frowned, and the more he thought about it, the more amazing this approach seemed. Although it doesn't offer any significant improvement in combat power, isn't it at least a conceptual level? Any existing health bars? Is it acceptable to include deities as well? Adam was a little afraid to think about it. He was afraid that some deity might be watching. Although with the pregnancy goddess here, it was highly unlikely that any deity would dare to look over and provoke conflict. All right, is there anything else? The children all lowered their heads, and Yidong nodded. Meeting adjourned. P.S. Thanks to for the inspiration capsule. It's crunchy chicken flavor, delicious. Thank you for the love letters from Kanjing, who loves stir-fried eggs with locust flowers, and Greek Yuzi. Exams are urgent, so I can't date for now. Thanks to Funko Coin for the thumbs up, it's very neat. Thank you all for the flowers and for your support. Love you all. Chapter 116 The Cult Leader. When Yidong woke up, the ninth princess's little black shadow was floating beside his head, which startled him. What are you going to do? When the ninth princess saw Yidong wake up, she immediately wore a pitiful expression. Are you constipated? The ninth princess shook her head. I want you. Get out of here. I won't leave. If you don't give it to me, I'll stick with you. Yidong glanced at her, somewhat helpless. If ninth princess chooses to stay with him, then he really has no way to deal with her. Although it seems that she cannot attack him, he cannot attack her either. Why do you insist on following me? Can't you just find someone else to torture? I've already told you I won't share my body with you, not even for a short time. I waited 100 years to finally meet you. No one else can save me but you. The ninth princess was on the verge of tears, looking pitiful. But why should I trust you? Yidong asked coldly. I. The princess was speechless. You yourself don't know, let alone me. Yidong got up and left, and the ninth princess quickly followed. Then we can get to know each other better first. I'll stay by your side for a while. I know a lot of things, and judging from your appearance, you're probably going to the kingdom of Hao. No one knows that place better than me. Follow me if you want. Yidong ignored the ninth princess and quickly went downstairs. The princess followed him. She decided to win Yidong's heart with her sincerity, and she also had a treasure hidden in the kingdom of horror that she might give to Yidong as a bribe. Wah, that was her coming-of-age gift. Also, why hasn't the hamster come back yet? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be playing outside. It's such a clingy and obedient child. There's probably nothing more attractive to it than itself, right? Upon arriving at the lobby on the first floor, it was very quiet. Everyone seemed drowsy after a major battle. The crow curled up in a ball on the sofa. Black Cloth lay behind the fireplace snoring, and Da Vinci and Code were also curled up together sleeping. Though Code looked quite energetic, fiddling with its father's black nose. Just as Yidong was about to wake the crows to go back to sleep, shouts from the Gobi Desert rang out. Damn it! Yidong, do you still remember what you promised me? Gobi looked very energetic, glaring angrily at Yidong. I remember. Yidong waved his hand and tossed the 2 pieces of meat to Gobi, who then calmed down a bit. Do you still remember our contract? Yidong counted on his fingers. First, you must obey my orders unconditionally. I tell you to burn whoever I tell you to burn, and I tell you to stop, and you have to stop. Second, you are not allowed to harm me or the people around me. Third, after parasitizing you, you are not allowed to speak unless I call you. Remove the first and third clauses. Gobi's anger flared up again after hearing the contract terms. No. Yidong smiled. What do you mean? Do you dare to play me? Gobi's eyes widened, and the flames in his body swelled up a bit. I said I'd give you a fair contract, not that I'd void it. Gobi was stunned for a moment, and it took him a long time to understand Yidong's meaning. But it was highly likely that he had betrayed Yidong and been stabbed. You damn bastard, you ungrateful dog. Yidong shook his head calmly. Don't rush me. I don't fully trust you yet. Next time we fight side by side, I'll give you an equal contract. Damn it. Gobi was furious and could only curse Yidong as a dog. Don't worry, I'll treat you like a human being. Damn it. After pacifying the Gobi Desert, Yidong went to the window and looked out. The castle was still heading towards Logoport, and it would probably arrive in another day. The ninth princess appeared from the side, saying, Long time no see. Yidong. This way of getting along is really stiff. Yidong has no doubt that her next sentence will be about how nice the scenery outside is. The view outside is really nice. I've been trapped in the castle for so long. Why don't you go out and take a look? Is it because you don't want to? The ninth princess's face darkened slightly, but since she was already dark-skinned, Yidong didn't notice. I can't stray too far from my hamster, or its soul will dissipate. A mechanical hamster? Yidong scratched his head. Didn't I throw it away? Why hasn't it disappeared yet? It's following behind the castle. Upon hearing this, Yidong was stunned for a moment, and in his mind he imagined the pitiful mechanical hamster carrying a coffin while chasing after the castle. Why did your hamster try to kill me? Because I like playing horror games. I set it to be mainly about scaring people. Yidong. But don't worry, it won't attack anyone without my order. Scaring someone is also a form of attack. Yidong turned and left, returning to the second floor. The ninth princess wanted to follow, but saw Yidong stop in front of the sect leader's door and quickly disappeared. Knock, knock, knock. It was quiet. There wasn't a sound. Master, are you in seclusion to advance your cultivation? It was quiet. There wasn't a sound at all. Yidong frowned, turned around, and went back to his room. Yu Yuko, who was behind the door, breathed a sigh of relief and carefully tiptoed back to bed, then slipped under the covers. She patted her chest. Her heart was pounding. She hadn't felt this nervous in a long time. She had never been nervous even when facing gods. Only Yidong could make her feel this way. I never expected the puppy to be so smart. It could vaguely guess that I was setting a trap for it. However, she only wanted to meet the goddess of pregnancy. She was very curious about where this deity came from, as there seemed to be no such deity in the dark world. But she never expected that Yidong would not summon her even though he was about to die. This was something she really didn't expect. As for why Yidong wasn't brought to the brink of death and summoned, it's because summoning from the brink of death and summoning actively are two completely different things. A near-death summons only a mindless projection, while an active summoning involves a wisp of divine consciousness. So in the end, she couldn't hold back and used telepathy to send He Bilongdong to make a move. Well, Yu Yuko sighed and picked up her novel. Forget it, whatever. We'll deal with whatever comes our way. No one can hurt my little dog. Even gods, I'll tear them to shreds. Chapter 117, Kidnapping Him. Just as everyone in the castle was resting, a hand suddenly grabbed the ground in front of the castle gate, and then a figure leaped up. Little bear, I'm here. It was that girl who couldn't wait any longer and decided to risk stealing the bear back. The girl also had a mechanical hamster on her back, its red eyes darting around the Crow, Da Vinci, and the Gobi Desert. Just as Gobi was about to call the police, the girl blinked at him. The next second, Gobi obediently shrank back and focused on manipulating the castle. Her name is Annie, of elite blood, a racial spirit controller. A while ago, she was happily walking down the street with her teddy bear in her arms when she encountered a nasty woman who snatched the teddy bear away without saying a word, saying that she was just wondering what gift to prepare for her dog. Fortunately, the little bear was nurtured by her bloodline, so even though they were far apart, she could sense the bear's location through their bloodline connection and empathize with it. So she knew all the grievances the little bear had suffered along the way. It was bad enough that she had to stay in a dark place all the time, but even when she came out to get some fresh air, she was just going out to get beaten up. You wretched bastard, I'll make you pay. Annie gritted her teeth and followed her bloodline senses to the second floor. As soon as Annie went up to the second floor, Black Cloth looked up and glanced at her, but after pricking up its ears, it lay back down. Annie quickly made her way to the second floor and stopped in front of Yidong's room. Annie glanced at the room next door, and her legs trembled slightly. Absolutely right. It's the power of a legendary bloodline, just like the woman I met that day. Although I don't know what level she is, she could definitely crush me easily. However, this is just a lingering scent. Perhaps the woman has already left. Annie swallowed hard and quickly looked away. Without hesitation, she pushed open Yidong's door. Inside the room, Yidong was fast asleep on the bed, his whole body wrapped in the quilt like a giant silkworm cocoon, with only his furry head showing. Snoring, snoring. The even snoring echoed in the room. The person was clearly sleeping soundly. Annie frowned. She could sense the teddy bear in the pouch at his waist. But, looking at Yidong wrapped up so tightly, Annie was at a loss for what to do. After a moment's thought, she decided to take it by force. She quietly climbed onto the bed, then carefully lay down on Yidong's face, her slender fingers gently stroking his cheek. Yidong sensed something was wrong and opened his eyes groggily, only to see a pair of eerie blood-red eyes. Those eyes were like a kaleidoscope, captivating all who looked into them. The next second, Yidong's eyes became vacant, and he closed them again, falling into a deeper sleep. This time he seemed to be sleeping much more peacefully. Annie pinched Yidong's nose again, but couldn't wake him up. Hee, little bear, here I come. Annie reached her little hand under the covers and groped around, her fingertips sliding down Yidong's chest. Just then, a pair of dark faces appeared in front of her. Oh, and screamed, startled, and sat down on the ground with a thud, pointing at the ninth princess and babbling incoherently. You, what are you? Little girl, it's wrong to steal other people's things. The ninth princess looked at Annie with a somber expression. And what's wrong with you? You even stole my little hamster. Yours? Annie glanced back and saw the mechanical hamster on her back with red eyes, holding a knife that had appeared out of nowhere. Oh, and screamed again and quickly threw the mechanical hamster away, which landed at the ninth princess's feet. The mechanical hamster stumbled, then turned its head and grinned at Annie. Are you a spirit controller? The ninth princess asked. Annie swallowed hard and nodded. I'm a spirit controller. What kind of ghost are you? We're pretty much the same. You control souls, I control machines. Are you a member of the royal family of the Kingdom of Hao? It used to be. Annie was silent for a moment, then looked at Yidong and then at the ninth princess. Are you in cahoots with him? The ninth princess was silent for a moment, then said, Not yet. Are you going to stop me? I can't stop you. I have no fighting ability right now, and neither does the little hamster. The ninth princess readily admitted it, leaving and somewhat uncertain. She tentatively approached Yi Dong, and as expected, neither the ninth princess nor the little hamster made a move. They simply stood aside and watched her as if she were a monkey. Annie was somewhat embarrassed and angry, and she ripped the blanket off Yi Dong's body. She then saw the swallow ball hanging at his waist, with the little bear inside. Annie smiled and was about to grab the swallowed ball when an extreme sense of death suddenly spread through her mind. You actually tracked me all the way here. A cold, emotionless voice rang out from the doorway. Annie turned her head stiffly and saw Yu Yuzi leaning against the doorframe, looking at her indifferently. She was still wearing loose pajamas, her hair was a little messy, and she was holding a half-read novel in her hand, looking like she had just gotten out of bed. But the oppressive aura emanating from her was as heavy as a mountain, making it impossible for Annie to even move a finger. I'm doomed, Annie thought in despair, knowing that she had really messed up this time. A legendary bloodline. How could she possibly fight back? After considering various factors, Annie chose to beg Yu Yuko for mercy in order to seize that sliver of hope. I'm sorry, beautiful lady, I just acted impulsively. Yu Yuko didn't speak and continued to stare at Annie. I just miss my little bear, pretty sister, so much. I raised it myself. And then what? Wah, sister, please spare me. Annie knelt down in front of Yuko. Yu nodded and said coldly, according to my old habits, I would usually just crush you to pieces. But I'm going to be acting in a big play soon. Before Yu Zi could finish speaking, she saw Yi Dong's eyelids begin to tremble slightly. She quickly moved to Yi Dong's side and delivered a chop to his neck, causing Yi Dong to fall asleep again. Annie was stunned. It seemed this man was the key figure in the grand drama. So what am I supposed to do? And asked cautiously. It's simple, just kidnap him. P.S. Thanks to RC, who is not human, for the inspiration capsules. They're crunchy and delicious. Thank you, Yongjian Huanlai, for the boba milk tea. Wow, it's so delicious. I tasted the boba in every sip. Thank you all for the flowers and for your support. Love you all. Chapter 118, The Days of Kidnapping. Yi Dong opened his eyes groggily, feeling dizzy and disoriented, as if he had been hit 800 times with a hammer. The scene before him was somewhat blurry, and he blinked a few times before his vision gradually became clear. Holy crap, what's going on? Instead of the familiar castle rooms, what came into view was a desolate wilderness, with a dark night sky overhead and the eerie outlines of the dilapidated mountain ranges faintly visible in the distance. Moreover, he found himself tightly bound by a thick hemp rope, being dragged like a dead fish across the uneven ground. With each stone I dragged over, a sharp pain shot through my back, and my buttocks burned intensely. What the hell is going on here? Yi Dong tried to break free of the rope, but the rope was made of some unknown material and was exceptionally tough. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't break free even a little. Crow? Crow, did you do this? Yi Dong initially thought it was a prank by Crow, but there was no response. Have they been kidnapped? Light footsteps came from ahead, and a petite figure was walking forward, dragging the other end of a rope. The footsteps sounded particularly crisp in the quiet night, carrying an indescribable sense of ease, like a pleasant stroll. Yi Dong turned his head with difficulty and saw that it was a girl with a mechanical hamster crawling behind her. She looked no more than 17 or 18 years old, wearing a pink lace dress and carrying a human oil lamp. She took a few steps and then jumped around, clearly in a good mood. Hey, you woman, why did you kidnap me? Yi Dong asked coldly, his voice echoing in the empty mountains. Upon hearing this, the girl turned around and glanced at him, her blood-red eyes curving into crescent shapes as she revealed an innocent smile. The mechanical hamster also glanced back at Yi Dong, then suddenly produced a knife in its hand and grinned. I'm not that woman, I'm Annie. Annie's voice was sweet, like a girl next door, but given the eerie situation, it only made people feel creepy. Annie, do we know each other? Yi Dong tried hard to recall the girl's memories. I don't know you. Annie chuckled, a hint of smugness in her voice. You're my prisoner now, so you'd better behave, or I'll flip you over and let you see what's right. As she spoke, she deliberately quickened her pace, and Yi Dong's back immediately made intimate contact with a sharp stone. Hiss, Yi Dong grimaced. He never expected this girl, who looked so innocent, to be so vicious. Why would I kidnap you if I don't know you? Annie stopped and turned to glare at him. You don't even know me, yet you stole my things. Yi Dong was stunned for a moment, a little confused. What did I steal from you? Did I steal your heart? Narcissism. With that, Annie ignored Yi Dong and dragged him forward. The surrounding environment was still a desolate mountain range, with dead trees and exposed rocks everywhere, and a rotten smell permeated the air. The occasional howls of evil spirits echoed from afar, sounding particularly eerie in the quiet night. Yidong began to save himself. Although the rope was very strong, don't forget that he had more than 50 divine powers in his body. As long as he used one of them, breaking free from the rope would be too easy. The game's over, kid. Break it. Yidong shouted and forcefully pulled his hands outwards. However, the scene he had imagined did not occur. The rope was still binding him, and Annie looked at him as if he were crazy. What are you yelling about? Haha, shouting out relieved stress. After Annie looked away, Yidong fell into deep thought. That shouldn't be the case. Where's the divine power? Why isn't it coming out? He could clearly feel more than 50 divine powers within his body, one of which was noticeably stronger. He figured it must have been given to him by Adam Caesar during his advancement to the 8th sequence. But the key point is that he can only sense them now, but he can't unleash them all at once. It feels like they're sealed away by something. Just then, a sharp screech suddenly came from the darkness. Hiss! A rotting, hideous demon emerged from behind the rock, its gaping maw lunging at Yidong. Damn it! Yidong cursed and struggled violently. He was unarmed and had no ability to resist. But the next second, a pink figure followed the evil spirit and darted out of the darkness, moving so fast that only a pink afterimage could be seen. Bang! Before the evil spirit could react, it was slapped into a pulp. Green blood mixed with rotting flesh splattered all over the ground, emitting a disgusting smell. Yidong's eyes widened, and upon closer inspection, he realized that it was Little Bear who had made the move. But the Little Bear now is completely different from before. Not only is it much bigger, standing at 1.5 meters tall, but the aura it exudes is also much stronger. The 7th sequence. Yidong frowned and looked at Annie, asking, "Are you its true owner?" "You guessed right, but there's no reward." Annie's eyes gleamed with slyness. Yidong finally understood. The teddy bear wasn't a gift from the cult leader's friend at all. She had stolen it. I myself actually believed the cult leader's nonsense. How could someone as wicked as her possibly have any friends? So you tracked me to the castle and kidnapped me? Oomph, it took so much effort to steal you out. Annie continued to drag Yidong forward. There are so many scary guys in that castle. I almost got caught. Yidong sighed helplessly. It seemed that he couldn't escape anytime soon. However, he wasn't too worried. With Yu Yuzi's abilities, finding them shouldn't be too difficult. Now I just hope this little girl won't do anything too outrageous to me. After dealing with the evil spirits, the little bear ran to the darkness nearby to continue clearing out any approaching evil spirits. Annie dragged Yidong along the dilapidated mountain path for about half an hour. Fortunately, Yidong was in good physical condition and didn't bleed. His back was just a little hot. I said, "We can't keep letting you drag this on like this, can we? My butt is going to get raw from all this. Could you help me stand up? Wouldn't it be easier if we walked together?" No, Annie refused decisively. "It wouldn't be good if you got away. Little Bear has suffered so much with you. I'm going to torture you properly. I'm a victim too. It was all done by my unreliable cult leader. How about we go and cause her some trouble together? Do you think I'm stupid?" Annie glanced back at Yidong. Just as the two were talking, the ground suddenly began to tremble violently. Boom! The tremors came from the ground, starting as slight tremors but quickly becoming intense, like an earthquake. The surrounding rubble began to roll down, and some dead trees swayed as if they would collapse at any moment. What's going on? Annie stopped abruptly, her hand lamp swaying, the light and shadow dancing on the ground. The bear cub immediately went into battle mode, its fur standing on end, and its eyes scanning its surroundings warily. It let out a low growl, a sound full of threat. The tremors grew stronger and stronger. Even Yidong, lying on the ground, could feel the ground shaking. "This doesn't seem like an earthquake," Yidong frowned. "There's something underground." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground beneath him suddenly bulged up, sending dirt and stones flying everywhere, along with a pungent, fishy smell of saliva. Chapter 119, the 6th sequence drowned. Bang! The soil exploded, revealing a gigantic maw filled with sharp teeth beneath Yidong. "Holy crap, pull the rope." Annie quickly pulled the rope, pulling Yidong out just as the wound closed. Seemingly angry that Yidong hadn't gotten any food, a giant hand emerged from the ground, its fingers as thick as trees, soil scattering between them with a rustling sound. Then came another hand, followed by a head that was so enormous it was almost unbearable. This head is 3 meters wide. What's terrifying is that it has no eyes, no nose, and not even eyebrows. There is only a huge, bloody mouth that takes up the entire face. The gash looked as if it had been ripped open by something, with jagged edges and still oozing dark red blood. It was filled with countless sharp teeth, some like swords, some like needles, arranged in layers, like a terrifying meat grinder. Holy crap! What the hell is this thing? Yidong swallowed hard. Even though he had seen so many monsters, the appearance of this blood-mouthed giant still made him shudder. The blood-mouthed giant, a sixth-order evil spirit. Annie's face turned ashen instantly, and her voice trembled. What bad luck to run into them here. The blood-mouthed giant crawled out of the ground, standing over 10 meters tall. Its body was exceptionally robust, with bulging muscles all over its body. Each muscle was as hard as steel and gleamed with a metallic sheen under the moonlight. Its terrifying, bloody maw roared deafeningly towards the two of them. Roar! The roar, like thunder, resounded through the night sky, shaking the surrounding rocks. The foul-smelling saliva rained down, each drop the size of a fist, scattering white smoke as it hit the ground, clearly possessing a strong corrosive nature. Yidong was so overwhelmed by the stench that he almost vomited. The smell was like a corpse that had been rotting for months mixed with sulfur, which was practically a biological weapon. Run! Annie didn't care about maintaining a ladle-like image anymore and hurriedly dragged Yidong away. Although the little bear was brave, it knew that its chances of winning were slim when facing an enemy a level higher than itself. He quickly lifted Annie up and ran backward, leaving Yidong hanging behind, watching the charging blood-mouthed giant with utter despair. The blood-mouthed giant was faster than expected, and despite its enormous size, it was not clumsy in its movements. Each step it took covered a distance of more than 10 meters, quickly closing the distance between it and them. Holy crap, faster! Yidong shouted. We can't go any faster, there's a cliff ahead. Annie shouted as well. Behind them were terrifying, blood-mouthed giants, and in front of them was a bottomless abyss. They had nowhere to escape. Jump down, you can survive. Yidong shouted again. I don't dare. Annie screamed. How about we take a look at your big mouth behind you? Then I'll jump. Annie's voice was filled with despair. The giant began its final charge, its massive body lunging at them, its gaping maw ready to swallow them whole. Annie gritted her teeth, hugged the teddy bear tightly, and the next second, the teddy bear jumped off the cliff. Holy shit! Yidong's screams echoed in the night sky as three figures plummeted rapidly through the air. The furious roar of the blood-mouthed giant came from behind. It clearly hadn't expected its prey to choose to jump off the cliff. Bang! A huge splash of water erupted, and Yidong felt himself fall heavily into the water. The icy river water instantly surrounded him, and the biting cold instantly sobered him up. He struggled desperately in the water, but being tied by the rope, he couldn't swim at all and could only feel himself sinking. The water was deep and cold. Yidong felt like his lungs were about to explode. Just as he was about to suffocate, the rope pulled him up quickly, and soon he was lifted out of the water. Yidong fell onto something soft. When he looked up, he realized it was a teddy bear floating on the water like a pink lifeboat. Phew, thank goodness. Annie breathed a sigh of relief and checked the oil lamp in her hand. Great, the lamp isn't out. Yidong was panting heavily. For those few seconds in the water, he really thought he was going to die. Thanks to the little bear, Annie gently stroked the bear's head. Otherwise, I would have drowned. The little bear shook its head smugly, then began to paddle with its limbs, carrying the two of them as it swam away into the distance. Its swimming posture was very standard, just like that of a large otter. It's good that it escaped. I don't want to be eaten by it. Yidong breathed a sigh of relief and lay down on the bear cub, feeling like he had escaped death. Don't worry, the blood-mouthed giant is afraid of water. Annie patted her chest, still feeling lingering fear. However, no sooner had she finished speaking than an angry roar came from the cliff. Roar! The next second, a huge black shadow leaped off the cliff. The blood-mouthed giant actually jumped down. Damn, didn't you say it was afraid of water? Yidong's eyes widened. I don't know either. That's what the book says. Annie was almost in tears. Is everything in the book wrong? Boom! The giant slammed heavily into the water, sending up a water column tens of meters high. The huge shockwave almost knocked the little bear over, and Yidong and Annie were also splashed with water. But the blood-mouthed giant remained motionless after falling into the water. It struggled in the water for a few moments, its huge, bloody mouth opening and closing desperately, as if trying to breathe. But soon, its movements became slower and slower, and finally it stopped struggling altogether. The enormous body slowly sank to the bottom of the water, leaving only traces of blood from its mouth spreading on the surface. Yidong. And I knew it. What an incredibly stupid monster. No wonder it's an evil spirit. It knows it can't swim, but still jumps in. The two continued forward, carried by the bear cub, trying to reach the shore. The two drifted on the dark water for a long time, the only sound being the gentle lapping of the water against the bear's body. The river was wider than I had imagined, and the distance between the two banks was so great that the horizon was completely invisible in the darkness. Yidong lay on the bear's soft belly, feeling as if he were lying on a swimming bed. The bear's fur is very soft and has a faint fragrance that smells very pleasant. If you ignore the fact that you were kidnapped, the experience is actually quite novel. I say, is this the Tongtian River? Yidong asked idly. We haven't reached land yet after all this time. It's easy for you to talk when you're lying down. I'll throw you in right now, and you'll have to swim by yourself. Then you have to untie me. I don't understand. That's why I made you a submarine. Yidong. P.S. Thanks to RC, who is not human, for the inspiration capsule, and to all the other friends for the flowers, likes, and support. I'll resume 3 updates a day the day after tomorrow, and I'll make up for the missed updates these past few days. Also, I'll add 2 extra chapters because of the gift from the great E. The author has checked, and there are a total of 9 chapters. The author will add them as soon as possible for everyone. Chapter 120 Wilderness. The little bear diligently paddled in the water, its pink body appearing somewhat eerie in the candlelight. Little bear, are you tired? Do you want to take a rest? Annie asked with concern. The little bear shook its head, indicating that it could still hold on. What a good boy. Annie gently patted the bear's head, and the mechanical hamster imitated her by patting Annie's head as well. The little bear hummed happily a few times, and its swimming movements became even more vigorous. What a brat. Yidong had just muttered a complaint when Annie glared at him. After swimming for about an hour, Annie suddenly saw faint lights in the distance. Hey, there's light, she exclaimed excitedly, pointing ahead. Maybe it's a small town on land. As they got closer, they realized it was just a small boat with an oil lamp lit on it, and a figure sitting at the bow, holding something in his hand. A fisherman, and said happily, we can ask him how to get ashore. But Yidong frowned and glanced at Annie. How did you survive with such naivety? Fishing in this godforsaken place in the middle of the night? And this is a river in a dilapidated mountain range. Would there be any normal fishermen here? More importantly, the silhouette of that figure didn't look like a normal human being. Be careful, no normal person would fish here, Yidong warned. I'm not afraid at all, little bear is here. Annie rolled her eyes at Yidong. Besides, we're just asking for directions, there shouldn't be any problems. When he swam closer, Yidong finally saw the fisherman's true face and thought to himself, just as I thought. It was a humanoid creature covered in brown hair, tall and robust, standing at least 2.5 meters tall. Its arms were unusually thick, even thicker than Yidong's thighs. Its most distinctive feature is its face. Although its features are similar to those of humans, they are more rugged and primitive, with a prominent forehead and a wide jaw, making it look like a primitive human. Bloodline of miscellaneous fish, wilderness dweller. This monster lives by hunting, is ferocious, and its first reaction upon seeing other creatures is to kill and eat them. Although they are not very intelligent, they are quite powerful in combat and are considered relatively dangerous among the lesser fish. What an impolite guy. Annie shook her head in disappointment. Hearing the noise, the wilderness man turned around and looked at the bear cub. When it saw the 2 people on the bear's back, a greedy glint immediately flashed in its eyes. For wilderness dwellers, raw meat is the most delicious food in the world, unlike cooked meat which wastes nutrients. This is especially true for young humans, whose meat is tender and nutritious. Without saying a word, it raised the harpoon in its hand and stabbed at Annie. How rude of you. You're dead meat. Annie complained. She reacted quickly, twisting her body to dodge. The sharp harpoon grazed its ear and flew past, leaving a splash on the water's surface. Quickly untie the rope for me, and I'll help you kill it. Yidong tried to fool the naive girl. No, and ignored Yidong completely and angrily pulled Azathoth from her waist. Yidong felt a mix of emotions when he saw his precious gun in Annie's hands. That's my gun. Now it's mine. Annie skillfully aimed at the waste man. Bang! Gunshots rang out in the night sky, and a giant ram-horned demon descended from the heavens. The wilderness man was searching for the harpoon when he suddenly felt a darkness above him. He looked up and saw a huge demon hurtling towards him, its massive ram horns gleaming with a deathly light. Roar! The wild man cried out in confusion, its little brain unable to comprehend the situation before it. Boom! The horned demon slammed heavily onto the savage, the enormous impact shattering it along with the small boat. Wood chips flew everywhere, blood flowed freely, and the wilderness man was smashed into a bloody pulp on the spot, beyond dead. Humph! Annie blew on the muzzle of the gun, looking smug. This broken gun is actually quite useful. The little bear started swimming again, carrying the two of them as they continued forward on the dark water. In the darkness of the distance, the outlines of some land could be vaguely seen, and it seemed that we were finally close to reaching the shore. As Yidong got closer, he discovered that the bank was covered with dense reeds, some 3 or 4 meters tall, forming a green wall. The reeds rustled in the night wind, like countless snakes whispering secrets. We're finally on land. Annie clapped her hands. Little bear, you're great. You've had a long journey. The little bear snorted smugly, and 2 puffs of white breath came out of its pink nose. But just as they were about to reach the shore, a commotion arose from deep within the reeds. Twitter, woola woola, a woo, gurgle, gurgle. Strange cries mingled together, some high, some low, some fast, some slow, sounding like a large gathering of creatures of different races, yet carrying a certain primal and savage quality. The sounds were mixed with the crackling of burning firewood and the muffled thuds of heavy objects hitting each other. Annie frowned. What was that sound? The mechanical hamster perched on her shoulder, its ruby-like eyes gleaming, seemingly sensing the danger as well. I think we'd better not go ashore, Yidong advised. He was tied up and couldn't move at all, and he really didn't want to see Annie take any risks. And was now blinded by the allure of land. After drifting in the water for so long, she desperately wanted to set foot on solid ground. Never mind, I'll go check the situation first. She stopped the bear at the edge of the reeds and nimbly jumped onto the wet bank. She carefully slipped into the reeds, carrying a human oil lamp. Her petite figure was quickly hidden by the tall reeds, and only the light could be seen flickering among them occasionally. Yidong lay on the bear's soft belly, listening to the increasingly clear noise, and felt a vague unease in his heart. About 10 minutes later, and ran back from the reeds, frowning and looking pale. How is it? What's the situation inside? Yidong looked at her expression and had a bad feeling. What does this have to do with you, little bear? Let's go around here and get ashore from somewhere else. Annie jumped onto the bear and couldn't help but complain. Where did all these wilderness people come from? I'm really impressed. We finally found land. Wilderness people? How many are there? Yidong pressed. Annie glanced at Yidong and then said, there are probably 300 or 400 wilderness people up there having some kind of weird party. Upon hearing this, Yidong's heart suddenly stirred, and a glint flashed in his eyes. 300 or 400 wilderness people. This is a golden opportunity. Yidong had read about the monster known as the Wild Man in books. Although it was not very intelligent, it had an almost insane craving for flesh and blood, and would basically put any flesh and blood products into its mouth to taste them. If I could secretly throw down a few dozen pregnant seedlings, these guys would definitely swallow them all without hesitation. These are a huge number of believers. I've just collected a lot of souls, and they're going to get moldy if I don't use them soon. And would never allow herself to create a fertilized egg. She was now a hostage with no say whatsoever. Thinking of this, Yi Dongxiang suppressed his excitement and pretended to be indifferent. That's really troublesome. Let's take a detour. But he had already secretly memorized this location, and he was determined to come back when he had the chance. It would be a real shame to miss out on such a great spot to farm faith. The little bear started paddling again, carrying the two of them along the shore. Chapter 121 Ghost Corpse. After bypassing the savage's territory, the bear paddled along the riverbank for another 10 minutes or so, and then they returned to where they started. This is actually an island. And looked very angry. She had thought it was a continent, but it turned out to be just a small island. The poor little bear could only keep paddling, and after paddling for another 10 minutes or so, it returned to its original state. Within the light of the oil lamp, all that could be seen was the pitch-black lake water. No, it could also be seawater, because the body of water was so vast. Just when Yidong thought he would be wandering around for several more hours, Annie suddenly felt that the water flow under her feet was a bit abnormal. Tiny eddies began to appear on the once calm water surface, and these eddies were gradually expanding. Huh? What's going on? Annie looked at the water in confusion. The next second, a huge fishing net suddenly rose from underwater. The mesh is fine and the material looks exceptionally tough, gleaming with a metallic sheen under candlelight. The fishing net, like a giant sack, covered the bear along with the two people on it, and then began to tighten rapidly. The bear struggled frantically, its sharp claws flailing wildly, but the net was made of a very special material. The seemingly ordinary ropes were incredibly elastic, like putty, and no matter how much it tore at them, it couldn't break them in the slightest. Damn it! What material is this net made of? Annie struggled desperately, but to no avail. The mechanical hamster tried to cut the net rope with a knife, but the blade couldn't cut it when it touched the net. It could only stretch out like a noodle, and it couldn't be cut at all. The net tightened, and the figures of the two people, the bear, and the hamster were quickly pulled out of the water. Water droplets fell from the mesh of the net, sparkling like pearls in the candlelight. Yidong then realized what was being netted, and his heart sank. It was a dilapidated wooden boat, 50 meters long and more than 10 meters wide, like a sea fortress. The hull is made of black wood, and its surface is covered with scratches and pits left by the years, indicating that it has been adrift at sea for many years. In addition, dozens of humanoid monsters were standing densely packed on the deck. These monsters are about 1.6 meters tall, smaller than normal humans, but unusually lean, like a muscular weasel. Their skin has an eerie bluish-green hue and emits a faint fluorescence under candlelight. Bloodline of miscellaneous fish, ghostly corpse. This monster was originally an ancient fishing tribe that was later cursed into immortality. From then on, it made a living by fishing, specifically catching passing creatures in various waters. Moreover, these guys all look like Kira from the 8th sequence. Yidong frowned. Shouldn't this place be outside the Broken Mountains? Where did all these high-sequence Kira come from? Hiss hiss hiss. The undead saw their prey in the net and hissed like snakes, their green eyes gleaming with excitement. They formed a circle, as if admiring some precious work of art, occasionally letting out satisfied purrs. 3 more fresh faces. A ghostly corpse, clearly the leader, said in a hoarse voice. It was slightly taller than the other ghostly corpses and wore a crown made of fish bones. This pink one looks quite chewy. The meat should be very tender. Another ghostly corpse pointed at the bear cub and licked its dry lips with its foul-smelling tongue. Human flesh is the most delicate, especially young flesh. The third ghostly corpse stared at Annie and Yidong, its eyes filled with appetite. It's been a long time since I've tasted human flesh. This pink one is still alive. Don't get bitten, the leader of the zombies warned. Get rid of it first to avoid trouble later. Several burly, ghostly corpses, wielding sharp harpoons, slowly approached the bear cub trapped in the net. The tips of these harpoons all glowed with an eerie green light, clearly indicating that they had been coated with some kind of poison. The bear cub sensed the threat and struggled desperately, but it was too big and got tightly entangled in the fishing net, only able to watch helplessly as the harpoon came at it. Don't hurt the bear, Annie screamed, tears welling up in her eyes. Uft, uft, uft. More than a dozen harpoons rained down, precisely piercing various parts of the bear's body. The bear cub let out a piercing, painful howl, and its pink fur was quickly stained red with blood, a horrifying sight. Fortunately, it was just a doll. After being severely injured, its body gradually shrank and eventually returned to the appearance of an ordinary doll. The doll had many holes, and the cotton inside was showing. My little bear, Annie cried as she hugged the bear, which had turned back into a doll, tightly in her arms, her tears falling like broken pearls onto the bear. It's all right, little bear, it's all right. She gently stroked the little bear's wounds, her voice filled with heartache and self-blame. The fishing net was pulled in tighter, wrapping Yidong and Annie up like dumplings, and they embraced face to face. Drag them to the storage room. We'll deal with them later. The leader, Ghost Corpse, waved his hand. 2 ghostly corpses stepped forward and dragged the net deeper into the ship's hold like cargo. The interior of the cabin was even more gloomy, with oil lamps hanging on both sides of the wooden corridor, casting eerie shadows. The air was filled with a strong fishy smell, a musty smell, and a cloying, rotten odor, making Yidong want to vomit. Eventually, they were dragged to a storage room deep inside the ship's hold. The room was very small, only about 20 square meters, and the walls were made of rotten, blackened wooden planks covered with green mold. The room was filled with various odds and ends, including salt jars for pickling, spice bottles, and strange utensils that Yidong didn't recognize. In the corner of the room, there was a pile of bones that had clearly been processed. They looked like remnants of a previous fishing catch. The 2 were suspended high on a beam in the center of the room, their feet dangling in the air, like 2 pieces of meat about to be processed. As the zombies were readying the ropes around them, one of them glanced disdainfully at the ropes that had originally bound Yidong. What kind of lousy rope is this? It's too rough. Use our special rope. It complained as it used a harpoon to cut the rope binding Yidong. The moment the rope snapped, Yidong felt the strange power that had been sealing the divine power within him disappear. But he forced himself to control himself, pretending to still be weak and powerless, and even groaned a few times in cooperation. Now is not the time to expose himself. He thinks Annie will make a move, and he will have to wait for a better opportunity. The ghostly corpses retied Yidong with their ropes, which were covered in moss and felt wet and slippery on his hands. I'll go prepare the seasonings and spices for the barbecue, a ghostly corpse said, rubbing its hands together. Human flesh will have a fishy smell if it's not seasoned, so it needs to be properly prepared. Yes, yes, we also need to prepare dried seaweed. Meat grilled with seaweed is especially fragrant. Another ghost corpse chimed in. After one of the ghostly corpses left, the remaining one found a spot in the corner of the room, sat down, and then took out a sharp knife and a whetstone, starting to sharpen the knife on its own. Snap, snap, snap. Chapter 122, Annie's Dark Side. Snap, snap, snap. The blade scraped against the whetstone with a piercing sound, each sound sending chills down one's spine, like the Grim Reaper counting down. The ghostly corpse hummed a strange tune as it sharpened its knife, occasionally glancing up at the two people hanging there, its eyes full of anticipation, as if imagining the delicious meal to come. The atmosphere in the room became extremely oppressive, with only the sounds of sharpening knives and the groans of the ghostly corpses echoing around. Annie clutched the injured teddy bear in one hand, tears still streaming down her face, but her sobs grew softer and softer. Clearly she had run out of strength to cry. Yidong looked at Annie, whose face was pale and her eyes were somewhat unfocused, indicating that she had suffered a great blow. This made him even more puzzled. How could such a person survive in the gloomy world? Not to mention that she had managed to catch up with the moving castle in the ruined mountains without the bear cub, and then even tied herself up and left. Damn, that's outrageous. But now is not the time to complain about such things. We need to cheer Annie up. She's definitely a force to be reckoned with. Hey, Annie, Yudong called out in a low voice. And didn't react, her lips pressed together sadly. Annie, Yudong raised his voice slightly. This time, Annie finally raised her head, her red and swollen eyes looking blankly at Yudong, like a frightened little animal. Still stuck on the password? Aren't you going to avenge Little Bear? The ghostly corpse sharpening its knife also noticed their conversation, stopped what it was doing, and stared at the two of them warily with its green eyes. Annie stared blankly at Yudong for a moment before realizing what was happening, and anger welled up on her face. She turned her head and glanced at the grim sharpening corpse, a strange light suddenly flashing in its blood-red eyes. The next second, the corpse's eyes became vacant, and the whetstone in its hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. It stood up, walked over with stiff, robotic steps, and then untied the ropes from Annie. Annie landed lightly on the ground, moved her wrists which had turned purple from being strangled, and the sadness in her eyes had long been replaced by a cold, killing intent. Annie, untie me too. Let's work together to take down these monsters, Yudong said quickly. Now was the perfect opportunity to escape. No, Annie refused coldly, not even glancing at Yudong. You stay put. I'm going to deal with these bastards myself. As she spoke, a black dagger suddenly appeared in her hand, with strange red patterns inlaid on it. It was the black-tail sword that Yidong had obtained in the Rat Kingdom. Annie gripped the dagger tightly, a dangerous glint in her blood-red eyes, her voice as cold as ice. Dare to hurt Little Bear? I'll make every monster on this ship pay the price. The next second, the black-tail sword drew a perfect arc in the air and plunged into the corpse's neck. Laugh! The dagger was pulled out, and green blood gushed out like a fountain, splattering all over Annie's face. But she didn't care at all, and even stuck out her tongue to lick the green blood off her lips, revealing an innocent yet terrifying smile. The corpse didn't even have time to scream before it died, its green blood spreading rapidly across the floor, emitting a pungent, fishy stench, and didn't even glance at the corpse on the ground. She picked up the blood-dripping dagger, pushed open the door, and walked out, her figure disappearing into the dark corridor. Yidong breathed a sigh of relief as he listened to her receding footsteps. The girl looks innocent and naive, but the bear will turn into a demon if it is hurt, and it will be much more cold-blooded and cruel than herself. Soon, the sounds of fierce fighting could be heard outside. Sizzle. That was the sound of a sharp blade cutting through flesh. Ah, it was the death scream of the ghost corpse. Bang, bang, bang. It was the sound of a heavy object falling to the ground. Why did you stab me? There's a traitor. Occasionally, Annie's clear laughter could be heard, sounding particularly eerie amidst the terrifying sounds of battle. You hideous monsters, die. The sounds of battle grew increasingly intense, and even the entire ship began to rock slightly. Yidong frowned inwardly, realizing that he had underestimated her. Even without the bear, Annie still possesses immense power. She should at least be a 7th-order rank, and her ability is the bizarre mind control. But now is not the time for lamentation. The fighting outside is fierce, and now is the best time to escape. Yidong carefully mobilized a trace of divine power within his body, feeling that familiar and powerful force flowing through his blood vessels. His muscles tensed instantly, his strength surged, and Yidong violently struggled with his arms. Snap! The sturdy rope snapped in response, and Yidong landed steadily on the ground. Then, taking advantage of the last bit of divine power he quickly grabbed the corpse of the ghostly corpse and a human oil lamp from the ground and slammed them against the wall of the cabin. Bang! The rotten wooden planks broke easily, and Yidong fell into the dark lake outside. He swam with all his might in the water, and under the cover of night, dragged the body toward the direction he had remembered. That's right, he was heading towards the island where the wastelanders gathered. Hundreds of potential believers were waiting for him. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity that he absolutely could not miss. After swimming in the icy river for about half an hour, Yidong finally saw the familiar outline of the land again. A towering, massive black shadow stood by the river. The other side of the mountain must be where those wilderness people lived. Yidong dragged the heavy corpse of the ghostly being and laboriously climbed up the damp riverbank. Green blood seeped from the corpse's wounds, leaving a sticky trail on the ground. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, panting, and then began the arduous climb up the hillside. The corpse was heavier than expected, and its slippery skin made it exceptionally difficult to move. It took Yidong nearly 20 minutes to climb to the top of the mountain, and he was covered in sweat. Standing on the edge of the cliff and looking down, the gathering of the wilderness people continued. A huge bonfire roared outside the cave, flames leaping 5 or 6 meters high, casting huge, swaying shadows on the mountainside like the entrance to hell. 300 or 400 wilderness people were running in circles around the fire, their movements perfectly synchronized, like some kind of cult. It feels like running exercises in high school, being very close. They made various noises as they ran. A whoop, whoosh, heave-ho. The sound echoed through the valley, creating a strange echo effect that sounded both primitive and wild. This is a golden opportunity. Yidong rubbed his hands together excitedly. Several gunshots rang out faintly in the distance. It must have been Annie using Azathoth. Yidong felt a pang of heartache upon hearing this. That was his precious weapon, and now someone else is using it. However, now is not the time to dwell on these things. Yidong took a deep breath and began to concentrate on creating the seed. He reached for the swallowing ball at his waist, which contained a small bottle of souls, and then suddenly froze. Damn it! Annie took the ball. Yidong slapped his forehead. This is bad. How can a fertilized animal be created without a soul? Wait, there's also a very small chance that I just casually stuffed the bottle into my clothes at the time. Thinking of this, he quickly reached into his pocket and actually found a bottle. When he took it out, he saw that it was the bottle that contained the soul. It actually exists? Yidong was a little confused. He was just fooling himself. He clearly remembered that the bottle should be in the swallowing ball. How did it end up in his arms? Did I really just casually put it in my arms? But who cares, as long as I have it now. Next up is feeding time. P.S. Thank you to Shang-Chi of Nanyue for the generous gift of confetti and a urging for update charm. You're a very generous boss. Thanks to user 11099846 for the update reminder charm. The author will work harder. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and contributed to this cause. Love you all. Chapter 123, Over 100 Pregnant Seeds. It was probably out of habit that I stuffed it into my pocket, since I often did that when collecting souls before. Yidong stopped thinking about it, and began to focus on creating the breeding stock. He tore off a piece of flesh from the ghost corpse. The flesh of this monster was very special, with a fishy smell, and was unusually slippery and elastic. Then a soul is drawn out of the bottle. The two materials began to fuse in Yidong's hands, and flesh and blood quickly enveloped the soul, forming a sphere the size of a fist. A few seconds later, a seed emitting a faint green glow was completed. The surface of this gestational follicle has fine lines, and it is pulsating slightly, as if there is a heart inside. Yidong nodded in satisfaction, then aimed at the group of people doing their morning exercises in the wilderness below. He chose a target that looked rather robust and threw the seed down with force. Bang! The seed struck the back of the savage's head with a dull thud. The wilderness man stumbled and almost fell, then was knocked off balance by his companions behind him. But it quickly regained its balance and looked back at the pregnant seed on the ground. The green light stood out conspicuously in the darkness, immediately attracting its attention. The savage bent down to pick up the pregnant seed, brought it to his nose, and sniffed it intensely, a greedy glint immediately flashing in his eyes. Then, without hesitation, it stuffed the pregnant seed into its mouth, chewed it heartily, and a satisfied expression appeared on its face. Not bad. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. Sure enough, just as he thought, these guys had no resistance to flesh and blood, and would try everything they saw. Yidong repeated the same operation, and one by one, the pregnant seeds were accurately launched into the wilderness below. Some hit their heads, some hit their shoulders, and some even fell right into their arms. But no matter where it lands, these wilderness dwellers react the same way. Pick it up, smell it, and then swallow it whole. Some of the wilderness dwellers even had small-scale conflicts over who would be the first to conceive, but they were quickly separated by their companions and rejoined the running group. Pregnancy came out of nowhere. I ate it after smelling it. Yidong became more and more excited as he shot, feeling as if he were playing a basketball shooting game. The corpse had more flesh and blood than expected. It was a full 1.7 meters tall, providing a large amount of material for its creation. About an hour later, Yidong finally used up all the usable flesh and blood. He created a total of 123 fertilized eggs, all of which were successfully released to the wilderness people below. Not a single offspring was wasted. The wilderness dwellers showed great enthusiasm for this heavenly feast, even stopping their roaming and looking up at the sky, waiting for the food to fall. In just a short time, I've produced more offspring than I've ever produced before. Yidong clapped his hands in satisfaction, looking down at the wilderness crowd still running exercises below. These guys have no idea what they've eaten. They're still gleefully looking up at the sky. Just as Yidong was about to leave, a warm and large hand suddenly patted his shoulder gently. Yidong's heart skipped a beat, and cold sweat poured out instantly. What is that? Just as he was about to turn around, he was tightly embraced by something large and soft. The immense force made him feel like his bones were about to break, and he was having difficulty breathing. Wait. I surrender. I surrender. Yidong hurriedly raised his hands, his voice trembling. Don't kill me. I surrender. Hearing his pleas for mercy, the behemoth loosened its grip slightly, allowing Yidong to barely breathe. And this enormous creature was none other than a bear cub. The bear cub had returned to its original size. All its wounds had healed, and its pink fur had become fluffy and shiny again. Hey, little bear, you went too far, Yidong said, baring his teeth. I took care of you for a while, and you're not showing me any mercy? The little bear let out a low hum in protest. Take care of me? Is that what you call taking care of me? Annie emerged from behind the teddy bear, her face and clothes stained with large amounts of green blood. You didn't take good care of the little bear. You always let it out to get beaten up, and it got so many injuries. Yidong felt a little embarrassed. Indeed, when little bear followed him out, they were almost always fighting, and he would get injured every time. Moreover, he was often used as a meat shield. Well, that was all under duress. I didn't want the little bear to get hurt either. Yidong tried to defend himself. Heh, Annie sneered. Now I'll give you two choices. First, you must obediently become my underling. I can let you go without tying you up, but you must promise not to run away again, and you must listen to me in everything. Second, let the teddy bear hold you like this forever. Yidong glanced at Annie's serious expression and felt the teddy bear's strong hug, quickly weighing the pros and cons in his mind. Wait, what's there to weigh? Wouldn't it be crazy not to choose the first option? Now that he has divine power, it's not impossible for him to break free from the bear's embrace, and he might even be able to kill Annie. But what happens after you kill them? Yidong didn't know where he was, only that there were monsters everywhere, and their levels were all quite high. Even the hundreds of wild men below were at least at the 8th rank. If he wants to leave this place, he can only rely on the 50. No, now more than 70 divine powers within his body. He can't guarantee that he can get out. Oh right, if I can defeat Annie and get Azathoth back, I'll have some fighting power, but the same problem still applies. He has no idea where he is right now, and running away rashly might lead to even greater danger. Since that's the case, we might as well stay with Annie for now and make a decision after we figure out the situation. Moreover, although this girl seems a bit willful, she is indeed quite strong in combat, so following her would be a good guarantee. After thinking for a moment, Yidong made a decision. I choose the first one, he said seriously. I can be your underling, but you have to promise not to mistreat me, and you have to return my equipment. I can return some of the equipment to you, Annie said after a moment's consideration. But I will keep Azathoth for now, until you prove your loyalty. All right then. Yidong nodded helplessly. This was within his expectations. It was better than getting nothing at all. Annie smiled with satisfaction and gestured to Little Bear. Little Bear, let him go. He has already agreed to be our little brother. The little bear then released its embrace, but still stared warily at Yidong, afraid that he would run away again. Yidong moved his sore arms, feeling as if his bones were about to break. Chapter 124 Arrival at Port Loga. The little bear dutifully carried the two of them on the dark water for nearly half a day, until Yidong's buttocks were already numb and he couldn't feel them anymore. He tried to adjust his posture, but even the slightest movement made him feel the bear's wary gaze, fearing that Yidong might do something harmful to Annie. Hey, what is this bear made of? Yidong couldn't help but complain. Aren't you tired after swimming for so long? Annie patted the bear's head proudly. The bear is a toy. It doesn't have physical strength or experience pain. Then why do I often hear it screaming? Yidong asked curiously. That was the setting I gave it, Annie said, making a face. That way I'll know if the bear gets attacked. Yidong rolled his eyes. This girl was really so naive it was speechless. The mechanical hamster perched on Annie's shoulder, its ruby-like eyes fixed on Yidong, occasionally flashing a small knife in its hand. With mechanical hamsters here, the ninth princess must be nearby too, but I don't know why she's not coming out. By the way, what exactly is this place? Yidong asked, looking at the gradually clearer outline of the land in the distance, and squinted and observed carefully for a while, then said uncertainly, It should be outside the border of the Kingdom of Hao. The Kingdom of Hao? Yidong's heart stirred. I wonder if the cult leader and the others have come here, or if they are still searching for me in the ruined mountains. Once you get ashore, you can lead into Loga Harbor. Once you see the crows, you'll be able to get rid of Anne. But the most important thing now is to figure out where I am. I shouldn't be too far from Port Loga, right? After swimming for several more hours, Yidong's patience was almost exhausted when a huge port city finally appeared in front of him. Finally here, Yidong breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, and rubbed his bottom. The port is magnificent, with countless white stars dotting the harbor like stars, illuminating the entire dock brightly, like a city that never sleeps. Countless cargo ships came and went in the port, some as large as moving mountains, laden with cargo, sailing into the darkness behind them. The ship horns sounded one after another, creating a strange symphony in the night sky. The dock was bustling with activity. Upon closer inspection, Yidong realized that those moving goods were actually semi-mechanical monsters. Their bodies are half flesh and blood and half sophisticated mechanical devices. They move in perfect unison and are extremely efficient at their work. Some of the monsters' mechanical parts were still steaming and emitting rhythmic mechanical sounds, which, in sync with their movements, resembled a strange mechanical dance troupe. Could this be Logaport? That's right, it's Port Loga, Annie said happily, her eyes sparkling with excitement. We're finally on land. Little Bear is practically soaked to the point of bursting. The little bear quickly swam to the dock, where the huge stone dock looked particularly majestic under the daylight. Yidong and Annie jumped onto the dock. Their feet touched the solid stone slabs, and the long-lost sense of security made Yidong take a deep breath. Annie gently patted the bear's head, and the bear instantly shrank back to the size of a normal doll, quietly nestled in her arms. The dock was bustling with noise, and various monsters were not getting along very well there, which Yidong found quite astonishing. The air is filled with a mixture of engine oil, the smell of the sea, spices, and all sorts of strange odors, creating the unique aroma of this port city. Let's find a place to stay first. Annie led Yidong into the city, looked around, and soon saw a decent-looking inn. Tomorrow we'll explore the city more thoroughly. The innkeeper is a cyborg with a fish head. His left eye has been replaced with a glowing mechanical device, which looks quite cool. Welcome to the Harbor Inn. The fish-headed innkeeper greeted them warmly, his mechanical eyes flashing blue light as he scanned the two of them. Are you two looking for a hotel room? We have the best themed rooms and offer a variety of services. I'm not sleeping with him. We'll have 2 rooms, and said simply, pulling a handful of gold coins from her pocket. All right, the fish-head vendor's eyes lit up, the gold coins reflecting an alluring light in his mechanical eyes. The best room on the 2nd floor, I guarantee you'll be satisfied. The two quickly obtained their room keys. Yidong's room was 205, and Annie's was 206, right next to each other. Annie stopped at the door, turned to look at Yidong, and gave him a sweet smile. Would you like to go out for a walk? Is that okay? Yidong was taken aback. Of course, Annie said with a smile, then handed over the teddy bear. But you have to keep the teddy bear with you so I can know where you are. Yidong looked at the teddy bear, its black button eyes seeming to be staring at him, making him feel uneasy. Do you want to use the teddy bear to spy on you? Yidong understood, but he did not refuse. Anyway, Annie doesn't know her purpose, and the little bear certainly won't stop her before she finds the cult leader and the others. By the time it stops her, it will be too late. Okay, I'll take it. Yidong took the teddy bear and stuffed it into his arms. You can't put the teddy bear in your arms. She's afraid of the dark. Annie came to Yidong's side somewhat angrily, reached into Yidong's arms, and took out the teddy bear. You should hold her. Okay. Yidong hugged the teddy bear to his chest, and Annie was finally satisfied. Don't go too far, Annie instructed. Also, don't do anything funny. Little bear will be watching your every move. Okay. Yidong nodded quickly, but in his mind, he was already planning how to take advantage of this opportunity. Chapter 125 Death Again. Leaving the inn, Yi Dong took a deep breath of the free air. Although there's still a monitor in my arms, at least I can move around freely now. Loga Port was even more bustling than he had imagined, with people coming and going on the streets and all sorts of strange creatures living together in harmony. The words on the shop sign gleamed, and a dazzling array of goods were on display. Yi Dong randomly chose a restaurant that looked lively. The sign read Steamed Food Restaurant. Pushing open the door, one finds the place bustling with activity, the air filled with the aroma of various foods. Sir, this way please. A cyborg with a goat's head ran over carrying a tray. Its lower body was completely mechanized, making a clattering sound as it walked. This kind of mechanization has become the norm in the kingdom of Hao. Yi Dong can see this semi-mechanized state in all kinds of monsters and humans. Our braised pork and snail fried rice are our signature dishes. One of each, please. Hearing the names of these dishes, Yi Dong swallowed hard, and a feeling of hunger instantly surged up. All right, coming right away. The waiter with the sheep's head excitedly ran towards the kitchen. While waiting for the food, Yi Dong began to probe for information. Brother, what's new at the port lately? He asked casually. I just came from out of town and don't know anything. The waiter, whose head was covered in sheep's head, immediately became interested and leaned closer to whisper. Sir, now that you mention it, there really is one. Yesterday, a moving castle came. Yi Dong's heart skipped a beat, but he maintained a curious expression. A moving castle? What's that? Oh my, you must be from out of town, said the sheep-headed waiter, shaking his head. A moving castle is a wonderful thing. It's a castle that walks on 6 huge mechanical legs. I've lived for so many years, and this is the first time I've ever seen a real one. That sounds really impressive. Yi Dong tried to control his tone. Where's that castle now? I'd like to go see it too. The waiter's expression suddenly turned regretful. Oh, don't mention it. Sir, you're too late. What's wrong? Yi Dong felt a sense of foreboding. That castle, the sheep-headed waiter sighed. It was only discovered less than 10 minutes before the port siege cannons bombarded it. What? Yi Dong almost jumped up from his chair, his voice changing tremor. The surrounding guests all turned to look at him, and Yi Dong quickly lowered his voice. Why? Why did you bomb it? That's right. The sheep-headed waiter lowered his voice and looked around. I don't know which blind fool dared to use the moving castle without permission. That's a royal privilege. How could an ordinary person dare to touch it? Yi Dong felt his heart stop, and his hands trembled. Then, how is the castle now? What else could it be? Sheep-headed waiter shrugged. It was bombed into ruins. It's just outside the west side of the city. It's been burning for a day and a night, and it's still smoking. Yi Dong felt the world spinning, and his blood seemed to freeze. The castle was bombed to ruins? Then the cult leader and his group. Sir? Sir, are you all right? You look terrible. The waiter asked worriedly. I suddenly remembered I have something urgent to attend to. Yi Dong forced a smile, took out a few gold coins from his pocket, and threw them on the table. The food won't wait. After saying that, he rushed out of the restaurant, leaving the bewildered waiter behind. Yi Dong tucked the teddy bear into his arms and ran as fast as he could, eager to reach the west side of the city as quickly as possible. Pedestrians on the street quickly moved aside, wondering why this human was in such a hurry. He soon arrived at the west gate of the city. Several cyborg soldiers guarding the gate saw his hurried appearance, and one of them kindly pointed into the distance. The ruins of that castle are over there, about 3 miles away. The soldier's mechanical eyes flashed. But I advise you not to go. It's very dangerous because of the high temperatures and toxic fumes everywhere. Yi Dong didn't care and rushed out of the city gate. The night wind blew against my face, carrying a strong smell of burning. As they drew closer, Yi Dong could see black smoke rising in the distance, and red flames flickering in the darkness. The smell in the air grew increasingly pungent, a mixture of sulfur, burning metal, and some indescribable stench. When he finally arrived at the scene, the sight before him left him completely stunned. The once majestic moving castle has been completely reduced to a pile of smoking ruins. 6 enormous mechanical legs lay crookedly on the ground like broken chopsticks, some broken into several pieces, the steel twisted and deformed, radiating high temperatures. The main buildings of the castle were completely destroyed by the bombing. Those once familiar rooms, corridors, and halls are now just charred ruins. The flames were still burning, and explosions could be heard from time to time, which must have been caused by some mechanical devices exploding under high temperatures. This is impossible. Yi Dong staggered into the ruins, his legs going weak. The heat wave hit him, but he was oblivious, his mind filled with memories of the days he spent with his friends. The raven's sharp tongue, Leonardo da Vinci's honesty, the aloofness of the dark, gloomy figure, and the cult leaders. Yi Dong began a frantic search, disregarding the scorching steel and toxic fumes, turning over pieces of wreckage. With each page I turned, my fear deepened. Suddenly, he saw a familiar leg near the original location of the castle. That shape, that size. Black cloth winter. Yi Dong's heart skipped a beat, and he rushed over immediately. Huge pieces of steel lay on top of him, and he used all his strength to move them away, burning his hands with blisters, but he was completely unaware of it. When Yi Dong saw what was below clearly, he felt as if his whole world had collapsed. It was a black, completely carbonized body. The once handsome and majestic unicorn was now just a charred skeleton, with even its iconic horn broken in two. But what broke Yi Dong's heart even more was that beneath the black cloth, several small, charred figures were pressed down. No, don't. Yi Dong's hands trembled as he carefully carried them out one by one. The crow's body had shrunk into a ball, and its once glossy black feathers were now just charred remains. Leonardo da Vinci's crooked mouth still retains the shape it had when he was alive, but it has been completely carbonized. There's also a tiny password for that newborn child. Why? Why did this happen? Yi Dong knelt on the ground, tears streaming down his face. These friends who have been with me for so long, those companions who were once full of life and joy, have just left. Just like that, forever? Master, master, where are you? Yi Dong roared to the sky, his voice filled with despair and anger. Please, answer me, tell me you're all right. But all that could be heard was the sound of wind and crackling flames. Ikuko's figure was nowhere to be found. Yi Dong searched the ruins for a full hour, digging through every corner, but still couldn't find any trace of the cult leader. Maybe she escaped? Maybe she left beforehand? But looking at the corpses of his friends in his arms, Yi Dong still held a sliver of hope. As long as the cult leader lives, she can resurrect the crows, just like last time. P.S. Thanks to Running Dead Fish for the update reminder charm. Thank you to the bacteria lying in bed for the 2 love letters. Thank you to all my friends for your generous donations. Chapter 126, He Turned Evil. Stop crying, it's too noisy. The 9th princess's shadowy figure suddenly appeared beside Yi Dong, her voice tinged with impatience. The mechanical hamster also crawled out from behind Yi Dong, holding a small knife in its hand and gesturing in front of Yi Dong. Get away, Yi Dong said hoarsely, holding the crow's charred body. Don't bother me. Will crying solve the problem? The 9th princess spoke coldly, her black figure appearing even more sinister in the firelight. Instead of crying here like a weakling, think about how to save them. The god of pregnancy corresponds to life and reproduction. He must possess the power of resurrection. You yourself can save them, even the leader of the cult. Yi Dong paused for a moment, then turned to look at the 9th princess. Save the cult leader? What do you mean? The 9th princess sighed. The power of the city destroyer cannon is as high as the full force attack of the 3rd rank. Yu Zi sensed it, but she couldn't stop it and was seriously injured herself. She is now being hunted by experts from Logoport. Logoport. Yi Dong gritted his teeth, the sadness in his eyes gradually being replaced by the flames of anger. Yi Dong stood up and carefully put all the corpses into the swallowing ball. With each one he received, his heart ached. These once lively companions have now turned into cold, charred remains. But he had to take them with him and wait until daylight. He looked at the brightly lit port of Loga in the distance, his voice as cold as a roar from hell. I will make the entire port of Loga pay for this. Anger burned in Yi Dong's heart, and the nearly 100 divine powers within his body began to stir, as if sensing their master's emotions. Aren't you going to save them? Yi Dong did not answer, and turned to head towards Logoport. The 9th princess watched Yi Dong's departing figure and fell into deep thought. Why hasn't he summoned the goddess of pregnancy yet, given how much he cherishes his companions? Unless Yi Dong is hiding something important. Interesting, the 9th princess murmured to herself. This god is even more mysterious than I imagined. The mechanical hamster clucked and clicked as it walked to her side, its red eyes gleaming with an inquiring light. Little hamster, follow him, said the 9th princess. We'll still need him after this big show is over. Yi Dong returned to the inn filled with rage, each step feeling as heavy as if he were stepping on someone's heart. Pushing open Annie's door, I found her sitting on the bed eating snacks, looking quite relaxed. Hearing the noise, she looked up, a faint, innocent smile on her face. You're back. What's wrong? Before she could finish speaking, Annie saw the murderous look on Yi Dong's face and was taken aback. What happened? She asked warily, while secretly reaching under her pillow. But Yi Dong wasn't going to give her that chance. His divine power roared within him, and he threw a punch at Annie, wanting nothing more than to vent his anger. Poor Annie hadn't even figured out what was going on before she was targeted by the furious Yidong. The air was torn apart, producing a sharp whistling sound. The little bear instantly jumped out of Yidong's arms, grew larger at an incredible speed, and stood in front of Annie. Boom! The little bear and Annie were blasted away by the terrifying force, crashing through the inn's wall, sending wood chips flying and bricks shattering. Two figures flew out like cannonballs and crashed heavily onto the stone-paved street outside. The bear took most of the impact, leaving a huge bloody hole in its chest, its pink fur stained a dark red with blood. It let out a painful screech, the light in its eyes quickly dimmed, and then it helplessly reverted to its doll-like state. Annie fell to the ground, blood spilling from the corner of her mouth. Her head lolled to the side, and she fainted. She cursed inwardly at the power of that punch. If it weren't for the little bear blocking her way, she could have been struck by divine protection. Yidong walked over indifferently, searched Annie, and found Azathoth on her, then left without looking back. The cyborgs on the street were used to this kind of fighting. Violent conflicts were too common in Logoport. They just watched from a distance, and no one stepped forward to intervene. But Annie didn't move for a long time. So a cyborg monster with a lizard's head saw Annie lying on the ground, its eyes flashing with greed, wanting to take the opportunity to loot the corpse. But just as its hand was about to touch Annie, the seemingly seriously injured girl suddenly opened her eyes. Their blood-red eyes gleamed like jewels, carrying a chilling power that assaulted the lizardman's spirit. The lizard-headed monster froze for a moment, then mechanically drew the knife from its waist and pointed it at its own neck. Laugh! Green blood spurted out, and the monster collapsed and died, a strange smile on its face before it died. The other monsters quickly retreated upon seeing this, realizing that this seemingly frail human girl was definitely not someone to be trifled with. Annie slowly sat up, spat out a mouthful of saliva mixed with blood, and then carefully picked up the dying teddy bear. "All right, little bear, our mission is complete." She gently stroked the little bear's wounds, tears welling in her eyes, but her voice carried a sense of relief. "Now that we've successfully delivered him here, we can finally make our escape," and struggled to her feet, clutching her teddy bear, and staggered toward the harbor. Soon, her figure disappeared into the night, as if she had never been there. The wind blowing through the harbor carried away the smell of blood. Chapter 127: The Plan to Destroy the Entire City. The wind howled through the ruins, carrying up bursts of burnt ash that danced in the air like black snowflakes. Yidong stood before the ruins of the moving castle, gazing through the darkness at the brightly lit city in the distance. Logoport resembles a ferocious beast, with daylight streaming through countless windows, shimmering with a cold gleam in the night sky. Innocent people, Yidong's voice was like a whisper from hell, every word carrying a deep-seated hatred. He raised Azathoth, the gun gleaming with a deathly cold light in the fire. Nearly 100 streams of divine power within his body began to surge violently, like enraged thunderclouds, ready to unleash destructive lightning at any moment. The air began to distort due to the surge of divine power. The surrounding temperature dropped sharply, and even the flames still burning in the ruins trembled slightly. Raven da Vinci, Black Bromden left, right, password. He whispered the names of his companions, each name fueling the fire of his anger. Innocent people must also die. Just as Yidong was about to pull the trigger, the ninth princess's shadow appeared beside him like ripples on water. "Don't shoot, Yidong." Her voice was unusually serious. "Calm down and think carefully." "Calm down, you idiot," Yidong roared. Azathoth's gun barrel had begun to gather terrifying energy, and a buzzing sound came from the air. "With your current strength, even if you exhaust all the divine power within you, Azathoth can at most only annihilate a corner of the city," the ninth princess said helplessly. "Moreover, once you fire a shot, you will be powerless to fight. When the experts from Logoport swarm in, you will surely die." Grasp! Yidong's eyes were filled with a crazed light. His tears had long since dried, leaving only rage as intense as volcanic lava. "This is the only way I can avenge them. I can't do anything else." He thought of the crow's foul mouth, of Leonardo da Vinci's kind face, and of the code that died shortly after birth. His heart ached. Why? Why hurt them? Just because of the royal family's bullshit privileges. Yidong roared to the sky, his voice echoing in the night sky and startling the night birds in the distance. He had gone mad. All his companions were dead, and the cult leader was seriously injured and being hunted down. He wanted to calm down, but the anger in his chest was impossible to suppress. Seeing Yidong's pained expression, the ninth princess felt a pang of pity. She floated in front of Yidong, her voice softening. Yidong, leave here first. It's not too late to come back and take revenge when you become stronger. If you die, you'll have nothing left. Besides, aren't you supposed to save them? Yidong hesitated. If he died, the only way to revive them would be through the cult leader. In the end, he put Azathoth down and knelt on the ground in anguish. The ninth princess sighed, thinking to herself that the woman was truly ruthless, actually managing to come up with such a script. Yidong was clearly on the verge of collapse, and every step could spiral out of control, yet every step was within her calculations. It was truly a testament to her legendary bloodline. Just then, a voice rang out from the darkness. Hey young man, are you planning to blow this dilapidated city up? Who? Yidong looked up, and Azathoth instantly aimed in the direction from which the voice came. In the darkness, a figure carrying a human oil lamp staggered down from the sky, but clearly his flying skills were not very good, and he crashed straight down. Bang! The figure crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust, and rolled several times before stopping. Oh dear, this crow is flying way too wildly. A strange thing rose from the dust. It was a round creature wrapped in a tattered black robe, from which only 3 blood-red eyes could be seen, eerie and mysterious. In addition, there was a huge black crow. This crow was several times larger than the eagle, as fat as a flying pig, and made a wheezing sound when it flapped its wings. How many times have I told you? Land gently. The black-robed monster gently instructed the fat crow. The fat crow cawed angrily. Caw. Yidong frowned. Azathoth locked onto the suddenly appearing monster. What are you? Hey, don't get excited, don't get excited. The black-robed monster quickly waved his hand, his 3 eyes darting around. I'm not from the city. I'm a good monster here to help your little brother. Help me. Yidong sneered. We're not related. Why should you help me? The black-robed monster's 3 eyes dimmed, and his voice was filled with deep hatred. It's a long story, young man. I have a blood feud with Port Loga. My family and friends were all killed by the bastards in this city. I have been plotting revenge in secret for many years, but I have never had a suitable opportunity until I met you today. Only then did I come up with a brilliant plan. The black-robed monster patted the fat crow. The enemy of my enemy is my friend, right? Let's join forces and destroy this damned city together. The fat crow cawed in agreement. Caw. What plan? Yidong frowned. The black-robed monster smiled mysteriously and asked in a low voice. If I'm not mistaken, you are the agent of the goddess of pregnancy, aren't you? Yes. That makes things easier. With your help, I have a way to mutate all the monsters in Logoport and plunge the city into complete chaos. Aberration. Yidong's heart skipped a beat. He glanced at the man in black robes again and thought of Fong Bei, the master of anomalies. Could this guy be him in disguise? Yidong looked at the ninth princess, who had once again beautifully disappeared. That's right. The black-robed monster jumped up and down excitedly. The god I worship is the Aberration General, who can turn all the monsters in the city into crazed aberrations, making them kill each other and causing rivers of blood. It's much more effective than you blowing up a corner with one shot. However, the black-robed monster changed the subject. I need something. What? Yidong asked warily. Your ability to reproduce. The black-robed monster rubbed his hands together, his 3 eyes gleaming. I can provide you with an unlimited supply of flesh and blood materials, so you can create breeding stock, and then I'll figure out a way to feed them to the monsters in the city. It got more and more excited as it spoke. Just imagine, if all the monsters in the city turned into your children, and then collectively mutated into madmen, how spectacular would that be? And its voice became seductive. You can also gain tens of thousands of conceived children. The power of that faith is enough to make you rise to the top in one step, achieving both revenge and becoming stronger. Yidong fell silent, pondering the feasibility of the suggestion. Indeed, if it could truly plunge the entire city into chaos, it would be far more effective than firing a shot myself. How about it? Want to give it a try? 2 tentacles emerged from the black robe, tentatively rubbing together. Okay, let's give it a try. Yidong ultimately agreed, since he wouldn't lose anything even if he failed, just some souls. On the contrary, if they succeed, they will not only avenge their great grudge, but also gain so much faith. Chapter 128 The Emperor. But I have a question, Yidong said, frowning. Why would you feed the pregnant offspring to the monsters in the city? Those guys aren't stupid creatures like the Wastelanders. The black-robed monster let out a sinister laugh. Little brother, do you know what day tomorrow is? What day is it? The food festival in Logoport. The black-robed monster excitedly rubbed his 2 tentacles together. The monsters throughout the city will come out to enjoy all kinds of delicacies. I'll then mix the pregnant creatures into their food, ensuring they eat it willingly. And it pulled a strange bottle from its black robe. I also have this wonderful thing. Any food that comes into contact with it will become incredibly tempting, and no monster can resist it. Yidong's eyes lit up. This plan did indeed sound feasible. Then where do you get your flesh and blood materials? Yidong asked again. You don't need to worry about that. The black-robed monster patted his round body smugly. My body stores a massive amount of flesh and blood materials, enough for you to create 100,000 breeding animals. As it spoke, it demonstrated by pulling out a piece of flesh, which was still wriggling and emitting a strong smell of blood. Yidong carefully observed the flesh and found that its texture was very special, somewhat like the real flesh and blood of the Lord of Mutation, but not exactly the same. What kind of flesh and blood is this? These are all good stuff. The black-robed monster said mysteriously. I guarantee the resulting embryonic development will be exceptional. Yidong was silent for a moment, then finally nodded. Okay, I agree to cooperate, but I have one condition. What are the conditions? If the plan fails, you can't expose me. No problem, the black-robed monster readily agreed. As I just said, we're here to fight for Silverwing. Did you just say that? Oh, never mind that. Hurry up and make it. I can't wait. Ha ha, that's great. The black-robed monster laughed. The next second, countless writhing flesh and blood surged out of its black robe like a flood. These flesh and blood pieces had been neatly divided into chunks, each wriggling on its own and radiating an eerie vitality. The stench of blood instantly filled the air, and even Yidong, who often handled pregnant women with his bare hands, couldn't help but frown. Awesome. Looking at the blood and flesh scattered all over the ground, Yidong roughly estimated the amount, which was at least tens of thousands of pieces. That'll keep you busy all night, the black-robed monster said smugly. Time waits for no one. We need to finish making the seed before tomorrow so I can grab a good spot to sell the food. Yidong stopped wasting time and began to focus on creating the breeding stock. He pulled out the bottle filled with souls from his pocket, and flesh and souls rapidly fused in his hands, continuously creating fertilized beings that emitted an eerie light. Time passed by second. Yidong's hands were getting increasingly sore, but he gritted his teeth and persevered, with only one thought in his mind, to avenge his comrades. Dozens of hours passed, and Yidong had produced a total of 13,000 fertilized eggs. His hands were almost cramping. Fortunately, the divine power within his body continued to circulate, relieving his fatigue. That's enough, the black-robed monster exclaimed excitedly. This number is more than enough. As it spoke, it opened its black robe, and a powerful suction force came, pulling all the pregnant creatures into the depths of the black robe. Young man, just wait here and watch the show. The black-robed monster patted the fat raven beneath him. At the latest, by the next day, you'll see the entire port of Loga plunged into unprecedented chaos. Remember our agreement, Yidong said earnestly. Don't worry. The black-robed monster held up one finger. I guarantee those bastards will pay a heavy price. After saying that, the fat crow flapped its huge wings and slowly lifted the black-robed monster into the air. Hey Black, destination, Logaport. Let's go deliver some food. Gah! The monster and the crow flew towards the brightly lit port city of Loga and quickly disappeared into the night. Yidong stood before the ruins, watching their departing figures, his heart filled with complex emotions. Can this plan really succeed? He wasn't sure, but it was certainly much wiser than a head-on confrontation. I hope you really have that ability. Yidong said softly. Crow, Da Vinci, left, right. Cypher, just wait. Soon monsters will be buried with you. The ninth princess appeared beside him, looking at Yidong's back with a complex light in her eyes. In an attempt to calm him down, they were willing to sacrifice the lives of an entire city. That woman was even more cruel than I was. He would kill a few hundred people occasionally to satisfy his urges, but she could destroy a city with hundreds of thousands of lives with a single move. But she's also so gentle, able to treat a human being like this. The ninth princess simply couldn't understand what she was thinking. Is it really true, as the ancient legends say, that all those with legendary bloodlines are mentally ill? Inside the port city of Loga, the black-robed monster and the fat raven landed in a secluded spot. As soon as they hit the ground, the black-robed monster was thrown off. Can't you fucking lose some weight? Why don't you just admit you're useless? How much do I weigh? If you can pull out tens of thousands of pieces of meat, I don't believe it's less than several hundred tons. That's something I mutated. It doesn't count. Asshole. These highly cryptic words came from that fat crow, and it's obvious they came from the eagle. That's right, it's not dead. What Yi Dong is seeing is just the cult leader using the ghost claw to disguise it. As for the others, they were truly dead, killed directly by the cult leader. Crow still feels lingering fear when he thinks about it. Although the cult leader promised to resurrect them after the deed was done, it was still incredibly terrifying, wasn't it? How could someone kill you and then resurrect you? After the crow kowtowed repeatedly, the cult leader finally agreed not to let it die yet, but to kill it and replace the fake one when Yi Dong summoned the pregnancy god. I'm not arguing with you. Hurry up and feed the pregnant seed. The man in black sighed. That damned crow's mouth was too foul. And he is clearly Fong Bei, the master of distortion. All he remembered that day was that he was carrying a human oil lamp and running behind the moving castle when he was grabbed by a ghostly claw and pulled onto the castle. He tried to resist, even using his ultimate trump card, summoning the corpse of his previous incarnation, the remnant god, but he was still crushed, and the remnant god's corpse was also taken away. It was at that moment that he realized what exactly was on the castle. He had seen her in his past life. Back then, he was kneeling on the ground and addressed her as Empress. P.S. Thanks to username 569152260 for the update reminder charm. I'm working on it as fast as I can. Thank you all for the likes, flowers, and support. Love you all. Chapter 129 Pregnancy Feeder. Inside the port city of Loga, Fong Bei and Crow arrived at a dilapidated slum. The buildings here are dilapidated, mostly pieced together from discarded machine parts and broken planks, crammed together crookedly, like a pile of garbage about to collapse. This is the gathering place of the lowest-level monsters in Logaport, a place of chaos and disorder, making it a perfect place to strike. TCH, they even lied to Yi Dong about some food festival. The crow muttered as it tidied its messy feathers. How else can I lower his guard if I don't lie to him like this? He's almost gone mad. He's capable of anything to destroy this city, Raven sighed. It seems he really values you all. Yes, he's a good kid. Even though he's been in this dark world for so many years, he's always kept his true self. It's something indescribable, and you evil person like you can never understand it. TCH, what's the use? Can you eat them? Fong Bei sneered, taking out several pregnant creatures, emitting an eerie green light from his black robe and playing with them in his hand. TCH, the fact that he can gain the cult leader's favor and receive this level of treatment means that no one else in the world but Yi Dong would ever do it. Damn it. I'm not going to waste my breath on you. Let's get to work. Fong Bei was somewhat speechless. Holding the pregnant seed, he selected his first feeding target and finally settled on a dilapidated tavern. Through the greasy windows, you could see 7 or 8 weak monsters drinking and chatting inside. Most of them were low-level monsters from the 9th rank, doing the hardest and most tiring work in Logaport. Let's start by kneading these soft persimmons. Fong Bei pushed the door open, making a jarring creak. The old wooden door almost fell off the frame as he pushed it. The tavern fell silent instantly. The previously noisy patrons stopped what they were doing, and all the monsters looked warily at the stranger who had suddenly barged in. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, Fong Bei's 3 blood-red eyes gleamed within his black robe, looking exceptionally eerie and terrifying. What are you? Uninvited guests are not welcome here. A burly minotaur asked warily, setting down its wine glass and reaching for its rusty battle axe at its waist. The other monsters also became wary. Although they were all low-level minions, they were still very vigilant in this kind of place where all sorts of monsters mingled. Don't be nervous. I'm a food deliverer man. Fong Bei's voice sounded particularly sinister under his black robe, carrying a chilling and eerie feeling. Anyone want to try some fresh meatballs? All natural, no additives, guaranteed fresh. As he spoke, he toyed with the fertilized seed in his hand, and in the dim light, it looked particularly eerie. Their surfaces were still wriggling slightly, as if something alive was struggling inside, emitting a strong smell of blood mixed with a cloying, rotten odor. Get lost. Who wants your junk? A skinny werewolf monster waved impatiently, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. You don't look like a good person. Get lost and don't disturb our drinking. That's right, this isn't a place for strangers. A one-eyed goblin chimed in, its voice sharp and piercing. That's not up to you. Fong Bei grinned maliciously, and suddenly more than a dozen thick, blood-red tentacles emerged from under his black robe. Each tentacle was as thick as an arm and covered with slime and tiny barbs. The tentacles swept towards the monster in the tavern as if they were alive, moving so fast that no one could react in time. What the hell is that? The monsters were terrified and drew their weapons to fight back. The minotaur swung its battle axe at the nearest tentacle, while the werewolf lunged forward, baring its fangs and claws to tear it apart. However, their strength was only at the 9th rank, making them nothing more than ants in front of Fong Bei. Their attack tentacles neither dodge nor evade, enduring the damage while precisely wrapping around the necks and limbs of each monster. The Minotaur's battle axe was entangled by tentacles, and no matter how hard it tried, it could not break free. The werewolf's claws left a few shallow scratches on the surface of the tentacles before being firmly bound. Let me go? Let me go. Help. Someone's trying to kill a beast. We haven't offended you. Why are you treating us like this? The monsters struggled desperately, howling in terror, but the tentacles were too strong, and the slime on their surface made it impossible for them to exert any force. Fong Bei manipulated the tentacles, forcibly stuffing the fertilized seed into the mouths of each monster. Ugh, ugh, wah. The monsters tried to spit out the gestation seed, but tentacles reached into their mouths, forcing them to swallow it. The fertilized eggs melt in the mouth, turning into a warm liquid that flows into their stomachs and intestines, where they are quickly absorbed. A few minutes later, the tavern returned to silence. The 7 monsters collapsed to the ground, their eyes becoming blank and empty, like soulless puppets. Their bellies had begun to swell slightly, and something inside was wriggling. Your distortion is actually quite useful. Nonsense. I am the first remnant god. I evolved by devouring the body of a god. The crow rolled its eyes at him. Can you stop showing off? So what if you're the number 1 crippled god? You're still treated like a dog by others. Shut up. I'm just being pragmatic. Coward. Fong Bei was speechless and chose to focus on his work. His task was to feed all the pregnant animals out and fill the entire city with mutated monsters. His power is contained within the seed. Anyone who consumes it will cause the monster's true form to mutate, thus transforming it into his follower, who will then create chaos in the city. After a while, these mutated believers will give birth to more offspring, which will be a win-win situation for him and Yidong. And so, the man and the crow began a systematic feeding operation. They started from the edge of the slums, clearing out room by room, as efficiently as cutting leeks. When encountering weak monsters, Fong Bei would subdue them with his tentacles and then force-feed them. When encountering stronger opponents, the crow will sprout jet-black ghost claws. These are temporary abilities given to it by Yuko, enough to deal with enemies it cannot handle. These ghost claws are really useful. Raven couldn't help but sigh as he watched a 6th sequence demon wolf being easily subdued by the ghost claws. It's much stronger than my own mental control, and it doesn't even consume mental energy. Nonsense. How could the power of a legendary bloodline not be strong? If only the cult leader wouldn't take it back. Stop talking nonsense, stop daydreaming, and get to work, Fong Bei urged. Try to finish the mission before dawn. So, you're ordering me around now? Chapter 130 Darkening. Meanwhile, beside the ruins of the moving castle, Yidong was sitting quietly on a piece of wreckage that was still emitting blue smoke, holding the charred corpse of a crow that he had taken out of the swallowing ball in his arms. The once sharp-tongued but lovable crow is now nothing but a charred lump of coal, its feathers no longer recognizable. He stared blankly at the lights of the distant port of Loga, their dazzling brilliance reflected in his eyes. Were they wrong? There was nothing wrong with them. They were simply following the laws of the kingdom of Hao. Yidong finally understood why there were always so many villains in novels who would cause trouble for the protagonist without distinguishing right from wrong. Kill one, and 2 will come. Kill 2, and a whole group will come. Were they wrong? Yidong's answer was wrong this time. Not just them, but the entire Hao royal family. Those who had accompanied him, protected him, and fought alongside him were all killed in a single shot. The 9th princess appeared beside him, and seeing Yidong's pained expression, she couldn't help but sigh. Although she knew it was all an act, Yidong's pain was real. Don't be like that. They will definitely come back to life, she comforted softly, her voice unusually gentle. How did you know? Yidong smiled wryly. The goddess of pregnancy isn't the god of death. Can she really bring dead lives back to life? Even if they can be resurrected, will the resurrected pregnancy gods still be the same as before? Will you still remember me? Will you still argue with me, fight with me, and live with me? If possible, Yidong should be resurrected by the cult leader, because there is a precedent for the cult leader, while the pregnant god knows nothing about it. The gods in this world possess resurrection abilities, but most of them simply fill a body with a similar soul, which is why Yidong is so worried. The 9th princess opened her mouth as if to say something, but ultimately held back. She couldn't tell Yidong the truth. She couldn't say that all of this was a play arranged by Yu Yuzi. Doing this would ruin the entire plan and cause Yidong to completely break down, because then he would truly have no one left to rely on. Just then, the sound of orderly mechanical footsteps came from afar. Click, click, click. The footsteps were synchronized, like a steel symphony, sounding particularly jarring in the quiet night. The footsteps grew closer, and Yi Dong looked up to see 9 mechanical soldiers in silver armor marching towards him in a battle formation. The silver armor reflected a cold metallic luster in the daylight, and each soldier held a steam rifle with wisps of steam rising from its muzzle. Scan complete. Target detected. The lead mechanical soldier announced in a emotionless electronic voice, the Hal Kingdom emblem on his chest gleaming. Castle ruins discovered. Proceed with cleanup mission. The mechanical soldiers walked toward the castle ruins. They appeared to be logistics soldiers from the port city of Loga. Yi Dong put the crow's corpse into the swallowing ball, slowly stood up, and then, gripping the dagger, plunged it into the neck of the nearest soldier. Sparks flew as the soldier struggled, but the black-tail sword severed his neck. As one soldier fell to the ground, the other mechanized soldiers immediately raised their steam rifles and aimed them at Yi Dong. Suspected remnants of the castle. According to the laws of the Kingdom of Hal, anyone involved in the illegal use of royal machinery will be executed on the spot. Surrender or die, you have 3 seconds to choose. The leading mechanical soldier slowly raised his steam rifle and aimed it at Yi Dong's head. 3. Yi Dong stretched, clenched his fists, and his knuckles cracked. His hand reached for the Azathoth at his waist, and the cold barrel of the gun chilled him to the bone. 2. Yi Dong drew Azathoth, ready to pull the trigger, but the 9th princess appeared in front of him, her black figure blocking his view. Azathoth's attack is too conspicuous. The entire army of Logaport will come to besiege you. Yi Dong shook his head and calmed down. 1. Target refuses to surrender. Proceed with cleanup. Seeing Yi Dong's actions, the lead mechanical soldier issued the attack order without hesitation. Fire. Bang, bang, bang. 9 steam rifles fired simultaneously, their muzzles spewing flames and white steam. Lead bullets rained down, leaving scorching trails in the air, all aimed at Yi Dong's vital areas. Yi Dong flashed, and the black-tail sword in his hand transformed into a black lightning bolt. Space seemed to be torn apart, and Yi Dong's figure disappeared from the spot in an instant, appearing the next second behind the mechanical soldier on the far left. Blitzkrieg, an ability of the black-tail sword, allows the wielder to unleash explosive attacks. Laugh. A flash of sword light, like a crescent moon, sliced through the mechanical soldier's neck. The steel head flew into the air, sparks flying from the broken end, and various electronic components were exposed to the air, whirring. Without pausing, Yi Dong launched another blitzkrieg, his figure appearing like a ghost next to the second mechanical soldier. The black-tailed sword swept across, severing the opponent in half at the waist, separating the upper and lower body, with engine oil splattering on the ground like blood. The target's strength exceeds expectations. Initiate tactical mode. The remaining 6 mechanical soldiers immediately adjusted their formation. Instead of standing in a line, they formed a circle around Yi Dong, ensuring that there was fire coverage from every angle. Click, click, click. Their armor began to deform, revealing the hideous nature of their various concealed weapon systems. A small missile launcher popped out from his shoulder, and a red targeting laser scanned Yi Dong's body. Energy cannons extended from the arms and began charging, while the leg armor unfolded to reveal sharp blades. Wow, Steam can actually achieve this level of sophistication. Yi Dong exclaimed in amazement. The equipment of these mechanical soldiers was far more advanced than he had imagined. But he didn't care. He activated the black-tail sword again, his figure moving like a ghost among the mechanical soldiers. These soldiers are elites of the 8th rank, with extremely fast reaction speeds and equipped with advanced early warning systems. Activate the anti-extreme speed protocol and deploy a space interference field. A blue electric field instantly expanded, covering the entire battle area. Every time Yi Dong moved, currents surged from the ground, greatly slowing him down. Sizzle. Sizzle. Yi Dong managed to launch 2 blitz attacks and take down 2 more enemies, but he was also hit by an energy cannon, and his left arm burned with pain. The energy cannon was incredibly powerful, burning a charred wound directly onto his left arm, from which blood gushed out instantly. Flesh and blood dung beetles. Black tentacles surged out and healed his injuries in the blink of an eye. However, Blitzkrieg's rapid movement also depleted his stamina. In the end, he was only at the 8th sequence physique. Even with the constant nourishment of divine power these days, he could only reach a level that surpassed most monsters, and there was still a big gap between him and the 7th sequence. Whoosh! A missile grazed Yi Dong's cheek, and he could feel the scorching heat from the warhead. The missile exploded behind him, and the huge shockwave knocked him back several steps, his ears ringing. Target detected as weakened. Annihilation mode activated. The mechanical soldiers launched an even fiercer attack, unleashing a barrage of weapons, bullets, missiles, and energy cannons like a torrential downpour. This is so annoying. We'll be worn down if this keeps up. Yi Dong muttered a complaint, and the divine power within his body began to stir. Since conventional methods don't work, let's use unconventional ones. The divine power within his body surged into the black tail, soared like a flood, and the pitch-black blade instantly burst forth with dazzling light. Terrifying energy condensed on the blade, and the air itself was distorted by the intense heat. The mechanical soldiers' alarm systems went off like crazy. Warning: unknown high-energy reaction detected. Threat level, 5th tier. Immediate evacuation is recommended. But it was too late. The black sword energy swept across like a crescent moon, tearing black cracks in the space it passed through. Sizzle. Wherever the sword energy passed, all 5 mechanical soldiers were split in two. Their sophisticated armor was as fragile as paper, and the ground behind them was also cut with a deep trench, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror. Mechanical parts and sparks flew everywhere. Various precision components were scattered all over the ground, and the air was filled with the acrid smell of burning metal and the pungent smell of burning electronic components. That feels so good. Yi Dong wiped the sweat from his forehead, looking at the mechanical wreckage scattered on the ground. A sense of satisfaction welled up in his heart. Chapter 131 1%. Does it really matter what kind of being he is? Even if Yi Dong becomes like this? The 9th princess sighed inwardly, a hint of worry in her eyes. She didn't understand what Yu Zi was worried about. Even if it was a god who had never appeared before, what threat could he pose? Moreover, it is a god who controls pregnancy. However, none of this concerned her. She was only distressed about the divine power within Yi Dong's body. Divine power is not meant to be squandered like this. The 9th princess sighed and decided to tell him some deeper information. Yi Dong, do you know the true purpose of divine power? They're used to strengthen my body, Yi Dong asked. I can feel them nourishing my body and making me stronger. That's just the most superficial effect. The 9th princess shook her head, her expression turning serious. The true value of divine power lies in helping you embark on the path of strengthening your remnant divine body. A crippled divine body. That's right. A hint of longing flashed in the 9th princess's eyes. There is a threshold to the divine power's nourishment of the body. You haven't touched it yet, so you can't feel the obvious enhancement of your physique by the divine power. She floated in front of Yi Dong and continued to explain. When the divine power within you reaches a certain amount, a qualitative change will occur, and you will officially embark on the path of strengthening the remnant divine body. That threshold is called 1%. Just like transforming from a mortal into a god, every cell is reshaped by divine power, and every drop of blood flows with divine power. Your body will become extremely resilient, and ordinary physical attacks will be like tickling you. Your recovery ability will also be greatly enhanced, and limb regeneration will not be a problem. Yi Dong frowned. How much divine power is needed? At least 1,000. The 9th princess held up a slender white finger. 1,000. Yi Dong rubbed his chin. I only have 90-something now. I'm still a long way from 1,000. So you were too wasteful just now, the 9th princess said with some heartache. Although I don't know why divine power appeared in your body, each drop must have been hard-won. Yi Dong nodded thoughtfully. He really hadn't expected that divine power had such a threshold. It seemed that his understanding of divine power was too shallow before. Although the cult leader had mentioned this to him before, the cult leader's explanation was rather superficial, and he was unaware of the existence of the 1% threshold. Never mind, I'll try to save money in the future. Yi Dong looked towards Logoport, where the city lights were still dazzling. I wonder how the plan is going. The 9th princess also looked towards the city, a complex light flashing in her eyes. What would Yi Dong's reaction be if he knew that all of this was an act, and that the crows were actually still alive? Is it anger? Is it joy? Or utter despair? She couldn't imagine it. Inside the port city of Loga, Fong Bay and the crows' feeding activities are proceeding in an orderly manner. After a whole night of hard work, they had cleared most of the slums, and thousands of monsters had been forcibly fed with fertilization. These monsters are currently in a coma, ready to mutate at any moment, and the embryos inside their bellies are developing rapidly. They are like time bombs, ready to explode at any time if Fong Bei wants to. I'm exhausted. The crow lay panting on the ground, its fat body resembling a black ball of flesh. Stop talking nonsense. We've only fed less than half of them. Fong Bei also seemed a bit tired, and the tentacles under his black robe looked somewhat weak. Hang in there, it will be over soon. I'm asking you, is it really okay for us to do this? Raven asked worriedly. If the experts in Logoport find out, we're doomed. There's definitely something wrong with this, Fong Bei said dismissively. These mechanical heads are slower than I imagined. If it were those witchers, they would have already taken me down. Just then, a commotion arose ahead. Quickly, surround this area. Arrest any suspicious persons immediately. Everyone be on high alert. The other party may be very dangerous. The sound of orderly footsteps approached from afar, and it sounded like there were at least 20 people. Fong Bei and Crow exchanged a glance, both seeing the excitement in each other's eyes. Here it comes. Fong Bei rubbed his tentacles together. Perfect timing to let you witness the power of mutation. Then I'll show you the power of the ghost claw. It's not yours, so why are you showing me your worth? You want to see the egg, but I'm not giving it to you. Do you have eggs? They're not female, are they? Roll. During the argument, a squad of Port Loga security forces surrounded them. This team has more than 20 members, most of whom are elites from the 8th rank. They are well-equipped and highly trained. The leader was a cyborg, tall and burly, with various weapons mounted on his mechanical arm. He seemed quite powerful, probably at the level of the 7th rank. Are you the guys who've been causing trouble in the city lately? The Rhino captain asked in a deep voice. Yes, Fong Bei said with a smile. We have received numerous reports of monsters forcibly feeding other monsters unknown substances. Forced feeding. Fong Bei feigned innocence, blinking his 3 eyes innocently. I'm innocent. We're doing a good deed, providing everyone with nutritious meatballs for free. What good deed? It's a charity event, Fong Bei said seriously. Look, these monsters in the slums are malnourished, so we're giving them free nutritional supplements. Isn't that a good deed? Moreover, our meatballs are absolutely all natural and pollution-free, guaranteed fresh, and we treat everyone honestly, Crow added. Would you like to try some too? Fong Bei took out several pregnant animals from his black robe and played with them in his hands. P.S. Thanks to Doyaminu Moxibustion for the inspiration capsules. They're crunchy and delicious. Thanks to Running Dead Salty Fish and Old Go for the update reminder tokens. I'm working on it as fast as I can. Thank you, Dian Tang Yuzi, for the love letter. I must become a virgin. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and contributed to this cause. Love you all. Asterisk. Asterisk. Chapter 132 Horrifying Anomaly. Captain Rhino's temples throbbed with veins. Did these two guys think he was an idiot? Enough with the nonsense, he roared, and the weapons on the robotic arm began to charge. All personnel, prepare to apprehend the suspect. The security team members immediately picked up their weapons and formed a perimeter, ready to take action. Sigh, why are we so foolish? Fong Bei sighed, a hint of mockery flashing in his 3 blood-red eyes. We were clearly doing a good deed. The crow shook its head in agreement. That's right. These young monsters these days really don't know how to be grateful. They won't even take free nutritional meals. What exactly are you two? The Rhino captain raised his mechanical arm, and various weapon systems locked onto the target. Confess honestly, or you'll be killed without mercy. Fong Bei slowly straightened his black robe. We're like delivery guys, I guess. The kind that specially delivers love-filled bento boxes to everyone. The crow added, its obese body jiggling. Love-filled bento box my foot. Captain Rhino had completely lost his patience. Fire. Bang bang bang. More than 20 steam rifles fired simultaneously, spewing flames and white steam from their muzzles, and lead bullets rained down on Fong Bei and the crow. But just as the bullet was about to hit, Fong Bei casually raised his right hand. Since you're so ungrateful. His voice suddenly became low and terrifying, and scarlet flames ignited in his 3 eyes. Then I'll show you what true despair is. Smack. A crisp snap of fingers echoed through the night sky, like the call of death. The next second, the whole world went silent. The bullet stopped in midair, and time seemed to freeze. Then, roar. A deafening roar came from all directions, as if the gates of hell had been opened and countless demons were surging into the human world. Snap, snap, snap. Countless doors and windows of buildings were violently smashed open, and wood chips and bricks flew everywhere like cannonballs, causing the entire slum to tremble violently. What the hell? A security guard looked around in horror, his gun trembling. From every dilapidated building emerged a large number of figures, but they were no longer normal monsters. Distortion. Their bodies are undergoing horrific changes. Their muscles are swelling wildly. Their bones are making a sickening cracking sound, and their skin is tearing apart, revealing the writhing flesh beneath. A minotaur that was originally a human has now grown 6 arms, each ending in a claw sharp enough to cut through steel. It has 3 rows of serrated teeth in its mouth, and its saliva drips onto the ground, corroding small pits. The Catman monster's head split into three, each head emitting a different frequency of hissing. Its body became as soft as rubber, allowing it to perform various actions that violated physiological structure. There was also a werewolf with countless eyes growing from its back, each eye spinning wildly as it searched for prey. Its hands had turned into two bone knives, the blades still dripping blood. Their eyes had all turned blood red, devoid of any reason, containing only a pure desire for slaughter and a thirst for flesh. Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy shit! A young security guard stared at the hellish scene before him, speechless. What the hell is this? Aberrant monsters. The Rhino captain's voice trembled. How can there be so many? As the security captain of Logoport, he had seen many cases of aberrations, but he had never seen such a large-scale simultaneous aberration, which completely defied common sense. Fong Bei let out a sinister laugh. Surprised? This is the culmination of a long time of my hard work. We fed thousands of pregnant larvae all night, and now it's finally time to harvest them. What? What exactly are you? The Rhino captain asked in terror. Me? Fong Bei's black robe began to swell, and countless tentacles surged out from it. The Lord of Anomalies, Fong Bei. Have you heard of him? The first remnant god. The first remnant god. The rhinoceros captain's mechanical eyes widened instantly. As soon as he finished speaking, countless mutated monsters surged in like a tide, densely packed and covering the sky, causing the ground to tremble with the sound of their footsteps. Fire! Everyone, fire! The rhino captain roared madly. Bang, 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 bang. Gunfire erupted and sparks flew, but the number of mutated monsters was simply too great, and their defenses had become terrifyingly strong. Ordinary lead bullets can only leave shallow marks on them, and cannot cause fatal damage at all. Ah, help! The first security guard was pounced on by three mutated monsters at the same time. Sharp claws and teeth tore him to pieces in an instant, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Damn it! These monsters have such thick hides. Bullets can't penetrate it. The mutated army swept in like a tsunami, instantly engulfing the security team. Screams, roars, and the sounds of exploding machinery mingled together, creating a symphony of death. Retreat! Retreat! The rhino captain fired as he retreated, but the mutated monster was faster than he had imagined. Caw, caw, caw. The crow made a sound like laughter. See? This is what happens when you go against us. The effect is quite good. Fong Bei nodded in satisfaction, looking at the scene of slaughter before him. But this is only the beginning. He turned to the remaining army of mutated monsters, his voice booming like thunder. Children. Destination, the city's center. Roar. Thousands of mutated monsters simultaneously unleashed deafening roars, the sound waves spreading like a tangible force, shattering all the surrounding glass. Then, they surged toward the city center of Logoport like a tide, leaving a trail of destruction in their wake. Buildings were smashed, vehicles were trampled, and streetlights were uprooted and used as weapons. The entire slum was instantly reduced to ruins. Now the real show begins. Fong Bei rubbed his tentacles, following behind the army. Crow, are you ready to work overtime? What overtime? The crow asked, puzzled. It's an assembly line operation. Fong Bei pulled out a handful of pregnant eggs from his black robe and tossed them around in his hand. With such a good opportunity, of course we should expand production. Soon, the strategy of the Aberration Army changed. They are no longer simply engaging in destruction and killing, but have begun to carry out organized capture operations. Help! Don't arrest me. I don't want to become that kind of horrible thing. A large number of subdued monsters were dragged in front of Fong Bei, including merchants, workers, vendors, and security guards. Come on, don't be nervous. Fong Bei, like a skilled factory worker, began the assembly line operation. Open your mouth. This is a free, nutritious meal. Ugh, no. Help me. These monsters struggled desperately, but they were completely powerless against the mutated monsters. Fong Bei skillfully stuffed the seed into the mouth of each monster, as efficiently as feeding medicine. A few minutes later, these monsters also began to mutate, and then joined the ranks of the rioting army on their own. In addition, these mutated monsters can also infect other monsters, and the mutation continues to spread on the front lines, with the number of mutated monsters increasing. That feels great. Fong Bei chuckled sinisterly. Rolling out a big snowball feels so good. Crow, how about it? Fong Bei's voice was quite smug. TCH, it's just SOSO, the crow stubbornly insisted. But it secretly thought to itself that if Fong Bei were to stand on the opposite side in the future, it absolutely could not give him the chance to snowball. This infectious mutation was simply too terrifying. The riots grew exponentially, from an initial 4,000 to nearly double in size. Moreover, the mutated monsters possess powerful combat abilities and regenerative capabilities, making them impossible for ordinary law enforcement forces to withstand. Even high-sequence monsters could only run away when they saw this densely packed horde of aberrations. Starting in the slums, the distortion and chaos quickly spread to the commercial district, turning glamorous shops and restaurants into battlefields in an instant. Run! A monster is coming. Mommy! I want my mommy. Where are the guards? Where have they all gone? Unrest has also begun in the wealthy district, where those usually aloof and powerful nobles are now scurrying around like rats. The entire port city of Logo was plunged into unprecedented chaos. Chapter 133: The City Lord's Hasty Death. Meanwhile, at the City Lord's mansion, this building, a symbol of power and majesty, sits atop a small hill in the heart of the city, overlooking the entire harbor, like a giant steel beast crouching on the earth. At this moment, a huge black iron cage, 3 meters high, was placed in the center of the hall. It was made of the hardest steel in Logoport. The city lord stood with his hands behind his back in front of the cage, carefully observing the prisoners inside. The supreme ruler of Logoport was an exceptionally tall cyborg, over 3 meters in height and weighing at least a ton. Its left half is completely mechanized, with intricate gears and pipes operating under a transparent shell, while its right half retains its fleshy form, with muscles as hard as steel. Lord City Lord, I don't understand. You said the men below caught bones, but this is clearly a tiger. A sweet voice rang out, and the city lord turned to look at his personal secretary, who was looking at him with her head tilted back in confusion. This is a snake woman. Her lower body is a thick snake tail, about 5 meters long, while her upper body maintains a perfect human female form. Alice, the confidential secretary. But at this moment, she was staring at the thing in the cage with a puzzled look on her face, her eyebrows slightly furrowed. Inside the cage was a black tiger, twice the size of an ordinary tiger, with silky smooth fur and a silver crescent-shaped mark on its forehead. The tiger was lying weakly in a corner of the cage, too lazy to even lift its eyelids. It was Inu who escaped from Jerry's underground kingdom. Xiao AI, your understanding of the bone race is still too superficial. The city lord turned around, his mechanical fingers gently stroking his chin, making a metallic scraping sound. Besides their proud immortality, the bone race also possesses an even more insidious and vicious talent: bone possession. Skeletal occupation? Alice blinked, clearly hearing the term for the first time. That's right. The city lord walked to the mechanical coffee table next to him, poured himself a cup of steaming hot mechanical lubricating oil, which was his favorite. You should know that the Whitebone clan is just a bunch of moving skeletons. They have no flesh and blood, no internal organs. Although they are immortal, they actually have many limitations. He took a sip of lubricant and let out a satisfied sigh. But it would be a completely different story if the skeleton could burrow into the skeletal system of other creatures. They start from the bone marrow and gradually erode and assimilate the host's entire skeletal system. This process can take anywhere from a few days to several months, depending on the host's strength. Alice was horrified. Won't the host resist? Dead monsters don't fight back. The city lord shook his head with a smile, a cold glint flashing in his mechanical eyes. Once assimilation is complete, the skeleton can completely inherit the host's appearance, abilities, and even some memories, making it a perfect disguise. I see, Alice suddenly realized. As they were talking, the black tiger in the cage finally grew impatient, slowly raised its head, and glared at the two of them with its deep golden eyes. I'm telling you too. Inu's voice was filled with obvious dissatisfaction and frustration. Can you please be quiet? Oh my, it can actually talk. Alice adjusted her glasses in surprise, and the snake's tail swayed involuntarily. The city lord shook his head, preparing to continue his research, when suddenly the door to the main hall was violently kicked open. Bang! The heavy mechanical door made a loud thud, and the hinges creaked. A security guard, covered in blood, staggered in, his face filled with fear and despair. His white uniform was stained beyond recognition by blood and grime. Report, Lord City Lord. The security guards were panting heavily, their voices trembling. The city lord put down the cup of lubricant in his hand, his expression turning serious. What happened? Why are you in such a panic? Lord City Lord. The security guard swallowed hard, his saliva stained with blood. Something terrible has happened. A large-scale mutant riot has broken out in the slums. Aberration riot. The city lord raised a mechanical eyebrow. How large is it? Dozens or hundreds? In the complex environment of Logoport, small-scale aberration events occur frequently, and the city lord is used to it. Not dozens, not hundreds. The security guard's voice trembled even more violently. According to the latest incomplete statistics, he took a deep breath and mustered his courage to say, "It's already over 10,000, and the number is still increasing rapidly." What? The cup in the city lord's hand was smashed to the ground. Lubricating oil was splattered all over the ground, and a blinding red light burst out from the mechanical eye. 10,000? Are you sure you're not mistaken? Absolutely true. The security guard nodded quickly. I saw it with my own eyes. The entire slum has been taken over by mutated monsters. And his voice grew even more terrified. These mutated monsters aren't just ordinary runaway mutations. They're organized and disciplined, like a well-trained army. They are advancing towards the city center, and wherever they go, all normal monsters are either killed or forcibly mutated and added to their ranks. Our security team is simply unable to hold them off. They have already lost 2/3 of their manpower. The city lord's face instantly turned ashen, and his 3-meter-tall body emanated a powerful aura. Xiao AI, contact the kingdom's military headquarters immediately and report this. He turned to his secretary. Then send this skeleton to the bitter prison and make sure it doesn't escape in the chaos. Yes, Lord City Lord, Alice replied quickly. The city lord strode towards the door, each step causing the ground to tremble and the mechanical devices to creak. He exuded the aura of a fifth-order powerhouse. The source of this level of distortion can probably only be resolved by my personal intervention. His voice was filled with intense confidence and killing intent. No matter what's behind this, I'll make sure it knows that Logoport is not to be trifled with. But just as he was about to step out of the hall and embark on his heroic journey, at that crucial moment, snap! A small crack suddenly appeared in the ground. Immediately afterwards, a huge, pitch-black, demonic claw shot out from the ground like lightning. What is that? The city lord was terrified. All the danger alarm systems went off at once, but it was too late. The ghost claw was incredibly fast, instantly grabbing the city lord's massive body, its steel claws piercing deep into his mechanical armor. What level of power is this? The city lord struggled desperately, and all the weapon systems on the mechanical arm were activated at the same time. High-energy lasers, missiles, plasma cannons, and various other weapons bombarded the ghost claws frantically. But the ghost claw remained completely still, not even breaking the surface of the skin. Creak. The ghostly claw tightened suddenly, producing a sickening metallic scraping sound. At the critical moment of life and death, the figure of the mechanical godlike wanderer enveloped the city lord, preparing to save his followers. But, boom! The strongest ruler of Logoport, a fifth-order cyborg giant, exploded instantly along with his phantom. Flesh, mechanical parts, and lubricating oil mingled together, bursting forth like fireworks, splashing across the entire hall. A powerful figure who had ruled Logoport for over a decade was instantly annihilated. Even divine protection couldn't save him. He didn't even have time to utter his last words. Holy crap! The security guard was terrified and scrambled out of the way, yelling. The city lord was killed instantly. Run! There's a monster here. The footsteps quickly disappeared into the corridor, leaving only echoes reverberating in the empty hall. The hall fell silent, leaving only Alice and Yin in the cage. What the heck? Yin's eyes widened. What's going on? Your city lord was just killed with a single swipe of his claw. Alice looked at the blood, flesh, and parts scattered on the ground, her face turning pale, but she quickly regained her composure. She walked gracefully through the pool of blood in her high heels, beginning to gather important documents and materials. It seems that the port of Loga is about to undergo a complete transformation, she said softly, her movements still maintaining the elegance of a professional secretary. I said. Yin looked at her in even greater shock. How can you be so calm? What good will it do to lose your composure? You'll still die. As she packed up the confidential documents, she dragged Yin's cage toward the back door. Hey, do we still have to follow orders at a time like this? Do we have to be so dedicated? Yin was speechless. It was even trying to escape in the chaos. We must be dedicated. Alice dragged the cage quickly toward the back door, the snake's tail leaving a winding trail on the ground. Holy crap, you're insane. Chapter 134, Final Chapter. The night sky over Port Loga was stained blood red, not because of the sunset, but because countless buildings were on fire. The mutated army swept through the once prosperous port city like locusts, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. Fong Bei stood atop the clock tower in the city center, looking down at the hellish scene below, his 3 blood-red eyes gleaming with unprecedented excitement. 18,000 already. He couldn't help but roar to the sky as he counted the densely packed mutated monsters below. Hearing their master's laughter, the mutated army below roared in response, the sound waves spreading like a tangible force, shaking the entire clock tower. A crow perched in a corner of the clock tower, its plump body shivering in the night wind, not from the cold, but from fear. It looked at those crazed, mutated monsters and felt increasingly uneasy. These creatures have completely lost their minds, their eyes filled only with the desire to kill and destroy, and their numbers are growing exponentially. The crow muttered softly, "Is this really okay?" "What did you say?" Fong Bei turned around excitedly, his black robe fluttering in the night wind. "Old crow, look at this magnificent scene. The entire city is under my control. I am now the emperor here. No, I am the god here." Fong Bei became more and more excited as he spoke, tentacles extending from his black robe and waving wildly in the air. "Those guys who used to look down on me are now kneeling at my feet." "They're just a bunch of lunatics," Crow said defiantly, though his voice trembled slightly. "What's there to be proud of? Look at them. They're nothing but wild beasts." "Beasts?" Fong Bei sneered. "What do you know? These are all my carefully crafted masterpieces, 100 times better than their original worthless forms." As Fong Bei spoke, he pulled out a handful of pregnant offspring from his black robe and tossed them around in his hand. "And the best part is, they are now completely obedient to my will. If I tell them to go east, they will never dare to go west. If I tell them to kill someone, they will kill that person. This is power. Absolute power." Seeing Fong Bei's frantic behavior, the crow felt even more uneasy. Power corrupts the mind, and absolute power corrupts absolutely. Fong Bei's current state clearly shows that he has been blinded by power. "Can you calm down?" The crow tried to dissuade him. "If this mutation continues to spread, it may affect the entire kingdom of Hao, and you will definitely be besieged then." "So what?" Fong Bei interrupted Crow, his three eyes narrowing dangerously. "In my previous life, although I was known as the first remnant god, I was always hunted down by demon hunters and the imperial cult, despised by people, and treated like a rat in the street. In this life, I will make the whole world know that the Lord of Anomalies is the true ruler of this world." The crow sighed inwardly as it watched Fong Bei's frenzied behavior. "That's it. This guy has completely gone mad. He was too miserable in his previous life, and now he's gone mad after only accumulating this little bit of power. Just wait for the Witcher to come knocking on his door again." Just as the crow was internally complaining, it suddenly felt its body stiffen. A familiar aura surged from its body, and the icy touch instantly sent chills down its spine. "Holy crap," the crow exclaimed in shock. Master, please go easy on me," the crow cried out in alarm. The next second, the ghost claw emerged from the crow's body, and flames surged from its palm, instantly turning the crow into charcoal. "Damn it," the crow's words died on its lips. Fong Bei heard the crow's cry, turned around, and froze instantly upon seeing this scene. He instantly calmed down from his frenzy. "Keep creating chaos. Everyone, don't stop." He forced himself to remain calm and continued to command the mutated army below, as if nothing had happened. "Attack. Keep attacking. Target the royal palace and the noble district. Don't let any normal monster escape." Upon receiving the order, the mutated army below immediately surged towards the core area of Logoport like a flood. Fong Bei breathed a sigh of relief once the aura of the ghost claw disappeared. Looking at the tens of thousands of mutated monsters before him, the previous fervor in his eyes was gone. "Fong Bei, are you fucking an idiot?" After slapping himself, Fong Bei felt much better. Just now, he had actually thought about ruling the world with these tens of thousands of mutated monsters. "Damn, you're such an idiot. You must have been too repressed in your past life, constantly being hunted by witchers and saints, which caused you to develop a mental illness." In his previous life, he possessed tens of millions of mutated monsters, but he was still a stray dog running around everywhere, and in the end, he was killed by a coalition. "Anyway, I've already completed my task of creating chaos, so I can run away now. As for these mutated monsters, they'll definitely be dealt with by the Kingdom of Hao, the Witcher, and the Holy Mother later. After all, he had people following him the whole time, so they should arrive soon." Moreover, the woman was already prepared for the scene, which meant that Yi Dong's drama was about to begin. With that thought in mind, Fong Bei no longer hesitated. Numerous tentacles extended from his black robe, dragging him through the city and quickly disappearing at the end of the harbor. P.S. Thanks to Shi Baiyun for the extra update. You're awesome, bro. Thanks to Wanlan Shaosheng 123 for the inspiration capsules. They're crunchy, chicken-flavored, and delicious. Thank you to all the other friends for the flowers and for your support. Love you all. Chapter 135 Resurrection. In the ruins outside the city, Yidong sat quietly on a piece of steel wreckage that was still emitting blue smoke. The flames in the distant port of Loga dyed half the sky blood red, and the continuous roars and explosions came in the night wind, like a symphony of hell. But Yidong's expression was surprisingly calm, even numb. He slowly took out the corpses of his companions from the swallowing ball and laid them out one by one on the open ground in front of him. With each body removed, his heart ached, but he forced himself to remain calm, determined to give them a dignified rebirth. Black Cloth's enormous body had been completely carbonized. Its once majestic horn was broken in two, and its proud eyes had become two empty black pits. The crow's small body curled up into a ball, its once sharp-tongued beak tightly shut, no longer uttering those venomous yet warm words. Da Vinci still has the crooked mouth. Although the outline of his honest face is not clear, Yidong can imagine his innocent smile when he was alive. And then there's the newborn cipher, whose tiny square body now looks like a piece of burnt charcoal. That's all there is. Yidong searched for a long time, turning over every corner of the ruins, but he still couldn't find any trace of Zuiyu or the Gobi Desert. As a fire elemental life form, the Gobi Desert would likely have been completely obliterated in that level of explosion, leaving not a trace behind. And left, right. Yidong thought of those two always cheerful and hard-working chubby boys, and he could no longer hold back his tears. Those two lovely children maintained the purest kindness in this cruel world, always silently doing the hardest and most tiring work, never complaining, and always facing everything with a smile. Now, even the body can't be found. The ninth princess appeared beside him, her heart filled with mixed emotions as she looked at Yidong's pained expression. Yidong carefully rearranged his companions' bodies and then quietly waited for dawn to arrive. As night faded, the eastern horizon began to lighten. The fire was still burning in the direction of Logoport, but Yidong's attention was no longer on that side. He now has only one thought in his mind: to wait for dawn, for daylight, for the time when the goddess of pregnancy can descend. Time passed second by second, and Yidong felt that every second was as long as a year. Finally, the first ray of sunlight pierced through the clouds and shone on the ruins. Daylight has arrived. Logoport disappeared before Yidong's eyes, and the ninth princess's figure also vanished. In the entire world, only Yidong knelt on the shore, with his companion lying in front of him. Goddess of pregnancy. Yidong knelt before the corpses of his companions and closed his eyes devoutly. Your most faithful follower has something to ask of you. As soon as he finished speaking, a soft, milky white light suddenly appeared in the sky. The light grew brighter and larger, eventually coalescing into a giant, single eye that hovered in midair. Its single eye is entirely milky white, with a pupil as deep as the cosmic starry sky, surrounded by a faint golden halo that slowly rotates, exuding a sacred and gentle aura. Just one glance was enough to make Yidong feel as if his head had been struck by a heavy hammer, his blood surging, and he almost fainted on the spot. He quickly lowered his head, no longer daring to look directly at the deity. Little friend, I heard your call. A clear and gentle voice rang in Yidong's ears, like the most beautiful music, each note carrying the power to soothe the soul. Goddess of pregnancy. Yidong knelt even lower. Thank you for your arrival. Speak, little one. The goddess of pregnancy's voice remained gentle, filled with maternal love. Is there anything I can help you with? You've never asked anything of me, and to be honest, I feel quite guilty. Yidong slightly raised his head and pointed to the charred corpse in front of him. Can they be brought back to life? His voice choked with emotion. The pregnant goddess's enormous eyes turned to the corpses, observing them silently for a few seconds. Can. The concise and affirmative answer was like sweet dew nourishing Yidong's parched heart. The restoration of life is one of the areas I manage, and it is not difficult for me. A surge of hope welled up in Yidong's heart, but he then asked nervously, after they are resurrected, will they still be the same? This is Yidong's biggest concern. Don't worry. The goddess of pregnancy's voice was even gentler. I have already seen their souls, and they will be the same after their resurrection. When they wake up, they are still the same friends you know. Yidong breathed a sigh of relief. Thank you, goddess of pregnancy. It's nothing. A hint of tenderness flashed in the eyes of the pregnant goddess. As soon as the words were spoken, a vast expanse of milky white light poured down from the single eye of the pregnant god. Light cascaded down on the charred corpses like a waterfall, and miracles began to happen. The blackened, charred body began to writhe, its scorched skin peeling off like a snake shedding its skin, revealing new flesh beneath. Muscles regenerated, bones reconnected, and the broken horn slowly healed in the light, regaining its proud posture. The crow's body stretched out in the light, its charred feathers unfolding like blooming flowers, becoming glossy black and full of life. Leonardo da Vinci's body was also recovering rapidly. His charred fur became fluffy and soft again, and his crooked mouth once again revealed that kind of honest smile. The little square body of the password returned to its original shape. Its facial features became clear again, and its little hands and feet were moving slightly, looking like a baby sleeping peacefully in its mother's arms. The entire resurrection process lasted about 10 seconds, and they returned as the light faded. Although still asleep, her chest was rising and falling slightly, and her breathing was steady and strong. They're really back. All right. The voice of the pregnancy goddess rang out again, but it sounded somewhat distant. They are currently in a deep sleep and will wake up naturally soon. I. Yi Dong choked up, all his words ultimately condensing into 2 words, thank you. You're welcome, little one. The goddess of pregnancy said with a loving voice. Take good care of them and cherish the time you spend together. In this cruel world, such friendship is very precious. The milky white light began to slowly dissipate, and the figure of the pregnant goddess disappeared into the dawn, as if she had never appeared. Chapter 136, The Unfathomable God. Meanwhile, in the distant depths of the South China Sea, a secluded island floats quietly in the endless ocean. The island is small, with nothing but a few sparse coconut trees and a white sand beach. Yuko sat on the beach, skillfully building an exquisite sandcastle with her hands. She had taken off her signature black robe and changed into a simple white dress. Her long hair was slightly messy from the sea breeze, and she looked like an ordinary vacationing girl. Have you understood him? Without looking up, Yuko was intently carving intricate runes on a tower of the sandcastle, her voice sounding exceptionally soft in the sea breeze. But this gentleness seemed to freeze the surrounding air, even making the sound of the waves seem hesitant. A sharp, ancient voice echoed from the sky, a voice that seemed to come from the very end of time, carrying a sense of vicissitude that transcended life and death. No, an existence never seen before, a divine nature that is completely unfathomable. Yuko stopped what she was doing and finally looked up at the sky. Above the clouds, a huge, one-eyed bird with no feathers and skin as red as lava stared intently at the distant coastline, while crimson flames rolled across the sky like ocean waves. God, great old day. Can't you see through anything? I can't see through it. Its existence transcends the rules of this world. Just like a two-dimensional being trying to understand three-dimensional space, I simply cannot comprehend its form of existence. Yuko frowned. The atmosphere on the beach became heavy, and even the sea breeze stopped blowing. You may leave. After a long while, Yuko waved her hand. The great old day sighed and disappeared into the depths of the clouds. Even the sound of the waves returned to normal, as if the previous oppression was just an illusion. Yuko continued building the sandcastle, but her movements became noticeably distracted. She gazed at the distant horizon, lost in deep thought. A god whose true nature even the great old ones could not fathom. An existence that may transcend the rules of the world. And yet, this very entity chose Yi Dong as its agent. This is by no means a coincidence. Yi Dong, oh Yi Dong. Yu Yuzi murmured to herself, a complicated smile playing on her lips. You've really brought me a huge variable this time. She recalled the first time she met Yi Dong, that cautious and timid human boy. At the time, she simply felt that this human was somewhat special, possessing rare kindness and resilience, so she decided to keep him by her side as a pet. But now it seems that Yi Dong's secrets are much bigger than she imagined. Did I underestimate the complexity of this world? Yuko sighed. Or did I underestimate the power of fate? The waves crashed against the rocks, making rhythmic sounds, as if playing the overture to this game of chess that transcends dimensions. In this game, Yi Dong, the pregnant goddess, and herself may all be just pawns in a larger plan. This realization gave the usually arrogant Ikuko a long-lost sense of excitement. Fun. She resumed her focus on carving the sandcastle. Really fun. On the distant horizon, a seabird spreads its wings and soars into the sunset, only to be crushed by a ghostly claw the next second. The sea breeze was howling along the coast. Yi Dong sat under a coconut tree, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds. I never imagined that daytime in a gloomy world could be so beautiful. They didn't use any force at all. Hearing the noise, Yi Dong looked down and saw that the crow had already sat up, and Da Vinci next to him had also made a move. Yi Dong grabbed its neck and pulled it in front of him. Who? Let me go. The crow struggled frantically, then turned around and saw Yi Dong's face with a smirk. Crow, I saved you. How will you repay me? Who did you save? Did I ask you to save me? The crow said dismissively. Yi Dong sneered and took out Azathoth, placing it on the bird's head. The crow swallowed hard and quickly begged for mercy. Big brother, please don't shoot. How about I massage your feet? I'm afraid you have athlete's foot on your paws. Yi Dong, don't be arrogant. If you dare to fire, I'll have the cult leader kill you. Seeing that soft tactics weren't working, Crow had no choice but to resort to hard tactics. Yi Dong smiled and threw the crow into the sea, where its cursing could still be heard. The crow left, and Da Vinci swooped over, frantically rubbing against Yi Dong's trouser leg. Password grabbed its ears, its two little eyes staring curiously at Yi Dong. Da Vinci was much better than that idiot raven. Yi Dong rubbed Da Vinci's head, feeling relaxed. On the other side, He Dong also woke up. Without making a fuss, he silently bit into a coconut and drank from it. A sea breeze blew by, and a figure sat down next to Yi Dong, his black robe still stained with blood. Da Vinci sensibly left, taking the password with him to open a coconut and eat it. The crows, sensing the danger, dared not approach and instead disappeared into the sea to find fish to eat. You've grown up, Yi Dong. Master, you're back. The two looked at each other, and Yu Yuzi pulled him into her arms. Yi Dong didn't say anything more, silently enjoying the tenderness. After a long silence, Yi Dong finally spoke. Master, Zui Yuyu and Gobi are dead. The pregnant god cannot resurrect them. Yu Yuzi rubbed his head. What the pregnancy god can't do, I can do. Don't worry. Yuko slightly raised her right hand, and the castle ruins on the ground began to reassemble. Mechanical leg number 6 rose high again, and the rooms of the castle reappeared one by one. It's just a simple time travel. Da Vinci was stunned. A raven poked its head out of the water, and the 9th princess was also speechless with shock. Yi Dong's pupils contracted slightly, a question forming in his mind. Could she really not stop the city-destroying artillery that day? The castle door was pushed open, and Zuozwa peeked out in confusion, gazing at the blue sky and white clouds before her, lost in thought. What happened? Wasn't it still night just now? How did it get light so quickly? He was even more puzzled when he saw Leonardo da Vinci, black blonde, and the raven on the ground. They were just inside the castle a moment ago. How did they end up down there in the blink of an eye? Zuozwa rubbed his temples, turned around, and went back to the castle. He felt that he might have been working too hard, and it was time to catch up on his sleep while the cult leader was away. Left. Yi Dong's voice rang out, and Zuozwa pulled her head out again, smiling and waving at Yi Dong. Apostle Yi, what's wrong? Prepare the ingredients and cooking utensils. I'll come up and bring you down later. We'll camp on the beach. That's wonderful, Apostle Yi. Zuozwa happily ran back to the castle and hurriedly instructed Yu Yu to prepare the ingredients. Gobi sat by the fireplace, pondering as he gnawed on the half-eaten flesh, his mind filled with doubt. It seemed to have felt a moment of disorientation, as if it had died once. Chapter 137 Dead City. The picnic by the sea was much more lively than I had imagined. Looking at his resurrected companions, Yi Dong felt all the gloom in his heart vanish, but at the same time, he had a sense of unreality, as if he were dreaming. Zuozwa and Yu Yu brought all sorts of ingredients and cooking utensils from the castle and set up a makeshift kitchen on the beach, bustling about happily. The two chubby boys had innocent smiles on their faces, completely unaware of what had happened. Apostle Yi, what would you like to eat? Lord Crow just caught a lot of fresh sea fish and shellfish. Zuozwa excitedly showed off the seafood she had just scooped up from the sea, holding a large, menacing crab in her hand. And this too, Yu Yu chimed in, holding up a shimmering silver fish. This is a deep-sea silver pomfret. The flesh is exceptionally delicious. Anything will do. Yi Dong lay under the coconut tree, enjoying a rare moment of leisure, but his heart was filled with mixed feelings. A crow perched on the beach, poking at a hermit crab with its wing. Little thing, trying to pinch me, the crow said disdainfully. Don't you know that eagles eat crabs? The hermit crab, however, was not having any of it and clamped its claws onto the crow's wing. Let go. The crow frantically flapped its wings, but the hermit crab refused to let go. Leonardo da Vinci played with the code by the waves, and the code would giggle whenever a wave crashed over it. Da Vinci carefully protected the code, making sure the waves wouldn't wash the little guy away. The black cloth lay elegantly in the shade, occasionally glancing up at the sky, its deep eyes holding countless secrets. The Gobi Desert served as a campfire, roasting the seafood and raw meat that had been placed around us, occasionally sneaking a bite into the flames. Yu Yu sat next to Yi Dong, silently watching this heartwarming scene, and was slightly lost in thought. Master, what are you thinking about? Yi Dong noticed her expression and turned to ask with concern. It's nothing, I just feel that these moments are precious, Yuyuko said softly. In this world full of killing and scheming, it is so rare to have such pure joy. Yidong carefully observed Yuyuzi's expression, feeling that there was something hidden in her words, but he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Master, is something on your mind? Something on your mind. Yu turned her head, her purple eyes staring directly at Yidong. If there is anything, it's probably the worry that this time won't last long. Why do you say that? Yidong frowned. Nothing in this world is eternal, Yuyuko said with a hint of sadness. Even gods fall, let alone us mortals. But that's precisely why we should cherish everything we have now. Yidong nodded as if he understood, feeling that the cult leader's words today were particularly philosophical, but also vaguely uneasy. Just then, their excited voices from left and right interrupted their conversation. Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready, Yu shouted, banging on the pot, her smile brighter than the sunshine. The group sat around the campfire, enjoying this rare moment of reunion. Grilled fish, steamed crab, and seafood soup. The aromas are irresistible, making one's mouth water. Zuozuo's cooking skills are indeed quite good. Even simple seafood is made to look, smell, and taste delicious. A crow, with a grilled fish in its beak, said smugly, "This kind of life is so much better than fighting and killing every day." Yidong rolled his eyes at it. "Weren't you just fighting with the hermit crab?" Yidong gone. "Oh, right." Yuko suddenly spoke up, breaking the warm atmosphere. "Tomorrow we will be entering the interior of the kingdom of Hal. Is there anything I should be careful about?" Yidong put down the seafood in his hand and asked seriously. The kingdom is internally divided into factions, including royalists, reformists, and some secret organizations. The various forces are intertwined, and we could easily get caught up in political struggles if we are not careful. So we need to keep a low profile. Is our moving castle low-key enough? The crow asked doubtfully. Wouldn't this thing be the center of attention wherever it goes? So I'll put some camouflage on the castle tomorrow. Hearing the cult leader say this, Yidong nodded. He didn't want to experience the power of the city-destroying cannon. After finishing their meal, everyone packed up and returned to the castle. As the sun sets, the sea is dyed golden red. The distant mountains are like dark eyebrows, and seabirds return to their nests. The whole scene is as beautiful as a dream. "It's so beautiful," Zuozuo exclaimed. "It's a pity the days are so short." The castle started up again, and its 6 huge mechanical legs slowly rose, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. It carried them along the coastline, their destination the depths of the kingdom of Hal. Yidong stood on the castle terrace, looking back at the beach where they had just had their picnic, and a feeling of reluctance suddenly welled up in his heart. For some reason, he always felt that this might be the last time they would get together so carefree. Meanwhile, in the darkness beyond their perception, the port of Logo was still in chaos. Tens of thousands of mutated monsters and ordinary monsters are engaged in a fierce battle, and the entire city is engulfed in blood and flames. The streets were littered with wreckage and corpses, buildings collapsed, and flames soared into the sky, resembling a scene from hell. Although the mutated monsters were numerous, they became chaotic and disorderly after losing Fong Bei's control, only knowing how to kill and destroy blindly. While the ordinary monsters were not as strong as the aberrant ones, they were organized and disciplined, and carried out orderly counterattacks under the command of the army. The two sides were deadlocked, but the city had been completely destroyed. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Every monster, whether aberration or normal, had a pitch-black ghost claw appear above its head. These ghostly claws were densely packed, like dark clouds obscuring the sun, each exuding a suffocating aura of terror. "What's this? Run!" The monsters on the battlefield looked up at the sky in terror, and cries for help rose and fell. The next second, the ghostly claws fell down in unison. Countless divine lights shone forth, some golden, some silver, some red, and the multicolored light instantly illuminated the entire night sky. But these divine protections, which could normally withstand powerful attacks, were as fragile as paper in the face of the demon claws. Snap, snap, snap. A series of crisp shattering sounds rang out, and all the divine protection shattered instantly, turning into countless specks of light that dissipated. "Ah, impossible. What level of power is this?" The screams echoed through the night sky, but soon came to an abrupt end. All the monsters in the entire city of Loga, whether they were lowly minions of the 9th rank or powerful beings of the 5th rank, were reduced to ashes in that instant. Not even a crumb was left. Only those mutants who had eaten the pregnant seed survived. They stood blankly in the ruins, lost and directionless, wandering like zombies. This once bustling port city was turned into a ghost town overnight. P.S. Thanks to a certain expert whose name I can't type for urging me to update. I'm working on it as fast as I can. Chapter 138, The Seventh Sequence, King of Procreation. Back at the castle, Yidong was somewhat bewildered, because the Raven and Leonardo da Vinci are preparing to advance to the Seventh Order. Do you have promotion materials? Yidong put down everything he was holding and looked at them with suspicion. Have. The crow tightened its beak, its eyes gleaming with determination, its voice slightly choked. This battle made us realize that our current strength is still too weak. If we were stronger, we wouldn't have let you go through that kind of pain. Leonardo da Vinci also came over and barked in agreement. Yidong frowned. It was hard for him not to be suspicious that the idiot crow was taking this so seriously. These two guys are usually laughing and joking around. When did they become so enlightened? Moreover, the materials needed for advancement to the seventh sequence are not something that can be obtained easily. Where do they come from? Where did you get your materials from? The Raven and Leonardo da Vinci exchanged a glance, a hint of unease flashing in their eyes. Well, Crow hesitated for a moment. Anyway, it was obtained through legal channels, so you don't need to worry about it. Legal channels? Yidong was even more confused. What legal channels? It's. The crow rolled its eyes, then suddenly had a flash of inspiration. It's what we've been saving up. Yes, it's what we've been saving up. Accumulate my ass. Yidong was certain. These two Debbies are lying. Never mind, the crow said anxiously. Da Vinci, let's advance. As it spoke, it and Leonardo da Vinci went to the center of the hall and began to draw complex magic circles on the ground with their claws. Yidong watched from the side without asking any further questions, simply observing quietly. Soon, the magic circle for sacrificing to the true god appeared, with the Raven and Leonardo da Vinci standing at opposite ends of the circle. They pulled out various materials from their bodies, sparkling gems, herbs emitting strange fragrances, and some metals that Yidong couldn't name. They carefully placed the materials in specific positions on the magic circle, and then began chanting ancient prayers. The tyrannical ruler of this dark world, the broken true god of endless evil, listen to the desperate cries of your faithful followers. Ascend to the seventh order. May darkness last forever and light never exist. The burning match was thrown into the target by the crow, and the scarlet flame shot into the sky, hovered for a moment, and then rushed into their bodies. The crow rolled around in pain, while Leonardo da Vinci trembled all over. When the flames have fully entered their bodies, the ascension ends. The seventh sequence. A tuft of red feathers grew on the top of the crow's head, and its eyes became even more profound. Da Vinci was transformed into a mosaic, his entire body constantly contorted. Caw caw caw. Yidong, want to practice and let you try my new move? The crow cawed loudly, standing arrogantly on Da Vinci's back. The password jumped onto its father's head and looked back at the crow. Are you sure? Yidong pulled out Azathoth. You think I'm afraid of it? The crow said arrogantly. Really? Yidong smiled. I currently have nearly 100 streams of divine power within me. Guess how many streams it would take me to turn you into charcoal? You? The crow was speechless. Only Yidong would be so shameless. How can you squander divine power like that? If other monsters had divine power, they would treat it like an ancestor and wish to pass it down to their sons as a family heirloom. Yidong tapped the raven on the head with Azathoth, then spun it around and put it in his pocket. Crow, you're not strong enough. After saying that, Yidong went upstairs. Only after he disappeared around the corner did the crows start cursing, amidst a chorus of birdsong and fragrant flowers. Yidong pushed open the door and entered the room, then lay down on the bed. He could roughly guess where the promotion materials for Raven and Leonardo da Vinci came from, but he was too lazy to think about it anymore. Although he didn't know what the cult leader was up to, he was certain she would never harm him, and even if she did, Yidong wouldn't complain. He grew up with Yuko since he was a child, and she was considered his closest relative. Without Yuko, he might have died long ago. The sea breeze outside the window gently caressed the curtains, making a soft rustling sound, accompanied by the distant sound of waves crashing on the shore, bringing a sense of tranquility and peace. Lost in thought, Yidong fell into a deep sleep. When he woke up again, he found himself back at the Lake of Blood. Goddess of Pregnancy, Yidong bowed respectfully. Thank you for reviving my companions. The continuation of life is my duty. The voice of the Goddess of Pregnancy remained kind and gentle, like that of a mother. I've noticed that you need greater power now. Yidong nodded, not hiding his thoughts. I want to advance to the seventh sequence, but I don't have a way to do so yet. I just cough. I already prepared it for you. As soon as he finished speaking, A stream of information flooded into Yi Dong's mind like sweet dew. King of procreation. Greatly enhances the efficiency and quality of breeding stock production, allows for mass production of breeding stock, and enables long-term preservation of breeding stock. Promotion materials. Seed of reproduction, blood of the mother goddess. Yi Dong nodded, quite satisfied with the promotion path for the seventh sequence. He had previously considered opening a chain of fertility stores worldwide, but was limited by the fact that fertility products could not be stored for long periods. Now that the king of reproduction has solved this problem, it's time to properly develop the fertility god cult. Thank you, goddess of pregnancy. You're welcome. Also, the baby will be born soon, and I hope you'll like him. Upon hearing this, Yi Dong was stunned for a moment and subconsciously touched his stomach. Yes, it will. In the blood-red lake, Yi Dong's figure slowly dissipated like bubbles, leaving only faint specks of light dancing on the water's surface, like shattered stars. The enormous single eye of the pregnant god silently gazed at the lake's surface, its milky white light slowly swirling deep within its pupil. He is waiting. Sure enough, not long after, the lake water began to churn violently, as if some terrifying being was about to awaken from the abyss. Boom! A black figure burst forth from the lakebed like a drawn sword, sending up a spray of bloody water. Yu Yuko floated on the lake, soaking wet, with dangerous flames burning in her purple eyes. Her black robe clung to her petite body, but the pressure she exuded was as heavy as a mountain. Interesting. She slowly raised her head, staring coldly at the giant single eye in the sky. A god I've never seen before dares to drag me into your divine realm. Chapter 139 Bitter Cold Prison. You must be that child named Yu, right? The voice of the pregnancy goddess was as gentle as a spring breeze, yet it carried an undeniable authority. Child. Yuko suddenly raised her slender right hand. An invisible wave spread out, the air began to distort, and ripples spread across the lake. But nothing happened. There were no dark, ghostly claws emerging from the ground, no terrifying pressure suppressing everything, and not even a trace of darkness could be sensed. Yuko frowned, a hint of disbelief flashing in her purple eyes. She raised her hand again, her internal energy surging wildly, the power of her legendary bloodline erupting like a volcano. Nothing happened. The power has vanished, Ikuko murmured to herself. Daylight can dispel darkness, and it can also dispel the power of darkness. Milky white light spread like ocean waves, dyeing the entire blood-red lake a holy white. Now sit down, and let's have a good talk. A small pink chair, carved with exquisite patterns, appeared out of nowhere on the lake. It looked adorable, but in this atmosphere, it seemed particularly eerie. Yuko's face was ashen as she tried to mobilize other powers within her body, the power of her bloodline, fragments of her divine essence, and even the curse deep within her soul. However, it was discovered that apart from basic physical abilities, all other extraordinary abilities had been completely sealed. This feeling is like a soaring eagle suddenly having all its feathers plucked. What exactly do you want? Yu gritted her teeth, but finally slowly sat down in the chair. Faced with overwhelming power, she had no choice. I want to talk to you about Yi Dong. The pregnant goddess's tone became serious. You shouldn't play tricks on an innocent child like that. Playing games. Yu sneered, a hint of disdain flashing in her purple eyes. Everything I've done is for his own good. What do you, a foreign god, know? For his own good? Make him believe that his most cherished companions are dead. Make him experience excruciating pain, and make him almost collapse in despair. You don't understand at all. Yuko stood up, and the chair behind her turned to dust. I did this to make him understand the pain of loss, to make him stronger, and to let him adapt to the cruel reality sooner rather than later when he is caught off guard by the actual loss. They're all excuses, child. Those pains will leave a permanent shadow in his heart. Yuko paused for a moment, wanting to refute, but the words wouldn't come out. Yi Dong is a good kid. He is innocent, kind, responsible, and has principles. There are too few children like this in this corrupt world. He is like a candle in the darkness, so precious that people would want to protect him with their lives. You should protect his innocence, instead of subjecting him to so-called trials through suffering. He is strong enough. True strength is not the ability to endure pain, but the ability to maintain optimism in the face of pain and the courage to choose to believe in goodness even in despair. Yuko fell silent, a complex light flashing in her purple eyes. Guilt? Regret? Or some other emotion she had never experienced before. She remembered Yi Dong's despair as he held the charred corpse of a crow, the pain and anger in his eyes, and his madness when he almost used Azathoth to flatten the port of Loga. At that moment, Yi Dong was indeed on the verge of collapse. After a long silence, she said softly, I understand. The lake water began to swirl violently. Go back, child. The voice of the goddess of pregnancy echoed in the vortex. Remember my words. Yuko was swept into the whirlpool, and her figure quickly disappeared into the blood-red lake. Yi Dong groggily opened his eyes, and just as he was about to sit up and stretch his limbs, a familiar metallic face suddenly appeared in front of him. The mechanical hamster was perched on his chest, its two ruby-like eyes blinking as it stared at him, the small knife in its hand seemingly about to stab Yi Dong's eyes. Yi Dong cursed, grabbed the mechanical hamster, opened the window, and threw it out of the castle. A muffled thud echoed in the darkness. You are so cruel. The ninth princess's shadowy figure appeared beside Yi Dong and spoke in a low, eerie tone. Don't blame me for being cruel. It's your own fault for setting it up like this. That's what makes it exciting. Free-falling from the castle is thrilling too. Yi Dong glanced at her and remarked. By the way, I want to advance to the 7th sequence, which requires the seed of reproduction and the blood of the mother goddess. Do you know where I can get these materials? The ninth princess floated in the air and pondered for a moment. These materials are indeed quite rare, she pondered. The seed of procreation is the core of the elite bloodline mother nest, and the blood of the mother goddess requires the Holy Mother to make a sacrifice. Finding them is a very troublesome matter, especially the blood of the Holy Mother. If you touch them, the imperial cult will not be lenient. However, a glint flashed in her eyes. I know a place where these things definitely exist, and where the imperial cult won't hold them accountable. Where? A harsh and cold prison. The ninth princess's expression turned serious. All the criminals of the kingdom of Hao are imprisoned there, including the Holy Mother. Even if you kill them there, the imperial cult will not know. Prison. Yi Dong frowned. How do I get in? Do you have a way to get in? Ha ha ha. Of course it's for committing a crime and going in. The ninth princess laughed, but there was a hint of bitterness in her smile, clearly indicating that there was more to the story. The bitter cold prison is no ordinary prison. It's a place where you can only be arrested and sent there. No one who has ever tried to force their way in has ever come out alive. Why? A bad feeling welled up in Yi Dong's heart. Because the prison gates are guarded by the steel giant Otto, the legendary guardian of the kingdom of Hao. Anyone who tries to force their way into the bitterly cold prison will be instantly crushed into mincemeat, leaving not even a trace. Yi Dong swallowed hard. As long as the title contains the word legendary, it corresponds to power that surpasses the first sequence, which is also known as the remnant god. Those are figures standing at the pinnacle of this world. I can't even defeat the sixth order beings now, let alone a crippled god. If I go in, won't I never be able to get out? No, no, no. The ninth princess quickly shook her head. Otto only cares about going in, not coming out. His duty is to prevent outsiders from breaking in. As for the prisoners inside wanting to get out, that's their own business. Yi Dong thought about it for a moment. Although it was fraught with danger, it was indeed an excellent opportunity to obtain rare materials. Moreover, he now possesses nearly 100 divine powers, and if he were to add the power of the fire demon, he should have a certain ability to protect himself. What kind of crime would get you imprisoned? Any slightly serious crime could land you in. The ninth princess thought for a moment. For example, intentional homicide, armed robbery, large-scale vandalism, or attacking a government office. The laws of the kingdom of Hao are very strict. Basically, anyone who causes a certain social impact will be sent to the bitter prison. Yi Dong nodded, already having a plan in mind. Chapter 140 Crime. Yi Dong finished tidying up his equipment and arrived at the door of the cult leader's room. Knock, knock, knock. He knocked gently on the door. After a few seconds of silence, Yuko's slightly tired voice came from inside. Come in. Pushing open the door, Yi Dong saw Yuzi sitting on the edge of the bed reading a novel, but her condition was clearly not right today, because the novels were all held upside down. Master, are you alright? Yi Dong frowned and squatted down in front of Yuzi. It's nothing, I'm just a little tired. Yuzi put down her novel and gently rubbed Yi Dong's head. Is there something you need? Yi Dong was puzzled. The sect leader was always incredibly powerful, and this was the first time he had ever seen her so tired. Did you just do something that was extremely energy-consuming? Yi Dong didn't press for details and could only state his purpose directly. I want to go to the harsh prison to find some promotion materials. Okay, bring Gobi along. I'll give it the materials for advancing to the 7th rank later. You can go in after it advances. Yi Dong thought to himself. As expected, the promotion materials for the Crow and Da Vinci were probably given by the cult leader. What exactly did they do to receive the cult leader's favor? Master, let me massage your feet. Can you give me my promotion materials in return? No. Yu Yuzi shook her head and tapped Yidong's head. You still lack combat experience and need more training. Okay. If there's nothing else, you can go now. I have other things to do. Yidong glanced at the cult leader with reluctance, then gently closed the door. The moment the door closed, Yuko finally couldn't hold on any longer. She put down her book and leaned back, her petite body appearing particularly frail on the large bed. She covered her mouth, and bright red blood kept gushing out from between her fingers, staining the white sheets red. Damn it, she cursed weakly. They didn't forget to give me a taste of their own medicine before leaving. What a dirty trick. Yu Yuzi really didn't expect that the pregnancy goddess would be such a contrast. She thought he was a very kind and powerful god, but unexpectedly, he secretly attacked her. Although it wasn't life-threatening, it still left Yuko speechless for a moment. On the other side, Yidong returned to the lobby on the first floor. The castle was moving slowly forward in the night, with 6 huge mechanical legs making rhythmic footsteps. The Gobi Desert burned lazily in the fireplace, occasionally emitting a satisfied gurgling sound. The crow perched on the sofa, preening the tuft of newly grown red feathers on its head, occasionally striking a pose in front of the mirror, looking quite vain. Leonardo da Vinci was playing a game of ciphers on the carpet, and the father and son were having a great time. The whole scene felt very warm and cozy, just like a real family. Gobi Desert. Yidong walked to the fireplace. What the hell do you want me to do now? Gobi poked his head out of the flames, his eyes showing some impatience. Come out with me. Where to? Gobi's tone became wary. Can you give me back an equal contract? Here you go. This harsh, cold prison. Gobi nearly jumped out of the flames, shouting, Give it back to you. I'd be a fool to trust you again. If you go, I'll have the sect leader give you the materials for advancing to the 7th rank. Really? Are you going or not? Wow. As soon as it finished speaking, a stone radiating intense heat and a flower of flame appeared in front of it. Holy crap. Awesome. With a flick of the Gobi flame, a true god target composed of flames instantly formed. Without any hesitation, it began to offer sacrifices, as if afraid that Yidong would take the materials back. The tyrannical ruler of this dark world, the broken true god of endless evil, listen to the desperate cries of your faithful followers, ascend to the 7th order, may darkness last forever and light never exist. Flames shot into the sky and surged into Gobi's body, and then nothing more happened. However, judging from Gobi's excited expression, he must have successfully advanced. I'll trust you this one more time. Gobi burst out of the fireplace and suddenly burrowed into Yidong's hair, instantly causing Yidong's long, dark blue hair to grow back. I'm going to. The crow suddenly hopped over, its red feathers shimmering in the light. How could such a dangerous adventure be complete without this eagle? Da Vinci barked and wanted to go too, while the password waved its little hand excitedly above its head. No. Yidong shook his head, his expression turning serious. After entering the bitter cold prison, we will be randomly teleported to different areas. It would be more dangerous for us to stay together. Who do you think you are? The crow said dismissively. It's not that I look down on you, but it's for everyone's good, Yidong said earnestly. The harsh prison is not a place to joke around. A slight mistake could lead to utter ruin. When I act alone, I have fewer targets and it's easier for me to survive. Seeing how serious Yidong was, Crow finally gave in. Be careful while I'm gone. It unusually toned down its sarcastic tone. Don't die in there. I'm waiting for you to come back so we can have a friendly chat. Don't worry. I'll give you a piece of my mind when I get back. Yidong. Da Vinci also came over and rubbed his big head against Yidong's leg, his eyes full of reluctance. Zwa and Yu also peeked out from the kitchen, their faces full of worry. Apostle Yi, should we prepare some food? Zwa asked with concern. The food in prison must be terrible. You should take some good food with you to tide you over, Yu chimed in. Yidong smiled. These 2 chubby boys were always so thoughtful. No need, I won't be staying long. Yidong looked around and imprinted this heartwarming scene deep in his heart. I'm leaving now, everyone take care. He pushed open the castle gate, carrying a human oil lamp, and the night wind blew in instantly, carrying the desolate atmosphere unique to the wilderness. Without the Gobi Desert to provide power, the mobile castle has come to a stop, standing on the wasteland. Without hesitation, Yidong leaped down and landed steadily on the ground. The mechanical hamster that had been waiting below jumped onto his back as soon as it saw him come down. The figure of the 9th princess also appeared beside him, quietly following. Go north, about 50 miles will take you to the city of Kaz, she pointed out. That's where you can commit crimes the fastest. Yidong nodded and moved quickly forward in the darkness. The night wind howled, and the starlight dimmed. After several hours of marching, Yidong finally saw the orange lights in the distance. Kez City sits on a plain, its towering walls resembling a coiled dragon in the night, with a tall watchtower standing at intervals along the walls, gleaming in the daylight. The city is neither too big nor too small, with a population of about 100,000, making it a medium-sized city in the Kingdom of Hao. Yidong arrived at the city gate, where the night shift guards were conducting a routine check on passersby. "Halt! Show your identification," the Rhino captain said in its synthesized electronic voice, its mechanical eyes emitting red scanning beams. "Sorry, I don't have any identification." Yidong shrugged, a smile playing on his lips. "Get lost if you don't have identification," a werewolf guard urged impatiently. "There are other people waiting behind us." Yidong shook his head. "Although I don't have identification, I have this." Yidong pulled out the Azathoth from his pocket. The silver gun gleamed under the light. "What?" the Rhino captain had just asked in confusion when he saw Yidong pull the trigger on the city wall. Bang! P.S. Thanks to Kuan Gyeongjiaozeo for the bonus update. You're awesome. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers and supported me with their love. I love you all. Chapter 141 Snowfield. Gunshots rang out in the night sky, as deafening as thunder. The next second, dark clouds filled the sky, and a huge black vortex formed above the city wall. Roar! A deafening roar resounded as a gigantic ram-horned demon burst forth from the vortex, crashing towards the city wall like a meteorite. Boom! The ram-horned demon slammed heavily onto the city wall, and the enormous impact instantly blasted a huge gap in the sturdy wall with a diameter of more than 20 meters. Countless bricks and stones flew everywhere like cannonballs, and the entire section of the city wall trembled violently. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! The city is under attack. The piercing alarm instantly resounded throughout the entire city, one after another, without end. The guards were thrown about by the shock, and even the rhinoceros captain's mechanical eyes flickered erratically. After the smoke and dust cleared, a shockingly huge gap appeared in the city wall, as if it had been smashed by a giant's punch. Instead of taking the opportunity to escape, Yidong raised his hands and put on an innocent expression. "Sorry, it went off accidentally." "Guard." Dozens of steam rifles were instantly pointed at Yidong, and the guards' faces were filled with speechlessness. Damn it. Another lunatic who voluntarily went to the freezing prison. Clearly, these guards were used to this, and it seems that many people do this regularly. "Cuff him," the Rhino ordered his subordinates. "Get him to the freezing prison right away." Several guards skillfully took out handcuffs from their pockets and put them on Yidong, even handcuffing the little hamster on his back. Because of the rule established by the founding emperor of the Kingdom of Hao, all prisoners entering the bitter cold prison cannot be disarmed, so Yidong did not even have Azathoth confiscated. Soon, Yidong was brought into the city, where guards roughly pushed him into a huge silver portal. This is the entrance to the bitter cold prison, which is located in various cities throughout the Kingdom of Hao. "The bitter cold prison is no good place," the guard said with a sneer. "Of those who go in, only 1 out of 100 will come out alive. I hope you won't regret it." "Then wish me good luck," Yidong said with a smile. "Good luck." The guard captain nudged Yidong. "Hurry up and go in, don't waste time." Buzz. The portal emitted a deep hum, like the breath of an ancient behemoth, and the blue light grew brighter and brighter, while crackling sounds like electricity began to appear in the air. The light instantly engulfed Yidong completely. He felt the space around him distorting wildly. Gravity seemed to have lost its effect, and he felt as if he had been stuffed into a high-speed spinning washing machine, his internal organs churning. The intense dizziness almost made Yidong vomit. His stomach was churning. Fortunately, the feeling only lasted a few seconds. Bang! A few seconds later, Yidong crashed heavily to the ground. The icy touch instantly penetrated his clothes and spread throughout his body, as if 1,000 ice needles were piercing his skin at the same time. This portal needs to be optimized. Yidong got up, rubbed his sore bottom, and then stood up and looked around. Is this the bitterly cold prison? Yidong looked around, but all he could see was snow, not even a single building. A dim sun hung in the sky, surrounded by the dazzling aurora borealis that moved slowly around it. Cull. Yidong exhaled, and the white breath he exhaled instantly condensed into small ice crystals that sparkled in the air. The shadowy figure of the 9th princess appeared beside him, seemingly familiar with the surroundings, even carrying a hint of nostalgia. 100 years, she said softly, and I'm back in this godforsaken place again. Are you over 100 years old? 9th princess. Shouldn't you be wondering why I said again? Oh, why? My brothers and sisters ganged up on me and left me here, thinking I would die, but clearly they underestimated me. The ninth princess's voice carried a hint of mockery. Welcome to the bitter cold prison. This is an icy world created by the ancestral emperor after he became a god. All criminals are thrown here to fend for themselves. Yidong rubbed his chin. I thought they were all prison cells, but I didn't expect it to be the whole world. Instead of spending a lot of resources building prisons and feeding prisoners, it would be better to create a world where they kill each other. This would save costs and allow them to die slowly in despair. There is only one exit in the entire snowfield. The ninth princess pointed into the distance. It's the gate at the very center of the snowfield. As long as you can get there alive and break through the bitter cold maze, you can regain your freedom. Yidong squinted and could vaguely see a point of light flickering in the far distance, but it was too far away, like a star on the sea. It's so far, it will take a long time to get there. It is indeed very far. It took me a month to get there back then. The ninth princess's expression was somewhat amused. Moreover, you won't meet any fellow travelers along the way. They can only become your enemies. Why? The prisoners in this world are all treacherous and self-serving, fighting each other for resources. Teaming up with others is just asking for trouble. What resources? Yidong asked, stamping his feet to warm them, his toes already starting to go numb. Firewood. Firewood, Yidong asked, puzzled. To be precise, it's bloodwood, the ninth princess explained. This world has the alternation of day and night, each lasting half a day. Daytime is fine, but at night, without bloodwood to start a fire, reason will be eroded by the cold and darkness, eventually turning into a beast that only knows how to kill. You know, the consciousness of the true God is eroded. It really is everywhere. After all, he is a true God. Let's continue talking about bloodwood. Bloodwood is a unique plant on this snowfield. It looks like an ordinary tree, but its wood is blood red and it oozes a liquid that looks like blood. But the amount of bloodwood is limited and it grows slowly, while there are many prisoners, so everyone is fighting each other for the bloodwood. Yidong continued, understanding the situation. No wonder this place is called the bitter cold prison. Although it looks free, it is actually more cruel than a prison cell. At least in a cell, you won't die as long as you stay put. But here, a slight misstep could lead to being killed and having your resources stolen by other prisoners. Yidong looked up at the sky. The sun was already setting in the west, and its orange-red light was beginning to dim. It looked like night was about to fall. Chapter 142 Bloodwood. You'd better find some bloodwood to start a fire right away. Really? Yidong frowned. As far as the eye can see, there is only a vast expanse of white snow, and not a single tree can be seen. You can find it by just walking around. That would be best. Yidong walked towards the central area, and with each step, the snowflakes rose above his knees. Where does bloodwood usually grow? Yidong asked as he trekked along. Where there is death, there is bloodwood. The ninth princess floated beside him, moving with ease. As darkness fell, Yidong sensed something was wrong. I didn't expect things to go so badly right from the start, especially since I was exploring under the guidance of a veteran player. No wonder the death rate here is so high. Yidong quickened his pace as he traversed the snow-covered plain, each step sinking deep into the snow, the cold wind lashing his face like a knife. As he was walking, he suddenly felt his footing give way, and then he fell directly into an ice cave under the snow. The icy air rushed upwards as Yidong plummeted rapidly into the darkness, the mechanical hamster on his back, making a series of cracking sounds as it slammed against the ice. Mechanical hamster, feed me peanuts. Bang! Yidong fell to the bottom of the ice cave, but fortunately, there was a thick layer of snow underneath, so he was not injured. Cough, cough. He spat out 2 mouthfuls of snow, frowned, and got up, his whole body covered in snowflakes. But the next second, he laughed. There was a campfire burning inside the ice cave. The flames were an eerie blood red, radiating a warm heat that illuminated the entire ice cave. A dozen or so half-meter-long logs were neatly stacked nearby. These logs were blood red, with a liquid that looked like blood still seeping from their surfaces, and they emitted a faint, fishy smell. Clearly, this is bloodwood. Across from the campfire, a giant minotaur sat cross-legged, at least 2.5 meters tall, with bulging muscles, slowly munching on a piece of gray dry rations. Hearing the noise, the minotaur looked up at Yidong, a hint of wariness flashing across his face at first, but he quickly revealed a honest and simple smile. Oh dear, you fell down too? The minotaur waved enthusiastically, his voice deep and resonant. Come and warm yourself by the fire. It's so cold outside, you must be freezing. Yes. Yidong smiled and rubbed his neck. The 8th sequence, a bloodline of lowly fodder, unfortunately with poor eyesight. Yidong sat down opposite the campfire, looking harmless. As he sat down, the already blazing crimson flames suddenly leaped even higher, and the temperature rose noticeably, making the entire ice cave even warmer. Yidong also guessed the reason why everyone was fighting individually. The bloodwood would be consumed faster as the number of people increased, so the fewer people, the better. Everyone's like this when they first arrive here. It'll get better in a few days. The Minotaur chuckled ho-ly, then took out a piece of gray dry rations from beside him and handed it over. You must be hungry, right? It's not easy to find food in a place like this. Here, have something to eat to fill your stomach. Thank you so much. Yidong reached out to take it, appearing completely unguarded. But just as his fingers were about to touch the dry rations, the Minotaur suddenly sprang into action. The machete hidden behind him swung out like lightning, its blade still covered in ice shards, gleaming coldly, heading straight for Yidong's neck. Die, you fool. The Minotaur's face instantly turned ferocious, his eyes filled with murderous intent. But Yidong didn't move at all, not even blinking. The next second, a gigantic phantom of a fire demon surged out from behind him, bit the Minotaur, and then swallowed him whole with a gulp. Damn it, what a hypocrite. Gobi's voice was full of disdain and contempt. Yidong calmly caught the dropped dry food and put it in his mouth to chew. The taste was just average. It did taste a bit like compressed biscuits, dry and crumbly, but it had a faint meaty aroma. It was enough to fill your stomach. He took out a small bottle from his pocket, summoned the pitiful creature, and put the Minotaur's soul into it. A blue light appeared in the transparent bottle. We've used up all the souls from last time, so we need to collect some more. Yidong muttered to himself. It seems necessary to go back to Dwuluan town and borrow some souls from the rats. Borrow? Really? Gobi shrank back. Real. Yidong shrugged and began to take stock of the bloodwood left behind by the Minotaur. There are 15 in total, each half a meter long, as thick as an arm, and quite heavy. It should last until dawn, right? Yidong added a piece of bloodwood to the fire, and the crimson flames immediately leaped higher, radiating even more heat. If I carry the burning bloodwood like a human oil lamp, I can move it. No, the ninth princess quickly stopped her. The burning bloodwood will attract all the monsters that have no source of fire in the dark. They will rush in like moths to a flame, attacking in droves whether they are madmen who have lost their minds or prisoners who remain sober. You'd better stay here and wait until dawn before taking any action. Trust me, this is a lesson learned the hard way. Okay, I was too clever for my own good. Yidong shrugged. The night was long and cold, but with the warmth of the bloodwood, Yidong wasn't too uncomfortable. He would occasionally add bloodwood to the fire to keep it burning. The sounds of fighting could be heard from outside from time to time, and occasionally a few faint groans could be heard, but they were quickly drowned out by the wind. Yidong, the ninth princess, suddenly spoke. Have you ever thought about what you would do if you became like that one day, resorting to any means to survive? Yidong was silent for a while, then said, I don't know, but I think I'll never become like that. This world can change a person. The ninth princess's voice was tinged with emotion. I've seen too many people who were originally kind turn into demons in desperate situations. But I have also seen people who retain their humanity in the darkest of times. They are the true strong ones. Yidong did not answer, but simply watched the flames quietly. He thought of crows, Leonardo da Vinci, Zhuyu, and those warm and cozy times. Perhaps the ninth princess is right. The world can indeed change a person, but he hopes he can persevere and not lose sight of his true self. Chapter 143: The Whereabouts of the Mother Nest. As the first rays of sunlight shone into the ice cave, Yidong climbed out, stepping on the ice wall. The snowfield outside shimmered under the sunlight, a breathtaking sight. But Yidong wasn't in the mood to appreciate the scenery. All he wanted to do was find the mother nest and the Holy Mother as soon as possible and get the advancement materials. Head towards the center. The monsters are more concentrated there, making it easier to find your target, the ninth princess said, pointing to a faint point of light in the distance. Yidong nodded and began trekking through the snow. After walking for about an hour across the snowfield, Yidong saw two figures fighting fiercely in the distance. It was a werewolf and a bear man, fighting each other around a small, blood-red tree that was about half a person's height. Blood tree. The tree was entirely blood red, with bright red sap seeping from its trunk, making it look like a bleeding wound. The werewolves and bearmen fought to the death, using claws, teeth, fists, and all sorts of attacks, staining the snow red with blood. Stop for a moment. Yidong waved his hand. The two monsters stopped fighting and looked at Yidong warily. Who are you? Trying to steal my blood tree? The werewolf bared his bloody teeth, his eyes filled with murderous intent. I don't need it for now. I just wanted to ask if you know where the Mother Nest and the Virgin Mary are. I don't know, get lost. The other bear man also warily guarded against Yidong. Yidong sighed. How unfriendly. The next second, Yidong's figure disappeared from the spot, and the extremely fast speed made the pupils of the two monsters shrink sharply. By the time the werewolf realized what was happening, the bear man opposite him had already fallen to the ground, his neck pierced by a dagger. Sorry, I was moving too fast, and you might not be able to see clearly. I'll slow down a bit later so you can see the details. Yidong pulled out the dagger from the bear man's neck and slightly curled the corners of his mouth. The werewolf was shocked and jumped backward, but Yidong was too fast. Laugh. As the sword flashed, the werewolf's head flew off, and blood gushed out like a fountain. Sorry, I was just kidding. It won't be any slower. Bang! The corpse lay in the snow, and in a few days it might grow into a new blood tree. Yidong sheathed the black-tail sword and skillfully took out a small bottle from his pocket to collect souls. After cutting down the blood tree and putting it into the swallowing ball, Yidong continued walking towards the central area. With the blessing of the Gobi Desert's flames and the constant nourishment of the divine power within his body, his physical attributes have already reached the 6th rank. Dealing with these 8th and 9th rank minions is a piece of cake. After that, Yidong searched for the blood tree while politely inquiring about the Mother Nest and the Holy Mother. If you encounter an impolite monster, turn it into a blood tree for the benefit of future generations. If you encounter a polite monster, turn it into a blood tree for the benefit of future generations as well. This simple and direct approach was very effective, and he quickly learned some useful information along the way. The Mother Nest? Hold on, let me think. A one-armed giant thought hard, and his right arm was severed clean off at the shoulder, blood still flowing from the wound. I saw it in the west the day before yesterday. It was a huge fleshy ball crawling with tiny bugs. It was disgusting. What's the exact location? Yidong pressed. I don't know about that. I saw it a few days ago. Oh. Yidong plunged the black-tail sword into its neck, collected its soul, and then headed west. Yidong. The 9th princess's figure appeared beside Yidong. What's wrong? Yidong wiped the blood off the dagger. Didn't you say yesterday that you hoped you wouldn't become someone who would do anything to survive? How come you're so ruthless? Oh, really? Yidong rubbed his chin. Sorry, I didn't notice. The 9th princess fell silent. She realized that Yidong had become increasingly cold-blooded, a stark contrast to when she first met him. Perhaps this is the price of growing up. To survive in this cruel world, one must discard certain things. Perhaps this is what that woman wanted? Is this really what she wants? After receiving accurate intelligence, Yidong changed direction and headed west. The further west you go, the more complex the terrain becomes, with many ice mounds and ice caves appearing, and in some places there are even natural ice bridges. There were more prisoners here, and Yidong could occasionally see figures moving around in the distance. As darkness began to fall again, he had to find a safe place to start a fire and spend the night before nightfall. He soon found a great place to spend the night. This is a huge cave, pitch black inside, backed by a steep cliff, where even the cold wind from outside can't get in. It must be a dead cave. Yidong carried the mechanical hamster on his back and walked towards the cave. Once inside the cave, Yidong took out 2 pieces of bloodwood from the swallowing ball and lit them. Then he put raw meat on the grill and roasted it, not forgetting to toss a few pieces to Gobi. Gobi, you're so sensible, Gobi praised with satisfaction. In fact, the Gobi Desert has been a great help to him. Besides improving his physical fitness, what Yidong found most beneficial was that the Gobi Desert could help him recover his strength and injuries. Although the deep snow in the frigid prison didn't affect him much, walking in the snow all day would definitely make his legs sore, and the Gobi Desert could help him solve the problem of soreness. Moreover, the tentacles formed from the flesh and blood dung beetle that were used to fill the wounds some time ago have already restored normal flesh and blood. I wonder what new things the Gobi Desert's promotion to the 7th rank has brought. I haven't seen them yet. They didn't encounter any powerful monsters along the way. They could basically kill them all instantly with the blacktail sword. Even the strongest 7th sequence monster was no match for Yidong, and he could easily defeat it in a few rounds. Of course, if you encounter someone with elite bloodlines, that's a different story. Yidong couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Growth always comes so quickly. Just as Yidong was deep in thought, the mechanical hamster behind him suddenly tapped his shoulder. Yidong turned around and saw a group of monsters emerging from the depths of the cave. They staggered, their eyes were vacant, and they showed no signs of life. Some of them had even turned bluish. Yidong and the 9th princess exchanged a glance and couldn't help but laugh. You search high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. This is the mother nest he is looking for, an elite bloodline capable of mass-producing a type of insect called parasites. These parasites can infest corpses and gain all their power and abilities. It sounds strong, but it's actually stronger. This guy is considered one of the higher-ranking monsters among the elite bloodlines. Even the corpse of a remnant god can be perfectly inherited by parasites, which is what makes them terrifying. The more corpses they have, the stronger they become. However, it seems that this mother hive does not have any powerful corpse manipulation. The strongest is only 2 seventh sequence units. But is that really the case? Meanwhile, in the port city of Loga, several days have passed, and the city has welcomed new life. Tens of thousands of offspring have been born, while their mothers have all been sent away by the ghost claw to be reborn. The entire city was filled with the cries of monster babies. If no one had asked them, their survival rate might not have reached 50%. Why should I clean up after Yidong? At the top of the tallest clock tower, a crow looked at the city full of babies and couldn't help but complain. Da Vinci remained silent, simply feeding the infants by twisting them. The leader's order to them was to ensure that the babies grew up and learned basic survival skills before they could leave. Go Leonardo da Vinci. The crow sat down on the ground and directed Leonardo da Vinci to do his work. But the next second, a tentacle rose from the ground, waved in dissatisfaction in front of it, then wrote a line of words on the ground before retracting. Grandpa Crow, get to work. You've got a good password. Now you're even ordering your grandpa around. The crow looked down with dissatisfaction and saw a cube about half a person's height moving rapidly through the city, its outstretched tentacles carrying it like a defeated man. It was the password. It had developed to this extent in just a few days. Although it hadn't yet advanced to Kira, it already possessed considerable power. The crow was itching to try it. If only he had known about Yidong's fertilized egg, he would have eaten it himself. Now I get a password warning whenever I mess with Da Vinci, which is really annoying. Keep your passwords safe and sound. Your grandpa is keeping watch for you guys, afraid someone might attack your dad. Da Vinci glanced at it and continued working. P.S. Thanks to Kuan Gyeongjiaozeo for the character summon, you're awesome. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and contributed to this cause. Love you all. Chapter 144, War Mother Nest. Delicious, delicious. This is so refreshing. A harsh, cold prison inside a mountain cave. The fire demon's enormous phantom swallowed the last monster, letting out a joyful cheer, almost as if it wanted to break into a street dance. Enjoy your meal, there's plenty more to come. Yidong smiled and walked into the depths of the cave, carrying the flames of the Gobi Desert. The blood-red light danced on the cave walls, casting a long shadow of him. As they went deeper, the cave gradually widened, and the flames could no longer illuminate the walls on both sides. The further they went in, the stronger the fishy stench became, and the more excited Yidong became. This is definitely a mother nest. Only a large accumulation of corpses would make it stink like this. Yidong suddenly stopped. Going any further would mean certain death. Several still-burning pieces of bloodwood were neatly inserted into the cracks in the cave wall, the flickering firelight casting eerie shadows on the cave wall. The bloodwood is here. Guess where the mother nest is? Yidong smiled, and the black-tail sword appeared in his hand. Damn it, it's definitely up there. As soon as Gobi finished speaking, Yidong took a step back, and the next second, a drop of viscous liquid slowly dripped down from above. Snap! The liquid fell where he had just stood, instantly corroding the ground and creating a deep pit the size of a fist. Laugh! White smoke billowed out, and a pungent, acidic smell filled the air, distorting the surrounding atmosphere. Please don't spit indiscriminately, okay? Before Yidong could even look up, a dark shadow descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the rocks and kicking up a cloud of dust. It was a palm-sized insect, completely black, with a layer of sticky green slime on its surface. It has 8 arthropod legs, each ending in a sharp claw. The insect's entire face is a giant mouth, taking up 80% of its head. Inside the mouth are 3 rings of serrated teeth, which are spinning at high speed and making a tooth-grinding buzzing sound. Yidong subconsciously thought of facehuggers, so he decided to call them that for now. As soon as the insect landed, it pounced on Yidong. Its 8 legs moved in a coordinated manner, making it incredibly fast. Moreover, its movement was zigzag, making it difficult to predict. But, uft! Yidong pierced the facehugger with his dagger and pinned it to the rock. Is it fast? Is it as fast as Blitzkrieg? Having dealt with the facehugger, Yidong looked up and couldn't help but frown. On the rock wall above the cave, a huge fleshy ball hung silently, like a disgusting tumor. This fleshy ball was 5 meters in diameter, with a disgusting pink surface covered with wriggling blood vessels, and countless tiny pores. What's disgusting is that more than 20 thick arms extend from around the ball of flesh, with the ends of the arms deeply embedded in the rock wall, suspending it from there. The mother nest, elite bloodline, 6th sequence. Gurgle gurgle. The sound of the mother nest echoed in the cave, and Yidong didn't know what it was saying, but it certainly wasn't welcoming him. The next second, the small holes on the mother nest began to wriggle, and facehuggers crawled out of them, falling towards Yidong like dumplings. A dozen or so facehuggers crashed to the ground, then shuddered and charged toward Yidong. Gobi, dinner's ready. Damn it, I'm going to eat my fill. A surge of dark blue flames erupted from Yidong's body, and the frenzied phantom of the fire demon roared as it charged toward the swarm of facehuggers. Hiss hiss hiss. Gobi grabbed a facehugger and threw it into his mouth. It crunched and gushed with rich oil, bursting with delicious flavor in one bite. However, since it was secretion from the 6th sequence, these guys weren't afraid of Gobi. They tore at Gobi's body and ate the flames they were biting. You dare to eat me, you son of a bitch? Gobi was enraged. Flames materialized into several arms, which frantically grabbed the facehuggers and stuffed them into its mouth. While the Gobi Desert was eating, the mother nest was producing offspring. The Gobi Desert had just eaten a few when more immediately came to replenish its ranks. Yidong gripped the blacktail sword and carefully observed the fleshy ball above his head, discovering that although it looked eerie, its defense didn't seem very strong. The surface of the fleshy mass lacked obvious hard armor, and the wriggling blood vessels appeared quite fragile. But Yidong didn't know if it had any backup plans. Never mind. Yidong exerted force with his feet and rushed towards the rock walls on both sides, using the rock walls as leverage to rush towards the ceiling. But the mother nest clearly wouldn't sit idly by and wait for its demise. Just as Yidong jumped, the arms embedded in the rock wall suddenly moved. 2 arms lashed out at Yidong like long whips, each arm tip leaving a sharp whooshing sound in the air. With nowhere to gain leverage in midair, Yidong could only take the blow head-on. Bang! An arm struck Yidong squarely in the chest, the immense force sending him flying. Yidong felt as if he had been hit by a large pregnant car and heard a crisp sound of bones breaking in his chest. Bang! He crashed heavily into the cave wall, embedding himself in the rock, and spiderweb-like cracks appeared on the surrounding stone walls. Cough cough. Yidong struggled to crawl out of the rock wall, his clothes soaked with blood. Flesh and blood dung beetles. A dark magic circle was pressed into his chest, and small black tentacles surged out from the wound, rapidly repairing the damage. The mother nest seemed to sense victory was within its grasp. Its fleshy mass began to writhe more violently, and it secreted more mucus. They seemed excited. However, it's obviously too early to be happy. Here you go, the secret weapon. Yidong suddenly grabbed the mechanical hamster behind him and threw it towards the mother nest while the latter looked on in a daze. Seeing the secret weapon flying towards them, the mother nest dared not be careless and quickly pulled out its 4 arms. Snap! His arms slammed into the mechanical hamster, the powerful force sending it crashing down like a cannonball, landing right back where Yidong had been and embedding itself in the rock with a thud. But Yidong is gone. The mother nest hurriedly searched for Yidong's location. As soon as she turned her head, she saw Yidong stepping on the rock wall and getting very close to her. Behind her was the fire demon's ferocious, smiling face. Aren't you surprised? Yidong swung his black-tailed sword at her, and even though the mother nest was trying to dodge, Yidong still managed to cut off almost a third of its flesh. The fire demon also spewed flames that enveloped the mother nest, the eerie blue flames causing it to scream in agony. The person and the fire landed and looked up at the mother nest. The latter is quite resilient. Even when constantly scorched by the flames of the Gobi Desert, it refuses to let go. You still won't come down? Yidong shook his head and took Azathoth out of his pocket. I'm done playing. I'm in a hurry. Chapter 145 Kelp Strips vs. Mother Nest. Bang! Gunshots rang out in the cave, and the next second the cave began to tremble violently. Outside the cave, the huge ramhorn demon crashed through the rock wall. The immense impact caused the entire rock face to crack, with countless cracks spreading out like a spider web. The mother nest arm embedded within it instantly lost its support, and 7 or 8 arms waved helplessly in the air. The mother nest let out an angry and terrified roar. Its fleshy mass began to shake violently, and its remaining arms desperately clung to the rock wall, but could no longer support the weight of its entire body. Snap! Snap! More rocks began to loosen, and the mother nest's body began to fall downwards. Bang! The enormous ball of flesh crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust and gravel. The mother nest is face down, rear end up, and a dozen arms are trying to turn over. But the fires in the Gobi Desert were too toxic. These arms had been burned to the point of melting, rendering them completely powerless. Thus, the mother nest found itself in an awkward situation. Behind the mother nest, Yidong saw a fist-sized red heart, which was its core and also one of the materials Yidong needed, the seed of reproduction. But the mother nest was clearly aware of its dangerous situation. It started spinning wildly, like a giant washing machine. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As it spins, countless facehuggers are flung out by centrifugal force, flying in all directions like a torrential rain. Some of these facehuggers crashed into the cave walls and were smashed to pieces. Some landed on the ground and immediately got up to continue attacking, and others flew directly towards Yidong. The entire cave was instantly filled with countless facehuggers, creating a scene as terrifying as an apocalypse for the Zerg. Black worms were wriggling everywhere, on the ground, the cave walls, and the ceiling, their hissing sounds mingling together to create a deafening noise. Yidong looked at the sea of insects before him and felt a chill run down his spine. Meanwhile, the mother nest continued to spin, producing new facehuggers. Judging by this, it seemed determined to use its numerical advantage to slowly wear down Yidong. Gobi Desert Buffet. I'm not eating this anymore, damn it. The man and the fire-wielding creature hurriedly ran away, not forgetting to grab the mechanical hamster on the ground as well. Let alone them. Who wouldn't get goosebumps seeing this? There are so many facehuggers, like a zombie horde, that you can't play with them at all. The two quickly rushed to the cave entrance, but the facehugger did not follow, seemingly fearing a diversionary tactic. The bloodwood at the cave entrance was still burning, the flames creating a slightly warm atmosphere. Yidong sat down by the fire, frowning. Ninth Princess, is there any way? The ninth princess's shadow appeared on the opposite side, and she also shrugged. It's gone, unless you can reach its core alive. Just as Yidong was worrying, he suddenly heard the sound of wind breaking overhead. Why are there still more? Yidong subconsciously raised the black-tail sword, thrusting the tip upwards. The next second, he felt the blade pierce into some flesh, and warm liquid flowed down the blade onto his hand. Yidong raised his leg and kicked upwards, the immense force sending the unidentified object flying. It crashed heavily against the cave wall and then fell down. Bang! Amidst the swirling dust, Yidong finally saw the true face of the newcomer. The black-tailed sword was stuck in the other person's head, and bright red blood gushed from the wound along the dagger, but the other person stood up as if nothing had happened. Seaweed strips. Yidong was taken aback. The black tiger shook its head, baring its teeth as it pulled the black-tailed sword out of its head. My name is Charles. Inu suddenly threw the dagger over, then ran away without looking back. Let me go, don't chase me. It didn't find the bloodwood tonight, but while wandering around, it found it at the entrance of a cave. It had just sat down when it heard noises inside the cave, so it took the opportunity to hide on it. When it saw that it was Yidong who came, it hesitated for a moment. However, as a prince, it still wanted to ruthlessly get rid of Yidong and then possess the bloodwood for itself. But I never expected Yidong to be so awesome now. He's completely different from before. Why are you running away? Come over and catch up. Yidong pulled out Azathoth and fired a shot. The huge ram-horned demon crashed down in front of Inu. Looking at the crater that was more than 10 meters deep, it couldn't help but swallow. Yidong came to its side, patted its shoulder, and handed it a piece of dried meat. Would you like something to eat? Haha, have some. Inu smiled and accepted it, then obediently followed Yidong back to the burning bloodwood. Looking at Inu, Yidong couldn't help but smile. This was like a godsend. He was just worrying about how to break through the insect swarm to attack the mother nest, and then a perfect tool appeared. An immortal body. Isn't that the best way to break through the insect swarm? Looking at Yidong's smile, Inu couldn't help but think of some disgusting things, and quickly sat up even tighter. Seaweed strips. I have a collaboration opportunity you'd like to hear about. What suggestion? Inu took 2 steps back warily, feeling that there was something wrong with Yidong's smile. Do me a favor. Charge into the swarm and kill a mother hive, and I'll set you free. What does this mean? Inu sensed something was wrong. The skeleton is immortal, right? Yidong coaxed patiently. Then what are you afraid of? Just slowly wriggle to the core of the mother nest. It can't move right now. I won't die, but it hurts. Inu quickly shook her head to indicate that she wouldn't do it. Oh, I didn't know that before. Yidong held the black-tail sword in his hand. If you don't go, I'll cut off a piece of your flesh every minute, starting with the most vulnerable part. Ingwe? No way. Are you even human? Yes, of course it is. Yidong smiled. I'll ask you one more time. Are you going or not? Inu looked at Yidong through the flames of the burning bloodwood, and finally knew what a demon looked like. However, when you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. If you go, the pain will only last for a while. If you don't go, the pain will last for an unpredictable period of time. I'll go. Very good. Yidong clapped his hands and said, don't worry, after you turn into powder, those insects won't be able to bite you anymore. With your abilities, it should be easy for you to crawl to the mother nest. In month, the living Yama. Soon, Inu arrived in front of the insect swarm. It glanced at the dense swarm of insects in front of it, swallowed hard, and then looked back to see Yidong waving and cheering it on. Let us give it our all. Inu charged towards the swarm of insects, leaping high off the wall in an attempt to steal a starting position. It crossed the leading swarm of insects and fell into the swarm, where it was instantly overwhelmed by the dense swarm of facehuggers. A scream rang out, and soon all the flesh and blood on Inu's body were devoured, leaving only a pale skeleton that continued to move forward. The mother hive sensed the crisis and frantically ordered the insects to gnaw at the skeleton of Inu. Although its skeleton was relatively hard, there were simply too many insects, and soon Inu was reduced to a pile of dust. At this point, it could no longer make a sound, and its soul ached so much that it fainted and its vision went black. Yidong and the mechanical hamster looked at each other and could only wait for Inu to wake up. It wasn't until late at night that Inu woke up groggily. Its body began to recover on its own, but it was bitten to pieces as soon as it recovered, and the pain made Inu's vision go black again and again. If it could speak, it would definitely be cursing Yidong for coming up with such a terrible idea. And so, enduring the pain, it slowly moved toward the mother nest, which clearly had no idea that something turned to dust would want to kill it. Finally, an hour later, Inu's bone meal arrived near the mother nest. It can be clearly seen that the red heart is beating violently, and the red fluid flowing in the blood vessels is clearly visible. Inu began to reassemble its body, but it did not return to its complete tiger form. Instead, it only condensed into a small bone claw. This way, we can maintain our offensive capabilities while minimizing the target area. The white powder quickly gathered and formed a bone claw behind the mother nest. The mother nest finally realized the seriousness of the problem and frantically shook its body, trying to shake off Inu's claws. But it was too late. Inu's bone claws viciously clawed at the beating heart. The sharp claws plunged deep into the heart, and warm blood gushed out instantly, staining the entire bone claw red. The mother nest let out a shrill scream, the sound shaking the entire cave, and countless stone chips fell from the top. Inu gritted his teeth and exerted his strength, pulling his bone claws outwards with a sudden force. Snap! With a disgusting sound of flesh being torn apart, the red heart was ripped out. A torrent of blood cascaded down like a waterfall, staining the entire cave floor red. The mother nest's screams abruptly ceased, and the enormous fleshy mass instantly went limp, like a deflated balloon. The facehuggers that were attacking collapsed like puppets with broken strings, and then fell silent. The entire cave fell silent instantly, with only the sound of dripping blood echoing in the air. Chapter 146: Recruiting Inu. Inside the cave, the air was thick with the stench of blood, mixed with the putrid bodily fluids of the mother nest, making one want to vomit. Yidong covered his nose and stepped over the dead insects scattered on the ground as he walked toward the limp ball of flesh. TSK. This scene is quite spectacular. Yidong kicked a dead insect next to him with his toe, making a crisp cracking sound. Gobi wants some? It just died, still fresh. Damn it, eat. The phantom of the fire demon appeared behind Yidong. Gobi, with a ferocious, fiery face, grabbed an insect from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. Crunch, crunch, the delicious filling bursts out. Yidong looked at the pool of white bone powder in the blood, his voice tinged with concern. Inu, are you still alive? The white bone powder began to tremble slightly, slowly gathering and gradually reforming itself. First the spine, then the ribs, then the limbs, and finally the skull. A few minutes later, the complete skeleton of a tiger appeared in a pool of blood, but it looked particularly gruesome, with fine teeth marks left by facehuggers on the bones, and some places even had small pits from the bites. Alive. Inu's voice came from the skeleton's mouth, sounding weak and trembling. But it hurts so much. You've worked hard. Yidong patted Inu's head, making a crisp tapping sound. He carefully took the still-beating red heart from Inu's bleeding bone claw. Seed of propagation obtained. This heart was slightly larger than Yidong's fist, and its surface was covered with complex vascular patterns like a spider web. Even after being separated from the mother's body, it continued to beat rhythmically, as if it had its own independent life force. With each heartbeat, The blood vessels on the surface of the heart would flash a faint red light, and warm blood would slowly seep out from the damaged blood vessels and drip into Yidong's palm. It's a bit disgusting. Yidong carefully examined the heart in his hand and could feel the immense life force contained within it. Even after spending so many days in this dark world and witnessing so many disgusting things, Yidong still couldn't help but complain every time he encountered them again. He carefully stored the seed of reproduction into the swallowing sphere and then began to collect the flesh and blood from the mother nest. Although these flesh and blood have lost their vitality and look as soft and limp as dead flesh, they still exude a strong sense of life and feel warm and elastic to the touch. He plans to build several mother nests when he gets back, so that he can control the corpses in the future. At that time, not only will they have their own breeding army, but also a zombie army, and Yidong's gaze turned to Inyu. After collecting the flesh and blood of the mother nest, Yidong wiped the blood off his hands and turned to look at Inyu, who was trying to adapt to her skeletal body. Seaweed strips, we should talk. What? Stop messing with me. Inyu took a few steps back warily, her bone claws cracking on the ground. You want to leave here, right? Yidong asked with a smile, his tone sounding very kind. Inyu nodded hesitantly, the sound of bones clashing together ringing out. I don't want to stay in this godforsaken place for even a second longer. It's all fighting and killing every day, and bloodwood is so hard to get. Then I advise you to come with me. Yidong shook his head, his expression turning serious. If you go out, you'll become an evil spirit. Although you won't die, you'll still be corrupted by the consciousness of the true God. Inyu was taken aback for a moment. Then what do you mean? Come with me and be my little brother. Yidong walked over and patted Inyu's head, making a thumping sound. I can guarantee your safety, and helping you reclaim the throne is not out of the question. Inyu remained silent for a moment. Although Yidong's promise to help her reclaim the throne was just empty talk, she had to admit that Yidong's words did make sense. In its current state, once it goes out, it can only become an evil spirit, wandering aimlessly in the darkness, slowly being eroded by the consciousness of the true God until it goes completely mad. Although it is immortal, losing its mind is more terrifying than death. Becoming a walking corpse that only knows how to kill is worse than being dead. All right, Inyu finally compromised, her voice full of helplessness. Anyway, I have no choice, but I have one condition. Explain. Don't call me Seaweed Shreds anymore. Inyu roared angrily. My name is Charles. Charles Caesar Saladin de Bone. No problem, Seaweed Strips. Yidong smiled. Welcome to the pregnancy god cult. You're a handyman now, but strive to become a full member. Inyu. Is a prince of elite bloodline only fit to be a servant? The two then sat down in front of the bloodwood. Yidong had already collected quite a lot of bloodwood, and with the mother nest's bloodwood, it was enough for the two of them to use for 2 days. The next morning, Yidong and Inyu packed their things and continued towards the central area. The mornings in the frigid prison were still bitterly cold, and the breath exhaled instantly froze into ice crystals. Inyu is currently still in skeletal form, and it will take time for the flesh and blood to recover. However, the skeletal form also has its advantages. At least there is no need to worry about frostbite. When will your flesh and blood grow back? Yidong asked with concern as he trudged along. It will take at least 3 or 4 more days. Inyu scratched at the snow with her bone claws. But it doesn't matter. This is my true form. I still have combat power. I heard you can possess other people's bodies. Yeah, but it'll kill you. Okay, I'll get you a stronger one later. Inyu didn't take Yidong's words to heart. He was only at the 7th sequence. What kind of powerful body could he possibly get for himself? The two walked for about an hour, and the number of monsters around them increased. Everywhere they could see monsters fighting each other for the blood tree. Some are one-on-one duels, some are group battles, and you can even see monsters fighting each other to the death over a single piece of bloodwood, which ultimately benefits a third party. It seems that the closer you are to the center, the fiercer the competition. Of course, Inyu said as she carefully walked on the soft snow. Those who have made it this far are no pushovers. They are all strong individuals at the 7th rank or above. Moreover, the number of blood trees is limited. There are too many monks and not enough porridge. How can we survive without risking our lives? Yidong nodded. Indeed. I have a question. Yidong pointed to a blood-stained battlefield in the distance. More and more monsters are dying here, so logically there should be more and more blood trees. But why are they still so rare? Because the blood tree is a solitary tree. Inyu explained, drawing a circle on the snow with her bone claw. Only one blood tree can grow in an area. New blood trees will only grow again after the old blood trees are cut down. I see. Yidong suddenly realized. No wonder these prisoners were fighting so desperately for the blood tree. It turns out it really is a scarce resource. That makes sense. Inu tapped his head. In the bitter cold prison, bloodwood is hard currency, more valuable than gold coins. The two continued on their way, and Yi Dong began to actively search for monsters to inquire about the whereabouts of the Holy Mother. His method is simple and direct. First, politely inquire. If the other party does not cooperate, then eliminate it. If they do cooperate, then eliminate it as well. Chapter 147 Azathoth infused with divine power. Do you know where the Holy Mother is? Yi Dong asked politely to a werewolf who was digging through the snow in search of the blood tree. Holy Mother? Why would you go looking for such a disgusting guy? The werewolf monster stopped what it was doing and looked at Yi Dong with disdain. Those self-righteous, stinking women, full of talk about kindness and love, are actually more vicious than anyone else. I just need to talk to them about something. Yi Dong continued politely. Do you know where they are? I don't know, and I don't want to know. The werewolf waved his hand impatiently. Get lost. Don't bother me while I'm looking for the blood tree. That's a real shame. Yi Dong sighed, and the black-tailed sword silently appeared in his hand. It seems we'll have to find another way. In what way? Before the werewolf could finish speaking, the black-tailed sword had already pierced its heart, the blade protruding from its back, and blood dripping down the blade onto the snow. This method. Yi Dong drew his sword expressionlessly and skillfully collected the werewolf's soul. After killing more than a dozen uncooperative monsters, Yi Dong finally obtained useful information from a bear man. The Holy Mother? She's already gone to explore the labyrinth, the bear man shouted before he died, his voice filled with terror. A maze. Yi Dong frowned. What kind of place was this? I already told you, hey. The ninth princess appeared just in time, her black figure standing out conspicuously in the snow, making Inu stare blankly. Why is there another person here? Moreover, Inu sniffed, and why did this scent seem somewhat familiar? The ninth princess pretended not to see Inu and began to explain. The maze is a lifeline left by the ancestral emperor for criminals, and it is also the true exit from the bitter cold prison. She pointed to the increasingly bright spot in the distance, saying, only by navigating the maze can you regain your freedom. Otherwise, you'll spend your whole life in this bitter prison. That sounds very challenging, Yi Dong said, intrigued. It is indeed very challenging and dangerous. The ninth princess's expression turned serious. There is no daylight in the maze, it is always night, and it is even darker than the night outside. Therefore, you need to prepare enough bloodwood before going in, which is why these monsters are so desperate to steal bloodwood. However, although the maze is dangerous, it also offers many opportunities. The ancestral emperor has placed many treasures inside, including powerful weapons, precious potions, and even the legendary royal treasury. Many criminals come here for this reason. They are known as vault hunters. A vault hunter? Yi Dong asked with great interest. Tell me more about it. These guys will stockpile large amounts of bloodwood, form teams, and then enter the labyrinth to search for the treasure vault. The ninth princess explained. If you're lucky, you can make a fortune. If you're unlucky, you'll never get out. Are there any successful examples? Yes, otherwise so many people wouldn't be rushing to do it. The ninth princess continued. It is said that someone obtained a legendary weapon from the king's treasury, and someone else found a magical potion that can directly advance one's rank. That sounds interesting. Yi Dong stroked his chin. Then all I need now is the blood of a holy mother to advance. Looks like I'll have to go to the labyrinth. You'd better collect a lot of bloodwood first. Okay, Inu, let's split up. Okay, but I might not be able to get any. Inu was a little embarrassed. Most of the monsters in this area were of the 7th rank or higher, and he was really powerless here. In the following period, Yi Dong and Inu launched a large-scale operation to seize the bloodwood. Although Inu is only in skeletal form, and its flesh and blood have not fully recovered, its immortality makes it extremely difficult to deal with in battle. But it was just troublesome. They spent ages trying to get a single piece of bloodwood. It finally managed to reap a profit, only to have it snatched away by another monster, making it question its existence. Yi Dong's method was even simpler and more brutal. He would simply kill anyone who didn't cooperate with a single sword strike, grab the bloodwood, and leave cleanly and efficiently. With his physique enhanced by the Gobi Desert, dealing with these prisoners was basically an overwhelming task. Apart from the 6th sequence, no monster could defeat Yi Dong. Yi Dong was very efficient, accumulating more than 30 pieces of bloodwood in just half a day. Once he got the bloodwood, he put it in the devouring ball so that other monsters wouldn't know he had it, and those who did know would be dead. Yi Dong had no idea where the cult leader got the swallowing ball from. He had basically never seen anyone else with a spatial storage device. Not bad efficiency. Yi Dong counted his spoils with satisfaction. If I grab a little more, it should be enough to get into the maze. Just as Yi Dong was about to look around some more, he suddenly spotted an eye-catching building on a small hillside. It was a house built entirely of ice, which stood out starkly against the harsh environment of the prison. What interested Yi Dong the most was that behind the transparent ice wall, he could clearly see a large amount of bloodwood piled up inside, neatly stacked, with hundreds of them densely packed together. Is this the Vault Hunter's hideout? Yi Dong squinted, carefully observing the igloo. He could sense several powerful auras moving within, all likely at the 6th sequence level. Looks like someone you don't want to mess with. Yi Dong drew Azathoth from his waist and slowly raised it. But now I also want to find the king's treasury, so please lend me the bloodwood. The divine power within him began to surge, like volcanic magma churning underground. He decided to unleash 2 streams of divine power to ensure that this attack would completely kill them. Bang! Gunshots rang out like thunder, the sound waves echoing across the vast snowfield, startling snowbirds that were foraging in the distance. The next second, the sky began to change drastically, and dark clouds gathered at an incredible speed, forming a huge black vortex. This vortex was twice as big as usual, and its edges were shimmering with golden lightning like dragons. The treasure hunters inside the igloo instantly sensed a deadly danger. The powerful pressure made their hearts pound. Watch out! A rough voice rang out from inside the igloo. Roar! A terrifying roar echoed from the sky, and a golden-horned demon burst forth from the vortex. This demon was clearly more powerful and ferocious than before, with golden flames burning on its ram horns, muscles bulging like steel all over its body, and hellish flames burning in its eyes. Snap! Snap! The ram-horned demon crashed down, and at the same time, 2 divine protections rose up, one golden and one red. But the next second, the 2 divine protections cracked instantly under the terrifying impact, then shattered like glass, turning into countless points of light that dissipated into the air. This is impossible, came a desperate cry from inside the igloo. Boom! The immense impact instantly leveled the entire meticulously constructed igloo, its thick ice walls as fragile as paper, torn into countless fragments that flew everywhere. The ground was smashed into a huge crater with a diameter of more than 30 meters, and the crater walls were as smooth as a mirror. Smoke and dust filled the sky, and ice shards flew everywhere, making the whole scene look like the apocalypse. P.S. Thanks to Neojita de Go for the update reminder, since you're a little older than me. Chapter 148, Killing the Troll. Yi Dong nodded in satisfaction and put Azathoth away. The effect is good. Using the divine power is still the most enjoyable. Since entering the bitter cold prison a few days ago, divine power has been continuously flowing into my body, and I have already received more than 200 streams of it. Basically, all the surviving offspring you created earlier should have been promoted to the next level. The Atom family should have advanced to the 8th sequence by now. Although both the cult leader and the 9th princess said not to squander divine power, his current divine power is neither too much nor too little, and he is not far from 1%, so he will not lack it even if he uses it. Just as Yi Dong was about to collect the bloodwood in front of the vanished ice house, a furious roar suddenly came from the bottom of the pit, filled with resentment and anger. Roar! Damn sneak attacker! A huge figure leaped out of the smoke and dust, bursting out of the pit like a cannonball, and landed heavily in front of Yi Dong, stirring up a large snowflake. It was a troll over 4 meters tall, with muscles as bulging as a rock, and skin that was a rocky grayish-brown, covered with cracks like lightning bolts. Although he was covered in blood, his left arm was obviously broken, and there was a deep wound on his chest that exposed the bone. He still exuded a powerful and chilling aura. The 6th rank, and it's elite level. They're still alive. Yi Dong was somewhat surprised. This guy's vitality was truly remarkable. It seems the troll race's defensive capabilities are indeed well-deserved. Damn ambush! The troll roared, his massive fist slamming towards Yi Dong, the force of the punch like a thunderclap. I'll tear you to pieces and avenge my brothers. Before the fist even arrived, the terrifying force of the wind already made Yi Dong's cheeks sting. So Silverwing. Yi Dong's lips curled up as he abruptly retreated to dodge the troll's attack. The troll roared and charged forward, black lightning crackling on its fist as it slammed down on Yi Dong once more. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Yi Dong quickly grabbed the mechanical hamster behind him and pulled it in front of him. Bite! The sound of a fist striking metal rang out, and a tremendous force impacted the mechanical hamster, sending Yi Dong flying backward. Fortunately, he managed to regain his balance and came to a stop after leaving a long trail on the snow. The mechanical hamster stared at Yi Dong with its two small eyes, and suddenly a knife appeared in its hand, expressing its dissatisfaction. It's quite a tough little guy. Yi Dong smiled and hung the little hamster back on his back. Seeing the troll roaring and charging towards him again, Yi Dong raised Azathoth with his left hand and gripped Blacktail, sword in reverse with his right. Gobi, come out and greet the guests. Damn it, we've got a job. Gobi's excited voice rang in Yi Dong's mind, and a surge of dark blue flames instantly erupted from his body. A nearly 4-meter-tall phantom of a fire demon materialized behind Yi Dong, roaring angrily at the troll. Yi Dong's physical attributes surged instantly under the enhancement of the flames. His muscles tightened like steel, and faint, dark blue flame patterns appeared on his skin. His speed and strength were greatly improved. Yi Dong flashed forward, and the black-tail sword in his hand transformed into a black lightning bolt, aiming straight for the troll's throat. But the troll reacted quickly. With its rich combat experience, it immediately sensed the danger and swung its huge hand like a fan, trying to swat Yi Dong away. Laugh! The black-tail sword sliced through the air with a sharp whistling sound, leaving a deep wound on the troll's palm, revealing the white bone beneath. Green blood gushed out like a waterfall, emitting a pungent sulfurous smell, and dripped onto the snow, emitting puffs of white smoke. Damn bug! The troll roared in pain, his voice booming like thunder. I'll crush you into mincemeat. Its other fist, crackling with black lightning, slammed towards Yi Dong, the wind howling as if it were about to tear space apart. Yi Dong lightly touched the ground with his feet, used the momentum to leap backward, and completed a beautiful backflip in the air, while Azathoth appeared on his left hand. Try this one too. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and the horned demon descended from the sky, crashing heavily onto the troll's back. The immense impact created spiderweb-like cracks in the ground. The troll staggered a few steps after being hit, but quickly regained his balance and turned around to throw a punch at Yi Dong. This skin is really thick. Yi Dong clicked his tongue in amazement. Although the troll was covered in wounds, it was still full of energy. Looks like I need to get serious. The two began a fierce close-quarters fight. Yi Dong used his speed advantage to keep moving around, leaving wounds on the troll's body with his black-tail sword, while the troll used its powerful strength and defense to entangle him tightly. Each clash stirred up a flurry of snowflakes, and the ground was plowed with deep furrows by their battle. Although the troll was already severely injured, it was still a level higher than Yi Dong and had an elite bloodline. Yi Dong could guarantee that he would wear it down, but it would definitely take a lot of time. Let's not waste any more time. Yi Dong created distance, and his divine power began to surge, causing the black-tail sword to shimmer with golden light. The next second, Yi Dong's figure suddenly disappeared. As the troll frantically searched for him, he suddenly felt a pain in his chest and saw golden light blooming in his chest. Puff! Flesh and blood were blasted away, and a huge bloody hole was punched into the troll's chest by divine power. The troll staggered a few steps, then crashed to the ground, its 4-meter-tall body crushing a large patch of snow, and then fell silent. Yi Dong skillfully took out a small bottle to collect souls, and then began to count the spoils of war at the scene. More than 100 pieces of bloodwood, various rare materials, and a few decent pieces of equipment can be collected to equip the core members of the pregnancy god cult. Yi Dong put the items into the swallowing ball with satisfaction, then dragged the troll's heavy corpse toward the maze. This is too wasteful of divine power. The 9th princess appeared to the side, her eyes filled with heartache for the loss of divine power. It's okay, there will be many more in the future. The monsters lurking around watched this scene in shock, witnessing firsthand how a human single-handedly killed a 6th sequence elite bloodline. A whole Vault Hunter team, and they were wiped out just like that? They all kept their distance, afraid of provoking this killing god. Chapter 149, The Moving Maze. The entrance to the maze is beside a huge glacial crevasse. Inu sat in the snow, his skeleton covered with new cracks, and in some places he was even missing a few ribs, making him look particularly pitiful. Let me guess, you didn't even manage to snatch a single piece of bloodwood? Yi Dong dragged the troll's corpse to Inu, leaving a long trail of blood on the snow. Don't even mention it, Inu said dejectedly. I finally found a piece of bloodwood, but I was ganged up on by 3 7th sequence beasts. They circled around me and kicked me like they were playing football. I was almost torn to pieces. Ha ha. Yi Dong couldn't help but laugh out loud. The dignified white-boned prince is being kicked around like a football. Inu glanced at him, her heart filled with a desire to die. It's okay, I've prepared a gift for you. Yi Dong threw the troll's corpse in front of Inu. The heavy body slammed onto the snow, splashing up a large amount of snowflakes. A body with the bloodline of a sixth-order elite is enough for you. Inu was stunned, carefully examining the troll corpse. A 4-meter-tall body, skin as hard as rock, bulging muscles, and the powerful aura unique to elite bloodlines. This, you killed him? Inu was a little confused. Nonsense. Where else would it come from? Yidong rolled his eyes, took out a piece of dried meat from his pocket, and took a bite. Hurry up and claim it. We're going into the maze. Holy crap. Big Brother's awesome. Inu was so shocked his bones were trembling. Last time we met, you couldn't even beat me, and now you can solo a 6th sequence elite? What kind of monster are you? People, Yidong said calmly. Hurry up and take them over. It's getting dark. Inu took a deep breath and stopped talking nonsense. Although I am deeply shocked, now is not the time for sentimentality. Its skeleton began to make cracking sounds, like the snapping of bamboo. One by one, the bones began to split, from the thick femur to the thin finger bones, all turning into countless bone fragments the size of beans. These bone fragments wriggled like living things, making a rustling friction sound, and burrowed into the troll's mouth, nostrils, ears, and even pores. The troll's skeletal system was systematically replaced starting in the month of Een. Starting from the spine, it erodes segment by segment, with white bone fragments flowing like mercury, gradually replacing the original bones. Then the limbs, the sternum, and finally the skull. The troll's corpse convulsed, and green blood flowed from its 7 orifices. Meanwhile, Inu's consciousness was under tremendous pressure during this process, with the bodies of 2 different races undergoing intense rejection reactions. The whole process lasted all night. The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight fell on the snowfield, the troll's corpse suddenly opened its eyes. His once cloudy eyes became clear and bright, sparkling with Charles's characteristic cunning. How are you feeling? Yidong asked. Charles slowly sat up and stretched his new body. He clenched his fist. His muscles were as hard as steel, and his strength was several times greater than before. Powerful, incredibly powerful, Charles exclaimed excitedly, his voice still retaining its original tone. It stood up, its 4-meter-tall body towering like a small mountain, every muscle containing explosive power. Rock skin, lightning punches, and the talent for immense strength. Inu felt the abilities of his new body. I feel like I can smash a mountain with one punch. Very good. You can fight your way through the maze. I'm too lazy to lift a finger. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. Okay, it's red bean paste. Charles clenched his fist. The two arrived at the entrance to the maze, which was even more magnificent than they had imagined. A massive black gate stood at the edge of the snowfield, 200 meters high and 100 meters wide, constructed entirely of some unknown black metal. The door's surface is carved with intricate runes and patterns, some resembling ancient script, others like mysterious magic circles, and still others depicting various strange creatures in relief. There's no turning back once you go in. The 9th princess's shadow appeared beside Yidong. Yidong nodded, took out a piece of bloodwood from the swallowing ball, lit it, and used it as a torch. Flames leaped in the cold wind, casting swaying shadows. Let's go, seaweed strips. Yidong stepped through the door first. My name is Charles. Charles followed closely behind. Instantly, a strange feeling washed over me, as if I had been scanned from head to toe by some invisible force. Do we need to collect more information? I probably wanted to leave you a souvenir, seaweed strips, to mark my visit. Charles. The maze was more complex than I had imagined. The bloodwood torch in Yidong's hand could only illuminate a range of less than 10 meters around him. Anything further away was unseen. The stone wall, hundreds of meters high, was faintly visible at the edge of the firelight, its surface covered with damp moss and exuding a putrid smell. Moreover, these walls were moving slowly, emitting a low rumble, like the heartbeat of a giant beast. The entire maze is alive. The moving maze? Charles was a little nervous, his huge fists clenched, ready to fight at any moment. Yes, theoretically there are countless paths here. The 9th princess continued to explain. Every so often, the structure of the entire maze changes. The original paths disappear, and new paths appear. So you can only rely on luck here, don't try to rely on experience. The two continued deeper, their footsteps echoing in the narrow passage, reflected off the walls as eerie echoes. The ground was extremely slippery, and occasionally you could step on something soft and saggy, but you couldn't see what it was in the dark. The real danger in the maze is the monsters inside, the 9th princess continued, explaining. What monster? Charles asked, his voice echoing through the passage. Folded faces. The 9th princess's shadowy figure pointed ahead. They are the most dangerous beings in the labyrinth, capable of perfectly disguising themselves as any creature. including your companions. Upon hearing this, Yidong couldn't help but glance at Charles. If you have companions, they will replace your companions without your knowledge, mimicking them perfectly, even replicating their memories and personalities. Then they'll betray you at the most crucial moment and deliver a fatal blow. If you are alone, they will send out multiple monsters of the same level to swarm you. What's disgusting is that they won't kill you right away, but will slowly torture you to death and enjoy watching you struggle in despair. Charles swallowed hard. Then how do we identify them? They will reveal themselves when they suffer a fatal wound, the ninth princess replied. They only show their true colors when faced with a life or death situation. No sooner had he finished speaking than Yi Dong plunged the blacktail sword into Charles's head. Uft! The sharp blade pierced Charles's temple, and green blood flowed down the blade. What the hell? Are you out of your mind? Charles roared angrily, somewhat bewildered. But it did not manifest itself. It remained Charles in appearance. Let's do a test. Yi Dong calmly drew his sword and wiped the blood off the blade. Anyway, you won't die. So, do I have to test you like that too? No need. Yi Dong shook his head and said matter-of-factly. Anyway, you won't die, so I really don't care whether I live or die. Charles. Your logic. Charles was completely speechless, but what Yi Dong said did make a lot of sense. It is not afraid of death. Even if Yi Dong is fake and stabs it, it will not have any effect. In the bitter cold prison, it is only afraid of not having the bloodwood to keep its mind. It is not afraid of anything else. Actually, there was also imprisonment. Chapter 150 The Tragic Seaweed Strips. The two walked through the maze for about an hour, and the passages began to widen, while the ceilings became much higher. Corpses began to appear on the ground. Some had decomposed to the point of being just bones, while others still retained a relatively intact shape. Yi Dong squatted down and carefully examined the corpses. Most of them died in gruesome ways, and judging from their expressions, they must have suffered a lot before they died. Is this what Julienne did? Charles asked. Not entirely. The ninth princess shook her head. There are many dangers in the maze, and Julienne is just one of them. There are also traps, poison gas, mechanical beasts, and, she paused, other challengers. That's interesting. Charles rubbed his chin. It seemed he had learned something from Yi Dong. In such desperate situations, the evil in human nature is often amplified infinitely. The ninth princess's voice carried a hint of sarcasm. For a little food, a piece of bloodwood, or even just to vent their anger, they will turn on their own kind. Yi Dong continued to observe and soon discovered the anomaly. The corpses looked bizarre. They were mechanical structures covered in flesh and skin. These are the faceplates. The ninth princess was practically an instruction manual. Charles examined it closely and couldn't help but frown. Why would our grandfather make such a thing when he had nothing better to do? If we don't make things difficult for you, wouldn't it be too easy for you to come and go from that freezing prison? Yi Dong shook his head, stopped observing, and continued forward. The two hadn't gone far when they suddenly heard hurried footsteps coming from the darkness ahead. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps grew closer, accompanied by cries for help. Someone's coming. Inu clenched her fists alertly, and lightning began to flash on them. Help! Help me! A figure stumbled out of the darkness, nearly bumping into Yi Dong. Yi Dong raised the bloodwood torch, illuminating the face of the newcomer. It was a werewolf of medium build, covered in blood, with disheveled fur and eyes filled with fear and despair. Its left arm was severed at the elbow, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror, clearly severed by something sharp. There were also obvious bite marks on his right leg, and he walked with a limp. There's a monster behind me. A monster is chasing me. The werewolf screamed hysterically, his voice hoarse. What monster? Yi Dong asked, looking into the darkness ahead. Black. Lots of them. They're toying with me. The werewolf's eyes were almost crazed. They've been chasing me for 3 days and 3 nights. They don't kill me, they just keep chasing me. Just when I think I've gotten rid of them, they reappear. They bite off a piece of my flesh 1 minute and cut off a finger the next. They're torturing me. As the werewolf was talking, he suddenly buried his face in his hands and burst into tears, crying, I can't take it anymore. I really can't take it anymore. Yi Dong looked into the darkness behind the werewolf and could indeed sense something lurking there. It was an evil and twisted aura, like the chilling presence of a venomous snake eyeing its prey. But when he looked over, those things silently retreated into the deeper darkness, as if they had never existed. It seems like it's the face-folding one. Do you know where the Virgin Mary is around here? Yi Dong asked tentatively. But the werewolf had gone mad. He had been running in the dark for so long, and bloodwood was nowhere to be found. The despair of being tortured, coupled with the corruption of the true God, had driven him insane. Yi Dong sighed, drew his black-tailed sword, and sliced the werewolf across the neck. Laugh. The sharp blade severed the werewolf's neck as easily as cutting tofu. The wolf's head rolled to the ground, its eyes still filled with terror. Why did you kill it? Charles asked, somewhat displeased. The next second, the black-tailed sword pierced its head. Charles stared blankly at Yidong, his face filled with disbelief. Its skin began to peel off, revealing mechanical organs, which were then torn to shreds by the surging fire demons. Interesting. Yidong rubbed his chin. He hadn't even noticed when Charles had been replaced. Meanwhile, in another corner of the maze, Charles followed behind Yidong, his large footsteps making a dull thud on the slippery ground. Yidong suddenly stopped, the bloodwood torch in his hand illuminating the ground in front of him. Charles, something's wrong up ahead. There was something unusual there. The stone slabs on the ground were a slightly different color, and there were tiny gaps along the edges. Charles, you go and scout ahead first, Yidong said naturally, as if it were a matter of course. Okay. Charles frowned. He felt that something was off about Yidong, though he couldn't quite put his finger on it. Charles strode forward, and as soon as he stepped onto the suspicious stone slab, a crisp cracking sound rang out. The ground suddenly collapsed, revealing a pit tens of meters deep, with more than a dozen sharpened wooden stakes standing at the bottom, gleaming coldly in the blood-red firelight. Holy crap! Charles fell straight down, his massive body landing on the sharp wooden stake. Ah! The sharp wooden stake pierced Charles's buttocks without mercy, and Charles instantly felt that he would rather be dead. Yellow blood flowed down the wooden stake, gathering into a small puddle at the bottom of the trap. Charles was in excruciating pain, seeing stars. The troll's robust physique had kept him from dying, but the pain was real. It gritted its teeth, braced its hands against the trap wall, and pulled its body out of the wooden stake. The hissing sound as the stake was pulled out of his body was enough to make anyone's teeth ache, but Charles still managed to grunt several times. Are you all right? Yidong asked with concern from above, his voice sounding very worried. Damn it! Charles gasped as he climbed out of the trap, clutching his sore backside in pain. Next time, can't you go first? You're not going to die. What are you afraid of? Yidong retorted logically. Charles was speechless, indeed. Chapter 151 Treasure Guardian. The two continued on their way, but the journey ahead made Charles wonder if he had offended some unlucky deity. After walking a short distance, Charles stepped on a mechanism button that was almost invisible on the ground. Swish, swish. More than a dozen poison needles shot out from the wall, all of them piercing Charles's feet. Although the poison needle was not fatal, it contained a paralyzing toxin, causing Charles to lose sensation in his right foot instantly and walk with a limp. After walking a while, Charles looked up and accidentally bumped into a protruding stone on the wall. Boom! The mechanism was triggered, and a 1-ton boulder crashed down from above. Charles was unable to dodge in time and was hit on the head, bleeding profusely and almost kneeling on the ground. Is this maze poisonous? Charles rubbed the large bump on his head, on the verge of tears. Next came the poisonous fog trap. Charles stepped into a ditch in the ground, and green poisonous fog instantly poured out. The poisonous fog was extremely corrosive. Even the troll's tough skin was corroded into pits, exposing the flesh beneath. Cough, cough, cough. Charles frantically waved his hands to disperse the poisonous fog, tears and snot streaming down his face. Then came the ice spike trap. Charles had just emerged from the poisonous fog when the ground beneath his feet suddenly froze, and a dozen sharp ice spikes shot out from the ground. Although Charles reacted quickly, he was still stabbed in the thigh and arm. Next came the fire trap, where scorching flames spewed from the walls, burning Charles to a crisp. Finally, there was the rockfall trap, where the ceiling suddenly cracked and countless pebbles rained down. Charles was on the verge of a breakdown. Hey Yidong. Charles finally couldn't help but turn around and question after being hit in the backside with the 7th poisoned arrow. You've chosen a wrong path, haven't you? It's all traps. What's wrong, Charles? It's all random. There's nothing I can do about it. Charles frowned, scrutinized Yidong, and reviewed the conversation again, finally noticing something amiss. Yidong, what did you just call me? Charles narrowed his eyes, his voice turning dangerous. Charles, Yidong replied matter-of-factly, unaware of the seriousness of the problem. Wrong, Charles roared, his massive fist crackling with black lightning. He always called me seaweed. What? Fake Yidong was stunned for a moment, realizing that he had been exposed, and subconsciously took a few steps back. Go to hell, you fake. Charles was furious and charged at the fake Yidong like a cannonball. The black lightning on the fist grew brighter and brighter, and a crackling sound of electricity filled the air. Fake Yidong hurriedly dodged, but Charles was too fast, and his anger caused him to unleash power beyond his usual limits. Boom! A punch landed squarely on the fake Yidong's chest, the immense force instantly sending him flying more than 10 meters. Jia Yedong slammed into the wall, leaving a fist-sized dent in his chest, from which black liquid flowed. The next second, its skin began to peel away, revealing the intricate mechanical structure and shimmering circuitry beneath. As expected of a scoundrel, Charles gritted his teeth. He dares to play me for a fool. He's asking for death. At the same time, a piercing metallic scraping sound came from the surrounding darkness. A dozen pairs of red electronic eyes lit up in the darkness, staring at Charles like demons. More folded faces emerged from the shadows, each radiating the powerful aura of the sixth sequence. Charles was furious when he thought about how those folded faces had impersonated Yidong and caused him to fall into so many traps, especially the one with the buttocks. Damn it, all of you die. Lightning crackled and leaped wildly across Charles's fists, illuminating the entire passageway. The troll's roars shook the stone walls as Charles charged toward the troll-like group like a god of war. On the other side, Yidong was running wildly through the maze. The stone slabs underfoot were slippery and wet, and every step had to be taken with caution, otherwise one would slip and fall. A series of rapid footsteps sounded behind me, as hurried as raindrops hitting a roof. A dozen or so folded-faced wolves chased after him like hungry wolves. Gagaga. Hee. Click-clack. Yidong could sense the malice in these things' eyes. It wasn't just a simple desire to kill, but a cruel pleasure of toying with their prey. Ninth Princess, are you sure you can't fight head-on? Yidong asked as he ran, his back already soaked with sweat. The Ninth Princess's voice rang in his ears. The number of Zhou is endless. For every one you kill, more will come. Moreover, the maze can sense the battle and actively adjust its structure to guide more folds into the battle area. Simply put, the more you fight, the more enemies you encounter. That's really a twisted sense of humor. Yidong clicked his tongue. The Emperor's taste is truly perverse. A rumbling sound suddenly came from the passage ahead, and the walls on both sides began to slowly move towards the middle. The heavy stone walls emitted a heavy grinding sound, and the air was filled with the smell of stone dust. Yidong looked at the increasingly narrow passage, and a thought struck him. Gobi! Yidong shouted. A surge of blue flames erupted from Yidong's body, and the phantom of the fire demon roared behind him. With the amplification effect of the Gobi Desert, Yidong's speed increased dramatically, and he rushed towards the shrinking passage like a blue lightning bolt. The folded-faced creatures behind him also realized the urgency of the situation. They roared angrily and desperately tried to catch Yidong. The passageway has narrowed to only half a meter wide, making it impossible for ordinary people to squeeze through. Yidong turned sideways, feeling the pressure from the walls on both sides, and squeezed through at the last second before the walls were completely closed. Bang! The walls slammed against each other with deafening roars, and the entire maze trembled. Behind me came the angry roars of the folded-faced creatures, and the crackling sound of something being crushed into pieces. There was also the clanging sound of scattered mechanical parts, which sounded like at least 3 or 4 folded faces had been crushed to death. Yidong breathed a sigh of relief, leaned against the wall, and gasped for breath, beads of sweat dripping from his forehead onto the ground. Finally got rid of them. He wiped the sweat from his forehead. These damn things are really troublesome. Yidong looked around again and realized that he had come to a completely different place. This is no longer a narrow, cramped stone passageway, but a huge circular plaza. The ground was paved with smooth, mirror-like black stone slabs, engraved with intricate geometric patterns, which gleamed with a mysterious luster in the dim light. A mecha warrior, 10 meters tall, knelt silently in the center of the square. Its left hand holds a huge shield, on which a lifelike dragon pattern is carved. He held a giant sword 15 meters long in his right hand, the blade also covered with runes and radiating a sharp, cold light. Although it was still, it still exuded a suffocating pressure, like a sleeping dragon. What is this? Yidong asked. The treasure guardian, the ninth princess replied. Defeat it, and you will obtain the treasure here. What is its strength? Always be one level above the challenger. The sixth sequence, Yidong began to ponder. You can't bring the fire demon in. It only accepts one challenger at a time. The ninth princess's words made Yidong frown. Without the Gobi Desert, he would be unable to fight against the sixth sequence. He would probably be killed with a single sword strike. If all else fails, use divine power to strengthen Azathoth and blast its core away with a single shot. It's time for Azathoth to change his bullets. As for why the trolls don't absorb them, it's because he needs the trolls to win over Charles's heart. After all, He really needed it. The future of the Undead Legion depended on it. Just as Yi Dong was pondering, a rumbling sound rang out. The side wall suddenly began to move, and the heavy stone wall slowly rose up, revealing a wide entrance. A squad of monsters emerged from the darkness, their footsteps echoing through the empty square. There were 5 monsters in total, and each of them was quite powerful, exuding the strong aura of the 7th sequence. Leading the way was a humanoid monster covered in flowers and plants, the 7th sequence, wreath, and miscellaneous creature. The second one was a spider-like monster, as big as a car, the 7th sequence, a blood spider, a small fry. The third one is just a skeleton covered in bone armor, the 7th sequence, an undead skeleton, a small fry. The fourth was their leader, a ghoul carrying an ancient fire pot, the 6th rank, the minions. What interested Yi Dong the most was the figure walking at the very back of the group. She was a girl who looked to be in her early 20s, with delicate features and a calm demeanor. She wore a dark blue battle robe and carried a beautifully designed long sword on her back. Humans, the 7th sequence. Yi Dong rarely saw humans venturing out into the world. In the dark world, humans were at the very bottom. If it weren't for the Demon Hunter organization and the Emperor God cult, they might have long been reduced to materials only used to make human oil lamps and human blood lamps. P.S. Thanks to Running Dead Salty Fish for the inspiration capsules. They're crunchy and delicious. Thank you to Niankong, who loves colorful curry chicken, for the update reminder charm. Thank you so much. Thank you to Muimu for the 2 update reminder charms. Thank you so much, brother. Thank you to 5 o'clock for the update reminder charm. Thank you, big brother. Thanks to the person whose name I can't type for the update reminder charm. I really can't type their name. Asterisk, asterisk. Thank you to user 11099846 for the boba milk tea. Wow, I tasted the boba in one sip. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and contributed to this cause. Love you all. So many gifts today. I'll add an extra chapter for you guys tomorrow and finish the Bitter Cold Prison storyline as soon as possible so we can start the national war. Chapter 152, challenging those above their level. The flower and plant monster sensed Yi Dong's presence as soon as it entered the plaza. Kid, get lost if you know what's good for you, it shouted in a sharp, piercing voice, as unpleasant as fingernails scraping glass. We've reserved this treasure. If you don't leave now, I'll turn you into fertilizer. The blood spider also assumed an attack stance, its 8 legs scraping against the ground with a piercing sound. Oh, really? Yi Dong raised an eyebrow and reached out to Azathoth in his arms. These guys look unfriendly, and he doesn't mind eliminating these threats first. But just as tensions were about to rise, the ghoul captain suddenly spoke up. Stop, Wreath. Treasures should belong to the capable. Do not let your own kind kill each other. Our real enemy is folded faces, not each other. The flower wreath was stunned, and the other team members looked at each other, clearly confused by their captain's words. Flower Wreath spoke first, her voice shrill. Captain, didn't you just turn a cyclops into a specimen? The undead skeleton added. Yes, Captain, you said it's hindering our operations and needs to be removed. And they even said that the weak are not qualified to receive treasures. The ghoul captain coughed and kicked the undead skeleton away. It glanced at Yi Dong, then at Azathoth, which Yi Dong had already captured, and couldn't help but swallow hard. Just now, it witnessed Yi Dong almost wipe out a treasure hunter team with a single shot outside. Do you think it would dare to provoke such an expert? Stop talking nonsense. Who's the captain? After saying that, the ghoul smiled at Yi Dong. Young brother, please don't take offense. These idiots don't know any better. Yi Dong put away Azathoth, thinking to himself that this ghoul was a clever one. Young man, this treasure is yours. We won't get involved. The ghoul waved to his minions and prepared to leave. But Yi Dong shook his head, and the ghoul paused in his steps. Young man, I have no interest in this treasure. You can take it. As he spoke, Yi Dong sat down cross-legged and leaned against the stone wall to rest, and even started roasting meat with bloodwood. The ghoul was stunned for a moment. With such a powerful figure watching it from the side, it dared not challenge it. What if the other party had designs on it? Wouldn't it be doing all the work for someone else for nothing? Haha, we don't have any ideas either. The ghoul chuckled, gave his underlings a look, and was about to leave when he saw Yi Dong pull out Azathoth again. Wait, we finally found this treasure. How can we just give it up like this? Let's take it. The team members were a bit confused, not understanding what was wrong with their captain today, feeling like he was acting like an idiot. Could it be that he was replaced by Julien? To verify the captain's authenticity, the flower garland appeared behind him, and steel blade-like vine tentacles wrapped around the ghoul's neck and pulled wildly. A wreath. The ghoul flew into a rage, bit off a tentacle from its neck, turned around and kicked out, sending the poor wreath flying right in front of the treasure guardian. The challenge begins. A dull mechanical sound rang out, and a layer of light screen lit up in the center of the square, surrounding the wreath and the treasure guardian, forming a battle zone. The wreath looked up in bewilderment and saw the guardian's greatsword already falling. Bang! The greatsword crashed down, and the wreath was instantly killed. The ghoul cursed again, then pointed at the girl at the very back, signaling her to take on the challenge. As treasure hunters, they know these treasure guardians all too well. Ordinary nobodies have no chance of passing through. Therefore, they recruit team members who can challenge those of higher levels. This girl is one of the team members they have found. It only has the 9th sequence, but it can kill monsters of the 8th and 7th sequences with overwhelming force, which is quite abnormal. Although the ghouls didn't know why, as long as it was obedient and usable, that was fine. Yidong also looked up, curiously observing the girl. How can a bloodline like humans, which isn't even considered a small fry, possibly challenge a level above them? The girl nodded slowly, said nothing, and walked straight towards the battle area. The light curtain sensed the new challenger, emitted a buzzing electrical sound, and slowly rose, surrounding the girl and the 10-meter-tall treasure guardian. Boom! The mechanical joints creaked and groaned as the treasure guardian stood like a small mountain. Its eyes glowed red as it scanned the tiny human girl before it. Target confirmed. Human, 9th sequence. The challenge begins. The synthesized mechanical voice echoed in the square, cold and indifferent. The guardian raised his greatsword and slashed down fiercely. But faced with a giant sword powerful enough to split mountains and shatter rocks, the girl simply exhaled softly. Her right hand slowly grasped the long sword behind her back, her movements elegant and composed, as if she were performing some kind of sacred ritual. The sword wind howled, accompanied by a sharp sound of tearing through the air. But at that moment, the girl moved. Clang! The crisp sound of a sword being drawn rang out like silver bells, echoing in the empty square. A streak of snow-white light flashed through the air, like a shooting star streaking across the night sky, beautiful yet deadly. Laugh! A soft sound, like silk being torn. The giant sword broke in two in midair, the cut surfaces as smooth as a mirror. Interesting. The ghoul's eyes widened. We've really struck gold. The guardian abandoned the great sword and attacked with his shield, which slammed down on the girl like a mountain. The girl remained calm, as if the person before her was not a terrifying guardian, but an ordinary scarecrow. She took a light step forward and swung her long sword again. The target this time is the guardian's shield. Laugh! With another soft click, the seemingly indestructible shield was split in two. The guardian stood frozen in place, staring at the shield in his hand, lost in thought. Yidong frowned as well. Something was wrong with this girl. She was using the simplest of attacks, yet the power was terrifying. The girl seized the opportunity, her figure flashing like a ghost in front of the guardian, her long sword twirling lightly in her hand. The blade traced a graceful arc in the air before accurately piercing the guardian's breastplate. Laugh! With a third soft sound, the treasure guardian's breastplate was easily sliced open, revealing the shimmering energy core inside. It was a fist-sized blue crystal, spinning rapidly and emitting intense energy fluctuations. Without hesitation, the girl plunged the knife into the heart of the wound. Snap! The sound of shattering crystal rang out, and the red light in the guardian's eyes dimmed instantly. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. The energy core went out of control and triggered a chain reaction. The guardian's massive body began to collapse, scattering various mechanical parts all over the ground. Finally, it crashed to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. The entire process, from start to finish, took less than a minute. Chapter 153 Legendary Weapon, 7-Star Sword. The light curtain dissipated, and the girl silently retreated to the back of the line. She didn't look at the guardian's corpse, nor did she pay attention to her teammates' shock, as if the battle just now had nothing to do with her. At the same time, a beautifully crafted treasure chest slowly rose up next to the guardian's corpse. A treasure chest! Blood Spider exclaimed excitedly. Open the box. Open the box. The undead skeleton was also very excited. The ghoul licked its chapped lips, its eyes gleaming with greed. Its mind was now filled with thoughts of treasure. Give me a legendary weapon, please, baby. The ghoul walked toward the treasure chest, its face filled with excitement. But just then, the ghoul caught a glimpse of a cold light out of the corner of his eye, and he stopped in his tracks, grabbing his two underlings as he did so. Captain, what's wrong? Blood Spider turned around in confusion, and the undead skeleton was equally bewildered. Good things should be shared. The ghoul cursed Yi Dong's ancestors for 18 generations in his mind. Hey buddy, want to open a box together? The blood spider and the undead skeleton were even more confused. They felt that the captain was being far too polite to this human. Yi Dong nodded and got up to go to the treasure chest. The treasure chest is made of a very special material. Its surface is as smooth as a mirror, yet it feels as warm and smooth as jade. Without hesitation, Yi Dong opened the treasure chest. Suddenly, a golden light appeared, so bright that the people had to shield their eyes. As the light faded, Yi Dong took out a beautifully crafted dagger. The dagger was entirely black, like the deepest night sky. Strange patterns are engraved on the blade, spreading across the entire surface like blood vessels, and shimmer with a faint red glow under the light. In addition, there is a dagger sheath. The scabbard was made of some unknown material and had a deep blue color. The most dazzling feature is the 7 stars of different colors inlaid on the dagger. They slowly rotated on the scabbard, their 7 colors intertwining to create a magnificent sight. The shadowy figure of the 9th princess appeared beside Yi Dong, a look of shock flashing in her eyes. A legendary weapon. The legendary 7-star sword. A legendary weapon? Is my luck that good? Yi Dong carefully examined the dagger in his hand. The ghouls standing nearby were dumbfounded. A legendary weapon had actually been unearthed. The 7-star sword was forged by the ancestral emperor using the souls of 7 princes who died unexpectedly. It is a national treasure of the Kingdom of Hao. Its only function is to cut through everything. Whether it's ordinary ironware, legendary equipment, or even the body of a crippled god, it can cut through them all with ease. Any defense is futile against it. Upon hearing this introduction, the ghoul's eyes instantly turned red. Nothing is beyond cutting? This weapon is practically a bug. With this sword, all armor and defensive skills are useless. Driven by curiosity, Yi Dong picked up the 7-star treasure knife and made a light cut, as if slicing tofu. Laugh. The hard metal treasure chest was instantly sliced open, the cut surface as smooth as a mirror, and the cut metal pieces fell to the ground with a crisp clanging sound. That's interesting, Yi Dong said thoughtfully. His curiosity grew even stronger, so he picked up the scabbard and tried it out. The 7-star sword gently slashed at the scabbard. Bite. Unexpectedly, when the blade struck the scabbard, it produced a metallic clanging sound. There wasn't even a scratch on the scabbard. Instead, the blade of the 7-star sword trembled slightly. Huh. Yi Dong looked at the scabbard in surprise. This scabbard is even more powerful than the sword. That's not the case. It's just that the scabbard happens to be one of the types that the 7-star treasure blade cannot cut, and it was made from the prince's skin. Interesting. Yi Dong touched the scabbard. The prince's death was not an accident. Perhaps. No one who can become an emperor is a pushover. Yi Dong satisfiedly sheathed the 7-star sword and then tucked it into his bosom. With this sword, I won't have to worry about encountering monsters with high defense anymore. The ghoul watched Yi Dong's actions, and the greed in its eyes grew stronger. It stared intently at Yi Dong's chest, as if trying to see a hole through it. The 7-star sword. Legendary divine weapons. If you get it, you can become the king of the maze. Treasure guardians and face folders are no match for them. At that time, all the treasures in the entire maze will be yours. Thinking of this, the ghoul's breathing became rapid. It glanced at Yi Dong furtively, plotting how to seize the 7-star sword. A direct confrontation is definitely not an option. This human is too strong. But you could try to ambush him or strike when he's off guard. As long as I can obtain the 7-star sword, it's worth paying any price. Thinking of this, a ruthless glint flashed in the ghoul's eyes, and he suddenly raised the fire pot in his hand. This fire pot is not an ordinary container, but a special magical artifact. The vessel is made of ancient bronze, and its surface is engraved with various flame patterns. Inside, it contains the deadly flames of elite fire demons. As the ghoul's magic was infused, the runes began to glow and heat up. Burning flames. The ghoul roared, and the flask tilted violently. Large amounts of eerie blue flames poured out of the spout like a waterfall, reaching extremely high temperatures that even distorted the air. But, you damn fool, you dare use my fire in front of me? The phantom of the fire demon appeared behind Yi Dong, opening its huge mouth and swallowing all the flames. Yi Dong was already on guard. He sensed danger the moment the ghoul raised the flask. You're so unlike Silverwing. Yi Dong's voice came from beside the ghoul. The ghoul was startled and quickly turned around. But Yi Dong was too fast. By the time it reacted, the black-tail sword had already pierced its neck, and the huge phantom of the fire demon was also biting at it. Damn it, there's another fire demon. Enraged, the ghoul, having torn off its mask, was no longer afraid. It pulled out the dagger from its neck and quickly retreated to avoid the attack from the Gobi Desert. A 6 series trash, Gobi, do you think we can kill it? Absolutely necessary. Yi Dong smiled, raised Azathoth, and fired. Bang! Gunshots rang out like thunder, and the horned demon descended from the sky. The blood spider and the undead skeleton finally recognized Yi Dong. Wasn't this the terrifying guy outside? At the time, they only saw Azathoth charging down from afar and didn't know that it was Yi Dong who summoned it. The two monsters trembled with fear and tried to run away, but it was too late. The horned demon had included them in its attack range. Boom! The explosion was deafening, and the entire square trembled. The massive shockwave spread like a tsunami, engulfing everything in its path. A huge crater was blasted into the rocky ground, and the ghoul withstood the blow with dread. But its two henchmen died from the shot, while only the girl, who was standing further away, escaped the attack. The ghoul shook off the blood and realized that Yi Dong was nothing special. He had only managed to injure it a little. But the next second, Yi Dong suddenly rushed out from the smoke and dust, his black-tailed sword once again stabbing into its neck, while the fire demon also bit one of its arms. Get out of my way. The ghoul roared and slammed its right fist into Yi Dong's abdomen, but Yi Dong blocked it with one hand. Even so, the powerful force still sent it flying. You're nothing special either, the ghoul sneered. Damn it, look at your left arm, Gobi sneered. The ghoul paused for a moment, then looked down at its left arm, only to see that it had been bitten off at the root, with a ghostly blue flame burning at the cut. Chapter 154 Beauty Meets Beast. 10 minutes later, the ghoul collapsed in a pool of blood. Green blood gushed out, forming a small puddle on the ground. But it is not dead yet. The powerful vitality of the sixth sequence still sustains it. Young man, spare my life. Its voice was so weak it was almost inaudible, and its eyes were filled with fear and regret. If time could be reversed, it would never covet that 7-star sword. But there's no going back. It's too late, Yi Dong said expressionlessly. I hate fickle people the most. The ghoul really wanted to curse, even though he himself was a fickle and unpredictable guy. I'll kill any guy who's prone to changing his mind. Yi Dong chuckled. You beast. The ghoul's angry curses stopped abruptly. The 7-star sword easily sliced open its neck, as if cutting tofu. Nothing is spared from its erosion. Its reputation is well-deserved. Green blood gushed out like a spring, quickly forming a pool of blood on the ground. The ghoul's eyes lost their luster, and all life was extinguished. Yi Dong skillfully took out a small bottle, drew a magic circle, and summoned the pitiful creature to collect souls. Then he looked at the ghoul's corpse and hesitated. Although it is the 6th sequence, it is the most common trash fish. Feeling that feeding it to Azathoth wouldn't provide any improvement, Yi Dong ultimately decided against consuming it. After dealing with the spoils, Yi Dong turned to look at the girl. The girl was leaning against the wall, her face somewhat pale. How are you? Although he had just killed a ghoul, he still didn't want to fight back against such a rare fellow human in the wild. Upon hearing Yi Dong's voice, the girl abruptly raised her head, her eyes filled with terror. No, don't come any closer, she said, her voice trembling so soft it was almost inaudible. You're not going to be scared out of your wits, are you? Yi Dong rubbed his chin. Am I that scary, ninth princess? Madmen are quite scary. Yi Dong shook his head, turned and left. He still had to find Charles. The bloodwood in that guy's hands should be almost burned out. He hoped to find it before Charles went crazy. It doesn't matter if we can't find them. Even if they're crazy, they can still produce offspring. Watching Yi Dong's departing figure, the girl leaned against the wall, squatted down in anguish, and images kept flashing through her mind. It was a sunny spring afternoon. A 10-year-old girl is hanging clothes out to dry with her mother in the yard. My mother is beautiful, with long, milky white hair. However, the gate to the yard was suddenly kicked open. A group of angry villagers rushed in, carrying various farm tools. A witch. She's a witch. Burn her. Burn this monster. It's all her fault. She's the one who killed our child. An angry roar surged forth like a tsunami, filled with hatred and malice, as stones, sticks, and all sorts of debris rained down on the mother. The mother collapsed to the ground in agony, blood streaming down her forehead and staining her milky white hair red. The angry villagers dragged the mother out of the yard and towards the open space at the village entrance. The mother was tied to a wooden stake, with firewood piled at her feet. The torch was lit and thrown onto the woodpile. Orange flames suddenly shot up, licking at the mother's dress. But even in such a painful moment, she did not curse anyone. Only piercing screams echoed in the night sky. They're all monsters. They're all monsters. Humans are the real monsters. The girl kept repeating this sentence, her eyes filled with fear. After saying that, She turned and ran. She ran wildly through the dark passage, her footsteps echoing between the stone walls. The scene from just now kept flashing through my mind. The way Yidong raised his gun, his cold eyes, and the ghoul's dying screams. All of this reminded her of the nightmares of her childhood. Call. The girl was panting heavily, her forehead covered in cold sweat. After running for about 10 minutes, the girl finally ran out of energy and leaned against the wall to rest. Her legs were trembling, and her breathing became rapid. Calm down, she told herself. He's not one of those villagers. He was just protecting himself. But this kind of self-comfort is of no use. The fear was deeply rooted in her heart and could not be eliminated with just a few words. Just then, the sounds of fierce fighting came from ahead. Boom! Roar! Die, you son of a bitch! A rough voice echoed through the passageway, filled with anger and murderous intent. The girl slowed her pace out of curiosity and cautiously made her way towards the sound. She pressed herself against the wall, inching forward little by little. As she rounded a bend, she saw a 4-meter-tall troll fighting against more than a dozen folded-face monsters. The troll's entire body was covered in wounds, not a single patch of undamaged flesh. Deep claw marks stretched from his chest to his abdomen, with green blood gushing out. His left arm was clearly fractured and hung limply at his side. Several bloody holes were also bitten on his right leg, leaving bloody marks with every step he took. But it showed no sign of backing down. Lightning crackled on his fist, each punch carrying devastating power. Bang! With a single punch, he pierced through the chest of a man with a folded face. Mechanical parts and circuit boards flew everywhere, emitting a piercing electrical hum. Damn it, a bunch of junk dares to mess with me. The troll roared, fighting with his life on the line. Although the number of folded-face men was large, they began to feel somewhat intimidated in the face of this madman, who was completely fearless. Their tactic is to slowly torture the enemy, enjoying their pain and despair. This tactic is effective against most enemies. But this troll doesn't play by the rules at all. Instead of being afraid of getting injured, they became even more frantic. The pain seemed to have awakened its inner beast, making it even more dangerous. You trash, the troll cursed as he fought. Come on, keep going. If I back down today, I'll eat shit. The men with folded faces looked at each other, somewhat at a loss. This guy is a complete madman. He doesn't care about his own life at all, and they can't feel any joy in hunting from him. Finally, the folded-face creatures began to retreat one by one, disappearing into the dark passage. Don't run away if you dare, the troll roared as it chased after them. I haven't had enough yet. A bunch of spineless good-for-nothings. But the folded-face creatures have completely disappeared and dare not appear again. After the battle, the troll sat on the ground, panting heavily. It has expended a lot of energy and needs to rest for a while. The scattered remains of more than a dozen folded-face creatures testified to the fierce battle that had just taken place. On the other side, the girl's eyes shone with light. This was the companion she needed. P.S. Thanks to Dust-Sealed Acid for the boba milk tea, I drank it all. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and contributed to this cause. Love you all. Chapter 155 The Bloodstained Wooden House in the Maze. Yidong, where are you? Inside the maze, Charles sat on the ground, the green blood no longer flowing, his wounds beginning to heal slowly under the troll's powerful regenerative abilities. It pulled out the last piece of bloodwood from its bosom, its expression as if it were about to cry. There's only one left. It cursed under its breath, then carefully lit the bloodwood, its movements as gentle as if it were caressing a lover. The crimson flames leaped in the darkness, bringing a touch of warmth and illuminating Charles's worried expression. But Charles knew perfectly well that a piece of bloodwood could only burn for 2 hours at most, and once that time was up, the erosion of the true god's consciousness would begin. It can't even imagine what it will become then. Where did that bastard Yidong run off to? Charles muttered to himself, drawing circles on the ground with his huge finger as he spoke. I should never have let it carry all the bloodwood. This is really bad. Just as Charles was wallowing in self-pity, a soft voice came from the darkness. Do you need bloodwood? Charles looked up sharply and saw lightning crackling and leaping across his fist. Who's there? Get out here, it roared, its voice echoing through the passage. The girl slowly emerged from the shadows, holding a burning piece of bloodwood in her hand. The dim light illuminated her pale face, making her look exceptionally frail. Hello, do you need bloodwood? The girl asked softly. Charles squinted, scrutinizing the human girl before him. What do you want to do? It asked warily. I want to work with you. Charles paused for a moment, then gave a ferocious grin, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. Little girl, do you know? In this harsh prison, cooperating is suicide. The last human I cooperated with has been devoured by me, leaving not even bones behind. Of course, Charles was referring to Yidong. The girl shook her head. You can't beat me. I'm cooperating with you so you can help me fight against humans. Huh. Charles picked at his ear. He could only hear the girl insulting him, and couldn't hear what she said after that. Let's give it a try. Charles stood up, a cruel smile on his face. Don't cry later, okay? As soon as he finished speaking, Charles suddenly pushed off with his feet and punched the girl. He could already imagine the scene of this idiot being killed by his punch. However, the girl only slashed with her sword once. A white blade of light flew towards them, but Charles did not dodge it. It had already sensed the girl's presence, but what harm could a super weakling in the ninth sequence possibly do? The next second, the blade grazed Charles's left arm, and then, oh! Charles screamed and stopped abruptly, picking up his left arm from the ground and quickly distancing himself from the girl. With just one cut, its left arm was severed at the root. Wah! Why am I so unlucky? Charles was on the verge of tears, feeling wronged. Ever since he met Yidong, his misery had never stopped. First, he was toyed with by a facehugger, then kicked around like a soccer ball, and then his face was folded and played with in the maze. Now, a girl from the ninth sequence has cut off his arm. That correct? It's truly shameful that a prince of the Kingdom of Bones has fallen to such a state. Wanna cooperate? The girl sheathed her knife. If we encounter monsters, I'll protect you. If we encounter humans, you protect me. Cooperate. Charles didn't hesitate at all. A wise person knows when to yield. It was really going to give up, since it hadn't seen any other humans in the maze besides her and Yidong, so it wouldn't have to lift a finger. But why would this girl be afraid of humans? Charles figured that she must have some hidden treasure that gave her such great strength. Otherwise, how could the ninth sequence have managed to hurt him? Okay, I'll give you a piece of bloodwood first. The girl put 2 fingers in her mouth, making a strange gesture. Shoo! As the whistle sounded, a cry suddenly came from above, followed by the whooshing sound of wind breaking through the air. It instinctively looked up and saw a red shadow descending from the sky, its trajectory incredibly precise, aimed directly at its forehead. What is that? Bang! A half-meter-long piece of bloodwood struck Charles squarely on the forehead with a dull thud, making him see stars and leaving the entire ogre stunned. Although the troll's body is very sturdy, being hit by the bloodwood like that still hurts a lot, especially falling from such a height. It's like being hit by a hammer. The girl paused for a moment, then gave an awkward laugh. Sorry, Xiaoqing is a bit naughty. Charles rubbed the rapidly swelling bump on his head, looked at the bloody wood on the ground, then at the girl, and was speechless. It realized that this harsh, cold prison was its nemesis. How did you do that? Do you have connections in heaven? The girl didn't answer, but just looked at it quietly, her eyes filled with a hint of mystery. Fine, don't tell me then. Charles, gritting his teeth against his headache, bent down to pick up the bloodwood and stuffed it into his pocket. Judging from the girl's appearance, she shouldn't lack bloodwood, so I'm safe for now. Bloodwood is life itself in the bitter cold prison. With bloodwood, one can survive. Without it, one can only go insane. By the way, what's your name? Charles asked while rubbing his left arm. Human Butcher. Human Butcher? Charles scratched his head. This name was incredibly sinister, even though she herself seemed afraid of humans. My name is Charles. It's Charles, don't get it wrong. Charles, I understand. The butcher nodded. Meanwhile, on the other side of the maze, Yidong had just dealt with a dishonest lizard monster, and green blood was still dripping from his black-tailed sword. Charles, where are you? Yidong sighed. He had already killed several monsters that had been wandering in the maze, but he still had no information about the whereabouts of Charles and the Virgin Mary. Just then, the familiar metallic scraping sound came from behind again. Sizzle sizzle. That tooth-grinding sound was like fingernails scratching a blackboard. They're here again? Yidong turned around and saw more than a dozen pairs of red electronic eyes shining in the darkness, like demons from hell. It's like a persistent ghost. The folded-faced creatures caught up again, seemingly particularly interested in Yidong, and relentlessly pursued him. Gobi Desert, get ready to run away. A ghostly blue flame ignited on Yidong's body, enveloping him in a blue light and instantly increasing his speed. He frantically traversed the maze's passages, with the folded-faced figure relentlessly pursuing him, its metal joints creaking and groaning in a chilling manner. Turn left, turn right, go straight, then turn left again. Yidong, guided by his intuition, darted aimlessly through the maze, trying to shake off his pursuers. The walls receded rapidly in his eyes, and he occasionally had to dodge traps that suddenly appeared. Suddenly, he saw something strange. At a corner of the maze passage, there was a small house built of bloodwood. The room wasn't big, only about 20 square meters, but it seemed particularly out of place in this environment. What the hell? Yidong was stunned. There are houses in the maze? Chapter 156, The Many-Eyed Taoist. There are houses in the maze, which is quite unusual, but now is not the time to stop and study them. Yidong continued running wildly, circling around in the maze. Finally, after circling around for a full half-hour, he got rid of those annoying wrinkles. Phew, I'm finally free. He leaned against the wall, panting heavily, his forehead covered in sweat. Wiping away his sweat, Yidong headed towards the Bloodwood house, relying on his general location. He was intrigued by the strange little house. Building a house in such a dangerous maze was either the work of a madman or for some ulterior motive. Yidong cautiously returned and quickly found the strange little house. The house was built entirely of bloodwood, with each piece of wood polished smooth and the joints fitting together perfectly, showing that the builder had put a lot of thought into it. The house had doors and windows, and there were even curtains made of some kind of animal hide hanging on the windows. A wooden sign stood at the entrance, with neat handwriting that read, "Welcome to Duoma Tea House." A tea house? Yidong frowned. Interesting. He pushed open the door, and a rich aroma of tea wafted out, mixed with a comforting scent of spices. The interior furnishings were unexpectedly elegant. A round table made of bloodwood sat in the center, its surface polished to a shine, upon which rested an exquisite tea set. Several bloodwood chairs surrounded the table, each covered with a soft animal hide cushion. In the corner was a bloodwood stove boiling water, the kettle making a gurgling sound. Beside the stove, a large, fat man was fast asleep in a deck chair. This fat man was as big as a sumo wrestler, with layers of fat, but what was most striking about him was not his size, but the eyes that covered his entire body. His body was covered with eyes of all sizes, some blue, some green, some red, some purple, and some even gold. Some eyes were open, curiously observing Yidong, while others were closed, seemingly resting. His largest eye was located in the center of his forehead, about the size of a fist, with a pupil as deep as a bottomless abyss. Strangely, the fat man had a kind expression and a gentle smile, giving him the feel of a quirky, neighborly uncle. Elite bloodline, multi-eyed Taoist. Oh, we have guests. The fat man stretched and opened the largest eye on his forehead. His voice was gentle and had a relaxing magnetic quality. Other eyes also opened, and hundreds of eyes stared at Yidong at the same time. Please have a seat. Please have a seat, the many-eyed Taoist greeted warmly. Welcome, our 1,700th guest. The shop is in a pretty out-of-the-way spot, Yidong said as he sat down. Haha, I had no choice, the many-eyed Taoist said with a smile, getting up and grabbing the kettle from the stove. Come, have a cup of tea. The tea here is of the finest quality, a blend of moss and leaves from the depths of the labyrinth. It is invigorating and relieves fatigue. Yidong took the tea and tentatively asked, How long have you been running this shop, Taoist master? Oh dear, it's been too long. I can't remember clearly. The many-eyed Taoist sighed, stroking his beard with a smile. It could be 50 years, or it could be 100 years. Anyway, it's been a long time. It has been quite a while. Yidong held the teacup in his hand, observing the tea. The tea had an eerie purplish-red color and was still steaming. Try it, he recommended. Yidong looked at the strangely colored tea but didn't drink it. Instead, he asked, Why did you stay in the maze for so long, Taoist master? Of course, it's to study the patterns of the maze. All of Duoma Doran's eyes lit up, and he looked very excited. Such a large maze, with walls that can move, there must be a pattern to it. Once you grasp the pattern, you can easily find the exit, and even the legendary king's treasury. Yidong nodded. Has the Taoist priest figured out anything? The expression on Duoma Doran's face instantly fell. All his eyes drooped, and he looked extremely dejected. Sigh, don't even mention it. He sighed heavily. After so many years of research, I've discovered a cruel truth. What truth? This maze has absolutely no pattern. The multi-eyed Taoist slammed his fist on the table in anger, making the teacups jump. The movement of the walls is completely random. I drew millions of maps and recorded tens of millions of changes, only to find that there was absolutely no pattern. That old bastard, the ancestral emperor, never intended for anyone to find a pattern when he designed it. Hearing this, Yidong was somewhat disappointed. He had originally hoped to get some useful information from this old monster who had been in the maze for decades. Seeing Yidong's disappointed expression, the multi-eyed Taoist suddenly smiled mysteriously. However, he lowered his voice, all his eyes narrowing. Although the maze has no pattern, the folding of the face does. Is there a pattern to the folded face? Yidong immediately became interested. That's right, the many-eyed Taoist said excitedly. You think folding faces is just for torturing prisoners? Wrong. Utterly wrong. He stood up, his obese body appearing particularly bulky in the cramped space. While folded faces do play a part in preventing too many criminals from escaping, their true purpose. The Taoist with many eyes paused deliberately to create suspense. What is it? Yidong asked cooperatively. They are guarding the burial goods. Taoist Duoma chuckled. Did you know? This maze isn't actually a prison. It's a cemetery. Cemetery. That's right. It's the tomb that the ancestral emperor built for his 6 princes who died unexpectedly. Gold and silver treasures, divine weapons, precious medicinal materials, and even inheritances were all buried with the deceased. And the main burial chamber is the legendary royal treasure vault. At this point, the Taoist with many eyes was shining, and his mouth was practically watering. No one knows what's in the king's treasury, but it must be incredibly rich. And the folded face exists to protect these burial objects. Yidong nodded thoughtfully. Do you intend to deduce the location of the treasure vault by folding your face? That's right. Clever. Taoist Duomu looked at Yidong with admiration. After years of research, I've discovered a pattern. The Zhilian always appears and leaves from roughly the same direction, so its lair is very likely the main tomb chamber. So, Yidong already guessed what he was going to say. Therefore, I need a partner, the multi-eyed Taoist said excitedly. I've devised a perfect plan to follow the folded face to the main burial chamber. Yidong smiled and said, You failed with over 1,000 monsters. What exactly is your plan? The multi-eyed Taoist said with a smile. It's simple. Let Foldface kill you and take you back to his lair. Chapter 157 Nothing can be cut. Yidong looked at the multi-eyed Taoist speechlessly. Taoist master, are you joking? I'm not joking, the multi-eyed Taoist said seriously, all eyes looking earnestly at Yidong. But, Yidong feigned confusion. How can I be resurrected after I died? And why did Jillian take my body away? The Taoist with many eyes smiled smugly and took out a small bottle from his pocket. The bottle contained a dark red liquid that looked like blood, but was more viscous. This is a drug for faking death that I've spent many years developing. After drinking it, you will enter a state of suspended animation, where your heartbeat and breathing will stop, but you will still be conscious. The effect will last for 3 hours, after which you will automatically wake up. Yidong took the bottle and looked at it. What about the second one? I thought of that too. The Taoist with many eyes became more and more excited as he spoke. Just kill all the folded faces down to one, then break both of its arms. When you die, hang on its body. That way, it won't be able to get rid of you and will have to drag you back to its lair. Yidong nodded, saying that this guy was indeed worthy of his years of research. Although the risks were high, there was indeed a possibility of finding a way to access the king's treasure vault. Only, his gaze swept over the large amount of bloodwood furniture in the room, and then he looked at the eager eyes of the multi-eyed Taoist. Having received over 1,700 monsters, or even more, the plan still failed. It seems indeed very difficult to execute. It probably looted the dead monsters, and the bloodwood gradually accumulated into houses, which explains why it has been able to stay here for so long. Master, the plan is so perfect. Why don't you go yourself? The multi-eyed Taoist's expression stiffened for a moment. Then he forced a laugh. To be honest, I have no interest in the treasure vault. I just enjoy studying these patterns. If you succeed, all the better. If you fail, it just means you're unlucky. You bastard. Yidong cursed inwardly. He didn't believe that the multi-eyed Taoist had no interest in the treasure vault, but what he said later was quite honest. If this plan succeeds, only the experimenter can obtain the treasure vault, unless the experimenter possesses something that can bring others there. Thinking of this, Yidong looked at the tea in his hand and then put it down. Master Duomu, I want this opportunity. Life and death are predestined, and wealth and honor are determined by fate. I really want the treasure vault. Upon hearing this, the many-eyed Taoist couldn't help but chuckle. Young people should be like this, daring to take risks and fight hard. Here, drink this cup of tea, as a way of wishing you a triumphant return in advance. I won't drink the tea, Yidong shook his head. The Taoist with many eyes paused for a moment, then shook his head. Young brother, you have to drink this tea. I went to great lengths to brew it. You don't know? I hate it when people waste my tea. I get really angry. Upon hearing this, Yidong smiled, picked up his teacup, and then the multi-eyed Taoist smiled. Yidong stood up, glanced at the window, and then slowly brought the teacup to his lips. The Taoist with many eyes looked on with anticipation, just waiting for Yidong to drink the tea. Just as Yidong was about to drink the tea, he suddenly paused. Master, I have another question. What sequence are you in? The multi-eyed Taoist was stunned for a moment. I am the 5th. Before he could finish speaking, The wooden wall behind the multi-eyed Taoist was suddenly smashed open, and a fist crackling with lightning slammed into its head. At the same time, Yidong also produced the seven-star treasure blade and slashed towards the legs of the multi-eyed Taoist with lightning speed. In order to ensure the success rate, he did not hesitate to consume a wisp of divine power. Bang! Smoke and dust billowed up, and the houses made of bloodwood exploded. Yidong and Charles quickly retreated, their eyes fixed on the smoke and dust. Yidong, did I cooperate well? Charles's voice was full of pride. Not bad. Yidong nodded. He had just seen Charles through the window in the room, and Charles had also seen him, but the Taoist priest with many eyes could not see Charles from behind his back while he was lying in the chair. Thus, Yidong came up with this plan. He wouldn't trust the Taoist with many eyes, especially since the other party kept offering him tea. If things went as expected, the tea should bring the Taoist with many eyes to his side. This way, if it successfully reaches the main burial chamber, it can follow without being harmed. Moreover, it's time for Azathoth to reload. As the smoke and dust gradually dissipated, the Taoist priest with many eyes still wore a kind smile, leisurely drinking tea while lying in his chair. However, this guy's single eye on his forehead has been closed by Charles's punch, and he probably won't be able to use it for a while. Didn't I already say I'm in the 5th sequence? Don't you understand the differences between sequences? A 6th sequence hit me on the head. It hurt a little. A 7th sequence cut my leg. I didn't feel anything. How stupid. The Taoist with many eyes smiled and prepared to stand up and teach these two arrogant fools a lesson. Then, thump. The multi-eyed Taoist fell to the ground, staring blankly at his legs that had been severed at the root. It closed its eyes to try and refresh the page, but when it opened them, blood was still gushing from its inner thigh. Multi-eyed Taoist. What happened? How can you, a 7th sequence cultivator, break through my defenses? The multi-eyed Taoist glared at Yidong, both angry and bewildered. You mean this? Yidong smiled. I have a special talent. Everything I touch will have the effect of cutting through anything. As he spoke, Yidong picked up a thick piece of bloodwood from the ground and tossed it to Charles. The multi-eyed Taoist's pupils contracted slightly, thinking to himself, what kind of freakish ability is this? He looked warily at the bloodwood in Charles's hand. Charles was equally dumbfounded, wondering when Yidong had acquired this ability. Charles, let's go. At Yidong's command, Charles rushed out, while Yidong raised Azathoth. The multi-eyed Taoist cursed inwardly. It was originally a ranged mage. How could it pull itself without its legs? However, since the opponent's sequence is relatively low, it is not very afraid. Everywhere you look, there is the blazing sun. With a loud shout, the eyes on the Taoist priest's body burst forth with blinding light, and countless laser beams shone towards Charles. The latter was unable to dodge in time, and his left arm was annihilated in the laser. Oh, my left arm! Charles screamed, quickly dodging the other lasers. Just as the multi-eyed Taoist was shooting lasers, the eye on his shoulder suddenly saw something falling from the sky, so he shot the laser upwards. The horned demon's body was instantly annihilated, and upon seeing this, the multi-eyed Taoist laughed disdainfully. I thought I'd run into some weirdo, but it turned out to be just two guys who were good at scaring people. Yidong, what do we do now? Charles roared. Don't be afraid, just charge forward. As he spoke, Yidong tossed over a dagger, which Duoma Dowrin happened to see and became alert. You know how to use it, right? I know. I've seen you use it. Charles took the blacktail sword and muttered to himself as he looked at the dagger, which was only slightly larger than his finger. But will it work? Believe in yourself. Yidong smiled. Remember, nothing is insurmountable. Good. Charles grinned bloodthirstily, staring at the multi-eyed Taoist priest through gritted teeth. You little bastard, don't let me touch you. Chapter 158, Eliminating the Many-Eyed Taoist. Charles suddenly charged toward the Taoist priest with many eyes, its initial speed startling even itself. Yidong, why didn't you hand over such a useful thing sooner? Charles leaped up, and the explosive speed of his blitzkrieg allowed him to quickly reach the side of the multi-eyed Taoist. Not fast enough, kid. The multi-eyed Taoist looked over, and a laser beam shot out, instantly piercing through Charles's chest. Charles screamed in agony. Just as the multi-eyed Taoist was about to smash Charles's head, the eye on his shoulder noticed the horned demon above him. Again, the multi-eyed Taoist quickly abandoned Charles, and many eyes looked upwards. The laser still instantly annihilated the horned demon. Charles retreated to Yidong's side. A large hole burned in his chest, his face contorted in pain. This is bad, we can't get close to it. Yidong smiled and said, Don't be afraid, continue. You make it sound so easy. Charles was speechless. Yidong was tickling someone from a distance. Although he guessed what Yidong was going to do, He was really unhappy about going up to get beaten up. Just as Charles was about to call his trembling, hiding helper, he suddenly felt a powerful force welling up within his body. It looked at its own body, which had somehow been engulfed in a ghostly blue flame. "Don't worry, you big oaf. I'll help you." The fire demon's enormous form grew out behind Charles, its ferocious flames even taller than the troll itself. Yidong glanced at the Gobi Desert in surprise, not expecting it to have the ability to possess others, which it must have acquired when it advanced to the 7th sequence. From this perspective, Charles is now a combination of 3 elite bloodlines: skeletons, trolls, fire demons. Awesome. Why didn't you come out sooner? Damn it, I'm leaving. You stay there. The multi-eyed Taoist is in your hands. Yidong found a place to sit down and looked at Gobi and Charles. Damn it, Yidong, don't mess up. Okay, let's go. Charles pushed off with his feet, gripping the black-tail sword in his right hand, and triggered Flash Strike once more. In the blink of an eye, they appeared before the multi-eyed Taoist, and the black-tailed sword stabbed towards him. Startled by the sight of the dagger so close to him, the latter immediately fired a laser. Even with the fire demon's blessing, Charles still lost a leg. Grasp. Charles refused to back down and staggered toward the multi-eyed Taoist, enduring the damage from the laser. Even though the bones in his legs had turned to dust, Charles did not retreat. Gobi expanded into a phantom, spewing out eerie blue flames to counter the laser of the multi-eyed Taoist. Both were giving it their all, trying to sever the neck of the multi-eyed Taoist with this sword that could cut through anything. At the same time, the multi-eyed Taoist sensed the ram-horn demon in the sky again, but this time he ignored it and decided to crush these two fearless creatures first. As for the horn demon above, how can it compare to this dagger that can cut through anything? However, just as the horn demon was about to crash down, Duomo realized the seriousness of the situation, as did Charles and Gobi. Damn it, I'm running away. The fire demon vanished instantly. Yidong. Charles cursed at Yidong as he looked at the golden ram-horn demon that had fallen from the sky. Bang! A deafening crash resounded, and at the sight of the accident, golden divine protection shone forth, revealing a gigantic red-eyed Buddha that seemed to hold up half the sky. And then it broke. Yidong blew on the muzzle of his gun, silenced the returning Gobi, and then turned his gaze to the smoke-filled ruins. He vaguely saw the multi-eyed Taoist, lying on the ground covered in cracks, but still not dead. He used 10 divine powers in that shot, and the 9th princess was heartbroken. However, she didn't say anything. It would indeed be difficult to win without doing it this way. The price of losing is death. Given the choice between death and divine power, any normal person would know which to choose. Suddenly, a black laser beam shot out from the smoke and dust. Yidong's pupils contracted slightly, and he suddenly rolled over to dodge, but the laser still erased one of his left arms. Blood gushed out, and Yidong gritted his teeth and quickly used the flesh and blood dung beetle to stop the bleeding. Still not dead. He frowned, thinking to himself, as expected of the 5th sequence, he's really freakish. As the smoke and dust cleared, the many-eyed Taoist was lying on the ground amidst the ruins. Its severed legs were nowhere to be found, and all the eyes on its body had exploded. At this moment, the only remaining eye on its forehead was glaring angrily at Yidong with eyes wide open. You've angered me. The multi-eyed Taoist looked at Yidong with his single eye, and an aura of death instantly enveloped Yidong. Without hesitation, he raised Azathoth and fired. The horned demon descended from the sky, and the multi-eyed Taoist quickly looked up at the sky, only to be taken aback. In the sky are just normal ram-horned demons. Grasp. The Taoist with many eyes cursed loudly and hurriedly looked down to search for Yidong's figure. Uft. The Taoist with many eyes felt a pain in the back of his neck and quickly struggled forward. Yidong, holding the 7-star sword behind it, frowned. This guy's neck was too thick. The 7-star sword only cut it in half, with the rest still connected to his body below. Yidong wanted to deliver another blow, but at that moment, the multi-eyed Taoist had already turned around, and black laser beams shot out. Yidong quickly rolled over to dodge. The laser beam followed closely behind, and Yidong ran and dodged while thinking of a solution. In this situation, we can only waste some more divine power. However, just as Yidong was about to take action, a bone mouth suddenly materialized from the ruins. It opened its mouth and cursed. You idiot! Why aren't you making a move? Didn't we agree that you would deal with the monsters, and I would deal with the humans? You call yourself a butcher? You idiot! Yidong frowned. Who was Charles talking to? The next second, a flash of light from a blade responded to him. A pure white, flawless blade of light slashed out from the darkness. The multi-eyed Taoist was stunned for a moment, Then everything went black before his eyes, and a sharp pain shot through his single eye on his forehead. Its vital eye was actually shattered. Multi-eyed Taoist. It fell to the ground unwillingly, having no means of retaliating. I'm not reconciled. The Taoist with many eyes roared in frustration, but no one paid any attention. Yidong looked into the darkness and saw a girl holding a knife, staring at him with tears and fear in her eyes. He touched his face, wondering if he was really that scary. Also, how did she end up with Charles? Finally, he's come out. Charles's mouth emerged from the ruins. I'm sorry, the girl apologized. She was terrified. Charles remained silent. The white skeleton had already begun to regenerate. You should change your name. Human butcher doesn't suit you. The girl lowered her head, unable to refute it. And you, Yidong, could you have told me in advance? Charles attempted to unleash a full map attack, but the next second Yidong had his mouth firmly in his hand. There's so much seaweed, it looks a bit like a duck. My name is Charles. P.S. Thank you to Master Pie's kindness for the update reminder charm. Thank you, big brother. Chapter 159 Blood of the Mother Goddess. The battle was finally over, and an eerie silence descended upon the labyrinth. Charles is recovering. The girl cowered behind Charles's massive skeleton, watching Yidong with fear. The Taoist with many eyes lay on the ground, completely powerless to resist. Yidong stared into deep thought as he looked at his missing left arm. The dung beetle could not restore the left arm. It could only stop the bleeding. Wouldn't that make me the Condor hero? There's still a chance it can grow back, the ninth princess said softly as she appeared. What opportunity? 1%. Yidong glanced at her and smiled. The road ahead is long and arduous. Yidong ignored his left arm and instead took out Azathoth and went to the multi-eyed Taoist. Any last words? The multi-eyed Taoist shifted his body and then spoke. I would like to take a look at the king's treasury. Or a pervert. It raised its head, its empty eye sockets staring at Yidong. Take a look for me. Yidong nodded and raised Azathoth in preparation for the devouring ritual. The fake death potion is real. That cup of tea can connect different people. As long as you recite the inscription of the god of space, you can be teleported to another person's side. Yes, thank you. By your life, I will use my power. As the incantation began, Azathoth became excited, and the gun trembled in Yidong's hand. The body of the multi-eyed Taoist gradually became transparent, and all his essence was devoured by Azathoth. Legendary weapon, limitless. With a final sigh, the multi-eyed Taoist disappeared completely beneath the gun barrel. Yidong recited a self-composed prayer for its salvation before looking at the gun. The previous ram's horn demon mark has disappeared, replaced by a dense array of eye marks. Azathoth's gun barrel resembled the single eye on the forehead of the multi-eyed Taoist, but without an eyeball. However, once Yidong fired the shot, the eyeball might grow back. Seaweed strips, want to try out their power? Yidong asked Charles, who had reverted to his skeletal form. I don't do it. Charles quickly refused. Although he didn't know how Yidong had used a gun to eat the multi-eyed Taoist, he knew it couldn't be anything good. It's definitely more monstrous than the previous horned demon, and he just heard the multi-eyed Taoist say it was a legendary weapon. So he's even more afraid, since every legendary weapon is an extremely monstrous existence. Perhaps there are legendary weapons that can counter immortality. What a coward. Yidong looked at the girl behind Charles. Why don't you give it a try? You seem pretty good. The girl quickly shook her head, her eyes filled with fear as she looked at Yidong. So afraid of me. You must be a saint, right? Yidong put away Azathoth and smiled. The girl's pupils constricted, and even Charles was stunned. Recalling the girl's strange behavior, her fear of humans, yet her ability to cut off her own arm in the ninth sequence, Charles finally realized what was following him. Isn't this the Virgin Mary? Don't worry. I'm not interested in killing the Holy Mother. Yidong tried to reassure the girl, who was about to cry. I only want a drop of Mother Goddess's blood. However, upon hearing Yidong's words, the girl couldn't hold back any longer and burst into tears. Yidong. He looked at the ninth princess with a puzzled expression and saw that her face was also dark. Although it was usually dark, it was noticeably darker than usual. What's wrong? The ninth princess sighed. Yidong, are you really unaware, or are you pretending? What do I know? The blood of the Mother Goddess requires the sacrifice of the Virgin Mary. Every drop of the Mother Goddess's blood is the result of the previous Virgin Mary's sacrifice, and this drop of the Mother Goddess's blood can nurture a new Virgin Mary. Upon hearing this, Yidong was stunned for a moment. No wonder the girl cried after he finished speaking. It turned out that he had said something like, I want your life. But why is this guy so afraid of dying? Living in a dark world, people don't seem to be so resistant to death, right? Charles quietly moved away from Yi Dong and the girl, afraid that a fight would hurt him. If he were to touch his still cracked bones, he would have to spend time rebuilding them and would have to scream in pain. However, if this holy mother wanted to fight Yi Dong, it would undoubtedly be wishful thinking. After all, saints are naturally restrained by humans. In front of ordinary humans, they are just ordinary people, and in front of human experts, they are just chicks. Not to mention Yi Dong, a monster even it fears. The girl realized this too, and she didn't even have the strength to run anymore. She sat on the ground and started crying, just like a real little girl. They looked quite pitiful. Yi Dong lifted Azathoth and pressed it against the girl's forehead. To offer a sacrifice or not? Wah! If you don't offer a sacrifice, I'll torture you to death. After you die, I'll let seaweed take over your body and make you fight others in close combat without clothes. Charles, you beast. Ninth princess. This kid has become quite wicked. The girl was terrified by Yi Dong, and tears streamed down her face. She was already afraid of humans, and now that she had encountered a perverted human like Yi Dong, she was even more afraid. I'll give it to you. I'll give it to you. Please don't kill me, okay? The girl pleaded with Yi Dong, kneeling on the ground without daring to lift her head. How can I get it if you don't die? I have it, I have it. The girl quickly took a small bottle out of her bosom and handed it to Yi Dong. This was left behind by my mom in a sacrifice a long time ago. If I took my mom's, I can't take mine, sob sob sob. Yi Dong. She's a very filial girl. Charles and Princess Ninth were stunned. What kind of behavior was this? How could someone be so cowardly? Yi Dong put away Azathoth, took the bottle, and opened the stopper. Instantly, a faint fragrance wafted out of the bottle. Yi Dong looked into the bottle and saw a drop of milky white liquid suspended inside, not touching any of the bottle walls. The ninth princess also peeked over and nodded when she saw the milky white liquid. It is indeed the blood of the mother goddess. You can advance now. Chapter 160, the plan begins. Yi Dong carefully collected the mother goddess's blood and looked around for a safe corner. This area of the maze was relatively quiet, and the ruins of the multi-eyed Taoist tea house provided them with a temporary refuge. You two keep watch. Yi Dong sat down in the center of the ruins and began preparing for the promotion ceremony. Charles's skeleton clicked and clacked as it reassembled. I can't fight off the people who come later. The ninth princess shook her head as well. Me too. Yi Dong looked at the girl, who then shrank back behind Charles. Now that I have obtained the blood of the mother goddess, I will no longer harm you. If you help me, I can help you in return. If you don't help me, I will kill you. The girl paused for a moment, then nodded miserably. Yi Dong nodded and took out the seed of reproduction from the swallowing ball. The moment the red heart was taken out, the entire ruins were stained with a blood-red light. Yi Dong placed the seed of reproduction on the ground, and then took out the blood of the mother goddess. A delicate fragrance wafted through the air, contrasting sharply with the stench of blood from the seed of reproduction. Yi Dong began to draw the true god array with his blood, and complex runes slowly took shape on the ground. Once the magic circle was complete, Yi Dong placed the seed of reproduction and the blood of the mother goddess simultaneously in the center of the magic circle. The tyrannical ruler of this dark world, the broken true god of endless evil, listen to the desperate cries of your faithful followers. Ascend to the seventh order. May darkness last forever and light never exist. Crimson flames shot into the sky, more intense than ever before. Countless twisted faces seemed to be howling in the flames, and the air was filled with the smell of sulfur. Flames surged wildly into Yi Dong's body, and he felt his body being disassembled and reassembled. A few minutes later, the flames dissipated, and Yi Dong opened his eyes. The seventh sequence, the king of reproduction. How are you feeling? The ninth princess appeared beside Yi Dong. Yi Dong stood up and stretched his limbs, his joints making a cracking sound. Very nice. To advance to the seventh rank, the first requirement is an improvement in physical fitness. Then there's the ability to produce and preserve multiple pregnancy strains together, which is what Yi Dong values most. Now it's time to talk about the king's treasury. Yi Dong took out the fake death potion and tea from the swallowing ball. He had put these two items away the moment the battle began. He explained the plan of the many-eyed Taoist in detail. Let Charles fake his death, be dragged back to his lair by the fold face, and then they would follow him to the king's treasury. Why me? Charles was bewildered. See, ain't you show some consideration for the injured? I understand the fake death potion, but what's that cup of tea for? The girl asked cautiously. Send tea. Yi Dong ignored Charles's wailing. The Taoist with many eyes said that anyone who drinks this tea will establish a connection and be able to communicate with each other. The ninth princess added, spatial magic has its limitations, and the connection created by this tea is definitely fragile. It might only be usable once or twice. Yidong nodded. So we have to wait until the seaweed strips are successfully made before we can use them. You want me to go and die? Charles's face turned green after hearing this. Although he was just a skeleton and his complexion was not visible. You're not going to die. What are you afraid of? Yidong said matter-of-factly. That still hurts. Being dragged along by a folded face, just thinking about it hurts. Just bear with it, and it will pass. And besides, Yidong patted Charles's head. There are definitely good things in the royal treasury. Once we get them, it will be much easier to reclaim the throne. A glint flashed in Charles's eyes. Really? Of course, those were the burial items prepared by the ancestral emperor for his 6 princes, so they must be priceless. The girl listened from the side, her eyes filled with worry. Isn't this too dangerous? What if the plan fails? So what if we fail? Yidong said nonchalantly. Anyway, we don't have any other way to find the king's treasury right now. Besides, seaweed won't die. At most, it'll just suffer a bit. Charles considered for a moment, then finally nodded. All right, fortune favors the bold. Okay, but we'll need to give you a smaller body first. After saying that, Yidong started wandering around the area and soon found his target. It was a shadow leopard resting, with a lithe and graceful body, about the size of an ordinary leopard. Shadow moon leopard, just right, the 9th princess commented. It's fast, has excellent stealth capabilities, and its strength is sufficient for the 7th sequence. The shadow panther was resting on a flat rock, with bloodwood burning beside it. It looked very alert, its ears twitching from time to time. Yidong drew his 7-star sword and immediately attacked. Laugh! The 7-star sword sliced silently, and the shadow panther lost its life before it could even react. Its ability to cut through anything allowed it to die peacefully, without any pain. Seaweed strips, it's your turn. Yidong sheathed his treasured sword. My name is Charles. Charles protested, but still began to shift his body. White bone dust surged from the troll's body like a sandstorm, creating a spectacular sight. Bone meal seeped into the shadow panther's mouth, nostrils, and ears, beginning a systematic replacement of its skeletal system. The whole process lasted about 10 minutes, during which the shadow panther's body twitched continuously. Finally, the shadow panther opened its eyes, which gleamed with Charles's characteristic cunning. How are you feeling? Yidong asked. Charles stood up and tried to take a few steps. It's all right, but I'm much weaker, though I'm much faster. Yidong nodded in satisfaction and handed the 7-star sword to Charles. Take this, it's your turn to perform later. Charles carefully took the sword with his paw. A legendary weapon with a legendary actor, perfect. Yidong picked up the cup of tea. Now let's serve the tea. He carefully divided the tea into 3 equal portions, each shimmering with a golden light. This tea allows us to establish a connection, and after drinking it, we can transmit information to each other. Yidong looked at the girl. Do you want to participate? The girl hesitated for a moment, a complex emotion flashing in her eyes. She finally said, I want to stay here alone. If you don't go, I'll kill you. Wah, oh my god. Yidong nodded in satisfaction and handed over the tea that had been poured in advance. The Legion of Our Lady, another one added, not bad, not bad. The 3 of them picked up their teacups, and Yidong was the first to drink 1 gulp. The tea was slightly bitter at first, but it quickly turned into a warm current that flowed through my body. Yidong could sense a strange connection being established between them, as if invisible threads were binding the 3 of them together. Can you feel it? Yidong asked. I feel it. It's a bit strange, Charles replied. It's like there are 2 extra voices in my head. All right, the plan is officially underway now. Yidong patted Charles on the head. Seaweed, it's time for your performance. Just you wait and see. Yidong led the girl to hide in the shadows 100 meters away from Charles. This distance ensures their safety while also allowing for timely support. Charles took a deep breath and began his performance. Help! Is anyone there? His voice echoed through the maze-like passageway, filled with despair and fear. I'm injured. I'm bleeding a lot. And there's a leopard too. To enhance realism, Charles even scratched himself several times with his claws, causing blood to gush out immediately. Oh, that really hurts, he complained to himself. Sure enough, not long after, the familiar metallic scraping sound came from all directions. Sizzle sizzle. That teeth-grinding sound echoed in the darkness, like the whisper of a demon. A dozen or so folded faces emerged from various passages, their red electronic eyes flashing like stars in the darkness. You're here, bro. Charles dropped the pretense, stood up with a vicious grin, and the 7-star sword in his hand gleamed with a chilling light in the firelight of the blood-stained wood pile. P.S. Thanks to Cobalt Blue Tenderness. For the update reminder charm, I'm working on it as fast as I can. Thank you, Master Pie's Kindness, for the boba milk tea. I tasted a piggy in every sip. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and contributed to this cause. Love you all. Chapter 161 Teleportation. Hiss hiss hiss. Inside the maze, the folded-faced figures formed a circle, slowly approaching Charles. Soon, the first folding face lost patience, emitted a piercing electronic sound, and then lunged at Charles. Its metal claws gleamed coldly as they hurtled toward Charles's throat. Cynic. Charles suddenly burst into laughter. The seven-star sword sprang from the claw, transforming into a bolt of black lightning. Laugh. The legendary weapon easily sliced through the folded-face breastplate, sending intricate circuit boards and mechanical parts flying everywhere. The face was instantly split in two, with the upper and lower halves falling to the ground separately. Nothing is off limits. Awesome. Charles's confidence soared. Seeing this, the other folding-faced figures immediately pounced on Charles, attempting to overwhelm him with their numbers. Click-clack. The sounds of mechanical joints rose and fell as more than a dozen folded-face creatures launched their attacks simultaneously. Charles moved like lightning among them, his seven-star sword wielded in his claws with an impenetrable, ink-like precision. With each swing of the knife, a folded face was sliced in two. Wow, that's awesome! Charles shouted excitedly. Is this the power of a legendary weapon? But there were just too many of them, and they quickly adapted to Charles's attack patterns. Several folded-face creatures began using ranged attacks, their chests opening to reveal energy cannons, and red lasers continuously shot towards Charles. Despite his speed, Charles was hit several times by the intense barrage. The laser burned bloody holes in his body, and blood kept flowing out. The battle intensified. Charles sustained more and more wounds, and fewer fold-face remained alive. Soon, the number of folded-face creatures reached its last one. Meanwhile, Charles was covered in wounds, and his black hair was stained dark red with blood. Huff, huff. Charles gasped for breath, looking completely exhausted. He needed to make himself look like he was on the verge of death while preserving the last folded face. The last folding-face creature became extremely cautious, circling Charles repeatedly, searching for the best opportunity to attack. Charles deliberately acted as if he were about to fall, the seven-star sword trembling in his hand, as if he might lose his grip at any moment. Come on, Charles shouted, his face showing a desperate expression. He even took out a bottle of medicine and drank it, and his expression immediately improved. Finally, Julien couldn't hold back any longer, let out a roar, and then pounced on Charles with all his might. This was the decisive blow. Both sides gave it their all. Charles unleashed his power at the last moment, wielding the seven-star sword with lightning speed. Laugh. The blade precisely sliced through the folded face's arms, severing them at the root. The broken metal arm fell to the ground with a crisp thud. The creature with the folded face roared angrily, its head and body the only weapons it could use to attack, having lost both arms. But Charles no longer had the strength to fight, and the seven-star sword in his hand fell to the ground. He felt his heartbeat begin to slow down and his breathing become weak. Before losing consciousness completely, Charles used his last bit of strength to dig his two front paws deep into Fold-Face's shoulders. The sharp claws held it firmly like hooks, and no matter how much Julien struggled, he couldn't break free. Charles's body completely lost its life force and collapsed onto Julien's body. He appeared to be completely dead. Looking at the dead Charles with a folded face, a look of confusion flashed in his electronic eyes. It tried to shake off Charles's body, but without its arms, it was unable to move effectively. Click-clack. The folded face emitted an angry electronic voice and spun around in place several times, but still couldn't shake off Charles. Ultimately, it could only resign itself to accepting reality. Since we can't shake them off, we'll just have to drag them along. Fold-Face began to slowly move deeper into the maze, leaving a trail of blood on the ground as Charles's body was dragged along. The plan succeeded. Yidong nodded in satisfaction in secret. Next, you just need to wait 3 hours, and then you can be teleported there directly. Just in case he was met with a barrage of complaints, Yidong had already made some preparations. After retrieving the seven-star sword, he found a place to sit down, lit a pile of bloodwood, and started roasting meat to replenish his and Gobi's strength. The girl squatted not too close to him. Soon, 3 hours had passed. It's time to teleport. Yidong stood up and dusted himself off. The girl also stood up nervously, gripping the long knife tightly in both hands. What is the prayer of the god of space? Yidong asked. I remember, the girl said softly. The innocent beings of the void, the supreme rulers of space, heed the call of the devout believers, cross the barrier of the void, and reach the harbor of the other shore. Okay, let's go together. Yidong nodded and closed his eyes. Okay, okay. The two began to recite a prayer. Unfettered beings of the void, supreme ruler of space, heed the call of the devout believers, cross the barrier of nothingness, and reach the harbor of the other shore. As soon as she finished speaking, the girl began to emit a faint light, and her figure became transparent. Ah! With a soft cry, the girl's figure vanished completely, leaving only a faint speck of light drifting in the air. Yidong sat back down by the fire and picked up the roasted meat to continue eating. Quite cunning. The ninth princess appeared, looking at Yidong with some admiration. Thank you for the compliment. Yidong ate his roasted meat and didn't forget to toss a piece to Gobi. The reason he didn't go was because the situation there was completely unknown. If Charles is taken to Fold-Face Lair, wouldn't he be guaranteed to die if teleported there? So he planned to send the girl over to scout ahead first. If the girl survived and the teleportation point was still there, it meant that the area was safe, or at least less risky. If he were gone, Yidong didn't plan to go there. It would just mean losing 2 pregnant offspring. While grilling the meat, Yidong sensed the teleportation points within his body. He could sense 2 teleportation points within his body, one belonging to Charles and the other to the girl. I hope she doesn't die, Yidong muttered. Otherwise, I'll really feel the pain of this loss. Time passed second by second, and Yidong ate meat while sensing the status of the teleportation point. Half an hour later, both teleportation points were still active. An hour later, the situation remained stable. It seems it's safe over there for now. Yidong stood up and dusted himself off. It's time to go. He closed his eyes again and began to recite the prayer. With a flash of silver light, Yidong's figure disappeared from the spot. Chapter 162, The King's Treasury. Buzz. After a dizzying moment, Yidong opened his eyes. What came into view was a bizarre scene. He was standing in a transparent, capsule-shaped room, the walls of which were as clear as crystal, allowing him to see clearly what was happening outside. And outside, there were countless identical capsules. There are at least 1,000 of them, neatly arranged like some kind of giant petri dish. Inside each capsule lies a folded face. Some are intact, some are missing limbs, and some are even just half a body. Yidong, why are you only arriving now? Charles's voice rang out. Yidong turned his head and found Charles lying in the corner of the capsule, with a girl standing next to him. There lay a folded-face corpse on the ground, its arms severed and its face smashed to pieces. There's been a problem with the god of space, Yidong casually replied. What's the situation now? I woke up in this godforsaken place. Charles scratched his head. It must be the place where they cultivate Fold-Face. Look at those capsules outside. There's one in every one of them. As they were talking, the sound of machinery running suddenly came from afar. Click-clack. The tops of a dozen capsules opened, and a large amount of milky white liquid poured in from above. The liquid looked viscous and emitted a faint fluorescence. It quickly filled the capsule and submerged Julien's face. The next second, Julien's severed arm regenerated. The wound healed rapidly, and even the broken mechanical parts were reassembled. In less than a minute, the tattered face was restored to its original condition. At the same time, the previously expressionless face suddenly gained the power of the 6th sequence. Hiss! A puff of white steam escaped, the hatch slowly opened, and the newly refurbished folded face creatures crawled out. They lined up in neat rows, marched in unison, and ran into a dark passage in the distance. So that's how it is, Yidong said thoughtfully. These culture media can not only repair the folded faces, but also give them strength. What do we do then? Charles asked nervously. When it's our turn, will we be treated the same way? Yidong did not answer, but continued to observe. In the following period, several more faces were enhanced by the culture medium and then left. Yidong discovered a pattern. The strength improvement of each batch of Julien was different. Some improved to the 7th sequence, some to the 6th sequence, and some even reached the 5th sequence. It seems that the strength of the folding face is adjusted according to the enemy they are dealing with, the 9th princess analyzed. Finally, it was their turn to go to their area. A mechanical sound rang out, and the top of the capsule slowly opened. It's coming. Charles cried out in alarm. Don't panic. Yidong remained calm. This liquid should be useful to us too. As soon as he finished speaking, the milky white culture medium poured down like a waterfall. The warm liquid instantly submerged the 3 of them, and a strange energy began to seep into their bodies. Yidong immediately sensed the change. A tingling sensation came from the severed area of my left arm. Flesh and blood were growing rapidly, and bones were being reconstructed. In less than half a minute, a complete left arm grew back. Not only that, But other wounds on his body were also healing rapidly, and even the fatigue in his body was swept away. More importantly, an additional power surged within him, the power of the sixth sequence. It seems that this folded face squad is going to deal with a sixth sequence monster. Wow, Charles exclaimed in surprise. His body had fully healed. The girl also looked surprised. Her long-standing ailment had miraculously healed. At the same time, the folded face corpse inside their capsule also revived under the influence of the culture medium. It opened its blood-red electronic eyes and immediately spotted Yi Dong and the other two. Gagaga. The creature emitted a piercing electronic sound and extended its sharp claws to pounce on Yi Dong, who was closest to it. Yi Dong had anticipated this and swung the seven-star treasure blade with lightning speed. Laugh. The folded face head fell off with a thud, the body separated from its body, and floated in the nutrient solution. Soon, the culture medium began to recede, and the hatch slowly opened. The other capsules outside had already broken free and were rushing towards the dark passage. Let's go. Yi Dong took the lead. Let's get out of here before the next round of training begins. The three rushed out of the capsule, but Yi Dong did not follow the group of folded face people. Instead, he led them in the opposite direction. Hey, you've gone the wrong way. Charles called out from behind. I didn't go the wrong way, Yi Dong said without turning his head. Do you know the way? I don't know, but going in the opposite direction is definitely better than following Julian. The capsule swarm wasn't endless. The three of them ran for about 10 minutes before emerging from it. Just like before, there was another dark road behind. The three stood at the entrance to the main road, holding the burning bloodwood, unsure whether they should go in. Yi Dong hesitated, but there was nowhere else to go at the moment. He threw a piece of bloodwood into the darkness. The flames traced an arc, bounced twice on the ground, but did not go out. Should we go in or not? Charles asked Yi Dong. We definitely have to go in. With that, Yi Dong raised Azathoth and pulled the trigger without hesitation. Suddenly, a blood-red eyeball popped out from the muzzle of the gun, glaring angrily ahead. The next second, a black ray of light shot into the darkness. A loud explosion rang out in the darkness, and then there was silence. All right, you can go in now. Seaweed, clear the way. Yi Dong put away Azathoth and gestured for Charles to go first. I knew it. Charles was used to Yi Dong sending him on risks. He wasn't going to die anyway, and he was just going to give up. Charles stepped into the darkness first, followed closely by Yi Dong, and lastly by the girl, who held the hilt of a knife on her back in one hand and a burning bloodwood in the other. The three walked for a long time in the darkness, without encountering any creatures or suffering any attacks. All around was silent. Finally, after walking for more than 10 minutes, light appeared ahead. Welcome to the king's treasury. The seven-star sword appeared in Yi Dong's hand, and Charles and the girl instantly became alert. Once they emerged from the darkness, the three could finally see what was before them. Ahead was a small platform, and beyond that was an endless expanse of dark red liquid, like a sea, except that this liquid emitted a scorching heat. The one that spoke just now was a head, which looked like the head of a large carp, except that it was completely black. Its body was immersed in dark red lava, and it comfortably rested one head on the platform. Welcome. To have arrived at the king's treasury, you must have already slain the king of the labyrinth guardians, breached the lair of the folded face, and slaughtered all the folded faces. You must have gone through countless hardships to get here. Yi Dong and the other two exchanged strange glances. Had they managed to slip through a loophole? Don't worry about the warriors. Seeing the strange expressions on the three people's faces, the black carp quickly reassured them. You don't need to fight me. Now that you've arrived at the king's treasury, you can choose the treasures you need. As it spoke, the black carp slapped its tail, and instantly countless stone pillars rose from the dark red lava. And on each stone pillar is an item. Warriors, 3 items each. Let's begin. P.S. Thanks to Su Beiyin, who likes little blue clothes, for sending a razor blade. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and contributed to this cause. Love you all. Chapter 163: The Severed Limbs of a Legendary Bloodline. Warriors, 3 items each. Let's begin. As soon as the black carp finished speaking, it closed its eyes and lay down on the edge of the platform to fall asleep. The three of them stared at the densely packed stone pillars, overwhelmed by the sight before them. Countless stone pillars rose from the scalding blackish-red magma, each over 10 meters tall, with flat tops like platforms, upon which various rare treasures were displayed. Some weapons were emitting a dazzling light, and the faint sound of swords ringing out could be heard. Some of the armor was engraved with intricate runes, exuding an ancient and imposing aura. There were also some oddly shaped ornaments that glittered in the reflection of the lava. A rough count reveals at least 1,000 stone pillars, densely packed in this sea of lava, like a vast treasure exhibition hall. No wonder it's called the King's Treasury. Wow, so many good things. Charles drooled. I'm rich. I'm rich. I want that great sword. No, I want that suit of armor. No, no, no. That glittering gold ring is nice too. The girl's eyes widened as well. Although Yidong was beside her, she was still somewhat afraid. But faced with so many treasures, no one could remain calm. Let's get started. Yidong patted Charles on the head, pulling him back to reality from his get-rich-quick dreams. We'll split up. Remember, each person can only choose 3 items, so choose carefully. All right. Charles jumped eagerly toward the nearest pillar. I'll go check out that greatsword first. The girl also chose a direction to leave. Her movements were very light, and she leaped between the stone pillars as if walking on flat ground. Yidong stood still, looking at the dark shadows drifting around him. He was unfamiliar with this place and didn't know the purpose of these treasures, but the ninth princess should know more about it than he did. Ninth princess, do you have any recommendations? The ninth princess's shadowy figure flickered. You're quite clever. I can offer you some advice. Whether you take it or not is up to you. Yidong began leaping between the stone pillars, with the ninth princess's shadow close behind. Most of the treasures here were burial items prepared by the ancestral emperor for his 6 princes. Each one is of great value, but not all of them are suitable for you. You now have the legendary weapons Azathoth and the 7-star sword, so you don't need to focus on attack power. Besides, all the legendary weapons in the vault have already been taken away. Upon hearing this, Yidong sighed. He was too late. The ninth princess smiled and said, Don't be discouraged. Compared to legendary weapons, there is something here that is more suitable for you. If you play it well, even legendary weapons are no match for it. What is that? Yidong, do you know the fundamental difference between legendary bloodlines and other bloodlines? The ninth princess did not answer, but instead asked Yidong a question, her voice sounding somewhat ethereal in the heat of the lava. I'm not quite sure, but it feels like it's a bit stronger. Yidong answered honestly. It's not just about being stronger. The ninth princess stopped in front of an inconspicuous stone pillar. Long ago, we called it the White Era. There were millions of races in this world. Later, a large-scale war broke out in this world. Countless races fought each other, and in the end, only 9 races survived, which are the 9 legendary bloodlines. They are born with immense strength, and every inch of their flesh and blood contains terrifying energy. Yidong nodded thoughtfully. That sounds impressive. They are indeed powerful, but at the same time, they have a fatal flaw. They cannot absorb divine power to become remnant gods. You should know why, right? I know, the true God will not allow it. The ninth princess suddenly disappeared, and after a long while, she reappeared and said softly, Don't be so blunt. She was truly afraid that one day the true God would directly intervene and kill Yidong. What's there to be afraid of? God is a very generous person. Princess Earth ignored Yidong's teasing and continued the previous topic. Therefore, even the strongest legendary bloodlines, such as the ancient dragons, the titans, the abyss demons, etc., most of them can only contend with the remnant gods and cannot truly surpass the level of the remnant gods. As she spoke, the ninth princess pointed to something on the stone pillar. But you are different. Yidong followed her gaze and saw a black ram's horn on the stone pillar. It looked ordinary, even somewhat ugly. The ram's horn was about a foot long, and its entire body was as black as ink. Its surface was covered with mysterious runes. Upon closer inspection, these runes seemed to be slowly wriggling, like living things. What is this? Yidong asked curiously. A ram's horn from the legendary Demon King clan, the ninth princess explained. The Demon King clan is born with the ability to bewitch people, and this ram's horn is the finest among them. Equipping it allows you to easily manipulate the minds of others and make your enemies work for you, which is very helpful for managing and developing your cult. Good. Yidong reached out and picked up the ram's horn. The moment he touched it, a strange power surged into his mind. He seemed to hear countless voices whispering in his ear, some tempting, some threatening, some pleading, a mixture of emotions that almost made him lose his mind. Be careful, the ninth princess quickly reminded her. These ram horns are dangerous. You must control the force when using them, or you will be affected as well. Yidong took a deep breath, trying to stay awake, and carefully put away the ram's horn. Although the black ram's horns look unremarkable, the power they contain is truly terrifying, and they are also quite suitable for him. The second thing, the ninth princess then led Yidong to another stone pillar. This time, the object on the stone pillar was even more bizarre, a complete arm. The arm was intact from shoulder to fingertips, covered in dark red armor, with sharp blades extending from the joints. gleaming menacingly in the light of the lava. This is even more outrageous. Yidong swallowed hard. What kind of monster's arm is this? The right arm of the legendary bloodline mantis with a backslash. The ninth princess explained in detail. The scythe-backed mantis clan are natural killing machines with extremely strong individual combat capabilities. Moreover, only the scythe-backed mantis's right arm can draw its backblade. As for what the backblade is, you'll find out when you encounter it later. Yidong looked at the strange arm and felt that something was not right. Ninth princess, you don't mean to make me attach these things to my body, do you? Smart. The ninth princess nodded without any attempt to hide her opinion. That's exactly what I wanted to say. Although legendary bloodlines cannot absorb divine power, you can. If the limbs of a legendary bloodline were fused into your body, and then infused with divine power to create a fragmented divine body, then your power would reach an unprecedented level. You will simultaneously possess the powerful physical body of a legendary bloodline and the divine power of a remnant god. The combination of the two will create unimaginable power. Yidong imagined that scene, and it did sound pretty good. Is there any precedent for this? I don't want to be a guinea pig. No, the ninth princess answered decisively. What if it fails? Yidong was speechless. There's no precedent because no one has ever been able to fuse the remains of a legendary bloodline, the ninth princess explained. Other races simply cannot withstand the power of legendary bloodlines. They will explode and die the moment they come into contact with it. Am I not another race? So you need a third treasure. The ninth princess smiled mysteriously. Chapter 164 Hellkoi. Go ask that carp for something called black brocade scales. What is that? The ultimate harmonizer. With it, all the power in your body can be stabilized, and the fusion of legendary bloodline limbs will also be stable. Yidong carefully retracted the mantis arm, then jumped back onto the platform and came to the black carp. Senior black carp. Yidong tried to make his tone as polite as possible. This junior would like a piece of black brocade scale. Would you be willing to part with it? The black carp was leisurely soaking in the lava when it heard this and was suddenly stunned, almost choking on the lava. Black brocade scales. Its fish eyes widened. Young man, how did you know I had one? The black carp looked at Yidong. Then its gaze shifted to the faintly visible dark figure beside Yidong. Huh? This aura. The black carp carefully sensed it. This is Her Highness the Ninth Princess. It's me. The ninth princess said coldly. Your Highness, what happened to you? It was blasted apart by the power bestowed by the gods. The ninth princess said with a wry smile, her voice filled with helplessness. It's a long story. The black carp nodded thoughtfully. No wonder he knew about the existence of the black brocade scale. It turns out it was Princess Ninth who gave him the guidance. However, Your Highness, your current condition is very dangerous. If this continues, you will completely dissipate, it said worriedly. I know, and we are working hard to find a solution, the ninth princess replied. That's why we need this black brocade scale even more. The black carp swam around in the lava and said, Since it is Her Highness the ninth princess who has spoken, I naturally cannot refuse. It looked at Yidong and said in a deep voice, However, this black brocade scale carries a great karmic burden. If you want to obtain it, you have to come and get it yourself. I won't resist, but pain is inevitable, so you have to be gentle. As it spoke, the black carp flipped over in the lava, revealing its belly. Yidong then saw clearly that there was indeed a special scale on the carp's belly. This scale was a full circle larger than the others, and its color was also different. While the other scales were ordinary black, this scale emitted a deep black light. What is the cause and effect of this? Yidong looked at the ninth princess. I'm taking sides on your behalf. What's the meaning? The 9 legendary bloodlines are not at peace. They have been fighting since ancient times and are divided into 3 factions: good and lawful, chaotic and evil, and unknown neutral. The ninth princess continued. The black carp belong to the good and lawful alignment, so they will attack you if you encounter the chaotic and evil alignment. Is it a legendary bloodline? Yidong looked at the black carp, somewhat incredulous that he had actually encountered a legendary bloodline. Legendary bloodline, Hellkoi. The black koi introduced itself, but its tone was calm, and there was nothing arrogant about it. Yidong took a deep breath and reached out to grab the edge of the scale. You've made a decision so quickly? Aren't you afraid that chaos and evil will cause you trouble? Just death. Upon first contact, Yidong felt a calming aura emanating from the scales, bringing peace to his mind and body. Are you ready? Yidong asked, looking at the black carp. Come on, hurry up. A short pain is worse than a long one. The black carp closed its eyes, preparing to endure the pain. Yidong pulled hard. Ah! The black carp let out a deafening scream that echoed throughout the entire treasure vault, startling even Charles and the girl in the distance. The moment the scales were plucked, a gushing stream of blood erupted, staining the surrounding lava red. The black carp writhed wildly in the lava in agony, its massive tail slapping against the lava surface and sending up waves of fire several meters high. A dozen seconds later, it rolled over and sank. Holy crap, did I kill it? Yidong was a little confused. Don't worry, it's incredibly resilient and won't die, the ninth princess said calmly. It'll just sleep for a few days at most. Upon hearing this, Yidong shook his head in disappointment, completely baffled by the ninth princess. She strongly suspected that Yidong really wanted to kill the hell koi and then create a breeding stock. If it's dizzy, can I empty the treasure vault? It seems Yidong has considered things more thoroughly than she has, but the ninth princess shook her head. Otto outside the door won't agree. All right. Yidong put the scale into his pocket, and just then, Charles's excited screams came from afar. That felt so good. Haha, that felt so good. Charles jumped back from the stone pillars, holding 3 things in his hands, his face beaming with pride. The first item was an ordinary-looking iron rod, about 1.5 meters long, grayish-black all over, with no decorations on the surface, like a cheap item bought from a street stall. The second item was an antique wine pot, with intricate patterns engraved on its body and a faint aroma of wine emanating from it. The third item was a blue crown, inlaid with various gems, which sparkled in the firelight. Seaweed shreds, so happy? You're all legendary weapons. Yidong teased. Don't underestimate them. Charles proudly waved the iron rod. Although they are not legendary weapons, they can unleash even greater power in my hands than legendary weapons. Just then, the girl finished making her selection and returned. Compared to Charles's flamboyance, the girl was much more low-key, carefully holding her spoils as if afraid of damaging them. The first item was a long, jet-black sword. It had no decorations on its blade, but it exuded a chilling aura of killing intent. The second item was a hideous ghost mask, with a blue face and fangs, looking just like the face of an evil spirit. The third item was a tattered red cloak, covered in patches and holes, looking as if it had been picked up from a garbage dump. The ninth princess floated over and carefully observed their choices. Charles's judgment is much better than before, Princess Ninth commented with satisfaction. Charles was a little embarrassed. Ninth princess, what do you mean? You know each other? Yidong rubbed his chin. That makes sense. The princesses and princes of the 2 countries should have met during the negotiations. Yes, Charles was full of vigor back then, but now he's fallen to this state. You still dare to talk about me? You're a ghost now. You 2 are equally bad. P.S. Thanks to Jachi Gugugu for the boba milk tea, I tasted a pig in every sip. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and contributed to this cause. Love you all. Chapter 165 National War. With Yidong's mediation, the 2 reconciled, and the ninth princess also commented on the treasures Charles had chosen. That iron rod is called Jinzhong. Although it looks ordinary, it weighs as much as 1,000 pounds when swung. One blow can even smash a mountain. The flask is called the Infinite Flask. It can quickly restore the physical body. It contains an endless fountain of life, but it takes time to replenish the life force after it is used up. As for that crown, it is called the Ghost Crown. It allows you to enter a ghost form when your physical body is destroyed, which can help improve the weakness of the White Bone clan's physical body. Charles listened with great interest and was very pleased with himself. See, Yidong, this is what you call good judgment. It's better than the dismembered limbs you chose, isn't it? Yidong rolled his eyes at it, too lazy to argue with this guy. The ninth princess looked at the girl again, her expression playful. Young lady, your choice is very interesting, she said slowly. These 3 things are all dangerous, but also very powerful. The black sword is called Tai Sui. It is a cursed sword. After it is drawn, it will gradually increase the user's power, but at the same time it will gradually erode the user's sanity, eventually turning the user into a madman who only knows how to kill. The girl hugged the long knife tightly and didn't say a word. The ghost mask can make you immune to any mental attacks and greatly enhance your mental strength, but if you wear it for a long time, you will gradually lose your human emotions. The red cloak looks tattered, but it is actually a piece of the cloak of the War Knight of the Remnant God. It can inspire the user's fighting spirit, making him fearless of death and charging forward. The ninth princess looked at the girl and said, These 3 things were created for battle. It seems you really want to change yourself and stop being afraid of humans. The girl bit her lip, a determined glint in her eyes. I want to be a butcher. Charles covered his mouth and chuckled. Just then, the stone pillar gradually sank into the magma, making a rumbling sound. What's going on? Charles gripped the heavy golden rod tightly, wary. It should be for export. As soon as he finished speaking, a stone path rose from the black lava, leading straight to the depths of the lava lake. Let's go. Yidong stepped onto the stone path first, feeling the solid texture under his feet, followed closely by Charles and the girl. The path was narrow, allowing only two people to walk side by side. On both sides were scorching black lava, and waves of heat rushed towards you, making you sweat profusely. Be careful, don't fall, Yidong warned, not wanting to crash at the exit. Charles followed closely behind, saying, Yidong, do you think we're fools? No, I was just worried you might get curious and go for a swim. 666, isn't this just treating me like an idiot? The stone-paved road stretched for several hundred meters before ending in a dark passage. Another pitch-black passage. Charles muttered, does the maze designer have photophobia? Yidong lit a piece of bloodwood as a torch. Let's go. We should be close to the exit soon. The black passage was shorter than expected. The three of them walked for about 10 minutes before seeing the light ahead. When they stepped out of the passage, the sight before them stunned all three of them. A massive door stood before them, 100 meters high and 50 meters wide, constructed entirely of black metal, exuding an ancient and majestic aura. The door was carved with countless intricate runes, some resembling ancient script, others like mysterious magic circles, which shimmered in the dim light. Is this the exit from the maze? Charles looked up at the giant gate. The kingdom of Hal is really generous. They must have made a lot of money off the common people. Your bone kingdom is no less impressive. I've heard that your palace is made of pure gold. That's a lie. How could it be pure gold? It's probably only 99%. Ignoring their bickering, Yidong walked straight toward the door, where the massive door creaked and slowly opened to the sides. It was daytime outside, and warm sunlight streamed in, bringing with it the fresh air from outside. The three of them couldn't help but take a deep breath. Stepping out the gate, you'll find yourself in a huge plaza paved with white flagstones that gleam brightly in the sunlight. But what's most eye-catching isn't the square, but the huge figure leaning against the door. It was a steel giant that was 100 meters tall, its entire body composed of intricate mechanical structures, with complex gears and pipes visible at its joints. It sat there leaning against the door frame, its eyes closed, its chest rising and falling rhythmically, looking as if it were asleep. Otto. The ninth princess's voice rang in Yidong's ears, the gatekeeper of the bitter cold prison, a legendary guard. Charles swallowed hard, and Yidong frowned as well. Is this the legend that surpasses the First Order? That's interesting. The three carefully bypassed Otto, afraid of waking this legendary guard. However, Otto seemed to be sleeping soundly, not even moving his eyelids. In the center of the square was a huge teleportation array, with complex runes shimmering with a pale blue light on the ground. Finally, I can leave this awful place. Yidong walked towards the teleportation array. I'm starting to miss Crow. The three stood in the center of the teleportation array, the blue light growing brighter and brighter, and space began to distort. Buzz! After a dizzying spin, all I could see was blinding white light. When the white light dissipated, the three found themselves standing in a teleportation array in a city. Welcome to Muna City, a mechanical voice announced. This is a steel city, with towering metal buildings everywhere, and steam pipes spread across the sky like a spider web, spewing out white steam from time to time. The air was thick with the smells of engine oil and coal, and the distant roar of massive machinery could be heard. Before they could figure out what was going on, a rhinoceros man guard in military uniform walked over, holding a few pieces of paper in his hand. Without further ado, it shoved 3 sheets of paper into Yidong's hand. Conscription order, enforceable. Anyone who refuses to serve will be executed on the spot. Yidong looked down at the paper in his hand, which was covered with densely written articles. The gist of the article was to conscript young men to join the army of the Kingdom of Hal and participate in the upcoming war. Just got out of that freezing prison, and you've become a soldier in the Kingdom of Hal. Charles's eyes widened. Does it have to be so ironic? The girl was also a little flustered. Can we refuse? Do you want to be executed on the spot? Yidong shook his head and looked at the ninth princess beside him. What's going on? The ninth princess's shadowy figure flickered. Strange, the Kingdom of Hal doesn't usually enforce conscription, unless... Unless what? Unless a major war is about to break out, the ninth princess said gravely. Find someone to ask about the specifics. Chapter 166 Plane Crash. Yidong looked around and immediately pinned down a goat-headed man. Little lamb. Yidong stopped the sheep-headed man, trying to make his tone as friendly as possible. Could I ask what the situation is? Why is there forced conscription? The sheep-headed man glanced at the conscription order in Yidong's hand, then at Charles, who was eyeing Yidong menacingly behind him, and swallowed hard. Are you new here? Yes, I just got out of a freezing prison. No wonder then. The goat-headed man sighed. The kingdom of Hal is going to war with the kingdom of Bone again, which is why they're forcibly conscripting soldiers. A war? Charles's eyes lit up. Why fight the kingdom of Bones? I heard that the human empire and our kingdom of Hal have joined forces to annex the kingdom of Bones. What? The ninth princess asked, puzzled. Why would the human empire suddenly join forces with the kingdom of Hal? The goat-headed man shook his head. I don't know the specifics, but it should be true. I heard that the human cities within the kingdom of Bones have begun to rebel, and the holy mother of the imperial cult and the army of the kingdom of Hal are gathering at the front lines. Even the Witcher Guild is involved. I've heard it's an unprecedented large-scale war. Yidong nodded thoughtfully. Thank you. After Yidong released the ram-headed man, the latter hurriedly left, only starting to mutter curses after he had gone some distance away. What do we do now? Are we really going to become a soldier? It's impossible to be a common soldier. Yidong glanced at the troops being forcibly conscripted on both sides of the road, then looked at the ninth princess. How far is the original location from here? The ninth princess thought for a moment and said, it's about 500 kilometers. You can choose to use a teleportation portal or by a means of transportation. The teleportation portal is definitely out of the question. It's guarded and controlled by the military. If they go in, they'll be treated as deserters. It seems we'll have to find a means of transportation. Just as the three were about to leave, the army noticed them. Forced conscription, no leaving allowed. Excuse me. I have diarrhea. I need to go to the toilet. After Charles finished speaking, the three of them ran away immediately, and the soldiers, after a moment of hesitation, quickly followed. The transportation mall in Muna City was much larger than Yidong had imagined. Various bizarre vehicles are displayed in the exhibition hall, including steam-powered mechanical horses, flying carpets powered by magic stones, and even living modified flying monsters. The three men, leading soldiers, rampaged through the market, quickly turning it into chaos. Ninth princess, please recommend one. The ninth princess pointed to a strong eagle. The flying eagle, a seventh-order flying monster, is extremely fast, easily flying over 500 kilometers a day. This eagle has brown feathers and a wingspan of over 10 meters, making it a perfect flying mount. How much? Yidong asked directly. 500 gold coins. No cheating the young or old. Make a deal. Yidong kicked the merchant who reached out his hand away, then tumbled up with Charles and the girl. The eagle's back is very broad, easily accommodating three people, and its feathers are very soft, making it quite comfortable to sit on. Take off quickly, or I'll stab you to death. Yidong patted the eagle's neck. The eagle nodded quickly, and its giant wings began to flap. Call. The strong wind pressure nearly blew the three of them away, and the gale carried them into the sky. The soldiers had just arrived, but it was too late. They could only fire wildly, but the eagle easily dodged them all. The city of Muna shrank rapidly beneath our feet, with steel buildings arranged like building blocks, and distant mountains and forests spread out before us. This feels pretty good, Charles exclaimed excitedly. Much more comfortable than the royal carriage. The girl clung tightly to the feathers on the eagle's back, clearly somewhat afraid of heights, but her eyes also shone with curiosity. The eagle took flight on its own, requiring no directions, and Yidong began processing the items he had obtained from the king's treasury. Ninth princess, can we fuse now? Okay, let's start with the black brocade scale, the ninth princess instructed. Put it on your chest. Yidong did as instructed, and the moment the black brocade scale touched his chest, it bit down hard like a greedy monster. Yidong felt his divine power being absorbed, but soon the black brocade scales calmed down, and an indescribable peace emerged in his heart. Next are the ram's horns and the right arm. Yidong carefully took out the black ram's horn and put it on his forehead. The ram's horns automatically embed themselves into the skin as soon as they touched the head, as if they were already there. Yidong mobilized the divine power within his body and slowly poured it into the ram's horn, and a dark aura began to permeate the horn. Instantly, a strange power surged into his brain, and he felt that he could perceive the emotional changes of all the creatures around him. The eagle's fear, Charles's shock, the girl's fear, and even the instinctive reaction of the birds flying in the distance could be felt. Success. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. Next is the mantis's right arm, a process that is quite painful. Yidong first used the 7-star treasure blade to cut off his own right arm, and then, enduring the pain, pressed the mantis's right arm onto it. The flesh and blood quickly merged together, and Yi Dong felt as if his shoulder was being frantically devoured by a monster. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain, and channeled the divine power within his body into his right arm. Soon, the two fused together, and the new right arm was stronger than the original, covered with a dark red carapace. Yi Dong felt an inexhaustible strength in his right arm. Each time he clenched his fist, he could even produce a sonic boom. Holy crap! Charles sat to the side watching, utterly shocked. Yi Dong actually fused with a part of the legendary bloodline. He thought Yi Dong was going to be used as a material for advancement. But why didn't it explode? That doesn't make sense. How are you? How do you feel? The ninth princess asked with concern. Yi Dong clenched his new right fist. Very good. After flying all the way, the eagle was about to reach its original location just as day was about to end. However, there are still less than 100 kilometers left. After crossing a huge snow-capped mountain range ahead, we will basically arrive. The mountain peaks pierce the clouds and are covered in white snow. Let's go around it, Yi Dong said to Junying. But Charles disagreed, saying, why not just fly there directly? Taking a detour is a waste of time. Yi Dong didn't say much. He could just fly over there. The swift eagle was a 7th-ranked bird, so this shouldn't be difficult for it. The eagle let out a cry and began to climb upwards, flying towards the top of the snow-capped mountain. But when they flew to the middle of the mountain, they suddenly encountered a strong cold front from high altitude. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The wind howled like a knife, freezing the eagle's feathers instantly and stiffening its wings. Damn it, Charles yelled. Junying, you piece of trash, hold on. But Junying was clearly unable to withstand the cold current and lost its balance in the blink of an eye, crashing headlong into the mountain with the three of them on its back. Bang! A tremendous crash resounded as 4 figures slammed heavily onto the snow, sending up a flurry of snowflakes. Yi Dong climbed out of the snowdrift, somewhat speechless. Are they all still alive? Living is just a little painful. Charles's voice came from the snowdrift. The girl also climbed out, soaking wet and shivering from the cold. But the eagle wasn't so lucky. It was frozen solid by the high-altitude cold air, and with the violent impact, its head was dislocated. It was clearly dead when it lay on the ground. Wow, how come this cold wave is so strong? Charles scratched his head. Even the 7th sequence can be frozen solid. The 9th princess's shadowy figure appeared and explained, this is no ordinary cold front. It's a cold front from the Lingfeng Mountains. Isn't that obvious? Seaweed shreds, shut up. Yi Dong looked at the 9th princess and asked, is there something fishy going on here? There's nothing fishy about it. It's just that legend says a legendary ice dragon with a bloodline slumbers here, and the cold currents are its breath. Forget it. Let's get out of the mountains first. Yi Dong wasn't particularly interested in the ice dragon, and since he couldn't defeat it, he figured he should just go back and develop the pregnancy god cult as soon as possible. A cold wind blew by, and the three of them walked away into the distance, their feet sinking into the fine snow. Chapter 167. Eyes from below the mountain. The mountainside is covered in snow. As darkness fell, the oil lamp burned. 3 figures struggled through the snow, each step sinking deep into the snow and making a crunching sound. The further down you go, the deeper the snow gets. Charles complained as he walked. The snow is almost up to our knees. He led the way, his claws leaving deep footprints in the snow, making a relatively easier path for those behind. The girl was wrapped tightly in the red cloak she had obtained from the palace of the kings. Though tattered, it was indeed very warm. How high is this mountain? Yi Dong looked up at the next mountain peak, its snow-covered summit appearing and disappearing in the clouds. The 9th princess floated to the side, saying, this is Frost Peak, the 2nd highest mountain in the kingdom of Hao, with an altitude of about 50,000 meters. 50,000 meters? Charles swallowed hard. Where are we now? About 20,000 meters. Charles's face turned green. We just came down one mountain, and now we have to climb another? You still have the nerve to complain? Yi Dong walked behind, observing his surroundings expressionlessly. Oh dear, who would have thought that eagle would be so useless? As they were talking, Charles suddenly stopped and looked warily down the mountain ahead. What's wrong? Yi Dong and the girl also stopped in their tracks. Something is approaching. The girl also drew the Tai Swain knife from her back, the black blade gleaming with a cold, eerie light under the snow. Rumble. Heavy footsteps echoed through the snow, each step causing the ground to tremble slightly. Soon, a huge figure emerged from the snow and mist at the foot of the mountain. It was a snow ape 5 meters tall, covered in thick white fur, with muscles as tough as steel, and its eyes flashing with a cruel red light. The 6th sequence, Snow Overlord. Roar. The Snow Overlord let out a deafening roar. the sound echoing through the valley and causing avalanches. Don't move, let me try. Charles quickly grabbed the girl who was about to rush over and gripped the heavy golden rod tightly. Leave the butcher to Heidaisi. Yidong glanced at the avalanche behind him and called the girl to his side. Gobi. An avalanche was imminent, and the next second, the enormous phantom of the fire demon appeared, instantly burning up large amounts of water vapor within the avalanche. Charles then charged towards the snow overlord along with the avalanche. Although he was only a 7th-order leopard, with the support of this equipment, he felt that dealing with a 6th-order monkey should not be a problem. The snow ape didn't waste any words and launched an attack directly. It leaped up, its enormous fist smashing towards Charles, the force of the punch whistling through the air and sending up a flurry of snowflakes. Charles dodged the attack with a swift movement, then swung his heavy golden cudgel towards the snow ape's left side, the 1,000-pound iron cudgel whistling as it slammed into the snow ape's knee. When the sound of metal clashing rang out, and the snow ape actually knelt down. The force of the golden heavy cudgel strike was absolutely terrifying. Damn, that's impressive, Charles exclaimed, his confidence soaring. As they were talking, the snow ape suddenly roared to the sky. Roar! The sound waves spread as if they were real, and the surrounding snow was shaken and swirled up. Even more terrifying, a roar responded from afar. More than one. Charles's expression changed. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 more snow apes rushed over from different directions, each exuding a powerful aura of the 6th sequence. Holy crap, Yidong, help me out. Useless, Yidong muttered, then ordered the girl. Human butcher, you go right, I'll go left. The butcher immediately drew his sword and charged forward, while Yidong also rushed towards the snow ape on the left. Charles finally breathed a sigh of relief. He brandished the golden heavy sword and began to seriously deal with the 6th sequence snow ape before him. On the other side, Yidong slammed his right arm down towards the snow ape, which in turn threw a punch back. But the next second, the sound of bones breaking rang out, and it flew backward in pain, while Yidong was completely unharmed. What powerful arms! Yidong looked at his backsword mantis right arm, which was completely unharmed. It was terrifying that he could crush a snow ape of the 6th sequence with only the 7th sequence. It can only be said that he is indeed a legendary bloodline. His power is invincible. Try the Demon King's power, the 9th princess advised. Yidong nodded. He could clearly sense the snow ape's emotions. It was both angry and shocked, and had already considered escaping. Come over. Yidong's voice carried a seductive quality, and after a moment's hesitation, the snow ape obediently walked to Yidong's side. Kneel down. The snow ape wanted to refuse, but a force prevented it from doing so it could only obediently kneel down. How about unconditional mind control? Very nice. Yidong praised it, then punched the snow ape's head until it exploded. But I prefer to solve things with force. Charles and the girl both dealt with the snow ape one after another. The human butcher originally had the strength of a 6th-order saint, but Charles had a little more trouble. He had to crush one of his arms before he could kill the snow ape. Charles was somewhat embarrassed. Let's switch to the snow overlord's body. Yidong sat down on the spot and started a fire. Charles nodded and began changing the body. Half an hour later, Charles had become the 6th-order snow overlord, and his weight had increased significantly, making him a perfect fit even in the hands of the giant snow ape. Yidong took another look and was surprised to find that this thing could change size, just like the Rui Jingu Bang from his previous life. Let's keep going. There are still a few mountains waiting for us. Yidong stood up and walked forward. At the same time, in the darkness, a giant eye suddenly opened. An aura of kindness. After a long pause, it added, I hope they don't find me here. Chapter 168 Legendary Bloodline, Ice Dragon. As darkness fell completely, snowflakes began to drift down, and the 3 of them found a fairly spacious cave halfway up the mountain. There was no danger inside the cave, just a bit cold and damp, but it was much better than being outside in a blizzard. Finally, I can rest. Charles put down the heavy gold and leaned his huge snow ape body against the cave wall. I am exhausted after this day. Yidong used the bloodwood to start a fire, and the orange-red flames danced on the cave walls, bringing a touch of warmth. The girl, wrapped tightly in a red cloak, sat by the fire, her face pale, clearly quite cold. Gobi, come out and warm things up. Yidong patted his chest. Damn it, is that how I use it? A ghostly blue flame surged from Yidong's body, and the phantom of the fire demon stretched out in the cave, instantly warming the entire cave. The girl finally calmed down and nodded to Yidong to express her gratitude. Unlike Yidong and Charles, she was physically weaker. The 3 of them sat down in front of the fire and ate roasted meat. After climbing the mountain for so long, they could finally rest for a while. Bored, Charles began to examine his iron rod. With a casual wave of his hand, Jin Zhong drew an arc in the air, making a whooshing sound as it cut through the wind. This thing is really useful. Charles became more and more excited as he spoke, and began to wield the heavy iron rod inside the cave, spinning it like a windmill in his hands. Be careful not to collapse the cave, Yidong warned. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing, Charles said confidently. As soon as he finished speaking, he slammed his stick into the ground, trying to demonstrate the power of Jin Zhong. Bang! A tremendous impact resounded, and the entire cave trembled. No, Charles paused. Something's wrong. Snap! Cracks began to appear on the ground, spreading outwards from the point of impact, like a dense spider web. Not good. Yidong's pupils contracted. Run! But it was too late. Boom! The entire cave floor suddenly collapsed, and the three of them fell into a dark crevice. Seaweed shreds. Yidong roared as he fell. You idiot! I had no idea it would turn out like this. Charles shouted in the darkness. Who knew this cave would be so flimsy? The three of them fell for a long time in the darkness, but fortunately, what lay below was not a deep, straight pit, but a sloping slide, which they slid down onto the ice. Ah! The girl's scream echoed in the darkness. Yidong reached out to grab her, but he couldn't see where he was going at all. Bang! 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 The three of them crashed into the ground one after another, kicking up a large amount of snowflakes. Thanks to the cushioning effect of the slide, although the three were in a sorry state, none of them suffered any serious injuries. Are they all still alive? Yidong climbed out of the snowdrift and patted the snowflakes off his clothes. Living is just a little painful. Charles's voice came from not far away. The girl also sat up in the snow. Although she was a little dizzy, she seemed to be all right. Yidong rekindled a piece of bloodwood, and the flames illuminated the surrounding environment. Where is this place? They were now in a huge ice cave, surrounded by crystal-clear ice walls that shimmered in the firelight. The ice cave is very large, and as far as the eye can see, there is only ice and snow, with no end in sight. It's so cold. The girl shivered. Yidong also felt it. The temperature here was indeed unusually low, much colder than the snow-capped mountains outside. In a short time, Charles's fur was covered in frost, and even his breath instantly turned into ice crystals. The girl was shivering from the cold, and even the red cloak could not keep her warm. A dark blue flame erupted, and the intense heat provided some relief for the three of them. The ninth princess appeared in shadow, her expression grave. This temperature is abnormal. She looked around. Ordinary ice caves wouldn't be this cold. What could be the reason? Yidong frowned. It's very likely that there's a powerful, high-sequence ice-type Kira here. The ninth princess paused for a moment. Perhaps it's the legendary ice dragon. Don't scare me. Charles swallowed hard. How could an ice dragon possibly be in a place like this? Yidong didn't speak, but frowned and observed his surroundings. He felt something was off about the place. There was a sense of oppression in the air, as if some enormous entity was slumbering nearby. Just as the three were discussing how to leave the ice cave, a heavy breathing sound suddenly came from the depths of the darkness. Call. Call. His voice was deep and resonant, carrying a primal authority that made the surrounding air tremble slightly with each breath. What's that sound? The girl gripped the knife handle nervously. It sounds like the breathing of some kind of giant creature. Yidong held up the bloodwood torch and looked in the direction from which the sound came. Could it really be an ice dragon? Charles gripped the golden weight, preparing for battle. Let's go take a look. Yidong took the lead and walked towards the direction from which the sound came. The further they went, the lower the temperature became, and the sound of their footsteps echoed crisply on the ice. After walking for about 10 minutes, a cliff appeared ahead, and the breathing sounds came from below. Yidong carefully walked to the edge of the cliff and looked down. Below was complete darkness. Nothing could be seen, but the sound of breathing grew clearer and clearer. Throw down a light source, the ninth princess advised. Yidong took out a white day seed from the swallowing ball and threw it forcefully down the cliff. The white bird traced an arc in the air before bursting into a dazzling light in the darkness. In an instant, the entire scene below the cliff was exposed to the three of them. Holy crap! Charles's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. A huge dragon head emerged from the mountain, its head as large as a house and covered with crystal-clear, ice-blue scales. Each scale was as smooth as a mirror, reflecting the light of day. The dragon head has a majestic and ancient shape, with long horns extending from the top of its head, its eyes tightly closed, and white, cold air constantly emanating from its nostrils. There really is an ice dragon trapped beneath this mountain, the ninth princess exclaimed in shock. The ice dragon seemed to be awakened by the sudden light and slowly opened its eyes. Those eyes were like two ice-blue suns, filled with ancient majesty and anger. Damn it! The ice dragon's roar resounded like thunder, echoing throughout the entire ice cave. You guys managed to find this kind of bird-in-the-sky place. It was clearly furious, raising its massive dragon head toward the three of them. But because its body was pressed into the mountainside, it could only barely lift its head. Die! The ice dragon opened its massive jaws, and a torrent of icy breath erupted like a tsunami. The blue-white chill instantly filled the space below the cliff, freezing everything in its path into ice sculptures. But the three of them stood atop the cliff, unable to raise the dragon's head or unleash its breath, and could only rage helplessly below. Yidong calmly looked at the ice dragon below. It has quite a temper. The dragon's breath lasted for several minutes before stopping, and the ice dragon seemed to realize its predicament, gradually calming down. Humans, its voice became calmer, and the presence of other races as well. How did you find this place? It was an accident, Yidong answered truthfully. We were resting in a cave up there when the ground collapsed, and we fell down. Huh. The ice dragon let out a sneer. How ironic that I've been hiding for so long, only to be discovered by accident. Who are you? Yidong looked down at the ice dragon, his tone indifferent. I am Frost, the eternal storm, the glacier, the polar doomsday, the frozen dragon, the supreme, the invincible overlord, and the defrost. Ice dragon uttered an extremely long name, his tone filled with deep pride. Abbreviated as Frost. It's a bit long. Yidong nodded. How did you end up trapped here? If it weren't for that damn traitor's betrayal, how could I have ended up like this? Frost said angrily. The junior I trusted back then actually used a ceiling formation to trap me here when I wasn't paying attention. This entrapment has lasted for 3,000 years. Do you know how I've survived these past 3,000 years? Yidong looked at the ninth princess, who shook her head, indicating that she did not recognize the dragon. Kid, how about we make a deal? Yidong did not answer, but simply took out Azathoth and pulled the trigger on the dragon's head. Chapter 169: The Deal with the Ice Dragon. Bang! The gun's single eye widened, shooting out a thick red laser beam that struck the ice dragon directly in the forehead. Boom! A huge explosion rang out. Smoke and dust billowed up, and the entire ice cave trembled. Charles was shocked. Yidong, what are you doing? To test their strength. When the smoke cleared, Frost's head was completely unharmed. Not even a single scale was broken. A legendary weapon, Frost said calmly, but it's useless against me. I am a legendary bloodline of the first tier, the pinnacle of power in this world. Kid, am I qualified to make a deal with you now? That's enough. Yidong put away Azathoth. A clever lad. A hint of admiration flashed in Frost's eyes. I would feel at ease doing business with someone like you. Tell me your terms, Yidong said, not wanting to waste time with small talk. Go to the Dark Mountains and find a guy, Demon King Sama. Frost's voice turned serious. Tell him it's time to fulfill the promise we made years ago. As long as he comes here to break the seal, I, Frost, can grant you any wish. Yidong pondered for a moment. All wishes. That's right. Wealth, power, strength, knowledge. I can give you whatever you want, Frost said, his tone full of temptation. I am a legendary bloodline of the first tier, and there is nothing in this world that I cannot do. Okay, I agree. Yidong nodded. But I'm not interested in any of what you've said. I need other conditions. Explain. I need you to help me deal with someone. Frost nodded without hesitation. No problem. It's just one person. To me, it's nothing more than a breath of dragon's breath. Make a deal. Frost nodded in satisfaction. The true God is my witness. The covenant is established. A beam of icy blue light shot out from its mouth, and the contract officially took effect. Yidong could feel a new connection between himself and the ice dragon. You'd better not go to the Dark Mountains right now. Your strength is not yet sufficient to set foot there, the ice dragon warned. I know. All right, I'll see you off. The ice dragon slowly exhaled a stream of icy air, and a spiral-shaped teleportation array was formed, floating upwards in front of Yidong and the other two. Once you go in, you can leave this snow-capped mountain range and go directly to the foot of the mountain. Thank you, but I have one small request before I leave, Yidong suddenly said. What? Give me a piece of your flesh. Frost paused for a moment. What do you want my jerky for? To make some special props, Yidong replied truthfully. All right. Frost bit his tongue, and a piece of flesh was spat out, landing right next to its mouth. Come and take it. Yidong looked at Charles, who shrugged, his face full of helplessness and misery. The moment Yidong looked at him, Charles knew what Yidong was up to. There was no other way. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Charles slid down the steep ice wall and landed squarely on the ice dragon's head. Ice dragon. Oh my god. I'm so sorry, Grandpa Ice Dragon. I'm so sorry. Charles quickly apologized and scrambled off the ice dragon, fearing that the dragon would be so angry that it would turn him into an ice sculpture. Fortunately, the ice dragon wasn't angry. It just kept its two huge eyes fixed on Charles, making Charles's hair stand on end. Charles quickly obtained the piece of meat, then climbed up the ice wall and handed the dragon meat to Yidong. Yidong took the dragon meat, which was shimmering with an icy blue light, and carefully put it into the swallowing ball. Yidong jumped into the whirlpool first, followed closely by Charles and the girl. After a dizzying moment, the three of them appeared at the foot of the snow-capped mountain range. Looking back, the majestic snow-capped mountains appear exceptionally magnificent under the setting sun. Seaweed strips, butchers, Yidong suddenly said. What? Which of you two wants a baby ice dragon? What do you mean? Both of them were puzzled, not understanding what Yidong was talking about. To be honest, although they had been following Yidong for a while, none of them knew that Yidong's ability was to get other people pregnant. Yidong then explained his abilities, and both of them stared wide-eyed at the ice dragon meat with shining eyes. If what Yidong said is true, then as long as one eats this dragon meat to create a fertilized egg, one can conceive a legendary bloodline. What kind of incredible ability is this? Let Tu Hui go. She's a woman, and I have to keep fighting. If I'm not careful, my body will shatter. Yidong nodded. Charles's words made a lot of sense. He looked at the butcher, who was also looking at him. I can. After a moment's hesitation, the butcher nodded. It wasn't that she didn't want the ice dragon, but rather that it was too precious, and she was afraid of messing things up, which was why she hesitated. Yidong took out a soul and began to mold the seed with his bare hands. In just a moment, the gestation seed, gleaming with a cold light, appeared in his hand. Eat it. The butcher took the pregnant woman and stuffed her into his mouth. The pregnancy was huge. The butcher felt his mouth was completely stuffed, but he still endured the pain and swallowed it. All right, you can go now. Yidong waved his hand. Charles and the butcher were taken aback. Weren't you going to take us back to the Church of the Pregnant God? That was true before, but the existence of the ice dragon cannot be revealed yet, so I cannot take you back. Then where do we go? Charles frowned. Anywhere is fine, seaweed strips. Protect the butcher. Once the ice dragon comes out, it will protect you. All right. The two of them roughly understood that both the deal with the ice dragon and the ice dragon that could not appear meant one thing. Yidong is wary of a certain person within the pregnancy god cult, and this person is extremely powerful, beyond his ability to confront. He can only counter this through future strategic planning. The three parted ways. Yidong headed towards the moving castle, while Charles and the butcher headed towards the interior of the kingdom of Hao. In the darkness, the flickering light of the oil lamp illuminated Yidong's profile, making it impossible to discern his thoughts. Seemingly sensing a gaze, he slowly spoke. Is this really what you want? Chapter 170 The Game with the Cult Leader. The night was as dark as ink, and a figure moved swiftly across the wilderness. Yidong stepped onto the hard ground and quickly moved towards the huge black shadow in the distance. The moving castle was not far ahead, its 6 mechanical legs steadily supporting its massive body, looking as majestic as a steel behemoth under the daylight. Having survived a near-death experience in a frigid prison, a thrilling raid on the king's treasury, and a deal with a legendary bloodline ice dragon in the snowy mountains, he finally returned home. Home is still the best, Yidong said with a sigh. The mechanical hamster behind him patted his shoulder with its little paw, seemingly in agreement. With a light step, Yidong shot into the sky like a cannonball, easily landing at the castle gate, which was over 20 meters high. As soon as I landed, I saw a boy sitting on the steps by the door. He was a boy who looked about 16 or 17 years old, with a thin build, but what was most striking was the dense black tentacles covering his body. The tentacles kept wriggling, some wrapped around his arms, others extended from his back, looking both eerie and somewhat cute. Hearing the noise, the boy curiously looked up at Yidong. When he saw the person's face clearly, his eyes lit up instantly, and he opened his mouth to speak. Yidong reacted quickly and covered the boy's mouth. Shoo, don't speak, Yidong whispered. Password. The boy nodded frantically, his eyes filled with excitement. I haven't seen this little guy for just a few days, and he's grown so much. Yidong released his grip and smiled at the password. Good boy, what are you doing here? I'm on night watch, Cypher said softly. Dad said I have to protect everyone's safety, so I'm here every night to keep watch. Good, very responsible. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. Then you continue to guard the area. I'll go in and check on everyone first. Yidong gently pushed open the heavy castle gate. The hinges creaked slightly, but it was not noticeable in the dead of night. The castle was quiet inside, with orange-red flames dancing in the hall, illuminating the entire space warmly and comfortably. This long-lost feeling of home warmed Yidong's heart. The crow was still fast asleep on the sofa, occasionally letting out a few sleep-talking cries. The black cloth lay sprawled in the corner, its massive body rising and falling, clearly also fast asleep. Leonardo da Vinci curled up in the warmest spot by the fireplace, his forelegs in the air, sleeping soundly. The sounds of Zhuyu and Yu cooking could be heard coming from the room on the first floor. It seemed that the two hard-working chubby boys were still busy. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. It seemed that the castle was peaceful after he left, and everyone was doing well. Home is still the best. Just then, the crow suddenly started talking in its sleep. Yidong, where did that idiot run off to? Da Vinci, you bastard, the combined cipher is bullying me. Yidong, come back quickly, to back me up. Yidong couldn't help but chuckle. This guy was still so sarcastic even in his sleep. He quietly walked to the sofa, reached out, and pinched the crow's beak, then gently lifted it up. Huh? Huh? The crow suddenly woke up, opening its eyes groggily. When it saw Yidong's face clearly, the bird bristled and struggled frantically to speak. Did you miss me? Yidong asked with a smile. Yidong released his grip, and the crow immediately spoke. Yidong, you bastard, you still know how to come back. The cawing of crows startled Leonardo da Vinci awake. He groggily looked up, and upon seeing Yidong, he instantly snapped back to reality. Woof! Da Vinci jumped up excitedly, ran to Yidong's side and frantically rubbed against his trouser leg, its tail wagging like an electric fan. Yidong patted Da Vinci's head. Gobi, come out and meet your old friends. A ghostly blue flame erupted from Yidong's body, and the phantom of a fire demon appeared in the hall. Good evening, you stinky bird and silly dog. Gobi wearily crawled into the fireplace. I'm exhausted from being out here these past few days. Zhuyo and Yuzhua also ran out of the room, each holding a spatula. Apostle Yi, you must be very tired out there, right? It's all right. I'll go make dumplings now, and we'll have a reunion dinner together. All right, go ahead. Yidong smiled. These two chubby boys were much more sensible than crows. How was your time? The crow looked Yidong up and down curiously. Why do you have a goat's horn on your head? And what's with this arm? It was a lot of fun, Gobi eagerly replied. Yidong really struck it rich this time. He even got his hands on a limb of a legendary bloodline. It's not about playing. It's about going on an adventure. Next came a lively time for reminiscing. Yidong briefly recounted his experience in the harsh prison, which the group listened to with great interest, occasionally letting out exclamations of surprise. Well, you got what you deserved, the crow said, disgruntled. Password sat to one side, playing with the small stones it had picked up from outside with its tentacles, occasionally interjecting with a few questions. After chatting for about half an hour, Yidong tapped the crow on the head. All right, I'll go check on the leader. Does Crow want to come along? No, I want to sleep. The cult leader has been in a bad mood lately. I'm afraid she'll strangle me if I go there. What happened to the cult leader? Who knew that Leonardo da Vinci would get a lecture for even farting? Yidong looked at Leonardo da Vinci, who looked aggrieved. The leader has been acting strangely lately, always getting angry for no reason, and Uncle Crow has been beaten up several times, Password added. I'll go take a look. Yidong stood up, took the mechanical hamster off his back, and placed it on the ground, then walked upstairs. Arriving at the door of the cult leader's room, Yidong gently knocked. Come in. Yu Yuko's voice came from inside, sounding as calm as ever. Yidong pushed open the door and entered. Yu Zi was leaning against the headboard reading a novel, her purple eyes sparkling in the candlelight. You're back. Yu Yuko didn't even look up, turning a page of her book. Yes, I'm back. Yidong sat down on the edge of the bed. Yu Yuzi then put down her book and gently stroked Yidong's cheek. You've lost weight, she said softly. You've suffered a lot out there. It's all right. Yidong enjoyed this warm feeling. Although I suffered a lot, I also grew a lot. I saw it. Yu Yuko's gaze fell on the ram's horn on Yidong's forehead, and then on his right arm covered with dark red carapace. But no matter how much you grow, you'll always be my puppy. Yidong nodded and said nothing more. Yu Yuzi remained silent for a moment, gently stroking the black brocade scales on Yidong's chest, and then sighed softly. Yidong, this path won't work. Let's get rid of these things while there's still time. Why? Yidong asked in confusion. I feel great, my strength has increased a lot. Because the gods will not allow it. Yu Yuko's voice turned serious. To create a crippled god through legendary bloodline is to challenge the authority of the gods. If discovered, the consequences would be unimaginable. Yidong looked into Yu Yuzi's eyes, trying to glean more information from them. But Ikuko quickly looked away and picked up her novel again. I'm tired. You should go back and rest. I understand. Yidong stood up. Although he had many questions, he knew that the cult leader did not want to say more. Back in his room, Yidong placed the mechanical hamster on his bedside table and then laid down on the bed. The sunlight streamed through the window and onto the floor, and the room was quiet. Yidong, the shadowy figure of the ninth princess, slowly emerged. But this time her voice sounded trembling, carrying an indescribable fear. What's wrong? Yidong sat up, looking at the ninth princess with concern. What's wrong? Why is your voice trembling? The ninth princess's shadow trembled even more violently, like a wisp of smoke that might dissipate at any moment. She opened her mouth as if to say something, but in the end said nothing, and her figure slowly disappeared into the darkness. Yidong frowned. The sect leader's warning, the ninth princess's fear. It seems that fusing with legendary bloodlines is much more complicated than he imagined. But the arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released. Moreover, now that I've come this far, there's no turning back. The battle with the cult leader has only just begun. Chapter 171: The Secret of the Human Empire. When Yidong came down to the first floor, Zuiyu had already brought out all the dumplings and arranged them neatly on the table. The crows had already started stealing the food, picking up a dumpling and swallowing it whole in one gulp. Lord Crow, be careful, it's hot. You want to burn me? No. Ah, damn it. The crow spat out the dumpling and looked over in a daze, only to see a ghostly blue flame burning on the dumpling. Gobi. The crow looked toward the fireplace and saw Yidong and Gobi idiots colluding, looking at it with wicked grins. Damn it, Da Vinci Code, listen up. Uncle Crow, the cult leader hasn't arrived yet. You can't eat it. Password sat obediently next to the dark cloth, with a small bed under its bottom. This is the rebirth bed he created, but he hasn't used it even once in his 9 rebirths. You think you can just get your hands on the password now? You're not listening to me anymore. Yidong smiled. This damn crow. Even when it was talking in its sleep, it said that the code and Da Vinci were bullying it, but it turns out that dreams are always the opposite. Crow, how about you spar with me? I'll give you 2 legendary weapons. Crow, you give me 1. Dream on. Yidong, I've worked so hard to raise over 10,000 sons and daughters for you, and you won't even give me a legendary weapon? Do you have any conscience? Upon hearing this, Yidong was taken aback. What? 10,000 sons? Uncle Yidong is a child from Luajia Port City. After receiving the password reminder, Yidong remembered that he had deployed more than 10,000 breeding stock in Logoport City. Logoport City is now in ruins. If it weren't for me feeding them, none of these 10,000 children would have survived. How did it become ruins? Yidong frowned. Could it be that the black-robed monster really destroyed the entire city? The crow coughed lightly. They attacked too fiercely, and in the end they all died. Only these children survived. Is that so? Yidong asked thoughtfully. Yeah. So hurry up and pull out your legendary weapon. If you won't give it to me, at least show it to me. Seeing that the crow was eager to change the subject, Yidong didn't ask any further questions. He already had the answer in his heart. With a flick of his right hand, Azathoth and the 7-star sword appeared in his hand and were quietly placed on the table. Why did Azathoth pull out that broken spear? The raven kicked Azathoth aside and grabbed the 7-star sword with one claw. Be careful, that knife can cut anything. Upon hearing this, everyone gathered around. Even those on the left and right came over to see what was going on. Oh, you've even put such a good thing to use. Crow grabbed the 7-star sword and lightly sliced it across a dumpling, splitting it in 2. The dumplings are pretty good, the crow commented. You cut everything but dumplings? Then I'll go for Azathoth. Yidong was speechless. This bird always managed to silence him. It really knew how to talk. Da-da-da. Footsteps sounded behind them, and a crow was grabbed by a ghostly claw and thrown over. The 7-star sword fell onto the table and was picked up by a hand. The 7-star sword of the Kingdom of Hal is a very good weapon. Yu Yuko handed the 7-star sword back and picked up Azathoth again. The multi-eyed Taoist of the 5th sequence is also quite good. Yidong has grown a lot this time, and you all need to keep up the good work. The others nodded quickly, and even the crow dared not continue its banter. It's gotten quite a few beatings these past few days for being so talkative, but it's really learned its lesson. All right, let's eat. Yu Yuzi sat down at the dining table. Yidong sat next to her, and the other monsters took their seats in turn. Of course, figures like Leonardo da Vinci and the Raven were not easy to sit on. They could only stand on benches, and in the pitch black, they simply fell into a deep sleep, never to be awakened. During the meal, Yidong suddenly remembered the conscription and asked Yu Yuzi about the national war. Wars happen all the time, don't they? I bet it's the same as before. They're all trying to seize land, the crow chimed in. No, that's not it. Yuyuko shook her head. This war is a joint effort between the Kingdom of Hao and the human empire against the Kingdom of Bone. The Kingdom of Hao and the Kingdom of Bone were originally evenly matched in strength, and neither side had fought for 100 years. So, Yidong said thoughtfully, what the leader really wants to fight is the human empire. That's right. Yuko continued. As for the human empire's goals, they're hardly a secret anymore. As we all know, the greatest support for mankind is the emperor. Only the emperor's name is so powerful among mankind that it is very difficult for small faiths to emerge in human empires. That is, faiths in other humans. Consequently, there are almost no remnant gods in human empires, and therefore no one has the qualification to seize godhood. In summary, it means that humanity cannot produce a second god. So someone wants to gain a large number of believers through war and advance to the level of a remnant god? Yidong asked, rubbing his chin. They're undermining the emperor's power, the code exclaimed. You've got some nerve. If the emperor doesn't agree, I'll turn him into a meat pie in no time. The crow muttered as it swallowed a dumpling. All right, I'm finished eating. You can eat slowly. You stood up, rubbed Yidong's head, and went upstairs. By the way, I'll be leaving soon. You can handle things yourselves. Yidong nodded, watching the cult leader disappear around the corner. After the cult leader left, everyone relaxed a bit, especially Crow, who swallowed all the dumplings in front of Yidong without any hesitation. Yidong was lost in thought and didn't pinch the crow's beak. Soon, everyone had eaten and drunk their fill, and Yidong planned to go to Logoport City with Crow and the Da Vinci Code. The moving castle was not far from Logoport City, and in just 10 minutes, four figures landed on the tallest clock tower in the city. Looking down, Yidong saw some smaller monster figures hidden in the ruins. They are similar to the password monsters, both being tentacle-like creatures, but their bloodline aura is noticeably stronger. With so many children, there will undoubtedly be a great deal of faith to be provided, and it is time to create the path to advancement to the 7th sequence. Moreover, my divine power has recently reached 300, which is almost 1% of my remnant divine body. I can find an opportunity to take them to the Atom family. The cult leader told us to wait 3 more days before we can completely leave them alone, Cypher said, holding Da Vinci. What do they usually eat? Abnormal flesh and blood. They can create it themselves. A piece of flesh and blood emerged from the Cypher's hand. Yidong, did you see that? Your children have started eating their own flesh. What kind of father are you? Crow complained. Yidong pinched the crow's beak, and the latter began to struggle frantically, but it was wishful thinking to try to break free from the mantis's right hand. Uncle Crow, the flesh and blood of the mutant race can be eaten like this. The crow was still struggling, unable to open its mouth at all. Let's go back. Chapter 172, see you tomorrow. Back in the castle, Yidong went to the 2nd floor to rest. He hasn't had a real rest after working so many days in the harsh prison. Although he was physically fine, he was always mentally tired, and it was a good opportunity to deal with the affairs of his followers. Just as he was about to lie down, the 9th princess's shadow reappeared. Yidong. The 9th princess's voice was still trembling slightly. What's wrong? Yidong frowned. He could clearly sense that she was scared since she came back. I don't know. I'm very panicked. Yidong suddenly thought of the cult leader. The 9th princess was probably in such a panic because of the cult leader. Could it be? What did you mean when you said you wanted my body? Because my soul needs a new vessel. Otherwise, I will gradually perish. Is your time up? No, there's still some time. I don't know what's wrong with me right now. I feel like I'm going to die. The 9th princess's voice was faint and pitiful. Do you want to get inside me? It's no use. The 9th princess gradually calmed down. I can feel it. I'm going to die. Entering your body won't help. Yidong frowned. To be honest, the 9th princess had helped him a lot, and he really didn't want to see her die like this. Yidong, listen carefully. I have something to say to you. Go ahead and tell me. Yidong sighed. Yidong, what do you think of this world? Evil. Yidong said without hesitation. Where do you think the root of evil comes from? True God. Yidong did not hesitate. That's right. Darkness will last forever, and light will never exist. So I sacrificed myself in an attempt to bring the mechanical wandering God to this world to cleanse the top powers of the dark world, thereby reducing the faith in the true God and weakening the night. But as you can see, I failed. My body could not withstand the power of the Wanderer, and even my soul was torn apart by the evil and chaotic power, leaving only this small black shadow. Yidong was somewhat moved, never expecting that the 9th princess's shadow was actually a torn-up soul. Yidong, for me, Changing this world is almost impossible. I know I'm just daydreaming. How could anyone in this world possibly change this? Stop talking. Yidong shook his head. The ninth princess sighed. Yidong, you must continue down the path of fusing with the remnants of the legendary bloodline. Countless people have tried other paths, and all of them have led to death. Only this path still offers a glimmer of hope. I'll consider it. Finally, I have one more gift for you. The ninth princess came up to the mechanical hamster's head. The little hamster is not just a toy. It is actually a key. Back then, I used nearly 30% of the frontline troops of the Kingdom of Hao to create a pseudo-crippled god. It is currently in the treasury of the royal city of Hao. If you have the opportunity, you can take the little hamster there and control it. By the way, he has a domineering name, General Decay. It seemed that after revealing all her secrets, the ninth princess felt much more relaxed, and Yidong even saw her smiling face in the shadows. Okay, I won't disturb your sleep anymore. Yidong sighed and reached out to pat the ninth princess's head, but his hand passed right through the shadows. Good night. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Yidong closed his eyes, clearing his mind of all distractions, and soon he heard the clear sound of flowing water. He opened his eyes and saw blue sky and white clouds, with a hint of floral fragrance in the air. Yidong sat up and saw a wide river in front of him, about 7 or 8 meters wide. The river water flowed out of the black mist and into another patch of black mist. With so much faith power, he could create his own path to advancement to the 7th sequence. Yidong opened his notebook and began to write. Advanced players. Defeating Kira will grant attribute points, which can be used to improve attributes and grant 9 additional resurrections. Promotion materials. Plunder Blackhand, regenerating Withered Vine. A surge of faith power flowed from the stream and poured into the notebook, instantly turning the new handwriting a shimmering gold. The 7th promotion path is secured. Yidong followed the stone path into the black mist and arrived at the open space where he would meet the children. Children, come here, domineering voice. Soon, figures draped in black robes gradually appeared, densely occupying the entire open space. Most of them were children from Loga Port City, hiding at the back and watching them curiously. With a wave of his hand, Yidong sent the advancement path to becoming a high-level player into the minds of these children. Adam Caesar, how's it going? Adam didn't have time to think about the use of the advanced player skill and quickly stepped forward. My God, everything is progressing smoothly. Our Adam family has taken in all the children in the vicinity, and there should be no more left outside. That's right. I will send an agent to the Adam family soon. He will provide more offspring. Your Adam family should prepare the flesh and blood. Upon hearing this, Adam Caesar's eyes lit up, and he immediately knelt down to express his gratitude. The Adam family has been riding high lately, having swallowed up other forces to become the largest family in this city, all thanks to the promise given by the gods. Adam's family sent 2 5th Series experts to help them develop, and they also brought a large amount of resources, which enabled them to upgrade all players to the 8th sequence. Although the benefits currently offered by players are not significant, its potential for growth should not be underestimated. It is far better than the universal advancement path provided by the True God. The True God provides virtually no other special attributes, only an improvement in physical attributes, and is highly dependent on monsters. There's one more thing. Adam looked up at Yidong. There is a port city called Loga within the Kingdom of Hao. Loga Port City has been completely destroyed by the agent, but more than 10,000 children are still left inside. Can your Adam family send someone to guide them? Upon hearing this, Adam hesitated for a moment before speaking. My lord, more than 10,000 children is no small number. Our Adam family in this city is unable to complete this task, but I can report it to the Adam main family, who certainly have the capability. Yidong nodded. It didn't matter who it was, as long as they came. It would greatly improve his strength. Any more questions? Yidong asked, looking at the children in front of him. If there are no problems, then the meeting is adjourned. P.S. Thanks to Jia Fu of Xuanzang Temple and Zhang Ranjiang for the boba milk tea. I tasted piggy in one sip. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and supported me. Love you all, moi. Chapter 173, 9th. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Yidong sat up in bed. He rubbed his face, stood up, and closed the window. The room was quiet. The little hamster sat at the foot of the bed, staring blankly at its 2 short legs. Its ruby-like eyes were somewhat dim today. The 9th princess? There was silence. There was no response. Yidong sighed, sat down next to the little hamster, and gently rubbed its head. From now on, you'll be working with me. The little hamster looked up at Yidong, then nodded mechanically, a strange smile creeping onto its lips. You need a name to follow me. Let me think about what name I should give you. Yidong thought for a moment. Then his eyes lit up. How about I call you Jior? The little hamster shook its head and drew a knife in its hand. You don't like it? Yidong rubbed his chin. How about Ninth? Ninth, it's a good name. The little hamster nodded and put away the knife. Very good, Ninth. From now on you will eat sesame oil and drink chili with me. Yidong smiled, grabbed Ninth and tossed him onto his back, where the latter gripped his shoulders tightly with both paws. Yidong pushed open the door and came to the cult leader's door. After knocking on the door but receiving no response, Yidong pushed the door open and entered. The room was empty, the bed was still in a mess, and novels and nutshells were piled up on the table. Hee, the leader really hasn't changed. Yidong smiled, closed the door, and left. Upon arriving on the first floor, Crow was curled up asleep on the sofa, while Da Vinci and Code were sitting by the door, keeping watch for everyone. Black Cloth had disappeared. He must have left with the cult leader. Gobi, activate the castle, head to the front lines. Upon hearing Yidong's words, Crow woke up, and both Cypher and Da Vinci looked over in confusion. Yidong, are you out of your mind? Didn't I just tell you that we need to wait 3 more days before we can leave the children in Logoport City alone? No need. Someone will come and help us handle it. Yidong looked at the Gobi Desert, which obediently started the castle. A huge amount of water vapor sprayed out from between the various machines, and dust fell from the ceiling. Seeing this, neither the password nor Da Vinci asked any more questions. The man and the dog turned back to continue to be vigilant about their surroundings. Where did you find this person? A crow flew onto Yidong's shoulder and asked suspiciously. Even if I told you, you wouldn't know. How am I supposed to know if you don't tell me? You should understand even if I don't tell you. I know the password, you idiot. The crow remained silent. Was Yidong even speaking human language? What are you going to the front lines for? Collect some souls and provide some rations for the soldiers on the front lines. Military rations? Crow pondered for a moment, then quickly figured out what Yidong was up to. You really mean? Crow sighed, feeling that Yidong was so different now than before. He used to be quite naive, and Crow could bully him from time to time. But now he felt like an old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Crow, I need to improve my strength quickly, so don't fall behind. I am going to collect the promotion materials for the 6th sequence right now. Good, keep it up. Go and collect them for me. I need tearful eyes and Shiva's lips. Yidong rolled his eyes at the crow, thinking it was dreaming to think it could get his free labor. Go find them yourselves. Take Da Vinci and the code with you. There are many races on this battlefield, so they should be able to find the materials you need. Yidong, you heartless bastard. The unstable mud that helped you advance to the 8th sequence was something that Da Vinci and I risked our lives to get for you. Yidong coughed lightly. Then come to me if you encounter something you can't beat, and I'll help you deal with it. That's more like it. The crow flew back to the sofa and lay down leisurely again. The front line should be in the ruined mountains now. It will take some time to get there from here, but they are not in a hurry. 2 hours later, the moving castle slowly came to a stop on the outskirts of the dilapidated mountains, its 6 huge mechanical legs digging deep into the hard rock ground with a dull thud. The castle swayed slightly due to inertia a few times before settling down completely. From the height of the castle, the distant battlefield looked like a giant brazier, its orange-red flames illuminating half the night sky. Explosions echoed one after another, like continuous thunder reverberating through the valley, even causing the castle windows to tremble slightly. Smoke billowed like dark clouds over the desolate mountains. Occasionally, countless black figures could be seen fighting through the smoke, and huge magical beams would occasionally pierce the night sky, as dazzling and deadly as shooting stars. Wow, the scale of this war is truly impressive. A crow perched on the second-floor windowsill, one claw resting on the windowsill, its neck stretched out long. Da Vinci jumped onto the windowsill, gripping the edge tightly with all 4 legs, his tail wagging restlessly. The password then propped itself up with its tentacles and peered curiously through the window. The battlefield was much larger than Yidong had imagined, with the battle line stretching for hundreds of kilometers and countless figures fighting like ants. From this distance, the monsters appear extremely small, but each black dot represents a life. Go find the materials, remember to be careful. Yidong patted the crow's head. Don't be greedy, grab them and run. I'm going to collect souls and try to bring back as many as possible. Yidong, who do you think you are? The crow protested. You're making it sound like we're weak. You are indeed very weak, Yidong said matter-of-factly. At least weaker than those guys who are currently fighting. The crow was speechless, because what Yidong said was true. Although they have all been promoted to the 7th rank, they are indeed minor players in the face of a war of this scale. Although most warriors are cannon fodder in the 8th and 9th sequences, the sheer number means that 7th and 6th rank monsters are not uncommon, and even 5th rank monsters can be encountered. I'm just concerned about you all, Yidong added, his tone gentle. Humph. The crow rolled its eyes and called to Da Vinci and the cipher. Let's go. Yidong is such a disgusting person, so nauseating. Yidong. Gobi, we're leaving too. Damn it, they're here. So many corpses. I'm going to feast on them. The Gobi desert rushed into Yidong's body from the fireplace, and his long, dark blue hair grew longer in the wind. Yidong jumped down from the castle. Chapter 170 for the Great Battlefield. Yidong leaped down from the castle and landed steadily on the soft soil. The ground beneath my feet was soaked in blood, turning an eerie dark red, and felt sticky when I stepped on it. The air was thick with the smells of sulfur and blood, which mixed together to create a nauseating odor. It tastes so familiar. Yidong took a deep breath, feeling somewhat sentimental. The 9th mechanical hamster behind him gripped his shoulders tightly, its ruby-like eyes warily scanning its surroundings. Yidong walked towards the edge of the battlefield, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Although there seems to be no fighting here, who knows if a few stragglers might suddenly appear. The further you go, the more loot you'll find on the ground. A severed robotic arm was still twitching convulsively on the ground, its internal circuit board sparking blue light and crackling with electrical current. Not far away lay the corpse of a lizard man, his lower body nowhere to be found, green blood gushing from the severed wound, staining the surrounding land an eerie color. A minotaur's head lay alone on a rock, its eyes still open, its face bearing the angry expression of someone on the verge of death. Gobi wants some? Yidong asked with a smile. Eat. Gobi responded excitedly. All right, I'll summon the poor bug later, and you can go and snatch it from it. Damn it. Yidong began collecting corpses, dragging together everything from the cyborg warriors of the Kingdom of Hal to the pure-blooded monsters of the Kingdom of White Bones. Gobi took the opportunity to sneak a few bites, lest the poor bastards show them off later. Soon, a small mountain of corpses formed on the open ground. The corpses of various monsters were piled up in layers. Lizard men, minotaurs, cyborg werewolves, modified ogres. Blood slowly flowed from the pile of corpses, forming a pool of blood on the ground. The crimson magic circle lit up instantly, and a chilling aura surged from the ground. The will of the cruel god and pitiful worm descended, greedily devouring this fresh flesh and blood. Inside Yidong's small porcelain bottle, countless souls had appeared, their presence felt even though they could not be seen. Not bad, very efficient. Yidong put the bottle away with satisfaction. And so, Yidong moved back and forth behind the battlefield like a diligent scavenger. He specifically sought out abandoned battlefield remnants, collecting and sacrificing at each one he found. Although this kind of work is somewhat tedious, the pay is very good. In just half an hour, the number of souls collected exceeded 10,000. This large-scale war was his paradise, a land teeming with souls and flesh. If I could stay here for a few days, I might be able to collect hundreds of thousands of souls. When that happens, we won't have to worry about the soul issue anymore when creating a fertilized egg. Just as Yidong was immersed in the joy of his harvest, the ground suddenly shook violently. Boom! The vibrations were rhythmic, like the beat of a giant drum, each one stronger than the last. Looking back, a huge black shadow was approaching at an alarming speed on the distant horizon. Even in the darkness, the shadow was clearly visible because it was so large. As the distance closed, the true form of the shadowy figure gradually became clear. It was a mobile castle, but it was several times larger than Yidong's and his group's. It is 50 meters high and 30 meters wide, with 8 thick mechanical legs running rapidly on the ground, each step covering a distance of more than 10 meters. Reinforcements have arrived, Yidong muttered to himself. The moving castle moved at an astonishing speed, leaving deep footprints on the ground. Soon, the moving castle whizzed past Yidong's head. The strong wind pressure almost blew him over, but Ninth Brother held on tightly to his shoulders to avoid being blown away. The reinforcements weren't limited to just this one mobile castle. Countless enormous black shadows were approaching from the southeast, west, and north, each one a mobile castle of the same size. Smaller aircraft were moving rapidly in the sky, casting large shadows. Yidong stroked his chin. This level of investment definitely signals the start of a major battle. Interestingly, the larger the war, the more advantageous it is for me. Let's go check on the situation at the front. He put away the bottle filled with souls and followed the direction of the moving castle toward the front lines. The scale of the frontline battlefield completely exceeded Yidong's imagination. He stood on a high ground made of rubble, gazing out over the entire battlefield. This is not a battle, this is a massacre. Along the battlefront stretching for hundreds of kilometers, countless figures were fighting, densely packed like ants. The battlefield was filled with the blinding light of daylight, and the huge sphere of light illuminated the entire night sky as if it were daytime. The light of magic intertwined in the air, and the roar of mechanical cannons was deafening. Looking down from this height, hundreds or thousands of monsters fall every second, and then new warriors take their place. The Kingdom of Hal is mainly inhabited by cyborg monsters, while the Kingdom of White Bones is a sea of pure-blooded monsters. The giant ogre wielded a bone club and rampaged through the battlefield, while swift werewolves darted across the battlefield searching for openings, and flying batmen swooped down from the sky to attack. There were also some strange races that Yidong had never seen before, reptiles covered in bone armor, tentacle monsters that could spray venom, and even some skeleton warriors that looked like undead. What a magnificent slaughterhouse, Yidong remarked. The mobile castle that had just arrived had stopped, and its hatches opened like raindrops, releasing thousands of cyborg warriors who surged onto the battlefield like a tidal wave. These new forces quickly filled the gaps on the front lines, making the previously sluggish offensive fierce again. Meanwhile, reinforcements arrived from the Kingdom of Bones. A group of undead knights riding giant bone dragons descended from the sky. Each bone dragon was over 20 meters long and had a wingspan of over 40 meters. The knights, clad in magnificent bone armor and wielding lances shimmering with necromantic energy, launched an aerial assault on the Kingdom of Hal's positions. Is this what war between kingdoms looks like? Yidong stared in shock at the scene before him. In comparison, the battles he had experienced before seemed like child's play. Every battle here is a fight for life and death, and every spell can easily take dozens of lives. Don't rush and impulsively. Gobi quickly reminded Yidong to stay calm. Don't worry, I'm not that stupid. His gaze swept across the battlefield, searching for valuable targets. When he parted ways with Charles, he asked for the Infinity Jar so that he could obtain a continuous supply of flesh and blood. However, he currently lacks high-quality monsters, so he needs to capture two, and what he wants most are the White Bone and the Holy Mother. Thanks to Starry Sky T-Star for the inspiration capsules. They're so crunchy and give me a real boost. Thanks to Jiang Ran for the 2 razor blades. They're crunchy and have that warrior vibe from the Kingdom of Hal. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and contributed to this cause. Love you all. Chapter 175, The Royal Bloodline of the Kingdom of Hal. Roar. A roar rang out on the battlefield, and Yidong looked over at the sound. It was a one-eyed giant, over 10 meters tall, standing on the battlefield like a small mountain. He held an equally enormous bone warhammer in his hand, the head of which was as big as a millstone and covered with hideous bone spikes. It is being besieged by 5 enemies at the same time, a Virgin Mary in a pure white robe and 4 well-equipped witchers. The Virgin Mary looked young, at most in her 20s, but the holy aura she exuded was not to be underestimated. Her robes fluttered in the wind, and with each wave of her hand, she released a dazzling white light, a purifying power. The 4 witchers stood at the 4 directions of the Cyclops, each holding a different strange weapon. Some held long swords burning with silver flames, some carried crossbows engraved with runes, and others held bone flutes that exuded an aura of death. 5 against 1, a Cyclops or a skeleton? Yidong pondered. Roar. The Cyclops let out a deafening roar that echoed across the entire battlefield. It raised its warhammer high and slammed it down on the nearest witcher. Boom. The warhammer crashed down, instantly creating a huge crater in the ground, causing the ground within a radius of tens of meters to tremble. The witcher reacted quickly and dodged at the last moment, but was still knocked to the ground by the huge shockwave. Light of purification. The Virgin Mary seized the opportunity, clasped her hands together, and a blinding white light burst forth from her body. The white light struck the Cyclops' chest, instantly burning a bloody hole the size of a wash basin. Green blood gushed from the wound like a waterfall, but the Cyclops didn't even flinch. Fearless and ruthless, it is definitely the skeleton. But the Virgin Mary and the Witcher were clearly prepared. The silver sword light left deep wounds on its body. The runic crossbow bolts pierced its joints, and the sonic waves of the Deathbone flute slowed its movements. The Cyclops' left side was already mangled and bloody, with its white bones exposed, but it was still frantically swinging its warhammer. Bang! Another hammer blow, and this time it finally hit the target. A slightly slower reacting Witcher was hit head-on and instantly turned into a pile of minced meat without even letting out a scream. Damn it! The remaining Witchers shouted angrily. With one less member, the battle gradually reached a stalemate. This Cyclops was a sixth-order monster, while all of them, except for the Holy Mother, were seventh-order monster hunters. For the time being, they really couldn't take down this skeleton. Just then, a sudden, violent whooshing sound came from the sky. Call. The sound was shrill, like a sword slicing through the air, making one's eardrums ache. Yidong instinctively looked up and saw a dark shadow swooping down from the clouds like a shooting star. In the daylight, he could clearly see that it was a huge, bird-like creature. Its wingspan exceeds 20 meters, and its entire body is covered with jet-black feathers that shimmer in the wind. The black shadow was moving at an unbelievable speed. Its trajectory was almost impossible to discern in the air, leaving only a black afterimage plummeting downwards. It tore the air apart, emitting a sharp, whistling sound, as if countless sharp blades were cutting through the air. The Cyclops sensed danger and looked up at the sky. When they saw the dark figure swooping down, they roared and swung their warhammers at it. But it was too late. The shadowy figure was incredibly fast. It took less than a second from its appearance to its dive. Boom! The bird-like creatures crashed into the Cyclops' chest like cannonballs, the enormous impact producing a deafening sound. The shockwave spread outwards from the point of impact, blowing everything within a radius of 100 meters away. The ordinary soldiers who were fighting were shaken and staggered, some of them even knocked unconscious. The Cyclops let out a shrill scream, and its massive body crashed to the ground, creating a deep, human-shaped crater. After the smoke cleared, a huge bloody hole could be seen in the Cyclops' chest, larger than all his previous wounds. Green blood gushed from the wound like a river, quickly forming a small pond on the ground. Its breathing became extremely weak, and the light in its single eye dimmed considerably. Damn Birdman, the Cyclops cursed with his last breath. It struggled to stand up, its bone warhammer carving deep grooves into the ground. But birds obviously won't give it a chance. A black figure hovered in the air, looking down at its prey on the ground like the Grim Reaper. Then it swooped down again, this time targeting the Cyclops' head. Sharp claws gleamed coldly in the air, each as long as a short sword. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The claws grazed the Cyclops' face, leaving 4 deep wounds on its single eye. The Cyclops let out a final scream before losing all ability to resist. The Virgin Mary seized this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, took off her pure white robe, and threw it out. Purify the seal. She raised her hands high, and her robe unfurled in the air like a blooming white lotus, completely enveloping the critically wounded and dying Cyclops. Under the white light, the Cyclops' figure began to shrink rapidly, as if it were being absorbed by something. In the end, the giant, who was over 10 meters tall, completely disappeared, leaving only a white robe that emitted a faint light. Take it back and seal it away. A sharp whistle echoed from the sky, and a black figure flapped its wings and soared into the night, disappearing as if it had never existed. The cry echoed across the entire battlefield, greatly boosting the morale of the soldiers of the Kingdom of Hal who were engaged in battle. Interesting, the royal bloodline of the Kingdom of Hal. Yidong stroked his chin, a thoughtful glint in his eyes. If I'm not mistaken, it should be an elite bloodline, the Dragontail Swallow, renowned for its extremely fast aerial speed. Catching this guy won't be easy. If it tries to run away, it'll be extremely difficult to catch. However, that wasn't his original goal. Yidong looked at the Holy Mother and the 3 Witcher who had retreated to the moving castle behind them, and a smile appeared on his lips. The skeleton and the Holy Mother. Here they are, aren't they? Chapter 176 Shiva. Yidong looked at the mobile castle carrying the Holy Mother and the Witcher in the distance, and patted the head of Ninth, who was peeking out. Ninth, let's go pay a visit. The ninth one nodded, a strange smile appearing on his lips, and then suddenly pulled out a knife. Yidong smiled, and with a flash, he stealthily moved towards the moving castle like a ghost. That mobile castle was smaller than theirs, supported only by 4 mechanical legs, but its armor was much thicker. The castle's exterior is marked with the emblems of the Imperial Church and the Kingdom of Hal, clearly indicating that it was a modified castle specifically designed for use by the human empire. He observed the structure of the moving castle and found a vent at the top, which could be used as a breakthrough point. Yidong easily leaped onto the castle and silently arrived at the top. Looking down from the vent, he could clearly see what was inside. The castle's interior is lavishly decorated, with various holy emblems and battle flags hanging on the walls and thick carpets covering the floors. In the very center was a round oak table, around which 3 Witchers sat. The Virgin Mary sat in the corner, her hands clasped together, seemingly in prayer. She had put on a spare white robe again. The robe that sealed the bones was placed in a specially made silver box. "This is a good haul," said a scarred Witcher. A sixth sequence skeleton. The church will surely give us a generous reward. It's a pity that the fourth one died, another Witcher sighed. He still owes me 50 gold coins. Respect for the dead. Let's not talk about money, the third Witcher said. When we get back, we can eat and drink like royalty. Yidong listened to their conversation, and a cold smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He jumped down from the ventilation shaft and landed silently behind them. Good evening. The three Witchers turned around abruptly, their hands already reaching for the weapons at their waists. But Yidong was faster. The mantis swung its right arm, and a few soft sounds echoed in the air. Hiss, hiss, hiss. 3 streaks of blood bloomed in the air, and the heads of 3 Witchers flew up at the same time, rolling onto the floor. From the moment Yidong opened his mouth to the moment the 3 men died, the entire process took less than a second. The Holy Mother was stunned for a moment, and when she saw that the person who came was a human, a sense of powerlessness rose in her heart. Who are you? Anna frowned. Yidong did not answer. He walked up to the Virgin Mary, and with his right hand like a knife, cleanly and decisively cut the back of her neck. The Virgin Mary's eyes glazed over instantly, and her body slumped to the ground. Yidong carried the unconscious Holy Mother on his back, grabbed the silver chest containing the Cyclops, and jumped out of the window. I had only run a few hundred meters when a deafening bird cry suddenly echoed through the night sky. Yidong looked up and saw a huge one-eyed bird looking down from the clouds. Gods, the great old day. That silly crow is in trouble. Gobi also sensed the powerful divine aura and emerged from behind Yidong. We need to hurry up if we can force Dejuri out. Ninth, hold on tight. Yidong handed the Holy Mother and the box to the phantom of the fire demon behind him, then ran wildly in the direction the one-eyed bird was diving. On the edge of the battlefield, 3 figures were desperately fleeing. The crow led the way, flapping its wings, but it flew very low, almost touching the ground, and its feathers were stained with blood. How can this thing run faster than it flies? The crow cried out breathlessly. I can barely fly anymore. Da Vinci, carrying the code, followed closely behind, running swiftly on all 4s across the gravel-strewn ground. The code clung tightly to Leonardo da Vinci's neck, its tentacles curling up in tension. Looking back, a figure as thin as a dried corpse was relentlessly pursuing them. That thing was supposed to be some kind of humanoid monster, but now it looks more like a demon that crawled out of an ancient tomb. Its skin was as dry and shriveled as cured meat, clinging tightly to the bones, looking as if it could tear at any moment. The right arm was severed cleanly at the shoulder, the cut a horribly charred black with red burn marks, clearly indicating it had been burned off by some kind of high-temperature weapon. The mummified monster let out a hoarse roar, a sound as piercing as fingernails scraping a blackboard, sending chills down one's spine. Although it only had one hand left, it moved incredibly fast. With its left hand on the ground, its whole body crawled like a spider, occasionally leaping several meters and tightly biting the 3 people. Da Vinci with distortion, the crow shouted. The soil on the ground began to wriggle, coiling around the legs of the mummified monster as if it were alive. The soil transformed into countless earth snakes, attempting to completely restrain the monster's movements. But the mummified corpse's strength was beyond imagination. It paused only slightly, then with a sudden tear of its left hand, it ripped all the earth snakes into pieces. Password gritted its teeth, secreted a large amount of flesh and blood from its body, and then used its tentacles to fling the flesh and blood toward the monster. Once the flesh and blood are separated, the body begins to multiply rapidly, with each piece growing countless tiny tentacles and sharp teeth, lunging at Shiva like a living creature. The flesh and blood creatures made chirping sounds, which actually sounded rather cute. Hiss! The mummified corpse's left hand clawed at its body like a knife, tearing off the flesh and blood clinging to it along with its own skin. Green pus and blood gushed from the new wound, but it paid no heed to the pain and continued at an astonishing rate. Doesn't this monster feel pain? Cypher exclaimed in shock. He's crazy. He just accidentally cut off its lip, didn't he? The crow scoffed. Seemingly having heard the crow's words, the mummified corpse went even crazier, its entire body shooting out like a cannonball, heading straight for the crow. Da Vinci sensed the danger and quickly mobilized all his power. This time, not only the ground, but even the air began to distort, attempting to alter Shiva's attack trajectory. But Shiva's speed was too fast. The distortion didn't have time to fully take effect. Just as the sharp claws were about to grab the crow's tail, a thick red laser beam descended from the sky at the critical moment. Boom! The laser was extremely hot, instantly vaporizing Shiva's upper body without him even letting out a scream. Flesh and blood were scattered everywhere. Bone fragments fell like raindrops, and the air was filled with a nauseating smell of burning. Yidong. The crow looked up in surprise. Yidong was seen holding Azathoth, which was still glowing red, in his right hand, descending from the sky like a god. Are you all right? Yidong breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, he arrived in time. It's all right, it's all right. Password jumped happily off Da Vinci's back. Uncle Yidong, you came just in time. Don't be too happy yet, the crow said, its expression still serious. We're not out of danger yet. Isn't it dead? Cypher asked in confusion. This thing is called Shiva. The raven pointed to the scattered flesh and blood on the ground. It is an elite bloodline of the sixth sequence, with 3 forms. It becomes stronger every time it dies. That was just the first form. As soon as the crow finished speaking, the blood and flesh scattered on the ground began to make strange gurgling sounds. The pieces of flesh that were originally dead began to slowly wriggle and gather towards the center as if they were alive. Don't be afraid, we can fight. Crow quickly shielded Yidong in front of him. Yidong. P.S. Thanks to Guansu for the inspiration capsules and boba milk tea. They're crunchy, chicken-flavored, and bursting with flavor with every bite. Paired with boba milk tea, they're amazing. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and contributed their love and support. Chapter 177 Ultimate Shiva. The crow is standing in front of me. Yidong grabbed the crow behind him and pulled it in front of him, and the crow struggled frantically. Yidong, you can't do this to me. Yidong ignored the crow's wailing and instead looked at Shiva's reconstructed flesh and blood. This Shiva is completely different from the previous ones. His body, which was originally as withered as a dried-up corpse, has become muscular and tough, with each muscle as hard as steel and bulging veins. The severed right arm has regrowed, and 2 extra arms have appeared around the waist. Each of its 4 arms emanated a terrifying surge of power. Wow, 4 arms! Cypher exclaimed, his eyes wide. That's so unfair. Shiva moved his 4 newly formed arms, the joints cracking and popping, each clench of his fist producing a series of popping sounds in the air. Roar! Shiva roared twice, his voice becoming deep and powerful, full of oppressive force. Its eyes became sharper, and its 4 arms waved simultaneously, leaving afterimages in the air. Interesting. Yidong smiled and gently placed the Virgin Mary and the metal box on the ground. Gobi, don't come out yet. I need to practice. Are you sure? The fire demon of the Gobi Desert glanced down at Yidong. Damn it, this guy doesn't look like someone to mess with. Just a 6th order one. Yidong stretched the mantis's right arm, its carapace reflecting a cold luster in the moonlight. Perfect timing for me to test the true power of legendary bloodlines. Uncle Yidong, be careful. Mazi called out worriedly. Don't worry. Watch how your uncle teaches this 4-armed monster a lesson. Shiva clearly had no patience to listen to Yidong's boasting, and with all 4 arms exerting force at the same time, he attacked Yidong like a storm. Its attacks are unpretentious, purely driven by animalistic instinct. But it is precisely this primal violence that inspires fear. 4 fists came from different angles, blocking all of Yidong's dodge routes. Yidong neither dodged nor evaded. He first threw the crow out, and then the mantis's right arm went straight to meet it. Amidst the worried gazes of the crowd, Yidong chose the most direct confrontation. Bang! The moment the fists collided, it felt as if thunder was exploding in their ears. The powerful shockwave spread outwards from the point of impact, instantly creating countless cracks in the ground and sending nearby rocks flying. The crows were thrown back several steps by the shockwave, and Leonardo da Vinci was even knocked upside down. Holy crap! The crow stared wide-eyed in shock. Shiva's enormous body was sent flying backward, rolling on the ground more than a dozen times before coming to a stop. It stared in disbelief at its right fist, which had been as hard as steel, but was now completely deformed, with white bone protruding from the cracked flesh and green blood gushing out. Yidong only took 2 steps back. He swung the mantis's right arm and nodded in satisfaction. There wasn't even a scratch on his fist. Compared to Shiva's serious injuries, he was completely unharmed. Shiva roared angrily, his damaged right fist healed rapidly, and then his 4 arms attacked Yidong again. But this time it learned its lesson and no longer chose to confront head-on. Instead, it used the advantage of its 4 arms to try to attack from multiple angles simultaneously. Yidong's response was also simple: fight fire with fire. He ignored Shiva's other fists and relentlessly pounded with only the mantis's right arm. Shiva knew that it couldn't block Yidong's fist with just 2 hands, so it had to use its other 2 fists as well. This forced it to be on the defensive, mainly because the mantis's right arm was too powerful. Moreover, the joints of his right arm were like knives. Every time Yidong finished throwing a punch, he would cleverly use the joints to make a cut. Soon, Shiva's two fists were cut off. Bang! With a final, powerful punch, the mantis slammed into Shiva's head. The immense force instantly numbed Shiva's mind, and before it could react, the mantis's right arm joint severed its head. Damn it, should I hang up? The crow was stunned. A seventh-order human had actually beaten a sixth-order Shiva to death with his fists? How can a legendary body be so abnormal? Another day, when it has the chance, it will attach a mantis's right arm to its body. One might not look right, so let's put two. On the other hand, after Shiva died, his body began to swell violently, growing rapidly like an inflating balloon. The already exaggerated muscles became even more terrifying, each one undulating like a mountain range, with veins wriggling on the skin like earthworms. Dense purple patterns began to appear on its body, moving across its skin like living creatures and radiating an evil light. As the patterns appeared, the air around Shiva began to distort, as if an invisible force field was protecting him. The third form, Ultimate Shiva. The crow swallowed hard. In this form, its power will reach the level of the fifth sequence. The fifth sequence. Cypher shrank back behind Da Vinci in fear. Can Uncle Yidong still beat him? I can't beat them. The ultimate Shiva slowly stood up, now reaching a height of 3 meters, as majestic as a small mountain. Thank you for helping me regain some consciousness. Ultimate Shiva cracked his neck, and a series of cracking sounds rang out. Its voice grew even lower, filled with an arrogant disdain for everything. Human, your fists are indeed impressive, but unfortunately, there's only one. After saying that, 2 more arms grew from Shiva's sides. Then, like a cannonball, he charged towards Yidong. This time the speed was astonishing. The air was torn apart, emitting a sharp whistling sound. This is indeed a bit tricky. Yidong squinted. The Gobi Desert. A ghostly blue flame erupted from Yidong's body, and a huge phantom of the fire demon materialized behind him. With the blessing of the Gobi Desert, Yidong's hair turned a deep blue, and flames of the same color burned in his eyes. His speed, strength, and reaction time have all been greatly improved. The mantis's right arm was burning with a ghostly blue flame as it fearlessly faced Shiva. Boom! 6 arms collided with one right arm, the sound of the impact echoing through the night sky like thunder. The crows had already hidden far away, fearing they would be caught in the aftermath of the battle. Neither of them used any fancy techniques. It was all pure, hard-hitting combat. With the advantage of having 6 arms, Shiva attacks at an extremely high frequency, with almost no gaps in his attacks. Yidong, relying on the powerful strength and speed of the mantis's right arm, plus the advantage of the Gobi Desert, was actually able to cope with this dense attack. Bang 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 dash. The sound of fists colliding was like a machine gun, continuous, and each collision produced sparks in the air. However, Shiva had already reached the strength of the 5th sequence, and even with the support of Gobi and the right arm of the mantis, Yidong still felt somewhat strained. He'll definitely be worn down if this continues. Chapter 178 Pineapple Peel. Just then, Yidong remembered the Demon King's horns on his forehead. It's time to use some tactics. The Demon King's horns on his forehead began to emit a faint black light, and an invisible, bewitching power was quietly released. In the midst of the fierce battle, Yidong dealt with Shiva's attacks while subtly releasing his bewitching power. You're very strong, Yidong said as he threw a punch, his tone tinged with admiration. As expected of Shiva, you truly live up to your reputation. Upon hearing the praise, Shiva felt a surge of pride. But, Yidong's tone shifted, becoming concerned. How can you fight me with only one arm? What? Shiva instinctively swung out one fist, as if he had forgotten about the other 5 fists. Not good. Shiva suddenly realized something was wrong. He had actually thought he only had one arm. What was going on? The other 5 arms belatedly gathered their power, but it was too late. It was during this moment of distraction that Yidong seized the opportunity. The mantis's right arm severed one of Shiva's swung fists. At the same time, the 7-star sword appeared in his left hand like lightning, its sharp edge capable of cutting through anything flashing by. Laugh. A soft sound, like silk being torn. Shiva's enormous head flew high into the air, spun a few times, and then crashed to the ground, green blood gushing out of his neck like a fountain. Its other 5 arms remained in an attacking posture, but its massive body had lost its support, staggered a few times, and then collapsed with a crash. Done. Yidong put away the 7-star treasure sword and clapped his hands easily. Holy crap, that's awesome. The crow's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Yidong still human? How could a 7th-ranked demon, plus a fire demon, so easily kill a Shiva whose strength was close to that of a 5th-ranked demon? The key point is that he didn't even use Azathoth. You can't do it like this. Yidong, I see you haven't used Azathoth, and I guess you won't need it in the future, so pass it on to me. A crow landed on Yidong's shoulder and said something with a hint of sourness. That's wishful thinking. Uncle Yidong is amazing. Password excitedly ran over and hugged Yidong's leg. Even 6 punches couldn't beat Uncle. Leonardo da Vinci barked in admiration, wagging his tail like a windmill. Yidong smiled and began to inspect the spoils of war. Shiva's body is perfectly intact, making it ideal for creating a powerful offspring. Moreover, it possesses a relatively strong elite bloodline, so the offspring created from it will undoubtedly inherit some special abilities. This harvest is quite good. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. 1 Holy Mother, 1 Bone Giant, and 1 Shiva are enough to create many more seed-producing creatures. Yidong, you're awesome. You even dared to touch the Holy Mother. Crow exclaimed, looking at the Holy Mother who was tied to the ground. What's there to be afraid of? I didn't kill her. At worst, I'll just return her to the Emperor God cult. Yidong put Shiva's corpse into the swallowing ball, then carried the still unconscious Virgin Mary on his back. Let's go home. The group headed towards the moving castle. Back in the castle, Yidong threw the Virgin Mary into the princess's room on the 3rd floor and closed the door, so she couldn't get out. As for that skeleton, Yidong arrived at the room called the Bone King, where the enormous skeleton was still nailed to the cross. If I'm not mistaken, this skeleton must be an elite bloodline skeleton, but even though they are supposed to be immortal, this skeleton looks like it's dead. When the 9th princess was alive, Yidong forgot to ask, and now that the 9th princess is dead, he can't ask her anymore. 9th, do you know what these bones are for? Yidong asked the mechanical hamster behind him. The little hamster poked its head out, looked at the skeleton, and then jumped off Yidong. It came to the cross, then drew its knife and stabbed the skeleton several times. Yidong rubbed his chin, not understanding what the 9th was doing. If Yidong doesn't understand, he'll just give up. Maybe this skeleton is just the 9th princess's spoils of war and has no real use. Yidong opened the silver chest and took the Holy Mother's white robe in his hands. With a gentle wave, the skeleton that had been attacked on the battlefield fell out, its enormous body forcing it to cower in a corner. It fell to the ground, then quickly got up and looked at Yidong warily. Humans, you dare to join forces with the Kingdom of Hao? Aren't you afraid they'll annex our Kingdom of Bones and then betray you? Sorry, I'm not from the Human Empire. The Holy Mother who captured you is locked in another room. Yidong shrugged. Then who are you? Whitebone stared at Yidong with a deep, unsettling gaze. I am the leader of the Pregnancy God cult. You can call me Yidong. The Pregnancy God cult? What kind of cult is that? There is no sect. The Pregnancy God cult is simply the Pregnancy God cult. As for our power, our name says it all. Can gods also give birth? That's right. The skeleton fell silent, thinking to itself, where did this lunatic come from? Giving birth to gods? So you don't even need a divine title? Yidong didn't want to waste any more words and said directly, the biggest flaw of your Whitebone clan is that you cannot reproduce. Your gods can only create them at an extremely slow speed. Therefore, the royal power of the Whitebone kingdom cannot be compared with that of the Hao kingdom, and you can only rely on the lower classes. The Whitebone didn't speak, it just stared at Yidong, wanting to see what Yidong had to say. Our pregnancy cult can help you solve this problem by producing a large number of skeletons in a short time and allowing them to fully develop in a very short period of time, enough for you to deal with the Kingdom of Hao and the Human Empire. Why should I believe you? The skeleton asked in a low voice. Believe it or not, just try it and you'll see, Yidong smiled. Give me some of your bone meal, and you'll see the results in 3 days. The skeleton remained silent for a moment, and just then, a piece of bone fell off its chest and was thrown into Yidong's hand. It's just a bone. Although it's a bit slow to heal, if he can succeed, it will undoubtedly solve the current problems of the Bone Kingdom. Although the Bone royal family outwardly disdains the alliance between the Human Empire and the Kingdom of Hao, their royal family is currently in complete chaos. The Kingdom of Hao and the Kingdom of White Bones were originally evenly matched, but now a human empire has suddenly intervened. Although humans are usually trampled underfoot by them, they now have to take this seriously. It's a wise choice to endure the hardship here for a few days. You'll see the results soon. By the way, what's your name? Pineapple Peel. A good name. Yidong closed the door, plunging the room into darkness, with only the flame in Pineapple Peel's eyes glowing. P.S. Thanks to Kuan Gyeongjiao for the 5 update reminder tokens. You're amazing. Thank you, Chucky Cat, for the love letter and flowers. I love you. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and contributed to this cause. Love you all. Chapter 179, Using Pregnant Women as Military Rations. Yidong arrived at the princess's room across the street. The moment he pushed open the door, a faint scent of roses wafted towards him. The Virgin Mary had awakened and was huddled in a corner, her hands tightly wrapped around her knees, her purple eyes filled with vigilance and fear. Her white robe was somewhat disheveled, and her long hair fell loose over her shoulders, making her look pitiful. "You, who exactly are you?" The Holy Mother's voice trembled slightly. "I am the Holy Mother of the Imperial Church. If you dare to harm me, the Imperial Church will not let you off the hook." The Emperor God Cult. Yidong closed the door and walked in leisurely. Don't worry, with so many Holy Mothers on the battlefield, who would know if one of them were lost? The ninth peeked out from behind him, his ruby-like eyes curiously scrutinizing the Virgin Mary. Yidong took out the bone that Pineapple Peel had given him from his pocket. "All right, enough chit-chat. Let's get down to business." In the presence of the Virgin Mary, he began to create a seed using bone meal and soul. White light shimmered in his hand, and the bone powder underwent a wondrous transformation under the catalysis of his soul, gradually condensing into a seed the size of an egg. This seed exudes a chilling aura, with faint white lines on its surface, making it look like some kind of eerie gemstone. "What are you doing?" The Virgin Mary frowned. "Do a good deed." Yidong walked towards her with a smile. "Open your mouth." "What are you trying to do?" The Virgin Mary desperately retreated, but the room was only so big, and she quickly retreated to a corner. "I'll help you get pregnant," Yidong said matter-of-factly. "Children of the Whitebone clan are so rare." "What?" The Holy Mother's eyes widened, her beautiful face turning deathly pale. You've gone mad." "No, you can't." The Holy Mother struggled fiercely, but her strength was like a kitten scratching an itch in front of Yidong. "Stop struggling, be good." Yidong grabbed the Virgin Mary's chin and tightened his fingers slightly. The Virgin Mary cried out in pain and involuntarily opened her mouth. It was during this opportunity that Yidong stuffed the fertilized egg into her mouth. Yidong gently poked the seed with his finger, and the Holy Mother forcibly swallowed it. Cough, cough, cough. The Virgin Mary coughed violently, trying to spit it out, but it was too late. The next second, she felt an unusual warmth in her abdomen. What did you do to me?" She touched her stomach in horror, tears welling up in her eyes. "Congratulations, you're going to be a mom." Yidong clapped his hands. "You'll give birth in 3 days. Aren't you excited?" "Impossible. This is impossible," the Virgin Mary cried hysterically. "I am the Virgin Mary. I cannot be pregnant." "Oh." Yidong drew the 7-star sword from his waist, the blade gleaming dangerously in the dim light. "Now, I need some of your flesh and blood." Upon seeing the strange knife, the Virgin Mary's pupils contracted sharply. She could sense that the knife emanated a chilling aura, as if it could slice through everything in the world. "No, please." The Virgin Mary shook her head desperately, and tears finally streamed down her face. "Don't worry, it won't hurt much," Yidong reassured him, but his actions were anything but gentle. "Laugh." With a gentle slash, the 7-star sword sliced across the Virgin Mary's left arm as easily as cutting tofu. A piece of flesh the size of a palm was neatly cut off, the wound as smooth as a mirror. "Ah!" The intense pain caused the Virgin Mary to let out a piercing scream, and blood gushed from the wound like a fountain, quickly staining her white robes red. "Stop yelling, it's too noisy." Yidong frowned and took out the infinite wine jar from the swallowing ball. This rustic wine jug looks unremarkable, but it contains the genuine fountain of life. He roughly pried open the Virgin Mary's mouth and poured the wine jug into it. The clear liquid, carrying a faint fragrance, flowed into the Virgin Mary's mouth, and she swallowed it unconsciously. Something amazing happened. The terrible wound on the Virgin Mary's arm began to heal at a visible speed, with flesh regrowing and skin covering it again. In less than 10 seconds, the wound completely disappeared without leaving a single scar. What is this?" The statue of the Virgin Mary looked at Yidong as if he were a demon. "Good stuff." Yidong carefully put the flesh and blood into the swallowing ball. "With this, you'll be an inexhaustible source of flesh and blood." The Holy Mother's face turned deathly pale instantly. She finally understood Yidong's plan. You demon. Thank you for the compliment." Yidong smiled. "Just stay here and rest well during your pregnancy. Someone will take care of you." After saying that, he turned to leave. "Wait," the Virgin Mary suddenly called out to him. "What do you want? Money? Power? Or?" "What I want you can't give me," Yidong said without turning his head. "Stay put and don't even think about running away. You're not getting out of this room." The door slammed shut. The Virgin Mary collapsed to the ground, clutching her head in despair and weeping bitterly. She, The Holy Mother of the Imperial Divine Church has actually fallen to such a state. Back on the first floor, Zwa and Yu were busy in the kitchen, and the aroma wafted out. Apostle Yi, you're back. Zwa came out wiping her hands, her face still covered in flour. What do you want to eat tonight? We're preparing dinner. Yu also poked her head out. Whatever, you guys handle it. Yidong waved his hand. Oh, right, I have a task for you. What mission? The two chubby boys asked in unison. Go to the princess's room on the third floor. Yidong pointed upstairs. There's a Holy Mother inside. Use the blacktail sword to cut her flesh. Huh. Zwa was stunned, wondering if she had misheard. Cut meat. Yu was also confused. Cut what meat? It means exactly what it says, cut off her flesh. Yidong explained patiently. After cutting it off, give her water from the infinite wine jar to drink, and her wounds will heal. Then, put the flesh into the swallowing ball. The two chubby boys looked at each other, picked up the infinite wine jar, the blacktail sword, and the swallowing ball, and then went upstairs. Crow! Yidong shouted at the sofa. A snoring sound came from the sofa. Crow! Yidong raised his voice. Exclamation point. The crow suddenly woke up with a start. Disturbing my dream will get me a beating. It opened its eyes and saw that it was Yidong, then immediately shut its mouth. What's up? Do me a favor. Yidong walked to the sofa. Go outside and find out where the military supply castle of the Kingdom of Hal is. A grain supply castle? The crow tilted its head in confusion. You're going to steal grain? Are you that hungry? It's not stealing grain. Yidong tapped the crow on the head. It's delivering grain. Deliver grain? The crow was even more bewildered. Are you stupid? Send some special military rations to the soldiers on the front lines. The crow was stunned for a full 3 seconds before it suddenly realized what was going on. Yidong. Its eyes widened, and it almost fell off the sofa. You're going to use pregnant animals as military rations? Chapter 180. My belly feels warm. Da Vinci and the cipher machine also came over, and they were stunned when they heard about the plan. How insidious, the crow exclaimed. Then I'll go find the supply depot. After saying that, it flapped its wings and flew out of the window. Password, get ready to start. Provide me with flesh and blood. Yidong flexed his fingers. Okay. The password nodded vigorously, and the tentacles began to wriggle. Soon, pieces of mutated flesh and blood began to ooze from the tentacles. As soon as these fleshy parts leave the body, they begin to multiply wildly, with densely packed tiny tentacles and eyes growing on their surface, making them look quite disgusting. Yidong skillfully grabbed the flesh and blood and began to mass-produce fertilized animals in conjunction with his soul. As the breeding king of the 7th sequence, his production efficiency is many times faster than before. His hands moved swiftly like phantoms, and seedlings took shape in his hands. These pregnant animals were all dark red, with a sticky liquid on their surface and a fishy, foul odor. Although it doesn't look very appealing, it's very practical. The reason why we don't use the flesh and blood of the Holy Mother is that if a monster gets pregnant with a human, it will most likely be crushed to death, so we choose to use mutated flesh and blood. The password was created from Fong Bei's real flesh and blood. Theoretically, his bloodline is on the same level as Fong Bei's, and with the addition of alien pregnancy, it might even be stronger than Fong Bei's. Time passed by, and the number of gestational cells piled up. First, they filled the table, then Yidong piled them on the floor. The floor space quickly became insufficient, so he piled it up in the corner. Finally, the entire first-floor lobby was almost filled with pregnant spheres, densely packed with dark red spheres piled up like mountains. Wow, so many! Password looked at his masterpiece with a great sense of accomplishment. That's about it. Yidong wiped the sweat from his forehead. An hour of intense work left him somewhat tired, even with his robust physique. I roughly counted, and there are about 20,000 gestational species. This number is just right. Too many could easily affect the situation on the battlefield, and a large number of pregnant monsters could cause the army of the Kingdom of Hal to collapse. But 20,000 wouldn't be, since 20,000 is nothing in the grand scheme of things in a war between nations. Creak. Footsteps came from the stairs, coming down left and right. The two chubby boys had blood on their faces, and their pants were soaked. Apostle Yi swallowed the ball. Zwa handed over the swallowing ball, which was filled with the flesh and blood of the Virgin Mary. Is she all right? Yidong asked, taking the swallowed ball. It's nothing. I've just been crying. Yu scratched her head, her expression complicated. We gave her water from the jug every time we made an incision, Zwa added. The wound did heal quickly, but she seemed very desperate. Normal reaction. Yidong put away the swallowing ball and then began to put the fertilized seed on the ground into it. The 20,000 pregnant larvae were quickly absorbed into the swallowing sphere, and the hall returned to its clean state. Just then, a crow flew in through the window. Found it, I'm exhausted. It complained, its feathers still damp with dew. There's a huge military supply castle 5 kilometers to the southeast. How's the scale? Yidong asked. It's bigger than our castle. The crow gestured. I secretly flew in and took a peek. It was full of food, piled up as high as a mountain. Are there many guards? Not many, just a few cooks and helpers. Very good. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. Password, come with me. Am I going to? Password asked curiously. Give me a hand. Yidong smiled. Da Vinci, you stay here and watch the house. Raven, you lead the way. Woof. Da Vinci obediently laid down by the fireplace. The night was as dark as ink, and 3 figures moved swiftly across the wilderness. The crows led the way in the air, occasionally cawing to indicate the direction. Yidong followed behind, carrying the password at an astonishing speed. Soon, a huge mobile castle came into view. This castle was indeed much larger than theirs, supported by 8 mechanical legs, and the main body of the castle was also much larger. The aroma of food wafted from the outside, indicating that a large quantity of military rations were stored inside. This is it. The crow landed on Yidong's shoulder. There are 2 guards at the entrance, both rookies in the 9th sequence. Crow, go back. Yidong stretched his neck. Password, leave no survivors. Okay. The password nodded vigorously, its tentacles dancing excitedly. Superior. Yidong dashed out like a ghost, his speed leaving afterimages in the air. Before the 2 guards at the door could react, their heads were chopped off with a single stroke. Use it and then throw it away. The crow muttered, then slowly flew back. The 2 rushed into the castle, and just as the crow had said, there was food everywhere inside. The hall was filled with long tables, on which various prepared dishes were laid out. Several chefs were still busy in the kitchen, and they were about to turn around to check when they heard the noise. Bang, bang, bang. Yidong swept past like a whirlwind, and everyone fell to the ground in response. Be quick. Yidong took out the 1,000 Faces mask from his pocket and put it on. With a gentle rub on the mask, he instantly transformed into the pig-headed chef who had just been knocked unconscious. The big belly, double nostrils, and greasy apron are incredibly lifelike. Password, change your face. Okay. His face began to wriggle and distort. His skin twisted like clay, and his facial features rearranged. Soon, a thin, timid chef's assistant appeared. The 2 got busy, pushing the food they had prepared aside and placing the baby on the table. These pregnant animals, under dim lighting, look like some kind of specially made meatballs. Their sticky surface actually adds to their realism. It looks delicious. Password rubbed his chin. Would you like to try one? Yidong handed one over. No, no. Password shook his head frantically. These fertilized animals were made from his flesh and blood, if he ate any more. He quickly shook his head, not daring to think about the password. Not long after the seedlings were placed, a commotion arose outside. Hurry, hurry. I'm starving. After a day of fighting, I need to eat enough for 10 people. Is there any meat? There absolutely has to be meat. A group of soldiers who had just come from the front lines rushed into the mess hall. Everyone was covered in dust and dirt, and their armor was stained with blood and mud. There are cyborg minotaurs, cyborg werewolves, cyborg lizardmen, and all sorts of monsters whose names I don't know. What they have in common is that they are starving. Cook, hurry up and serve the food. A minotaur plopped down in a chair, which creaked under its weight. Yidong imitated the pigman's grunt and brought over a plate of food. He skillfully placed a pregnant seed on each dish before serving it to the monsters. What is this? The minotaur asked, pointing to the pregnant creature. Yidong handed over a sign that read, Spicy Ballot. The minotaur grabbed it, looked at it, then threw it into his mouth and chewed it a couple of times. What's this spicy ballot made of? The texture is weird. More and more soldiers poured in, and the castle was soon filled with warriors. Yidong and the password were extremely busy, and every food item was secretly laced with a pregnancy hormone. The starving soldiers had no doubts and wolfed down their food. This spicy ballot is pretty good. A werewolf licked his lips. It makes my stomach feel warm. Yes, I guess it's good for warming the stomach. P.S. Thanks to Jatimbang Shashan Shirleu Jonglok for the inspiration capsules and flowers. They're crunchy, chicken-flavored, and so delicious. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and contributed to this cause. Love you all. Chapter 181 Departure from the White Bone Empire. 3 days later, at dawn. The moving castle was unusually quiet, with only the crackling of firewood burning in the fireplace. Yidong was sitting at the dining table, leisurely drinking tea, while Ninth was perched on his shoulder, happily munching on a biscuit with her little paws. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching scream came from the third floor, shaking the entire castle. The crow was so frightened that it rolled off the sofa. Who's slaughtering a pig? It must be the Virgin Mary giving birth. Yidong calmly put down his teacup and brushed the biscuit crumbs off his clothes. Da Vinci and the Code were also awakened, and the two groggily crawled out from the corner. Is she about to give birth? What kind of birth? The tentacles hadn't even fully unfolded yet. A skeleton has been born. Yidong stood up. Let's go see our first skeleton child. The Holy Mother gave birth to white bones, the crow muttered as it followed. If this gets out, the Emperor might just strangle Yidong. The group arrived on the third floor, and before they even opened the door, they heard weak groans coming from inside. Yidong pushed open the door and entered, only to see the Holy Mother collapsed on the ground, her face as pale as paper, her long hair soaked with sweat and stuck to her cheeks. Her white robe was soaked with sweat, and she looked disheveled. Beside her, a skull the size of a palm sat on the ground, curiously turning its little head. This miniature skeleton is pure white, with crystal-clear bones that emit a faint glow. Two dark blue flames burned in its eye sockets, making it look exceptionally cute. Oh, congratulations, mother and child are safe and sound. Yidong squatted down and reached out to pick up little white bone. The little guy didn't seem shy at all. He reached out his little hand to grab Yidong's fingers, and his bones made a cracking sound, as if he was laughing. You demon. The Virgin Mary cursed weakly, her voice hoarse. I curse you. I curse you to die a horrible death. Thank you. Yidong easily picked up little white bone. The little guy was as light as a feather. Yidong turned and walked towards the Bone King's room, followed by curious crows and a password. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, you see Pineapple Peel huddled in the corner, its huge body curled up in a ball, looking rather pitiful. Upon hearing the door open, it abruptly raised its head, its single eye gleaming with anticipation. How was it? Did it work? Of course. Yidong placed the little white bone on the ground. When Pineapple Peel saw the tiny, exquisite skull, the entire giant was stunned. Its one eye was wide open, and its mouth opened and closed repeatedly, but it couldn't utter a sound for a long time. This. Pineapple Peel stammered for a long time before finally managing to squeeze out a sentence. This is really a skeleton? Genuine product. No deception whatsoever. Yidong placed the little white bone in front of the pineapple peel. You can feel it for yourself. The pineapple peel trembled as it extended a finger, thicker than the entire body of the little white bone, and carefully touched it. Instantly, a familiar soul fluctuation emanated from it. That was the unique aura of death of the Bone Clan, cold, pure, and imbued with the quality of immortality. It really is skeleton. Pineapple Peel's voice trembled with excitement. How is this possible? How could anyone but the Bone God create skeletons? Do you believe me now? Yidong sat down opposite it, crossed his legs, and said, Let's talk business. Business. Pineapple Peel was still in shock. Yes, it's business. Yidong held up one finger. The rules are simple. One skeleton baby, 100 gold coins. Only 100 gold coins. Pineapple Peel couldn't believe it. Do you know the value of a bone warrior? Of course I know. Yidong smiled. But there are conditions. The Bone Kingdom must provide the raw materials for its production, bone powder, and the intelligent souls of any race. Furthermore, he paused, I can guarantee the growth rate of these children. Normal skeletons take decades to reach adulthood, but my children will only need a month. A month? Pineapple Peel swallowed hard. Are you kidding me? Of course not. And as long as there are enough resources, they can be on the battlefield in a month. The Pineapple Peel fell silent. It was quickly calculating in its mind. The biggest disadvantage of the Bone Clan is the lack of royal blood. The birth of each Bone Clan requires the Bone God to personally intervene, which is not only time-consuming and laborious, but the Bone God is also a lazy person. If it can really be mass-produced, and the growth rate is this fast, break free from the Bone God and grow bigger and stronger. This matter is too big for me to decide. Pineapple Peel took a deep breath. It must be decided by His Majesty the Emperor himself. He will most likely be pleasantly surprised. Then let's go see your Emperor. Yidong stood up. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now. Now. Pineapple Skin paused for a moment. Once your moving castle gets close to the front lines, it will definitely be treated as an enemy. Who said we were going to open the castle? Yidong patted its shoulder, though only up to its knee. With your elite bloodline of the sixth sequence, you can just ride there, right? Pineapple Peel. So I'm just a mount. Half an hour later, the moving castle retreated to a secluded spot near Port Loga. The autumn wind is bleak, and withered leaves are falling. Pineapple Peel stands in the open space, its body, several meters tall, resembling a small mountain. It had been drinking from the infinite jug for several minutes. Its injuries were completely healed, its muscles were bulging, and it was full of explosive power. This is a nice item. Can you give it to me? I'll trade you something else in return. Pineapple Peel's eyes lit up as it looked at the infinite wine jar. This thing was perfect for their bone clan, as it could help them quickly recover their fighting strength. No. Yidong shook his head. This isn't mine. I can't give it to you. All right, you can help me discuss it later. Pineapple Skin reluctantly handed the infinite wine jar to Yidong. Yidong planned to take only Gobi and Ninth with him to the Kingdom of White Bones, which greatly displeased Crow. Yidong, why didn't you take me with you? The crow frantically flapped its wings on Yidong's head. The Kingdom of Bones is dangerous. If you, a bird, go there, you'll easily be stewed. Bullshit. I'm a 7th order cultivator. So you want to go? Of course. I haven't been to the Kingdom of Bones yet, the crow said excitedly. Yidong thought about it and decided that bringing the crow along would be good, as its great ancient form was also a decent fighting force. Okay, but you have to listen to me. I am the most obedient one. Da Vinci and the Code stood at the castle gate, looking at them with some reluctance. Uncle Yidong, come back soon. His tentacles drooped. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Yidong rubbed his head and patted Da Vinci. Take good care of the house. Woof. Leonardo da Vinci nodded vigorously. After getting ready, Yidong leaped up and landed steadily on Pineapple Peel's shoulder. The pineapple skin-shaped seat has broad shoulders, making it quite comfortable to sit on, although it's a bit uncomfortable on the buttocks. The crow flew to Yidong's shoulder and landed, while Ninth, standing behind him, stared at the crow curiously. What are you looking at, little mouse? Ninth grinned and showed his knife to the crow. It's not sharp enough. Next time, swap it with your father's 7-star sword. Chapter 182, The Besieged City of Dis. Hold on tight. Pineapple Peel shouted, grabbing Little White Bone in one hand and taking big strides forward. Boom! The earth trembled, each step leaving a deep footprint. With its size and speed, Pineapple Peel quickly approached the front lines of the battlefield. From afar, one could see countless monsters clashing, with spells flashing and explosions resounding. Charge! Yidong shouted. Pineapple Peel didn't need his reminder. He pushed off with his feet and charged into the battlefield like a runaway tank. The low-ranking soldiers who were fighting were terrified when they saw this enormous creature. It's a Cyclops, the elite bloodline of the 6th sequence. Run! No one dared to block the way. Everyone avoided them. The Pineapple Peel rampaged wildly, occasionally stomping on any unsuspecting creature, splattering green blood everywhere. But just as they were about to cross the battlefield, a sharp bird cry suddenly rang out from the sky. Gah! It wasn't a crow, but another, much louder sound. Yidong looked up and saw a dark shadow swooping down from the clouds. The speed was astonishing. The air was torn apart, producing a piercing sonic boom. Damn it, another sneak attack. Pineapple Peel didn't have time to turn around. When it heard the bird song, it already heard the sound of wind breaking behind it. But Yidong kept an eye on it. Bang! Gunshots rang out, and a thick red laser tore through the night sky, its intense heat distorting the surrounding air. The dragon-tailed swallow reacted extremely quickly. With a flap of its wings, its entire body moved dozens of meters sideways like lightning. The laser grazed its tail feathers, scorching a few. Yidong's attack interrupted its sneak attack. It circled once and stopped in the air, its eyes, like small lanterns, fixed on Azathoth in Yidong's hand. Legendary weapon Azathoth. Human, are you a witcher? The voice of the dragon-tailed swallow rang in Yidong's ears. No. Are you human? No. Dragon-tailed swallow. Do you think I can't tell whether you're human or not? The human empire is now allied with our kingdom of Hal. Our common enemy is the kingdom of Bones. Why are you joining forces with them? I'd be happy to, Yidong said nonchalantly. This is a betrayal of the human empire, a betrayal of the emperor. Oh, you're done talking now, my cooldown is over. Yidong raised his gun, and Long Lion, knowing she was in trouble, quickly flapped her wings and flew away, disappearing into the clouds. Is that all? The crow said dismissively. Royal blood, my foot. They can run faster than rabbits. Stop talking nonsense and keep going. Yidong put away Azathoth. Without further ado, Pineapple Peel took off running towards the Kingdom of Bones. After passing through the battlefield, the surroundings became much quieter, with only the sound of the wind and the footsteps of Pineapple Peel. They ventured deep into the ruined mountains, where there were no longer any troops from the Kingdom of Hal, only countless evil spirits. But this wasn't a problem for the Pineapple Peel. Its large size meant these evil spirits posed no threat to it. After running for most of the day and crossing several mountains, The outline of the city finally appeared in front of us. Dis City is just ahead. After passing Dis City, it will take another 2 days to reach the capital. Pineapple Skin was panting heavily. It had been running for most of the day, and even as a sixth-order creature, it was a bit tired. As they approached Dis City, Yidong realized something was wrong. The city of Dis was surrounded by a dense army of monsters, and the shouts of battle shook the heavens. Various spells flew through the air, and explosions rose and fell. On the city wall, the human defenders are putting up a desperate fight, but they are clearly at their last gasp. The city walls were breached in many places, and monsters poured in like a tide, causing the defenders to retreat in defeat. What's going on? Yidong frowned. The Atom family is involved in Dis City. They are his important partners. Eliminate humanity. Pineapple Peel scratched his big head. His Majesty the Emperor has ordered the elimination of all human cities in the country. Why? Did they rebel? Most human cities are quite honest, Pineapple Peel explained. But the Bone Emperor is a cautious one. With the human empire allied with the Kingdom of Hao, he can't guarantee that these cities won't stab him in the back. So you want to wipe them all out? To nip it in the bud, that's His Majesty's consistent approach. Yidong fell silent. He could understand the concerns of the Bone Kingdom, but Dis City could not be destroyed. Pineapple Peel, can you make these monsters retreat? Me? Pineapple Peel paused for a moment. I'm a member of the royal family. Of course I have this right. But what? If His Majesty the Emperor knew that I disobeyed orders, he would surely torture me. I have friends in the city, Yidong said calmly. Their deaths will affect my mood. The threat was self-evident. Pineapple Peel's expression changed several times before finally letting out a heavy sigh. All right, for the sake of baby Whitebone. It gritted its teeth. Anyway, with you as a bargaining chip, His Majesty the Emperor shouldn't blame me too much. You'd better plead for me then. No problem. Pineapple Peel took a deep breath, its huge chest bulging high. It accelerated suddenly, hurtling towards the besieged city of Dis like a meteorite. The ground was shaking violently, and every step left a deep pit, splashing dirt everywhere. The monsters that were attacking the city felt the earth tremble and turned around to look. When they saw the enormous creature charging towards them, their eyes lit up with surprise and delight. It's a Cyclops. With the sixth sequence in place, the siege will be much easier. The Pineapple Peel didn't slow down. Instead, it ran faster and faster until it finally leaped high into the air. Its enormous body, several meters tall, drew an arc in the air like a flying hill. Boom! It landed heavily in the center of the monster army. The ground cracked open, and all the monsters within a radius of tens of meters were blown away. Monster? Aren't they supposed to be helpers? Why are they attacking their own people first? Stop it, all of you. Pineapple Peel roared at the top of his lungs, his voice echoing like thunder across the battlefield. Cease the attack immediately. That's an order. I am the Whitebone Royal Pineapple Peel. The monsters looked at each other, unsure of what to do. Their orders were to massacre the city, but now the royal family has ordered them to stop. Isn't this insane? Chapter 183 Grandmaster Player. The monster army hesitated for a moment, and the seventh sequence blood spider at the head of the army frowned. Of course we must obey the orders of the royal family, but His Majesty's decree. I'll explain to His Majesty myself. Pineapple Peel waved his hand impatiently. Now retreat immediately. The monsters looked at each other, but ultimately chose to obey, since disobeying the royal family's orders could have even more serious consequences. Retreat, the blood spider ordered. The monster army retreated like a tide, quickly disappearing into the night. Yidong lightly leaped off the pineapple skin's shoulder and landed steadily on the city wall. The soldiers on the city wall gripped their weapons nervously, wondering who this human who had jumped down from the Cyclops was. Put down your weapons. A slightly weary voice rang out. Yidong turned his head and saw Adam Caesar. This once spirited young nobleman is now in a sorry state, his magnificent robes stained with blood, his golden hair matted together, and a wound on his face that runs from his forehead to his chin. Lord Yidong. Adam Caesar walked over. His legs went weak, and he almost collapsed to the ground. You've arrived. We have prepared the flesh and blood and the soul. Are you all right? Yidong helped him up. It's nothing. We're just too tired. These monsters have been besieging Dis City for a whole day, and our warriors have died several times over. This place is a bit better, with players guarding it. The other gates guarded by demon hunters have almost all fallen. It was only by sending people from our Atom family that we were able to barely hold them back. Yidong looked around and realized that the soldiers guarding the city were not human at all. These soldiers exuded an eerie aura. Their bodies were twisted, and an extra head grew on top of them. Elite bloodline, unknown evil. Are these the 50 children? They are all your children, Adam Caesar said proudly. 50 unknown evil beings have now grown to the 8th sequence, and a few have just been promoted to the 7th sequence. Not bad. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. The unknown evil creatures possess elite bloodlines, making them far more powerful than ordinary 7th sequence beings. With these 50 elites guarding the city, it's no wonder they've been able to hold out for so long. Lead the way. I'm leaving as soon as I finish creating the seed. This way. Follow Adam and Caesar through the ravaged streets, where traces of battle are everywhere. Houses collapsed, the ground cracked, and many corpses lay strewn across the streets. This loss must have been huge, right? Yidong asked as they walked. It's all right, it's all right. Adam Caesar said with a wry smile. Most of our players have lost several lives, but the real losses are actually to the Witchers and members of the Imperial cult. Soon, the two arrived at the Adam family's estate. Although the outside was in complete chaos, the interior of the manor was remarkably well preserved, clearly indicating that it was a key protected area. In the hall, all kinds of materials have been prepared. Rows of glass bottles were neatly arranged, filled with bright red flesh and blood. Yidong estimated that there were about 1,000 pieces of flesh and blood, indicating that Adam had made thorough preparations. Lord Yidong, these are all carefully prepared by us, Adam Caesar said respectfully. The flesh and blood are all of elite bloodline, provided by our master. Not bad. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. He rolled up his sleeves and started working. His hands moved like phantoms, and seedlings quickly took shape in his hands. These pregnant spawns are larger than ordinary ones, with more complex surface patterns and exude a strong vitality. Adam Caesar was dazzled. This speed was much faster than when the agent made it last time. Half an hour later, more than 1,000 high-quality fertilized eggs were neatly arranged on the table. Yidong wiped his hands. How are those kids in Logoport City doing? Those more than 10,000 children have all been safely taken to their host families. The main family attaches great importance to this matter. They not only sent 2 fifth-order powerhouses to personally escort them, but also specially set up a secret base to cultivate them. Not bad. Yidong nodded in satisfaction. I'm very satisfied with the Adam family's approach. That's good. Adam Caesar smiled. After bidding farewell to Adam and Caesar, Yidong returned to the outskirts of the city. Pineapple Peel was squatting on the ground, holding Little White Bone while drawing circles on the ground with his thick fingers and muttering to himself. Draw a circle to protect me from His Majesty's punishment. How did you turn into a one-eyed woman? Crow grumbled from the side. You stinky bird. Who are you calling a woman? Pineapple Peel roared. I'm talking to you. You're not going to die. What are you afraid of? What do you know? Pineapple Peel was speechless. His Majesty the Emperor's methods are such that not dying is the greatest torture. Let's go. Yidong jumped onto its shoulder. With me backing you up, what are you afraid of? Pineapple Peel sighed. I hope so. It rallied and strode forward. How much longer until we arrive? Yidong asked. At the current speed, it will take about 3 days, Pineapple Peel calculated. If I run faster, maybe 2.5 days. No rush, normal speed is fine. Yidong found a comfortable spot on the broad shoulders, sat cross-legged, and closed his eyes. His consciousness quickly sank into the small world of gods. Blue sky and white clouds, gentle breeze and light clouds. The once small stream has transformed into a magnificent river, over 10 meters wide, its waters shimmering with a golden luster and radiating a powerful sense of faith. It's developing really fast, Yidong muttered to himself with satisfaction. He currently has about 30,000 followers, and 20,000 offspring have been born on the battlefield, in addition to the more than 10,000 offspring in Logoport. The divine power within his body has already exceeded 600 and is still steadily increasing, which suggests that Adam's family has begun to cultivate those deformed children. Faith power isn't particularly scarce right now, so Yidong plans to develop the advancement path for the 6th sequence as well, so as not to block their path. He picked up his notebook and began to devise a path for advancement to the 6th rank. This time he wanted to add something special. Grandmaster Player unlocks the player chat channel, allowing real-time communication with all players without distance restrictions. Gains 3 minutes of invincibility after each resurrection and 9 additional resurrection attempts. Promotion materials, Communication Jade, Immortal Dice. Golden Faith power surged into the notebook like a tide, and the new path to advancement shone with dazzling light. It's time to unite them. Chapter 184 Dragon Tooth Canyon. Yidong walked into the mist and arrived at a familiar open space. Children, come here. In a piglet-like voice. From within the black mist, countless figures in black robes slowly emerged. Lord God, Tens of thousands of voices rang out simultaneously, causing the entire space to tremble slightly. Get up, all of you. Yi Dong waved his hand, his gaze sweeping over the children. Compared to the last time we met, the auras this time are significantly stronger. There are more than 27 sequences at the front and more than 108 sequences. It can be considered a small force. This time, we've brought you a new path to promotion. With a wave of his hand, Yi Dong unleashed a torrent of golden information that cascaded down like a waterfall, precisely penetrating the consciousness of each child. The information about the Grandmaster player instantly unfolded in their minds. Chat channel. Adam Caesar was the first to react, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was about to unite the players' power. He glanced back and saw a dense crowd of players. If only I could become a commander. From today onwards, you are called the Fourth Calamity, and you are a community. The chat channel will facilitate your communication. Thank you, God. All the monsters lowered their heads. With the organization in place, their progress was undoubtedly faster, so everyone was very satisfied. Suddenly, a piercing sound tore through the mist and rang in Yi Dong's ears. Yi Dong, are you fucking asleep? The cawing of crows blared in my ears like an alarm. Yi Dong waved his hand, meeting adjourned. When he suddenly opened his eyes, he saw a dark, bird-like face pressed against his nose, its small eyes wide open like copper bells. Finally awake, the crow jumped around on his face in exasperation. Are you a pig? Sleeping so soundly. Don't step on my face. Yi Dong grabbed the crow and then noticed his surroundings. Pineapple Peel has stopped and is standing at the entrance of a huge canyon. The canyon is bottomless, like a wound cracked open in the earth. The cliffs on both sides are as straight as if cut by a knife, covered with eerie black vines, and occasionally you can see some fruits that emit a ghostly light. A cold wind blew from the depths of the canyon, carrying an indescribable fishy stench. Where is this place? Yi Dong sat up from the Pineapple Peel's shoulder. Dragon Tooth Canyon, Pineapple Peel replied. If we go through here, it'll take 2 days to reach the Imperial City, but if we take a detour, it scratched its big head and said, it will take at least 5 more days to get there. Then let's just go through it, the crow said dismissively. What danger could a lousy canyon possibly pose? Heh. Pineapple Peel sneered. A bunch of unruly bastards live in the canyon. What dares to defy the rule of the Bone Kingdom? Elite bloodline, the Earth Dragon race. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow. Earth Dragon people? Of course he knew about this race. Although the Earth Dragon men are merely a low-end version of the legendary bloodline dragons, with pitifully diluted bloodlines, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse, and they still inherited some of the dragon's power. Most importantly, they inherited the dragon's bad temper completely. Arrogant, short-tempered, and disdainful of others, he doesn't respect anyone because he has a tiny bit of dragon blood. They think the Kingdom of Bones is unworthy of their noble bloodline. Pineapple Peel rolled his eyes. They're just a bunch of bastards, but they really think they're dragons. So how do you usually get around? Just force our way through. Pineapple Peel said matter-of-factly. I won't die anyway. Let them fight if they want. Even though I'll get smashed to pieces every time, I can always crawl through. Yi Dong. Crow. You call this getting through? The crow asked, its eyes wide. I can definitely get through this. Pineapple Peel scratched his head. It's just that you two are more troublesome. You'll probably get beaten to death. Yi Dong pondered for a moment. Let's take a detour. There's no need to take the risk. Smart. The crow immediately chimed in. We're not in a hurry, and I don't want to be smashed to pieces as I crawl over there. The three turned to leave. Just as Yi Dong took a step, a deep and ancient voice suddenly resounded in his mind. Come in. The voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable authority. Yi Dong stopped and looked warily into the depths of the canyon. What's wrong? The crow sensed something was amiss. A voice is telling me to enter the canyon. Don't believe it. I won't eat it if it's not a trap, the crow scoffed. That's right. Pineapple Peel nodded repeatedly. What era are we living in? They're still using telepathy to scam people. Go, go, go. Ignore it, the crow urged. Yi Dong nodded. He wasn't stupid enough to just follow the sound and rush inside. The three quickened their pace and walked back. But after walking less than 10 meters, Pineapple Peel suddenly stopped and scratched his head in confusion. How did you get in? Yi Dong asked, looking at the stone wall behind him. Looking up, there was a sheer cliff that seemed to stretch endlessly. Where's my way? Pineapple Peel looked completely bewildered. Sigh, I don't remember jumping off a cliff. The crow was also confused. Yi Dong frowned. It was obvious that they had been set up. What the hell? Pineapple Peel walked up to the stone wall, raised his fist the size of a millstone, and threw a punch. Boom! The loud noise shook the canyon slightly, but not a single mark was left on the stone wall. What the hell is this rock? It's so hard. Pineapple Peel, not believing in its power, threw a few more punches. Each punch could create a large crater in ordinary rocks, but this stone wall seemed to be cast from the hardest material in the world, remaining completely still. Let me try. A ghostly blue flame surged from Yidong's body, and Gobi's voice rang out. Damn it. Watch me burn it. The blazing flames surged toward the stone wall, the temperature so high that even the air itself seemed to distort. Strangely, there wasn't a single trace of char on the surface of the stone wall. Open sesame. The crow tried to make a way, but there was still no response. Yidong seemed to be deep in thought. The next second, the 7-star treasure blade appeared in his hand. He gently slashed at the stone wall, and the 7-star treasure blade slashed in smoothly. But as soon as he pulled it out, the stone wall instantly returned to its original state. It seems someone doesn't want us to leave. Could it be that voice in your head? Don't let me catch you. The crow roared in fury. Yidong took a deep breath. Since the way back was cut off, he could only move forward. Pineapple Peel, tell me in detail how you usually cross the canyon. How else can we get through this? Pineapple Peel said with a wry smile. Just charge forward. When the earth dragons see me, they will attack me in groups, raining down all kinds of magical and physical attacks. They can't kill me, but they can beat me to pieces. Usually, I'll be reduced to a pile of bone dust, and then they'll just leave me alone. I'll slowly crawl over and rebuild myself. You're quite a talent yourself, the crow shuddered. I'm used to it. Pineapple Peel shrugged indifferently. Anyway, I'm not going to die, so I just think of it as getting a massage. The three had no choice but to grit their teeth and head deeper into the canyon. Chapter 185: The Blind Earth Dragon. The further you go in, the narrower the canyon becomes, and the cliffs on both sides seem to squeeze inward like living things, giving people a strong sense of oppression. After walking for about half an hour, the view suddenly opened up ahead. A huge stone bridge spans the two sides of the canyon. The bridge is carved from some kind of bluish-gray boulder and is covered with dragon-shaped reliefs. But what's truly breathtaking is the view beneath the bridge. The densely packed wooden buildings are stacked from the bottom of the valley all the way to mid-air, layer upon layer like a honeycomb. These buildings are built in a rugged style, using huge logs, each as thick as a bucket. The wooden houses are connected by ropes, suspension bridges, and zip lines, forming a complex three-dimensional city. This is it. Pineapple Skin stopped in her tracks. The lair of the earth dragons, which they call Dragon Nest. It's quite lively. Yidong squinted and could see many figures moving between the buildings. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several tan-colored figures leaped off the stone bridge and charged toward the Pineapple Peel. Looks like we're in for a good fight. I wonder if all this divine power I have will be enough. Yidong stretched his neck. Wait, are you stupid? The crow whispered. There are so many earth dragons. Fighting them head-on isn't the way to go. Then what do you suggest we do? Yidong asked the crow. It's simple. The crow's eyes darted around. Let the Pineapple Peel attract the fire, and we'll sneak over. Yidong thought about it and realized that there was no need to fight to the death with these guys. Crow's method was also an option, although the success rate was relatively low. Pineapple Peel, you just charge forward, and Crow and I will figure out how to keep up. I understand. Pineapple Peel replied knowingly. It took a deep breath, held the little white bone protectively in its arms, and then suddenly exerted force with its feet. Get the hell out of my way. Its enormous body, like a cannonball, charged directly towards the complex of buildings. It's that stinky hard dog again. Beat him up. This time I'm going to smash it to pieces. Several earth dragons rushed over, gritting their teeth, and unleashed a barrage of attacks on the Pineapple Peel. Fireballs, ice spikes, lightning, colorful magic intertwined in the air to form a dazzling barrage. Pineapple Peel roared and charged wildly, like a runaway bulldozer, charging towards the dragon's nest despite the attacks. The magical attack struck it, causing Pineapple Peel to howl in pain, but this was not enough to stop it, even though its chest was pierced by a huge ice spike. Meanwhile, Yidong and the crows also began to move from the dense grass on both sides of the canyon. I can't see it. The crow let out a low growl, and an invisible rule appeared around Yidong and the crow. The dense black bushes provided perfect cover, and with all the earth dragon's attention focused on Pineapple Skin, no one noticed them. Boom! Pineapple Peel continued its rampage, about to reach the foot of the empty nest. Its body was covered in cracks, and one of its paws had been cut in half. Damn it, we still can't stop it. One of the earth dragons looked rather helpless. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and suddenly another huge ice spike fell from the sky, piercing hard into Pineapple Peel's foot. But Pineapple Peel didn't even look at it. and while howling in pain, it struggled with brute force, leaving the ground covered in splattered blood. Finally, Pineapple Peel rushed to the empty nest and, without hesitation, crashed headfirst into it. The wooden dragon's nest was no match for the pineapple-skinned giant body. It melted rapidly under the immense impact, like foam board exposed to flames. The earth dragons seemed to have gotten used to it and didn't show much emotion. They just intensified their attacks on Pineapple Peel, and some earth dragons poured out of the empty nest to launch a 360-degree all-around attack on Pineapple Peel. Right now, Yidong spotted an open window, grabbed the crow, and leaped inside. He adjusted his posture in midair, deftly flipped into the window, and landed silently. No one noticed them. They were all focused on grinding pineapple peels into bone meal. Yidong landed lightly on the wooden floor and looked around. This is a simple bedroom. Apart from a large bed that looks big enough for an earth dragon to sleep in, there are only a few old boxes piled up in the corner. Some animal hides hung on the wall, emitting a faint, fishy smell. What kind of doghouse is this? The crow muttered under its breath. There's not even a decent piece of furniture. Yidong ignored the crow's complaints and quietly walked to the door, cautiously peeking out to check the situation outside. The corridor was long and made of large logs, with an oil lamp emitting a dim yellow light every few meters. A few earth dragons could be seen walking around in the corridor. They were all over 2 meters tall, covered with yellowish-brown scales, and had a thick tail dragging on the ground behind them. What do we do? Crow sat listlessly on Yidong's head. How are we going to get across with so many earth dragons? Just as Yidong was pondering a solution, that voice rang in his mind again. Come to the bridge. Don't be afraid. They can't see you. The voice was still deep and ancient, but this time it carried a hint of urgency. Yidong frowned. This mysterious voice had been guiding him ever since he entered the canyon. What exactly was it? Idiot. What are you spacing out for again? The crow patted his face with its wing. You're the idiot. Yidong yanked the crow off his head. Set it on fire, then charge out. What? Crow's eyes widened, but realizing that this was the only way, he stopped questioning Yidong. Great plan, it's up to you now. Yidong took a deep breath. Gobi. A ghostly blue flame erupted from his body, and the phantom of a fire demon materialized behind him. At the same time, a divine power surged into his limbs and bones, instantly elevating his physical attributes to a terrifying level. Gobi Desert, set this building on fire. Damn it, got it. The phantom of the fire demon grinned and spewed out a large amount of flames. The wooden structure of the dragon's nest burst into flames the moment it came into contact with them. On fire, one of the earth dragons scratched his head in confusion, looking like nothing was wrong. Drunk, the dragon's nest is destroyed on average once a month. The other earth dragons are used to it, and even if it catches fire, they are not in a hurry and put out the fire at a leisurely pace. Yidong was stunned for a moment, but he couldn't wait any longer. He grabbed the crow, who hadn't reacted yet, and rushed out of the room like lightning. The crow's cawing was drowned out by the wind. It clung tightly to Yidong's arm, as if afraid of being thrown off. Yidong's speed was astonishing, leaving a trail of blue flames in the corridor. However, something strange happened. As they brushed past the dragon man, who was gnawing on an unknown piece of meat, showed no reaction and continued to chew. It was another earth dragon, this time even closer. Yidong could even smell its stench, but the creature still acted as if it didn't see them at all. What's going on? Yidong wondered, but he kept walking. They were almost at the end of the corridor. All they had to do was smash through that giant wooden wall to escape the dragon's lair and reach the other side. But Yidong suddenly stopped. Chapter 186. Finally, they're gone. Why are we stopping? The crow asked, bewildered. If we don't leave soon, the earth dragons will realize what's happening. Yidong did not answer, but turned and walked towards a dragon man he had just passed. This is a relatively young earth dragon man, leaning against the wall and dozing off, with drool dripping onto the scales on its chest. Yidong waved in front of it. No response. Then I waved my hand in front of its eyes again. Still no response. Finally, Yidong simply poked its nostrils with his finger. The earth dragon sneezed, opened its eyes, rubbed its nose, glanced at the burning flames, and then continued to doze off. Yidong frowned. These earth dragons really couldn't see them. Caw caw caw. The crow laughed triumphantly. See? This is my power. Now you know the might of my word of power, right? It held its head high, looking like it was the best in the world. Yidong looked at the crow thoughtfully. He didn't think it was the crow's ability. Although the crow's words of power were indeed useful, they were definitely not enough to make so many earth dragons not notice them. It's more like, the owner of that voice is helping them. Fine, since that's how it is. Yidong looked up and said, It wouldn't hurt to go take a look. Where to? The crow asked, puzzled. On the bridge. Yidong was not afraid of traps. He had no shortage of divine power in his body. If he wanted to leave, no one could stop him. If the ninth princess were here, she would definitely say that he was wasting his divine power. Meanwhile, on the other side of the dragon's nest. Bang! With another loud bang, Pineapple Skin's left arm was ripped off by an earth dragon, and green blood gushed out like a fountain. Roar! Pineapple Peel let out a painful roar, but still held tightly to the little white bone in its arms, not letting it suffer any harm. This big oaf has quite the perseverance. A dragon man sneered, conjuring a huge fireball in his hand. It's always the same. They force their way in even when they can't win. Forget it. Let's finish this quickly. I need to go back to sleep. Another earth dragon yawned. Various attacks rained down on the pineapple peel, causing its body to disintegrate, with pieces of flesh peeling away to reveal its bare bones. Finally, under a dazzling bolt of lightning, the pineapple peel was completely reduced to ashes. The little white bones also turned into powder, mixing with the ashes of the pineapple peel. Done. One of the earth dragons spat and turned to leave. Dad, it's still moving, a little earth dragon said curiously. Sure enough, the ashes on the ground were slowly wriggling, crawling forward as if they were alive. Ha ha ha, that's the characteristic of the Bone Clan. An older earth dragon laughed. An indestructible cockroach. Dad, can I step on it? A little dragon asked curiously. Whatever, it'll just come back together even if you step on it. Several children of the earth dragon people gathered around the ashes, curiously poking at them with their toes, watching the ashes scatter and then gather again. The adults had already lost interest and dispersed. For them, beating up pineapple peels has become a routine, nothing new. On the other side, Yidong and Crow were climbing up. The structure of the dragon's nest is very complex, with various ropes, suspension bridges, and zip lines intertwined to form a three-dimensional transportation network. Yidong is agile and moves freely among various obstacles. More and more earth dragons were encountered on the road. Some were chatting, some were eating, and some were fighting. Without exception, they all seemed unable to see Yidong and the crow. Is this correct? The crow was also confused. Along the way, they had passed hundreds of earth dragons, some of which possessed extremely powerful auras, to the point that they couldn't even sense their strength. But as Yidong and the crow walked past them, the crows didn't even lift their eyelids. Has my word of power evolved to this extent? The crow was so excited that its feathers stood on end. I really am a genius. Soon, the man and the bird finally arrived on the stone bridge. The bridge is wide enough for 10 people to walk side by side. There are no guardrails on either side, and below is a bottomless canyon and a dragon's nest. In the very center of the bridge, an elderly figure sat cross-legged. This is an old earth dragon man. Its scales have lost their luster and turned a dull grayish-brown, like weathered rock. Its back was hunched, its once strong muscles had atrophied, and its skin drooped loosely. Even though it was so old, the aura it exuded was still extremely terrifying. It was an unfathomable pressure, like facing a giant beast from the abyss, making one instinctively want to kneel down. So strong. Yidong narrowed his eyes. The crow swallowed hard, its voice trembling slightly. Could this old thing be a crippled god? Yidong did not answer, because his attention was completely drawn to what the old earth dragon was holding. That was a heart. The pure black heart, about the size of an adult's fist, was covered with strange patterns. The strangest thing is that the heart is still beating. Thump, thump, thump. Each beat was powerful, as if it contained boundless vitality. Take me away. The voice rang in Yidong's mind again, this time exceptionally clear. Don't be afraid. It won't be able to find you. Take me away now. Yidong instantly understood. It was this heart that was speaking. He glanced at the old earth dragon man whose eyes were still closed, then at the black heart, and fell into deep thought. Yidong, let's go, Crow whispered. This old man doesn't look like someone to mess with. Wait a minute. Yidong shook his head. He was quickly analyzing the situation. This heart is clearly extraordinary. It can influence all the earth dragons in the entire dragon's nest, making them unable to see it. Moreover, even this terrifying old earth dragon was affected by its heart condition. Since the heart wants me to take it away, it shouldn't let me die here. Yidong took a deep breath and made up his mind. He slowly walked towards the old earth dragon, reached out his hand, and gently touched the black heart. Thump! Yidong's heart skipped a beat, and a strange sensation surged into his body along his arm. Yidong held his breath and slowly took his heart out of the old earth dragon's hand. The whole process went surprisingly smoothly. The old earth dragon man kept his eyes closed, and even his breathing rhythm did not change. Hurry, my heart urged. Get out of here as fast as you can. Raven, Yidong whispered. Do you have any flight magic? The crow cleared its throat, raised its head, and hissed, Wings. As soon as he finished speaking, Yidong felt a tearing pain in his back. Sizzle. His clothes were torn open, and two huge black wings, with a wingspan of 4 meters, stretched out from his back. Its feathers were as black as ink, gleaming faintly in the dim light. Wow, so cool, the crow exclaimed. Fly away quickly. Yidong put his heart into the swallowing ball, and then flapped his wings forcefully. Call. A strong airflow swirled across the bridge, and Yidong's body was instantly lifted into the air. Walk. The dragon's nest behind them grew farther and farther away, and soon disappeared from sight. And shortly after they left, Call. The old earth dragon slowly opened its eyes. They were cloudy, yet deep-set eyes. It looked at its empty palm, and a relieved smile appeared on its lips. Finally, they're gone. Chapter 187 The City of White Bones. The canyon exit. Yidong folded its wings and landed steadily on the ground. Phew, he breathed a sigh of relief, finally out. Wow, it was that easy. The crow was somewhat incredulous. Every time it encountered something like this with Yidong, it was always a lot of trouble. This time, however, they had flown out so easily. Yidong did not answer, but instead took the black heart out of the swallowing ball. Strangely, the heart is now completely still. It stopped throbbing and speaking, just like an ordinary black stone. What is this thing? The crow came closer and poked at it with its wing. Is it the one talking in your head? Yidong nodded and put the heart back into the swallowing ball. We'll study it later. The most important thing now is to wait for the pineapple skin to come out. The man and the bird found a large rock at the canyon exit, sat down, and began their long wait. Time passed by, and the oil lamp was used up. This guy is climbing way too slowly, the crow said impatiently, hopping around on the rocks. Yidong shook his head, took out a new oil lamp from the swallowing ball, lit it, and then stood up. They're here. The crow looked up and saw a large pile of grayish-white powder slowly wriggling on the ground, looking like dust blown by the wind. But upon closer inspection, it becomes clear that these powders are moving forward intentionally. The pineapple peel is finally out, the crow cried. The bone meal struggled to climb out of the canyon, first making a contemptuous gesture before slowly gathering together. Oh my God, cremation! As soon as the crow finished speaking, the bone meal from the pineapple peel burst into flames, startling the crow so much that the bone meal flew everywhere. Yidong tapped the crow on the head, and the crow stopped. The bone powder began to condense, first forming a blurry human-shaped outline. Then the skeleton gradually became clear, and finally it completely restored to its skeletal form. The pineapple shell skeleton is a full 6 meters tall, and each bone is incredibly thick. After successfully condensing, it carefully placed a small pinch of bone powder on the ground. That was Little White Bone. Damn it! You idiot! Pineapple Skin cursed weakly, the sound coming from the resonance of its bones, making it sound particularly eerie. Did you say thank you? Yidong rolled his eyes at the crow, took out the infinite wine jar, and began pouring the fountain of life onto the pineapple peel. The moment the clear liquid came into contact with the bones, the flesh and blood began to grow rapidly. First comes a thin layer of muscle fibers, then blood vessels and nerves, and finally the skin. In less than 10 minutes, the pineapple peel was completely restored to its original state. Awesome! It stretched its newly grown muscles. It feels so good to have some flesh. Little White Bone recovered much more slowly. The bone dust writhed on the ground for a long time before barely coalescing into a skull the size of a palm. Moreover, he looked extremely weak, and the soul fire in his eye sockets was almost extinguished. It's still too weak. Pineapple Peel held the Little White Bone in her hands with heartache. Its recovery ability is far inferior to that of an adult white bone. The infinite jug can't restore the skeleton. It can only help restore flesh and blood. Helpless, it could only be held in the pineapple peel's hand and slowly recover. Let's go. Yidong clapped his hands. Let's keep going and get to the Whitebone Imperial City as soon as possible. The group set off again. For the next 2 days, Pineapple Peel seemed to have been injected with chicken blood, and it sprinted forward with great strides. Can't you slow down a bit? The crow was being jostled around so much it was dizzy. I'm about to fall apart. What's with the slowness? Pineapple Peel said without turning her head. The sooner we get to the capital, the sooner we can start cooperating. Yidong sat comfortably on the broad shoulders. Ninth lay on his back, occasionally peeking out to look at the surrounding scenery. The scenery along the way gradually changed from wilderness to villages and towns, but most of them had been reduced to ruins. Everywhere there are traces of war, and some villages are still emitting black smoke. with the air filled with the smell of burning and blood. It seems the war has penetrated deep into our territory, Yidong said, looking at the burning city in the distance. It was a medium-sized city, with most of the city walls collapsed and corpses everywhere. There were soldiers from the Kingdom of Bones, rebellious humans, and many innocent civilians. Sigh. Pineapple Peel sighed. This is all the work of those human empires. The human empire? Yes, many cities were originally quite law-abiding, Pineapple Peel explained. But the human empire sent in a lot of spies to incite rebellions everywhere. Instead of saying the Kingdom of Bones wants to use them all as cannon fodder, we might as well strike first. And that's how it turned out. The crow curled its lip. Well, isn't this something your Bone Kingdom did themselves? Everything was fine until they had to clean up the human cities. Pineapple Peel wanted to argue, but after thinking about it, she felt that the crow made a good point. Suddenly, shouts of battle erupted from ahead. An army of skeletons was besieging a small town. On the city wall, the defenders fought desperately, and all sorts of spells rained down from the sky. But the skeleton army was fearless and charged at the city walls wave after wave. Leading the group was a death knight riding a bone dragon, whose every swing of his lance claimed the lives of many defenders. Should we take a detour? Yidong asked. No need. Pineapple Peel quickened her pace. Sure enough, as they approached, the Death Knight immediately noticed the pineapple skin. Royal blood. The Death Knight bowed respectfully. Okay, you guys continue. Pineapple Peel waved his hand and swaggered past the edge of the battlefield. The soldiers automatically made way for them, and several even saluted the Pineapple Peel. Royalty is so great. Can you add me to your family tree too? The crow said enviously. Sure, but only if I take over your body. Then forget it. After crossing the battlefield, they continued their advance. The weather turned gloomy by noon the next day. Dark clouds gathered, and it looked like it was going to rain. Almost there, almost there. Pineapple Peel pointed ahead. Once we cross that mountain, we'll see the Imperial City. The mountain is not high, but the road is very steep. The Pineapple Peel climbed up step by step, each step firmly planted. Finally, when they reached the top of the mountain, a magnificent view appeared before them. The Imperial City of Bones. Under the dazzling daylight, the enormous city resembled a colossal beast lying prone on the earth, its area of coverage being astonishingly large. The towering city walls were all built of white material, which could be vaguely seen as the skeleton of some kind of huge creature. There is a bone tower every certain distance along the city wall, with purple soul fire burning on its top, clearly visible even in the daytime. The city was filled with buildings, and at the very center was a huge complex of bone palaces, the Palace of Bones. Isn't it spectacular? Pineapple Peel said proudly. This wall was built with the corpse of a dragon of legendary blood. How extravagant! The crow clicked its tongue. Chapter 188 Strolling Through the City. The road down the mountain was much easier to walk, and they soon arrived at the city gate. There was a long queue at the city gate, filled with monsters and caravans trying to enter the city. The guards checked each person one by one, quite rigorously. The checks have been very strict lately, Pineapple Peel explained, because we're afraid of spies infiltrating. However, it's a different story when a member of the royal family leads the way. Pineapple Peel walked straight to the front, and the captain of the guard, sensing its presence, immediately bowed respectfully. Royal bloodline. Yes, these two are my guests. Pineapple Peel pointed to Yidong and Crow on his shoulder. Understood, please come in. The other monsters in line were somewhat unhappy about cutting in line, but seeing that it was a member of the royal family, they didn't dare to say anything. Upon entering the city, Crow was immediately awestruck by the bustling scene before him, and Yidong was also somewhat shocked, remarking that it truly lived up to its reputation as the imperial city of the White Bone Empire. The wide main street was wide enough for 20 carriages to pass side by side, and the ground was paved with smooth black flagstones. The streets are lined with all kinds of buildings, most of which are bone structures mixed with black stone, with a unified style, yet each with its own characteristics. Shops line the streets, their signs a dazzling array. Death Tavern, Legendary Weapon Shop, Soul Pawn Shop, Rotten Flesh Restaurant. The streets were bustling with activity, and all sorts of monsters came and went. They were of noble lineage, dressed in splendid attire, and carried around in bone palanquins. There were vendors pushing carts, loudly hawking their goods. There were also patrolling monster guards, marching in orderly formation through the streets. A fresh eyeball. A freshly dug eyeball. Premium liquid, beauty and skincare, buy one get 10 free. Soul gems on clearance sale. Don't miss out. Wow, it's so lively. The crow looked around, its eyes darting everywhere. The air was filled with various smells, some fragrant and some foul, which mixed together to create a peculiar odor. But what surprised Yidong the most was the lack of war atmosphere here. If it weren't for the occasional sight of wounded soldiers, one would have no idea that a war was raging outside. That's how the imperial city is. Pineapple Peel noticed his confusion. Your Majesty is a crippled god. The flames of war cannot reach here. His Majesty's personal guard has 30,000 men, each one an elite of the elite bloodline, with the lowest rank being the third rank. Damn, that's awesome. The crow exclaimed, its mouth agape. Yidong also fell silent. Although he had to have some preconceived notions, he couldn't help but fall silent when he heard the configuration. More than 30,000 personal guards, the weakest of whom were all in the third rank. That's outrageous. After walking through several streets, they arrived at a rather upscale-looking inn. The three large characters, by Gu Ju, White Bone Residence, are written on the plaque with vigorous and powerful strokes. Two skeleton guards stood ramrods straight at the entrance, their bone armor gleaming. This is the one, Pineapple Peel said. It's one of the best inns in the capital, owned by one of my cousins. Stepping into the inn, one finds it decorated in a magnificent and opulent style. The hall is furnished with bone tables and chairs, and the walls are adorned with various bone carvings. The shopkeeper was a tall, thin skeleton who fawned over the Pineapple Peel as soon as he saw it. Oh my, isn't this Lord Pineapple Peel? It rubbed its hands together, its eyes sparkling with laughter. Weren't you supposed to be at the front lines? What brings you here? Your presence is an honor to our humble shop. Enough with the nonsense, Pineapple Peel said impatiently. Get me a superior room. All right, almost done. The shopkeeper immediately ordered the waiter. Quick, bring out the number 1 heaven coin. Wasn't that room booked by Lord Green? A waiter whispered. Idiot. The shopkeeper slapped it on the head. What is Green? Can he compare to royalty? Go tell Green to move to a different room. Soon, a top-of-the-line suite was ready. Pushing open the door, Yidong nodded in satisfaction. The room was very large, about 400 or 500 square meters. The large bone bed was covered with soft animal hides, and there were exquisite bone-carved furniture next to it. The windows are large, offering a view of the bustling street scene outside. There's even a private bathroom with a hot spring inside. Not bad, not bad. The crow flew around the room. It's even more luxurious than our castle. You all rest first, Pineapple Peel said. I have to go to the palace to report. I will come to pick you up after His Majesty summons you. How long will it take? Yidong asked. Pineapple Peel thought for a moment and said, It's hard to say. If it's quick, it'll be tonight. If it's slow, it might take a few days. After all, it is wartime now, and His Majesty has many things to deal with every day. Pineapple Peel picked up the recovered little white bone and said, Don't run around. There are many rules in the capital. If anything happens, just tell me my name. Especially you, it said, looking at the crow. Stinky-beaked bird. I brush my teeth, the crow retorted. The Pineapple Peel ignored it and turned away. Only Yidong and the crow remained in the room. Finally, I can rest. Yidong lay on the bed and stretched comfortably. The ninth one climbed down from behind him and jumped around on the bed. I'm so bored. The crow circled the room twice before flying down onto Yidong's face. Yidong, shall we go for a walk? Aren't you tired? Yidong asked with his eyes closed. Tired my foot. The crow slapped his face with its wing. We've come all this way to the Bone City. It would be a shame not to take a look around. I've heard there are a lot of strange and unusual things here. Maybe we can find some treasures. Besides, who knows when the Bone Emperor will summon us? What if we have to wait for several days? We can't just stay in our rooms the whole time, can we? Yidong opened his eyes and thought about it. It did make sense. He was also quite curious about the Bone City. As the capital of the Bone Kingdom, there must be many interesting things here. Moreover, he has a large sum of gold coins on him, and it would be a real waste not to spend them. Let's go. He sat up. Great. Remember to pay the bill. The crow flapped its wings excitedly. A person, a bird, and a hamster left the inn and began to wander around the imperial city. Everywhere was filled with the light of oil lamps and daylight, and the streets were bustling with activity. The person and the bird did not communicate, but they both arrived at the food street without prior arrangement. The long, wide street was filled with stalls emitting smoky aromas. Grilled dragon meat skewers. Authentic dragon meat. A minotaur stood guard in front of the grill, on which rows of meat skewers were sizzling with oil. The aroma wafted far and wide, attracting many monsters to stop and admire it. Boss, 10 skewers, please. A werewolf pulled out his money bag. Blood tofu. Fresh and hot blood tofu. At another stall, an old woman was selling blood tofu. The tofu was so reddish-black that it looked like it had been made from congealed blood. Soul-satisfying candied hawthorn. Sweet but not cloying. This is even more outrageous. Instead of hawthorns, the candied hawthorn skewers are made of tiny, glowing balls. If you look closely, it seems like something is struggling inside those little balls. Boss, what is this made of? Yidong asked curiously. The souls of low-level monsters, the shopkeeper said matter-of-factly. Wrapped in syrup, they're sweet and chewy. Have a skewer, it's very nutritious. Yidong bought a skewer to try, and the taste was quite peculiar. It's sweet with a hint of bitterness. After biting through the sugar coating, the contents inside seem to frolic and itch in your mouth. What the hell is this? The crow took a sip and spat it out. It still prefers grilled meat skewers. The two bought a bunch of snacks and ate as they strolled around. When they were so full they couldn't finish them all, they finally reached the end of the food street. Further ahead was a rather dimly lit street, but it was still very lively. The man and the bird looked up and saw three big characters on the sign at the street corner. Pet Street. Chapter 189 Reunion with the Man in Black Robes. Let's go in and take a look. Crow tugged at Yidong's sleeve. What kind of pet do you? A bird keep. Yidong glanced at it, but still followed it inside. What do you know? Even Da Vinci had codes to play with. I need to find someone I can beat. At the entrance to Pet Street, there were two burly lizard man guards. When they saw that Yidong was human, one of them frowned. Humans, it said skeptically. This is not a place for you. What, are you blind? Can't you see he's my pet? The crow said unhappily. The crow spoke, and only then did the two lizards notice the bird on Yidong's shoulder, and they were both taken aback. What kind of monster race is this? I've never heard of it before. Want to see the password? Do you know what pineapple peel is? The crow didn't bother with any more words and directly brought up pineapple peel. The two lizard men exchanged a glance, then shook their heads. Crow, Yidong, I remember pineapple peel said to mention its name if you encounter any problems. Why don't people recognize it? It doesn't matter if you don't know us. Just know that we're very rich. Crow tugged at Yidong's shoulder, and the latter pulled out a bulging money bag and threw it on the ground. The crisp sound of gold coins clinking rang out, and the two lizardmen's attitudes immediately changed. Please come in, distinguished guest, they fawned, making way for them. Welcome to Pet Street. Look down on people like that, the crow spat. The two walked into the street, which was clearly different from other places. It was quieter and more upscale. The streets are not lined with ordinary shops, but with huge exhibition halls. Each exhibition hall has a unique environment that simulates the living habits of different pets. The first shop window features a miniature desert where a three-headed hellhound puppy is rolling around. It's only the size of a normal puppy, but all three of its heads are breathing flames, making it look fierce yet adorable. Cerberus puppy, 2,000 gold coins. Read the sign next to it. And he's related to Leonardo da Vinci. He might turn against us. Let's not go. Crow clicked his tongue and pulled Yidong to the next exhibition hall. The next window display is set in a thundercloud environment, with a small bird covered in lightning flying inside. Each flap of its wings creates a dazzling display of electric sparks. Thunderbird hatchling, 1,000 gold coins. It's cheaper than a dog, no thanks. The crow continued to tug at Yidong's clothes. As you walk further in, the pets on display become increasingly rare. There were fire dragons whose bodies were engulfed in flames, swimming in the lava pool. There are pure white ice butterflies dancing gracefully among the ice flowers. There were also some strange creatures that Yidong couldn't name. Over here, the crow suddenly cried. Yidong followed its gaze and saw a giant silver wolf fast asleep in a very large exhibition hall. Even as a cub, this wolf was over 2 meters long, its fur as white as moonlight. Moon wolf, elite bloodline, Raven said excitedly. Yidong, listen to me, I want this. When Yidong took a closer look, the price made him gasp in shock. 10,000 gold coins. This is robbery. Even Yidong couldn't help but complain. The crow is obedient, we won't buy it. Elite bloodlines are all this price, said a necromancer passing by, and they're practically priceless. This moon wolf has been on display here for 3 months. It's not that no one can afford it, but that the seller is selective about his customers. Choose your customers? Yidong asked, puzzled. That's right, elite bloodlines have their own pride, and not just anyone can tame them. If someone who isn't capable buys it, the pet might turn the tables on them. Yidong nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, elite bloodlines are not ordinary pets. They possess high intelligence and are not so easy to tame. As you walk further in, there are fewer and fewer people, and the pets on display become increasingly rare. Gradually, even elite bloodlines became standard, mostly belonging to elite races with special abilities. Boss, why are there no lights up ahead? A crow asked a stall owner. That's the premium section up ahead, the stall owner said mysteriously. Only the really big spenders can go in. What's inside? I don't know. The stall owner shook his head. We small vendors can't get in. I've heard that there have been cubs with legendary bloodlines inside, but it's all just legend, and no one has ever seen one. A legendary bloodline. Yidong became interested. He is currently collecting limbs of legendary bloodlines, and it would be even better if he could acquire living individuals. Let's go in and take a look. They already said only big spenders can get in, the crow reminded him. Give it a try. If it doesn't work out, just say the name of the pineapple peel again. Not shameful enough. The two continued walking forward, and the street ahead became much darker. With only a few scattered lights, the atmosphere felt mysterious. Sir, do you have a token? A blue arm blocked Yidong's path, and a monster in a suit appeared on the previously empty road. This is a blue-faced, fanged creature that looks like it was cast in bronze. Elite bloodline, bronze beast. Sorry, no. Yidong shook his head. Entry is not permitted without a token, sir. The bronze beast gestured for him to leave. Do you know what a pineapple peel is? I'm sorry, sir. I've never heard of it. Yidong and the crow were speechless again. Pineapple Skin was such a pretentious and arrogant fellow. He said he would say his name, but after saying it twice, no one had even heard of it. That makes sense, though. This guy is only in the 6th rank and was sent to the front lines to fight, so his status is definitely not high. He's just using the white bone royal bloodline to intimidate people. Just as the man and the bird were about to leave, a hand patted Yidong on the shoulder. Friend, would you like to go in and take a look? Upon hearing the sound, the man and the bird turned around and saw a large, fat figure wrapped in a black robe standing behind them, with 3 eyes blinking beneath the robe. The man in black robes? Fong cough cough. This person is none other than the round, black-robed figure who collaborated with Yidong to destroy the entire city of Logoport. I never expected to encounter him here. Yidong glanced at the crow, who gave an awkward smile. What's wrong? Yidong asked with a hint of amusement. I sensed someone behind me just now. Crow quickly added, and Yidong nodded. I see. Yidong smiled. Ahem, long time no see. A tentacle emerged from the black robe, and Yidong grasped it. Haven't seen you for a long time. Do you want to go in? I was just about to go in and pick out a pet to play with. Let me take you in with me. Thank you. The man in black robes revealed a bone token from within his robes, and the bronze beast immediately made a respectful gesture of invitation. The two people and the bird walked into the street together. Chapter 190, Buying the Shadow Fiend. After entering the street, Yidong parted ways with the man in black robes. Both sides went about their own business without affecting each other. Compared to outside, there are very few pets for sale here, and most of them are elite bloodlines with relatively high rankings. The crow tugged at Yidong, making him look around, wanting everything. However, the prices of pets here are daunting, starting at 10 or 20,000 gold coins. Yidong only has a little over 4,000 gold coins, and he can't afford any of the pets here. Damn it, you only have 4,000 gold coins. Crow said when he learned that Yidong only had 4,000 gold coins. You only have 4,000 gold coins. Why did you bring me in? To broaden my horizons. Yidong pinched the crow's beak and sneered. I'll sell you as a pet right now for 6,000 gold coins. I can then buy another pet. Wah! Yidong, how dare you? I am the master. Get out of here. The crows lost all interest in seeing the pets. Although these pets were all-powerful species, none of them were ones they could afford. In its despair, it suddenly thought of the man in black robes. This guy seems to be doing well. He probably has a lot of gold coins on him. If I use the cult leader to pressure him, I can probably get some gold coins out of him to spend. Without further ado, Crow told Yidong and then ran to the man in black robes to borrow gold coins. Yidong watched the crow fly away and added, borrow more, or I'll kill you if it's less than 10,000. Yidong. Taking advantage of the crows flying away, Yidong wandered around by himself. The pets here are all quite good to him, and with the infinite flasks, he can achieve mass production of the race. But now all I'm missing is an environment. I need a strong, reliable friend to provide me with protection. Otherwise, I'll have nowhere to put all these children I've created, no one to raise them, and they might even attract attention and put me in danger. The Atom family can only be considered as a backup option, and I don't yet know their true strength. The Bone Royal family is even less likely. They can only be targets for cooperation. Entrusting one's back to them would probably lead to collapse. If there is anyone in this world who can be such a friend to me, there is only one, the cult leader. But the cult leader was too domineering. She controlled him too tightly. Although Yidong knew that the cult leader truly treated him like family, she was like the mother figure in his original family. Yidong is now testing her attitude, trying to break free from his family of origin and get the cult leader to give him a new identity. Before achieving success, Becoming a cult leader is only a last resort that one has to resort to. As he pondered, Yidong stopped in an exhibition hall. There is a lamp in this exhibition hall, and a leaf is placed under the lamp. The shadow of the leaf is cast on the ground, and there is nothing else in the room. Yidong looked at the notice board. Shadow Fiend. Shadow Fiend, of elite bloodline, ranks in the middle. Despite its average ranking, Shadow Fiend is very popular. This is an assassin's favorite, allowing them to blend perfectly into any shadow and approach their target silently. Nice one. You have excellent taste. Behind the stall, a portly human merchant stood up. He was probably in his 50s, dressed in a magnificent purple silk robe, with jeweled rings on every finger of his hand. His fat face was plastered with smiles. He looked every bit the cunning old businessman. My name is Wang Fuguei, and I specialize in rare pets. He rubbed his hands together, his eyes scanning Yidong. This is a genuine shadow demon larva, with pure bloodline and unlimited potential. Behind Wang Fuguei stood two expressionless demon hunters. They wore black leather armor, with various silver weapons hanging at their waists, and their eyes were as sharp as eagles. Judging from the aura, I can't tell. He's clearly a high-level demon hunter. How much is this Shadow Fiend? Yidong squatted down and carefully examined the shadow. Wang Fuguei smiled and said, "It's clear that the customer knows his stuff. Shadow Fiend is not strong in individual combat, but he is good at ambushes and intelligence gathering. For the right person, he is absolutely invaluable. Moreover, it is only 3 months old, which is the best time to raise it. With dedicated nurturing, he will surely achieve great things in the future." "Name your price." Yidong interrupted his sales pitch. Wang Fuguei chuckled. "The customer is very generous." He held up one finger. 20,000 gold coins. "Too expensive." Yidong shook his head. "If there were more shadow demons, I could form an intelligence organization. You only have one, so its effectiveness is much smaller. Make it cheaper." Wang Fuguei smiled to himself, thinking to himself that he had met someone who truly knew his stuff. "What price would you like, sir?" Just as Yidong was about to try bidding 4,000, the crow flew back, carrying a small swallowing ball in its beak. I borrowed back 10,000 gold coins." "Yidong, be envious." Yidong looked at the crow, then at the boss, and then held up one finger. "You heard it too. I only have 10,000 gold coins right now. Are you willing to sell?" Crow. Wang Fuguei hesitated for a moment, then nodded. "Then let's make a deal. To be honest, I've had this Shadow Fiend on the market for 3 days now, and I'm only now finding someone who appreciates its value like you. I'll sell it at a loss today as a way of making friends." "Thank you." Yidong took the swallowing ball from the crow's beak and handed it to Wang Fuguei, who then checked it and transferred the gold coins into his own swallowing ball. Crow. "Yidong, what did you do?" The crow was bewildered and furious. The 10,000 gold coins it had painstakingly managed to squeeze out of Fong Bei had been squandered by Yidong in the blink of an eye. "Brother Bird," Wang Fuguei chuckled, "you've struck gold. You bought my pet for just 10,000 gold coins. Shadow Fiend is a priceless treasure. In the entire Dark World, the shadow demons only stay in the Shadow Abyss. They are practically never seen anywhere else. I would never put this up for sale unless I urgently need the money." He lowered his voice again and said mysteriously, "To tell you the truth, Brother Bird, several groups of people have already come to ask. Among them are members of the Whitebone royal family. But their offer was too low, so I didn't agree. 10,000 gold coins, that's really the cost price." The crow looked at Wang Fuguei suspiciously, then at Yidong. "You got a bargain?" "I picked it up." "Who bought the pet?" "For you." Raven nodded in satisfaction. Although Shadow Fiend wasn't very strong, he could be sent to eavesdrop on the Code and Da Vinci to see if they showed any signs of betraying him. If so, he could prepare to curse those two heartless bastards. Wang Fuguei's eyes narrowed into slits with laughter. Brother Bird really knows his stuff. He was about to bend down to grab the Shadow Fiend when another voice suddenly rang out. "Wait, I want this Shadow Fiend. P.S. Thanks to Fox's Darkening Third for the 5 update reminder tokens. You're awesome, brother, so generous. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and contributed to this cause. Love you all." Chapter 191, Entering the Palace. Yidong turned around and saw a green goblin standing in the middle of the street. This guy was only 1.2 meters tall, with shiny green skin, several gold rings hanging from his pointed ears, and fangs sticking out of his mouth. He looked like a miniature version of a wild boar demon. But what's truly captivating is the colossal beast behind it. It was a purple behemoth, 5 meters tall, with muscles bulging like steel, and each breath it took was accompanied by a thunderous sound. Elite Bloodline, 5th sequence. A goblin paired with a behemoth? How bizarre. The crow muttered under its breath. That's really bizarre. Goblins are of standard low-level bloodlines, not much higher than humans on the hierarchy of contempt. Behemoth, however, is an elite among the elite bloodlines, renowned for its strength. A nobody with elite blood is as incongruous as an ant with an elephant. I want the Shadow Fiend, 12,000. The goblin looked at Wang Fugue with a cold face. The behemoth behind him roared in unison, causing the ground to tremble slightly. Wang Fugue still had a smile on his face, but he shook his head. I'm sorry, young Master Green. This Shadow Fiend has already been bought by this guest. In business, it's all about first come, first served. I hope you understand, third young master. Oh, the goblin then noticed Yidong. It looked Yidong up and down, its small eyes full of contempt. Humans. The tone was as if he were talking about something dirty. Even in the Bone Royal City, are there humans who dare to steal from me? What? Goblins are so great, the crow immediately retorted. A mere nobody of inferior blood. What are you pretending to be so great for? The goblin's face instantly turned dark green. The bloodline of the common fish is the greatest pain of the goblin race. Although they have produced gods, and although they have the potential for infinite mutation. However, in the hierarchy of bloodlines, they are indeed at the bottom. Insolence, it shrieked. Do you know who I am? I don't know, Yidong said calmly. I don't know him. The crow shook its head. The goblin got even angrier, put his hands on his hips and pointed at himself. I am the second young master of the Grimm family, Grim Lucifer. I am a fallen angel, the raven remarked. Green's face turned from dark green to murky green, and his fangs twitched as he grinned. You damned bird, you're asking for it. Lucifer gritted his teeth. The behemoth sensed its master's anger, bared its fangs, and was ready to pounce at any moment. Young Master Green, you'd better not make a move here. The Whitebone royal family won't tolerate any nobles. Wang Fugue reminded him with a smile. Lucifer frowned, then calmed down and stared coldly at Yidong, asking, sell or not? Not for sale, Yidong replied decisively. 20,000. Lucifer held up 2 fingers. Not for sale. 30,000. Not for sale. You. Lucifer jumped up in anger. Do you know the consequences of offending the Green family? It pointed at Yidong's nose. Believe it or not, I'll make sure you never leave the capital city. I don't believe it. Yidong remained calm. Hey, you little green thing. Who are you trying to scare? The crow retorted, not to be outdone. Do you know who we are? Whose people are they? Green sneered. In the Bone City, no one's influence matters except for the royal family. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. Oh, the Bone City belongs to your Green family now. A man in black robes appeared beside him at some point, his 3 eyes peering through the hood at Green. Upon seeing the man in black, Green's arrogance instantly diminished. Black robe. It chuckled dryly. I didn't mean that. No, the man in black said calmly. Has the Green family been too arrogant lately? Should I speak with the royal family about your family's rule over the Bone Empire? Damn it, don't talk nonsense. Green quickly shook his head. Recently, rumors have been circulating throughout the capital that this mysterious man in black robes has some kind of cooperative relationship with the royal family, and has even been personally received by the Whitebone Emperor. Although the specifics of the cooperation are unknown, the fact that the Bone Emperor personally received them means that the Green family could not afford to offend him. Then why aren't you getting out of here? Humph. Green glared at Yidong before leaving. Consider yourself lucky. After saying that, it jumped onto the behemoth and slunk away. Thank you. Yidong nodded to the man in black. You're welcome, the man in black said with a smile. We're old friends, after all. After saying that, it quickly turned and left, disappearing into the shadows of the street. Wow, this black-robed monster runs so fast. I was hoping to borrow some more money, the crow remarked. I guess they ran away because they were afraid you'd borrow money from them. After obtaining the Shadow Fiend, the man and the bird left Pet Street and quickly returned to the Bone Inn. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Pineapple Peel sitting on the sofa. You're back. Pineapple Peel looked up. His Majesty has agreed to see you. So fast. Yidong was somewhat surprised. You could say I cut in line. Pineapple Peel chuckled smugly. After all, His Majesty still gave me this much face. Yidong. Crow. You have no face at all. We've mentioned your name twice outside, and people said they didn't recognize you. 666, I don't believe it. Pineapple Skin's face turned red. Yidong pinched the crow's beak, looked at the pineapple peel, and asked, when are we going? Let's go now. Pineapple Peel stood up. Then let's go. The 3 of them left the inn and headed towards the palace. The closer you get to the palace, the wider the streets become and the more luxurious the buildings. There were significantly fewer pedestrians on the road. Most of them were monsters dressed as nobles, being carried around in luxurious bone palanquins. Soon, the majestic palace gates came into view. It was a colossal gate built entirely of bones, 50 meters high, with countless lifelike skull reliefs carved on it. 2 rows of skeleton guards stood at the entrance, each exuding a powerful aura. Pineapple Peel, of royal blood, brings the guests to His Majesty's court, Pineapple Peel said as he stepped forward. The guard captain glanced at the list and then nodded. Please come in. The massive bone gates slowly opened, revealing a magnificent palace complex inside. Remember, don't wander around once you're in the palace. Pineapple Peel whispered a reminder. There are restrictions everywhere here. You might accidentally trigger one. It's like a minefield, the crow complained. After passing through several corridors, a skeleton guard approached. Lord Pineapple Peel, His Majesty is still handling state affairs, it said respectfully. Rooms have been arranged for the guests. Please rest. How long will it take? Yidong asked. The guard thought for a moment. There are still hundreds of officials waiting to be summoned. It will probably take several days. Yidong. Crow. Didn't you say you were cutting in line? Ahem. Everyone's cutting in line. There's nothing I can do about it. Pineapple Peel was quite calm. Anyway, the food and lodging in the palace are the best, so just treat it as a vacation. The guards led them to a secluded courtyard. The courtyard wasn't large, but it was exquisitely decorated, with a rockery, a pond, and several fruit trees whose names were unknown. This is Plum Blossom Courtyard, a place specially for receiving distinguished guests, Pineapple Peel explained. I made a special effort to get here. Yidong glanced at it, no longer believing this boastful fellow. After the guards left, Yidong walked around the room. It is indeed very luxurious, even more so than the #1 room in the inn. What's this bed made of? The crow asked, hopping around on the bed. It's as soft as a cloud. Can I pack it up when I leave? If you're not afraid of the royal family getting involved, then you can pack up your things, Pineapple Peel kindly advised. Don't you have noodles? Can't you pack them up for me? Packing things up is beneath the dignity of the royal family. Yidong sat by the window and began to think about his next plan. Since we have to wait a few days, we can use this time to create a path for players to advance to the 6th sequence. We still have plenty of faith power, which should be enough. Thinking of this, he closed his eyes and his consciousness sank into the small world of gods. Chapter 192 Remnant Divine Body 1%. The sky is high and the clouds are light. Birds are singing and flowers are blooming. The river of faith continues to flow, its waters, several meters wide, radiating a warm glow. Yidong picked up his notebook and began to brainstorm ideas. This time he wanted to add something special, plunder. Most of the previous promotions were auxiliary, so it's time to boost some players' combat power. Plunder player. When you kill an enemy, there is a small chance to plunder their talent ability and gain 9 extra resurrections. Promotion materials. Claw of Plunder, Unquenchable Flame. Although it's a low probability event, it's still a significant improvement for players, and the promotion materials aren't too difficult to find. A surge of faith power flowed into the notebook, and the golden light almost overflowed. A moment later, Yidong looked at the dried-up river and slowly exhaled. Just right. He walked into the mist and gave the children the path to advancement in the 6th sequence. The children reacted enthusiastically, especially when they heard that they could plunder the enemy's abilities. They were all incredibly excited. Long live the gods. Plundering ability. That's simply a divine skill. I'm going to hunt down those monsters with special abilities. Anyone from Dis City forming a team? Are there any teams forming in Adam's household? Yidong waved his hand, preparing to leave, when suddenly the entire space distorted. The next moment, he appeared before the familiar blood-red lake. The vast lake, like congealed blood, exuded a faint, sweet, fishy smell. The lake was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the dark red sky. Long time no see, little friend. The voice of the goddess of pregnancy came from all directions, gentle, yet with a touch of divinity. Goddess of pregnancy. Yidong bowed his head respectfully. My child. The goddess of pregnancy's voice became gentler. You have done very well, even better than I expected. Your followers have exceeded 30,000, and your divine power is about to break through 1,000. The pregnant god said slowly. Your development has exceeded my expectations. Now I should give you your first mission to seize godhood. A mission to seize the gods. Yidong asked, frowning. It's very simple. It's just about stealing the faith from some gods. Yidong. Are you mistaken? I've only reached 1% of the remnant god's body. Going to steal a remnant god? No. The ethereal voice of the pregnancy goddess echoed in Yidong's mind. She paused for a moment, then continued. Do you remember the gift I gave you? The thing inside, I remember, it never came out. The goddess of pregnancy smiled. It's already fully developed. It just needs an opportunity to emerge. What opportunity? When you are truly dead. Yi Dong paused for a moment, then continued. Do you want me to use it to fight against the remnant god? That's right. This child was born with the body of a remnant god. You only need to provide him with divine power to control him, which is enough for you to complete your first mission of seizing a god. Yi Dong's pupils contracted slightly. He was born with a body of a crippled god, truly a gift from the gods. So what is the first mission to seize the godhood? It's simple. Go to the interlayer between day and night, find a scattered part of a god's body, and then devour it. However, you'd better save up 10,000 strands of divine power before you go. Otherwise, the child will lose control before you even absorb it. What is the day-night interlayer? That is a special place, which belongs neither to the eternal night layer nor to the day layer. It is the place where all the remnant gods compete for godhood. How should I get there? Yi Dong frowned. Finding the entrance will require you to inquire about it yourself. All right, the path to advancement to the 6th rank has been prepared for you. You'd better work hard. A dazzling golden light rose from the blood lake, hovering in the air like a small sun. The golden light drifted towards Yi Dong, and the moment it touched him, a vast amount of information flooded into his mind. White Night Walker, a soul that defies the corruption of the true God and remains eternally steadfast. Promotion materials, daylight fragments, soul fire. A completely different promotion path than before. Before he could think much about it, the blood lake collapsed instantly, and Yi Dong's consciousness was forcibly sent back to reality. When he opened his eyes, the divine power within him had just reached its critical point. 998. 999. 1000. Boom. A muffled thud came from inside his body, like a thunderclap in his blood vessels. Yi Dong felt that every cell in his body was burning and every inch of his bones was being rebuilt. The intense pain made him groan involuntarily, his muscles spasming all over. Yi Dong, what's wrong? The crow was so frightened that it jumped out of bed and flapped its wings to fly to Yi Dong's side. However, as soon as it touched Yi Dong, the crow let out a mournful cry and withdrew its claws, which were already burning red from contact with Yi Dong. What the hell? Even Gobi flew out of his body with a wail, staring blankly at Yi Dong. What happened? Pineapple Peel was also stunned. It could sense the terrifying energy emanating from Yi Dong. The temperature in the room rose sharply, cracks began to appear on the walls, and even the air seemed to distort. Yi Dong's skin began to crack, and a dazzling golden light shone through the cracks. His hair moved without wind, and his original blue hair began to turn golden. The Demon King's horns on his forehead began to grow wildly, surging from 10 centimeters to 20 centimeters, with intricate demonic patterns appearing on their surface, each pattern radiating a terrifying pressure. The dark red carapace on his right arm began to peel away, revealing a brand new outer shell underneath. It was a material somewhere between metal and biological material, with a deep dark gold color. The blades at the joints became even sharper, and you could even hear the faint sound of air being cut. Holy crap, the crow yelled frantically from the side. Yi Dong, what are you going to turn into? The entire transformation process lasted a full 15 minutes. When everything calmed down, Yi Dong slowly opened his eyes. A golden halo slowly emerged in his originally dark pupils, like the halo of a solar eclipse. This is 1% of the remnant god's body. Pineapple Peel murmured in shock. Damn it, are you alright? Very good. Yi Dong clenched his fist. Better than ever before. He could feel that he was completely different now than before. If before it was mortals using divine power, now it is truly stepping into the realm of crippled gods. Although it's only 1%, a qualitative change has already begun. How many of me can you take down now? The crow asked cautiously. Yi Dong glanced at it and thought seriously for a moment. If you summon the great old ones, about one punch? Damn it. The crow was speechless. Are you even human? The crow knelt down and cried. Damn it. All he knows is how to get stronger. Doesn't he know how to make me stronger too? Damn it, I want one too. Chapter 193, The Green Family. Bonus chapter for the third big boss who turns evil. The Green Family, the secret underground chamber. It was a dark and damp place, with unknown black vines climbing all over the walls, and the air was filled with a nauseating stench of blood and decay. The dim candlelight flickered, illuminating the mottled bloodstains and scattered bone fragments on the ground. In the center of the secret chamber, an unusually large goblin was lying on the ground eating. Unlike ordinary goblins, this guy was covered in jet black fur, each hair as hard as a steel needle. It stands 3 meters tall, with bulging muscles and fangs that extend from its mouth, each a dozen centimeters long. This is the true power behind the Grimm family, Grimm Satan. It was gnawing on the carcass of a two-headed hellhound, its sharp teeth easily tearing through the tough flesh as it swallowed it in large gulps. Click-clack. The sound of bones being crushed echoed in the sealed room, sounding particularly eerie. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door. Grimm Satan frowned, but did not stop eating. Come in. Its voice was low and hoarse, with a ferocious, beast-like quality. An ordinary goblin tremblingly pushed open the heavy iron door and knelt at the entrance, too afraid to go forward. This goblin was only a little over a meter tall, looking like a baby in front of Grimm Satan. Master, master of the family. Its voice was trembling. Speak your mind, or shut up. Grimm Satan bit off a large chunk of meat, blood dripping down his chin. Our informants in the palace have discovered an entity capable of creating skeletons. Puff. Grimm Satan spat out a mouthful of meat, then abruptly turned his head, his blood-red eyes fixed on his subordinate. What did you say? It can create skeletons. The goblin was so frightened that it lay prostrate on the ground. Are you fucking kidding me? Grimm Satan stood up, his massive body casting a huge shadow. Isn't the bone god the only one capable of creating bones? Have you discovered the bone god? But the informant said he saw it with his own eyes. The goblin trembled as he pulled a piece of parchment from his robes. This is intelligence. A living skeleton is in the hands of Pineapple Skin, a member of the royal bloodline. Grimm Satan snatched the parchment and quickly glanced at it. And the one who created the skeleton was a seventh sequence human, the goblin added. The seventh sequence? Humans. Grimm Satan licked the blood from his lips, a hint of contempt flashing in his eyes. Creating skeletons? Heh, probably some kind of charlatan's trick. It impatiently tossed the parchment aside. Just send a nightmare demon to kill him. Don't bother me with this nonsense while I'm eating. Yes, yes. The goblin, feeling like he'd been granted a pardon, scrambled out of the secret chamber. After closing the iron gate, it leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Phew, I almost got eaten. It wiped the cold sweat from its forehead and thought for a moment. Although the patriarch said to send anyone, this matter concerns the White Bone Empire. Just to be on the safe side, we should send a more powerful one. Hey, go and call Shadow over, it said to the guard beside it. Lord Shadow. The guard goblin paused. That's an elite bloodline of the 5th rank. Using it against a 7th rank human. Isn't that a bit too much? You don't know anything, the goblin glared at it. Go now. A moment later, a cloud of black mist rose from the end of the corridor. The mist slowly condensed and transformed into a tall, slender figure. This is a nightmare demon, shrouded in a hazy black mist, making its specific appearance unclear, with only a pair of scarlet eyes flashing in the darkness. My lord, what brings you here? Shadow's voice was like a dream, elusive and uncertain. The Patriarch's order, the goblin commanded, is that a 7th order human currently in the Imperial Palace's Plum Blossom courtyard must be killed. A 7th sequence. Shadow chuckled. Sending me to deal with the 7th sequence is an easy task. He is a guest of the White Bone royal family. We must eliminate him before he meets his majesty. The black mist surged, and the shadowy figure gradually faded away. Remember, make sure it's clean, the goblin quickly reminded him. Don't worry, dying in a dream is just like falling asleep. The sound still echoed, but the shadows had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, at Meixiang Courtyard. Come on, choose one. Yi Dong placed Azathoth and the 7-star sword on the table, looking very generous. The crow's small eyes widened like copper bells as it looked back and forth between the two legendary weapons, its claws trembling. You really want me to choose? Are you kidding me? You keep your word. Yidong leaned back in his chair. Hurry up and choose, don't dawdle. I want this. Without a second thought, the raven grabbed Azathoth. Caw 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 caw. Legendary weapon acquired. It excitedly flew around the room with the gun in its hand, like a fool who had just received a new toy. Da Vinci in the code. You'll see if you dare bully me again. Who is bullying whom? Yidong reminded him. The raven happily hugged Azathoth with its wings. This feel, this weight. I love it. It tried to pull the trigger with its claws. Bang! A thick red laser beam shot out, instantly burning a hole the size of a wash basin into the wall, which continued to expand. Holy crap! Pineapple Skin jumped up from his chair in shock. You idiot! Are you trying to tear down Plum Blossom Courtyard? This is the Imperial Palace. It was an accident. I'm not very familiar with it since it's my first time using it. Crow chuckled as he put away his gun, but he couldn't hide the excitement in his eyes. Ninth peeked out from behind Yidong, curiously looking at the large hole in the wall that was still smoking. Yidong, You'd better make sure to provide proper support later on, the crow suddenly said. This gun needs to devour monsters to unleash its power, so you'll have to feed it regularly. They're really taking advantage of my kindness. Yidong glanced at the crow. Hee hee, we're like family. The crow shamelessly said. With your strength, raising a gun is a piece of cake. Oh right. Yidong remembered something important and turned to the pineapple peel. Do you know about the day-night interlayer? A day-night interlayer? Pineapple peel scratched his big head. Never heard of it. Okay. Yidong nodded. This place is probably only known to those at the level of a crippled god. It seems we can only ask the White Bone Emperor after we meet him. Just then, a strong feeling of drowsiness suddenly struck. Yidong frowned. Something was wrong. Chapter 194. I am the human form of the bone god. Since advancing to the 7th rank, his body has hardly needed sleep, and his energy is always abundant. Unless you actively choose to enter the divine realm, you will never feel sleepy. But now, my eyelids feel as heavy as if they were filled with lead. I'm a little sleepy. I'll take a nap first. Yidong stood up, his steps a little unsteady. You going to sleep right after breaking through to the remnant god body? The crow grumbled. Are you feeling weak? Should I buy you some deer antler to help you recover? Shut up, crow. Yidong ignored it and laid down on the bed with his eyes closed. Pineapple Peel looked at Yidong thoughtfully. Strange, someone of his level shouldn't be sleepy. Whatever, let him sleep then. The raven casually fiddled with Azathoth. I'll take this opportunity to study this gun. Yidong's consciousness gradually blurred, but he remained vigilant. This situation is definitely problematic. Who is pulling me into this dream? When he woke up again, he found himself standing in a strange space. Mirrors are everywhere. Up, down, left, right, front, and back. Countless mirrors formed a perfect cube, each surface smooth and new, reflecting his image. The ram-horned demon, the mantis-like right arm, the pale gold hair, the golden pupil halo. Every detail has been perfectly replicated. A dream trap, Yidong immediately realized, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. Looks like someone can't wait any longer. He slowly walked towards the mirror in front of him and extended his mantis right arm. The reflection in the mirror makes the same gesture. Bang! The shockwave from the collision of the two fists caused the entire mirror space to tremble slightly. But the mirror remained intact. Copy my power. Yidong stretched his neck. He threw another punch, this time using 80% of his strength. Boom! A stronger shockwave rippled outwards, but the mirror remained completely still. Yidong's reflection in the mirror showed the same expression, as if mocking his futile efforts. Interesting. Yidong stopped probing and directly drew the 7-star treasure blade. A flash of cold light appeared on the blade, and its unparalleled sharpness made the surrounding air tremble. I'd like to see how you copy this. Yidong in the mirror also made a drawing motion, holding a 7-star sword in his hand. Whoosh! The 7-star sword drew a perfect arc. Snap! The mirror shattered instantly, as fragile as thin ice. The entire mirror shattered with a crash, and countless shards of glass fell like raindrops, making a crisp sound. Rumble! Like dominoes, the breaking of one mirror triggered a chain reaction. The entire maze began to collapse. Countless mirrors shattered one after another, and blinding silver light splashed everywhere. Space began to distort, and huge cracks appeared in the once solid ground. When the last mirror shattered into pieces, the entire maze collapsed completely. Yidong felt himself falling rapidly, with the whistling wind and the crisp sound of shattering glasses in his ears. After an unknown amount of time, he crashed heavily onto a hard surface. Cough, cough. Yidong got up and patted the dust off his clothes. Looking up, I found myself standing in a square paved with shards of mirror. The ground reflected an eerie light, and each step made a cracking sound. In the very center of the square, a throne made of mirrors stands tall. A monster emanating black energy sat on the throne, looking at him with a surprised expression. This is a humanoid monster, nearly 3 meters tall, but abnormally thin, like a dried-out corpse. Its skin is an eerie purplish-black color, covered with dense cracks, like a dried-up riverbed. Elite bloodline, nightmare demon. Moreover, judging from its aura, this is definitely a high-grade item from the 5th rank. You broke through my mirror maze so quickly. The nightmare demon rubbed its chin, its voice sharp and piercing. What kind of lousy intelligence did the Green family provide? Looks like your information isn't very up-to-date. Just a human. The nightmare demon sneered, and the black mist around its body began to surge violently. Since the mirror maze can't trap you, then I'll tear your soul apart right here. In dreams, I am the absolute master. With a wave of its hands, endless black mist surged from its body. instantly filling the entire square. Countless shrill screams echoed from within the black mist, as if millions of wronged souls were wailing within it. Attack! Nightmare Demon commanded sharply. The black mist surged, and dozens of monsters formed from the mist burst forth, rushing towards Yidong. There are ferocious hellhounds, vampires with bat wings, and rotting zombies. These are terrifying images collected by the Nightmare Demon from the nightmares of countless victims, each exuding a suffocating aura of evil. A gang fight, Yidong sneered. Then bring it on. The mantis swung its right arm, and its sharp blade instantly tore apart the three foremost vicious dogs. However, these mist monsters do not truly die. After being torn apart, they quickly reform and continue their attacks. Useless, the Nightmare Demon laughed triumphantly. These are creations formed from pure fear, and as long as fear exists, they will never disappear. Is that so? Yidong smiled faintly. The Demon King's horns on his forehead suddenly emitted a dazzling black light, and a powerful bewitching force instantly spread out. Fear is too simplistic, Yidong said, his voice carrying a strange rhythm. The bewitching power surged towards the mist monsters like a tidal wave, instantly altering their nature. The once ferocious and terrifying dog has turned into a docile pet, wagging its tail and surrounding Yidong. The vampire sheathed his fangs, transformed into an elegant nobleman, and bowed to Yidong in respect. The zombie stopped rotting and returned to its original appearance, kneeling on the ground awaiting Yidong's orders. What? The Nightmare Demon couldn't believe its eyes. What is this thing? Yidong slowly walked towards the Nightmare Demon, each step making his glasses crack. Sorry, I startled you. The Nightmare Demon turned pale and quickly retreated. But it was unwilling to admit defeat so easily, and it waved its hands again, beginning to unleash even more powerful dream magic. If fear doesn't work, then copy it. The black mist surged again, this time coalescing into an identical mantis right arm, which reached out to grab Yidong. Yidong sneered, and the real mantis swung out its right arm, colliding with the pirated version. Bang! The moment the two arms collided, the pirated mantis's right arm shattered and dissipated into black mist. Damn it, something's wrong with this arm. Nightmare Demon roared in frustration. Aren't you even human? I am not human, Yidong said calmly. I am the human form of the bone god. What the hell? Never mind. Damn it, intelligence agents. Chapter 195 The Bone Emperor. The Nightmare Demon panicked completely, realizing that its prized dream abilities were as fragile as paper in front of Yidong. Wait, don't kill me. Nightmare Demon pleaded desperately. I'm just doing this for money. The Green family gave me 5,000 gold coins to kill you. 5,000 gold coins. Yidong stopped in his tracks. My life is only worth 5,000 gold coins. Damn, that's too cheap. Nightmare Demon also complained. If I had known you were this strong, I wouldn't have come even if you gave me 50,000 gold coins. Yidong smiled and gently swung the 7-star sword. Wait. Before the Nightmare Demon could finish speaking, the entire dream space began to collapse. Countless shards of glass fell like meteors, black mist scattered and fled, and the throne turned to dust. Yidong's consciousness was forcibly pulled back to reality. When he opened his eyes, the room was a mess. The raven was holding Azathoth up to the bedside. Pineapple Skin was clenching its fists and ready for battle, and even Ninth had drawn his dagger. Before them, a cloud of black mist was struggling frantically in the blue flames, trying to escape. Yidong, you're finally awake, the crow cried. That thing tried to ambush you. Yidong sat up and stretched. It's been resolved. As soon as he finished speaking, the black mist suddenly exploded, turning into countless black powder particles that drifted into the air. A dark purple crystal fell to the ground and rolled to Yidong's feet. Nightmare Core. Pineapple Peel recognized the item. It's a 5th-order one. It can fetch a good price. Just then, the voice of the skeleton guard came from outside the door. Yidong, His Majesty summons you. Yidong smiled and said, the timing is perfect. The three followed the guards through the many palaces and arrived at the most central area. The architectural style here is completely different. It is no longer ornately decorated, but rather a pure white that returns to simplicity. All the walls, floors, and ceilings were constructed of a white material that emitted a faint fluorescent glow. The audience hall is just ahead. The guard stopped in front of a huge bone door. The door is 30 meters high and is carved with countless bas-reliefs of skeleton warriors, each one so lifelike that it seems ready to come to life at any moment. Only Yidong can go in. The guard looked at Pineapple Peel and Crow. Why should I? The Crow protested. I'm a VIP too. This is His Majesty's order. the guard said expressionlessly. Never mind, never mind. Pineapple Peel said, pulling the crow back. We'll wait outside. It lowered its voice and said to Yidong, be careful, His Majesty's temper isn't very good. Yidong nodded and pushed open the heavy door. The door was only a crack open, but a dazzling white light was already shining through. He squeezed through the crack in the door and then gently closed it. When Yidong fully entered the audience hall, he was stunned by the scene before him. This is an enormous circular hall, at least 100 meters in diameter, and its height is unfathomable. The entire hall was pure white, and the floor was as smooth as a mirror, clearly reflecting people's images. In the very center of the hall, a huge skeleton sat on a bone throne. The skeleton was tens of meters tall, and each bone was as clear and translucent as white jade, radiating a faint holy glow. It has no flesh and blood, no skin. It is simply the purest form of bones. Even so, one can still feel the Emperor's majestic and domineering presence. Two purple soul flames burned silently in his eye sockets, like two purple suns. Human beings. The Bone Emperor spoke, his voice booming like a roar from the earth, carrying an undeniable majesty. You're very bold. Yidong stood in the center of the hall, appearing extremely small in front of the enormous skeleton. Your Majesty flatters me. He replied neither humbly nor arrogantly. No one has ever succeeded in fusing limbs with legendary bloodlines throughout history. The Bone Emperor said slowly. Do you know why? Because they'll be punished by the gods? That's not all. The Bone Emperor shook his head, his massive skull making a cracking sound. There is a natural repulsion between legendary bloodlines. The power of different bloodlines will tear each other apart in the body, eventually causing the host to explode and die. But you not only survived, you also made them coexist harmoniously. The purple soul flame flickered. Interesting. Yidong remained silent, knowing that the White Bone Emperor still had something to say. But today is not the time to discuss this. The Bone Emperor changed the subject. I've heard you can create bones. Yes, Your Majesty. I've already seen that little fellow. The Bone Emperor's voice carried a hint of amusement. A very pure bone bloodline, almost identical to the real bone. But, it paused. Seeing is believing. I want you to demonstrate it right here and now. With a flick of his bone finger, the Bone Emperor summoned a necromancer dressed in black robes who emerged from the shadows beside him. This is a thin skeleton, with yellowish bones all over its body, which clearly indicates that it is not young. Then, a small pinch of bone powder appeared out of thin air in front of Yidong, hovering in midair. Come on, show me. The soul fire in the White Bone Emperor's eyes stared at Yidong. Yidong took the bone meal and began making it on the spot. The soul was taken from the bottle and mixed with bone powder. A familiar light shimmered in his hand. A moment later, a pregnant seed emanating a chilling aura appeared in his palm. Eat it. Yidong handed the fertilized egg to the necromancer. The necromancer glanced at the Bone Emperor, and after receiving a signal, tremblingly accepted the gestational seed. It hesitated for a moment, then opened its jaws and swallowed the pregnant seed. Instantly, a strange energy spread throughout its body. The necromancer's skeleton began to tremble slightly, and the soul fire in his eye sockets flickered. Your Majesty, I feel it. Its voice trembled. Something is growing inside me. The Bone Emperor's soul fire suddenly blazed brightly. The Bone Emperor looked at Yidong. If it really gives birth to white bones in 3 days, I will summon you again. We'll discuss specific cooperation details then. Yes, Your Majesty. Yidong bowed slightly. You may leave now. The Bone Emperor waved his hand. Your Majesty, I have something to say. Yidong did not leave, but instead looked at the White Bone Emperor and called out. What is it? Your Majesty's kingdom is riddled with parasites. I survived hundreds of assassination attempts before I met Your Majesty. Yidong exaggerated deliberately. Oh, the Bone Emperor was silent for a moment, then waved his hand again. Immediately afterwards, a dark witch emerged from the shadows. Cecil, from now on you will follow him and obey his orders. Yidong smiled, bowed, and turned to leave, with the dark witch following behind him. A helper, isn't that it? Chapter 196 The Threat of Green Satan. Outside the door, crows and pineapple peels were waiting anxiously. Damn it, how is it? Upon seeing Yidong emerge, the crow immediately flew to his shoulder. It went fairly smoothly. Yidong smiled. Who is she? Crow gestured for Yidong to look behind him, where the dark witch had followed them. Pineapple Peel then spotted the dark witch and quickly bowed. Lord Cecil, are you a servant or royalty? Lord Cecil is in the First Order. Damn it, Lord Cecil. The crow also lowered its head. Looking at the utterly useless crow, Yidong shook his head helplessly. He turned around and looked back. Cecil was completely shrouded in a black robe, and her face was covered with a black veil, making it impossible to see her features. Lord Cecil, I'll be leaving these 3 days in your care. It's no trouble at all. It's only right that His Majesty instructs me to follow your orders. Cecil's voice was hollow, like a ghost. Crow and Pineapple Peel stared at Yidong in shock. Had he actually found a first-tier subordinate? Caw-caw. The crow flew to Yidong's shoulder and stared at him meaningfully. What are you doing? Yidong glanced at it. Ahem. Could you please ask her to help me change the bullets for Azathoth? I don't have high requirements. Just the second-order bullets will do. Good idea. Yidong couldn't help but marvel at how clear-headed Crow's thinking was sometimes. But this was probably impossible. She hasn't shown her true value yet. People say they obey her, but that's just following the Emperor's orders. They can't actually command her. At most, she can help protect herself. The three left the audience hall and walked back along the path they had come from, with the Dark Witch following at a distance. The crows chattered all the way. What does the Bone Emperor look like? How big is he? Is he fierce? It's just a big skeleton, Yidong replied simply. Damn it, isn't that obvious? The crow complained. Where are the details? The details. Very large, very white, very bony. Yidong, are you an idiot? Pineapple Peel couldn't help but ask. What did His Majesty say? They let me demonstrate how to make bones, and then said see you in 3 days. That's it. Pineapple Peel scratched his head. Nothing else was said? It's gone. I thought His Majesty would discuss cooperation on the spot, Pineapple Peel said, somewhat disappointed. His Majesty is always cautious in his actions, it explained. He probably wants to confirm first that the necromancer can indeed regenerate bones. As they were talking, a figure appeared on the road ahead. It was a goblin covered in black fur, 3 times the size of a normal goblin, and looked like a black bear walking upright. It was walking slowly towards us, a meaningful smile on its lips. Hey, isn't this the amazing human who can create skeletons? The black-haired goblin's voice was deep and hoarse, unlike the sharp voice of an ordinary goblin. It stopped in front of the 3 of them, looking down at Yidong. Just came from His Majesty's place? It seems the rumors are true. None of your business, the crow retorted immediately. You black-haired monster blocking the way. The black-haired goblin glanced at the crow and smiled. Just curious. It stared at Yidong. After all, the entire Bone Kingdom would go crazy for something like creating skeletons. What do you want to say? Yidong asked calmly. Nothing much, just wanted to get to know you. The black-haired goblin grinned, revealing sharp fangs. My name is Green Satan, the patriarch of the Green family. Oh, Yidong's reaction was indifferent. Green Satan's eye twitched. He clearly hadn't expected the other party to be so disrespectful. Young man, it's not easy to establish yourself in the City of Bones, it said meaningfully. Having more friends means having more options, don't you think? No need. Yidong refused directly. Yeah, that's got personality. Green Satan wasn't angry. I hope you can stay this unique. After saying that, it stepped aside to make way and gestured for us to proceed. The 3 of them walked past it. By the way, Green Satan suddenly spoke up. I heard that a nightmare demon died near Plum Blossom Courtyard last night. Did you know? I don't know. Yidong replied without turning his head. Is that so? Grim Satan's voice held a hint of amusement. That's quite a coincidence. Once the 3 had walked away, the smile on Green Satan's face vanished instantly. Chief Green changes his tune pretty quickly. A clear, ethereal voice rang in Grim's ears. He paused for a moment, then smiled again. Lord Cecil, you're here too? The Dark Witch ignored Grim's words and continued to ask. What about the nightmare demon you mentioned earlier? Haha, I only heard it secondhand. Lord Cecil, you don't need to worry about it. Yeah. Yes. Green Satan smiled and then waved. I must go see His Majesty. There are some matters I must report. After saying this, Green Satan turned and walked toward the audience hall, cursing his bad luck in his heart, not expecting Cecil to follow him. Cecil did not continue to cause trouble for Chief Green and turned around to continue following Yidong. A moment later, Yidong and the other 2 returned to Plum Blossom Courtyard. Damn it, that black-haired monster is definitely up to no good, the crow said indignantly. The nightmare demon was also sent by it. Just by looking at its face, you can tell what kind of evil scheme it is plotting. The Green family wields considerable power in the capital, Pineapple Peel cautioned. It's best to avoid a direct confrontation with them. What's there to be afraid of? Raven brandished Azathoth. With a legendary weapon in hand, I'm invincible. You're kidding me. Pineapple Peel retorted mercilessly. Green Satan is at least a first-tier weapon. Your gun wouldn't even be enough for one slap. Who doesn't have a first sequence? For the next 3 days, Yidong stayed in Plum Blossom Courtyard and didn't go anywhere else. The Green family did send people over a few times, all saying they wanted to invite Yi Dong to be their guest, but Yi Dong refused each time. During this time, Yi Dong was not idle either. He began to study the black heart he had brought back from the earth dragon's lair. Strangely, the heart stopped responding after leaving the dragon's nest. It doesn't move or speak. It's just like an ordinary black stone. If only the ninth princess were here, she would be so knowledgeable and able to recognize many things. Thinking of this, Yi Dong looked at Cecil standing by the window. Perhaps she knew what it was. Chapter 197 The Crow. Yi Dong played with the black heart, but it was just like an ordinary stone, showing no reaction whatsoever. He turned to look at Cecil, who was standing by the window. The dark witch was gazing quietly at the scenery outside, her black robes swaying gently in the breeze. Lord Cecil, do you recognize this? Yi Dong held up the black heart in his hand. In the candlelight, the patterns on the surface of the heart were faintly visible. The dark witch turned around and walked slowly, her footsteps so light they were almost silent. As she approached, Yi Dong could feel a chilling aura, as if he had stepped into a grave in the dead of winter. Cecil extended her slender fingers and gently stroked above her heart, but did not make direct contact. This is the heart of a dragon. Her voice remained ethereal, carrying a sense of transcendence. And it is the heart of a living dragon. Alive. Yi Dong raised an eyebrow and carefully examined the heart in his hand. But it's not moving at all right now. It is asleep. Cecil shook his head, his black veil swaying with it. A strange black mist surrounds this heart, and I can't see what's inside. Yi Dong nodded thoughtfully. Even the dark witch of the First Order couldn't see through it. So it seems that the origin of this heart is indeed not simple. Dragon hearts are worth at least 1,000,000 gold coins, Cecil added. 1,000,000 gold coins as a starting point. The raven instantly looked up from his study of Azathoth, his little eyes gleaming green. Wow, I'm rich. I'm rich. Holy crap. Yi Dong. Crow jumped up from the table excitedly. We're rich. How many pets can you buy with 1,000,000 gold coins? You wish. Yi Dong pinched the crow's beak shut and put the heart back into the swallowing ball. This thing is not for sale for now. Why? The crow cried out in dissatisfaction, breaking free from Yi Dong's grasp. 1,000,000. 1,000,000. Shut up, you're obsessed with money. Yi Dong could easily guess the meaning behind the dark witch's last sentence. She clearly wanted to buy the dragon heart. But do I lack gold coins? He would soon have enough, but he actually hoped to have as many legendary remains as possible. Thinking of this, he grabbed the wailing crow. By the way, Lord Cecil, what kind of bird is this? Yi Dong. The crow struggled frantically in his hand. What do you mean? Are you questioning my character as a bird? Cecil approached and carefully examined the crow. At first glance, it's just an ordinary crow with black feathers and a small body, nothing special except that it can talk. But when Cecil tried to probe with his mental power, he discovered something amiss. A faint black mist began to permeate the air. It was Cecil's detection spell. The black mist slowly approached the crow, but suddenly stopped 3 inches away, as if it had encountered an invisible barrier. Strange, Cecil muttered to himself, his voice filled with obvious confusion. I've never seen this kind of monster race before, and detection spells have no effect on it. Cecil reached out to touch the raven, but as soon as his fingers approached, he was repelled by an invisible force. Her finger paused in midair for a moment, then slowly withdrew. This shouldn't be its true form. It's more like some kind of, she paused, searching for the right words, a disguise, or perhaps a seal. What disguise? What seal? The crow cried indignantly, its feathers bristling. I was born this way, a genuine crow. Pineapple Peel, listening nearby, was dumbfounded. So crows are this mysterious? I thought it was just an ordinary chatterbox bird. Who? The crow immediately turned and glared at the Pineapple Peel. I'm called Erudite. I know everything. Cecil shook his head. I can't tell what it is either, but if you want to know the answer, you can go to the Imperial Library. The Imperial Library? Yi Dong's interest was piqued. There is a legendary bloodline guarding that place, Cecil explained. It has lived for tens of thousands of years and is very knowledgeable. There should be nothing in the dark world that it does not know. Moreover, it has a special ability to see through the essence of any living being. Yi Dong's eyes lit up. Let's go, crow. Let's go take a look. No way. No way. The crow immediately bristled when it heard it was going to be studied. Besides, the idea of seeing through one's origins and past sounds dangerous. What if they misunderstand me? You're already bad enough, Yi Dong retorted mercilessly, grabbing the crow. Let's go. Let's take the pineapple belt out the way. Yi Dong. The crow flapped wildly in his hand. I protest. This is a violation of bird rights. Okay. After leaving Meixiang Courtyard, the group headed towards the east side of the palace. Cecil followed at a distance, like a fleeting black shadow. The Imperial Library is just ahead, Pineapple Peel said, pointing to a uniquely shaped building in the distance. This is a round tower, 10 stories high, constructed entirely of pure white bone material. The tower's surface is covered with densely packed runes that shimmer in the sunlight, like countless diamonds set into the wall. This place houses all the books in the entire Kingdom of Bones, Pineapple Peel proudly introduced. From the history of the founding of the kingdom to various secret arts, from monster encyclopedias to geography, it has everything. It does look very high-end, the crow commented, but its tone was full of reluctance. Upon arriving at the library entrance, two tall, skeletal guards stood at the door. They wore magnificent bone armor, wielded long halberds, and immediately became alert when anyone approached. Royal Bloodline Pineapple Peel, bringing guests to consult the documents. Pineapple Peel stepped forward, displaying his royal crest. The guard immediately said respectfully, "Please come in, but please keep quiet and do not disturb the other readers." Okay. Pineapple Peel waved his hand. Pushing open the heavy bone door, a rich, scholarly atmosphere wafts out. The scent of parchment, ink, and time itself makes one unconsciously slow their pace. The library's interior is even larger than it appears from the outside. The circular space is divided into countless levels, with rows of towering bookshelves arranged in a spiral, extending all the way to unseen heights. Each floor has countless bookshelves filled with all kinds of books, from thin pamphlets to heavy masterpieces. Some books emitted a faint glow, some were chained, and others were placed in specially made crystal boxes. "Wow," the crow couldn't help but exclaim. "How many books must there be?" "It said there are 3 million copies," Pineapple Peel replied softly, covering the knowledge of the entire dark world. In the center of the first floor, there is a circular service desk where several bespectacled monster administrators are organizing data. "Excuse me, where is Elder Shinhua?" Pineapple Peel walked toward the service desk. "P.S. Thanks to Mu Jiutian for the inspiration capsules and boba milk tea. Wow, I tasted the gelatinous texture in one sip. Thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and contributed to this cause. Love you all." Chapter 198, The Fated Scholar, a friend of the divine snail. Elder Shinhua is in the Special Collections reading room on the top floor. An administrator looked up and said in a gentle tone, "However, the elder is currently studying ancient books, so I don't know if it's convenient for him to receive guests." "We have important matters to discuss," Pineapple Peel began. The administrator looked at the Pineapple Peel, then at Yidong, and nodded. "Then please follow me. I'll take you up." The group followed the administrator toward the central spiral staircase. This staircase is very special. Each step is made of a different material, including bone, stone, metal, and even crystal. Stepping on it produces different tones, which, when combined, create a beautiful melody. I climbed upwards, passing countless layers of bookshelves. Each floor has a different theme. Some contain historical texts, some spell manuals, and some research materials on various monsters. Yidong noticed that the further up he went, the older the books became, with some looking as if they had been passed down from ancient times. Finally, they reached the top floor. There is only one room here, with the words Special Collections Reading Room written in large characters on the door. The administrator knocked lightly on the door. "Elder Shinhua, a guest requests an audience." An unusually slow voice came from inside the room. "Who is disturbing my peace?" The voice was slow, with obvious pauses between each word, sounding like sleepwalking. Even so, Yidong could still sense a powerful aura contained within the voice. Click. The door slowly opened, and accompanied by flashing golden light, a huge figure appeared in the doorway. It was a snail, but it was incredibly large, standing 2 meters tall and 3 meters long. Its shell is perfectly spiral-shaped, and its surface is covered with ancient and mysterious patterns. Each pattern emits a faint golden fluorescence, just like living runes. The snail has a large head with 2 tentacles that are half a meter long, and at the tips are a pair of cloudy but wise eyes. Legendary bloodline, divine snail. "Oh, it's the aura of the Hell Koi?" The snail's voice was still slow, but there was a hint of warmth in it. "It's been so long, not to see them." "Senior divine snail." Pineapple Skin bowed respectfully. "I've brought a friend here to ask for your help." The snail's antennae twitched, and its gaze fell on Yidong. Yidong could sense that the divine snail's gaze seemed to see through everything about him, and that feeling of being completely seen through was extremely uncomfortable. He frowned and said in a low voice, "Greetings, Senior. I would like to ask you to help identify the species of this bird." But the divine snail's gaze remained fixed on Yidong, its turbid eyes staring at him without blinking. Besides the hell koi, there's also the aura of a dragon and a scythe-wielding mantis. At the same time, or 1% of the remnant divine body. Human, you are very interesting. The snail didn't continue talking about Yidong, but instead turned its antennae to the crow, saying, "Let this old man take a look." It moved slowly over, leaving a trail of slime on the ground with its enormous body. Don't get too close. The crow felt a powerful pressure and flapped its wings uneasily. You're putting a lot of pressure on me. The snail ignored the crow's protests, its antennae swaying slowly around it, as if sensing some special aura. As the divine snail approached, a peculiar energy fluctuation began to permeate the air, and for a moment, everyone felt that their six senses had become extremely sensitive. It can even sense the components of the air and separate them one by one. This aura, Shinwa's voice suddenly became puzzled. How does it resemble one of my friends? Its eyes were fixed on the crow, its pupils flashing with shock. You are. Before he could finish speaking, the snail suddenly opened its mouth, revealing a bottomless black hole. The next second, an incredibly powerful and suffocating suction force suddenly erupted. Oh my God, the password. Before the crow could even finish its scream, it was swept up by the terrifying suction force and sucked into the snail's mouth like a black lightning bolt. Hiccup. Shinwa let out a satisfied burp, then closed his eyes, his expression becoming unusually focused. Crow. Yidong reacted extremely quickly, and the seven-star treasure blade instantly appeared in his hand, its blade gleaming with a cold light. At the same time, the divine power within his body surged wildly like a flood bursting its banks, and a terrifying pressure instantly enveloped the entire reading room. The bookshelves were trembling, the floor was cracking, and even the air felt thick. Spit it out. Yidong's voice was as cold as a knife, and the golden halo in his pupils spun wildly. Don't get excited. Don't get excited. Pineapple Peel quickly stopped Yidong, cold sweat pouring down his face. Senior Divine Snail is analyzing the origin of crows. Calm down, Yidong. The administrator was trembling with fear. Sir, please calm down. Elder Divine Snail really wouldn't harm your friend. Yidong gripped the knife hilt tightly, his brows furrowed. The Divine Snail seemed to sense Yidong's killing intent, but it was completely immersed in a kind of shock and could not extricate itself. Its expression grew increasingly surprised, and its antennae began to tremble slightly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. It murmured to itself. How? How could you become like this, my friend? The destined scholar was swallowed by a dragon. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere in the reading room grew extremely tense. A moment later, the snail suddenly opened its eyes. Pooh! It opened its mouth, and a dark shadow flew out, crashing heavily to the ground. Yidong quickly caught it. Damn it! Crow scrambled to his feet from Yidong's grasp, his body covered in a sticky, transparent liquid. Why did you eat me? Damn Yidong, who the hell can stand this? It's an absolute disgrace. Seeing that the crow was unharmed, Yidong put away the seven-star sword, and the divine power within his body gradually subsided. The snail wiped its mouth with its antennae, its expression still one of utter shock. The Destiny Scholar. It said slowly, one of the greatest remnants of the daytime. My friend. It's been a long time. Chapter 199, The Supreme Forbidden Technique of the True Dragon Cult, Dragon Devouring. Everyone present was stunned upon hearing this. What do you mean? Yidong asked, frowning. Shinwa looked at the crow, his eyes filled with complex emotions. This bird is the Destiny Scholar. No. To be precise, it's the Destined Scholar who was reshaped by the dragon's devouring. What the hell? What do you mean? Crow's eyes widened, his little mouth agape enough to fit Yidong inside. Am I the Destined Scholar? But now it's just an ordinary crow, the divine snail continued. Its memories have been erased, its power sealed. Only a small fraction of its word magic talent remains. No, what's a Destined Scholar? Pineapple Peel scratched his head, clearly having missed something. I already said it was one of the greatest remnant gods of the daytime era, Yidong explained. Go find the biography of the Destined Scholar and the True Dragon Sex Divine Skill, the 10th level. These two books will give you more detailed answers. The biography of the Destined Scholar and the Divine Skill of the True Dragon Sect? Yidong repeated the book titles, memorizing them firmly. He had long known that the crow was no ordinary creature, but he never expected it to be a crippled god. He had thought it was just an elite bloodline that the cult leader had acquired. Thank you for your guidance, Senior. Yidong clasped his hands in a gesture of respect. You're welcome. The divine snail waved its antennae. The Destined Scholar is also my friend. When you Recover. We will research. Great. Inventions together. Me. The crow was still in a state of great shock, standing there blankly, not even its feathers bristling. Let's go find some books. Yidong grabbed the crow and headed upstairs. The crow finally came to its senses, its voice trembling. Am I really a crippled god? You'll know once you read the book. They were currently on the 18th floor. The person, the bird, and the crow descended the spiral staircase and soon reached the 10th floor. Compared to the floors below, the 10th floor was somewhat unusual, as the entire floor was shrouded in a light blue curtain. Some of the books here turn their pages by themselves, some are bound with silver chains, and some are kept in specially made silver cages. What ain't this book eat people? Those books that are stored on the 8th floor or above are no pushovers, Pineapple Peel explained. Some of them are so dangerous that just reading them can kill you. Search for the biographies of the destined scholars and the divine skills of the true dragon cult. The three of them split up and began browsing through rows of densely packed bookshelves. Soon, the two thick books were unearthed. The cover of the biography of the predestined scholar is deep purple, with a blurry figure depicted on it, giving it a mysterious and enigmatic appearance. The cover of True Dragon Sect Divine Skill is blood red, with a blurry, menacing worm carved on it. Why does this worm look so much like Leonardo da Vinci? The crow muttered, puzzled. The blurriness did indeed resemble its own distortion. Yidong glanced at it, then pushed the True Dragon Sect Divine Skill over. Look at this one. I'll look at the Destiny Scholar. I won't read it. I seriously suspect that reading this book will kill the bird. Let Pineapple Peel come instead. The crow quickly refused. Pineapple Peel. This is attacking the soul. What if it turns me into an idiot? I'm not watching. Pineapple Peel quickly refused as well. Yidong had no choice but to watch it alone. He found a quiet corner to sit down and began to read, with Crow, Pineapple Peel, and Ninth all peeking out from behind him. Yidong opened Biographies of Destined Scholars, the ancient pages exuding a faint sandalwood scent. The Destiny Scholar, whose real name is Salazar Augustus Victor de Word Spirit, is one of the greatest remnants of the daytime and enjoys making friends. After the daylight period ended, the dark world fell into darkness. The will of the true God continued to erode all life. The Destined Scholar created human oil lamps and human blood lamps in a very short time, and through powerful words, the whole world was illuminated by the light of human oil lamps for a short time, giving all life a chance to breathe. It can be said to be the savior of a dark world. Yidong was deeply shocked when he saw this. He never expected that crows could be so great. And now, this very being has turned into a crow that only knows how to talk nonsense? Upon hearing this, the crow finally snapped out of its daze, its entire body trembling with excitement. Damn, it jumped up from the ground in excitement. I'm a remnant god, an ancient boss. Caw 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 caw. I really am the chosen bird. It did several somersaults in the air, then flew to Yidong and pointed at itself with its wings. From now on, you'll have to call me Lord Scholar of Destiny. No, Lord Salazar. Caw caw caw. Hurry up and kneel down to thank me. The crow was full of pride, never expecting itself to be so great. The oil lamp that was most commonly used was also made by it. The Destiny Scholar isn't that arrogant. You're the raven. You can't expect us to kneel down and wait for your revival. Pineapple Peel retorted. Once I recover, you'll have to wait in line if you want to kneel down. Yidong rolled his eyes at it and opened another book. The True Dragon Sect's dragon swallowing technique is the sect's supreme forbidden art, said to be a spell created by the true dragon himself. This spell can completely reshape the existence of a creature. The target swallowed by the dragon will lose all memories and most of its power, becoming a completely different creature. But the essence of the sealed one will not change. Under certain conditions, he can gradually regain his original power and memories. How do I restore my memories and strength? The crow asked excitedly. Yidong continued flipping through the book and soon found the key information at the back. Just as I was about to read it aloud, my mind suddenly went blank for a moment. A twisted, elongated figure appeared in his mind. Its black body resembled a mudfish with its image blurred. A true dragon has actually invaded my mind? Yidong did not panic. He held his breath and focused his mind. Thick black energy emanated from the Demon King's horn on his forehead, and the bewitching power instantly enveloped the true dragon. You've come to the wrong place. Your home is in that dark blue flame outside. The dragon paused for a moment, then flew out of Yidong's mind and burrowed into the dark blue flame in his palm. Boom! Flames soared, and the dragon let out a painful scream, but was quickly burned to ashes. It must be said that dealing with these spirits in the Gobi Desert is really easy. The crow and the pineapple peel looked at each other, both glad they hadn't read the book earlier. They didn't have Yi Dong's methods, and would most likely have been usurped by the real dragon. Found it. Yi Dong breathed a sigh of relief and pointed to a passage of text on the page. Those who are sealed can gradually regain their memories and power through the sacrificial rituals of the true dragon cult by using the scales of the true dragon. A dragon's scale? The crow immediately perked up. Where? Where? I'm going to get it right now. Yi Dong shook his head. He didn't say. Grasp. Don't rush. Yi Dong put away his book. Go back first. The White Bone Emperor will summon me tomorrow. I'll ask him for you after I've dealt with things here. I'm so itchy, hurry up. P.S. Thanks to brother, Sure Bayun, for the 10 update reminder tokens. Brother is so kind and Silverwing-like. Also, thank you to all the other friends who sent flowers, likes, and contributed their love. Love you all. Chapter 200. Became the Imperial Tutor? After leaving the library, the group returned to Plum Blossom Garden. Perhaps due to Cecil's presence, there was no danger until the Emperor summoned Yi Dong at the end of the 3 days. Inside the audience hall, Yi Dong pushed open the heavy bone door once again. The familiar pure white hall came into view, with the Bone Emperor sitting on his throne, head bowed, seemingly lost in thought. In the center of the hall, the thin necromancer was carefully holding a skeleton the size of a palm, the entire skeleton trembling slightly. It wasn't fear, but excitement. The little white bone was exactly the same as the one Yi Dong had made before, pure white as jade, with crystal-clear bones that emitted a faint fluorescence. 2 dark blue soul flames burned in its eye sockets, and it curiously turned its little head, occasionally making a clicking sound. Your Majesty, Yi Dong bowed slightly. Do you see that? The Bone Emperor raised his head, his voice carrying a hint of satisfaction. Perfect bones, pure bloodline. With a gentle flick of his massive bone finger, the necromancer immediately knelt down. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Lord Yi Dong. This is the greatest honor of my life. Step down. The Bone Emperor waved his hand. The necromancer, holding the little skeleton, withdrew with profuse thanks. In the vast audience hall, only Yi Dong and the White Bone Emperor remained. Speak. What conditions do you want? The Bone Emperor asked bluntly. Yi Dong thought for a moment and held up one finger. 1 skeleton baby, 100 gold coins. An eerie silence fell over the audience hall. The purple soul fire in the White Bone Emperor's eye sockets flickered, as if he were pondering something. After a long pause, it slowly spoke. You can go to my treasure vault and choose any 3 items. Legendary weapons, relics of a fallen god, even my treasured dragon treasures. You can have them if you want. Furthermore, the White Bone Emperor continued, I hereby appoint you as the White Bone Imperial Tutor. In the entire White Bone Empire, besides myself, you hold the highest position. All ministers must bow to you, and 1,000,000 troops will obey your command. Cecil will temporarily serve as your personal bodyguard. Although she doesn't talk much, you should know how capable she is. In addition, the Empire will fully assist you in advancing your career path and provide all the necessary advancement materials. Upon hearing these conditions, Yi Dong remained calm and simply bowed slightly. I am deeply grateful for your Majesty's sincerity. The White Bone Emperor waved his hand. The Imperial Tutor's palace has been prepared for you. The Empire will regularly deliver the bone powder and materials needed to make the white bone to your palace. Such treatment is unprecedented, even for the White Bone Emperor's own son, let alone an outsider. Go. The Bone Emperor waved his hand. Cecil will take you to the Imperial Tutor's palace. Tomorrow you can go to the National Treasury and choose 3 treasures. Yi Dong bowed again, then turned and left. After the heavy door closed again, a round, black-robed figure slowly emerged from the corner. You big dummy, Fong Bei said teasingly. You've gotten a lot smarter, haven't you? Shut up, you old rotten meat. The Bone Emperor sneered, his soul fire flickering. I've lived for thousands of years. I should have made some progress, unlike some guys who are being chased all over the world by witchers. Ahem. Fong Bei coughed lightly, his tentacles under his black robe stirring restlessly. That's called tactical maneuvering and retreat. Don't talk nonsense if you don't understand. 666, what a tug of war. They've managed to kill us all. By the way, what do you plan to do with Yi Dong? Fong Bei quickly changed the subject. The Bone Emperor's soul fire flickered. Such a fine treasure should of course be firmly held in our hands. Don't forget that he has the Emperor behind him, Fong Bei reminded him. The Bone Emperor's soul fire flickered, and his enormous bone fingers tapped on the throne. I sent him to the treasury to choose 3 treasures. I never intended to play dirty tricks on him. Oh, as long as I treat him well enough, I'm not afraid that he will become my enemy. The Bone Emperor slowly said. I can see that he is a person who only cares about his own development and does not care about rule and power. Even if the children born to him believe in him, it will not affect my rule over the Bone Empire. Fong Bei nodded thoughtfully. Big stick, you're becoming more and more like a qualified emperor. Get lost, you old rotten meat, the Bone Emperor said irritably. At the same time, Yi Dong, who had just left the audience hall, was also pondering the same question. He just quoted 100 gold coins to test the White Bone Emperor's attitude. If the other party only offers 100 gold coins, it means they only want to exploit you and squeeze out your value, so there's no need to continue cooperating. But the fact that the Bone Emperor offered such generous terms shows that he was a wise ruler who knew what mutual benefit meant. Yi Dong. The cawing of crows came from outside the door. So how did it go? Did you reach an agreement? How much money is the Bone Emperor willing to give us? The crow eagerly flew to Yi Dong's shoulder, its small eyes full of concern. I have no money. No money. The crow was taken aback. Did you ruin the negotiations? I knew you couldn't do it. I should have told you to say the name of my destined scholar. Would the Bone Emperor dare to disrespect me? What's so great about being a destined scholar? Pineapple Peel retorted. Then how about I tell you your name, Pineapple Peel, and see if the Bone Emperor is moved when he hears your name? Damn it. Get lost. Stop messing with me. Pineapple Peel was startled. Yi Dong pinched the crow's broken beak, then smiled. Let's go to the Imperial Tutors Hall. The Imperial Tutors Hall. Pineapple Peel was taken aback. Cecil stepped forward, his ethereal voice ringing in their ears. Lord Yi Dong has been appointed by His Majesty as the Imperial Tutor of the Whitebone sect, second only to His Majesty. What? The crow and the pineapple peel exploded instantly. The crow was so excited that it jumped out of Yi Dong's hand and did several somersaults in the air. It flapped its wings frantically. I knew you could do it. The crow was right. Yi Dong. When one attains enlightenment, even crows and pineapple peels ascend to heaven. Pineapple Peel was also incredibly excited, his massive body trembling. The Imperial Tutor. He's second only to the Emperor. Yi Dong, you're really on top of the world now. Don't forget your little brother. I'll be your mount. Keep a low profile, Yi Dong reminded him. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be felled by the wind. What's there to be afraid of? The crow said, completely unconcerned. With the Bone Emperor backing us up, who in the entire dark world dares to touch us? Exactly. Pineapple Peel nodded repeatedly. Yi Dong's current status is top tier in the entire White Bone Empire. Who wouldn't give him face?